I, a eunuch, unexpectedly awakened the many suns, many blessings system. As long as I successfully have offspring with others, cultivation techniques and martial arts can be easily obtained. Just when I thought the system could allow me to regenerate limbs, it instead gifted me two incredible treasures. Upon inspection, I broke through a major barrier. I saw 108 powerful King Kong pills that could restore my vigor, and the honeysuckle supplement that could enhance my cultivation. I thought I was destined to never return to manhood in this lifetime, but soon enough, a turning point arrived. On that day, the sixth prince I was guarding accidentally fell into the water, leading to my punishment and confinement in the library. However, to my surprise, this misfortune turned into a blessing. On the third day of my confinement in the library, another young eunuch who had made a mistake was also punished and locked up here. Due to his severe injuries, he was unable to get out of bed for a long time. Seeing his pitiful state, I took a healing pill from the system and gave it to him. Unexpectedly, the first thing the young eunuch did after recovering from his injuries was to kneel before me. Half of my life has been spent in peace and drifting, regretting only not meeting a wise lord. If Sir Roland does not abandon me, I am willing to honor him as my foster father. I observed the sincerity of this child and was moved. Alright, I will accept you as my adopted son. However, as soon as I finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in my mind. Congratulations, host, for accepting an adopted son. The reward has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check it carefully. This surprised me greatly. I never expected to receive rewards for taking in a foster son. I quickly checked the rewards and saw not only some elixirs but also 2 cultivation techniques. Among them, the Supreme Tyrant Body technique deeply caught my attention. It was because mastering this technique to the Grandmaster level would allow one to reshape the body using it, achieving true regeneration even after losing limbs. When I came to my senses, I realized that my newly adopted son, Cheng Ping'an, was still kneeling on the ground. I immediately helped him up. In that case, go to the Shangshan supervisory office and have them send some food over. Today, my father and I will celebrate. After Cheng Ping'an left, I immediately asked the system, will I receive a reward if my adopted son's cultivation level improves? Yes, if it's your own flesh and blood, the reward level will be even higher. Hearing the precise answer, my gaze became more determined. A moment later, Cheng Ping'an returned with food, but half of his face was marked with a bright red palm print, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he had been slapped. Ping'an, who did this to you? Despite hearing my question, Cheng Ping'an did not answer, instead trying to cover it up. Godfather, it's nothing, I accidentally did it. This made me furrow my brows. If you insist on hiding it, then you might as well not recognize me as your godfather. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ping'an immediately confessed honestly. I just went to the Shangshanjian to collect food, but the amount given by Yang Gonggon was too little. I simply asked about it, and he slapped me. Hearing the reason, I sneered inwardly. It turned out to be that guy Yang Mao. No wonder he's looking down on me now that I'm down and out, wanting to kick me while I'm down. Godfather, we are both bearing the blame now, so it's normal to endure some bullying. Please don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, I nodded. You are very sensible, and your godfather is very pleased. However, it's impossible not to take it to heart, but it's also not wise to be foolish enough to go and argue with Yang Mao now. That would only bring shame upon yourself. Afterwards, in order to reduce the swelling on Cheng Ping'an's face, I took out a healing pill, dissolved it in water, and made him drink it. After a simple dinner, I returned to my room and tried to practice cultivation following the guidance of the Supreme Imperial Domineering technique. However, I couldn't grasp the essentials, but gradually I discovered that this technique was extremely domineering. It absorbed not the spiritual energy of the world, but the ethereal imperial chi. Fortunately, I am now in the imperial city, where imperial chi is abundant. All I need to do next is to cultivate step by step. 5 full days passed before I finally stepped into the early stage of the day after tomorrow realm. Immediately, I called Cheng Ping'an over and asked, after you entered the palace, did the martial arts supervisory office check your martial arts talent? Seeing my serious expression, Cheng Ping'an dared not hide anything. A steward from the martial arts supervisory office once said that I have good potential in martial arts practice and even gave me a martial arts manual to study carefully. Unfortunately, I can't read, so I never practiced. Upon hearing this, I nodded. I then proceeded to teach Ping'an how to recognize the words in the martial arts classics and imparted my own understanding of their content. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. With my guidance, Cheng Ping'an successfully entered the chi refining realm. At the same time, a voice from the system resounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host's righteous son Cheng Ping'an for entering the chi refining realm. Rewarding one piercing heart needle. This needle can not only kill enemies within 100 feet invisibly but can also be used for embroidery. Upon hearing this, I deeply doubted whether the system was emphasizing the ability to embroider because it underestimated me. Just as I was about to test the power of the needle, Cheng Ping'an hurriedly ran over. Godfather, Empress Defe is here. I quickly got up and ran to the door to bow, but Empress Defe intercepted me before I could. Lindsay, there's no need for so much courtesy. Are you blaming me for not pleading for you and watching you being wrongly punished? I dare not. Your Majesty, you have your own difficulties, and I understand. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager nodded with relief. For now, I can only ask you to stay here for a while until everyone forgets about Jingya's fall into the water. Then, I will find a way to transfer you back to Shud Palace. I will follow your Majesty's arrangements. But I understand in my heart that it is almost impossible for me to return to Shud Palace. Being sent to the library as punishment was the decision of the Grand Eunuch Wei Zhongxian, a man of great power and a confidant of the Empress. The Empress herself is a domineering and forceful person, with powerful relatives backing her up, including a Grandmaster-level expert from her maternal family and an elder brother who was the general of the Imperial Army. The reason I got involved was because the Empress Dowager and the Queen were fighting for power. Although the Empress Dowager's family did not have a Grandmaster-level powerhouse behind them, it was a sect that had been passed down for thousands of years, with profound heritage. This made the Queen, who was in charge of the harem, not dare to really do anything to the Empress Dowager. So she suppressed us, her confidants and attendants. After the Empress Dowager came to explain some things, she left. However, for some reason, before leaving, she specifically instructed Cheng Ping'an to learn well from me. With the rice brought by the Empress Dowager, Ping'an and I quietly cultivated in the library, without going to the Shangshanjian to collect food. 10 days later, Cheng Ping'an reached the middle stage of qi refinement, and I was rewarded with medicine once again because of this. This made me somewhat anxious. If I continue to cultivate like this, when will I be able to become a real man? I must resort to some extraordinary means. At this moment, it seems like the system is aware of my distress and reminds me, if the host's offspring thrive, the host will also receive rich rewards. Hearing this, I feel a bit tempted to unbind myself from the system. I only have this one adopted son now, and he's even a eunuch. How can I expect any descendants from him? Then it struck me all the eunuchs in the palace are called ancestors by Wei Zhongxian. If I were to replace him, wouldn't I suddenly have many descendants? My wish for a new life after losing a limb could soon come true. After another month had passed, the kitchen was completely out of food. Cheng Ping'an had no choice but to go to Shangshanjian to collect food again. Before leaving, I specifically instructed him not to mention the matter of me teaching him cultivation. Half an hour later, I saw Cheng Ping'an return happily, looking completely different from the last time he came back. Curiously, he asked, "What happy event have you encountered?" "Uncle, Yang Gongyang from the Shangshanjian wanted to slap me again, but I grabbed his wrist. I only used a little force, and he grimaced in pain. If you hurt him, how can he let you off easily?" The Shangshanjian also has martial arts experts. They won't stand by and watch their eunuch steward suffer losses. Because Huang Gonggang from Shangu prison was also present at the time, he saw that I had stepped into the threshold of martial arts, so those who wanted to act against me at Shanshan prison were stopped. Afterwards, Huang Gonggang asked me how I practiced, and I said I practiced according to martial arts classics. Huang Gonggang also asked me if I had received any guidance from anyone, and I said no one had guided me in martial arts practice. Only someone taught me to recognize the characters in the martial arts classics. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The boy is obedient. Does Eunuch Huang have any plans to transfer you to the Shanwu supervisor? Lin Chen asked. Told you, Cheng Ping'an answered. I said I was punished for coming to the book depository. Eunuch Huang said that he couldn't transfer me to the Shanwu supervisor for the time being, and told me to continue to cultivate well, and that as long as I could follow the martial scriptures and cultivate to the Hotian realm, he would have a method to transfer me to the Shanwu supervisor. Aha! Lin Chen knew in his heart that Cheng Ping'an had already gained the attention of the Shanwu supervisor, a child who was just 10 years old, without receiving any guidance from an expert. Cultivating to the late stage of the Qi drawing realm just by studying the martial scriptures, was very rare and precious, and could even be considered a martial arts genius. It was undoubtedly a waste to let a martial arts genius stay in the book depository. Godfather, although the masters of the Shang Cuisine supervisor didn't make things difficult for me for the sake of Eunuch Huang, when I left the Shang Cuisine supervisor, Eunuch Yang's face looked very ugly. Cheng Ping'an added, a little worry evident on his small face. Knowing him as I do, he'll never stop. Lin Chen said blandly. Godfather, The Shangwu supervisor wants me to go over. Eunuch Yang wouldn't dare do anything to me, would he? Don't dare? You're taking things too literally. Lin Chen let out a strange laugh. The more the Shangwu supervisor wants you, the more he won't stop, because he's afraid that you'll really go to the Shangwu supervisor, become a great inner expert, and then look for an opportunity to deal with him. After all, he had slapped you. Yes, if I become a true master, I will never let him go. Cheng Ping'an's face was serious, and when he spoke, there was a bit of hatred in his eyes. Just stay in the book depository these days. Don't run out easily. Aha! Late that night, all is quiet. Inside the bedroom, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the wooden plank bed. He mobilized the pure true qi flowing in his body and continuously impacted the qi high point at the location of his belly. This great and important point has long ceased to be blocked, but its inner world barriers have not yet been broken down. The pure true qi accelerated its flow and impacted violently. During this process, Lin Chen's meridians and flesh body sent out bursts of swelling pain. It's a sign that the physique isn't strong enough. Don't look at the fact that he had taken 3 solid pills and his physique had been greatly enhanced, but the time he had stayed in the Yutian realm was too short. Yutian realm martial artists needed to repeatedly quench their flesh with true qi for a long period of time in order to bring their physique to a level that was sufficient to withstand a large amount of true qi at high speed. If one were to omit this process and forcefully impact the inner world barrier of the qi high acupoint, not only would it be difficult to achieve success, but one might even ruin one's cultivation foundation. It's just swelling in pain. Nothing serious. However, Lin Chen didn't take any chances and took a solid pill and a Gonlin pill one after the other. The solid pill was no longer able to enhance his physique, but it was able to protect his flesh and meridians during the period when the medicinal power was dispersed. Gonlin Dan, on the other hand, quickly soothes minor wounds in the body. No one else will do it because it's not necessary. Even if it succeeded, it still took a lot of time to temper the flesh. If you want to do so, you may not be in a position to do so. After all, the solid Dan and Gonlin Dan were both worth a lot of money, and it was too much of a waste to use them at this time. Lin Chen wasn't willing to wait. Yang Mao of the Shang Cuisine supervisor could come running at any time and cause trouble. Unlike ordinary martial artists, Lin Chen had advanced to the innate realm after breaking through the inner world barrier of the qi high acupuncture point, and was able to absorb the qi of the imperial Dao to rapidly strengthen his body without the need to spend a great deal of time quenching his body with his true qi. A large amount of true qi traveled at high speed, and every time he impacted the inner world barrier of the qi high acupuncture point, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown a little and his body trembled gently. Sweat beaded down. After half an hour had passed in this manner, Lin Chen's body suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterward, his originally agitated aura suddenly subsided. The inner world barrier of the qi high acupoint had finally broken open. The large amount of true qi that had previously impacted at high speeds within the meridian surged into the inner world of the qi sea at an extremely fast speed. The so-called inner world of the sea of qi is a piece of the human body's hidden, independent space that is capable of storing a martial artist's power. The world within the sea of qi originally had a rich innate essence. Since people were 5 or 6 years old, the innate essence of the inner world of the qi sea would slowly be lost, and it would probably be lost by the time they were 25 or 26 years old. If one knows how to cultivate, one can retain the innate essences that overflow from the inner world of the qi sea so that they nourish and strengthen the body. This is one of the major reasons why it is important to practice before it is too late. Lin Chen's body was already 40 years old, and there had long since been no half of his innate essence left in the inner world of the qi sea. It's better if you have it, and it doesn't matter if you don't. The meridians of the human body are very limited in the amount of true qi they can carry, and by penetrating the inner world of the sea of qi one can store more true qi power in the body. Advancing to the innate realm, Lin Chen smiled joyfully and relaxed a lot. He didn't stop his cultivation and continued to take the spirit hua pill and qi condensation pill, replenishing his true qi power in a big way. The newborn true qi was carried in the inner world of the qi sea. Not only Lin Chen, the vast majority of martial artists' qi sea inner worlds were small in size to begin with, and their capacity was comparable to a large water tank. During the cultivation process of the innate realm, one needs to constantly impact the 4 walls of the inner world of the sea of qi with one's true qi gong power to widen it. Based on the various characteristics of the innate realm, people also called this realm the sea of qi realm. After midnight, Lin Chen's qi sea inner world was already filled with true qi feats. He began to try to absorb the qi of the imperial Dao by virtue of the gongfu guidance of the imperial extreme overbearing body technique. Like the aura of heaven and earth, the aura of the imperial way was not visible, but the gas of the imperial way has a very obvious unique qi, majestic, sacred, hegemonic, the only one who is untouchable. A keen sense of natural qi allowed Lin Chen to easily capture the qi of the Imperial Dao. With the strength of his physical body to withstand the qi of the Imperial Dao was slightly reluctant, yet it was not much of a problem. He had accumulated enough true qi gongfu in the inner world of the qi sea to help him weaken the impact that the qi of the Imperial Way would bring to his body, and at the same time, it could also help him melt the qi of the Imperial Way into his body faster and more smoothly. Wisps of Imperial Dao qi continuously penetrated into the body. Unusual cultivation techniques couldn't retain the qi of the Emperor's Way, but the Emperor's extreme overlord body technique could. The qi of the Emperor's Way melts into the physical body and strengthens the physique, causing the martial artist to gradually give birth to the Emperor's aura of the King's Landing. The body essence that contained the qi of the Imperial Dao, merged with the aura and cultivated into true qi, was undoubtedly even more powerful, far surpassing the true qi feats of ordinary innate realm experts. Martial techniques performed by stronger true qi feats were naturally more powerful and could also cause the widening of the world within the qi sea to speed up dramatically. Lin Chen, who was absorbing the qi of the Imperial Dao, suddenly frowned, sensing an unusual movement. It was still an hour before dawn. Chapter 7, let's pretend this man has never been here before. Chapter 7, let's pretend this man never came. After taking a soul containment pill, Lin Chen's sensing ability was very strong. Reaching the level of an ordinary early innate realm expert, he detected an off-kilter aura. Someone went over the courtyard wall and fell into the courtyard. The man's movements were gentle, floating down, silent. This kind of thing is rare. The books collected within the book depository didn't have any supreme divine skills or secret art techniques, and it wasn't worth the risk of a martial arts expert to steal them at all. It's not hard to guess that the other side is not coming for the books, but for the people. Although the other party hadn't created too much of a commotion, when they were climbing over the wall, they inevitably overflowed their own breath due to the force they exerted, which was keenly captured by Lin Chen. Lin Chen got out of bed and gently opened the door to his room, following which he stepped into the courtyard. By now, the visitor had reached a window and was blowing poisonous smoke through a bamboo pipe into a room. That room was Cheng Ping'an's bedroom. The visitor obviously did not have the cultivation of the innate realm, and his ability to sense the surrounding qi was far inferior to Lin Chen's. Therefore, he did not notice that Lin Chen had also arrived in the courtyard, and was less than 5 feet away from him at this time. Phew! A bright white light flashed, only to hear the sneaky visitor stifle a grunt, followed by a stiff body collapse. Phew! The white light flew backward and refell into Lin Chen's hands. What man? Cheng Ping'an heard the unusual movement outside the window and shouted, quickly running out. Godfather! Cheng Ping'an first saw Lin Chen, and then saw a man in black lying on the ground by the window. Together, the two men walked over to the body of the man in black. The bamboo pipe still clutched in the black-clad man's hand was still emitting almost transparent poisonous smoke. Keep quiet, Lin Chen said expressionlessly. This person was probably instructed by Yang Mao to come here, wanting to poison you to death with this poisonous smoke. There is true qi being dispersed in his body. He should be a Yutian realm martial arts expert. Did you kill him, Godfather? Cheng Ping'an asked curiously. Or what? Lin Chen asked rhetorically. Let me see who he is. Cheng Ping'an froze, then crouched down and tried to rip off the mask of the man in black. At this moment, he was quite surprised that his godfather could easily kill a Yutian realm martial arts expert. Before, he had only seen his godfather juggle his fists and feet, and he didn't look very good. Although he has not been in the palace for long, he knows the rules of the palace. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. No need to look. Lin Chen stopped Cheng Ping'an. There's no need to look. Just pretend that this person has never come. Oh, Cheng Ping'an obediently re-straightened his body. Both of us are guilty, and we are so few in number that even if anyone believes what we say, no one will do us justice. If no one believes us, and even if we are attacked, we will be in big trouble, Lin Chen said as he picked up the black-clothed man's body. Cheng Ping'an was very understanding. He ran to the front and opened the courtyard door. Lin Chen threw the black-clothed man's body to a place that wasn't too far away. There are many guards in the palace, so it's not advisable to go too far. It was precisely because the palace was filled with experts, and there were even a number of Zhongshe realm powerhouses, that Lin Chen was in no hurry to finish off Yang Mao. Doing that, there is a not insignificant risk of being found out. Without 100% certainty, it's no different than sending someone to their death. Returning to the compound of the book depository and closing the door, Lin Chen instructed Cheng Ping'an again. No matter who asks, we've never seen that man in black, and we don't know how he died. Aha! Cheng Ping'an nodded solemnly. The superintendent of foods. Inside a small, ordinary living room, Yang Mao was pacing back and forth with a worried expression. Eunuch Yang, sit down. A slightly blonde, middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s, put down the teacup in his hand and said impatiently, "You're swaying back and forth so much that you're making me dizzy." Eunuch who? Li Mo has been gone for half an hour. Why hasn't he returned? Yang Mao was distraught. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? No way. Hu Jichuan said back with great certainty. Li Mo is a mid-Hotian realm expert. Cheng Ping'an, that kid, is only at the late stage of Qi drawing realm cultivation. Even if he discovered Li Mo in advance, he won't die due to poisoning, but he will still be killed by Li Mo's hands. You have to know that Li Mo is proficient in many kinds of martial arts, while that Cheng Ping'an is afraid that he hasn't even mastered a single martial art. The two are not even on the same level. Yang Mao stopped walking back and forth and nodded. That's right, it's me who was overthinking. Can't blame him for being jittery. The Shang cuisine supervisor is not too far from the book depository, and if everything goes well, Li Mo should have come back a long time ago. Before he was punished to come to our Shang cuisine supervision, Li Mo was responsible for leading the patrol from Shang cuisine supervision to this area of the book depository, and he knows the layouts of this area like the back of his hand, so he won't be caught in the middle of the road. Hu Jichuan could see that Yang Mao was still worried and continued to reassure him. As long as he is not discovered by other great inner experts halfway, Li Mo will not encounter any unexpected situations that are difficult to deal with. That's so true. Jan Mao sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. The two waited patiently. Another half hour waited until dawn. The one who waited was not Li Mo, but a group of DNEI masters from the Shangwu supervision. The person leading the group was named Huang Yuan, an innate realm expert. Huang Yuan brought a body. The body was dressed in black and had a black mask around its neck that had been ripped off. It was clearly visible that the body had a bloody hole next to each ear. Eunuch who? Eunuch Yang. You look tired. You wouldn't have stayed up all night, would you? The stocky Huang Yuan greeted him seemingly. No, both Eunuch Yang and I have just gotten up. We should not have slept well, so we look bad. When Hu Jichuan and Yang Mao saw Li Mo's corpse, both their hearts sank and they cried out that it was not good. But the two were able to mix in the palace to today's position, naturally had long reached the level of not being shocked by things, and did not show their respective preoccupations on their faces. After looking at each other, Hu Jichuan pointed at the body lying on the ground and asked, Eunuch Huang, isn't this Li Mo from our Shang cuisine supervisor? How did he become like this? The question Eunuch who asked is the same question we want to ask. Huang Yuan returned indifferently. This is what he looked like when we found him. Where was he at the time? Yang Mao asked. Under a corner only 10 feet away from the book depository. Huang Yuan looked at Yang Mao and answered first, followed by a rhetorical question. Does Eunuch Yang know why Li Mo dressed up as an assassin and went to the book depository? What does Eunuch Huang mean by this? Yang Mao returned unhappily. Why did he go to the book depository? How would I know? Yesterday afternoon, I bumped into Eunuch Yang and the Shang cuisine supervisor in Cheng Ping'an, the young eunuch of the book depository, getting into an argument, and Eunuch Yang even moved his hand. And then there was Li Mo, the martial arts expert of the Shang cuisine supervisor, who was dressed up as an assassin, and died in the vicinity of the book depository. Does Eunuch Huang mean that this matter is related to me? Without waiting for Huang Yuan to finish his sentence, Yang Mao eagerly issued a question. Eunuch Huang, perhaps Li Mo didn't want to go to the book depository, but wanted to go somewhere else and just happened to pass by the book depository side. Hu Jichuan interjected at the right time. By the way, was anyone assassinated over at the book depository? Chapter 8 Convergence of the Convergence Genesis Pearl, Running Thunder Fist. Chapter 8 Convergence of the Convergence Bead, Running Thunder Fist. Yang Mao also looked at Huang Yuan with a concerned expression, waiting for his answer. At this point, Yang Mao and Hu Jichuan were only certain that Li Mo had died, not knowing whether Li Mo had died before assassinating Cheng Ping'an or after coming out of the book depository. No, Huang Yuan shook his head. Before we came here, we went to the book depository and both Eunuch Lin and Cheng Ping'an there claimed to know nothing. Then it's not over. Yang Mao was a little disappointed and secretly glad. Disappointed that Li Mo failed to kill Cheng Ping'an. I'm glad to see that Li Mo didn't die in the stash. Eunuch Yang, do you think there is such a possibility that Li Mo was supposed to go to the book depository to commit an assassination, but was discovered and killed by one of the palace's masters when he was approaching the book depository? Huang Yuan asked, rubbing his chin. Eunuch Huang, everything must be based on evidence. Yang Mao coldly snorted. Saying that Li Mo went to the book depository to commit an assassination requires evidence. Saying that Li Mo's trip to the assassination has something to do with me. Even more evidence is needed. Yang Mao didn't have half of his martial arts cultivation, yet he was also a 6th grade deacon eunuch. and he was equal to Huang Yuan in terms of rank, so he didn't need to be afraid of Huang Yuan. In the Shangwu supervisor, if there was no special official position or if they had received a special reward, an early innate realm expert was usually a 6th rank official. The middle stage of the innate realm is the 5th rank. The late innate realm is a 4th rank official rank. The early stage of the sovereign realm was the 3rd rank. The middle stage of the sovereign realm is the 2nd rank of the government. The late stage of the sovereign realm is a 1st rank official rank. If one had the cultivation of the Grandmaster realm, then one would not need official rank to reflect status. Evidence? Huang Yuan smiled. Even if there is no evidence, at least it is certain that Li Mo is affiliated with the Shang Cuisine supervisor. He wore black clothes inside the palace with mischievous intentions. Can you Shang Cuisine supervisor get away with it? If the old ancestor knew about this, would you dare to ask the old ancestor for evidence? This, Yang Mao and Hu Jichuan's faces changed drastically at the same time. The two knew very well that the palace people like to expand their work the most. It's better to err on the side of caution. There are countless innocent and wrongful deaths in the palace because of being implicated. This matter, the Shangwu supervisor will investigate strictly. Whether you two are related to this matter or not, please try your best to cooperate, so that we can avoid the matter from becoming a big deal, which in turn will implicate too many people. After Huang Yuan said this, he left with his men, also taking Li Mo's body with him. When Huang Yuan and other people go away, Hu Shichuan said to Yang Mao, "You first instabilize. A moment I go to the Empress to send breakfast." Looking for an opportunity to mention this matter. A bite of this matter has nothing to do with us. As long as the queen spoke, the Shangwu supervisor will not dare to mess up. Thank you, eunuch Hu. What's the point of being polite? We're family. We're all Queen Mother's people. Hu Shichuan waved his hand, then walked out of the small living room. That little bastard Cheng Ping'an really deserves to die. Yang Mao was annoyed. He didn't dare to hate that meddling, out to kill Li Mo's great inner expert. People didn't capture Li Mo alive. It was already considered letting him off the hook. As Lin Chen expected, an assassin died near the book depository and didn't make too many waves. After all, no real damage had been done, much less any of the nobles of the palace being disturbed. The Empress sent word, there is no conclusive evidence in the case. This matter should not make a big fuss. Shang catering supervisor all members of the punishment of half a year, but also instructed the Shangwu supervisor to strengthen the vigilance of the palace. This information was told to Lin Chen by Huang Yuan of the Shangwu supervisor. Huang turned out to be a bookstore, mainly for Cheng Ping'an. You have to work harder, strive to advance to the Hotian realm earlier, and go to the Shangwu supervisor earlier. No one will dare to hit on your crooked ideas once you get to the Shangwu supervisor. Heian will try. Cheng Ping'an nodded repeatedly. Eunuch Lin seems very different from before. Huang Yuan once again looked at Lin Chen, looking him up and down, always feeling that Lin Chen's aura had changed a lot. In the past, I was an obedient eunuch by the side of concubine De, but now I am an idle eunuch who has been punished to come to the book depository. Isn't it a normal thing to have some changes? Lin Chen replied back in a self-deprecating tone. A life that's free and carefree, but you can only eat and wait for death. Eunuch Huang probably can't understand it. Don't be discouraged, Eunuch Lin. Perhaps you'll be able to return to Shud Palace before too long. Huang Yuan smiled with a reassuring remark. He was also at the early stage of the innate realm cultivation. His realm was not higher than Lin Chen's, and as Lin Chen tightly restrained his own aura, he could not see anything unusual. There's little hope. Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Huang Yuan didn't say more. He brought Cheng Ping'an to the courtyard and began to instruct Cheng Ping'an in his martial arts cultivation. In order to avoid suspicion, Lin Chen didn't go to the courtyard, but instead went into the book collection, picked up a random book, and flipped through it silently. Lin Chen knew in his heart that Huang Yuan was making good relations with Cheng Ping'an in advance, so that when Cheng Ping'an became a true powerhouse, he could get the light. Very visionary. For the next 3 days, all was peaceful. No one with a bad heart comes back to the stash. With the help of a qi condensation pill, Cheng Ping'an successfully cultivated true qi. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Cheng Ping'an, for advancing to the early stage of the Hotian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Perhaps it was because Cheng Ping'an had achieved a great realm breakthrough. This time the system had rewarded Lin Chen with more things and higher grades. Solid Dan 20 capsules, 150 pills of Linghua Dan, 150 pills of Qi condensation pills, 20 pills of soul elixir, 1 astringent Xianju bead. There was also the Xian rank upper grade martial skill called the Running Thunder Fist. The more offspring there were, the better the rewards the system gave each time. But unfortunately, Lin Chen only had just one righteous son. The system rewarded breath convergence. Xian bead was a middle-grade Xian rank magic treasure. Collecting this treasure in the inner world of the Qi Sea would enable one's breath not to leak a single bit, whether it was blood Qi or true Qi, and could be tightly collected. 2 days later, after taking a few more Ling Hua Dan and Qi condensation Dan to allow the true Qi in his body to accumulate into a single stream, Cheng Ping'an's power cultivation stabilized at the early stage of the Hotian realm. Ping'an, you've entered the Hotian realm, so you can go and inform eunuch Huang. Godfather, I want to serve at your side for a while longer. Cheng Ping'an knelt down. The fact that he was able to break through to the early stage of the Hotian realm so quickly was all due to the vigorous cultivation of his godfather. Those waters that Godfather had given himself to drink all contained medicinal powers that were beneficial to martial arts cultivation. Godfather didn't say it explicitly, and he didn't dare to ask, but he knew it in his heart. He wanted to remain with his godfather in order not to continue to take advantage of him, but to do more for him. With myself over here, at least Godfather doesn't have to dry the books in the stash or do the laundry and clean the house. Go on. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, the Shanggu supervisor has already paid extra attention to you, and eunuch Huang will come to see you every once in a while, so you won't be long in the book depository. Besides, it's not a life and death separation. If you come to the book depository every now and then, the masters of the Shanggu supervisory authority won't stop you crosswise. Your piece of filial piety. Godfather understands. Cheng Ping'an naturally didn't dare to disobey his godfather, so he only stood up and went to the Shanggu supervisor alone. Not long after he left, a palace maid brought 6th Prince Xiao Jingye to the entrance of the library's compound. Seeing that courtesan, Lin Chen's expression became complicated. That courtesan was named Su Qianer. Her figure and appearance were not too outstanding, and she was in a counterpart relationship with Xiao Linzi. Chapter 9, What's Wrong with This Guy? Chapter 9, What's Wrong with This Guy? The so-called dyadic relationship is a conjugal relationship between eunuchs and courtesans in the palace. This relationship is usually not public, but only kept private, just to relieve each other's loneliness. Kobayashi has been in a dyadic relationship with Cynthia Su for 3 years. Su Qianer was 30 years old, 10 years younger than Xiao Linzi, and she had been working in the Shangyi supervisor. Kobayashi, I've come to see you. The 6th Prince Xiao Jingyi still looked extraordinarily close, and cheerfully walked into the doorway of the book depository. This kid was kind of brought up by Kobayashi. Does your highness come over? And does Lady Virtue know? Lin Chen picked up Xiao Jingye and walked into the large courtyard of the book depository. Of course I know. Xiao Jingye nodded. Xiao Linzi, you haven't told me a story in a long time. What story would your highness like to hear? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Any story will do. Xiao Jingyi didn't pick, his little face covered in anticipation. I don't have any fresh stories. Lin Chen carried Xiao Jingyi into the library. Tell you what, I'll find an interesting book to read to your highness. It has to be interesting. Aha! Lin Chen found a Jiwei book, then sat down on a chair and started reading. Su Qianer, on the other hand, silently stood guard. Shortly afterward, Cheng Ping'an returned. What did the Sangunyan say? Lin Chen finished reading a paragraph and looked sideways at Cheng Ping'an who had just come over. Back to Godfather. Eunuch Huang said that he had to say hello to Empress De first, as it was Empress De who punished me for coming to the book depository. Cheng Ping'an respectfully returned. After everything is done, he'll come pick me up at the book depository. You accompany the 6th prince to play in the courtyard for a while. Lin Chen carried Xiao Jingyi out of the book depository to the courtyard and set him down. I'm thirsty. Allow me to drink some water. Go on, go on. Xiao Jingyi waved his hand sensibly. Cheng Ping'an, on the other hand, led him to play hide-and-seek in the yard. Lin Chen walked into the concierge and entered his bedroom, intending to pour a cup of tea to drink, but unexpectedly Su Qianer followed him. You suffered. Su Qianer closed the door to her room and hugged Lin Chen's waist from behind. When I heard that something happened to you, I've been having trouble sleeping and eating since. A few days ago, I was ordered to go to Shid Palace to send new clothes to Concubine De, pleading with Concubine D to transfer me to Shid Palace, which was just a try. But I didn't expect Concubine D to agree. It can't be helped. You were punished to come to the book depository, and the only way I could see you was to go to Princess De's side. Feeling the 2 full masses on his back, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel his mind sway. It's a shame he's a eunuch. It was clear that the tenderness was felt and affected, and the desire was almost non-existent. Mud. It's so hard. Lin Chen slowly turned around. At this moment, Su Qianer's eyes were filled with tears, and she had a look of deep emotion. You don't seem at all excited to see me. Su Qianer opened her mouth again, her tone slightly sultry. I'm still in a body of punishment. and I don't want to implicate you. Lin Chen could only be so perfunctory. Yes? Su Qian'er smiled sweetly. As long as it's not the case that you've forgotten the love between us, let me get you a cup of tea. This kind of thing, Lin Chen really didn't know how to respond to it properly. Kobayashi and Su Qian'er are not considered a real couple. There is no name, much less a husband and wife. As Lin Chen poured the tea, Su Qian'er undid her belt and took off her long skirt. When Lin Chen looked at Su Qian'er with his teacup in hand, he saw that she was fast taking off all her clothes, and the white skin and delicate body instantly made Lin Chen's mind go blank. If the chicken is still there, it must be hard. Mud. Lin Chen hated his eunuch status. Although Su Qian'er is not too pretty, Lin Chen is not picky. Something is better than nothing. No, don't. Lin Chen, who was carrying a cup of tea, ran out of his bedroom in a grayish manner. Su Qian'er furrowed her brows in a million ways. What's wrong with this guy? Playing until dusk. Sixth Prince Xiao Jingye left after Su Qian'er with satisfaction. After dinner, Lin Chen made Cheng Ping'an drink another cup of water. There is a soul-containing elixir dissolved in the water. The kinds of things that Lin Chen had experienced before when he took the soul containment pill, Cheng Ping'an had naturally experienced one as well. Cheng Ping'an's soul power was greatly enhanced. This helped him cultivate to the innate realm faster. Godfather. With his head no longer swollen and painful and his mind back to normal, Cheng Ping'an knelt in front of Lin Chen. No need to say much. When you go to the Shangu supervisor, cultivate well. Lin Chen once again instructed. Remember, everything you have is something you've earned by your own efforts. It has nothing to do with the others. Peace no. Go out in the yard and get a good feel for it. Aha! Cheng Ping'an got up and went to the large courtyard, feeling the natural qi around him attentively. A day and a half passed quickly. That afternoon, Huang Yuan arrived and took Cheng Ping'an away after greeting Lin Chen. Lin Chen had become a loner again, and was alone in charge of guarding the book depository. It's clean. During the day, he practiced wind shadow steps, Vajrapalm and running thunder fist in the courtyard. At night, he meditates and cultivates in his bedroom, accumulates true qi gong power, absorbs the qi of the imperial way, and widens the inner world of the qi sea with his true qi gong power. The days are peaceful and full. The only bad thing was that after Cheng Ping'an left, Lin Chen needed to do the laundry and cooking himself, and do daily chores like drying books. If Cheng Ping'an hadn't been targeted by the experts of the Shangu supervisor, Lin Chen would naturally have preferred to keep that child by his side. Unfortunately, Lin Chen wasn't strong enough or in a high enough position right now, and there were some things that weren't within his control. In the blink of an eye, it had been 4 days since Cheng Ping'an had gone to the Shangu supervisor. At midnight that day, Lin Chen, who was absorbing the qi of the Emperor's Tao, sensed another unusual movement. Someone suddenly floated and landed inside the large courtyard of the book depository. By the time Lin Chen stepped out of the bedroom, the man was already lying in the kitchen doorway. Help me! The man spotted Lin Chen and whispered for help. I was able to tell from the voice that the person was a woman. Lin Chen clutched the piercing needle in his hand and took a few steps forward before he could see the appearance of the visitor. The visitor was petite, probably 25 or 26 years old, wearing a black power suit that flickered, and carrying a sharp short knife in her hand. Her back was against the threshold of the kitchen, her breath weak and her face pale. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen quickly realized that she was injured, with a long bloody gash from her left shoulder to her right rib. Lin Chen was puzzled. That woman obviously had problems. Much like an assassin, what made her think she could be saved by hiding here? While Lin Chen was observing and pondering, the woman was taking out a jade hairpin. Lin Chen instantly recognized that the jade hairpin was given to Su Qian'er by Xiaolinzi. He finally woke up. This woman dressed in black was very close to Su Qian'er. I'm Su Qian'er's own sister. Save me. After the woman in black finished speaking, her head lolled and she directly fainted. Lin Chen took a few more steps forward and realized that the woman in black did indeed look quite similar to Su Qian'er. This gave Lin Chen a conundrum. To save or not to save? If you save it, you risk getting into trouble. It also seems hard to skim off the top if you don't save it. This woman looked a lot like Su Qian'er, and once she was caught, Su Qian'er was bound to have a hard time escaping. If something happened to Su Qian'er, Lin Chen, who had an unusual relationship with her, would definitely be implicated. Lin Chen had been able to hear that there was a big commotion in the palace, with a great inner expert shouting, "Catch the assassin!" After some quick deliberation, Lin Chen dragged the black-clothed woman into the kitchen, then opened the kitchen cellar before hiding the black-clothed woman in the cellar. The cellar opening is sealed with floorboards and covered with dry wood, making it very private. The only people who knew about the existence of this cellar were those who had spent time in the cache. Chapter 10, Husband? I'm a eunuch. Chapter 10, Husband? I'm a eunuch. After hiding the black-clothed woman, Lin Chen took another close look to erase the traces left behind by the black-clothed woman. It didn't take long for a group of great inner masters to arrive at the book depository. The person at the head was no other than Huang Yuan, who had taken Cheng Ping'an away. Huang Yuan asked Lin Chen if there were any unusual conditions on this side of the book depository, and Lin Chen naturally gave a negative answer. This group of great internal experts would not be easily convinced and searched carefully. They hadn't spent any time in the storeroom and didn't know there was a cellar in the kitchen. Besides, they had to search somewhere else and couldn't waste too much time over here. Eunuch Huang. Which noble in the palace is the assassin's target for assassination? Lin Chen had been following Huang Yuan, waiting for an opportunity to ask. Huang Yuan hesitated a little and returned. It's Empress D. He originally did not want to answer Lin Chen's question, but he thought that Lin Chen used to be an obedient eunuch in Shid Palace, and he also thought that Cheng Ping'an was extremely close to Lin Chen, so he still told the truth. Anyway, if he didn't say anything now, Lin Chen would be able to find out from somewhere else sooner or later. Princess Day. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Why did Su Qian'er's sister assassinate Princess Tay? Su Qian'er had just been transferred from the Shangyi eunuch to the Shid Palace not long after her sister had assassinated Princess Din in the palace, and she must have been involved in the assassination. She pleaded with Princess Di to transfer her to Shid Palace, obviously not to get the chance to see Kobayashi. Eunuch Lin doesn't have to worry. Empress Day is fine. Huang Yuan saw the change in Lin Chen's expression and thought that he was worried about Consort Di's safety. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay. Lin Chen also put on a very thankful look and asked curiously, the palace is heavily guarded. How did the assassin break into Shid Palace? I'm not sure about the specifics. Huang Yuan shook his head. After carefully searching the entire library once and not finding any abnormalities, Huang Yuan left with this group of great inner experts. The second half of the night at the palace had not been quiet. The assassination of Princess Tay is a big deal. There's a search for assassins everywhere. At dawn, another group of great internal experts came to the library and searched it more carefully, still finding nothing. For the entire rest of the day, Lin Chen acted as if nothing had happened. There was no opening the kitchen cellar, no going to see the woman in black. It wasn't until this day had passed and it was late at night, certain that there would be no more great inner experts suddenly running to search, that Lin Chen went to the kitchen. Moving away from the pile of dry wood and the piece of flooring, Lin Chen carried an oil lamp and jumped into the cellar. This cellar was more than a foot deep and a foot wide, like an underground chamber. The woman in black was badly injured and was still unconscious at the moment. If no help was given and she was allowed to remain unconscious like this, her life would surely be in jeopardy, thanks to the fact that she had a not-so-low martial arts cultivation. Otherwise it would have been impossible for her to last until now. That's a pretty weird black suit. Lin Chen wrinkled his brows and observed silently. Last night he had realized that the black power suit on this woman was unusual and would actually be hidden. When hidden, not only would the black power suit itself become completely transparent, even the body of the woman it wrapped around would be hidden at the same time. Could it be an invisibility cloak? Lin Chen secretly pondered. The black power suit on the woman was badly torn, and it was probably because it was so badly torn that it was hidden from view, rather than being in a state of invisibility all the time, with a dress that can be invisible. It's no wonder he dared to come to the palace to commit an assassination. Judging from the true chi fluctuations faintly overflowing from that woman's body, she was an innate realm expert. Whether it was the early stage, middle stage, or late stage, Lin Chen was currently unable to tell. Lin Chen reached out and vigorously pinched the woman's center. A few breaths later, the woman opened her eyes. The moment she saw Lin Chen, she subconsciously moved her body, and also violently waved one of her arms. Seriously injured. A sharp pain came from her wounds as she accompanied her movements. The sharp pain woke her up a few more times. She remembered something and stopped moving, only staring at Lin Chen with a deadly stare. A cloak of invisibility is a good thing. Not just anyone can have one. Lin Chen shook his head inside again. Ugh, it's a pity that such a good thing was destroyed. Eunuch Lin, is there any healing medicine? The woman in black's voice was weak and breathless. Yes. Lin Chen's words changed. However, if you want me to help you heal your wounds, you'll have to let me figure out the whole thing before you can do so. There are some things I can't say. The woman in black returned. I can only tell you that my name is Su Qian'er, and I'm Su Qian'er's own sister. Can't tell? Lin Chen stood up straight and shrugged. Then you can continue to stay here and wait for death. Su Qian'er was anxious. If I die here, it won't do you any good. At least it doesn't hurt. Lin Chen made a move to leave. You are my sister's husband. How can you see me dead? Su Qian'er's brows furrowed. This eunuch seemed completely different from what her sister had described. Husband? Ha! Lin Chen gave a strange laugh to himself. I'm a eunuch. After a slight pause, he added. A eunuch who was punished to come to the book depository and just wants to spend his days quietly, not wanting to cause trouble. Okay. Su Shan'er gave up her struggle and chose to compromise. What do you want to know? I'll say, in her current situation, if Lin Chen didn't save her, she would definitely die. Griffins were still living, let alone her, a young martial arts expert. Moreover, my sister had said that eunuch Lin was timid and wouldn't go around talking even if he knew some secrets. Why did you assassinate Princess De? Lin Chen asked the most crucial question first. Instructed. By whom? Sister and I are both from the great general's residence. The great general's residence? The Empress? Lin Chen had guessed that this matter was not simple. The Empress did have a motive to kill Princess De. Comparatively speaking, in front of the Emperor, Consort De was more favored. There was also a rivalry between the 6th prince born to Consort De and the 5th prince born to the Empress. The great general's house had the ability to place people in the palace and even send assassins into the palace. My sister and I were adopted by the great general's house when we were young. Su Shan'er continued. My sister's martial arts talent was inferior, so she was arranged to enter the palace, while I received secret training in the great general's residence, which in turn led to my current martial arts cultivation. Your sister should know that I'm not on bad terms with Consort De. What were you thinking when you assassinated Consort De and hid on my side? Lin Chen asked indifferently. The Empress ordered you to be beaten with 100 sand nail sticks, and at that time, Consort De did not help you plead for mercy, so your loyalty to Consort De should have been gone long ago. Su Shan'er answered first, then asked rhetorically, isn't it? Even if I lost my loyalty to concubine De, I wouldn't be half as kind to the Empress, or even very hateful. Lin Chen picked up. After all, it was the Empress who wanted to beat me alive. Actually, it doesn't matter what you think of Princess De or the Empress, Su Shan'er said, as long as you still have an ounce of affection for my sister, I'll be able to hide over here and hopefully be rescued by you. You're very calculating, taking me, an honest eunuch, into account. Anger welled up in Lin Chen's heart. Chapter 11, Have you really never seen that assassin? Chapter 11, Have you really never seen that assassin? Nowadays, Lin Chen was naturally able to anticipate that Xiao Linzi's pair-feeding relationship with Su Shan'er was by no means a result of affection. It was deliberately arranged by the great general's house or the Empress. It wasn't that Su Shan'er fell in love with Xiao Linzi as a person, but she felt that Xiao Linzi's identity could be utilized. The previous Xiao Linzi was a listening eunuch whom Princess De trusted a lot. Through Xiao Linzi's special relationship with Su Shan'er, the Empress was able to grasp more about Princess De. Knowing your opponent's side allows you to target effectively. Su Shan'er must have known that Consort De had long known about her special relationship with Xiao Linzi, which was why she had requested to be transferred to Shud Palace. Even if Consort De didn't know, Su Shan'er would reveal it when she made her request. She went to Shud Palace in order to naturally cooperate with her sister Su Shan'er's assassination operation. If the assassination fails and you are unable to escape the palace, you will hide on this side of the hideout. Everyone in the palace knew that Xiao Linzi was a close confidant of Princess De, and that he would not harbor assassins intent on assassinating her. That's why it's relatively safe to hide in his place. The assassination of Princess De must be calculated in every way. Su Shan'er said helplessly. Don't hate us for involving you in this. My sister and I are both following orders and can't help ourselves. I don't blame you, and please don't blame me. You sisters. Lin Chen smiled and answered. Just a bit of an odd smile. Blame you? Why do I blame you? Su Shan'er was uncertain. Blame me for seeing me die. What do you mean? Literally. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he leapt and went straight to the floor of the kitchen. I've said everything I need to say that I shouldn't say, so how do you? Su Shan'er then reacted. I never promised to save you. Lin Chen moved the thick and wide floor while saying, as an assassin and a dead soldier raised by someone else, you have to be mentally prepared to lose your life if you come out on an assassination mission. The floor was resealed to block the cellar opening, then cover that wide floor with firewood. I don't care if you assassinate Princess De, and I don't care, but you can't involve the old man in this. Lin Chen wasn't Xiao Linzi, and he didn't have half the so-called affection for Su Shan'er. Moreover, even Xiao Linzi, knowing that Su Shan'er was using herself, would probably be disgusted. Lin Chen returned to his bedroom and continued to cultivate. He knew that without his own rescue, Su Shan'er would soon die. Su Shan'er was too injured to even escape from that cellar. Of course, if Su Shan'er came out of that cellar, she wouldn't be able to escape Lin Chen's senses. One night passed. Early in the morning, Lin Chen went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Taking the time to move that floor again, he looked into the cellar. Unsurprisingly, Su Shan'er had become a cold corpse. That cloak of invisibility is too bad. Lin Chen pondered a little, sprinkled some kerosene on Su Shan'er's body, and then lit many firewood and threw them into the cellar. Burned Su Shan'er's body to avoid the stench of the corpse from spilling out of the cellar. In order to burn it thoroughly, Lin Chen also dismantled a wooden table. This day at dusk, Su Qian'er came to the storeroom alone, bringing some food and vegetables with her. Does the Lady Virtue know you're here? Don't know. Su Qian'er shook her head. I got these things from the Shang cuisine supervisor. The Shangi supervisor and the catering supervisor had always been on good terms, and as she had been a member of the Shangi supervisor, it wasn't difficult to buy something from the Shangi supervisor. I heard that Lady Virtue had encountered an assassin. Was she injured? Lin Chen asked again. Got hit, but not badly hurt. Su Qian'er returned. It is precisely because Lady D is recuperating from her injuries and is not allowed to approach at will, only allowing her most trusted maidservant to serve beside her, that I had the time to make a trip here. I'm not short of food here, and I'm the one wearing the punishment, so you'd better keep out of here. Lin Chen's face was calm and his words were without waves. The assassin who stabbed Lady Virtue. Su Qian'er paused slightly. Ever come over to this side of the book depository? No. Su Qian'er immediately frowned. Why? Do you think the assassin should have taken a trip this way to the book depository? Lin Chen pretended to be puzzled. No, I mean, Su Qian'er stammered, seemingly having trouble speaking. What her sister's situation is now, she has no idea at all. It's possible that he managed to escape from the palace after the failed assassination attempt. It's possible that instead of escaping and hiding on this side of the hideout, he was captured. An assassin captured wouldn't notify her. A little maid. She didn't dare to inquire freely, but only heard a eunuch in Shid Palace say that the assassin was viciously chopped by Lady De. And even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Go back. Lin Chen waved his hand. Regarding the matter of the assassin, it's better for us to pry and discuss less, lest we get into trouble. Knowing that Su Qian'er was the Empress's person, Lin Chen didn't want to cross paths with her in the slightest, and was also afraid that she would undress at the drop of a hat, making it very difficult for her. You really haven't seen the assassin? Su Qian'er didn't die. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Never seen it. He didn't ask Su Qian'er again in return because he didn't want to hear Su Qian'er tell the truth and didn't want to get involved in the harem fight. He only wanted to peacefully absorb the qi of the imperial Dao in the palace and continuously improve his strength. Other things had nothing to do with him. Even if it was the death or life of Princess De, he didn't care. The Empress is very strong and overbearing, and even a bit vicious, and Consort De is likewise not a good person. Or else would she not have watched Xiao Linzi being beaten to death alive? To put it bluntly, Concubine De was thinking that it wasn't worth bowing down and pleading with the Empress for the sake of Xiao Linzi, and it wasn't worth tearing her face off with the Empress, even if Kobayashi had served at her side for 5 long years. Okay. Su Qian'er always felt that Lin Chen wasn't telling the truth, but she couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. She could naturally sense that the Kobayashi of today was different from before, so she didn't make another false show of affection. She reckoned that the change in Kobayashi stemmed from taking 100 sand nail sticks. People usually change in untold ways after a big storm. Su Qian'er didn't stay long and left after a few brief chats. Lin Chen put the things Su Qian'er had brought into the kitchen, which were actually prepared for Su Shan'er. It just so happened that the food Cheng Ping'an had gotten from the Shang cuisine supervisor the last time he went there was almost depleted, and Su Qian'er had brought all this food so that Lin Chen wouldn't have to go to the Shang cuisine supervisor for the next few days. The ripples caused by Princess T's assassination quickly subsided as something much bigger happened. The barbarians in the north had once again advanced and were launching an attack on Daliang City, a major town on the northern border of the Deqian Empire. The Empress's older brother, Great General Situ Shang of Xinghua, was now in Daliang City, leading the empire's most elite black armor army and guarding the northern border. Since the barbarians were coming in strong, and the black armor army alone was afraid that they could not defend Daliang City, Situ Shang asked the court for support. At that exact moment, the Tsangmeng mountain range to the west also had an abnormal movement, with countless demonic beasts stepping out from it, infesting the western frontier of the Deqian Empire. It's all very tricky and big. However, the Great Qian Empire had stood on the Tianyuan continent for a long time, so it naturally had no fear of such challenges. These things were told to Lin Chen by a little eunuch. This little eunuch named Yutian, 12 years old this year, originally worked in the Shang catering supervisor. Due to accidentally broke a stack of porcelain bowls, punished to the Tibetan library. Chapter 12, Heavenly Jedi Body? Chapter 12, Heavenly Jedi Body? Unlike Cheng Ping'an, Yutian had not endured the pain of skin and flesh before coming to the book depository, and had only been fined a month's salary. Yutian was 2 years older than Cheng Ping'an, but his body was nowhere near as strong as Cheng Ping'an's. He was white, thin and feeble, and spoke in a thin, soft voice, giving the impression of timidity and inferiority. Eunuch Yang dislikes me very much, saying that I work too slowly and with too little strength, and has long wanted to kick me out of the Shang cuisine supervisor. In the kitchen of the book depository, Yutian said with his head lowered as he started a fire. The other places couldn't see me either. They all thought I was a useless scrap, so they placed me over here. Born to be useful. No man comes into the world without being superfluous. Lin Chen added water to the pot while comforting. Your body is slightly weak. It should be because your nutrition hasn't kept up and you lack exercise. This is something that can be remedied. I don't know why. In fact, I can eat enough every meal. The food of the Shang cuisine supervisor is not bad, but I just don't grow meat, and my size grows slowly. Amata looked depressed. Oh, Lin Chen was also quite puzzled. Filling the pot with water, Lin Chen walked over to Yuta's side and grabbed one of his wrists. You might have some kind of disease. I know some medical skills. I'll help you. Lin Chen's palm transmitted a strand of true qi, causing it to travel within Yutian's body. Lin Chen didn't know anything about medicine, but he was able to probe Yutian's physical condition with his true qi. An innate realm expert could control their true qi as they wished. Lin Chen quickly discovered a very bizarre situation. When his strand of true qi traveled to Yutian's abdomen, it disappeared without warning. It wasn't that it suddenly permeated and overflowed from Yuta's body. It was more like it was swallowed up by something. What the hell? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, feeling even more incredulous. One's true qi was not ordinary true qi. It was true qi that contained the qi of the Emperor's way. So how could it be gone just like that? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen released another stream of true qi, causing it to surge into Yutian's wrist and then flow through his arm to his abdomen. This time, Lin Chen clearly sensed that his strand of true qi was sinking into the qi high point of the rainfield in a sudden burst. To be precise, it fell into Yutian's qi high inner world. But Yutian has not stepped on the road of martial arts cultivation, not to mention that he has not broken through the barrier between the inner world of the qi si and the body. In this case, even Yutian's own cultivation of true qi power cannot fall into the inner world of his qi si, and other people's true qi power even more not. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Lin Chen also discovered two other anomalies about Yutian. Yutian was only 12 years old. Normally, his qi si inner world would have overflowed with innate essence. The truth was that it did not. That's one. Secondly, Yutian's body essence would also fall into the inner world of the qi si, just at a slower pace. Not so much that he would lose his life as a result. The constant loss of body essence was the crux of Yutian's thin and weak body. What exactly is in this child's qi high inner world? Could it be the so-called heavenly extinction body? Lin Chen had read about the heavenly jade body in an ancient book in the library. In layman's terms, the body of heavenly extinction was a special physique that was born unable to cultivate. People with this type of physique not only couldn't live long, but their aura couldn't be melted into their body at all. Much like Amata's situation, Lin Chen was a bit depressed. When Yutian came, Lin Chen had the calculation of accepting another righteous son. It didn't matter even if Yutian wasn't as knowledgeable as Cheng Ping'an. What Lin Chen wanted was a system reward anyway. Eunuch Lin, am I really suffering from something? Seeing that Lin Chen had withdrawn his palm and had an odd expression on his face, Yutian asked with some apprehension. Yes, Lin Chen first nodded, then shook his head. Your condition is rather complicated, and it's difficult for me to determine. Amata froze. You do make porridge, don't you? Will, Yutian, after all, spent time in the Shang cuisine supervisor. Although the strength is small, but cooking is far better than the process of peace. Lin Chen didn't say anything else and immediately walked out of the kitchen, quickly walking into the book collection. He found a book he had read earlier and pored over it again. This book has a record of the heavenly Jedi body. After looking at it carefully, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. It's very similar, but only very similar. For a true heavenly extremity body, the aura absorbed into the body doesn't disappear into thin air, much less be devoured by something, but rather quickly disperses and overflows from the body. Moreover, the heavenly Jedi body also overflows innate essence from the inner world of the qi si, and its own essence will not fall into the inner world of the qi si, even though it also loses at a rapid rate. That child is not a heavenly jade body. What exactly is hidden in the inner world of his qi si? Lin Chen was incomparably curious. Dinner was simple. Thin gruel and savory dishes, plus sweet potatoes baked in a pothole. When it was dark, Lin Chen dissolved the spiritual flowering pill in a cup of clear water, and then sent this cup of clear water to Yutian's bedroom so that he could drink it, just like you did to Cheng Ping'an before. After Yutian drank the entire cup of water, Lin Chen grabbed one of his wrists again and drilled into his body with a strand of true qi. Lin Chen then realized that the pure spiritual qi contained in the spiritual flowering dan quickly fell into Yutian's qi inner world. Lin Chen didn't waste any more of his true qi. Retracting that strand of true qi, Lin Chen returned to his bedroom. Late night, Lin Chen carried another bowl of fresh water to Yutian's bedroom. This bowl of fresh water dissolved 3 Linghua Dan. Pure aura drifted out of the water cup like mist. Eunuch Lin, I'm not thirsty. In my judgment, drinking more water will be beneficial in healing what is happening to you. Lin Chen delivered the cup of water to Yutian's hands. Alright, thank you Eunuch Lin for caring. Yutian did not doubt it, and immediately drank up the water in his cup. As before, the pure aura in the water still very strangely fell into Yutian's qi inner world in its entirety. Lin Chen estimated that there should be something very edible hidden in Yutian's qi inner world, and that he had to feed it to the fullest before he could find out the truth. It would cost quite a bit of Linghua Dan. Fortunately, there were plenty of spiritual Hua Dan in the system's warehouse, and even if it went to waste, Lin Chen didn't really care. Midnight is coming. Lin Chen, who was in the process of absorbing the qi of the Imperial Tao, detected another unusual movement. Someone's coming, and a really strong one at that. Lin Chen immediately stopped cultivating and went on full alert. In one hand, he held a piercing needle, and in the other hand, he held a recluse arcane talisman. With the astringent Xian pearl in the inner world of the qi, Lin Chen's blood qi, essence qi as well as his true qi would not spill out in the slightest, and unless a great master with a high level of cultivation repeatedly probed with his divine sense, his martial cultivation would not be exposed. The visitor didn't look too cautious, even a little reckless. As if searching for something, the visitor walked through a number of places, including the cache, the kitchen and the outhouse. Half an hour later, the visitor finally left. Nothing was taken. I guess I didn't find what I was looking for. There are divine sense fluctuations. The one who came just now was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. Although Lin Chen hadn't cultivated divine sense, his soul power wasn't weak and he could sense divine sense fluctuations. What is a powerhouse of the sovereign realm looking for here? Chapter 13, Innate Essence Flame. Chapter 13, Innate Essence Fire. For the visitor to be so carefree, in addition to his own cultivation being high enough, he was obviously familiar with the environment of the palace. It should be a powerful man who already belonged to the palace. If they were looking for something normal, the visitor could have looked for it by coming to the library in a bright and open manner. What that Patriarch Realm powerhouse was looking for just now was by no means normal. Lin Chen quickly snapped out of it. That Zhongshe Realm powerhouse was 80% looking for Su Shaner. Previously, Su Qianer had come and gotten no news about Su Shaner. Patriarchal Realm powerhouses were different from Su Qianer. Powerhouses at this tier possessed divine sense. Divine sense was able to detect very subtle abnormal auras. If Su Shaner was somewhere in the book depository, there would inevitably be a scent remaining or overflowing. Lin Chen was secretly glad that he had burned Su Shaner to ashes. The scent of Su Shaner that remained in the air had long since been blown away by the wind, and there was nothing left. Not many people know that Su Shaner is likely to hide in the book depository after her failed assassination attempt. Su Qianer knows that, and the Empress knows that. The Empress knows more than Su Qianer. Su Qianer is not sure if Su Shaner has escaped from the palace. The Empress is clear. That Zhongshe realm powerhouse just now was most likely sent by the Empress. In the Empress's opinion, Su Shaner, who failed in her assassination attempt and was injured, did not escape and was not captured by the great inner experts, and must be hiding somewhere in the palace. Not only the book depository, but other places were probably carefully probed as well. I didn't absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Otherwise, that patriarchal realm powerhouse's divine sense could have discovered that I was cultivating through the flow of aura. The qi of the Imperial Tao is rather special. Their flow is not easily detected. Determining that the Zhongshe realm powerhouse had left, Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to absorb the qi of the Imperial Tao. The world of the gas sea is still in the process of widening. It kept getting bigger and bigger, and the amount of pure true qi it could hold kept increasing. The more true qi there was, the higher the quality of the true qi, and the faster the broadening of the world within the qi sea. After this period of adaptation, Lin Chen had completely grasped the soul power he possessed today. So, he took another soul containment pill. This time when he took the soul containment pill, he didn't fall unconscious again and again, always staying awake and clearly sensing the increase in his soul power. A slight discomfort in the head is all that is needed, and the winds that seem to be raging in the mind have little effect. Ordinary martial artists were using the methods recorded in cultivation techniques to enhance their soul power and cultivate at the soul level. Boosting soul power in this way was slow. Even an extremely high-grade heaven stage technique such as the Emperor's Extreme Overlord Body technique could not allow a martial artist's soul power to increase rapidly. The night passed. At dawn, Yuta woke up and knowingly went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After having breakfast, Lin Chen made Yutian drink another cup of warm water with 3 spiritual flowering pills dissolved in it, and then used a strand of his true chi to check the condition of Yutian's body. The pure aura did not spill out in the slightest, and all of it fell into Yutian's chi-si inner world. What an appetite! Lin Chen had already thought of giving up on this method if he couldn't feed the unknown existence in Yutian's chi-si inner world even after consuming 100 spiritual flower pills. In order to have an early result, Lin Chen made Yutian's drinking frequency speed up quite a bit. You have to drink a glass of water every half hour. While Yutian drank about 10 cups of water in a single day, Lin Chen had consumed nearly 40 spiritual flowering pills. Yutian didn't know about martial arts cultivation and couldn't perceive the pure spiritual chi contained in the water. Coupled with the fact that there was no change in his own body after drinking the water, he naturally thought that what he was drinking was just ordinary clear water. 3 days went by in a flash. Yutian had already taken 100 spiritual flowering pills without knowing it. So many spirit flower pills were almost enough for a martial artist to cultivate from the early stage of the chi drawing realm to the early stage of the innate realm. As it turned out, Lin Chen hadn't guessed wrong. A large amount of pure aura was indeed able to feed the mysterious existence hidden in the inner world of Yutian's chi-si. Late that night, Lin Chen was absorbing the chi of the Imperial Dao in his bedroom when he suddenly heard a shriek from Yutian's bedroom. What's going on? Lin Chen hurriedly got up and out of bed, quickly rushing into Yutian's bedroom. Inside the dimly lit room, Amida stood in front of the bed, bathed in a strange white flame of light. Yuta's face was terrified, obviously frightened by the white light flames enveloping his body. Not to mention him, who had no experience in cultivation and was young and ignorant. Even Lin Chen, who had already accomplished his cultivation, was doubly incredulous when he saw the scene. Could this be the legendary, innate essence fire? Lin Chen thought of the innate essence flame mentioned in the martial scriptures. Although the martial scripture was not a particularly advanced cultivation technique, in addition to cultivation techniques, there were many things related to martial cultivation recorded within its contents. Lin Chen knew that only martial arts powerhouses of the Grandmaster realm could ignite the essence flame in the inner world of the chi-si. That is the essence fire that comes through acquired cultivation. Some people with very high martial arts talent were born with an essence flame in their chi-si inner world, which was the innate essence flame. Innate essence flame might not necessarily be stronger than essence flame ignited later in life, but once a martial artist with innate essence flame breaks the barriers of the inner world of the chi-si, the accumulation of power will be very fast. The innate essence flame could dramatically speed up the rate at which aura and one's own essence could be refined into true chi. There were very few people who possessed an innate essence flame. The martial scriptures, as well as other books on martial arts cultivation, only slightly mentioned the innate essence flame without describing it in detail. After all, Lin Chen hadn't crossed over to the Tianyuan continent very long ago and didn't have too much rich cultivation experience or insight, so he hadn't previously associated Yutian's special situation towards the innate essence flame. Yutian was not born into a martial arts family, and when he entered the palace, his weak body naturally could not be recognized by the great internal experts of the Shangwu supervisor. He didn't even have access to martial arts cultivation, much less anyone discovering that he possessed an innate essence fire. Mostly, he was so lowly that no one cared why he was weak and frail. The vast majority of the Shangdin supervisor's people had no martial arts cultivation whatsoever. Eunuch Lin, what is going on with me? Amada's body couldn't stop trembling, and neither could his voice. Don't be afraid. Lin Chen returned to his senses and comforted. The abnormalities in your body are about to cease to exist. This is a good thing. That innate essence flame belonged to Yutian. Others could not easily touch it. They would be burned. But it would not hurt Yutian himself. What should I do? Amada is still very nervous. It's simple. You visualize the flame of light on your body as something that you can control and then make it come back here. Lin Chen pointed at his chi high point and reminded. Aha! Amada did as he was told. Soon, the white light flame that had originally enveloped Amada's entire body disappeared. This is amazing too. Amada looked incredulous. Why is that? I'll tell you later. Slowly, Lin Chen knew in his heart that Yutian had to be allowed to embark on the path of martial arts cultivation in order to explain it. That massive innate essence flame was originally part of Yutian's body, and had absorbed a large amount of his body's essence chi, so it was naturally under his control. Moreover, the innate essence flame possessed no weak spirituality. Chapter 14, Xian Silk Clothes, Great Vajra Palm. Chapter 14, Xian Silk Clothes, Great Vajra Palm. Spirituality would not only cause the innate essence fire to automatically absorb body essence as well as special energies such as aura, thus gaining strength and growth, but also cause it to be able to communicate with its master's mind after it had grown to a certain level. Without growth and development, the innate essence fire could not be externalized from the inner world of the Chi-Si. Drinking more water really cures what's wrong with me. Amada's expression relaxed a little and his body stopped trembling. Not if it's just more water. Lin Chen picked up. Actually, I added some colorless and tasteless drugs to the water. Ha! Yuta froze for a moment and scratched the back of his head. I said, why is all that water sweet? It's not like ordinary fresh water. I wasn't sure if those drugs really worked, so I didn't say anything to you. Lin Chen smiled. Luckily it's useful. Puff. Yutian directly knelt down, his eyes slightly red, his expression ashamed. Eunuch Lin. I really deserve to die. Why do you say that? Lin Chen was very puzzled. Eunuch Lin did his best to cure me. Yet Yutian looked like he had gone through some inner struggle, then said, I wasn't punished to come to the book depository because I broke some porcelain bowls. It was Eunuch Yang who deliberately instructed me to come here. What did he instruct you to come to the book depository for? Lin Chen was curious. Let me keep an eye on you at all times and keep him informed of your particulars. Yutian replied. Eunuch Yang specifically instructed me to make sure I figure out if Cheng Ping'an's ability to quickly cultivate to the Hotian realm is related to you, and also asked me to keep an eye out for whether or not you are friends with a certain palace martial arts powerhouse. Oh, Lin Chen nodded in understanding, able to guess Yang Mao's intentions. Don't worry, Eunuch Lin. Yutian, will never betray my benefactor. Amada's tone was firm. Eunuch Yang is quite powerful in the palace. Aren't you afraid that he will blame you if you don't do what he tells you to do? Fear. That's why I came to the book depository. Yutian replied back. But Eunuch Lin is a good man. He has been kind to me. I won't do anything ungrateful even if I lose my life. Moreover, not only has Eunuch Yang not been half kind to me, he also bullies me from time to time, even forcing us to take out half of our monthly salary to honor him. He's simply a scum. The disease in your body has been cured at the root. As long as you work harder, sooner or later you will be able to trample that guy Yang Mao under your feet. Lin Chen encouraged a sentence. He could tell that Amada hadn't lied. Of course, Lin Chen didn't care if Yutian was putting on a show or if he was deliberately using this method to gain his trust. Having traveled to this world, Lin Chen wouldn't have absolute trust in anyone and would have reservations. Eunuch Lin, I want to be your godson. Will you accept me? Yutian tilted his head blearily at Lin Chen. Naturally, I'm willing. Lin Chen was waiting for this moment. In the palace, it is very popular to recognize the godfather. Young eunuchs recognize the godfather is actually looking for backing. Not only young eunuchs, many eunuchs in their old age will also climb up to powerful eunuchs by recognizing their godfathers. There is another reason for the little eunuch to recognize his godfather, and that is to have been favored by the other party, or to be favored by the other party in the future. Whether it was Cheng Ping'an or Yutian, when they recognized Lin Chen as their godfather, the Lin Chen in their eyes wasn't a powerful eunuch. It was just because Lin Chen was nice to them, and Lin Chen had favored them. In fact, even if Yutian didn't take the initiative to recognize his godfather, Lin Chen would find a way to get him to do so, and the ways included, but were not limited to, side conversations. Godfather, Yutian kowtowed as he said, child will definitely serve you and honor you with all my heart in the future. Well, that's good. Lin Chen helped Yutian up. Congratulations to the host for receiving another righteous son. The system reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check. Your illness has just resolved. Get some rest. Yes, Godfather. Amada lay down on the bed. Lin Chen then proceeded to walk out of this bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. Returning to his bedroom and sitting on the end of his bed, Lin Chen's face then revealed a knowing smile. Open the system warehouse and check the system rewards. Solid Dan 30 capsules, 200 pills of Linghua Dan, 200 pills of Qi condensation pills, 30 pills of soul elixir, 1 piece of Xian silk clothing, the martial art Great Vajrapam. The Xian silk cloth was a clothing and armor type Xian rank upper grade magic treasure, capable of withstanding the full force of a Grandmaster realm powerhouse. Wearing the Xian silk clothes on his body, Lin Chen's safety factor had undoubtedly been drastically increased. The Great Vajrapam could be regarded as an upgraded version of the Xian rank middle grade martial art, Vajrapam, reaching the Xian rank upper grade. With the foundation of the Vajrapam, it is not difficult to master the Great Vajrapam. However, martial artists who hadn't reached the Grandmaster realm would have a hard time exerting the strongest power of the Great Vajrapam. Even Lin Chen, with the Qi of the Imperial Tao incorporated into his power, had to cultivate to the Zhongshe realm in order to utilize the strongest power of the Xian rank upper grade martial skills. The night was no longer rippling. Early morning, after breakfast, Lin Chen fetched the copy of the martial scripture that Cheng Ping'an had carefully studied before and had Yutian read it over and over again. Yutian is 2 years older than Cheng Ping'an, also earlier into the palace. In the Shang cuisine supervisor learned to read and write. Moreover, compared to Cheng Ping'an, Yutian was smarter. When there was something he didn't understand, Yutian would take the initiative to ask for advice, and Lin Chen would teach him with all his heart, letting Yutian delve into the martial scriptures while also telling him to eat more and make his body strong as soon as possible. Under Lin Chen's authorization, Yutian had to make a trip to the Shang cuisine supervisor almost every day, saying that it was to secretly report to Yang Mao about the situation over at the book depository. But in reality, it was to dabble in the food. It's hard to get meat on this side of the stash. Yutian was deliberately arranged by Yang Mao to be in the book depository, and when he went to the Shang cuisine supervisor and wanted to eat meat, Yang Mao wouldn't refuse, even if he didn't bring any valuable information with him. So on and so forth. 10 days passed. It had been 2 months since Lin Chen had crossed over to this world. The innate essence flame of the inner world of the Qi no longer absorbed Yutian's body essence, and Yutian ate all the time, ate meat every day, and gained about 10 pounds in weight. 5 days ago, Lin Chen had taken another soul containment pill, and his soul power had once again increased quite a bit. After taking 2 more soul containment pills, he would be able to try to impact the celestial unity soul realm. After the unification of heaven and man, the soul's power continues to increase, which in turn leads to the cultivation of divine knowledge. Yutian inquired at the Shang cuisine supervisor and found out that the city of Diliang had fallen, as the reinforcements from the Dacian Empire failed to arrive in time, and the Black Armor army led by Jingui Great General Situ Shang suffered a crushing defeat. The barbarian army did not rush to expand the results of the battle, but stayed in Diliang city to rest and recuperate. Why didn't the reinforcements arrive in time? The reason is simple. Not only did the Great Qian Empire have to deal with the barbarian hordes in the north, it also had to simultaneously face the demonic beasts that were encroaching on the western border from the Tsangmeng mountain range. At first, the court thought that the barbarian army would only attack before the winter, as it did in previous years, and routinely loot a bit, not really want to fight a big battle, so it was not well prepared, resulting in the loss of cities and territories. For the first time in 100 years, the city of Dariang was lost. A number of officials impeached Sito Shang, but His Majesty the Emperor said that he would give Sito Shang a chance to make up for his mistakes. Lin Chen didn't care about the dynasty at all. Now that he had already cultivated to the middle stage of the innate realm, he was going to let his godson Yutian officially start his martial arts cultivation next. Chapter 15, Heavenly Beings Unite, Imperial Power Shaken. Chapter 15, The Unity of Heavenly Beings and the Shaking of Imperial Power. Yutian was familiar with the martial scriptures, so naturally, he was very eager for martial arts cultivation. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Yutian quickly grasped the breathing method recorded in the martial scriptures and began to absorb aura into his body. 3 more days pass. Yutian, whose body was quite strong, took a solid dan. Lin Chen also took the 4th soul containment pill. To this day, the length, width, and height of the world within his Qi had reached 30 feet. A large amount of true Qi Gong power that contained the Qi of the Imperial Tao was still continuously widening the size of the world within the Qi. The Qi of the Imperial Tao was also continuously strengthening Lin Chen's physique. All the best. Lin Chen only wanted this kind of day to last. As long as the Great Qian Empire stood, he would be able to absorb a constant stream of Imperial Tao Qi in this palace. When the cultivation to the Great Master realm, with the Royal Road Spirit remodeling physical body, this harem beauty countless. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Yutian, for entering the Qi drawing realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to receiving them. Lin Chen had some more elixirs that were very helpful for cultivation. This time, among the system rewards, there was also a Xian rank upper grade martial skill instant Mang sword technique. A few days later, Yutian had cultivated to the middle stage of the Qi drawing realm, and Lin Chen received another system reward. Among them was a top-grade Xian rank longsword named Golden Rainbow. Lin Chen took the 5th soul containment pill and began to impact the celestial unity soul realm. Following the Gongfu guidelines of the martial scripture and the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique, Lin Chen gazed at his mind and body, devoting his entire body and mind to sensing. The soul power brought by the 5 soul containment pills allowed him to sense the natural Qi within 100 feet radius centered around himself. One can only sense and cannot reach the realm of celestial unity. It is also important to bring consciousness into nature. to be in tune with it and thus resonate with it. It requires no less enlightenment. Lin Chen's soul power was strong enough for his enlightenment to improve with it. But even so, it was only after countless repeated attempts and a lot of experience that he gradually got the hang of it. Try to empty your mind and visualize yourself as a flower, a blade of grass, a tree, a grain of sand, a gust of wind, a drop of rain. Strive to play the various roles in heaven and earth and nature. Familiarize yourself with their chi. Substitute for them and become them. After practicing it, you will master the essence of it. Finally, a breakthrough. At a certain moment, Lin Chen's consciousness suddenly entered a metaphysical state. In this mysterious state, he felt as if he had completely merged into the surrounding heaven and earth and nature, and was able to finally grasp all the chi changes of the surrounding heaven and earth and nature. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied smile, knowing that he had reached the realm of the heavenly and human soul. This realm was necessary to advance to the sovereign realm. However, Lin Chen had not advanced to the sovereign realm because his power cultivation was insufficient. The soul realm reaching the level of celestial unity was a great boost to Lin Chen's overall strength. Able to outperform the vast majority of martial arts experts in the innate realm, he had a more thorough grasp of various martial arts. In battle, he was able to more accurately grasp the changes in the enemy's chi, and calmly deal with and even crack the enemy's various martial arts techniques. On this day, Yutian brought back a piece of heavy news from the Shang cuisine supervisor. Sito Shang suffered another defeat. The Black Armor Army led by this great general of Xinhua, along with various reinforcements, attacked Daliang City, preparing to recapture this northern town. But while attacking the city with all their might, they were attacked by a surprise attack from the back of a strange army. That strange army was not the barbarians, but the wolf cavalry of the Northern Desert Kingdom. The Northern Desert Kingdom is located in the northwestern part of the Dacian Empire, and its royal family has always been subservient to the Dacian Empire. Now that it has sent out troops to attack the elite forces of the Dacian Empire, it is obvious that it is trying to break with the Dacian Empire, and it has long been colluding with the barbarians. There was a reason for the sudden betrayal of the Northern Desert Kingdom. One of their princesses, married to the emperor of the Great Qian Empire, was enthroned as consort Rong. Rong faced strong character, often offended by the Empress, and ultimately ended up accidentally poisoned to death. The Northern Desert royal family then requested to marry an imperial princess, which was rejected by the Dacian emperor. Relations between the two countries have since dropped to freezing point. Combining these factors, the surprise attack by the large army of the Northern Desert Kingdom would not be too surprising. The war situation in the north is becoming more and more unfavorable to the Dacian Empire, and the dynasty is shaken by it. Fortunately, the Tianwu sect and other civil forces did not turn their backs on the imperial court during the critical period, and they fought hard to fend off the incursions of the demonic beasts, temporarily stabilizing the situation in the western part of the Dacian Empire. With the north of the empire in jeopardy, the court had no choice but to continue to send additional reinforcements. It was rumored that even the Shangwu supervisor had drawn many martial arts experts to the northern front. The chi of the imperial way in the palace has become much fainter, which means that the imperial power of the Dacian royal family has begun to falter and become unstable. Lin Chen murmured in a low voice, worry rising to his eyebrows. It's not a big problem. As long as the imperial city was not broken, this palace would have an inexhaustible amount of imperial Dao Qi. Even if the imperial city broke down and the Great Qian imperial clan was destroyed, another imperial clan would be born. However, the newborn royal family may not necessarily live in this great city, and the newborn royal family will inevitably cleanse the old officials of the former dynasty, including the eunuchs in the palace. The barbarians of the north have no eunuchs and still have a great distaste for them. Godfather, when I went over this time, Eunuch Yang realized that I had changed a lot compared to before and asked more questions. Amata was a little worried. I guess he's starting to suspect me. There's no harm in it. Just go to the Shang cuisine supervisor less often these days. Lin Chen said blandly. When you cultivate to the Hotian realm and can also go to the Shangwu supervisor like Cheng Ping'an, that guy Yang Mao won't dare to continue to instruct you to do things. Godfather, can I not go to the Shangwu prison? Amata has a very reluctant look on his face. Even Yang Mao can see the changes in your body. When your martial arts cultivation is even higher, you're bound to attract the attention of the great inner experts, unless you stay in the book depository all the time and don't go out. Lin Chen shook his head and said, going to the Shanwu supervisor will allow you to learn a lot of high-level martial arts techniques, get guidance from the great inner experts, and also get a lot of cultivation resources and do treatment in terms of official rank. You're still young, so you need to think more about your future. After a slight pause, Lin Chen added in relief, Godfather knows of your filial piety, but after you go to the Shanwu supervisor, you can also come over from time to time. Look at Cheng Ping'an, doesn't he come here every now and then? To this day, it had been more than a month since Cheng Ping'an had gone to the Shangwu supervisor. He did not forget his godfather's favor and often came to visit him at the book depository. Of course, he gets at least 1 cup of sweet tea every time he comes over. The tea contains pure spiritual qi, as well as the medicinal power of the qi condensation dan. In this regard, the masters are unspoken. Fine, all by godfather's arrangement. Yutian nodded, and though he hadn't left yet, there was already a bit of reluctance in his eyes. After dinner, Amata drank a glass of water and went back to his bedroom. This glass of water has a solid dan dissolved in it. This was the 3rd solid dan that Yutian had taken. Lin Chen, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on his own bed and continued to absorb the qi of the Imperial Tao. Suddenly, the system beep sounded in his head again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Cheng Ping'an, for advancing to the middle stage of the Hotian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, after arriving at the Shangwu supervisor. That child's progress is still not slow. Indeed a good seedling for practicing martial arts. Chapter 16, Do Me a Favor. Chapter 16, Do Me a Favor. Lin Chen opened the system warehouse and checked the system rewards this time. Large quantities of elixirs are essential. There is also a technique called Deterring Souls. This was a soul-type Xian rank upper grade technique, with which it was able to shock and even control a person's soul. Can shake and shock the souls of enemies of the same soul realm. Can control the souls of enemies whose soul realm is lower than your own. A very practical technique. A night of peace. Early in the morning, the cold wind of early winter blew down many dead leaves. Amata got up early and was cleaning up the leaves in the yard. Today, he is still slightly thin and doesn't look strong. However, he had already taken 3 solid pills. His body foundation was very solid, and he also had a few more points of martial artist's sharpness, like an unsheathed sharp sword that had hidden its sharpness. This change in body and temperament is really easy to see by those who know him well. After sweeping the leaves from the yard, Amata went to the kitchen and started a fire to cook. The master and son had just eaten breakfast, when Consort de brought 6th Prince Xiao Jingyi, accompanied by 2 palace maids, to the book depository. Among the 2 courtesans was Su Qianer. Almost a month has passed since the assassination of Princess Tay. At this time, Princess D, face as usual, apparently the knife wound has long been healed. After all, she was also a cultivated martial arts expert, and there was no shortage of good healing elixirs in the palace. On this visit, Princess D didn't bring anything with her. Su Qianer had been standing respectfully behind Consort D, her head lowered in a cautious manner. Kobayashi, last time we only read half of that chirography book. Let's finish it this time, shall we? 6th Imperial Prince Xiao Jingye's pinkish little face was filled with anticipation. He obviously had no knowledge of the assassination of his mother's consort. Okay. Lin Chen carried Xiao Jingyi into the library. Princess Tay followed suit. Yutian and Su Qianer were honestly staying in the courtyard. On the 1st floor of the bookstore, Lin Chen first found the Ji-Wei book, then sat on a chair while holding Xiao Jingyi. Concubine D sat on the sidelines, listening quietly while staring blankly at the door, patiently waiting for Lin Chen to finish reading the chirography book. Consort De finally opened her mouth. Su Qianer, bring the 6th prince to the courtyard to play for a while. Su Qianer, who was waiting in the courtyard, quickly stepped into the book collection and held one of Xiao Jingye's small hands as she walked out. In the courtyard, 2 palace maids and Yutian accompanied Xiao Jingyi to play up. During the time I've been recuperating from my injuries, the 6th prince has been staying in Shid Palace, unable to go anywhere. Smothering him, as concubine Dis spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Jingyi in the courtyard. This morning he said that he dreamed of you, and early in the morning he begged me to bring him to meet you. I really didn't think that at his young age he would be so affectionate and righteous. Lin Chen was silent, not picking up on it, or knowing how to pick up on it. People always say that those who are close to ink are black, and those who are close to vermilion are red. Concubine De seemed to be pointing out. The 6th prince was brought up by you. He is affectionate and righteous, so he must have been influenced by you. Lin Chen remained silent, waiting for Consort D to continue. It's a pity that you have a special status. Otherwise, you and Su Qianer's love for each other should be able to conclude a good marriage. Consort De's words did not cause Lin Chen to show too much of a change in his expression. Regarding the fact that Princess De knew about Xiao Linzi's dyadic relationship with Su Qianer, Lin Chen had long had it in his heart. Today, when Consort De chose to poke at this matter, she definitely had her thoughts. I wasn't sure before, but I recently heard someone say that Su Qianer might be from the great general's residence. Concubine De's tone remained calm. It is because she entered Shud Palace that the assassin had the opportunity to assassinate me. If there is no inside help, even if that assassin is wearing a precious coat that can be invisible, wanting to approach me silently is also something extremely difficult to do. After all, the precious coat can only hide the body shape, and will inevitably cause air disturbances when acting. Someone from the great general's house? Lin Chen naturally had to pretend to be confused. He felt that Consort De was only suspicious of Su Qian'er, and hadn't really heard anyone say that Su Qian'er might be the great general's person. It's normal to be skeptical. Su Qian'er had just been transferred from the Shangyi supervisor to the Shud Palace not long before Consort De suffered an assassination. Not to mention the intelligent Consort De, anyone else would have been suspicious. Combined with the fact that Consort De had just mentioned the importance of love, it wasn't hard for Lin Chen to guess that Consort De was also suspicious of him. Concubine De had reason to suspect him because when the Empress ordered him to be beaten with 100 sand nailsticks, Concubine De did not plead for him, and it was highly likely that he was resentful because of this. That assassin probably didn't expect me to be on my guard all the time, not to mention my ability to sense dangerous chi. Her inevitable slash didn't hit my vitals as she had hoped, and only landed on one of my arms. Concubine De looked like she was catching up with an old acquaintance. Unfortunately, my backhanded sword likewise failed to kill her, and gave her the opportunity to escape from Shud Palace. Those so-called great inner experts are even more disappointing. They actually failed to catch that assassin who was badly injured, and I don't know if she escaped from the palace or is hiding somewhere in the palace. Whether your majesty believes it or not, this matter has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen knew that he couldn't clear himself of suspicion by saying this, and he didn't expect Consort De to trust himself the way he used to trust Shaolinzi. You think I'm paranoid? Princess De asked. Don't dare. Lin Chen thought for a moment and added, if your highness thinks that Su Qian'er is suspicious, you can directly execute her or drive her away from Shud Palace. I was just saying that you're a big-hearted person. Princess De flirted a little. Since coming to the book depository, I've cut off all those unorthodox thoughts. Lin Chen shook his head. You really have broken off your feelings for Su Qian'er? Princess Te pursued. Heaven and earth can see. The seriousness on Lin Chen's face wasn't feigned. Very good. Concubine De smiled in satisfaction. In that case, I'm sure you wouldn't mind doing me a favor. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He already understood that the words that Consort De had said before were all padding, and what she said next was the focus. Help me find solid evidence that Su Qian'er is a member of the great general's residence. Not waiting for Lin Chen to agree, Concubine De directly stated her intention. It's best to also find evidence that she was involved with that assassin. Didn't the Empress hear someone say that she might be from the great general's residence? So why not let the person who mentioned it look for evidence? Lin Chen picked up the conversation and asked, that person should have an easier time finding solid evidence than I do, right? That person just has some clues, and clues can't be taken as conclusive evidence. Concubine De returned fervently. When the great general's house is involved, there must be ironclad evidence. I've been punished to stay in the book depository and may not leave without authorization, so I'm afraid I can't help your highness. Lin Chen was politely declining. He didn't want to get involved in the harem fight at all. You just have to do your best. With that, Princess De got up and walked out of the library and into the courtyard outside the door. She picked up 6th Prince Xiao Jingye and instructed Su Qian'er, Shaolinzi here has too little to eat and no meat. You go to the Shang cuisine supervisor and ask for some grain and meat in my name and bring it over here. Yes, sir. As Su Qian'er hurriedly left, Consort De also left with the 6th prince and another palace maid. Chapter 17, The Empress may be deposed. Heart Devourer. Chapter 17, The Empress may be abolished. Heart-devouring scattering. Lin Chen naturally knew that Consort De intended to create an opportunity for herself to meet Su Qian'er alone. After an incense stick of time had passed, Su Qian'er and a eunuch from the Shang catering supervisor arrived at the book depository together. The two were each carrying 2 bags. Delivering the stuff to the kitchen, the eunuch from the Shanghai supervisor left. Su Qian'er naturally stayed behind. Yutian was busy in the kitchen arranging and packing up the various foods contained in those bags, while Lin Chen stayed under a large tree in the courtyard with Su Qian'er. How have you been? Su Qian'er whispered her concern. Not bad. Lin Chen returned. Although this place is not as comfortable as Shud Palace and the food is not good, but at least you don't have to wait on others. It's very clean. What did you and the Lady Virtue talk about in the library alone earlier? Su Qian'er asked again. Is that a concern for a maid of honor? Lin Chen asked a rhetorical question. Su Qian'er was momentarily speechless. Talked about assassins. Lin Chen said carelessly. Concubine De suspects that the assassin was sent by the great general's residence. Not only would Lady Deity be that skeptical, many people have the same suspicion. Su Qian'er's expression returned to normal. After all, everyone knows that Concubine D is at odds with Empress Dowager. Concubine D also suspects that there are insiders from the great general's residence planted in Shid Palace. Lin Chen asked bluntly, "Wasn't that inside Manhwa?" "Of course not." Su Qian'er denied it without thinking. "That'll do." Lin Chen didn't ask any further. The next time Princess Tay comes back, he can say he did his best. He wouldn't remind Su Qian'er of anything. He just wanted to stay out of it. "Consort Virtue intends for you and I to meet alone. Don't you want to do something about it?" Su Qian'er asked tentatively. "I appreciate the goodwill of Lady Virtue." Lin Chen naturally understood Su Qian'er's words, but he wasn't Shaolin Z, and he didn't like the feeling of only being able to do something and not being able to fully satisfy. "Then I'll go back to Shid Palace first." Aha! Lin Chen didn't send, and Su Qian'er left alone. Near noon, Cheng Ping'an came from the Shangwu supervisor to the book depository. He had just advanced to the middle stage of the Hotian realm, so he naturally had to tell his godfather the good news. "You haven't slacked off, and godfather is happy." Lin Chen gently rubbed Cheng Ping'an's head. "Godfather, my child has one more thing to say." Cheng Ping'an looked around with a mysterious look. "The Empress may be deposed." "Oh?" Lin Chen was surprised. The Empress's elder brother Situ Shang has suffered defeats in the north one after another, and has been stripped of his military power and removed from his military position as the Zhenghua Grand General under the impeachment of 100 officials. Cheng Ping'an whispered, coupled with the fact that the sudden rebellion of the Northern Desert Kingdom this time is related to the Empress, and that Consort De's assassination was most likely plotted by the Empress as well. His Majesty is becoming more and more antipathetic to the Empress. Abolishing the Queen is not easy. It involves a lot. Lin Chen picked up. The Empress's backer is not just her elder brother Situ Shang, but also that great master of the Situ family. Moreover, the Situ family has strong power and influence in the imperial court, so even if His Majesty really intends to abolish the Empress, he may not put it into action. At this moment, Lin Chen woke up. That favor that Consort D had asked herself to do was obviously to facilitate the abolition of the Empress. There was no need to find conclusive evidence that the Empress was plotting to assassinate Princess De. As long as she found conclusive evidence that Su Qian'er was one of the great general's men, it would be possible to bring down the Empress at this particular time. The heavenly martial sect behind Consort De was extremely influential in the martial arts world of the folk of the Deqian Empire, and the heavenly martial sect is now leading martial arts experts from all sides of the folklore to fend off the invasion of demonic beasts at the western border of the empire. And the Dacian imperial family and even the entire imperial court will certainly not dare to offend the heavenly martial sect. The rebellion of the Northern Desert Kingdom had already shaken the imperial power of the Great Qian Empire, and if the heavenly martial sect also took the path of rebellion, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was the bottom line, that Consort De wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to bring down the Empress. Grandmasters aren't absolutely invincible. Cheng Ping'an still had his voice pressed very low. Eunuch Huang said that the great master of the Situ family has long been aged and weakened, and now it is not certain whether he is still alive. And even if he is still alive, he is no longer at his peak strength. Cheng Ping'an knew that it was the Empress who had ordered Lin Chen to be beaten with 100 sand nail sticks, so when he heard that the Empress was likely to be deposed, he seemed particularly excited and expectant. An aging Grandmaster is also a Grandmaster, still able to lift his hand and crush an ordinary Grandmaster. Lin Chen could guess through the process of Ping'an's performance that nowadays, rumors were spreading in the palace and people's hearts were restless, obviously greatly affected by the war situation in the north. Godfather. Probably due to the fact that too many martial arts experts have been transferred from the Shangwu supervisor. There are always assassins breaking into the palace lately, so you need to be careful and watch out for them on this side of the book depository as well. Cheng Ping'an reminded. The book depository is not a place of opportunity. There are no exotic treasures, secret books of techniques, or important people. Assassins won't come this way. Lin Chen roamed around without a care in the world. Even if an assassin did break into the book depository's compound, as long as the one who came wasn't a great master, Lin Chen would be able to deal with it calmly and would never lose his life. After chatting for half an hour and drinking 2 cups of tea, Cheng Ping'an returned to the Shangwu supervisor. Noon. Amada made lunch. Today's lunch looked simple, with only a pot of rice, 2 plates of pickled vegetables and a dish of soy sauce meat, but in reality, it was already considered relatively sumptuous for Lin Chen and Yutian. The men ate it with gusto. However, in the late afternoon, Amada and Lin Chen felt physically ill almost simultaneously. A special energy suddenly erupted within both of them. That particular energy surged into their hearts at an extremely fast speed, causing their hearts to strangle violently. Poisoned. Lin Chen reacted quickly. immediately taking a Guanyin Dan and using his true chi power to suppress the poison that was raging in his heart. Godfather, I'm in so much pain. Amada's face was covered in black and purple, his expression pained. Take this pill. Lin Chen directly took out a Guanyin Dan and sent it into Yutian's mouth for him to take directly. Release your innate essence flame so that it wraps around your heart. Naturally, Yutian didn't dare to slack off and did as he was told. Not only had he carefully studied the martial scriptures, he also had a mid-stage chi drawing realm martial cultivation, and had long known that there was an innate essence flame hidden in the inner world of his chi si. It should be the colorless, odorless, and extremely difficult to be detected heart-devouring scatter. Lin Chen had read about the heart-devouring scatter in one of the medical books in the library, and at this moment, his face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The heart eater is very expensive. It was rumored that the divine sense of a strong practitioner of the patriarchal realm could not detect the medicinal power of the heart-devouring powder in advance, and would only be able to detect it when the toxicity kicked in, harming us with the heart eater. Evil enough to look down on us. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. You can be sure that the heart-eating powder was put in the meat of the sauce. The 2 plates of savory dishes eaten at noon were not the ones Su Chen'er went to the Shang cuisine supervisor to fetch in the morning. It should be poisoned by Yang Mao of the Shang cuisine supervisor. It was unlikely that the person who poisoned her was Su Chen'er, as she didn't have too strong of a motive, and it would be difficult for her to get the heart-eating powder and carry it with her. The heart-devouring scatter failed to take the lives of Lin Chen and Yutian. Lin Chen's true chi power contained the chi of the Emperor's Way, and coupled with the medicinal power of the Guanyin Dan, it was enough to eliminate the toxin of the heart-devouring scattering. Although Yutian had not cultivated true chi, his innate essence fire was equally very powerful. Godfather, was it eunuch Yang of the Shang cuisine supervisor who gave the poison? When the toxin of the heart-devouring powder had been refined cleanly, Yutian asked with an afterthought. Who else but him? Lin Chen half squinted his eyes. You said yesterday when you came back from the Shang cuisine supervisor that he might be suspicious of you, and now it seems that it's not a possibility, but a certainty. Chapter 18, Assassins of the Gods Dictatorship Organization. Chapter 18, Assassins of God's Dictatorship. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't directly run to the Shang cuisine supervisor to kill Yang Mao, although it was a great relief to do that. After killing someone, he couldn't stay in this palace anymore. It was never a wise move. It's not like I have to do it myself. Lin Chen estimated that it wouldn't take long for Yang Mao to send someone to make a trip to the book depository to see if the 2 of them had died from poisoning. The Shangdin supervisor usually doesn't have people coming to the book depository at all. Once someone comes, it must be sent by Yang Mao. When the time came, Lin Chen would execute soul deterrence, control that person's soul, and stab Yang Mao to death. This was a very easy thing to do, because Yang Mao didn't have the slightest martial arts cultivation, and without any defense, it wasn't difficult for an ordinary person to kill him. It's just that plans don't add up. Lin Chen hadn't waited for the people from the Shang cuisine supervisor, but he had waited for an assassin. Late that night, a hooded and masked assassin, dressed in night clothes, dropped into the large courtyard of the book depository. This assassin was not injured. From his stance, as well as the fluctuation of true chi that was vaguely overflowing from his body, Lin Chen was able to determine that this person's martial arts cultivation had reached the middle stage of the innate realm. Sort of a rather powerful assassin. In the large courtyard of the book depository, this assassin pulled a map out of his pocket and examined it in the moonlight. Obviously, this assassin was very unfamiliar with the environment of the palace and had just infiltrated it not long ago. You need to look at a map after entering the palace. You're too unprofessional an assassin. Lin Chen quietly walked out of his bedroom and stood in a corner of the large courtyard, looking at the assassin not far away with a playful expression. You. The assassin raised his head in shock and looked at Lin Chen. He was surprised that he, as a martial arts expert in the middle stage of the innate realm, had very keen sensing abilities, but he had not detected the other party's presence ahead of time just now. The other party was wearing an ordinary eunuch's uniform, looking handsome and extraordinary, but without too powerful an aura on his body. How can an ordinary eunuch dare to face an assassin who breaks into the palace at night like this? It's not right. When things go wrong, they go wrong. That assassin had just realized that there was a problem, but he noticed that the eunuch not far away suddenly had his eyes flashing with a strange light. The strange light was like an arrow, shooting into his eyes. In the next moment, he intuited a blast of pain in his head, followed by his self-awareness falling into a muddle. In Lin Chen's eyes, the assassin's eyes that were originally filled with astonishment gradually became dull. He had been hit by Lin Chen's soul deterrent. His power cultivation was similar to Lin Chen's, but his soul realm was far inferior to Lin Chen's. Lin Chen easily controlled his soul with his intimidating soul. By controlling the soul and deadening his sense of self, he also controlled his body. Through soul control, Lin Chen easily figured out the identity and origin of this assassin. His name is Wang Defa, and he belongs to an assassin organization called God's Tailor, and the Divine Ruler organization has long been bought by the barbarians. In recent times, the Divine Ruler's assassins had continuously infiltrated the palace in order to put pressure on the Dacian royal family and cooperate with the barbarian army's actions in the north. Not seeking to kill the big names of the Dacian imperial family including the emperor, can make the Dacian imperial family fearful and dare not send too many martial arts experts to the front line even if the task is completed. The Divine Sanction organization originally disdained colluding with the barbarians, but they were always besieged by the imperial court and suffered heavy losses. And their hatred with the imperial court as well as the Dacian royal family grew deeper and deeper, plus the barbarians bribed them with a big price, so they threw themselves into the arms of the barbarians. It was also with the full support of the barbarian race that they were able to quickly cultivate a large number of martial arts experts and continue to grow and develop. After learning about these circumstances, Lin Chen controlled Wang Defa and jumped outside the compound of the book depository, then headed towards the Shang cuisine supervisor. The Shang cuisine supervisor also had martial arts experts, but after all, it was the department responsible for cooking, and their most powerful martial arts expert was only at the late Yutian realm cultivation level. There wasn't even a single innate realm expert. The night is deep, it should be the time to sleep, but there are many people in the Shangjiang prison who have difficulty sleeping, because there were always assassins sneaking into the palace, and the great commotion of the great inner masters catching the assassins woke everyone up from their sleep again and again. Yang Mao didn't sleep, and neither did Hu Zhichuan. These two deacon eunuchs of the Shang cuisine supervisor stayed in a small living room at this time, drinking tea and chatting idly. I don't know where so many assassins come from. The palace is heavily guarded by experts. They have to come to die, causing us to stay up all night and suffer. It's really abominable. Yang Mao's face was annoyed and depressed. Too many of the DNEI experts from the Shangwu supervision have been deployed to the northern front, and those with bad intentions will naturally move. Hu Zhichuan, however, was old and relaxed, leisurely sipping tea. Ugh, Yang Mao sighed. Great General Situ is so wise and martial. How could he suffer defeats one after another? The war in the north is unfavorable. The hearts of the people in the palace are restless, and even the rumor that His Majesty intends to abolish the Queen is. Eunuch Yang, don't be presumptuous. Not waiting for Yang Mao to finish his sentence, Hu Zhichuan will cut off the words over, and warned with a straight face, there are some things that we don't need to worry about. The people who don't know anything about it will just talk about it in private. We are all considered to be the old man in the palace, and we should understand that trouble comes out of the mouth. Yes, I was presumptuous. Yang Mao nodded repeatedly. You said before that Yutian, the little eunuch you placed in the book depository, has changed a lot lately, and is likely to have stepped into the martial way like Cheng Ping'an. And when I went to deliver breakfast to the Empress Dowager this morning, I mentioned it. Hu Zhichuan changed the topic. Empress Dowager said that since she found something wrong, she should make a timely move to eradicate it. It's not that we didn't make a move, but it's a pity that Liamo failed. Yang Mao picked up the conversation. You just told Liamo to kill Cheng Ping'an. It's Lin Chen that the Empress Mother asked us to eradicate. Hu Zhichuan shook his head. He's just an ordinary eunuch who was punished to go to the book depository. The Empress Mother doesn't take him to heart, right? Yang Mao was a bit puzzled. Although Cheng Ping'an and Yutian most likely stepped into the martial Dao with his help, but he himself is not too surprising. You know, young eunuchs who study the martial scriptures more, and then possess a certain amount of talent in martial arts cultivation, may all be able to step over the threshold of martial arts cultivation. How would I know what the Empress thinks? Hu Zhichuan continued. It so happened that not long after I came back in the morning, one of Consort De's maids came to the Shang cuisine supervisor, saying that she was ordered by Consort De to fetch some grain and meat to send it to the book depository. So I put down heart-devouring disperse in a portion of the sauce meat. As long as that Lin Chen fellow eats that soy sauce meat, he'll have no choice but to die. Heart eater. Yang Mao was stunned, then beamed with joy. He also knew that heart-devouring scatter was colorless, tasteless, and incredibly poisonous, so that guy Lin Chen was bound to get hit. Moreover, as long as a person who died because of being hit by the heart-eating powder dies for more than an hour, the toxin of the heart-eating powder will not be detected in his body. Tomorrow I will send someone to walk over to the book depository if, as Hu Zhichuan was talking, the door to the small living room was suddenly kicked open. Immediately following, a black-clad, masked assassin dodged in. Chapter 19, This person can't be kept either. Chapter 19, This Man Can't Be Kept. The masked assassin was no one else but Wang Defa, who had been controlled by Lin Chen's soul. The book depository is not far from the Shang cuisine supervisor, and this area where the two are located is not particularly important, so there are no very powerful DNEI experts patrolling the guard. Part of the martial arts experts of the Shangwu supervisor had been drawn and sent to the northern border, and the rest were in charge of escorting the emperor and other big shots. It was precisely because of the lack of protection from martial arts experts that everyone had trouble sleeping and eating, and once they heard the shouts to catch the assassin, they were extra nervous. What man? Seeing the masked assassin barging in, Yang Mao stood up with a huff. He shouted out in order to startle more people, expecting a great inner expert to arrive in time. Whoosh! Wang Defa dodged forward. Swish! The knife light appeared. A bright shining blade light flashed, and then, Yang Mao's head floated high. This scene scared Hu Jichuan. He remained seated in his chair, his face full of terror, not daring to breathe a word. What he didn't expect was that the assassin didn't strike at him after killing Yang Mao, but turned away without hesitation. It seemed that the assassin had come specifically to kill Yang Mao. Hu Jichuan was puzzled. Yang Mao also deserved this kind of treatment? Only a deacon eunuch of the Shang cuisine supervisor, no martial arts cultivation and not considered powerful. Kill him for what? After decapitating Yang Mao, Wang Defa left the Shang cuisine supervisor and rushed all the way to the more central area of the palace. When he encounters a group of Daikonai masters, his self-awareness returns to wakefulness and he regains control of his body. Where is this? What just happened to me? While Wang Defa froze, the group of great inner experts surrounded him. The assassin, exposed and surrounded in this manner, was not destined to escape. It must be known that this is the palace grounds, and there are powerful people of the sovereign realm in the vicinity. It didn't take long for Wang Defa, who was struggling to break out, to be hacked to death by a random sword. Book depository. Yutian walked out of his bedroom and saw Lin Chen in the courtyard and asked curiously, Godfather, there seemed to be a commotion just now. What happened? An assassin suddenly fell into the courtyard, but has left. Lin Chen turned around and waved his hand. Continue to rest, or meditate and cultivate. Aha! Amada went back to his bedroom. Lin Chen also went back to his room. Soul control on Wang Defa can't be too far away. When the deterrent soul failed, that guy was already surrounded by a large number of palace experts, and I think he has become a corpse at this moment. There may be people who can't figure out why that assassin ran to the Shang cuisine supervisor to behead Yang Mao, but certainly no one will associate that assassin with me. After successfully finishing off Yang Mao, Lin Chen was satisfied and in a much more relaxed mood. Lin Chen didn't realize that Yang Mao had died a bit unjustly. The person who poisoned the meat in that dish of sauce was not Yang Mao, but Hu Jichuan. In the latter part of the night, all was peaceful on this side of the hideout. Early morning, shortly after Lin Chen and Yutian had eaten breakfast, a eunuch named Gungming from the Shang cuisine supervisor came to the library, saying that he had come to borrow books. People in the palace, including eunuchs and palace maidens, were able to come to the library to read or borrow books. If you borrow a book, you need to register it and return it on time. Thinking that Yang Mao was already dead, Lin Chen didn't care too much and even chatted with Gungming, who had come to borrow a book. Originally, he wanted to set some words to see what kind of impact Yang Mao's death had caused, but unfortunately, Gungming kept shaking his head and refused to disclose it, and would only say something irrelevant. Early the next morning, Gungming came to return the book. This aroused Lin Chen's suspicion, because that book was thick, with at least 500,000 words. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to read it in just one day. Besides, the eunuchs of the Shang cuisine supervisor had a lot of things to do, and they had to sleep at night, so there wasn't much time in the day that could be used for reading books. Eunuch Gung, is this book good? Lin Chen said with a smile. If it looks good, I'll take a look at it later. It's okay. That eunuch's answer was perfunctory. Lin Chen could tell at a glance that the other party was lying. The ability to sense is enhanced, and the ability to detect words and colors will naturally be enhanced as well. I didn't expect Eunuch Gung to be quite a fast reader, actually finishing such a thick book in just one day. Lin Chen stared intently at Gungming as he spoke. When Gungming looked at him as well, his eyes glowed with a strange light. Gungming was just an ordinary eunuch, so naturally, he couldn't resist Lin Chen's soul deterrent, and soon his expression became dull. Lin Chen quickly figured out that Gungming really didn't come to the book depository to borrow books. He was following the orders of Hu Jichuan, the deacon eunuch of the Shang cuisine supervisor, to come to the book depository in the name of borrowing books to see if there was a death on this side of the book depository. Today, naturally, it was also Hu Jichuan who asked Gungming to come and return the book. Gung Ming is a close confidant of Hu Jichuan and has done many unseemly things for him. Lin Chen learned through Gung Ming's soul memory. Hu Jichuan is the Empress in the palace of a dog, but also found that Princess Rong's accidental poisoning is in fact at the behest of the Empress. By Hu Jichuan and Gung Ming teamed up to complete. This Gung Ming is no good either. Could it be that Hu Jichuan also knew about Yang Mao's poisoning of the meat in that dish of sauce? It must be. Yang Mao is dead, and Hu Jichuan is going to come over to the book depository to check things out for Yang Mao. It's even possible that the poisoning was originally a conspiracy between him and Yang Mao. Lin Chen figured it out. Regardless of whether Hu Jichuan was involved in the poisoning, Lin Chen could conclude that Hu Jichuan and Yang Mao were in cahoots. If that is the case, then this person cannot be retained. Thus, Lin Chen controlled Gung Ming to leave the book depository. Returning to the Shang cuisine supervisor, Gung Ming first went to find a boning knife and hid it in his sleeve before going to see Hu Jichuan. Without waiting for Hu Jichuan to speak, Gung Ming slit his throat with a knife. Hu Jichuan simply did not expect his own close friends will be attacked like this. Unprepared. Inevitably hit. Dog thief. You always bully us and force us to take out half of our monthly salary to honor you. Go to hell. Gung Ming gave Hu Jichuan a few more stabs before waving the knife and wiping his own neck. This scene was watched by quite a few people from the Shang cuisine supervisor. Everyone was stunned. They didn't react until Gung Ming committed suicide. But it was too late. Hu Jichuan had collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes still wide with confusion. He asked himself that he was not mean to Gung Ming, and Gung Ming had no reason to swing at him. The onlookers only knew that Gung Ming was Hu Jichuan's man, and they didn't know if Hu Jichuan also forced Gung Ming to pay his dutiful respects from time to time, so they believed what Gung Ming said when he did it. No one sympathized with Hu Jichuan, and most of them even cursed deservedly in their hearts. Shang catering supervisor died 2 deacon eunuchs in a row. And the death of these 2 people are quite strange. Not only let the Shang catering supervisor talk like a tide, but also attracted the attention of the palace. Li Lianqing therefore came to the Shang cuisine supervisor, and the people from the Shang din supervisor to report to the Empress. This person was also the deacon eunuch of the Shang cuisine supervisor, and like Hu Jichuan, he was the Empress Dowager's traitor in the palace. Chapter 20, Have you gotten any results on what I asked you to do? Chapter 20, Any results on what I asked you to do? The first rays of the morning sun shone into Fenghe Palace. The current empress of the Great Qian Empire, Situ Ivana, was reprimanding her son, Xiao Jinghuan. The sun's up and you're still too early? In summer you're too hot. In winter you're too cold. And if you have to pick your days for practicing martial arts like you do, how can you possibly achieve anything in martial arts cultivation in the future? Situ Ivana was wearing a practicing uniform, grasping a slender branch in her hand, making a gesture to whip at Xiao Jinghuan, the 5th prince who was only 7 years old. Right at this moment, a palace maid walked quickly and reported, Empress Mother, Luo Tang, the executive eunuch of the Shang cuisine supervisor, seeks an audience. Let him come. Without actually smacking her son, Steward Aster dropped the slender branch in her hand and huffed as she turned and walked into a spacious living room. Soon, the bloated Luo Tang was led to Situ Aster by a palace maid. Greetings, Empress. Luo Tang bowed and saluted, while the courtesan who brought him here quickly retreated. What is the purpose of coming here so early in the morning? Situ Ivana harbored more or less some doubts. Although Luo Tang and Hu Jichuan is the same as their own arrangement in the Shang cuisine supervisor of the traitor, but usually it is mostly Hu Jichuan to see their own. Back to Empress Mother. Hu Jichuan he's dead. What? There was not only doubt, but also surprise on Situ Aster's clear cheeks that were a little bit acerbic. How did he die? Luo Tang then recounted in detail the matter of Gung Ming slashing Hu Jichuan. Did Hu Jichuan really force Gung Ming to honor him with half of his monthly salary? After listening to Luo Tang's narration, Situ Aster felt that something wasn't quite right. I'm not sure about this. Luo Tang shook his head and said back, my relationship with Gung Ming is average, but based on my understanding of Hu Jichuan, he shouldn't be that greedy. Yang Mao's death was strange before, and this time Gung Ming hacking and killing Hu Jichuan is also strange. Is there some kind of connection? Steward Aster was deep in thought. She quickly thought of a person Hu Jichuan had mentioned not long ago, who had once been a listening eunuch at Shid Palace, Shaolinzi. Following that, she thought of Su Qianer, and Su Qianer's sister Su Shaner. According to the plan, Su Qianer in the assassination of De Fei after the failure, if you cannot escape from the palace, will hide in the hidden library? But she seems to have evaporated from the earth as if she was born without seeing a person without seeing a body. This matter is also through a few points of bizarre, because Su Qianer failed to get news about Su Shaner from Shaolinzi. When Hu Jichuan mentioned Shaolinzi, Situ Aster authorized him to get rid of Shaolinzi. Everything including Li Mo's death near the book depository in the guise of an assassin. Could it all be related to Shaolinzi? He's just an ordinary eunuch with no martial arts cultivation. He definitely doesn't have such awesome abilities. It should be that Princess Di is operating behind the scenes. And there is also a certain martial arts powerhouse in the palace who is secretly assisting. And that Shaolinzi is a bait to lure my cronies to deal with him. And then let my cronies die one by one. Don't dare to lay a hand on me. So lay a hand on my cronies so that I have no one to use in the palace. The acerbic demeanor on Empress Situivana's face intensified. The other party had already made a move against herself, and she was bound to strike back. When Lu Xiang returns from the north, I want to see how hard this bait is, and whether or not a Zhongshe realm powerhouse can gnaw it down. But perhaps an innate realm expert will be enough. With this in mind, Situ Aster instructed Luo Tang. The afternoon sun was warm. Lin Chen, who had just had lunch not long ago, was lying in the sun at the entrance of the book depository. Godfather, Eunuch Li is here. Yutian flew over to Lin Chen's side from the concierge and said eagerly, "He's waiting for you to go over in the concierge." Oh, Lin Chen slowly got up and quickly returned to the gatehouse of the book depository compound. Seeing that Li Lianqing had already sat down at this moment, Lin Chen clasped his hands and saluted. Little Lindsay has met Eunuch Li. In Xia Lindsay's memory, Li Lianqing was a relatively gentle, not much of an old eunuch, very caring of the young eunuchs in the palace. As the head eunuch, Li Lianqing was also a martial arts powerhouse with an early stage of the Zhongshe realm and a third-rank official rank. The Dacian Empire, a dynasty based on martial arts. Palace eunuchs who do not have martial arts cultivation can be mixed into the fourth grade of the band eunuch, Kobayashi. It's a blessing and misfortune that you made it through. Li Lianqing smiled and nodded, and with one arm outstretched, gave a false support. Thanks to Eunuch Li applying the golden sword pill to me. Otherwise I would have died long ago. Lin Chen looked like he was grateful. Li Lianqing is very nice to Kobayashi. After Xiao Linzi received 100 sand nail stick, it was Li Lianqing who had someone put medicine on him. And it was also Li Lianqing who ordered the people from the Shang cuisine supervisor to bring him food. Staying in the book depository is actually quite good, although there is no hope of being developed, but at least it's free and easy. Li Lianqing did not continue to beat around the bush. I came here to investigate the sudden deaths of 3 eunuchs from the Shang cuisine supervisor. The reason why I'm here to investigate is because someone said that Gungming of the Shang cuisine supervisor came to the book depository before he swung his sword and killed Hu Zhichuan. Gungming came to the book depository to return borrowed books. Lin Chen unthinkingly picked up. When he came here, he looked very unhappy and kept muttering under his breath. Oh, Li Lianqing frowned. What exactly did he say? Did you hear it clearly? Didn't hear too much. Seemed to be complaining about something. Lin Chen returned fervently. I just vaguely heard that he mentioned too much filial piety and always letting my old man run errands. Hu Zhichuan, relying on the Empress' favor, did go a little overboard with some things. Li Lianqing looked at Yutian beside Lin Chen again and changed the topic. There are already aura fluctuations overflowing from this child's body. He should have stepped through the threshold of martial cultivation. Very good. Yutian did not have a magic treasure like the Convergence Shinju. As a powerful person of the Zhongshe realm, Li Lianqing could naturally clearly sense the strange qi on his body. There are martial scriptures in the library. When I had nothing to do, I let him study them over and over again and try to cultivate them. I didn't expect him to be quite talented, but I really let him cultivate them. Lin Chen naturally couldn't be truthful. Quite good. If you can go further, you can go to the Shanwu supervisor for further study. Li Lianqing stood up and walked towards the courtyard gate while kindly reminding. Nowadays, it's an eventful time. It's quite good for you to stay peacefully on this side of the book depository. Don't get involved in anything. Kobayashi understands. Lin Chen sent it to the entrance of the courtyard and watched Li Lianqing walk away with the 2 accompanying eunuchs. 2 days later, Cheng Ping'an came to the book depository. He tells Lin Chen that the investigation into the deaths of Yang Mao, Hu Zhichuan, and Gungming is over. What the results of the investigation were, Cheng Ping'an did not know, because he had a beef with Yang Mao and did not dare to inquire carefully. There's so much going on in the palace. The death of a few insignificant eunuchs was unlikely to make too many waves, and the bigwigs in the palace were too busy to waste too much time on this matter. Just after Cheng Ping'an left, Consort De brought 6th Prince Xiao Jingye. This time, Su Qianer didn't follow along. Consort De let Lin Chen first accompany the 6th Prince to read for half an hour, and then let the 6th Prince play with Yutian in the courtyard. Within the first floor of the library, only Consort De and Lin Chen remained. Any results on what I asked you to do? Chapter 21, the tree wants to be still but the wind doesn't stop it. Chapter 21, the wind does not stop while the trees want to be still. When Consort D asked the question, Her posture was still dignified, her expression was still calm, and she could not see the slightest color of anticipation on her beautiful face. Obviously, she had guessed the answer. I don't know if that counts as a result. Lin Chen was equally bland and self-assured. Su Qian'er claimed that she had nothing to do with the great general's residence, and that she didn't know the origins of the assassin who committed the assassination on the Empress. Of course she'll deny it if you ask directly. Concubine seemed dissatisfied. You should have used some means. After all, your relationship is extraordinary. Not only has my attitude toward her changed since I came to the book depository, but so has hers. Lin Chen said back, you've changed not only your attitude toward her, but toward me, your former master. Concubine intentionally accented the word master, obviously reminding Lin Chen not to forget the inferiority and superiority. Every time she came to the book depository, Princess De could very clearly feel that today's Shaolinzi was different from before. The biggest difference was that Kobayashi was no longer humble in front of her. Kobayashi even dared to look at her flatly. This time, let Shaolinzi help. In addition to investigating whether Su Qian'er is from the great general's house, De Fei also intends to test Shaolinzi. Let's see if Kobayashi is still as absolutely loyal to himself as he used to be. I'm just the little eunuch who was punished to come to the book depository. My abilities are limited. I hope your highness will understand. Lin Chen returned with an expressionless face. Just know who you are. Concubine cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. I am a person who remembers the past, and I hope you are too. If not, or if you harbor grudges because of things that are already in the past, it will only do you harm. Not good. Your Majesty is overly concerned. Lin Chen made a perfunctory remark. He naturally understood that the things that had passed in Consort De's mouth referred to the fact that she had watched Shaolinzi receive 100 sand nail sticks. How could Princess De know that in Lin Chen's mind, the one who was beaten was Shaolinzi, and it had nothing to do with him? Perhaps because the situation is now very unfavorable to the Empress. De Fei is not the same as before. She's gotten a lot stronger. Humph. Seeing Lin Chen's look of oil and salt, Concubine snorted coldly, flung her long sleeves, and walked out of the book depository before leaving with 6th Prince Xiao Jingyi, and a spoiled, conceited woman to boot. Seeing Consort D and Xiao Jingyi walk away, Lin Chen, who was standing at the courtyard entrance, gently shook his head. It's suffocating enough for me to cross over and become a eunuch, but you want me to be a slave? Are you kidding me? Even if the old man himself is willing, the hang-ups the old man is driving don't agree. When I cultivate to the Grandmaster realm and return to being a real man, I'll make you kneel down and call yourself master. Godfather, what did you talk about with Princess did just now, and why did she look so upset when she left? Returning to the storeroom's concierge, Amaterasu asked curiously. It's normal for women to be moody. Lin Chen returned to the entrance of the book depository and continued to lie down and sunbathe. The warmth of the winter sun is not much to waste. For his part, Yutian froze in the gatehouse, sighing in his heart that his godfather really had the courage to say anything. Godfather is by no means an ordinary eunuch. He knows martial arts cultivation, and the tea he usually makes me drink contains extraordinary energy. Cheng Ping'an must have received the same favor, so he was able to quickly cultivate to the Hotian realm and proceed to the Shangwu supervisor. But Godfather is obviously a strange man, a man of high character. So why did he mix with the eunuchs guarding the book depository? Could it be that he can't cultivate himself and can only help others? Yutian was smart, smarter than Cheng Ping'an, and the smarter he was, the more confused he was about his godfather's situation. At the entrance of the book depository, Lin Chen leisurely basked in the sun. What Concubine De had just said had already been thrown out of his mind. Nowadays, he is a martial arts expert in the middle stage of the innate realm. The body of the Xian silk clothes can withstand the full force of the great master's realm powerhouses, and can help himself get rid of the dangerous situation of the recluse Xian talisman. The ability to save his life is almost pulling full. It was only for the sake of absorbing the qi of the imperial Tao and better cultivating the emperor's extreme overbearing body technique that he chose to meticulously stay in this imperial palace. Otherwise, not to mention Consort D, even if the emperor came, he wouldn't give face. You guys fight your fights, leave me out of it. Lin Chen also understood that the development of things would often not be shifted by one's own will. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. The Queen's traitors, represented by Hu Zhichuan, have set their sights on themselves. With Hu Zhichuan dead, would there be other traitors from other queens who would continue to come against him? To which Lin Chen had difficulty determining. The Empress must have suspected something about Su Qian'er's strange disappearance, so there had been a Zhongshe realm powerhouse that came to the book depository late at night to investigate. The odds are that the Queen will have other follow-ups, and it won't be a long wait. Consort Diz side can barely manage to go on. She is just a little dissatisfied with me. Not so much that she wants to do anything to me. Lin Chen secretly pondered. Late that night, Amata has fallen asleep. Lin Chen, who was meditating and absorbing the chi of the Imperial Tao, once again detected an unusual movement. An expert quietly climbed over the courtyard wall and fell into the large courtyard of the book depository. The visitor's movements were quick and light, his stance skillful, and his breath powerful and steady. Innate master. Lin Chen frowned lightly. Instead of hiding somewhere in the courtyard, the visitor walked towards the book depository. When he reached the doorway of the cache, the visitor, as if he intended to be noticed, dropped a tile he had gotten from somewhere onto the hard floor. Lin Chen got up and got out of bed, walking out of his bedroom. At that moment, Amata was also awakened by the sound the tiles made as they shattered, and likewise opened the door to his bedroom. Godfather, it shouldn't be anything. I think a cat stomped off the roof tiles. I'll take a look. You go back to sleep. Aha! Yutian yawned and went back to his room in a daze and slammed the door back shut. Lin Chen, on the other hand, stepped into the courtyard alone and walked towards the book collection. Passing through the large courtyard, Lin Chen stopped his footsteps when he was still 3 feet away from the door of the book depository. He saw that there was a black-robed man dressed as an assassin who was currently standing at the entrance of the book depository. The person who came was holding a long sword, and clearly realized that Lin Chen had arrived, but he was squinting his eyes and observing the surroundings, as if he was worried that there were other people hiding in the shadows. The look in the visitor's eyes made Lin Chen think that Yang Mao had asked Yutian to keep an eye out to see if he was friends with a certain martial arts powerhouse in the palace. The visitor obviously had the same concerns as Yang Mao. From this, it was not difficult to guess that the visitor was not an assassin from outside the palace, but a certain great inner expert. Don't look, there are no very powerful martial arts powerhouses nearby. Lin Chen deliberately said this in order to make the visitor look his way. He could then cast Deterrent Soul and control the visitor. With Lin Chen's current soul realm, no one under the Zhongshe realm could block his soul deterrent. Unfortunately, even though the visitor stopped looking around vigilantly, he didn't answer Lin Chen's words, much less meet Lin Chen's eyes. The visitor leaped forward while swinging the long sword in his hand. The bright blade of that long knife was like a white thunderbolt that tore through the dark night. Chapter 22, Godfather is really hiding something. Chapter 22, Godfather is really hiding something. Lin Chen didn't dodge, just standing so peacefully in place. The visitor felt that Lin Chen should be too frightened to move. But then again, it doesn't feel right. If they were really timid, they would never have dared to come alone just now, much less take the initiative to speak. Between the lightning bolts, there was no time for him to think too much. His mission for coming to the book depository tonight was to behead this middle-aged eunuch. Whoosh! The visitor is like a swift wind. The long knife mercilessly stabbed straight at Lin Chen's chest. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his right hand. That palm was currently wrapped in a layer of solidified golden light. A golden palm grabbed the tip of that long blade. The sharp tip of the blade couldn't pierce the layer of golden light that seemed to condense like substance. The visitor's 2 exposed eyes were currently filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that Xiao Linzi, who had been punished to come to the book depository, was just an ordinary eunuch with no martial arts cultivation? What the hell is this empty hand catching a white blade? And what the hell was the golden light wrapped around his palm? The visitor thought that he could easily decapitate Xiao Linzi without the intervention of a certain martial arts powerhouse in the palace. When he swung his sword to attack just now, he didn't even bother to pour true chi into his long sword, nor did he bother to perform any martial arts or sword techniques. With just a simple straight stab, he could pierce Xiao Linzi's body and result in Xiao Linzi's life. He himself is, after all, a great expert of the late innate realm. Killing an ordinary person is as easy as a slap. However, it was not to be. Lin Chen executed the Vajrapom, not to attack, but only to grab the opponent's long blade, causing the opponent to be shaken inside. The Vajrapom executed by an ordinary mid-innate realm expert could not possibly catch the opponent's long sword this easily. But Lin Chen was not an ordinary mid-innate realm expert. Lin Chen's true chi power contained the chi of the Imperial Tao, which was exceptionally pure and powerful, as Lin Chen had expected. At this moment, the visitor looked at him with incomparable shock. This was the effect he wanted. And then he cast Deterrent Soul, his eyes flashing with gusts of strange light. The next moment, the visitor's eyes became dull. In order to prevent an unexpected situation from arising, Lin Chen grabbed one of the incoming person's wrists, invading and blocking the other person's meridians with his own true chi. In this way, even if the visitor suddenly regained consciousness, he could not move. Having controlled his opponent without creating too much commotion, Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Without the use of Deterrent Souls, Lin Chen could defeat or even decapitate the visitor. But the visitor's strength was not weak, and the fight between the two was bound to produce a not insignificant commotion that would most likely attract other great inner experts. It's really someone sent by the queen. Through his soul control, Lin Chen quickly figured out the reason for the visitor's nightly intrusion into the book depository. The name of the visitor was Lu Zhang, a late innate realm expert of the Shanwu supervisor, the Empress's eagle dog in the Shanwu supervisor. 2 days ago, not long after Gung Ming hacked Hu Jichuan to death, Luo Tang, the deacon eunuch of the Shang cuisine supervisor, found Lu Zhang and conveyed the Empress's command. This is obviously a test for the queen. Test to see if there really is a martial arts powerhouse behind me. Lin Chen thought for a moment, and the heart-piercing needle suddenly appeared in his hand. He urged the piercing needle with a surge of true qi, causing it to shoot through Lu Zhang's head. Afterwards, he withdrew his own true qi and threw Lu Zhang's corpse, along with the long knife, to a short distance outside the courtyard. With Lin Chen's sharp and powerful sensing ability, if someone was spying nearby, it would inevitably be detected by him, unless the other party was a late-stage powerhouse of the sovereign realm, or a grand sovereign. Returning to the gatehouse of the book depository, Lin Chen closed the courtyard door and walked into his bedroom. Lin Chen didn't do what he did and let Lu Zhang go to the Shang cuisine supervisor to behead Luo Tang, because Lu Zhang didn't have any motive to kill Luo Tang at all. And Lin Chen was going to use Lu Zhang's corpse to continue to confuse the Empress, making her even more certain that she had a strong relationship with a certain palace powerhouse. As for controlling Lu Zhang to directly assassinate the Empress, it was something that could not be accomplished. In the middle of the night, Lu Zhang had no access to the queen, even if there was such an opportunity, due to the fact that the book depository was too far away from the Fenghe Palace where the Empress resided. Lu Zhang was able to get rid of Lin Chen's soul control before he reached the Fenghe Palace. Half an hour passed. Someone found Lu Zhang's body. Lu Zhang is too similar to Li Mo's situation. Both were dressed as assassins. Both died near the book depository. And both also died because they were shot through the head. Of course, the two are different. Li Mo was only at the Yutian realm cultivation, while Lu Zhang was a great expert at the late stage of the innate realm. Li Mo is from the Shang cuisine supervisor, and Lu Zhang is from the Shangwu supervisor. Compared to Li Mo, Lu Zhang's status was obviously much higher. Lu Zhang's death caused large ripples in the palace, alarming the eunuch in charge. Li Lianqing. Midnight. Li Lianqing arrived at the book depository and asked Lin Chen and Yutian if they had detected any unusual movements before. Lin Chen said no. Naturally, Yutian said whatever his godfather said. Li Lianqing didn't stay long, and after asking a few simple questions, he left with his men. Cheng Ping'an heard about Lu Zhang's death, and in an instant he concluded that Lu Zhang had been killed by his godfather. Godfather is really deep. Surprisingly, he was even able to kill a great expert of the late innate realm. No wonder he's still alive and well after taking 100 sand nail sticks. If he's so powerful, why does he condemn himself to stay in the book depository? The more Cheng Ping'an thought about it, the harder it was to understand. What made him even more curious was what kind of cultivation his godfather was, to be able to easily kill a late-stage innate realm expert. Could it be that godfather is a sect master realm powerhouse? If so, all he needs to do is show his cultivation, and he will immediately become a big shot in the palace. Maybe godfather doesn't want to be a man of the world, he just wants to keep his head down. Cheng Ping'an would only think about it in his heart, and he would never reveal even a single bit of everything about his godfather to outsiders. At dawn, Rothan woke up from his sleep. When he heard about Lu Zhang's death, he couldn't help but be filled with dismay. After inquiring carefully, on the pretext of delivering the morning meal to Fenghe Palace, Luo Tang met the Empress in the early morning. Nowadays, Luo Tang replaces Hu Jichuan's previous role. Lu Zhang is also dead, and it's still the same death as Li Mo? Empress Situivana was very surprised. When Li Mo died near the book depository, the Shangwu supervisor investigated Yang Mo's head, and Hu Jichuan spoke before Situivana because of it. At that time, Hu Jichuan didn't say outright that Li Mo was under Yang Mao's orders, but Situ Aster could guess the truth. Yes, the fat-faced Luo Tang, not without worry, respectfully returned. Empress Mother, Li Mo was only in the middle stage of the Hotian realm. It's not difficult to kill him, but Lu Zhang is a late-stage expert of the innate realm, and to be able to kill him without creating a big commotion, I'm afraid that it's a powerful person of the sovereign realm that is out to do it. There aren't many powerful people of the sovereign realm still remaining in the palace today. Steward Aster's eyes narrowed into a thin line. Which of the palace's Zhongshe realm powerhouses is it? Situ Aster was annoyed in his heart that he had lost another powerful hawk. It does seem like that bait was hard enough to chew on. We can only wait for Lu Xiang to return. Even if Lu Xiang can't help that Zhongshe realm powerhouse, he can at least figure out his identity. The war in the north was stalemated, and Steward Aster wasn't sure when Lu Xiang would be able to return. Chapter 23 God-Gathering Pill, Soul-Suppressing Bead, Divine Sense Becoming. Chapter 23 God-Gathering Pill, Soul-Suppressing Bead, Divine Sense Becomes. Shangu Supervisor's innate realm expert Lu Xiang dressed up as an assassin's model and died near the book depository. And even though it was carefully investigated by the eunuch in charge, Li Lianqing himself, in the end he didn't find out a single thing about it. Couldn't find out why Lu Xiang appeared near the book depository dressed as an assassin. Can't find out who killed Lu Xiang. The only thing that was certain was that Lu Xiang and Liamo should have died under the same person. As for who that person is, no clue. In the entire palace, if Lin Chen himself wasn't counted, only Cheng Ping'an knew who had killed Lu Xiang. Yutian just guessed that Lu Xiang might have been killed by his godfather. He was not sure. After all, he had never seen his godfather displaying how amazing his strength was. Neither Cheng Ping'an nor Yutian would betray their godfather. The matter had to be left unsettled. 2 days passed in a flash. Late night, the familiar system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Yutian, for advancing to the late stage of the Qi drawing realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Lin Chen opened the system warehouse and looked at it carefully. This time, the system rewards still had a large number of elixirs, and one of them, the God-Gathering Elixir, was a soul-type Xian rank mid-grade elixir. The God-Gathering Pill could help martial arts experts who had already cultivated Divine Sense to smoothly condense their Yuan Shen. Lin Chen hadn't cultivated Divine Sense yet, so he couldn't take the God-Gathering Pill for the time being. However, after he had reached the soul realm of celestial unity and had taken a number of soul-impregnating pills, his soul power had been steadily increasing, and with the addition of more insight into the nature of the heavens and the earth, it wouldn't take too long for him to cultivate divine consciousness, celestial unity, divine consciousness, and genjutsu. These were the 3 cultivation steps of the sovereign realm at the soul level. Condensing the Yuanshan would be considered to have reached the late soul realm of the sovereign realm. Soul realm is not equivalent to kung fu cultivation. At the sovereign realm, the soul realm could not be lower than the kung fu cultivation, or else there would be the problem of having difficulty in perfectly controlling one's kung fu cultivation. In addition to the various pills that were beneficial to cultivation, there was also a Xian rank upper grade magic treasure in the system rewards this time. This magic treasure is called the Soul Suppressor Pearl, which not only protects the soul, but also enhances the power of soul-type techniques. Deterring souls would be a soul-based technique. Lin Chen took the Soul Suppressor Pearl out of the system's warehouse, dripping blood to make it recognize its owner, and it automatically fell into Lin Chen's mind. Not bad. Safety has increased again. Lin Chen was satisfied. With the Xian rank upper grade Soul Suppressor Pearl in his mind, he could withstand even a soul attack from a Grandmaster realm powerhouse. Once Lin Chen condensed his Yuan Shen, his deterrent soul would even be able to shake the souls of great master realms with the mighty power of the Soul Suppressor Pearl. Yutian will go one step further and reach the early stage of the Hotian realm, and he will also go to the Shanwu Supervisor. Having 2 children in a row rapidly cultivate to the Hotian realm after coming to the book depository is bound to draw suspicion. One is a rush. 2. Saying that Cheng Ping'an and Yutian are both geniuses at practicing martial arts. Even if it's true, there are definitely people who don't believe it. That's a problem. After going to the Shanwu Supervisor, Yutian's cultivation speed will also slow down, and I'll have to wait a long time before I can get a system reward once. That's another problem. We can't expect anyone else to be punished for coming to the book depository anytime soon, can we? For these 2 problems, Lin Chen couldn't think of a good solution for the time being, so he simply stopped bothering his brain to think about it more. The car will be on the night. Take one step at a time. Continuing to improve his strength and cultivating divine sense as soon as possible was the focus. If you are strong enough, any problem will be solved, including the Queen's hostility. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out and consumed a soul containment pill. Time is like a shuttle. 10 or so days passed in the blink of an eye. Counting the time, Lin Chen had already traveled to this world for 3 months. The cold winds of winter blow like a knife blade, and snow falls one after another, non-stop. The war in the north has stabilized in this harsh winter season. It was even colder in the north, and under the raging wind and snow, it was exceptionally difficult to march, let alone fight. The demonic beasts raging in the west also temporarily retreated back to the Tsangmeng mountain range. There were quite a few demonic beasts that detested the cold and liked to hibernate in winter, without mentioning the loss of a large portion of the northern territories, including the city of Diliang. The Dechen Empire seemed to have regained its stability. In recent times, Lin Chen had taken a few more soul containment pills, and his soul power had increased a lot. It was finally time to try to cultivate divine sense. Late this afternoon, the wind and snow were raging and the sky was dim. Lin Chen was lying on a recliner at the entrance of the book depository, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, but in reality, he had entered the state of celestial unity. Consciousness is integrated into nature and resonates in tune with it. When the soul power was strong to a certain extent, one's own consciousness and one's own spirit could be perfectly merged into one, cultivating the so-called divine consciousness. To put it bluntly, divine sense is a form of outward expression of soul power. It's done. At a certain moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a pleased smile on his lips. He had successfully cultivated divine sense. His divine sense was able to cover a radius of 300 feet. Under the externalization of divine sense, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see all the sights in this area and accurately grasp all the chi changes in this area. It's as if God's perspective is on. When the divine sense is withdrawn, one can look inward at oneself. Lin Chen sunk his divine sense into the inner world of the Chi Si, and for the first time, he truly observed this place that carried his power. To this day, the length, width, and height of Lin Chen's Chi Si inner world had reached about 100 feet. This was the level of the late innate realm. The large inner world of the Chi Si was filled with rich golden true Chi. The golden true Chi contained the Chi of the Emperor's Way, which was extraordinarily powerful, so they widened the world within the Chi Si very quickly. A large amount of golden true Chi formed a speedy spinning cyclone, constantly hitting the four walls of the inner world of the Chi Si, making the size of the inner world of the Chi Si grow larger and larger. In addition to the true Chi feats, the penetrating needle, the converging Shinju and the golden rainbow sword were also in the inner world of the Chi Si. All three of these magic treasures had naturally recognized their owners, and Lin Chen could cause them to detach or fall into the inner world of the Chi Si with just a thought. Very convenient. Afterwards, Lin Chen caused his divine sense to return to his mind. Brain is the term used by ordinary people, and martial arts masters with successful cultivation would refer to the brain as the sea of sense. The sea of knowledge, too, is a piece of the body's inner world. Unlike the world within the Chi Si, the sea of sense was naturally connected to the human body, and it was naturally vast and boundless without the need for widening. The vast sea of consciousness was filled with a thin white mist. Those white mists contained weak soul power. Many soul-level cultivation techniques allowed the martial artist's soul to absorb the white mists within the sea of consciousness as a way to enhance the soul power. Using this method to enhance the soul realm was very slow. With his divine sense looking inward, Lin Chen finally saw his soul clearly. It was a roaring fire. Soul fire. Every human being ignites the fire of his soul from the day of his birth. The soul fire automatically and slowly absorbs the surrounding white mist, so people are born with slowly increasing soul power and higher IQs. When the white mist in a certain area around the soul flame was absorbed cleanly, without the help of soul-level cultivation techniques, people's soul power would not continue to increase due to the fact that they could not absorb more white mist. Lin Chen's soul fire wrapped around a turquoise orb. It is the soul suppressor bead. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Yutian, for advancing to the early stage of the Hotian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Chapter 24, Someone Suspects You're Not Simple. Chapter 24, Someone Suspects You're Not Simple. Lin Chen was observing his soul flame with his divine sense when he heard the familiar system beep again. He then checked the system storage. Another large amount of various types of elixirs. Among them were 10 pills of the Breaking Error elixir, a top-grade Xian-ranked elixir that was capable of dissolving many virulent poisons, including the heart-devouring scattering. Not only does it detoxify the body, but it also allows the body to quickly detach itself from various negative states. For example, the body falls into weakness, such as the meridians suffer from confinement. The earth-breaking pill was a very practical and life-saving pill at a critical moment. There was also a magic treasure and a book on secret techniques. The name of the magic weapon was Silver Moon Ring, the top grade of the Xian rank, which could greatly enhance a martial artist's palm power, fist power and arm power. That book was titled The Complete Explanation of the Basics of Sword Dao, and its contents encompassed every aspect of the basic cultivation of Sword Dao, as well as many of the more basic sword techniques. The system regarded it as a Xian rank extreme secret method. Eating through the contents of this book could lay an extremely solid foundation for sword cultivation. Of course, it could also allow a martial artist to reach a high level of attainment in Sword Dao. Lin Chen took out the complete explanation of the Sword Dao foundation and began to study it carefully. It got dark quickly. While eating dinner, Lin Chen took the initiative to ask, Yutian, have you advanced to the Hotian realm? Yes. Amata hesitated for a moment and nodded. he didn't rush to report the matter to his godfather, not with the intention of deceiving him, but because he wanted to stay by his godfather's side for a longer period of time. Go to the Shangwu prison, just to be a companion to Ping'an, Lin Chen said. Going to the Shangwu supervisor earlier and learning powerful martial arts earlier will be good for you. Lin Chen couldn't teach martial arts to Yutian and Cheng Ping'an, at least not right now. Otherwise, it is bound to invite trouble. Practicing martial arts is very important for martial arts training. On top of that, Yutian and Cheng Ping'an also needed to obtain the advanced cultivation technique from the Shangwu supervisor. Cultivating according to the contents of the martial scripture would only allow them to cultivate up to the peak of the late innate realm, and they had to change their cultivation technique when they had just reached the early stage of the Hotian realm. It was naturally impossible for Lin Chen to impart the Emperor's extreme overlord body technique to them. Aha! Amada agreed obediently. Anyway, it's not a matter of life and death to be able to make a trip to the stash once in a while. Yutian was very smart and naturally understood that not only did quite a few acquaintances in the Shang cuisine supervisor see their changes, but Eunuch also noticed himself, and that it was impossible for him to stay in the book depository for too long. If Eunuch comes over next time and realizes that he already has early Hotian realm cultivation but did not go to the Shangwu supervisor, he will most likely be disgruntled, and he might implicate his godfather because of this. And Yutian doesn't want such a thing to happen. Coincidentally, the next day, Cheng Ping'an arrived at the book depository. After drinking 2 cups of tea, at Lin Chen's authorization, Cheng Ping'an took Yutian away. Yutian once belonged to the Shang cuisine supervisor and was Yang Mao's man. Yang Mao is dead, and the Shangwu supervisor does not need to greet anyone when he collects the rainy fields. Cheng Ping'an only needed to explain that it was Eunuch who had allowed Yutian to further his education at the Shangwu supervision. Thus, Lin Chen once again became a loner. On the afternoon of the day that Yutian went to the Shangwu supervisor, Huang Yuan, the innate realm expert of the Shangwu supervisor, came to the book collection building. Eunuch Lin, Yutian, like Cheng Ping'an, is practicing martial arts under me at the Shangwu supervisor. Thank you, Eunuch Huang, for taking the extra trouble. Lin Chen made a polite remark. Cheng Ping'an is originally a good seedling that the Shangwu supervisor has long been interested in, and it is nothing unusual for him to become self-taught by studying the martial scriptures. But Yutian, speaking here, Huang Yuan paused, revealing a puzzled look. According to my understanding, when Yutian was in the Shang cuisine supervisor, his body was very thin and weak, his hands were powerless, and in less than 2 months since he came to the book depository, he has even cultivated to the Hotian realm, which is quite unbelievable. Cheng Ping'an is strong in terms of physical talent, so it's easy to see that he's a good seedling for martial arts cultivation. Lin Chen explained. As for that Yutian kid, his talent isn't in the physical aspect, so it's not easy to be seen. What's Yuta's talent? Huang Yuan was very curious. Not long after he came to the book depository, suddenly one day, his whole body was bathed in white light flames, which scared both him and me at the time. Lin Chen said in a serious manner. Luckily, when I was tutoring Ping'an to recognize words, I had also familiarized myself with the martial scriptures, and in turn guessed that the white light flames that suddenly emerged from Yutian's body were innate essence flames. Eunuch Huang is a martial arts expert of the innate realm, so I'm sure he knows what innate essence flame is. Innate essence fire? Huang Yuan was astonished. If Yutian truly carried an innate essence fire, then he was undoubtedly an extremely talented martial arts genius. Yutian is now able to control the innate essence flame freely. If Eunuch Huang doesn't believe me, just go back and take a look. Lin Chen's face was serious, and he didn't look like he was lying in any way. Revealing that Yutian possessed an innate essence fire would not cause any bad effects, and this matter could not be concealed at all. Sooner or later it would be discovered, so it would be better to say it out earlier, so that Yutian could get the key cultivation of the Shangwu supervisor earlier. In other words, Cheng Ping'an and Yutian's ability to become what they are today is purely due to their talent, and has nothing to do with you. Eunuch Lin? Huang Yuan looked skeptical. Can't say nothing about it. Lin Chen shook his head. At least they were taken care of by me on this side of the book depository. Tutoring peaceful literacy, nourishing the body for Yutian. That's not what I mean. Huang Yuan interrupted Lin Chen. To tell you the truth, I came over this time because I was ordered to test you a bit. Try what? Lin Chen pretended not to understand. Someone suspects you're not simple, Huang Yuan said bluntly. It is suspected that Cheng Ping'an and Yutian's ability to rapidly cultivate to the Hotian realm both have a lot to do with you. Now that Lin Chen's 2 righteous sons were following Huang Yuan in the Shangwu supervision, it would be most appropriate for him to test Lin Chen. Does Eunuch Huang also think I'm not simple? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Yes, Huang Yuan looked solemn. We met more than once before you came to the book depository, and the you then was completely different from the you now. What's the difference? Lin Chen continued to ask. You're a lot fitter than you used to be, and your essence looks extra full. Huang Yuan thought for a moment and added, your eyes are brighter, and there is also a sense of confidence and calmness. Moreover, I can feel an ineffable nobility in you. When Lin Chen heard this, he secretly exclaimed in his heart, worthy of being an innate realm expert. His sensing ability was indeed strong. Lin Chen also knew that no matter how much he concealed himself, no matter how powerful the breath-converting Xian bead was, there were many things that were difficult to hide perfectly. For example, a person's temperament changes. The change brought about by an ordinary person suddenly becoming an innate realm expert was just too great. As for the noble aura on his own body, it was naturally brought about by his body's incorporation of the qi of the imperial way. Lin Chen couldn't help but think at this moment that even Huang Yuan could see the change in himself, and that consort de Su Qian'er and the others should be able to see it as well. The difference was that Princess de Su Qian'er and the others thought that he had a change in temperament because of the change in his identity, and didn't think about the aspect of martial arts cultivation. Eunuch Lin, right now there are rumors in the palace that you have a great relationship with a mysterious martial arts powerhouse. I wonder if the rumors are true. Chapter 25, Your Majesty's Careful Words. Chapter 25, Your Majesty's Careful Words. Huang Yuan stared at Lin Chen with a curious expression. Eunuch Huang, no matter if I admit it or deny it, I can't dispel the suspicion in everyone's mind. Lin Chen replied back, if I admit it, I definitely can't state the identity of that martial arts powerhouse, as the person is obviously unwilling to reveal his identity. If I deny it, you guys will think that I'm lying or that it's because that mysterious powerhouse won't allow me to reveal his identity. Makes sense. Huang Yuan recognized the words that Lin Chen had just said. Let's pretend that mysterious strong man exists, Lin Chen said in a cryptic manner. Well then, I won't bother you much. Huang Yuan then left. In his opinion, if the so-called mysterious powerhouse really existed, then Lin Chen's various changes would have a fairly reasonable explanation. It was that mysterious powerhouse that had helped or influenced Lin Chen. Even Cheng Ping'an and Yutian were able to quickly cultivate to the Hotian realm with the secret assistance of that mysterious powerhouse. Everyone felt that there should also be a mysterious martial arts powerhouse who was secretly helping Lin Chen, which was why Li Mo and Lu Zhang had died silently near the book depository. It couldn't be that Li Mo and Lu Zhang died under Lin Chen, could it? 3 months ago, Lin Chen was just an ordinary eunuch who was almost killed alive. How was it possible to easily kill Lu Zhang, who was at the late stage of the innate realm, after only 3 months had passed? Never. It also didn't make sense at all to insist that Lin Chen was originally a martial arts powerhouse but had hidden his cultivation. One must know that after Lin Chen had received 100 sand nail sticks, the head eunuch, Li Lianqing, had examined his body, and if he was truly a martial arts powerhouse, it was impossible for Li Lianqing, who was in the patriarchal realm, to fail to see it. Huang Yuan returned to the Shangwu supervisor and reported the results of his trial of Lin Chen upwards. The results of this trial soon reached Fenghe Palace. Eunuch Lu thinks it could be any martial arts powerhouse in the palace who was secretly helping him, Empress Situ Ivana asked while personally pouring tea for Lu Xiang who had just come from the Shangwu supervisor. The war situation in the north tends to stabilize. Affected by the wind and snow, large-scale wars are difficult to break out, which gives Lu Xiang the opportunity to return to the imperial city. Hard to say. Lu Xiang, who was already past his prime and still had a straight posture, shook his head and said back, that Xiao Lin Zi is just an ordinary eunuch, not worthy of a certain martial arts powerhouse in the palace taking care of him like that. Kobayashi really isn't the key. Situ Aster picked up, but the concubine behind him is worth it. It's not hard to guess that this is consort de using him as bait to try to cut off my close friends in the palace. Someone has reported to me that since Xiao Lin Zi was punished and went to the book depository, concubine de has brought the 6th prince over to visit more than once. I reckon that the visits are fake and the conspiracy is real. What does the queen think should be done about it? Lu Xiang didn't want to make any comments. He just wanted to follow orders. First, take down Kobayashi, torture him severely, and try to ask something useful. Situ Aster narrowed his eyes and said, if we encounter that martial arts powerhouse's obstruction, with eunuch Lu's cultivation, we should be able to recognize the other party's true identity. Your Highness, what if the so-called mysterious powerhouse is a Grandmaster? Lu Xiang seems to have concerns. Grandmaster? Situ Ivana frowned and followed by shaking her head back and forth. There are only 2 great masters in the entire imperial city. One is my great-grandfather and the other. Speaking of this, a look of astonishment appeared on the face of this queen mother. Do you mean to say that another Grandmaster chose to side with Princess De? Maybe not before, but it's really hard to say these days. Lu Xiang seemed to be referring to it. Without the need for Lu Xiangming to say it, Situasta realized the deeper meaning in an instant. Humph, she snorted coldly, her face becoming more and more acerbic and gloomy. My elder brother has only suffered a defeat. My Situ family hasn't fallen yet. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Lu Xiang added. Although the Tianwu sect is powerful, after all, there are no great masters. Comparatively speaking, it's still the great general's office that helps the court more. Everyone knows that my great-grandfather is old, and since no one in my Situ family has any hope of advancing to the Grandmaster realm, it's highly likely that the one in the palace will place more importance on the heavenly martial sect. Situasta laughed disdainfully. The one in the palace has likewise long been old and decrepit, and may perhaps go ahead of my great-grandfather. Your Majesty, be careful what you say. Lu Xiang gave a quick reminder. A few more moments of trepidation on his old face. The divine sense of a Grandmaster covered a wide area and would not be perceived by a strong person of the patriarchal realm. Don't worry, that one won't use his divine sense to spy on Fenghua Palace. Situasta waved her hand, unconcerned. Besides, this is the inner sanctum chamber of Fenghua Palace. After closing the door to the room, a Grandmaster's divine sense can't penetrate in. Completely enclosed places can indeed isolate divine sense, unless the opponent's soul realm was far above the Grandmaster realm. If the one in the palace goes ahead of Grandmaster Situ, it will indeed be advantageous for your highness. Lu Xiang chimed in. Whether it's that great master from the palace or not, we have to do something. We can't let Lu Xiang and the others die in vain. I'll take another walk through the book depository. Lu Xiang nodded gently. Lu Xiang is his disciple and his godson. He had managed to cultivate Lu Xiang to the late stage of the innate realm and was counting on Lu Xiang to advance to the sovereign realm, but Lu Xiang suddenly died, which caused him to hold a fire in his heart as well. It didn't take long. In the late night of that day, an assassin broke into the palace, and on the pretext of catching the assassin, Lu Xiang brightly floated and fell into the large courtyard of the book depository. Before he was ordered to go to the north, Lu Xiang had come to the library once. That time, it was also the Empress who had asked him to come, in order to search carefully to see if Su Shaner was hiding over here. At that time, he had swept through Xiao Linzi's body with his divine sense and did not find anything strange. Coming over tonight, Lu Xiang didn't rush to startle Xiao Linzi, but deliberately waited for a while for that so-called mysterious strongman to appear. About 20 breaths of time passed, and Lu Xiang lost his patience. He felt that, just like the last time he came over, if he didn't make a little unusual noise, not only would that mysterious powerhouse not show up, but little Linzi wouldn't come out of the room either. Thus, he slapped out a palm in the air, and just the invisible force coming out from his palm alone smashed a wigwam a few feet away into countless broken rocks. He also shouted out, "Bold assassin, where to escape?" But to his dismay, Kobayashi did not come out of his room. Even though he was up in shock, no mysterious powerhouse came over either. In his divine sense, Kobayashi was currently by the window of that bedroom, seemingly nervously looking out. Also right, an ordinary eunuch encountering such a situation would indeed not dare to run out of the room easily. There was no way out. Xiao Linzi didn't come out. Lu Xiang could only barge into his bedroom by himself, because the Empress had commanded that Xiao Linzi should be tortured a bit. Lu Xiang could not directly strike to behead Xiao Linzi. If it was just to kill Kobayashi, the Zhongshe realm's Lu Xiang could easily accomplish it in this courtyard. It doesn't have to be done in Kobayashi's bedroom. Chapter 26, Curiosity can often kill a person. Chapter 26, Curiosity can often get you killed. Boo! Lu Xiang kicked open the door to Lin Chen's bedroom. Eunuch Lu this is. Lin Chen looked surprised. Xiao Linzi had been in the palace for a full 30 years, so naturally he knew Lu Xiang. Xiao Linzi, we just chased after an assassin, and when we got to this side of the book depository, the assassin suddenly lost track of him, and we suspect that it was you who harbored the assassin. Lu Xiang said perkily. He didn't let his guard down, fearing that the mysterious powerhouse would suddenly appear. How dare I? Lin Chen could naturally guess that Lu Xiang kicking in the door like this was never for the purpose of searching for assassins. I don't think you're too timid. Otherwise, Liemo and Lu Zhang wouldn't have died near the book depository. Lu Xiang obviously had something in his words. He didn't mind chatting more with Lin Chen, deliberately giving that mysterious powerhouse time to rush over. It didn't matter to him, to the queen, whether or not he killed Kobayashi. The important thing is to figure out the identity of that mysterious strong man. Of course, it was possible that that mysterious powerhouse wouldn't appear if he was also at the Zhongshe realm cultivation. Cleric versus cleric. There was no certainty of victory. and showing up would only expose his identity. It's not worth it for a common eunuch. If that mysterious strong man did not appear, Lu Xiang followed the plan and tortured Xiao Linzi before killing him. Eunuch Lu is unjustly accused. Lin Chen pretended to say, Li Mo's and Lu Zhang's deaths have nothing to do with me. I hope Eunuch Lu will be clear about this. Don't be afraid. Those two dressed up as assassins in the middle of the night, obviously plotting to do something wrong, so it's not worth dying for. Lu Xiang smiled and added, what I'm curious about is who killed those two. Moreover, I am almost certain that you know the truth. If you can tell me the truth, you will be considered to have made a great achievement and will be heavily rewarded. I don't know. Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. Is it true that you don't know, or that you don't want to talk about it, or that you can't talk about it without permission? Lu Xiang pursued. Lin Chen thought about how to muddle through. If he didn't have to, he didn't want to make a move with Lu Xiang. After all, Lu Xiang was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. I see, it's the not being able to talk about it. Lu Xiang saw a hesitant look on Lin Chen's face, and naturally assumed that he had concerns. I'm a person who has a problem. I have to find out what I'm curious about, or else I'll have trouble sleeping and eating. Little Linzi, if you can't satisfy my curiosity, in a hurry, I'll have to ask you to taste the splitting tendon in Bonehand. The threat is obvious. Why should Eunuch Lu make things difficult for an ordinary eunuch like me? Lin Chen sighed darkly. It seemed like he couldn't muddle through. It's not that we're giving you a hard time. It's that you're giving us a hard time. Lu Xiang's old face became hideous. We don't want to bully you like this. Who made you not cooperate? Eunuch Lu, curiosity can often kill people. It's all right. You speak boldly. I'm not afraid. Lu Xiang is bottomless and resolute. Is Eunuch Lu thinking he's got me? Lin Chen suddenly straightened his back and looked straight at Lu Xiang. Ha! Lu Xiang felt a little surprised. As a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, he naturally wouldn't show any weakness. His eyes narrowed as he locked eyes with Lin Chen. It puts him in the middle of everything. When the two of them looked at each other, Lu Xiang clearly saw that Lin Chen's eyes were blooming with a bright and sharp strange light. The alien light came like an arrow. Lu Xiang was unprepared and instantly felt a swelling pain in his head. He subconsciously clutched his head with both hands, and couldn't help but stifle a muffled grunt of pain. The pain was excruciating as if his soul had exploded. Lu Xiang's divine sense collapsed in an instant, and his self-consciousness fell into an unstoppable muddle. He had long since cultivated divine sense, and his soul realm was only higher than Lin Chen's. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen's soul deterrent wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Lu Xiang, and at most, it could cause him to go into a trance for a moment. But Lin Chen had the soul suppressor pearl. The soul suppressor bead dramatically enhances the power of the deterrent soul. Lin Chen tried to control Lu Xiang's soul, but unfortunately failed. If Lu Xiang was only a strong Zhongshe realm practitioner who had just cultivated divine sense, Lin Chen might have been able to control this person's soul with the help of the soul suppressor pearl. Phew! A bright light appeared. Bright light shot through Lu Xiang's head. With that, this Zhongshe realm powerhouse died like Li Mo and Lu Zhang. So, it's you. Before Lu Xiang collapsed, a look of dawning realization appeared on his face. At this moment, he finally realized that the person who killed Li Mo and Lu Zhang was not the so-called mysterious strongman. Unfortunately, it's already too late. After waking up, Lu Xiang was even more puzzled. How could an ordinary middle-aged eunuch suddenly become so powerful? Naturally, no one could answer Lu Xiang's questions, and he could only die with a strong sense of unwillingness. Ugh, I've told you that curiosity kills, and you just don't believe me. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. He didn't want to behead Lu Xiang if he could muddle through. The sudden death of a Zhongshe realm powerhouse was bound to cause larger waves in the palace. Patiently waiting until after midnight, when the palace was quiet, Lin Chen threw Lu Xiang's body outside. Again, it wasn't thrown too far. Aren't you all certain that there is a mysterious strong man behind me? Then let you continue to misunderstand. Even the strongest of the sovereign realm is dead. Let's see who of you still dares to come over and pick a fight. Lin Chen could have also disposed of Lu Xiang's body like he did with Su Shan'er's, but after careful deliberation, he felt that it was better to leave Lu Xiang's body outside as a more deterrent, and better able to minimize unnecessary trouble for himself. Less than half an hour passed. Once again, Li Lianqing brought two experts from the Shangwu supervisor to the book depository. Little Linzi, tell me the truth. Did you notice any unusual movements before? Of course I detected it. Lin Chen pointed to a place in the compound. About half an hour ago. I don't know who suddenly broke into this compound and shattered a rockery there. What did you see? Li Lianqing followed up with a question. I was so frightened I didn't dare go out to check. I just saw a blur of a figure flickering away through my bedroom window. Lin Chen perked up. His face not red, his heart not jumping. That's all? Li Lianqing frowned. I dare not deceive eunuchly. There are rumors in the Shangwu supervisor that you have a close friendship with a certain martial arts powerhouse in the palace. Is this true? Lin Chen looked like he didn't dare to say anything explicitly. If you're not comfortable talking about it, just pretend I didn't ask. Li Lianqing then left with his men. Unlike Lu Xiang, he never took sides with a particular party or favored anyone in the palace, and always acted according to the rules of the palace. He was equally curious as to whether Lin Chen had a friendship with a certain martial arts powerhouse, but he wouldn't press the issue too much. In fact, in Li Lianqing's opinion, Lin Chen's look just now was already tantamount to giving an answer. Not to deny is to admit. The mysterious powerhouse that could decapitate Lu Xiang was too involved, and Li Lianqing felt that it was better for him to stay out of it. Early morning, Luo Tang once again took the initiative to deliver the morning meal for Fenghe Palace and brought the news of Lu Xiang's death to Empress Situivana, who had just woken up from a short sleep. What? Lu Xiang is dead? Chapter 27, The Situ Family's Great Masters. Chapter 27, The Situ Family's Great Masters. Hearing that Lu Xiang was dead, and that he had also died near the book depository, with the same 2 bloody holes in his head, Empress Situastor was astonished beyond measure. Liamo was only at the Hotian realm cultivation level, and it was normal for him to die in the palace in the form of an assassin. Lu Zhang was a great expert of the late Innate realm. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the palace, and his death was already unbelievable. Nowadays, even Lu Xiang of the sovereign realm had fallen in disgrace. In addition to these 3 martial arts masters, there are Geng Ming, Yang Mao and Hu Zhichuan. Steward Astor's body involuntarily trembled. Could it be true that that great master has chosen to side with Consorte? Right now, the war situation in the north is not yet settled. It is the time when we need our Situ family's help. How dare he, to be able to silently decapitate Lu Xiang? It can only be a great master's strike. Situ Astor's heart was in turmoil at the moment, not knowing what to do. After waving off Luo Tang, Situ Astor quickly regained her composure. After a hasty breakfast, she took 5th Prince Xiao Jinghuan and some eunuchs and palace maidens out of the palace. Before leaving the palace, I naturally greeted His Majesty the Emperor. Without the permission of His Majesty the Emperor, no consort in the harem is allowed to leave the palace without authorization, not even the Empress. It's a rule set by our ancestors. Situivana told the Emperor that the 5th Prince, Xiao Jinghuan, missed his maternal grandfather, so she had to make a trip back to her mother's house. The reason was so legitimate that His Majesty the Emperor granted it. That morning, against the wind and snow, Situ Astor returned to her mother's house. In the past, this very large-scale mansion was the great general's mansion. Due to the successive defeats in the north, Situ Shang was deprived of his military power and removed from his military post, and this mansion no longer bore the great general's mansion's plaque. Deep within the Situ family's mansion courtyard, Empress Situivana and the 3 bigwigs of the Situ family were gathered in a living room that was like a secret room. The door to the room was closed, and no servants served tea. Situivana's great-grandfather, Situ Jing, sat in a wooden chair directly to the north. He was 180 years old, dressed in a green cloth robe. He had a head full of silver hair, and the wrinkles on his face were like a crisscrossing gully. The whole thing is droopy and twilight. In the Tian Yuan continent, an ordinary person would only live for 60 or 70 years. An innate realm expert would probably live for 100 years, and a patriarchal realm powerhouse would have a life expectancy of 150 years. Martial powerhouses in the Grandmaster realm usually live for 200 years. In other words, Situ Jing only had 20 years left before his big day. On the east and west side sat Situ Lai, the contemporary head of the Situ family, and Situ Lai's son Situ Shang. Situ Lai was Situ Jing's grandson, a powerful man of the Zhongshe realm, and although he was already past his prime, he did not show any signs of old age. Situ Lai's father failed to cultivate to the sovereign realm and died 10 years ago. In today's entire Situ family, there were only 2 sect master realm powerhouses. One was Situ Lai and the other was Situ Shang. Situ Lai was in the middle stage of the sovereign realm, while Situ Shang was in the early stage of the sovereign realm. Neither father nor son had the possibility of impacting the great master realm unless they received some sort of great chance. It was too difficult to raise the soul realm. Even the Situ family, which has a great master realm powerhouse, has no shortage of unusual cultivation resources, but it also does not have pills or heavenly treasures like the soul embracing pill that can rapidly enhance soul power. Soul power boosting too slowly was just one of the obstacles to impacting the Grandmaster realm. As we age, the lack of body essence is a problem that should not be ignored. A true martial arts genius would often advance to the Grandmaster realm before the age of 50. Martial artists who had good martial talent but could not be called geniuses also had the hope of striking the Grandmaster realm if they could obtain enough cultivation resources. Situ Sheng belonged to this type of martial artist. He was only 35 years old this year, with a dragon's essence and vigorous chi and blood, and had been fully cultivated by the Situ family since he was young. Nay, the Situ family was unable to provide him with soul-type cultivation resources. Lu Xiang. Pity. After listening to Sito Astor's narration, Sito Jing in the upper seat slightly raised his slack eyelids. His old face could not be seen to be happy or sad. When he was young, I instructed him several times, and at that time, I felt that he was quite gifted, and even though there was no hope of impacting the Grandmaster realm, he might be able to cultivate to the late stage of the Master realm, and I didn't expect that he would die in such a way. Too bad indeed. Situ Lai concurred. Lu Xiang has cultivated to the late stage of the Sovereign realm. Wei Final Leisure should almost have his lifespan depleted, just in time to take over. I think the Empress sister didn't guess wrong. The one who beheaded Lu Xiang must be the one in the palace. Situ Shang looked grave, a coldness in his tone. He wants to cut off our family's power in the palace at the last moment of his life, so that his offspring can sit on the throne. It's not hard to guess that even if I hadn't suffered a defeat in the north, the Shao family would have found another excuse to seize my military power. It's only human for him to do that. Situ Jing said expressionlessly, if it were me, it would probably be the same choice. At our age, we will always think of doing something for future generations, but our family has no intention of usurping the throne. Situ Shang seemed to be a bit annoyed. If he's suppressing us like this, it's also tantamount to weakening the entire Great Qian Empire. It's probably because Ivana is too strong in the harem, causing dissatisfaction from the royal family and suspicion from that one. Situ Lai glanced at his Empress daughter, more or less disappointed with her performance in the palace. It wasn't that she shouldn't have been that forceful, but she seemed to be too pushy in her actions. I'm also thinking for Huaner's future ascension to the throne and for the longevity of our Situ family. Ivana Sito's statement was not an excuse for herself. It was from her heart. Her marriage to the current emperor was actually considered a sacrifice for the Situ family. In her condition, she doesn't have to compete with other women for favor at all. She can marry the man of her choice and enjoy all of that man's love alone. No one's blaming you. They just think you're rushing things a bit. Situ Lai answered. The fifth prince is still young, and his majesty is in the prime of his spring and autumn, so we can wait for the one in the palace to reach the end of his life before we make serious plans. Sito Astor didn't make another argument. Things have come to this, we have no intention of treason, but the one has the intention of eradicating us. Situ Shang's eyes narrowed slightly, his face full of sullenness. There are even rumors in the palace that his majesty has thoughts of abolishing the queen. Whether it's true or not, we have to plan for the worst. As long as I am still alive, the abolition of the Empress will only be a rumor that cannot possibly come true. Situ Jing said, that old friend in the palace shouldn't be able to survive me. After Ivana returns to the palace, don't make any more moves. If that old friend refuses to stop, at most I'll suffer a little loss and go on the road with him. The Great Qian Palace. Book Depository. Lin Chen sat on the first floor of the library, reading a book while occasionally admiring the snowy scenery in the courtyard. Very laid back and cozy. In addition to Li Lianqing's visit, no more bigwigs from the palace came over here to investigate, and Lin Chen knew that people didn't put Lu Xiang's death on his head, even if he felt that Lu Xiang's death was involved. No one dared to touch him. After all, behind him stood a mysterious big brother who was capable of killing a powerhouse of the sovereign realm. After noon, Lin Chen had just eaten lunch when an old man with a stooped body walked into the doorway of the book depository alone. Chapter 28 Big Brother comes to the door. 10,000 years ago. Chapter 28 The big man comes to the door. 10,000 years ago. This old man's description was withered. His chi and blood dried up, and he trembled when he walked, as if he would fall at any time. The moment he saw him, Lin Chen's eyes danced. Obviously, the visitor was by no means an ordinary dying old man. If it was an ordinary old eunuch, he would have to leave the palace before he reached this age, unless he was a strong martial artist. Shaolin Zi has been in the palace for 30 years. The vast majority of eunuchs are at least met one side, including the old ancestor in the mouth of the people Wei Final Leisure. The entire palace, in addition to those new eunuchs and palace maidens, Shaolin Zi has not seen very few people. One of the very few included this old man who had just walked into the doorway of the library. No one follows, much less leads. The fact that he could walk freely in the palace was enough to show that he was not simple. Elder, you old this is. Lin Chen estimated that this old man was most likely some bigwig from the imperial clan, regardless of the identity of the other party. As the eunuch guarding the book depository, he had to at least go up and ask the other party about his intentions. Avoiding it raises suspicion. I, Xiao Yuanho, have come to the library to look for a book. Ha! Hearing the old man name himself, Lin Chen couldn't help but change his face drastically, because Xiao Linzi's memory had the name Xiao Yuanho. When His Majesty, the present emperor, ascended the throne, Xiao Yuanho's name appeared in a pamphlet. At that time, Xiao Linzi had asked Li Lianqing for advice on what Xiao Yuanho was, and Li Lianqing was so frightened that she directly covered Xiao Linzi's mouth. After a few days, Li Lianqing found an opportunity to meet alone before quietly telling Xiao Linzi that Xiao Yuanho was the great-grandfather of the current emperor, a great master realm powerhouse. I see you've heard of the old man. Xiao Yuanho, dressed in a white cotton robe, walked through the concierge and into the courtyard. Don't be nervous, the old man is just here to read a book. Elder, go find the book first. I'll prepare the tea. Of course Lin Chen wouldn't slow down this big brother. He hadn't yet achieved Yuan Shun, and even with the help of the soul suppressor pearl, the soul deterrent performed by him wouldn't be able to shake the souls of great master realm powerhouses, but he doesn't have to be too intimidated. Dressed in Xian silk clothes, with soul-suppressing pearls protecting his soul within his sea of consciousness, a great master couldn't kill him in seconds. As long as he wasn't killed in seconds, he would be able to escape from this place with the evading Xian talisman. No, I'm not thirsty. Xiao Yuanho waved his hand. I'm already old and dim-eyed, and my movements are much more inconvenient. You have to help me find the book. Okay. Lin Chen followed honestly. He naturally knew that Xiao Yuanho was on the verge of running out of gas, but by no means to the point of old age. He could also guess that this archon was not here to read a book. Lu Xiang's death caught the attention of the big man. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Many of the big shots in the palace speculated that Xiao Yuanho was the mysterious powerhouse behind Lin Chen. Xiao Yuanho knew in his heart that he was not, and that he had taken the blame for someone. So, naturally, he had to come and walk through the collection, not alerting anyone, just coming alone. Help the old man find that book 10,000 years ago. Walking into the first floor of the library, Xiao Yuanho sat down on a chair. Yes, Lin Chen first took out a thick book and scrutinized it. From this book, Lin Chen found the exact location of the collection of 10,000 years ago, and then went to the second floor, bringing 10,000 years ago from the second floor to the first floor, and delivering it to Xiao Yuanho. Receiving the book, Xiao Yuanho began to flip through it while asking, "Have you read this book?" Back to Elder. Haven't seen it. Lin Chen shook his head. There are just too many books in the collection. Lin Chen wasn't much of a reader, reading at a slower pace, and there wasn't a lot of time that he could usually devote to reading. This is a book the old man recommends you read carefully sometime. Xiao Yuanho continued in a slightly emotional tone. 10,000 years ago, the Tianyuan continent was not what it is today. At that time, it could be described as a land of outstanding people and treasures, with an endless stream of great heroes, and cultivation resources were very rich, and the Grandmaster realm was not worth mentioning at all in those years. Lin Chen just listened intently without answering. He didn't know how to answer, as he wasn't sure of Xiao Yuanho's true intentions for this visit. However, he could sense that Xiao Yuanho did not show the slightest bit of hostility. The Tianyuan continent is huge. Even the Deqian Empire plus the barbarian territory in the north as well as the Tsongmang mountain range in the west is only a small part of it. Xiao Yuanho sighed tersely. It's a pity that I'm already old and decrepit, and I was unable to explore a wider area when I was at my peak, so I can only leave with endless regrets. Hearing him say that, Lin Chen then made up his mind to carefully read the book before 10,000 years. Not only this book, but other books about the history and geography of the Tianyuan continent should also be read more. One must know more about this metaphysical world. After all, Lin Chen's goal was never just to become a Grandmaster, cultivating to the Grandmaster realm, remodeling his body with the Emperor Dao Yuan spirit, and restoring himself to a real man were only the goals at this stage. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Xiao Yuanho also stopped talking. At dusk, there was more than enough wind and snow. Xiao Yuanho finished reading 10,000 years ago, put down the book, and got up to walk out of the bookstore. I heard that you were once the eunuch who listened to the service beside Consort De. What do you think of Consort De's character? At the entrance of the book depository, Xiao Yuanho suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Latecomer is just an ordinary eunuch, and does not dare to speak out of turn. Lin Chen made a perfunctory remark. If you can only be considered an ordinary eunuch, wouldn't Wei Final Leisure not even be considered an ordinary eunuch? Xiao Yuanho looked at Lin Chen with deep eyes. Lin Chen's heart immediately trembled, knowing that Xiao Yuanho should have seen something. A Grandmaster was a Grandmaster after all. Not only had he condensed his Yuan Shen, but his Yuan Shen was very powerful. Don't worry, I'm just a decrepit old man on the verge of dying. I won't make a move against a martial arts powerhouse who can easily kill Lu Xiang if I don't have to. Xiao Yuanhou smiled and said, furthermore, I have no reason to make a move against you. Nowadays, I only want to do as much as I can for my Xiao clan's royal family before my big day comes. And you, at least the current you have not done anything unfavorable to my Xiao clan's royal family. There's nothing much wrong with Princess De's character, except for some conceit, Lin Chen said. That's how the old man sees it too. Xiao Yuanhou gently nodded. If you have the intention to support Princess De, I have no objections, but I just have to remind you that the Situ family's great patriarch is slightly younger than me, and once I'm buried in the yellow earth, he's bound to do something before he dies. My advice is, as long as the Situ family doesn't do too much, tolerate what you can, and wait until their family's grand patriarch has passed away as well, then it won't be too late to settle the score. Obviously, Xiao Yuanhou misunderstood. He thought Lin Chen was one of Consort De's people. Consort De was from the Heavenly Martial Sect, and the Heavenly Martial Sect had the ability to secretly cultivate one of the more powerful martial arts powerhouses in the palace. Just as the Situ family was able to cultivate Lu Xiang in the palace, even the chief eunuch Wei Fengxian had received a lot of favors from the Situ family. The latecomer keeps this in mind. Lin Chen was just perfunctory and didn't explain. I'll continue to take the blame for you for that one, and I won't reveal anything about you to anyone. After saying that, Xiao Yuanhou left. One night passed. In the early morning of this cold winter season, a wonderful woman and a small eunuch came to the library in succession. Chapter 29, the Emperor's eyes also turned to the book depository. Chapter 29, the Emperor's eyes also turned to the book depository. The young eunuch's name was Feng Bao, and like Yutian, he was 12 years old. Feng Bao was originally a small eunuch of the imperial household, usually specializing in accompanying the imperial princes and princesses to read. This morning during the morning lessons, His Majesty the Emperor silently visited the Shangshu room in person to inspect whether the imperial princesses were serious in their morning lessons. Not coincidentally, last night Feng Bao did not sleep well, but actually dozed off in the morning class. His Majesty the Emperor found out. People lashed him 10 lashes, and punished him to come to the library to read and reflect. Lin Chen felt very strange about Feng Bao's arrival. With a little thought, one can understand the intention of the present emperor. Cheng Ping'an and Yutian had both quickly cultivated from an ordinary little eunuch to the Hotian realm shortly after arriving at the book depository, and His Majesty the Emperor wanted to see if Feng Bao had the same encounter. As for that wonderful girl, she was likewise punished for coming to the book depository. The difference is that she is unusual. Her name is Xiao Anren, and she is the blood sister of His Majesty, the current emperor. This honorable Princess Highness is 22 years old and has a high talent for martial arts, and has previously been cultivating her heart palace to practice martial arts. The nurturing heart palace was a very special place that covered a large area and contained many buildings that housed some of the older Xiao imperial clan's martial arts powerhouses. Xiao Yuanhou lived in the palace of nourishing heart. Xiao Anren, as a young princess who had not yet left the palace, she was also required to attend morning classes. However, she was taking morning classes in martial arts cultivation, taught by those older royal powerhouses of the nurturing heart palace. This morning's morning class, Xiao Yuanhou suddenly asked Xiao Anren some questions about history. Xiao Anren not only couldn't answer, but also *********. Xiao Yuanhou then punished her to come to the library to read more. Obviously, punishing Xiao Anren for coming to the library to read was not Xiao Yuanhou's true intention, but Xiao Yuanhou didn't mean any harm by doing so. Xiao Yuanhou came over yesterday. He shouldn't have been able to tell my exact cultivation level. He just saw that I had already cultivated. He knew that Lu Xian was killed by me, and rightly assumed that my cultivation was not lower than Lu Xiang's. Xiao Yuanhou must love Xiao Anren very much, so he let her come and try to see if she could get the light. He said he would try to do something for the Xiao imperial clan before he died. Lin Chen realized that as his soul realm rose, his ability to think had also improved by a considerable amount. A lot of things, once you think about it. Some Thai books. What's there to read? Reading can grow your cultivation? Just after arriving at the book depository, Xiao Anren began to complain. She had a slim figure and was wearing a silver-white martial arts practice uniform even in the middle of winter, making her entire person look extraordinarily valiant and sharp. Her looks were described as stunning. Melon face as smooth as jade, willow leaf eyebrows thin thick, agar nose straight, sandalwood mouth delicate. She was no less heroic than Consort De, slightly taller than Consort De, and also had a bit more of an innocent flavor than Consort De. Of course, Consort De had a bit more dignity and maturity than Xiao Anren. In the library, Xiao Anren looked for books haphazardly and flipped through them. reading only the top 2 or 3 pages of almost every book. It's easy to see that she really has little interest in reading. Even some books that were interesting to most people, she couldn't read, as if reading more pages would kill her. At this time, Feng Bao, naturally, was lying on the bed recuperating from his injuries, taking 10 lashes and having the skin on his back split open. This was definitely considered a serious injury for a young eunuch who had no martial arts cultivation whatsoever. Normally, it takes a couple of days to walk around normally. Even after applying gold sores, Feng Bao didn't dare to disobey His Majesty's will, and just after lying down on his bed, he begged Lin Chen to help find a book for him to read. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. After delivering a book to Feng Bao, Lin Chen sat on a wooden chair in the gatehouse, facing the large courtyard, leisurely enjoying the snowy scenery in the courtyard while pondering whether or not to adopt Feng Bao as his righteous son. Feng Bao was considered to be the emperor's man. If Xiao Yuanhou really did what he said and continued to take the fall for me and not reveal my situation to anyone, the emperor should just want to see if Feng Bao can be like Cheng Ping'an and Yutian. Lu Xiang's death has caused the emperor to turn his attention to the book depository as well. Even if I show favor to Feng Bao, he may not be as loyal to me as Cheng Ping'an and Yutian. While Lin Chen was pondering, Consort De was bringing the 6th Prince Xiao Jingyi into this gatehouse. The mother and son duo were followed by Su Qianer and another palace maid. Kobayashi, what are you reading to me today? Pink carved, porcelain doll like Xiao Jingyi, still very close to Lin Chen, just entered the gate room and pounced over cheerfully. Your Highness, let's go look for it first, and I'll read whichever one you like. Lin Chen picked up Xiao Jingyi and walked through the large courtyard and into the library. For her part, Princess Tay followed closely with a frown. She had a few moments of anger in her heart because Kobayashi hadn't even saluted herself. Su Qianer also discovered this detail and was puzzled in her heart. Yeesh, what are you doing here? Xiao Anren, who had been staying on the first floor of the book depository, immediately put down one of the books in his hands when he saw Lin Chen carrying Xiao Jingyi in. Hello auntie. Xiao Jingyi naturally recognized his own aunt and greeted her in a very well-behaved and polite manner. Anren meets Ante De. Xiao Anren saluted Consort D. Princess is too polite. Concubine did not put on a show. The same arching hand returned the salute. Xiao Linzi was the listening eunuch of Shud Palace before. The 6th prince was extraordinarily close to him, coming over from time to time to listen to him read. After explaining so, she asked curiously, what is the princess doing here in the library if she is not practicing martial arts in the nurturing heart palace? Ugh, Xiao Anren sighed in depression. I was not able to answer a few questions during the morning class, so I was punished by my great-grandfather to come to the library to read more. Oh, Consort De's expression became complicated. She had come over today because she wanted to find out if there really was a mysterious powerhouse behind Xiao Linzi. If it did, she still wanted to know if that mysterious powerhouse was the same Grandmaster from the heart-nurturing palace. Lu Xiang's death, combined with the previous deaths of Li Mo and Lu Zhang, had already spread throughout the palace. Why don't we trouble the princess to accompany the 6th prince to read for a while? Frozen in thought for a moment, Concubine De smiled and said, Princess has not seen the 6th prince for a while, but he often thinks of you. Okay. Xiao Anren was very fond of Xiao Jingyi as her nephew, and at this time, being bored, she naturally would not refuse Consort De's proposal. She took Xiao Jingyi from Lin Chen's arms and walked towards the depths of the first floor of the library. Lin Chen knew in his heart that Consort De had something to say to himself, and turned around and walked to the entrance of the book depository. Su Qianer and the other courtesan remained at the gatehouse. It's different having a great master from the palace as a backer, Concubine De said in a conspiratorial manner. No wonder she has become more and more distant from me, her former master, since she came to the book depository. Your Majesty may have misunderstood. Lin Chen picked up. Of course, it's true that I've long since stopped being an obedient eunuch at the side of the Empress, and I can't do a lot of things exactly as the Empress would like them to be done in the past. Ha! Concubine De cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. I underestimated you before. Chapter 30, maybe it's just women. Chapter 30, maybe it's all about the women. Concubine De naturally heard Lin Chen's words. Kobayashi politely told her that she was no longer Kobayashi's master. Kobayashi no longer obeys her like he used to. Princess De was a million times more displeased, feeling betrayed. In the old days, Princess De would have made Xiao Linzi regret it. But now, things are different. Kobayashi has a very powerful backer behind him, not to mention that she was just a consort. Even His Majesty the current emperor wouldn't dare to offend that old man. Either way, I have to thank you. Seeing that Lin Chen was silent, Consort De spoke again, but in a slightly more moderate tone. What did the queen thank me for? Hu Shichuan, Lu Zhang, Lu Xiang and the others are all the Empress hawks and dogs. Concubine de returned. There is also Yang Mao, that guy. In the past in the Shud Palace. I never counted him as bad, but I don't think he went to the Shang cuisine supervisor. But he also turned to the Empress. Lin Chen thought to himself. I didn't get who Yutian and the others killed to help you. Just think about it, you don't have to say it. Kobayashi, I don't know how you climbed up to that one, but I'll warn you. Concubine de resumed her lofty, self-righteous look. The gap between you and that person is too great. You think you've hugged that person's thigh. The actual situation may not be the same as what you think. That one most likely just wanted to do something, and you just happened to catch up. Thank you for the reminder, ma'am. Lin Chen's sentence of thanks was perfunctory. Be well. Concubine de turned around and walked into the library, not wanting to say any more to Lin Chen. In her opinion, that old man should have looked at the Empress with displeasure and had many grievances against the Situ family, which was why he took action. At this, of course, she was happy and felt that her chance had finally come. She didn't feel at all that that old man had beheaded Lu Xiang and the others in order to protect Shaolinzi. Kobayashi doesn't even deserve it. Princess Tay even thought that that old man did those things to help himself to the throne. As for Lu Xiang and the others being beheaded by Lin Chen, Princess Din never thought about this possibility. Lin Chen didn't go into the library to continue looking at Princess Din's face. He went straight back to the gatehouse and settled down. At this time, Su Qianer and another palace maid were also in the gatehouse. Sister Qianer, I have some internal urgency. You keep watch here first. I'll go to the outhouse. Aha! After Su Qianer nodded her head, the courtesan who had come with her hurriedly walked away. She walked into the compound but not towards the outhouse. Obviously, she was just leaving on an excuse and wasn't really in an internal emergency. You bribed her? Lin Chen asked curiously. No, but get along with her. Su Qianer shook her head and explained. Knowing our relationship, she should have thought that I wanted to be alone with you, so she understood and avoided it. Oh, Lin Chen was more or less perplexed as to why Princess Di would keep Su Qianer in Shud Palace when she clearly suspected that she was the Empress person. It can't be because there is no hard evidence. There was no need for any reason at all for Concubine Di to kick out a courtesan around her. I hear you're different now. No wonder you're all over me. Su Qianer spoke in a sultry tone. Yes, it's natural for a person to think differently when they are in a different position. Lin Chen didn't bother to deny anything, and there was no need to deny anything. Having just been yin and yang by Consort Di, and then yin and yang by Su Qianer, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps this is a woman. Where you are now is not a position you can really reach. Su Qianer seemed to kindly admonish. People often say that the higher one is held up, the worse one falls. We are ordinary eunuchs and palace maidens. If we cannot recognize our own identity, we will surely get into trouble. Yes? Lin Chen knew in his heart that whether it was Consort Di's reminder just now, or Su Qianer's exhortation at this time, it was not that they were coming from a place of goodwill, but rather, it was an expression of their dissatisfaction with what was in their respective hearts. They don't like the current Kobayashi, didn't like the feeling of losing control over Kobayashi. The conversation didn't go on and the two didn't continue. About a tea time passed, and the palace maid who had left on the pretext of going to the toilet returned. Near noon, Consort Di returned to Shud Palace with the sixth prince and two palace maids. Seeing Consort Di and the others walk away, Xiao Anren turned to Lin Chen and asked, Shaolinzi, what are we going to eat for lunch? Your Highness, the food on this side of the book depository is terrible. Lin Chen returned. Your Highness had better go back to the Nurturing Heart Palace and come back to read after dinner. The Foster's Palace is too far from here. Xiao Anren skimmed her reddish cherry mouth and added, moreover, before I came, great-grandfather said that I am not allowed to return to the Nurturing Heart Palace without being summoned. Oh, Lin Chen frowned. A princess staying directly on this side of the book depository was bound to cause him many inconveniences. If you can't go back to the Palace of Nourishing Heart, Your Highness should make a trip to the Shang cuisine supervisor and order them to send a delicious meal, Lin Chen suggested. Me in person? Xiao Anren also furrowed a pair of willow brows. Why can't you be the one to follow my orders and make a trip to the Shang cuisine supervisor? There's nothing really wrong with her saying that. After all, she was an honored princess, and it was more than normal for her to order a eunuch to do something. Lin Chen also suddenly reacted to the fact that he had really put himself on the same level as Xiao Anren just now. As a traveler, Lin Chen had never had the idea of being inferior, and now that he had already cultivated, he wouldn't even feel humble in the face of a big shot like Xiao Yuan Ho. So naturally, he wouldn't look like a lackey in front of Xiao Anren. Your Highness, I want to keep an eye on Fengbao. After being stunned, Lin Chen pointed to the bedroom where Cheng Ping'an and Yutian had stayed and explained. Fengbao was not badly injured and needs someone to watch over and care for him all the time. This kind of thing can only be done by me. Kobayashi, that's a far-fetched reason. From Xiao Anren's address and attitude towards Lin Chen, it could be seen that Xiao Yuanhou hadn't said to her that Lin Chen was a martial arts powerhouse capable of killing Lu Xiang. If she had known that Lin Chen had great strength, she would have addressed him as Eunuch Lin instead of Little Linzi. Your Highness, Feng Bao may be one of His Majesty's men, Lin Chen reminded in a low voice. If it was an ordinary little eunuch who dared to doze off during the morning class in the Shangshu room, he would surely be beaten to death alive. How could he have the opportunity to come to the Tibetan book depository to read and reflect? If something happens to His Majesty's people in the book depository, I can't afford it. Okay. Xiao Anren reluctantly accepted Lin Chen's explanation. She was certainly not accustomed to the food in the kitchens of the book depository, so she went to the Shang cuisine supervisor herself. When she was having lunch at the Shang cuisine supervisor, she instructed one of the deacon eunuchs of the Shang cuisine supervisor to deliver food to the book depository on time in the future. Feng Bao was injured and couldn't walk around normally, so Lin Chen could only cook for himself. Feng Bao is as skinny as Yutian was when he first came to the library. This child's thinness is not due to carrying the innate essence fire, or any other special physical aspect. It is purely due to too much exertion in accompanying the royal princesses to read in the Shangshu room. The imperial princes and princesses were also tired of studying, but their food was something Feng Bao couldn't compare to. Unlike Yutian, who possessed an innate essence flame, and unlike Cheng Ping'an, who possessed a high level of physical talent, Feng Bao was simply not suited to practicing martial arts. However, Lin Chen wasn't picky. As long as he was willing to cultivate them, even scraps could become geniuses. Chapter 31, Did the Princess Let You Drink? Chapter 31, Did the Princess Let You Drink? The key is to cultivate Feng Bao or not. In the morning, Lin Chen had seriously thought about this. It didn't really take long to come up with an answer. It didn't really matter if Feng Bao was the emperor's man or if he would be as loyal to himself as Cheng Ping'an and Yutian. What Lin Chen wanted was the system reward. In his plan, he was going to collect many righteous sons in the palace, and even replace Wei Fengxian as the old ancestor in people's mouths. With so many righteous sons and grandsons, it's impossible for all of them to be loyal. The human heart is complex and fickle, and most difficult to fathom. Even Cheng Ping'an and Yutian might have second thoughts in the future. A biological son could stab a person in the back, let alone just a righteous son. It's good to be treated as a toolman. As for cultivating Feng Bao possibly making the current emperor suspicious, Lin Chen didn't care. As long as Xiao Yuanhou didn't make a move, no one in this palace could do anything about him. After a while, when his power cultivation broke through to the Zhongshe realm and condensed his Yuan Shun, a grandmaster like Xiao Yuanhou who was close to running out of fuel would not be able to pose a threat to him. Lin Chen knew that Xiao Yuanhou wouldn't make a move against himself because that old man was still counting on him to suppress the Situ family in the future. Feng Bao, come, have some water. Lin Chen sent the prepared meal into Feng Bao's bedroom, and also brought a cup of warm water. I've put some healing medicine in this cup of water. It should enable you to recover soon. While saying this, Lin Chen sat on the bed and helped Feng Bao sit up straight. Feng Bao put down the books in his hands and drank the cup of warm water with some difficulty. The medicinal power of the Gonlin pill worked its way through his body, and he soon realized that the sharp pain in his back had lessened a lot. A great favor is not to be thanked. I will remember Eunuch Lin's care for me this time. Feng Bao knew that quick-acting medicines were usually very precious, and said gratefully, if I can make a difference in the future, I will definitely repay Eunuch Lin properly. There's no need to repay. I just think we're both suffering people. We should support each other. Lin Chen smiled lovingly. I'm already a middle-aged man of 40, and even though I have no children at my knees, I can't see a child like you suffer and suffer. Not only to you, but also to Cheng Ping'an and Yutian who were punished for coming to the book depository before. Thanks to the two of them for looking up to me and worshipping me as their righteous father. Even though they both went to the Shangu supervision and became the focus of cultivation, they still come to visit from time to time. Lin Chen naturally said that on purpose. Feng Bao was also very up. Lin Chen had just finished his sentence when the boy struggled out of bed and knelt in front of Lin Chen. If Eunuch Lin doesn't mind, Feng Bao would also like to become your godson. Get up, get up. You're still hurt. Lin Chen pretended to assist Feng Bao while saying, if you don't dislike me as the eunuch guarding the library, how can I dislike you, godfather? Feng Bao kowtowed. Well, good boy, get up and eat. Only then did Lin Chen use a little bit of strength in his hands to help Feng Bao up. A familiar system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for receiving another righteous son. The system reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check. After eating, Feng Bao's color became much better, but he still needed to lie in bed to recuperate. Lin Chen took the dishes and other utensils back to the kitchen. then checked the system rewards he had obtained this time. There were still quite a few elixirs that helped a lot in cultivation. There was also a talismanic treasure and a martial art. The talisman treasure was called Golden Vine Xian Rune, the top grade of the Xian rank. Once activated, it was able to release a golden vine to bind the enemy to death, even if one was a Grandmaster. If they were bound by the golden vines released by the Golden Vine Xian symbol, it would be difficult to break free within a short period of time. The martial skill was called Illusory Body Misty Shadow Steps, a Xian rank upper grade stance type martial skill that was many times superior to Wind Shadow Steps. Having the foundation of fully mastering the Wind Shadow Steps helps a lot in eating through the Illusory Body Misty Shadow Steps faster and better. The rewards this time are also great, enhancing my ability to defend myself again. Lin Chen had just tidied up the kitchen when Xiao Anren returned from the Shang cuisine supervisor. This princess did not go back into the collection to read. Make a pot of flower tea to drink. Xiao Anren took out a packet of tea and threw it into Lin Chen's hands. The tea was presumably something she had asked for from the people at the Shang cuisine. Lin Chen took out a few pieces of wood from the kitchen and made tea while roasting a fire in the gatehouse. Xiao Anren, on the other hand, went to the courtyard with an extra longsword in his hand. In the midst of the wind and snow, she began practicing a sword technique. Her stance was agile and her swordsmanship was ethereal. A flurry of snowflakes sprinkled and fluttered as her body moved. It looks beautiful. Lin Chen had studied the instantaneous mansard sword technique, which did not have too many subtle sword moves, the essence of which lay in concentrating one's power to make one's sword weapon explode with the strongest power in a split second, bursting out with a powerful sword aura. It was only studied silently and not really practiced. It was easy to attract trouble by practicing that kind of powerful sword technique in the book depository. Lin Chen had also carefully studied the complete explanation of the fundamentals of the Sword Dao, and thus gained a deeper understanding of the Sword Dao. In fact, if the soul realm was high enough, one could grasp the essence of some martial arts and sword techniques without repeated rehearsals. It can even be practiced in the consciousness by means of meditation, with no less effect than actual hands-on practice. Lin Chen had already cultivated divine sense, and his soul realm was naturally not low. With his soul realm, and with his attainments in Sword Dao, he could tell that Xiao Anren's swordsmanship was at a high level, but there were also many flaws. Xiao Anren's swordsmanship seemed to allow her to merge with nature, even causing nature to resonate with the swordsmanship, erratic and unpredictable, but in reality, it was not powerful enough and had limited killing power. A bit of fancy footwork. Sword weapons and swordsmanship are both used to kill the enemy. Fast, accurate and ruthless is the right way. This is mentioned over and over again in the complete explanation of the fundamentals of Kendo. Lin Chen naturally had no obligation to instruct Xiao Anren. It's not like you can get a system reward for helping this princess. After practicing the sword technique for a while, Xiao Anren took the long sword in his hand back to the inner world of the Qi Si and returned to the gate room, picking up the teapot hanging on the fire pit and pouring himself a cup of tea. The whole concierge was filled with the aroma of tea. The tea that Xiao Anren had brought was of a much higher quality than the ones Lin Chen had drunk before. Lin Chen poured himself a cup of tea as well and was about to savor it when he heard Xiao Anren say unhappily, "Little Linzi, did this princess let you drink it?" Lin Chen was stunned. "Your Highness shouldn't be the kind of person who is petty. Tea is owned by others, and it is indeed inappropriate to drink their tea without their permission. Besides, they are still honored princesses." But the tea was made by Lin Chen's hands. Xiao Anren thought that Lin Chen was an ordinary eunuch who deserved to serve himself tea, but Lin Chen didn't think that way. "This tea is worth a year's salary of yours for just one tael." Xiao Anren continued, "It's true that this princess is not a petty person, but you should always be mindful of your status. Drink up, for the sake of the tea you made. This princess will reward you with a cup." "Then I thank your highness for the reward," Lin Chen said, putting one hand into his pocket, and when he pulled it out again, there was an additional milky white elixir in his hand. He casually dropped the elixir into his teacup. Ling Hua Dan? Chapter 32, You're a bit dishonest. Chapter 32, You're a bit dishonest. After all, she was a princess of the royal family, so of course Xiao Anren recognized Ling Hua Dan, but she had never seen any person who would throw Ling Hua Dan into the tea. "Well, it's the spirit Hua Dan." Lin Chen nodded. "Although your highness's tea is very fragrant, it tastes slightly bitter. Add a pill of Ling Hua Dan and I think it tastes better." With that, Lin Chen took a fine sip of tea, a satisfied and enjoyable look on his face. Lin Chen was almost fearless in the palace. Xiao Yuanho also already knew that he was a strong martial artist, and there was no need for him to hide everything. Ling Hua Dan added to the tea. "It's too wasteful." Xiao Anren reminded. "The medicinal power will overflow some of it with the tea mist." "Doesn't matter. There's plenty anyway." Lin Shen felt that revealing that he had quite a few pills in front of Xiao Anren wasn't a big problem. For him to be able to turn from an ordinary eunuch into a martial arts powerhouse, he was bound to take a large amount of pills, and Xiao Yuanhou could definitely guess this. Moreover, with Xiao Anren's nature, she wouldn't go around proclaiming such things. It doesn't matter if it's proclaimed. Everyone knew that Lin Shen had a lot of pills, so naturally, they were more than willing to worship him as their righteous father. More righteousness, more system rewards. Nowadays, Lin Shen didn't have to bother meticulously as he had before. The difficult start had already been passed. A lot is how much? Xiao Anren asked curiously. It's a secret, not to be told. Lin Shen shook his head and continued to drink his tea. Where did that come from? Xiao Anren asked again. From a very powerful being. Lin Shen thought of the many suns, many fortunes system that was bound to him at this time. This system is more than very powerful. It's beyond belief. Can you add one to my tea? Xiao Anren did not lack cultivation resources, but there were too many young sons of the Xiao clan's royal family to supply her with an unlimited supply of spiritual flower pills. Everyone acquired spiritual huadan on a monthly basis, and the higher the martial talent, the more cultivation resources they could acquire each month. Can't, Lin Shen decisively refused. At this moment, seeing the change in expression on Xiao Anren's stunningly beautiful face, Lin Shen had the feeling of getting back at someone after being bullied. One tael of tea is worth a year's salary? That's right, it's offset, but the old man doesn't care about salaries. Ling Huadan is a candy bean. Can you do it? It's just one spiritual flowering pill. After being rejected, Xiao Anren returned to her previous high spirits. Lin Shen ignored her and fished out another qi condensation pill from his pocket, again dropping it directly into the glass of water. This, Xiao Anren naturally also recognized the qi condensation pill, and at this moment, she couldn't help but widen a pair of beautiful eyes, her eyes full of incredulity. Someone actually melted the qi condensation down into the tea. This tea is much sweeter and more flavorful. Beautiful juice. Lin Shen wanted Xiao Anren to be more low-key and polite in front of himself, and to be less of a princess, and he definitely couldn't do it without using some means. What a waste! Xiao Anren couldn't wait to pound Lin Shen to death. She quickly realized an important question, so she opened her mouth again and asked, "You said that you have a lot of spiritual flowering pills, so I guess you've taken a lot of them as well. So why don't I sense any fluctuations in the aura of aura and true qi on your body? Maybe I can't cultivate and absorb the medicinal power of those pills." Lin Shen said back, "No way?" Xiao Anren looked unconvinced. "If that's really the case, why did that very powerful existence you mentioned send you a lot of pills? Your Highness, the tea is getting cold. Hurry up and drink it or it will go to waste." Lin Shen didn't answer Xiao Anren's question. After all, one tael is worth a year of my salary. It's too bad to waste it. Humph. Xiao Anren was upset. How dare a eunuch talk to himself like that? It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. She wanted to lash out, but forced her anger to be suppressed. She always felt something was wrong. It's very wrong. It's just not right when great-grandfather suddenly asks those history-type questions in morning class. It's not right to punish her for coming to the stash and reading more. The watchful eunuchs of the book depository have a lot of elixirs that are even more out of place. Everything was perplexingly weird. The night before last there was a strong Zhongshe realm member of the Shangwu supervisor who died near the book depository. And when we were eating at the Shangwu supervisor at noon, the people over there said that it should have been my great-grandfather who made the move. Drinking up a cup of fragrant tea, Xiao Anren picked up the teapot to refill it for himself while speaking. "You live in the book depository, so you must have sensed something that night, right? Wouldn't it be possible for an ordinary person to detect a strike by a Grandmaster?" Lin Shen first asked rhetorically, then shook his head and said, "That night, someone suddenly shattered a wigwam in the courtyard. Other than that, there wasn't much movement on this side of the book depository. Why do I think you guys are a little dishonest?" Xiao Anren's willow brows knitted lightly, her eyes narrowed, and her eyes flashed with a refined light, as if she wanted to see through Lin Shen. "Your Highness is overthinking it." Lin Shen stood up and walked towards the book depository. In the afternoon, Lin Shen had been reading that book, 10,000 years ago, in the library. The book was written by recent scholars and is filled with hearsay that cannot be verified, and quite a bit of speculation based on historical sources. The author is very learned and knowledgeable, well versed in history, geography, and humanities, as well as in martial arts cultivation. There is not a single place in the entire book that is made up out of thin air. This means that most of the book is highly credible. According to the description in the book, 10,000 years ago, the Tianyuan continent was rich in spiritual qi everywhere and very rich in cultivation resources. At that time, the Great Qian Empire had not yet been established. and this territory was ruled by a single cultivation sect. Those powerful clans all had strong people above the Grandmaster realm. Those powerful people have lifespans of hundreds or even more than 1,000 years. Later, the aura of this territory became exceptionally thin in just 100 years. Thin spiritual chi will not be able to breed high-grade heavenly materials and treasures. The cultivation environment becomes worse and worse, and it is difficult to give birth to new powerhouses above the Great Master realm. Gradually, the frontier became what it is today. It is also the birth of the Great Masters above the realm of the strong. Ordinary people as well as the cultivation of the status of the martial artist is invariably elevated. No longer like ants generally weak and unbearable. So that makes the Great Qian Empire can be established. No one can destroy a country by himself. Even when a great master faced 1,000 armies, there was the possibility of a gloomy demise. After all, there was no shortage of martial arts experts of all tiers in the army, and when combined, they could pose a threat to the Grandmaster realm. Of course, the Grandmaster is a strong deterrent. If there hadn't always been great masters present, and a number of great master realm powerhouses, it would have been impossible for the Great Qian Imperial clan to rule this territory for nearly 10,000 years. To this day, the dominance of the Dacian royal family is beginning to falter. Xiao Yuanhou was close to running out of gas, but no new Grandmaster realm was born for the Dacian Imperial clan, which was a big problem for the Dacian Imperial clan. The massive incursion of the northern barbarians and the rebellion of the northern desert kingdom were not a test. Dusk, one of the palace maids from the Shang cuisine supervisor brought dinner for Xiao Anren. It was sumptuous, but the main course was only enough for one person. The Shang cuisine supervisor clearly had no intention of delivering food for Lin Chen and Feng Bao. After dinner, where Xiao Anren lived became a problem. The gatehouse of the Tibetan library had only 2 bedrooms. Kobayashi, vacate your room. Chapter 33, You're not the one I'm looking for. Chapter 33, You're not the one I'm looking for. Xiao Anren didn't allow for any discussion and gave a direct order. Your Highness, are you sure? Lin Chen said without changing his face. My room hasn't been carefully cleaned for a long time. It has a strange smell. If your Highness doesn't mind, I can let your Highness stay. Xiao Anren then walked into Lin Chen's bedroom. It does have flavor. It's not particularly noticeable, though, and is acceptable to unusual men. But Xiao Anren was not an ordinary man, nor was she an ordinary courtesan, but an honored princess. She's also a bit of a clean freak. If Lin Chen hadn't mentioned the strange smell before, Xiao Anren wouldn't have cared too much about it. But Lin Chen had mentioned it, which caused her to take a closer sniff once she entered the room. If you don't smell it, you can't help but cringe. Lin Chen, who was standing in the doorway, smiled smugly. He felt that Xiao Anren would definitely not stay in this room, so he had just agreed to give up his bedroom without much hesitation. It's a nice room. Xiao Anren turned around, and by now her brows had already relaxed, and a satisfied smile even appeared on her pretty face. I don't smell anything strange. The room is a little sketchy, but it's still barely acceptable for meditation and cultivation. Let's make do for one night. I'll have someone clean it up tomorrow. Oh, it was Lin Chen's turn to frown. He really didn't expect Xiao Anren to be so able to settle. Lin Chen quickly saw that Xiao Anren's smile was a bit unnatural and realized that this princess was doing it on purpose. The less she wants her to live, the more she wants to live. How old are you to be rebellious? If your Highness doesn't mind, then we'll just have to commit your Highness for one night. Lin Chen helplessly turned around and walked away, closing the door of the room with his hand. Who made himself promise already? You can't go back on your word. After waiting in the room for a few moments, Xiao Anren opened the window, his brows knitting together once again. A cold wind poured into the room through the window, dispersing the little warmth that was already in the room. But the wind and snow carried a few fresh flavors that made Xiao Anren feel better. As an innate realm expert, Xiao Anren could easily withstand the cold wind. She didn't go to bed, nor could she go to bed with a man, even if that man was a eunuch. She sat down on a chair with her knees crossed, and against the cold wind blowing in through the window, she slowly entered the state of meditation and cultivation. The thin heaven and earth aura gathered toward the room and then sank into her body. Lin Chen first went to Feng Bao's bedroom and saw that Feng Bao's injuries were no longer serious and were rapidly improving. Then he walked out of the gatehouse and went to the library. It was also cold in the stash, but there was no cold wind blowing in. On the first floor, in a place by the window, Lin Chen also sat on a chair with his knees crossed, slowly entering a state of cultivation. The difference was that instead of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, he absorbed the aura of the Imperial Tao, almost every night. To this day, the size of Lin Chen's Qi-Si inner world, as well as the amount of true Qi power stored in the Qi-Si inner world, had reached the level of the late innate realm. He was approaching the peak of the late innate realm step by step. Midnight. It was freezing cold and there was more snow and wind. Lin Chen, who was in the middle of his silent cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone quietly dropped into the large courtyard of the cache. Lin Chen's divine sense discovered that the visitor was dressed in black, and at this moment, he had already arrived near the concierge and stood by the window of his bedroom. That bedroom belonged to Xiao Anren at this time. Although Xiao Anren hadn't cultivated divine sense, her sensing ability wasn't weak. People were going to the window. There was no way she wouldn't notice. As she bellowed, she stood up and looked out the window. The visitor obviously didn't expect the person in the room to be a woman, and for a moment he froze in place somewhat at a loss for words. Xiao Anren, on the other hand, had an additional long sword in his hand with a chilling light. She used her true chi to infuse the long sword, and with a wave of one arm, the long sword instantly shot out a stern sword on. The sword roared out, chopping at the man in black outside the window. The black-clothed man then returned to his senses and dodged the sword blade with a gentle sidestep. Xiao Anren rushed out of the room and rushed into the compound. Bold assassin, don't run away. Little girl, which one of your eyes saw that I was going to run away? The man in black was rampant. Not only did he have no intention of escaping, he also stood still and taunted Xiao Anren. Look at the sword. The black-clothed man's words caused Xiao Anren some embarrassment, and of course ignited her anger. Xiao Anren rushed forward, the long sword in his hand blossoming with a burst of eye-catching sword light under the power of his true chi. She used her best drifting sword technique. This swordsmanship is about being agile and fluttering, and is suitable for close combat with the enemy. Along with the swinging of the long sword, dozens of sword lights surfaced around Xiao Anren's body. Those sword lights like a wisp of light wind flying. Their attack power is not particularly strong, but winds in the dense and moving trajectory is difficult to measure, as if forming a sword light net, able to entangle the enemy to death. Little girl, you're not the one I'm looking for. Don't make a fool of yourself. The man in black remained standing still, his body wrapped in a thick layer of yellow light as he spoke. A sword light struck the layer of yellow light, but it could only make a tinkling sound, causing it to fluctuate slightly. Even the long sword that Xiao Anren struggled to swing and ruthlessly stab the layer of yellow light failed to pierce it. True element shield. Xiao Anren was startled. You're a Zhongshe realm powerhouse? Right guess. But no reward. The black-robed man blasted out with a punch, and the majestic true essence surged through his arm to his fist. Phew! A yellowish true element fist seal carried a powerful and unrivaled aura as it directly blasted toward Xiao Anren. Xiao Anren held her longsword across her chest as it was bent by that true element fist print, and her entire body involuntarily flew backward until her back slammed into a large tree, and only then did she come to a stop. Put! A stream of blood seized his mouth. Simply by carrying the other party's true elemental fist seal hard, Xiao Anren suffered considerable internal injuries. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation gap between the two was enormous. No wonder the black-clothed man didn't rush to flee the place even after being discovered by Xiao Anren. Xiao Anren's martial arts talent was indeed very high, but it was far from being able to challenge the sovereign realm with the innate realm. Not only her, but the entire Deqian Empire couldn't find a genius like this. Compared to an innate realm expert, a Zhongshe realm powerhouse not only had the advantage of the soul realm, but also had an equally huge advantage in terms of kung fu. The power of an innate realm expert was true chi, while the power of a patriarchal realm powerhouse was true essence. There was a qualitative difference between true chi and true essence. Little girl, where is eunuch Lin? The black-robed man took a few steps toward Xiao Anren and asked out loud. By this point, Xiao Anren finally woke up to the fact that this Zhongshe realm powerhouse was rushing towards Lin Chen. This person obviously knew that Lin Chen lived in the gatehouse of the book depository, but didn't realize that Lin Chen wasn't in his bedroom tonight. Realizing that he had taken the fall for Lin Chen, Xiao Anren was upset and regretful. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have hijacked that guy's room. You're the one who gave him a lot of pills? Xiao Anren asked rhetorically. Chapter 34. If I say that it was me who struck out, would your highness believe me? Chapter 34. If I say that the one who struck out was me, would your highness believe me? Pills? The man in black was unsure, but had no intention of asking for clarification. After all, it was in the middle of the palace, and at any time, there could be hordes of great inner experts killing over. The man in black obviously didn't recognize Xiao Anren and didn't know her true identity, so he didn't want to talk more nonsense with her. 5 feet away, the man in black once again raised his arm and swung his fist. Yellow brilliant fist prints, whistling and blasting out. Not only the sound was horrifying, but also the speed was extremely fast. Xiao Anren, who was already injured, couldn't dodge this punch mark at all. She intuited that her body had been deadlocked by that punch mark, and there was no way to avoid it, so she could only take it. This was the effect of the soul realm being at a disadvantage. A strong person of the sovereign realm, even if he had not yet cultivated divine knowledge, had reached the realm of the heavenly and human souls. It's over. At this moment, Xiaoanren secretly cried out that it was not good, and her pretty face turned white. If she took another true element fist seal from the other party hard, she would be seriously injured without dying, and it might ruin her martial arts foundation. Right at this moment, a golden sword aura shot out, instantly penetrating and crushing the true elemental fist mark. Immediately following that, a huge golden palm print slapped at the man in black. A slap down. The true essence shield that was shrouded around the man in black collapsed in an instant. Terrified, the man in black leapt up and flew into midair. In midair, he saw Lin Chen at the entrance of the book depository. Lin Chen was indeed the person he was looking for tonight. Without Xiaoanren, he should have been able to talk to Lin Chen at length. Having already made a big commotion, he knew he couldn't stay in the palace for long. Thus, he threw an iron box that he had prepared earlier towards the entrance of the hidden library, and then without looking back, he flew and rushed outside the palace. An innate realm expert can fly in the air for a short period of time if they don't hesitate to use up their true chi power. On the other hand, Zhongshe realm powerhouses could fly in the air for long periods of time at high speeds. Lin Chen didn't know what the black-clothed man was about, and after hesitating for a moment, he gave up chasing the other party. If you pursue, you may fall into an ambush that the other side has already set up. Lin Chen didn't have a deep grudge against the other party. There was no need to have to risk taking down the other party. Clunk! The iron box smashed down on the door of the cache. Lin Chen was worried that there was a trick in it, and he wrapped his palms with his true chi before picking up the iron box. Taking the iron box with him, Lin Chen turned around and went back to the library and hid the iron box again. Soon, Xiaoanren walked into the book collection, and when he saw Lin Chen, he opened his mouth and asked, "What happened just now?" "I'm not sure." Lin Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to tell the truth. In fact, he was confused right now. An assassin broke in just now, and I fought him, but he's a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, so I couldn't beat him. Xiaoanren described briefly. When a fist seal of his was about to blast on me at the critical moment, there was a golden sword aura that crushed that fist seal, and there was also a golden palm seal that attacked that assassin, and then that assassin fled. Here to assassinate His Highness? Lin Chen asked. Apparently not, Xiaoanren replied. I've only just taken up residence in the book depository, and if you wanted to assassinate me, you wouldn't have run over to this side of the book depository. Perhaps someone in the palace spread the news, so that assassin knew that His Highness lived in the book depository. Lin Chen guessed in a serious manner. In fact, he knew that the assassin was coming for himself. Lin Chen's divine sense had been paying close attention to the process of that assassin exchanging blows with Xiaoanren. No, Xiaoanren said with certainty, that assassin didn't come to assassinate me. If he did, he wouldn't have given me the chance to rush out of the room. Moreover, he mentioned you and asked where you were. Oh, Lin Chen pretended to be confused, and in his heart, he estimated that it should be another Zhongshe realm powerhouse sent by the Empress. But why did the assassin sent by the Queen leave an iron box and run away? That assassin had clearly spotted the target of the assassination. And what was the point of running when he hadn't suffered a loss, much less an injury? It doesn't matter why he's here, Xiaoanren continued. What's important is who made a move to save me just now. Would your highness believe me if I said it was me who struck? Lin Chen asked. To be honest, I don't quite want to believe it. Xiaoanren returned very straightforwardly. However, whether it was that golden sword aura or that golden palm print, both were struck from this side of the book depository, and you were the only one on this side of the book depository. Of course, there is also the possibility that a certain strong person from the palace who is unwilling to show his face, struck from far away in this direction. Which possibility does your highness prefer? Lin Chen asked again. The latter, of course, Xiaoanren replied. I am, after all, a princess, His Majesty the current emperor's own sister, and it's normal for me to have strong men secretly protecting me when I leave the nurturing heart palace. Why ask me when your highness already has an answer in mind? Lin Chen had no intention of asking Xiaoanren for credit, because the possibility that it was you who struck cannot be completely ruled out. Xiaoanren paused slightly and added, after all, you've taken a lot of pills, so it's possible that you're a martial arts powerhouse who has utilized secret techniques to hide your cultivation. Someone's coming. Lin Chen understood Xiaoanren's mentality. This princess had guessed the truth, but she was a bit unable to accept it. The big commotion over here attracted many of the great internal experts. Lin Chen and Xiaoanren were in the large courtyard, communicating briefly with these great inner experts, mainly because Xiaoanren narrated. Lin Chen didn't say much. Xiao Anren didn't mention that the assassin had come to find Lin Chen, but only said that he had encountered a very powerful assassin and had injured himself. Not long after this group of great inner experts left, someone brought Xiao Anren a healing elixir. Quiet returned to this side of the book depository. Lin Chen took the time to visit Fengbao. Fengbao was naturally awakened early, but he never dared to step out of his room. Returning to the first floor of the library, Lin Chen found the iron box. The iron box was 2 inches high and 3 inches wide, heavy and unlocked. Lin Chen wrapped his palm with his true qi and carefully opened this iron box. There are no hazardous settings. The metal box contained a letter. Lin Chen took out the letter and opened it. The name of the person who wrote the letter is Lin Qingshan. If the contents of the epistle are true, Lin Qingshan is the father of Xiao Linzi, who was killed alive by 100 sand nailsticks. Lin Qingshan's father, who was also Xiao Linzi's grandfather, was once the king of the Sichuan kingdom. The Sichuan kingdom was to the west of the Great Qian Empire, adjacent to the Tsangmeng mountain range, and its royal family had always been subservient to the Great Qian imperial family. 40 years ago, someone revealed that the Sichuan royal family had insubordination, and then the Dacian Empire exterminated the Sichuan royal family. The Sichuan royal clan back then wasn't weak, but it was a pity that there were no great masters. In order to overthrow the entire Sichuan royal clan, the Situ family's Grandmaster Situ Jing had personally taken action. At that time, Kobayashi was still in his mother's womb, as his mother had escaped by going back to her mother's house. His father, Lin Qingshan, was also lucky to save his life because he was traveling outside at the time. When his mother heard about the destruction of the Sichuan royal family, she naturally did not dare to stay in her mother's house and lived a life of hiding and displacement. Naturally, Lin Qingshan was separated from his wife. Lin Qingshan joined the God's Dictatorship organization, and 8 years passed, and a chance encounter led him to meet his wife and his son, who was already 8 years old. Lin Qingshan, at that time, had married another daughter-in-law and had given birth to 2 sons. Chapter 35, The Emperor's Visit. 3 levels of official promotion. Chapter 35, The Emperor's Visit. 3 levels of official promotion. Lin Qingshan loved his later wife more and had no feelings for his long-lost original wife. The wife he married in the God's Cutting organization could not accept his original wife either, and he had to settle her, as well as his oldest son, in a small village. 2 years later, that small village was hit by robbers. His original wife was killed by the robbers, and his eldest son was sold by the robbers to the palace, where he became a young eunuch. In this epistle, Lin Qingshan emphasized that he had been trying to find his eldest son. Unfortunately, it was not until the eldest son was already 13 years old and had been a eunuch in the palace for 3 years that Lin Qingshan captured the leader of the group of robbers back then, thus knowing the whereabouts of his eldest son. It's all too late. Irretrievably, Lin Qingshan was conscious of the shame in his heart, so he did not try to get little Linzi out of the palace, wanting to let little Linzi spend his life peacefully in the palace. My son, the reason why father wrote this letter to you is because nowadays, the imperial rule of the Dacian Empire is in danger, and may be heading for collapse at any time. You can't live in the palace for too long, so you have to make plans early. The Divine Sanction organization will keep sending assassins to the palace, so if you have the chance to help them, it will benefit you in the future. Lin Chen scoffed at the last 2 paragraphs of the epistle. It is highly probable that what is told in this epistle has been invented out of thin air. The Divine Sanction organization must have eyes or undercover agents in the palace, so they knew that Xiao Linzi had been punished and came to the book depository, and naturally, they were able to know about the recent events in the book depository, including the deaths of Lu Zhang and Lu Xiang. They would also think that there was a mysterious powerhouse behind Kobayashi, which in turn made them feel that Kobayashi was quite valuable to utilize, even if the contents of the letters are true. So what? Kobayashi is long dead. The one staying in the book depository today was Lin Chen. Besides, even if Xiao Linzi was still alive, would he recognize Lin Qingshan as his father? Back then, if Lin Qingshan had been a little nicer to his original wife and eldest son, why would that tragedy have happened? After so many years of not contacting each other, but writing letters to contact each other now, is Lin Qingshan really seeking a way out for Xiao Linzi's future? The situation of the Dacian Empire was indeed bad. But to say that at any time the imperial power could collapse was obviously too much of an exaggeration. Mud. If the contents of the epistle are true, wouldn't old me be involved with the God's Dictatorship organization again? Lin Chen burned the letter and cursed under his breath. Kobayashi, who entered the palace at the age of 10, has very vague memories of what happened before he was 10, probably because he was so young that his mother didn't reveal his life to him, or even say what his father's name was. Xiao Linzi had no relevant memories. and it was difficult for Lin Chen to judge the credibility of the contents of the letter. Better leave me alone or I don't care who you are. Lin Chen adjusted his mood and didn't continue wasting time as he sat down again on the chair with his knees crossed, absorbing the chi of the Imperial Tao, to make the power cultivation break through to the sovereign realm as well as soon as possible. Other people couldn't challenge the Grandmaster realm with the sovereign realm, but Lin Chen could. Right now, he could only escape under a Grandmaster. Once he advanced to the Grandmaster realm and his true chi power metamorphosed into true essence. Not to say that he could beat a Grandmaster, but at least he could have a fight with a Grandmaster. The true elemental feats that had been incorporated into the chi of the Imperial Tao were not weaker than the feats of a Grandmaster. For the power cultivation to break through, the soul realm had to be raised as well, and condensing the Yuanshan was also an essential prerequisite for Lin Chen to face the Great Master straight on. Early morning, after a day plus a night of recuperation, with the help of the medicinal power of a Gonlin Dan, Feng Bao was able to get out of bed and walk around. This little eunuch still needs to get in shape. The Shang cuisine supervisor brought breakfast for Xiao Anren, and it was still only enough for her to eat alone. After breakfast, Xiao Anren looked much better. However, she was not healed. The power of a true elemental fist seal from a Zhongshe realm powerhouse was simply too strong. The three had just had breakfast when Xiao Anshuan, the current emperor of the Great Qian Empire, arrived at the book depository. This year, 36-year-old Xiao Anshuan, face like a crown of jade, eyes like stars, handsome and upright, jade-like. In Lin Chen's eyes, this emperor's majesty was very handsome. In Lin Chen's perception, Xiao Anshuan had brought with him an extraordinarily rich aura of the Imperial Tao. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xiao Anren, Lin Chen and Feng Bao saluted together. Be excused. Xiao Anshuan's expression was gentle as he gently raised his arm at the three of them, and then expressed his concern for Xiao Anren. Imperial sister encountered an assassin last night, and it is said that she was injured quite a bit. I don't know if her injuries have gotten better. Having taken the healing elixir, there is no longer any serious harm. Xiao Anren returned. That's good. That's good. Xiao Anshuan instructed an old eunuch behind him. Wei final leisure. The pills I asked you to prepare. Take them to the princess. The old slave obeys the order. Wei Terminal Xian, who had white hair and many age spots on his face, took a few steps forward and delivered a jade bottle to Xiao Anren. Thank you, Your Majesty. And eunuch Wei. Xiao Anren gave his thanks before accepting the jade bottle. The jade bottle obviously contained a good healing elixir. Feng Bao, your injuries are also better, right? Xiao Anshuan looked at Feng Bao again. Back to Your Majesty. Slave thanks to eunuch Lin's care. He's already much better. Feng Bao replied respectfully. When you recognize a righteous father in the palace, you are usually called a righteous father or godfather only in private. Eunuch Lin. Xiao Anshuan turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't call himself a lackey. In the palace, not any eunuch can call himself a lackey in front of the emperor. Must be the emperor's side of the respected eunuch. In the past, Xiao Linzi would call herself a lackey in front of Consort Di, who was Xiao Linzi's master in the palace. According to the rules, from the Shid Palace to the book depository, Xiao Linzi is no longer the Defei's listening eunuch, can no longer call himself a lackey in front of the Defei. However, if Consort Di was still regarded as her master, Kobayashi could also continue to call himself a lackey in front of Consort Di. Lin Chen didn't do that, and Princess Di was upset about it. The book depository has been very uneventful for some time recently, and there are always some mind-bogglingly strange things going on. As the eunuch who guards the book depository, you must be extra conscientious and extra careful, Xiao Anshuan instructed with a straight face. Right now, Princess Anren is studying here, so you have to inspect carefully and be on guard. Yes, sir. Lin Chen clasped his fists in response. Wei final leisure. Eunuch Lin has been guarding the library dutifully lately, and last night he was also credited with escorting the princess, so he has been promoted to be the eunuch in charge. Xiao Anshuan gave the order. The old slave accepts the decree. Wei final leisure then reminded Lin Chen. Little Linzi, why don't you hurry up and receive the decree to thank you for your kindness? Kobayashi thanks Your Majesty for the promotion. Lin Chen pretended to arch his hand and thanked him. In the imperial palace of the Dacian Empire, the eunuch in charge was a 5th rank official. The eunuch in charge is different from the eunuch in charge, whose rank is 3. The eunuch guarding the book depository is an 8th grade official rank, and being promoted directly from the 8th grade to the 5th grade and helicoptered to the 3rd grade is an extremely rare situation in the palace. Of course, it's just a promotion in rank, with no real power in hand. Imperial sister, continue reading. I still have many imperial affairs to deal with, so I won't accompany you any longer. Xiao Anshuan left with Wei Terminal Leisure and the others. Greetings, Your Majesty, Xiao Anren. Lin Chen and Feng Bao were sent to the main gate. Only after the Emperor and the others disappeared from sight did the three return to the gatehouse of the book depository. Congratulations, Godfather. Feng Bao sincerely congratulated him, secretly glad that he recognized the righteous father. By what right does His Majesty give you a promotion? Unlike Feng Bao's joyfulness, Xiao Anren was filled with doubt and even felt that his royal brother might have taken the wrong medication. Chapter 36, As Long As You Want. Chapter 36, As Long As You Want. I've been in the palace for 30 years, and I've worked hard without merit, Lin Chen said in a serious manner. Before coming to the book depository, he was a 7th-ranked listening eunuch. His status is higher than the unusual 6th-ranked deacon eunuch. Now that he has been promoted to a 5th-ranked head eunuch, isn't that normal? In that case, it makes sense. Xiao Anren nodded. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, mixing up to become the head eunuch at 40 is indeed nothing to be fussed about. Xiao Anren was smart enough to recognize Lin Chen's words on her lips, but not in her heart. She knew that Kobayashi had been punished by coming to the cache. Being punished proves that Kobayashi made a mistake, and not a small one. Without significant meritorious performance, it is impossible for His Majesty the Emperor to personally decree that he be elevated to the 3rd rank simply by doing his duty. What's this guy got to show for significant merit? Could it be that this guy really stepped in and saved this princess last night? Even if it's true, how does His Majesty know? The more Xiao Anren thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and that his brother and even his great-grandfather had something to hide from him. Not only was Xiao Anren puzzled in his mind, so was Lin Chen. Lin Chen could guess that Xiao Anhan was using the name of visiting Xiao Anren to run to see himself. There weren't any other palace powerhouses near the book depository last night, and the Emperor definitely doesn't know that it was me who saved his imperial sister. At least not for sure, so why would he give me a direct tertiary? Xiao Linzi was punished for coming to the book depository. The essence is the Empress suppression of concubine day. The Emperor suddenly ran to give me a promotion. Not afraid of the Empress' opinion? What are the calculations of giving me a promotion without saying that I should leave the book depository? Is the Emperor trying to put pressure on the Empress while stirring up the waters of the palace a bit more? Lin Chen has always been to not think about it if he can't figure it out, and the main one is to improvise and take things as they come. Anyway, getting promoted isn't a bad thing. Even if you don't deserve to be happy, you don't have to feel annoyed. Other than that, at least when you get promoted, you get a better deal and can make your meals better. Also, it's easier to take on a righteous son when you're a big official. This morning, one of the eunuchs delivered a few sets of official uniforms for Lin Chen as the eunuch in charge. While going through the formalities of official rank promotion, throughout the day, Xiao Anren didn't read or practice martial arts, and stayed in that bedroom trying to heal his wounds. Feng Bao, on the other hand, was lying in bed recuperating from his injuries. Only Lin Chen was in the library, continuing to read that book. 10,000 years ago, the contents of that epistle had already been thrown out of Lin Chen's mind, not affecting him in the slightest. 2 days passed. Xiao Anren and Feng Bao's injuries were healed. Xiao Anren began to read in the library. Lin Chen, on the other hand, found an opportunity to cast Intimidate Soul on Feng Bao. Through soul control, he viewed Feng Bao's soul memories and thus determined that this little eunuch was genuinely recognizing his godfather and had no ill intentions. Before Feng Bao was punished for coming to the book depository, Emperor Xiao Anshuan had not instructed him on anything either, much less asked him to inquire or investigate anything. Since this was the case, Lin Chen could feel free to cultivate Feng Bao. Godfather, what just happened to me? As the soul deterrent ended, Feng Bao regained his consciousness and asked in a confused manner, why am I suddenly dizzy and it feels like there's a hand sticking into my head? I guess I didn't sleep well last night. Lin Chen hadn't been casting soul deterrent on Feng Bao for very long, and the negative effects on him were minimal. I got so caught up in reading last night that I went to bed at almost dawn. Without Lin Chen taking the initiative to explain, Feng Bao had no idea what he had just experienced. Your injuries have just healed. You need to rest. Lin Chen got up and said, don't read in the afternoon. Take a good nap. Listen to Godfather. Feng Bao didn't think much about it, putting down the books in his hands and lying down on the bed. At dusk, Feng Bao woke up from his nap and understandably went to the kitchen, preparing dinner. The people from the Shan cuisine supervisor sent a sumptuous dinner for Xiao Anren on time, and during the meal, Xiao Anren complained depressingly, it's too boring here, knowing that I can't read in the books. They have to let me read them, and if it goes on like this, it's really going to suffocate me, and that's all there is to complain about. Even if you are the current emperor's own sister, Xiao Anren does not dare to disobey Xiao Yuanho's command. You must honestly stay on this side of the library. You cannot read. You can muddle through the day, but you cannot leave without authorization. Lin Chen could guess that Xiao Yuanhou wanted Xiao Anren to come and get some light, so that this princess with a high martial arts talent could get on good terms with him. But unfortunately that great master didn't say it explicitly to her, and she didn't realize it either. Lin Chen couldn't be blamed for not giving Xiao Yuanhou face. Lin Chen had already sort of reminded Xiao Anren before by making tea with the spiritual Hua Dan and Qi Condensation Dan. The days went by so peacefully. For the next 10 days or so, Lin Chen told Feng Bao to rest and eat more, and Feng Bao began to gain weight. Lin Chen is His Majesty's personal promotion of the eunuch in charge. Feng Bao is also respected by His Majesty. The people of the Shang cuisine supervision naturally do not dare to offend, for the two people's dietary needs are to try to meet. Through this period of time, Lin Chen, who had been constantly taking the Spirit Hua pill and Qi Condensation pill, had finally reached the peak level of the late innate realm in terms of his power cultivation. At any time, he could launch himself towards the sovereign realm. Late this afternoon, Xiao Anren is reading in the library. Feng Bao, on the other hand, was lying down in his bedroom and reading. Lin Chen walked into Feng Bao's bedroom and asked, "Have you read the martial scriptures?" Back to Godfather. My child has not only read the martial scriptures, but is also able to skillfully recite them. Feng Bao sat up straight on the edge of the bed and replied respectfully, "Great." Lin Chen nodded and asked again, "Do you want to set foot on the martial path?" "Of course I want to." Feng Bao was a bit embarrassed and depressed, but the expert of the Shangu supervisor said that my martial talent is not good. My body bones are weak, and I am not suitable for martial cultivation. As long as you want to, Lin Chen said, Godfather can let you step into the martial arts path smoothly, just like Cheng Ping'an and Yutian did, but you have to promise not to reveal to others easily that it was me who helped you step into the martial arts path. Don't worry, Godfather, Feng Bao assured. I won't reveal anything about Godfather to anyone else. Don't proclaim it. If you have to, there's no harm in saying it. Lin Chen was about to advance to the sovereign realm, and condensing his Yuan Shen was just around the corner, so he wasn't afraid of exposing something. Letting people know that he can help ordinary people step into martial arts smoothly and quickly cultivate to success is not a bad thing. It can make more people willing to defect to him and become his godson. Once Feng Bao stepped into the martial arts path and soon cultivated to the Hotian realm, Emperor Shaoanshuan would most likely force some questions on Feng Bao, and at that time, how could Feng Bao disobey the decree? You have to say it even if you don't want to. Lin Chen didn't need Feng Bao to keep secrets rather than die. How is Godfather going to help my child step into the martial arts? Feng Bao had an expectant look on his face. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out a solid Dan, and this time, he didn't dissolve the solid Dan in water. Instead, he let Feng Bao take it directly. Feng Bao, who had taken the solid Dan, inevitably suffered and winced in pain. Shortly after, should he have heard Feng Bao's screams? Xiao Anren suddenly pushed the door in and looked at the 10,000 agonized Feng Bao on the bed and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with him?" Chapter 37. Does he want this princess to be his goddaughter? Chapter 37. Does he want this princess to be his goddaughter? I gave him a solid pill. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Ha! Xiao Anren was even more surprised. His martial talent is poor. It's a pure waste for you to let him take the solid pill. That's not necessarily true. Lin Chen expressed his disapproval. One solid pill will at most enhance his physique a bit. With his martial arts talent, it will take at least 3 solid pills to enable him to successfully step into the martial arts. Xiao Anren said. Then give him 2 more solid pills. Lin Chen returned in a breezy manner. You have a lot of solid Dan too? Xiao Anren pursued. It's enough anyway. Lin Chen replied vaguely. What a waste. Xiao Anren shook his head. Cultivation resources are very scarce nowadays. Solid Dan should be used on young people with better martial talent. It's not like the young man with better martial arts talent is my godson. Lin Chen shrugged. Rather, Xiao Anren was getting more and more curious. Where exactly did this guy get his pills from? Even the sons of the royal family, if they do not have better martial arts talent, they cannot get the solid Dan. But this guy used the solid Dan on an ordinary little eunuch, and intends to use up 3. A little too generous. Could it be that he had patronized the potion stores of the great ancient sects? Something is very wrong with this little forest. Could it be that my great-grandfather had asked me to come to the book depository? Not so that I could come to read, but that he had discovered something extraordinary about this guy, so he asked me to get in touch with him more? Xiao Anren wrinkled up a pair of beautiful willow eyebrows, once again carefully sizing up Lin Chen. She still couldn't sense fluctuations in aura or true qi from Lin Chen, but she could tell that Lin Chen was different from ordinary 40-year-old eunuchs. The guy was always unruffled, confident and calm, and had an air of nobility about him. This middle-aged eunuch looked to have a youthful handsomeness that did not match his real age, without a single wrinkle on his face, with a slender and well-proportioned figure, not like a eunuch, but more like a graceful noble gentleman. Strange, it's so weird. An hour passed quickly. The medicinal power of the solid Dan finally stopped tormenting Feng Bao. Feng Bao was incredibly tired, and at Lin Chen's command, he went to the kitchen to fetch water for a bath. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren, on the other hand, arrived at the large courtyard. Do you know anything about kendo? Xiao Anren had an additional longsword in his hand while asking Lin Chen. Slightly. Lin Chen didn't mean to be self-effacing, even though he had already carefully studied the complete explanation of the fundamentals of Sword Dao. His Sword Dao was only at the level of a first glimpse. The way of the sword is profound, and if you want to have a high attainment in the way of the sword, you need to go a long way. Cutting a deal? Xiao Anren pulled out a few sword blossoms with the longsword in his hand, looking like he was eager to try. No, Lin Chen directly refused. Swords and knives have no eyes. Your Highness is a body of 1,000 gold. I dare not offend. Don't do anything that doesn't have a benefit. Lin Chen's level of swordsmanship wasn't high, but it was certainly higher than Xiao Anren's, and if he cut, it would benefit Xiao Anren greatly, but he wouldn't benefit from it. It will only be a waste of energy. You think you can hurt me? Xiao Anren had a defiant look on his face. Everything is a fear. Lin Chen made a perfunctory remark. There's no such thing as a what if. Xiao Anren was very confident. I am at least a Sword Dao expert in the middle stage of the innate realm. Unless you are in the Sect Master realm or Grand Sect Master realm cultivation, it is almost impossible to injure me. Are you a Sect Master realm or Grand Sect Master realm cultivation? Neither. Lin Chen's power cultivation hadn't reached the sovereign realm, but he could easily exterminate an unusual sovereign realm powerhouse. What you're really worried about shouldn't be being injured by this princess, right? Xiao Anren gently waved the long sword in his hand again. Don't worry, I have my measure. I only cut my teeth with my godson. Lin Chen left these words behind and walked straight towards the book collection. What a nerve! Xiao Anren was annoyed and puzzled at the same time. A eunuch, even if he has already cultivated and is not bad in strength, how could he dare to treat the emperor's own sister like this? Who gave him the courage? Only cut with his godson. Does he want this princess to be his goddaughter? The more Xiao Anren thought about it, the more angry she became. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt that the person who saved her that night could possibly be Lin Chen, she would definitely want to give Lin Chen a little bit of color. Today, when she heard that Lin Chen was going to help Feng Bao step into the martial arts path regardless of the cost, it made her think 3 more times more highly of Lin Chen, and felt that it was more likely that the person who saved her that night was Lin Chen, so she wanted to spar with Lin Chen, judging and speculating on Lin Chen's strength through cutting. Unfortunately, Lin Chen refused. With all that hiding, I guess there's not much that can be done. Afraid to show it off in a big way for fear of revealing it? Let's see how long you can hide. Xiao Anren was practicing swordplay alone in the large courtyard. Feng Bao, who had taken a bath, was surprised to find that he no longer felt tired and was full of energy. He also came out into the compound and moved his muscles, adapting to his increased strength by moving heavy objects. Godfather is too good to me. I will definitely honor Godfather in the future. Feng Bao was inwardly grateful. Night. Lin Chen stayed on the second floor of the book depository, sitting cross-legged and meditating, waiting until his mind was completely tranquil and his own state was at its best. Lin Chen began to impact the sovereign realm, the inner world of the Qi Sea, which was over 300 feet in length, width, and height, was filled with golden true Qi. Under the operation of the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique Gong method, those golden true Qi gradually gathered into a huge golden vortex. The gaseous golden vortex continued to accelerate and fly around, coalescing and compressing towards the center. Lin Chen took a Yuan condensation pill. The Yuan condensation pill was a middle-grade Xian rank elixir that could accelerate the speed at which true Qi condensed into true essence. Lin Chen had a total of 10 condensed Yuan pills, one of the many rewards given by the system after Feng Bao recognized his godfather. The Yuan condensation pill could be used in the process of impacting the Zhongshe realm, and it could also help Zhongshe realm powerhouses recover their power quickly, and like the Qi condensation pill, it could be taken over and over again. A full 2 hours had passed, and Lin Chen had taken 3 Yuan condensation pills one after another before all the golden true Qi in the inner world of the Qi Sea had condensed into true essence. True Qi is gaseous and true essence is liquid. At this moment, in Lin Chen's Qi Sea inner world, there were only a few strands of golden true Qi left, but there was an additional golden ball of true essence. The ball of true essence was only the size of a fist, and if one used their divine sense to observe and sense it, they would find that it emitted a very powerful energy fluctuation, because Zhongshe realm powerhouses use true element as their power. The Zhongshe realm was also known as the true element realm. After a little bit of acclimatization and observation, Lin Chen began to take the spirit Hua pill and Qi condensation pill again, and then continued to absorb the Qi of the Imperial Tao. A strand of golden true Qi was cultivated and continuously surged into the inner world of the Sea of Qi, and then converged into that golden ball of true essence. After midnight, Lin Chen first took a soul containment pill, and when the medicinal power of this soul containment pill was completely absorbed by the soul flame, he followed with a god-gathering pill. In the inner world of the Sea of Consciousness, the soul fire was already more than 3 feet tall. When the medicinal power of the god-gathering pill and the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique at the soul level began to work at the same time, a human-shaped light gradually emerged from Lin Chen's soul fire. That human-shaped light figure was the prototype of Lin Chen's Yuanshen. Chapter 38, Zhongshe Realm, Hocus Pocus. Chapter 38, Zhongshe Realm, Hocus Pocus. At first, the human-shaped light figure wrapped in soul fire was blurry and only a foot or so tall. As the cultivation continued and deepened, the human-shaped light shadow gradually became clearer and grew in size slowly. Eventually, the human-shaped light figure was very close in appearance to a real person and was 3 feet tall. Still in light form, it was golden, like a god, sitting cross-legged. He held the soul suppressor bead in both hands. The rather clear features looked similar to Lin Chen's appearance. When that golden Yuanshen began to actively absorb the white mist near the soul flame with the soul cultivation technique of the Emperor's extremely overbearing body technique, it would be considered a successful condensation of the Yuanshen. The Yuanshen absorbed the white mist within the Sea of Consciousness, causing the overall soul power to grow at a much faster rate. However, due to the white mist containing too little soul power, even after condensing the Yuanshen, the overall soul power still didn't grow fast enough. If one was already an old man when they condensed out their Yuanshen, then they would not have enough time to accumulate enough soul power and would not be able to advance their soul realm any further until they died. The Genjutsu has become a reality. Lin Chen's soul realm was once again elevated by 1 level. His divine sense coverage would naturally increase with it, taking everything within 1,000 feet radius with himself as the center. Of course, the palace was full of experts, with several Zhongshe realm powerhouses and even a Grandmaster. So Lin Chen couldn't just let his divine sense extend too far at will. It was possible for a strong person whose soul realm was not lower than his to sense the fluctuations of his divine sense. Lin Chen just let his divine sense cover the book depository and a nearby area. Immediately afterward, he realized that the penetration ability of his divine sense had become much stronger, and everything in the divine sense's coverage area had become much clearer. It was about half an hour before dawn. Lin Chen was about to withdraw his divine sense when he realized that the window of the bedroom that originally belonged to him was shut very tightly. It struck him as a bit odd. Since the bedroom was occupied by Xiao Anren, the window has almost never been closed and has always been open. Curious, Lin Chen's divine sense penetrated inside the room through the gap in that window. That window simply won't close completely. Even if the seams were carefully sealed, they could only block ordinary divine sense, and could not block the divine sense of a martial arts powerhouse who had already achieved Yuanshen. Lin Chen's divine sense had just penetrated into that bedroom when he saw an extraordinarily fragrant scene. There was a large bucket half a man high in the room. The large water bucket was bubbling with gusts of water vapor, and at this time, Xiao Anren was bathing in the bucket. Lin Chen really didn't mean it. He was just about to withdraw his divine sense when Xiao Anren stood up in the bucket of water. A white blossom, jade body white and red, small handful of dripping, delicate and fully presented. Lin Chen intuitively felt a stirring in his heart and mind, and hastily withdrew his divine sense. Can't blame the old man. Who the hell takes a shower when it's almost dawn? Lin Chen's heart thumped indisputably, his face flushed red. Other than that, there were no other unusual feelings. No, I should say there is nothing else that should be felt. For example, the little brother rises. Glancing down, Lin Chen revealed a few moments of exasperation. He closed his eyes and tried to tune in. Already at the patriarchal realm. Can the great patriarchal realm be far behind? When I remake my physical body, my divine sense will be even stronger, and I'll even be able to cover the entire palace. When the time comes, won't you be able to watch whoever you want? A woman of honorable status should bathe in a place with a high level of closure, but ordinary courtesans don't have that treatment. Bah! What's the old man rambling on about? Lin Chen quickly understood. A bath at this point is actually just right. There would be no assassins breaking into the palace at this point, and there would be no great inner experts running around. No strong divine sense repeatedly checking out various places. In the dead of winter, an occasional hot bath does feel good. Dawn came quickly. Feng Bao got up, cleaned the yard and prepared breakfast. The fresh and clean Xiao Anren, holding a long sword, practiced the basic sword strokes of the Piao Yao sword technique in the courtyard. Lin Chen walked out of the stash and went to the kitchen to help cook. While eating breakfast, Lin Chen kept his head down, not daring to look at Xiao Anren. One look and bad images would come to mind and then make him even more vain. After breakfast, Lin Chen began to explain the martial scriptures to Feng Bao. Although Feng Bao was able to recite the martial scriptures, he had no experience in cultivation after all, and he needed someone to guide him in order to fully understand the contents of the martial scriptures. Xiao Anren noticed Lin Chen's dodging eyes and felt a little strange, but didn't think much of it. She went to the cache alone, looking for a book to read. This day passed calmly. During the night, another blizzard descended. It was cold and dim everywhere. A dark shadow suddenly tumbled over the courtyard wall and fell into the large courtyard of the book depository. Under the cover of the howling wind and snow as well as the darkness of the night, the dark figure first looked over toward the concierge, and then actually dodged right through an open window and broke into a room. That room used to be Lin Chen's bedroom, and now the person living in it was Xiao Anren. Lin Chen's divine sense discovered all of this. He immediately rushed out of the cache. He could refrain from instructing Xiao Anren. He could refrain from giving this princess any favors, but he didn't want Xiao Anren to meet an untimely end over here. If Xiao Anren died over here, Xiao Yuanho would be furious, and Lin Chen's peaceful days over here would come to an end. Ho! Xiao Anren's scolding voice came from the gatehouse. This time, the black-clad man who had suddenly intruded did not respond to her with words. The only thing that responded to her was the long knife wielded by the man in black. With just one straight chop, the powerful force wrapped in the long blade caused the long sword that Xiao Anren had swung up to fall out of his hand. The strength of the visitor was clearly far above Xiao Anren. Xiao Anren knew in his heart that this assassin was coming for himself. Swish! The light of the knife is blinding. Xiao Anren tried his best to avoid it, but he still couldn't. The tip of the long knife sliced across her body, cutting through her tunic. Luckily, she still had a treasure garment inside her practice clothes. Even though the precious clothes were of the lower Xian rank, it allowed her body to avoid being cut by the opponent's long knife. It can only hold off for a moment. A few more cuts and Xiao Anren would surely die. At this moment, she fell onto the bed, her flowery face losing color, with a few moments of panic and despair in her eyes. Phew! A golden sword blade shot through the window and into the room. The black-clothed assassin instantly turned around, and his long sword bloomed with a yellowish true elemental radiance, slashing straight through the golden sword awnings. The golden sword awnings were not crushed. It split into two, hitting the black-clothed assassin's two shoulders. The black-clothed assassin also had treasure armor to protect his body, but what he never expected was that the treasure armor inside the black clothes was shot through by the golden sword awnings, also shot through both his shoulders. How could this golden sword on be so powerful? The black-clad assassin's heart trembled. The last time he had come over, the same golden sword on had crushed his true element fist seal, and it looked powerful as well. But he knew that that golden sword on was different from this one. That path was condensed with true chi, while this path was condensed with true essence. Chapter 39, One of Our Own? Chapter 39, One of Our Own? But even if it's a true elemental sword mantle, it shouldn't be this powerful? The black-clad assassin was a million times more surprised. What he wore inside his nightclothes was a middle-grade Xian rank inner armor, and it was only when a Grandmaster released a sword blade with a top-grade Xian rank sword weapon that he could easily shoot through it. The person who just struck the golden sword aura was a Grandmaster? It's not. The black-clothed assassin's divine sense had already discovered that the person who had struck was Lin Chen. Even if his divine sense did not detect the person who struck, he was certain that the person who struck was not a great master. The Grandmaster's power sword blade was different from the true element sword blade just now. The black-clothed assassin naturally didn't know that Lin Chen's true elemental power contained the chi of the Imperial Tao, which was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the golden rainbow sword in Lin Chen's hand was a Xian rank upper-grade sword artifact. The one Lin Chen had just executed was the instantaneous mango sword technique of the top grade of the Xian rank. The combination of these factors was what made that golden sword aura able to easily shoot through a Xian rank middle grade treasure armor. The black-clad assassin had already suffered a heavy blow. The golden sword aura pierced through both shoulders, and there was also special sword chi wreaking havoc on both shoulders. He couldn't hold on for too long. He had to withdraw as soon as possible. Stop! I'm one of us! The black-clothed assassin shouted, while quickly opening the door and rushing out of the room. The plan for coming here tonight was to kill Xiao Anren first, and then see if there was a chance to chat with Lin Chen. He and the other powerhouses of the Divine Ruler Organization thought that Lin Chen must have read the epistle. but they had never expected that Lin Chen had not only struck out against a strong person from the God's Dictatorship Organization, but that he was so powerful. The black-clothed assassin rushed out of the room, and Xiao Anren stood up straight, his bare forehead beaded with sweat. That was close. One of our own? Xiao Anren was very puzzled. She picked up her own longsword, then carefully walked out of the room. At this time, Feng Bao also happened to walk out from his bedroom. Your Highness, shut up, go back. Xiao Anren did not let Feng Bao speak on, although she had always been bold. At this time she did not have the courage to walk into the compound. What had just happened had scared her. Almost she died under the knife of that black-clad assassin. The other party was clearly a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, and should be the same person as the black-clothed assassin who ran to injure himself last time. The difference was that last time, the other party had come at Lin Chen, but this time, they were coming at her. Why did he come to kill me this time? He's on his own with Kobayashi? Xiao Anren looked vigilantly into the depths of the compound, secretly pondering. What made her feel strange was that there were flashes of golden light in the compound just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye there was no movement at all, due to the fact that there were many trees in the courtyard, as well as the wigwam and flower beds. She, who had not cultivated divine sense, couldn't see the courtyard at all in the pitch-black night, not to mention not knowing what was going on. Actually, the fight is over. When strong people fought, it was rare that hundreds of moves were difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat, especially if both sides did not leave their hands behind. Life and death were often in a split second. When the black-clothed assassin rushed into the compound, Lin Chen directly executed the illusory body Misty Shadow Step. The black-clothed assassin didn't even have time to react before Lin Chen grabbed the back of his neck. Immediately following, Lin Chen's true essence power surged into the black-clothed assassin's body, blocking his meridians and imprisoning his physical body. After that again, Lin Chen brought the black-clothed assassin back to the second floor of the book depository. At this moment, Lin Chen was casting Intimidate Soul on the black-clothed assassin. The black-clothed assassin cultivated a divine sense, and his soul realm wasn't low, but he was still a long way from condensing a Yuanshen. Through soul control, Lin Chen found quite a bit of useful information in the black-clothed assassin's soul memory. The black-clothed assassin was a mid-Zhongshe realm powerhouse of the divine ruler organization named Gaoyi, who was already 55 years old this year. In Gaoyi's memory, the letter was indeed written by Lin Qingshan himself, and most of the contents of the letter were true, including the fact that Lin Qingshan was Xiao Linzi's father. However, Lin Qingshan had long since stopped caring about the death of his eldest son. The so-called guilt in the heart is even more nonsense. Even because his oldest son became a palace eunuch, he was humiliated and never allowed anyone to mention that oldest son in front of him. And of course, no one is going to take the pot calling the kettle black. Lin Qingshan also had two sons, both in their 30s, each with high martial arts talent, and now both cultivated to the late innate realm. Lin Qingshan's wife, whom he married after joining the God's Dictatorship Organization, is the daughter of the leader of the God's Dictatorship Organization. This gave special care to Lin Qingshan and his two young sons. And here's another important point. When the Sichuan royal clan was destroyed, there was a treasure trove that wasn't discovered by the powerhouses of the Dacian Empire. That treasure trove had also helped Lin Qingshan a lot, allowing him to marry the daughter of the leader of the Divine Ruler Organization and become a late-stage powerhouse of the Zhongshe realm. Unsurprisingly, Lin Qingshan would become the next head of the God's Dictatorship Organization. Gao Yi and the other powerhouses of the Divine Ruler Organization knew that the group of robbers that had suddenly attacked that village and killed Lin Qingshan's original wife had actually been arranged by the chief's daughter. Later, Lin Qingshan did catch the leader of that group of robbers and should have known the truth, but he didn't say anything. The daughter of the head of the God's Cutting Organization is not one who wants to be left alive. That robber leader sold Lin Qingshan's eldest son to the palace as a eunuch in order to make money. As Lin Chen had expected, Lin Qingshan had written that letter. And it wasn't to make a way out for little Linzi. It was to see if he could use little Linzi to work for the God's Dictatorship Organization. Lin Qingshan naturally wanted to avenge the Sichuan royal clan. For this reason, they do not hesitate to collude with the barbarians in the north. Lin Chen also learned that the person who came to deliver the letter last time was none other than Gao Yi. Gao Yi came over this time, wanting to talk to him, and in order to avoid Xiao Anren getting in the way, so he had to kill this princess first. Killing a princess with good martial arts talent would be a great achievement. The God's Tailor Organization had undercover agents in the palace, and the undercover agents passed on the information that Xiao Anren was living in the book depository. Having learned this information, Lin Chen shot Gao Yi's head through with a piercing needle, and then threw his body outside the courtyard wall of the book depository. After dropping the body, Lin Chen crossed the large courtyard and came to the gatehouse side. What's going on? Seeing Lin Chen, Xiao Anren hurriedly asked. What about the assassin? The assassin is dead. Not waiting for Xiao Anren to ask again, Lin Chen added. I killed them. You killed it? Xiao Anren looked disbelieving as he asked one after another. He is a powerful person of the sovereign realm. You were able to kill him? Since you killed him, where is the corpse? The reason why Xiao Anren was not convinced was not only because the assassin was a Zhongshu realm powerhouse, but also because just now, she had not seen Lin Chen make a move at all, and after the assassin had rushed out of the gatehouse, there had been no fierce fight in the large courtyard of the book depository. Analyzing the situation through these circumstances, it was more like the assassin had already escaped. The body was thrown outside by me. Lin Chen didn't bother to explain too much. The body will soon be discovered, and at that time, there will be a great inner expert who will come over to inquire. Okay, I'll wait. Xiao Anren didn't continue to pursue the matter. After waiting for nearly an hour and a half, Huang Yuan came over with another DNEI expert. They indicate that the body of the assassin was found near the book depository and ask if anything happened on the book depository side. Who struck out to kill that assassin? Do you know? Xiao Anren didn't answer the Dane Master's question and waited with an expectant face for the other party to answer this question of his. Chapter 40, is there such a big difference? Chapter 40, is there such a big difference? Back to your highness. We don't know. Huang Yuan originally shook his head before adding. However, listening to Eunuch Li, it should have been killed by a strong person from the Heart Nurturing Palace. Has Eunuch Li been to the Nurturing Heart Palace before? Xiao Anren pursued. Been there. Huang Yuan nodded. Okay, I got it. Xiao Anren waved his hand. Nothing has happened on this side of the book depository. You guys go check elsewhere. Huang Yuan then left with his men. When Huang Yuan and the two of them walked away, Xiao Anren turned to look at Lin Chen and asked, didn't you say that the assassin was killed by you? If your highness thinks it's not, then it's not. Lin Chen knew in his heart that Xiao Yuanho had taken the initiative to take the blame for himself this time. He didn't need someone to take the fall for him, but Xiao Yuanho thought he did. If not, you are suspected of colluding with the assassins. Xiao Anren narrowed his eyes and said, that assassin came to find you last time. He just didn't expect me to occupy your room. This time, he came over to kill me without success and shouted stop. I'm one of your own. Does your highness know to whom he shouted? Lin Chen asked. Definitely not yelling at me or Feng Bao. Xiao Anren returned without thinking. Other than Feng Bao and I on this side of the book depository, you're the only one left. Doesn't your highness find it inconsistent? Lin Chen asked again. What inconsistency? Xiao Anren frowned. Lin Chen didn't explain, and walked straight out of the gatehouse towards the book collection. Feng Bao, what does your godfather mean? Xiao Anren looked at Feng Bao again. Your highness. Feng Bao was a bit embarrassed and hesitant. There's no harm in being blunt. Your highness, that assassin was clearly shouting at the person who struck out to attack him. Feng Bao gave a word of caution. Point taken. Not explained in detail. There is no need to explain in detail. In an instant, Xiao Anren came to his senses. If the person who had struck was not Lin Chen, the assassin was not shouting at Lin Chen. The person who struck was one of the same people as the strongest person from the Palace of Nurturing Heart? Obviously that's not possible. If one suspected Lin Chen because of that assassin's shouts, one must first admit that Lin Chen was the one who had struck out to attack that assassin. Slightly circular, so she hadn't realized that before. At this time, it was just about midnight, and it was still early to dawn, so Feng Bao also went back to his room to rest. Only Xiao Anren was left alone to fret and wonder in secret. It's possible. That guy did make a move. The golden sword mane was struck by him, but he didn't kill that assassin. That assassin was killed by a strong hand from the Heart Nurturing Palace after he rushed out of the book depository's compound. Xiao Anren thought of such a possibility. Really? If that's the case, didn't the strongest person from the Nurturing Heart Palace hear that assassin shouts? If you heard it, why don't you come and investigate a little? A strong person from the Heart Nurturing Palace who was able to kill a Zhongshu realm assassin must have cultivated divine sense. How could his divine sense not hear that assassin's loud shouts? That assassin died on the heels of the book depository, proving that the strong men of the Heart Nurturing Palace were nearby at that time. No, the more Xiao Anren thought about it, the more she felt that there was a problem, and the more she felt that Lin Chen wasn't lying. Li Lianqing said that it should have been a strong person from the Nurturing Heart Palace who made a move to behead that assassin. So obviously he didn't get a definite answer at the Nurturing Heart Palace. If that assassin wasn't beheaded by a strong person from the Nurturing Heart Palace, why is the Nurturing Heart Palace covering it up like this? Xiao Anren thought again about His Majesty the Emperor suddenly running to give Lin Chen an official promotion of 3 levels, and then became more certain that his great-grandfather and imperial brother had something to hide from him. Xiao Anren looked toward the book depository and muttered, "It seems like that guy really isn't simple." Early morning, there was a slight break in the wind and snow. Xiao Anren was practicing her sword in the courtyard, and when she saw Lin Chen walk out of the library, she immediately greeted him. "I figured it out. You're the one who decapitated that assassin." Xiao Anren looked very sincere. "You saved me twice. I'm very grateful and want to say thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Chen waved his hand carelessly. "But," Xiao Anren's words changed, "then why did the assassin claim himself with you?" "How would I know?" Lin Chen said blandly. "Either he recognized the wrong person, or he deliberately used this method to frame me. Since your highness recognizes that I was the one who beheaded him, you should understand that he and I are by no means our own. Who knows if you guys are playing a bitter game?" Xiao Anren said, suddenly swinging his sword and stabbing at Lin Chen. Of course she wasn't trying to kill Lin Chen. Lin Chen was able to kill a Zhongshe realm assassin. His strength was far above hers. She just wanted to test the waters. What she didn't expect was that Lin Chen actually didn't dodge, and still took an unhurried step forward. She hastily deflected the direction in which the longsword was stabbing, fearing that she would really stab Lin Chen. When she brushed past Lin Chen, she was shocked to realize that the Lin Chen next to her was actually a piece of phantom. The phantom quickly dissipated. Xiao Anren then realized that Lin Chen was already 3 feet away and continued to walk towards the kitchen with a steady pace. What kind of stance is this? Xiao Anren's heart trembled in shock as he stayed in place. If Lin Chen had chosen to counterattack just now, he would definitely have been able to deal her a fatal blow in an instant. Is the difference that big? The outsiders look at the fun, but the insiders look at the fun. Although Xiao Anren was not as good as Lin Chen, she was also a genuine mid-innate realm expert, and she could tell that the stance Lin Chen had just performed was very subtle and advanced. It was also possible to realize how useful that stance could be in a real battle. Xiao Anren knew in his heart that the more powerful stances were not something that anyone could perform at will. Like many advanced martial arts, without a high enough cultivation level, it was simply impossible to execute a very powerful stance. He does have the strength to kill an ordinary Zhongshe realm powerhouse. Xiao Anren's self-confidence has been hit one after another lately. Before she came to the book depository, she felt that even if she couldn't beat a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, she could still get through a few moves with them. After coming to the book depository, she realized that a Zhongshe realm powerhouse could completely crush herself with ease. In the past, when she had fought with those Zhongshe realm powerhouses in the nurturing Heart Palace, they had only gotten in her way and didn't move for real. If he's so strong, why is he willing to stay in the book depository? Xiao Anren is very puzzled. To Lin Chen's strength, absolutely can become a loud and clear big man in the palace, and even have the hope to replace Wei Final Leisure, but he is very down to earth to stay in the bookstore. There is no high ranking, there is no 10,000 admirers, and she had heard that Lin Chen had been punished to come to the book depository, and that he had received 100 sand nail sticks before he came. How could such a strong martial artist be willing to be tortured in disgrace? Of course, Xiao Anren couldn't have imagined that Lin Chen had actually become stronger rapidly after coming to the book depository. In her perception, there was absolutely no way that an ordinary person who had reached middle age could have become such a formidable martial arts powerhouse in just over 3 months. He said his elixir was a gift from a very powerful being. Grandmaster? The only great Grandmaster in the palace is great-grandfather. And in the entire imperial city, other than great-grandfather, there's only the one from the Situ family. Great-grandfather didn't have that many pills, and even if he did, he couldn't have given them to him to waste like that. From the Grandmaster of the Situ family? Chapter 41 Blood Soul Mantra Seal, Wind Leopard Boots, 4-pole Golden Thunder Sword. Chapter 41 Blood Soul Curse Seal, Wind Leopard Boots, 4-pole Golden Thunder Sword. For the next 3 days, it was business as usual. The death of Gao Yi, a Zhongshe realm assassin of the Divine Ruler organization, near the book depository did not cause too many ripples. Xiao Anren didn't question Lin Chen anymore. Feng Bao finally adapted to the changes in his body brought about by a solid Dan, and following Lin Chen's guidance, he stepped through the threshold of martial cultivation. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Feng Bao, for entering the Qi drawing realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to receiving them. The system rewards are average this time around. After all, it was only a righteous son who had just stepped into the martial arts path. Other than the various pills including the Spirit Hua pill, Qi condensation pill, and Yuan condensation pill, there was only a piece of the top-grade Golden Bell Shenfu of the Xian rank. Once the Golden Bell Shen talisman was activated, it would transform into a thick golden bell of energy that would protect the owner of the talismanic treasure, and would be able to withstand the attacks of a Grandmaster realm powerhouse for a short period of time. It also belonged to a kind of talismanic treasure that could save one's life at critical moments. Because Lin Chen was already fearless of the unusual great masters, he felt that the rewards given by the system this time were quite ordinary. Rune treasures, in today's Deqian Empire, are very rare. According to the book 10,000 years ago, in ancient times, there were many people who made talismanic treasures, and there were also clans that specialized in making talismanic treasures. But as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became thinner and thinner, and it was not possible to give birth to strong people above the Grandmaster realm, the method of making talismanic treasures was also lost. The same problem exists with the various Dharma disciplines related to cultivation, such as alchemy and artifact refining. The Dharma is lost and the material is scarce. Yellow rank pills and magic treasures could still be refined, but not when it came to the Xian rank. Especially the Xian rank upper grade and Xian rank extreme grade only had previous stocks, and hardly any newly refined ones. 2 more days passed. Lin Chen had Feng Bao take the second solid pill. Following that, Lin Chen heard the familiar system beep again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Yutian, for advancing to the middle stage of the Hotian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with Yutian's cultivation speed. Cheng Ping'an and Yutian would come to the library every now and then to help their godfather with some work, talk about interesting things, and drink some of his tea. To this day, they knew without explicitly saying it that Godfather had many elixirs that were beneficial to cultivation. They would only enjoy this benefit in silence and would not make it known to the public, not only to avoid causing trouble to their Godfather, but also to avoid having more people sharing this benefit. People are selfish, can't wait for all the favors to fall in their favor. Lin Chen was also aware of the selfishness of the human heart, so he wouldn't give Cheng Ping'an and Yutian too many cultivation resources at once, and wanted them to come back often to show their respective filial piety, lest they think that everything was what they deserved. Yutian had advanced to the middle stage of the Hotian realm, and the system had given Lin Chen a very good reward. Not only were there various pills including the soul containment pill and the god-gathering pill, but there was also a Xian rank extreme grade technique and a Xian rank extreme grade magic treasure. The technique was called Blood Soul Spell Seal, a spell that could control the thoughts of another person's soul for an extended period of time, by casting a blood soul curse seal on a person. As long as that person had bad thoughts about the caster, the fire of their soul would be extinguished in an instant, unless that person's soul realm is a tier above the spellcaster's. Not bad, not bad. No more worrying about the sudden betrayal of a righteous son. Lin Chen was happy. The magic treasure rewarded by the system this time is called Wind Leopard Boots. Only need to infuse this pair of boots with a true energy power. Then it can greatly increase the speed of movement. By activating the Wind Leopard Boots and then performing the illusory body Misty Shadow steps, even a great master would have to be confused. Nowadays, Lin Chen's capital to face Grandmaster realm powerhouses head-on was becoming more and more sufficient, and his own safety was very adequately guaranteed. This winter is coming to an end. The new year is just around the corner. In about 10 days' time, the festival of the gods will be celebrated, after which the old year will be bid adieu. Right at this time when the old year and the new year were being celebrated, and the entire Deqian Empire was preparing for the festivities, a major event had caused all the forces to focus their attention on it. The ruins of an ancient sect suddenly erupted with 1,000 feet of haze. A haze of light shot out from within an underground crack. That underground crack had also appeared in recent times, and along with the haze shooting out, that underground crack was slowly growing longer and wider. The clan site that was left behind 10,000 years ago, abandoned thousands of years ago, and had long been left barren and in ruins, was located in the northwest region of the Deqian Empire. After getting the news, many powerful people from the Deqian Imperial clan rushed over. Of course, there would not be only the strong men of the Deqian Imperial clan, there were also all the major clans including the Tianwu sect, as well as all the major families and kingdoms that had also sent their own strong men, and even the strong men who were not hidden from the world had also come out. This news was brought to the hideout by Amata from the Sangunian. Even Xiao Anren hadn't heard about this before Yutian arrived. Some people speculated that there was a heavy treasure left behind by an ancient clan that was about to be revealed. Whether it was a heavy treasure or something else, there must be a great chance hidden at the bottom of that underground crack. The great opportunity that martial arts powerhouses tended to rush to, Lin Chen had no interest in. With the system by his side, there was no need to risk competing for the so-called great opportunity. This time, there are not a few great masters who went to that sect ruins, and there are also a large number of powerful people in the sect realm, who are too dangerous. Lin Chen only had at most 70% certainty that he would be able to seize that great chance. So what was the difference between that and sending him to his death? Besides, The Yutian imperial city was nearly 10,000 miles away from that sect site. Others had already arrived. Lin Chen had not yet set off. When he arrived, it was estimated that everything had already been settled. On this day, the familiar system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Cheng Ping'an, for advancing to the late Yutian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Lin Chen then opened the system warehouse and took a closer look. All kinds of elixirs are essential, and each of them is in large quantities. There is also a set of sword weapons as well as a sword technique. The reason it is called a group of sword weapons rather than a single sword weapon is because it is made up of 4 sword weapons. It can be united as one, and it can be divided into 4. It was called the 4-pole Golden Thunder Sword, and when combined together it was a Xian rank extreme grade sword artifact, and when it was split into 4, each of the hilts was a Xian rank upper grade sword artifact. To control 4 Xian rank upper grade sword weapons at the same time, one must have high attainments in Sword Dao, as well as a high enough soul realm. In the Sword Dao Basics complete explanation, there was the sword royalty art, and one could control multiple swords and weapons at the same time with one's own power and divine sense only if one ate the sword royalty art thoroughly. Late night, Lin Chen stayed alone on the second floor of the book depository. This place was still closed and quite spacious, so Lin Chen offered up the 4-pole Golden Thunder Sword that he had already recognized as his master and first infused it with his true essence power before making it split into 4. Lin Chen followed the guidelines of the royal sword technique, and with his own understanding of the Sword Dao, he used his divine sense to control the 4 sword weapons as he roamed around the second floor of the book depository. In the Sword Dao Basics, there was also a sword formation called the 4-square sword prison formation, which was suitable for the 4-pole Golden Thunder Sword. The 4-direction sword firmament formation belonged to the more basic sword formations, but if the grade of the sword weapons that made up the formation was high enough, the power of this sword formation could not be underestimated. Chapter 42, The 4-Direction Sword Prison Formation, The Princess of Uneasy Intentions. Chapter 42, The 4-Square Sword Prison Formation, The Princess of Uneasy Intentions. Lin Chen was not yet able to make the Xian rank extreme magic treasure explode with its strongest power, making the 4-pole Golden Thunder Sword split into 4, and then causing the 4 sword weapons to form the 4-Direction Sword Prison Formation. In order to bring out the true power of this group of sword weapons, enough to exterminate a Grandmaster. Therefore, Lin Chen needed to practice more, study thoroughly, and grasp the essence. Xiao Anren, who was meditating and cultivating in his room, sensed the chi fluctuation of the sword formation. She frowned as she got up and out of bed and walked out into the large courtyard of the cache, gazing into it. Other innate realm martial arts experts might not be able to sense the fluctuation of the sword formation that was overflowing from the book depository, but Xiao Anren, who was a master of the Sword Dao, could sense it. The sharp, killing, overbearing and domineering fluctuations of the sword array did not radiate too far, nor did it create too much commotion, but Xiao Anren couldn't help but feel a wave of physical and mental palpitations under the close-range sensation, and his soul couldn't stop trembling. In fact, at this moment, she didn't realize that what she was sensing was a sword formation fluctuation. All she knew was that the subtle yet incredibly powerful aura fluctuations that were overflowing from the book depository were definitely related to the Tao of the sword. I asked him if he knew anything about kendo, and he said slightly, "You call that a slight understanding? If this can only be considered a slight understanding, what is my level of swordsmanship? Kanata entry?" Xiao Anren knew in his heart that Lin Chen was the only one in the book depository. From this, she was already completely certain that the person who had struck the golden sword awnings twice to save her was Lin Chen. That golden sword awnings, the Zhongshe realm powerhouses would have to be seriously injured even under a hard catch. Suddenly, the book depository returned to complete silence, and the powerful aura fluctuations no longer spilled out in the slightest. Humph, how petty! Xiao Anren skimmed his mouth in dissatisfaction, then returned to his room and continued to meditate and absorb the heaven and earth aura. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gathered at a very slow speed, and the accumulation of Xiao Anren's true chi power was equally slow. This made her think of Lin Chen making tea to drink with the spiritual flowering pill and chi condensation pill. A moment of indignation and distraction. If I had sufficient cultivation resources, I would have advanced to the sovereign realm long ago. Xiao Anren sighed in his heart, but unfortunately there was no such if. If a treasure trove is hidden at the bottom of the underground crack that suddenly appeared at that ancient clan site, and that treasure trove is obtained by our Dakian imperial clan, the speed of my advancement will surely be drastically accelerated. A number of strong members of the imperial clan, including great-grandfather, should have passed over. I hope everything goes well for them. Xiao Anren was full of anticipation. In the younger generation of the great Qian imperial clan, only she and Xiao Anshuan had the highest martial arts talent, and if the great Qian imperial clan obtained a treasure trove, their siblings were bound to benefit the most. The cultivation resources left behind by his ancestors had become less and less under the consumption of generations, especially the high-grade cultivation resources had long been depleted. In the past, young geniuses were expected to impact the Grandmaster realm, but nowadays, even impacting the Master realm seemed exceptionally difficult. One night passed. That morning, Lin Chen, Feng Bao, and Xiao Anren had just had breakfast when Cheng Ping'an came from the Shangwu supervisor to the book depository. Last night, Cheng Ping'an had successfully advanced to the late stage of the Hotian realm, and he naturally had to tell his godfather about this happy news. Some people are happy, others have sour hearts. Lin Chen and Feng Bao, as well as Cheng Ping'an himself, were all very happy. Feng Bao's happiness was that, also being Lin Chen's righteous son, he could potentially be like Cheng Ping'an in the future. Xiao Anren's heart was not in the right place. She could guess with her feet that Cheng Ping'an was able to rapidly cultivate to the late Hotian realm. He must have received strong support from Lin Chen, and had taken a lot of pills that were beneficial to cultivation. A small eunuch who was only 10 years old in terms of cultivation resources and cultivation speed. It is far more than she, the royal princess, set out. Who can believe it? Who dares to believe it? One must know that, not to mention her, even the current emperor, His Majesty Xiao Anshuan, had only just stepped over the threshold of martial arts cultivation when he was 10 years old. Seeing Feng Bao's face that was honored and full of expectation, Xiao Anren's heart became even harder. In the last 2 days, through her sensing of the heaven and earth aura, she knew that Feng Bao had also begun to absorb the heaven and earth aura, and had apparently already stepped over the threshold of martial arts cultivation. Feng Bao's martial arts talent was poor, and it would be too much of a waste of cultivation resources to let him step into the martial arts. Cheng Ping'an, Yutian and Feng Bao, what are they entitled to? Xiao Anren could never figure out that even if Lin Chen had many pills, why should he use them on a few little eunuchs? What would Lin Chen gain by doing this? Is it worth it just to be called godfather a few times? Xiao Anren was very clear that in the palace, the title of godfather was very worthless. Most godchildren can't talk about loyalty and filial piety to their godfathers at all, but are more of just climbing up the ladder. While Xiao Anren was internally torn, Lin Chen brought Cheng Ping'an to the second floor of the book depository. Peace. This piercing needle is for you. Lin Chen took out the heart-piercing needle and forcibly erased the recognition relationship before handing it to Cheng Ping'an. With his strength nowadays, the lower-grade Xian-ranked magic treasures were no longer of much help to him. Godfather, Ping'an has never truly repaid you, so how can he ask for your magic treasure? Cheng Ping'an hastily refused. As the saying goes, elders don't dare to quit giving. Lin Chen shoved the heart-piercing needle into Cheng Ping'an's hand. Godfather gave it to you. Just take it. As for repayment, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ping'an thanks Godfather for the reward. Cheng Ping'an knelt down and received the piercing needle with both hands with incomparable respect. Don't get up yet. Close your eyes. Hearing his godfather's command, Cheng Ping'an honestly continued to kneel with his eyes tightly closed. Lin Chen forced out a drop of essence blood at his fingertips and cut away a strand of his Yuan Shin power. Then he executed the blood soul mantra seal, first causing the two to merge into a single mantra seal, then striking the mantra seal into Cheng Ping'an's sea of consciousness. The blood soul mantra seal sank into Cheng Ping'an's soul flame and melted with it. From now on, as long as Cheng Ping'an had any dissenting thoughts, the blood soul curse seal would be in full force. Well, get up. Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Cheng Ping'an stood up with a puzzled look on his face. Just now, he only felt a tingling in his head, which quickly disappeared, with no other unusual sensations. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on. Lin Chen didn't explain, waved his hand, and commanded again. When you go back, tell Yutian to take the time to come here. Yes, Godfather. Cheng Ping'an took the piercing needle and left happily. Half an hour later, Yuta came, also on the second floor of the book depository. Lin Chen cast the blood soul incantation seal on Yutian as well. Yutian didn't get any magic treasures, but he did get a soul containment pill, so he was naturally full of joy. Then came Feng Bao, who had just finished his work. Afternoon. The sun is shining brightly. There were more sunny days in late winter, but it was still crisp and cold. Lin Chen was lying on one of the recliners at the entrance of the book depository, comfortably basking in the sun. Wisps of imperial Dao Qi gathered from all directions and quickly sank into his body. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who had a leisurely expression, frowned. What's going on? How come the imperial Dao Qi in the palace has violently become thinner? Could it be that the barbarians in the north and the northern desert kingdom are attacking the city again? Chapter 43, No Mourning in Secret, the imperial family's robbery. Chapter 43, No Funeral in Secret, the imperial family's robbery. If there was no major event that could threaten the rule of the empire, the imperial aura of the imperial palace would not have suddenly plummeted. Previously, the war in the north was unfavorable, leading to the decay of the qi of the imperial way. Now that the same situation had reappeared, Lin Chen was puzzled. I haven't heard any signs of a resumption of war in the north lately, either. There was also no news of the demonic beasts in the Songming mountain range to the west making a big advance. What had happened that was enough to shake the foundation of imperial power in the Great Qian Empire? Aside from the Shao imperial clan, Lin Chen was afraid that he was the one who least wanted the Great Qian Empire to fall with a bang. Once the Great Qian Empire fell, it was questionable whether this palace could continue to exist, let alone continue to absorb the qi of the imperial way here. It wasn't easy to find another place that possessed the qi of the imperial way. The Deqian Empire had stood for thousands of years, and the qi of the imperial way was more abundant. Even if a new empire was born, Lin Chen would be able to land in the palace of the new dynasty for a long time, and there wouldn't be too much qi of the imperial way in the palace of the new dynasty for him to cultivate. Besides, new empires aren't born that easily. It's going to be a long time before the world is messed up. In case there is a situation where the empire falls apart and the herd is divided, a new empire will not be born for decades or even centuries. Small kingdoms can't breed the qi of the emperor's way. Countries that called themselves empires that were not vast enough and did not have enough nationals were similarly unable to nurture the qi of the imperial way. Not just anyone can call himself an emperor. Not just any country can be recognized as an empire either. With Lin Chen's strength, he would be able to support a new empire out, or even build one himself, but that would take a lot of time and effort. For him, the best situation is that the Great Qian Empire is standing and the country's fortunes are prosperous, at least for now. Lin Chen instructed Feng Bao to inquire about what big things had happened recently, and Feng Bao complied, making an effort to inquire, but unfortunately without any clues. 3 days went by in a flash. From the god sacrifice festival is getting closer and closer. The palace is decorated more and more festive, and everywhere is decorated with lights and colors. Early in the morning of that day, a powerful person from the Shao clan's royal family of the Zhongshe realm came to the book depository and took away Shao Anren. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Shao Anren returned to the book depository. It was obvious to see that this princess had cried, and cried for a short time. In an instant, Lin Chen guessed what had happened. Shao Yuanhou should be gone. The passing away of the only great master of the Shao imperial clan was indeed enough to shake the foundations of imperial power, causing the qi of the imperial way in the palace to become thin. The Shao royal family chose to keep the mourning secret. With the situation of the Dacian Empire today, not only could they not organize a funeral for Shao Yuanhou, but they also had to try to conceal the matter. Even when Shao Yuanhou was alive, assassins would often break into the palace, and now that he has passed away, there is no great master to sit on the throne. And even if there are still a number of powerful people in the master realm, they will still attract more assassins. In the past, great masters who had a grudge against the Shao clan's royal family would not directly break into the palace. After all, cultivating to the great master realm was too difficult, and without full certainty, one would easily not risk their lives. Not only did he have to face a great master of the imperial clan when he broke into the palace, but he also had to face quite a number of powerful people of the sovereign realm, and if he was not careful, he would directly perish. It's different today. As long as it was determined that there were no great masters sitting in the palace, the danger of a great master who had a grudge against the Shao imperial clan or who harbored bad intentions breaking into the palace was much lower. Shao Anren didn't say so explicitly, so naturally Lin Chen wouldn't ask. Lin Chen could guess why Shao Anren had returned to the book depository again. It should be that Shao Yuanhou had instructions before he died. If Shao Anren stayed in the nurturing heart palace, he might arouse suspicion. That's just one aspect that doesn't matter. An important aspect was that Shao Yuanhou wanted Shao Anren to remain in the book depository and try to get some benefits. At the same time that Shao Anren returned to the book depository from the nurturing heart palace, Empress Situ Ivana once again brought 5th Prince Shao Jinghuan back to her mother's house. This time it wasn't Situ Aster who took the initiative to ask to go back, but her father Situ Lai who sent word that he missed his grandson and asked her to take the time to go back to her mother's house. She asked the emperor for a decree, and he granted it. Still in the living room that was like a secret room in the depths of the Situ family compound, Situ Ivana met her father Situ Lai and her elder brother Situ Shang, as well as her great-grandfather Situ Jing. I knew that His Majesty would let you come back. Situ Lai, whose essence was still full, smiled and said, According to the rules of the palace, the harem is not allowed to go out when it is close to the festival of God's sacrifice. But if I give the word, His Majesty will surely give face to it. Father, what happened? Zoroaster was very puzzled. Our family has been very unpopular lately, and His Majesty has treated me coldly, so why would he break the rules of the palace and allow me to come back? Because at this time, the Shao imperial clan doesn't dare offend us. Zoroaster was similarly full of smiles. Xiao Yuanhou was seriously injured over in the northwest, and now even if he's still alive, he's in extremely poor condition. Situ Jing picked up in a calm tone. Ha! Zoroaster's eyes widened. I've also heard about what happened over in the northwest. Did you guys go there too? Went and just got back. Situ Lai nodded and said, how do you know that Xiao Yuanhou is seriously injured without going? Did you grab the treasure? Steward-aster asked. Naturally, I grabbed it. Situ Shang looked slightly interested. All the forces are competing together. Our family has a great master who naturally has the advantage. I've heard that the imperial clan has sent out a lot of powerful people. Why would Xiao Yuanhou be seriously injured? Steward-aster asked again. Among the various forces, the overall strength of the Xiao imperial clan is undoubtedly the strongest. Not only do they have a grandmaster like Xiao Yuanhou, but they also have a large number of powerful people of the Zhongshe realm, and it is precisely because of their strongest overall strength that they have become the target of the crowd. Situ Lai explained. The barbarians' grandmaster led a large number of Zhongshe realm powerhouses from the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom, and with the cooperation of the divine ruler organization, they launched a siege on Xiao Yuanhou and other Xiao clans' royal clans powerhouses. And there are also quite a few powerhouses from other forces that have also made their moves on Xiao clan's royal clans team. And under these circumstances, if it wasn't for Xiao Yuanhou's fight with his life, I'm afraid that the entire team from the Xiao clan's royal clan would have to die over there. Hasn't the Heavenly Martial sect always been on good terms with the Xiao imperial clan, and they didn't lend a helping hand to the Xiao imperial clan's team? Steward-aster continued to ask. The Tianwu sect's team went late and didn't catch up. Situ Shang shook his head and grunted coldly again. It's also the Xiao imperial clan that deserved this. If they didn't target and suppress our family, and teamed up with our family, they would never have suffered this calamity. What was the final outcome? Zoroaster became increasingly curious. What kind of treasures did each of the forces obtain? There is indeed a treasure trove at the bottom of that underground rift, with many treasures in it. Situ Lai returned. Besides the Xiao clan's royal family, all the forces have gained something. The situation was complicated and chaotic. No one can tell what people grabbed what treasures. The only thing that's certain is that the Xiao imperial clan didn't get any treasures. Situ Shang put down the teacup in his hand and continued. Before the door to the treasure vault was opened, they were under siege and could only leave early with regret and remorse. Chapter 44, The Empress's 3 Requests. The Emperor's Anger. Chapter 44, The Empress's 3 Requests. The Emperor's Anger. It was not hard to see that the Situ family held a gloating attitude towards what happened to the Xiao royal family over in the northwest. Especially Situ Shang, who had been stripped of his military power and revoked from his military post. He was close to just setting off firecrackers in a big celebration. It was clearly a marriage between two families, and as long as the two sides trusted each other, the relationship would be exceptionally strong. And the Xiao imperial clan had to make things happen. If you are unkind, then I will not be blamed for being unrighteous. After obtaining the treasures from that treasure trove, all forces should be able to improve for some time to come, with only the Xiao clan's royal clan's overall strength decreasing instead of rising. Situ Lai's eyes flashed with a wise light, a look of old wisdom. In the spring of the coming year, when the ice melts, the barbarians and the demonic beasts in the northern desert kingdom and even the Tsangming mountain range in the west will all make their moves, and I'm afraid that the Dacian Empire is really going to come to an end. A clan without a grandmaster doesn't deserve to call itself a royal clan. Situ Shang picked up his teacup again and spoke with a somewhat grim expression. If our family continues to give our full support, the Xiao imperial clan should still be able to maintain a solid royal power, right? Steward-aster asked tentatively. Given the choice, she did not want the Xiao royal family to go into extinction. After all, her husband was the current emperor, and her son could potentially be the next generation of emperors. As a woman, she's definitely considered to be on top of her game already. That depends on the attitude of His Majesty and the entire Xiao imperial clan. Situ Shang replied. It can't be that we're working for them and they not only don't appreciate our kindness, but also stab us in the back, right? Aster, when you go back, you can politely disclose our family's attitude to His Majesty and try to fight for something of practical significance for our family, including but not limited to the restoration of your elder brother's military power and position, and see how His Majesty reacts. Situ Lai commanded. Aha! My daughter understands. After a simple dinner, Situastor quickly returned to the palace with her own son. Just after returning to Fenghe Palace, she summoned the chief eunuch Wei Fengxian. Wei Final Leisure had received favors from the Situ family, and was considered Empress Situivana's person in the palace, and was trustworthy. Eunuch Wei, did something big happen over at the Nurturing Heart Palace? This question, Situastor could also only inquire from Wei Final Leisure. Casually inquiring about such things is taboo in the palace, and if His Majesty the Emperor knew about it, he would be reprimanded or even severely punished. Asking unusual people is unlikely to yield useful information. Back to Empress Dowager. The old slave doesn't know. Wei Terminal Idol, who had also aged and had a head full of white hair, shook his head and said, Nurturing Heart Palace is an important place for the royal family. Without being summoned, the old slave can't go in and out as he pleases. Moreover, the eunuchs and palace maidens in the Nurturing Heart Palace are only subject to the jurisdiction of the strongest members of the royal family, and outsiders are not allowed to come into contact with them. There are signs in everything, and with Eunuch Wei's alertness and tactics, it's hard to believe that Eunuch Wei doesn't know anything. Situivana was undeterred, still staring at this chief Grand Duke in front of him. Back to Empress Dowager. The old slave only speculated through some details that something big should have happened in the Nurturing Heart Palace. Exactly what big thing happened, the old slave really doesn't know. Wei Final Leisure is very shrewd, otherwise it cannot sit on the seat of the chief Grand Duke. He actually guessed that Xiao Yuanhou might have passed away, but he couldn't say so explicitly. After all, he wasn't a Grandmaster, and if he angered the royal family, he risked losing his head. If he was certain that Xiao Yuanhou was really dead, and that the Empress and the entire Situ family absolutely trusted him, Wei Chenxian would only work for the Empress without reservation. Previously and currently, he was loyal to the Emperor and the imperial family, only favoring the Empress more in the harem. What you choose to do in the future depends on how things develop. Okay, got it. Hard work, Eunuch Wei. The old slave retires. Wei Chenxian respectfully saluted before turning to leave. Tonight, Emperor Shao Anshuan drove to Fenghe Palace. 3 whole months had passed since the Emperor's last personal visit to Fenghe Palace. He himself had just returned from his mother's home when His Majesty came to Fenghe Palace, which in Situivana's opinion was a manifestation of His Majesty's gesture of goodwill to the Situ family. Thinking of his father Situ Lai's instructions, Situivana utilized this opportunity to make a few requests to Emperor Shao Anshuan. First, Sito Shang's military power and position were restored. The second was to issue an imperial edict to make the 5th prince, Xiao Jinghuan, the crown prince. The third is to put Princess Tay in the Cold Palace. Situivana naturally didn't mention Lin Chen of the book depository. In her mind, without that big backer Xiao Yuanhou, she could crush that eunuch at any time. How could Situivana not expect that after hearing her 3 requests, the Emperor not only did not agree, but instead was incredibly shaken. After severely reprimanding the Empress, Emperor Shao Anshuan, who had only stayed for less than half an hour, left Fenghe Palace with an unquenchable anger. For a moment just now, Shao Anshuan wanted to directly knock the Empress into the Cold Palace, but reason overcame anger and he held back. He knew that at this time of crisis, the Shao royal family needed the support of the Situ family, but as an emperor, could he not accept the coercion of a foreign relative? If he accepts it, how is he different from a puppet? Of the 3 requests made by Situivana, Shao Anshuan could only fulfill the first one. The court needed to use someone, and Situ Shang was indeed a usable person. Restoring his military power and position was not a difficult task. However, issuing an edict to make the 5th prince the crown prince is against the ancestral system. The Shao clan's royal family had a clear rule that the crown prince had to be the one with the highest martial arts talent amongst the many royal sons. If all the royal sons are mediocre, they are to be chosen on merit from the entire royal family. A prince doesn't have to be the emperor's son. 5th Prince Xiao Jinghuan is only 7 years old. Even the threshold of martial arts cultivation have not stepped through, and not from childhood has shown a great talent of the kind of wizardry. And even some naughty and lazy, he will be established as the crown prince. The court officials will certainly have objections to the voice of the royal family is even more difficult to agree. As for knocking Princess Di into the Cold Palace for no reason, on what grounds, would the Sky Martial sect be willing to do that by force? The Shao Imperial clan needed the support of the Situ clan. Didn't they need the support of the Heavenly Martial sect? For thousands of years, the Heavenly Martial sect had been an important cornerstone of the Deqian Empire in maintaining the stability of the folk martial world. Situastor also knew that the last 2 requests she made were a bit excessive, but she had to bring them up, wanting to bargain with the Emperor. The latter 2 requests, even if the Emperor only agreed to one, Situastor would still be able to accept it. The Emperor's anger and reprimand was not taken to heart by Situastor. The current situation was that the Shao imperial clan needed the Situ family's support, not that the Situ family was begging the Shao imperial clan. The next day, the emperor decreed that Empress Situ Ivana had failed in her virtue, and ordered her to be grounded for introspection and not allowed to step out of Fenghe Palace before the festival of sacrifice. This decree not only doubly surprised Situ Aster, but also caused the bigwigs of the Situ family who heard the news to be baffled. The emperor's decree was tantamount to openly stating the attitude of the Shao imperial clan. The bigwigs of the Situ family believed that this was the emperor's and Zhao's royal family's desire to cover up, wanting to make all the forces mistakenly believe that Xiao Yuanhou was not dead, and that Zhao's royal family was still at the bottom of the heap. Of course, it is also true that Xiao Yuanhou may not be dead, so Empress Situ Ivana was punished, and the Situ family did not act lightly because of it. Lin Chen, who had stayed peacefully in the book depository, had his mood slightly affected after hearing the news that the Empress had been punished. The Situ family is foolishly testing the Shao imperial clan. They've obviously lost their loyalty. It's truly a house of blame. Chapter 45, Dragon Yuan Pill. Dark Currents. Chapter 45, Dragon Yuan Pill. Dark Currents. Lin Chen could sense that the imperial Dao Qi in the palace had become a little thinner again. The change is not very noticeable. Talk about a sharp decrease, but it is real. Based on the weakening of the Qi of the imperial Dao, Lin Chen could surmise that the imperial rule of the Deqian Empire had lost some of its foundational strength again. This part of the base power obviously originated from the Sito family. In the past, the Situ family didn't have a usurper's heart, but now it's different. It's probably because the Situ family and the Shao royal family didn't come to terms, coupled with the Empress being punished, causing the Situ family to become insubordinate. Once it's confirmed that Xiao Yuanhou is dead, the Situ family will make a big move. With a foreign race on the outside and an imperial pillar plotting against the empire on the inside, the Deqian Empire is truly shaken by the storm and in danger. If the Situ family succeeds in their plot to rebel and thus replace the Shao royal family, they will inevitably come after me. Should I leave early? Lin Chen had just had this thought when he suddenly realized that the Qi of the imperial way in the palace had suddenly weakened to an almost imperceptible degree. What's going on? One thought of mine has that much impact? Lin Chen was a bit baffled. No matter if it was the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom's attack on the city, or Xiao Yuanhou's passing, the imperial aura in the palace had never been reduced so drastically. From the change in the Qi of the imperial Dao, Lin Chen quickly realized that if he left and did not support the Shao imperial clan, the great Qian Empire, which had maintained its rule for thousands of years, would surely become history. Old me has no fear of the Situ family's Grandmaster, and if I really want to use up my cards, I can even kill him, so why should I leave early? No way in hell. Not only will I not leave, but I will also fully support the Shao imperial clan. Lin Chen tried to think of it that way for a moment, and then was surprised to find that the imperial Dao Qi in the palace had suddenly become extraordinarily thick. It was more than 10 times denser than even when he first came to the book depository and had just started cultivating. It seems that we must help the Shao imperial clan. Lin Chen had a decision to make. At that exact moment, the familiar system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Feng Bao, for advancing to the middle stage of the Qi drawing realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Feng Bao took the third solid Dan yesterday, and he has also taken quite a few Linghua Dan since entering the Qi drawing realm. Even if his martial arts talent is quite average, he should have cultivated to the middle stage of the Qi drawing realm. Lin Chen thought as he opened the system warehouse. The only rewards given by the system this time were elixirs. There are many varieties and a lot of each. One of them was a top-grade Xian rank elixir called Dragon Yuan Dan, which was of great use to Lin Chen nowadays. There were a total of 10 Dragon Yuan pills rewarded by the system, and the pure Dragon Yuan contained in this kind of pill could cause the body strength and power quality of the person taking it to skyrocket dramatically. It is only a short period of time with a significant boost, and its potency is not permanent. Generally used in the encounter with a strong enemy will only take this kind of elixir, so as to obtain a short period of time the strength of the surge, and then defeat or even directly kill the strong enemy. Not to mention ordinary martial artists. Even ordinary Zhongshe realm powerhouses could not withstand the overbearing medicinal power of the Dragon Yuan Dan. A Zhongshe realm powerhouse could take the Dragon Yuan Dan, but at a great cost. After a brief surge in strength, the lightest case would be the destruction of their martial arts foundation, and the heaviest case would be a violent death on the spot. Great stuff! Lin Chen secretly marveled at the fact that he had one more undercurrent to face a Grandmaster head-on. He wasn't an unusual Zhongshe realm powerhouse, and with the Qi of the Imperial Dao added to his body, he was able to withstand the medicinal power of the Dragon Yuan pill without too much of a negative impact. There are negative effects that can also be eliminated by taking the elixir of destruction. It was getting dark. After dinner, Feng Bao was busy in the kitchen, and Xiao Anren walked into the library and sat next to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was reading a book. An oil lamp lit on the desk in front of him. The oil lamp only had a bean-sized flame, and the cool wind blew through the open door, blowing the flame to shake violently, like the situation of Zhao's royal family today. What does eunuch Lin think about the Empress being punished? Xiao Anren was vainly seeking advice, and without realizing it, he had already changed the way he addressed Lin Chen. It concerns His Majesty and the Empress. I dare not speak out of turn. Lin Chen shook his head and continued to stare at the book in his hands. There's no one else here, so there's no harm in talking about it. After a slight pause, Xiao Anren added, my great-grandfather told me that eunuch Lin is a profoundly strange man. So if I encounter something I don't understand or trouble that's difficult to deal with, I can ask eunuch Lin for help. That old-timer is flattered. Lin Chen put down the book in his hands and looked up at Xiao Anren. There was still a look of grief on this princess's pretty face that was hard to hide. In addition to mourning, there were a few moments of confusion. Xiao Yuanho's sudden death had affected her too much. Her current situation was also much like the situation of the entire Xiao clan's royal family. She had lost her biggest backer, and she was not yet feathered and strong enough, and would love to turn things around, but unfortunately her strength would not allow it. I beg eunuch Lin to be generous with his advice. Xiao Anren had a sincere face. Your Highness is powerless to change anything, so you might as well not worry about it. Lin Chen returned. As the saying goes, when the car arrives at the mountain, the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally be straight. Not to mention that some things have not yet happened. There is no need to worry too much about things that have not yet happened. Even if they do happen, the sky is falling and there's a high top, so why should your Highness be troubled? Eunuch Lin is not a member of the royal family, so it's fine to think that way, but not only am I a member of the royal family, I'm also His Majesty's own sister today, so how can I not be troubled? Xiao Anren said despondently, I also know that my worries are of little use, but I really can't manage to wait for something bad to happen without worrying. What's going to happen is going to happen, and no one can stop it. Lin Chen said in relief, thanks to that old-timer's elevation, I'd like to say to your Highness that bad things happen, not necessarily bad results. Hopefully. Xiao Anren slowly got up and walked out of the library. Back in that bedroom in the concierge's room, Xiao Anren savored what Lin Chen had just said. Doesn't it really have to end badly? Xiao Anren was very skeptical and felt that eunuch Lin was a bit too optimistic. She really couldn't think of any hope for the Xiao imperial clan to turn the tide against the wind. This afternoon, she took the time to meet the emperor, and in turn learned why Empress Situ Ivana had been punished, as well as the attitude of the emperor as well as the entire imperial family. The Xiao royal family would not compromise with the Situ family, because compromising would not completely solve the problem of unstable imperial power. Compromise this time. What if the Situ family wants more in the future? The Situ family had already lost their loyalty to the Xiao royal family, and it was highly likely that they would gradually nibble away at the royal power, and even eventually take its place. Instead of sitting back and waiting to die, it was better to let go while there was still a chance to fight. If the Xiao imperial clan did not care about the cost and received the full support of the heavenly martial sect, it might not be impossible to kill a 180-year-old grandmaster. The days went on like this, and the festival of the sacrifice of the gods drew nearer and nearer. Although the entire imperial city was in a state of darkness, there was still a sense of festivity inside and outside the palace. Only a very few people knew that many strong people who did not want to show their faces had come to the imperial city. Part of these powerhouses went into the palace, part of them went into the Situ family, and part of them were hidden in inconspicuous places. Chapter 46 Ryuin Puppet. Situ family plotting rebellion. Chapter 46 Ryuin Puppet. Situ family plots rebellion. A few days passed. Today is the day before the festival of sacrifice. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Feng Bao, who had taken quite a few more spiritual flower pills, had cultivated to the late stage of the chi drawing realm. At night, the system beep sounded. Lin Chen opened the system warehouse and checked the system rewards. In addition to many pills that were beneficial to cultivation, there was also a puppet. It was the first time the system had given this kind of reward, making Lin Chen feel extraordinarily new. There were also great differences in puppets, and the puppet Lin Chen had just obtained belonged to the top grade of the Xian rank, and its strength was comparable to that of an early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. It is made of a special material called Yutian, which not only has strong defense, but also can change its shape at will. The art of refining high-level puppets had long been lost, not to mention the top-grade Xian rank puppets. Even the yellow rank puppets were nearly extinct. Lin Chen took this lucid silver puppet out of the system's storehouse, and according to the system's introductory pointers, caused a drop of his own essence blood to fall into the lucid silver puppet's pivot location. At this time, the Ryukin puppet was in human form, and the location of the so-called machine pivot was in the center of its chest. There was a middle-grade Xian-ranked soul containment bead there. The soul-embracing bead contained the battle consciousness of the lucid silver puppet, and the drop of Lin Chen's essence blood merged into the soul-embracing bead, causing this lucid silver puppet to recognize its owner. By virtue of the recognition relationship, Lin Chen was able to control this lucid silver puppet as if it was within the coverage area of his divine sense. Once it was out of its master's divine sense coverage, the Ryukin puppet was also able to carry out its master's initial orders with its own battle consciousness. For example, if its owner asks it to follow and protect a person, it will do its duty even if it is far away from the owner. The lucid silver puppet's entire body was densely covered with mysterious patterns. These mysterious lines were very important. They were not only connected to the soul containment bead, they were also connected to the puppet's energy slots. The energy slot of the lucid silver puppet was located at the abdominal position, and it could be filled with energy crystals such as spirit stones, or true qi or true yuan could be poured into it. Lin Chen didn't have any energy crystals such as spirit stones, so he could only infuse his own true essence power into the energy slots of this lucid silver puppet. His true essence gong power containing the qi of the imperial Tao was of high enough quality and powerful enough to be completely worthy of the Xin rank upper grade puppet. After pouring in a large amount of true essence power, Lin Chen suddenly had a movement in his heart. Immediately following that, changes began to appear in the appearance of the lucid silver golem in front of him. About a tea time passed. Under Lin Chen's repeated adjustments, the lucid silver puppet gradually turned into a stooped old man. It looks very similar to Xiao Yuanho. However, there is a piece of clothing missing. Lin Chen remembered that Xiao Yuanho was dressed rather simply and casually. So Lin Chen found a blue cloth robe of his own and wore it on the lucid silver puppet, and with a cape with a hat to cover his head and his entire figure. This puppet was more like Xiao Yuanho. It's still coming together. Those who are not very familiar with Xiao Yuanho cannot recognize it quickly. Those who are very familiar with Xiao Yuanho know that he has passed away and will not reveal it. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then began to command this puppet to do some simple movements. This lucid silver puppet had undoubtedly given Lin Chen another card to deal with Grandmasters. Of course, one couldn't expect this Xian rank upper grade puppet to kill a Grandmaster. That was why Lin Chen focused more on the four directions sword prison formation. In the last few days, every night, Lin Chen would offer up the four-poled golden thunder sword on the second floor of the book depository, causing it to be split into four, forming a four-directions sword prison formation. To this day, Lin Chen had been able to skillfully execute the four-directions sword cell formation, gradually grasping the essence of this sword formation. The four-directions sword prison formation consisting of 4 Xian rank upper grade sword weapons was enough to exterminate an ordinary Grandmaster. Deep within the Situ family's mansion courtyard, inside a secret room, Situ Jing sat opposite an equally aged old man. Situ Lai, the contemporary head of the Situ family, was also present, but he had been silently serving tea like an underling. If old brother Duanmu can come, great things can be expected. Situ Jing looked relieved. You invited me here, how could I not come? Duanmu Ping, who had a head of long fiery red hair, said while scraping the tea froth in his cup with the lid. Having not seen you for just a few days, I didn't expect that you, this old thing, would actually become so much younger all of a sudden. Truth be told, I snatched a longevity fruit in the treasure trove over in the northwest, so I look a bit younger. Situ Jing smiled back. A longevity fruit was able to extend one's life by at least 20 years. Taking a longevity fruit, Situ Jing's face had a lot fewer wrinkles, and a part of his white hair turned back to black, and the whole person was no longer twilight. Kudos and congratulations. Duanmu Ping sighed and said somewhat glumly, our family got the news too late. Plus it was a long way to travel, and by the time I arrived at that place, the treasures in the treasure trove had already been snatched up by you guys. You guys ate the meat and didn't even leave me a mouthful of soup. The Duanmu family was a reclusive family with a long history of inheritance, living in seclusion on an island in the East China Sea. The East Sea was indeed too far away from the northwestern part of the Dechen Empire. By the time Duanmu Ping arrived at that sex site with a group of Duanmu family martial arts experts, the treasure trove had long been empty. They had no choice but to embark on their return journey, only to meet the Situ family halfway. The Situ family was also a hidden family in the beginning, and had always had a good relationship with the Duanmu family. Later on, the Situ family considered that the aura of heaven and earth was getting thinner and thinner and the cultivation resources were getting scarcer and scarcer. For the sake of the family's long-term development, thus choosing to enter the world. As long as the great thing is accomplished, the benefits promised to you will never be less. Situ Jing picked up. If our two families join forces, the resources of the entire empire will be ours. Is Xiao Yuanhou really dead? Duan Muping seemed to have concerns. It was precisely because of the tantalizing benefits that Duan Muping came to the Situ family to discuss the matter of plotting against the usurper. The Duanmu clan was also tired of staying on that island in the East China Sea. Even if he's not dead, he's still seriously injured and not enough to be feared. Situ Jing thought to himself, if we can be sure that Xiao Yuanhou is dead, our Situ family can completely go it alone. Where is the need to join forces with your Duanmu family? Of course, in addition to joining forces with the Duanmu family to ensure that the rebellion would succeed, the Situ family had another consideration. After exterminating the Xiao clan's royal family and becoming the new royal family, the Situ family would also have to face the barbarians as well as the northern desert kingdom's incursions, and would even have to deal with the raids of the demonic beasts from the Tsangming mountain range. The new dynasty had just been established and was on shaky ground, and was in great need of a strong ally. Rather, Duan Muping nodded, recognizing Situ Jing's statement and agreeing that great things could be expected. After all, he was less than 150 years old and still had his peak state, and Situ Jing, who had taken a longevity fruit, had at least 70% of the strength of his peak state. With two great masters joining forces, they were bound to be invincible. Xiao Anshuan has decreed that according to the rules of the past years, officials of all ministries above the 5th rank as well as the royal relatives should all go to the palace tomorrow to attend the god sacrifice ceremony. Situ Jing said with a straight face, at that time, we will enter the palace first and strike at the god sacrifice ceremony. Elder brother Duanmu will wait outside the palace, and once he realizes that there is an abnormal movement in the palace he will immediately rush in, kill Xiao Anshuan, and eliminate the Xiao royal family. Chapter 47, the one who should be taken down is not the abbot but his majesty. Chapter 47, the one who should be taken down is not the abbot, but his majesty. The Situ family was actively preparing for the rebellion, and naturally, the Xiao royal family would not sit idly by. Although there is no conclusive evidence, the Xiao royal family can also expect that the Situ family already has an insubordinate heart. The Xiao imperial clan did not know how many eyes and ears had been placed throughout the entire imperial city, and even if the Situ family's various moves were careful and prudent, it would still allow the Xiao imperial clan to detect some clues. Of course, the Situ family had likewise operated in this imperial city for many years, and even had many arrangements in the imperial palace, and had a grasp of many of the actions of the Xiao royal family. For example, a large number of heavenly martial sect experts secretly entered the imperial palace. For example, the Jian Rue battalion, which had been stationed outside the city, suddenly entered the city and dispersed on all sides of the palace. Under the Grandmaster realm, the Xiao imperial clan possessed a very powerful force. The imperial clan's own family had a lot of Zhongshe realm powerhouses as well as ascended realm experts, the Sangunian as well as the military as well. However, many of the army's patriarch and innate realm experts were stationed in the border areas, and it was too late to recall them, nor could they be easily recalled. Situ Shang has held military power for too long. If the Situ family were to plot against them, the martial arts powerhouses in the border army might not be on the side of the Xiao imperial clan. The Jian Rue battalion had always been under the control of the Xiao clan's royal family. Not only were they absolutely loyal, but their equipment was far superior to that of the garrison's black armor army, and the Xiao clan had put down blood money for this elite force. Ordinary soldiers of the Jian Rue battalion were equipped with armor and weapons of the middle and upper Huang rank, and experts whose martial arts cultivation had reached the Hotian realm were all equipped with armor and weapons of the extreme Huang rank or even the lower Xian rank. The ascended realm experts, as well as the not-so-numerous sovereign realm powerhouses, were better equipped. All of this equipment was left behind by the Xiao royal family during their heyday, and because the Jian Rue battalion rarely traveled, there was very little equipment wear and tear. After all, they weren't ordinary equipment. They were magic treasure-level equipment that would hardly wear out, much less rust. The night is late. The palace was silent. The current emperor of the Dacian Empire, Xiao Anshuan, came to the Yangxing Palace at this time. His sister, Xiao Anren, had also returned from the book depository. Even though we lack great masters, there are 15 strong master realm practitioners. It's enough. The Situ family has reinforcements as well. It is estimated that they have gathered at least 10 sovereign realm powerhouses. The maximum number of sovereign realm powerhouses we can use to deal with Situ Jing is only 5. 5 is also enough, right? After all, the Situ family is 180 years old and dying. Enough or not enough to fight to the death. My Xiao clan royal family has no soft bones, and will never let his Situ family take it at will. The many great figures of the Shao imperial clan who were in the heart-nurturing palace at this time did not know that the Situ clan had joined forces with the Duanmu clan, much less that they were about to face two great masters. A Grandmaster's movements were not something that could be discovered by those eyes in the imperial city. There was another important piece of information that these imperial bigwigs didn't know, and that was that Situ Jing had taken a longevity fruit. They had speculated accurately about the number of sovereign realm powerhouses that the Situ family had prepared. Elders, tomorrow, regardless of whether or not the Situ family acts, we must act according to the plan. Shao Anshuan clasped his hands, bowed slightly at the crowd, and said in a loud voice, "For the future of my Shao clan's royal family, die fighting." The crowd returned the salute and echoed it loudly. At this moment, Shao Anrun also had a feeling that her blood was boiling, and seeing how everyone was united in their determination, she couldn't help but think of the words that Lin Shen had said again. Bad things happen, but not necessarily bad outcomes. The night of undercurrents passed quickly. Since midnight, the entire imperial city has been filled with the sound of firecrackers. With much anticipation, the festival of sacrifice is finally here. At dawn, civil and military officials as well as royal relatives began to gather outside the main gate of the palace. The ordinary people in the imperial city had also woken up long ago. They couldn't sense any difference in this year's God Sacrifice Festival and were still immersed in the festive and joyful atmosphere. Dang! The sunrise had just revealed half of its face when a bell rang out in the palace, which could be heard by everyone in the entire imperial city. The people gathered outside the main gate of the palace entered the palace in a line. The chief eunuch Wei Fengxian personally led them with many eunuchs and palace maids. The big shots of the Situ family are here. The former great general of Xinhua, Situ Sheng, the contemporary head of the Situ family, Situ Lai, and their family's Grandmaster, Situ Jing, were all dressed in red robes in accordance with the rules. And as they entered the palace slowly, they greeted their acquaintances who had traveled with them along the way enthusiastically, and talked to each other happily. In fact, Situ Jing could have not come. He is of high generation and has no official position. He could also come because he had come to the God Sacrifice Festival in previous years, to meet and talk with Xiao Yuanhou. This God Sacrifice Festival, he didn't want to see Xiao Yuanhou again. There is a grand hall in the palace, which not only enshrines the generations of ancestors of the Shao royal family, but also enshrines 10,000 spirits. Outside the gate of the main hall was a square with a vast area. Officials below the third rank as well as unusual imperial relatives had to perform the god sacrifice ceremony in the square outside the temple, and only the true power holders of the empire were qualified to enter the grand hall. Lin Shen was in the square outside the temple at that moment. As a fifth-rank eunuch in charge, he was qualified to participate in this god sacrifice ceremony organized by the royal family, but he was not qualified to enter the large hall in front of him. Outside the great hall were unimportant people. There were also many sharply armored palace guards as well as martial arts experts from the Shangwu supervision. The main door of the hall was unusually wide and completely open, and being on top of the plaza outside the hall, one could see part of the area inside the hall. Sunrise. The god sacrifice ceremony has officially begun. According to the rules, this god sacrifice ceremony was presided over by Emperor Shao Anshuan himself. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, a voice of angry rebuke rang out first from within the great hall. Dimwit, Situ Lai, who was still respectful before, suddenly shouted, "Today I will count the many evil deeds you have committed since you ascended to the throne in front of the royal family's ancestors as well as the 10,000 gods." When Shao Anshuan heard this, he naturally wrinkled his brows. He knew that the Situ family was taking the initiative. Empress Situ Ivana, who was also inside the great hall, looked at her father in surprise. Could it be that the Situ family was going to make a direct move and not continue negotiating with the Shao imperial clan? Situ Aster had a hard time in her heart. Once the Situ family completely tore her face off with the Shao royal family, no matter who won or lost, she would not have a good ending. The abbot is mad. Shao Anshuan was prepared for this and commanded in a cold voice, "Wei Final Leisure, take down the state abbot." He purposely let Wei Fengxian make a move to see if this chief Grand Duke was loyal to the Shao royal family or had long since defected to the Situ family. The old slave obeys the order. Wei Final Leisure walked towards Situ Lai without hesitation. Though his pace was slower, he didn't participate in the Situ family's rebellious action, and he wasn't invited to the nurturing heart palace last night, but as shrewd as he was, he could naturally guess what would happen next. The abbot is not crazy, but it is his majesty who has misbehaved and caused the wrath of the heavens and the people, causing the empire to lose cities and lands, and it is not the abbot who should be taken down, but his majesty. At this moment, Situ Jing stepped forward. As he spoke, he released the powerful aura of a Grandmaster and blocked in front of Situ Lai. Chapter 48 As expected of a Grandmaster. Very strong indeed. Chapter 48 As expected of a great master. Very strong indeed. The great patriarch stood out to stop him. Wei Jianyao did not dare to take offense and had reason to stop. It was also only until this moment that it dawned on everyone that Situ Jing had become significantly younger. Senior Situ, wasn't the empire's loss of cities and lands due to your family's Situ Shang's mismanagement of command? How can you blame it on His Majesty? Concubine De couldn't help but argue out loud. Joke. Situ Shang also spoke up. The Desert Kingdom suddenly rebelled and the reinforcements failed to arrive in time. Were these caused by my poor command or by your Majesty's incompetence? Situ Shang, why did the Desert Kingdom rebel? Others don't know the exact reason. As the elder brother of the Empress, are you not clear about it as well? This time the one who raised the questioning was Xiao Anren. Everyone understood why Xiao Anren had such a questioning. The princess of the Northern Desert Kingdom married into the palace and was named Consort Rome, but because she often offended Empress Situ Ivana, she was accidentally poisoned and died. Princess Anren, you have the nerve to throw dirty water here too? Situ Lai coldly grunted. If you hadn't obstinately refused to marry into the Northern Desert Royal Clan and hurt the face of the Northern Desert Royal Clan, would they have colluded with the barbarians? Enough! Emperor Xiao Anshuan angrily rebuked and commanded once again, Wei final leisure, take down the abbot. I'll see who dares to stand in the way. The old slave obeys the order. Wei final idol could only stiffen his head and move his legs. Situ Jing could see Wei Jianxian's dilemma of right and left, and he also knew the old eunuch's indecision. This old eunuch is on good terms with the Sito family. So, Situ Jing struck first. He swiftly took 2 steps forward, grabbed Wei Fengxian's collar, and then with a single arm, directly threw Wei Fengxian out of the hall. Anyone could tell that Situ Jing had shown mercy. Everyone could likewise see that Wei Fengxian did not attempt to resist at all. Even though Situ Jing was a Grandmaster, Wei final leisure, as a late-stage powerhouse of the Grandmaster realm, how could he not be thrown outside the Grand Hall so easily by Situ Jing? Come on man, Xiao Anshuan didn't expect Wei Jianxian to be able to take down Situ Lai. He once again bellowed, followed by the strongest members of the Xiao clan's royal clan inside the hall. The 5 imperial powerhouses of the Zhongshe realm all released their powerful auras and blocked Xiao Anshuan's front. Immediately after that, 5 more non-royal clan Zhongshe realm powerhouses appeared at the entrance of the main hall. These 5 people included Li Lianqing, who was either from the Shangu supervision or from the palace guards. Even though he could see that Situ Jing was quite a bit younger, the situation today was one of an arrow on a string that had to be sent. The Situ family had already openly provoked the imperial power, and even said outright that they wanted to take down the emperor. The Xiao royal family had no choice but to meet the battle, execute the rebels who intend to plot against the government. When Xiao Anshuan gave the order, the 10 Zhongshe realm powerhouses rushed towards the 3 big shots of the Situ family without hesitation. The others inside the hall ran outside the hall. There was no unnecessary argument, and the great battle was imminent. Situ Jing's body was bathed in Hotian essence flame. His divine sense was completely spread out, and the Yuan spirit within his Qi was mobilized to deliver pure and powerful gong power to his body. His entire person was like a fire-bathed god of war, exuding a majestic and domineering, unrivaled and powerful aura. As the 10 opposing sovereign realm powerhouses approached, Situ Jing raised his leg and stomped down hard towards the ground. This kick directly caused the hard and thick stone floor to instantly collapse into a piece. The powerful aura fluctuation not only shook back the group of Zhongshe realm powerhouses that had just swooped over, but also caused the grand scale hall to gradually split into pieces after a violent shaking. This great commotion caused even Lin Chen, who was in the square outside the hall, to be doubly astonished. Worthy of being a Grand Master, very strong indeed. A figure glowing with a strong light flew out of the already collapsed hall one after another. They all exuded powerful auras as they fought furiously in mid-air. The aura impact caused by the fierce battle caused the entire palace to tremble. People who were unaware of the situation looked up in shock and watched with confusion in their eyes. What's with the fight? Shortly afterward, a group of Zhongshe realm powerhouses were killed from outside the palace. There were a total of 7 or 8 of them, and they were reinforcements invited by the Situ family, with 3 of them coming from the Duanmu family. Following closely behind, more experts arrived. This group of experts was even more numerous, with a total of 5 sovereign realm powerhouses as well as dozens of innate realm experts. 3 of the 5 Zhongshe realm powerhouses were from the Sky Marshal sect, and the other 2 were from the Jian Rui battalion. At this point, all 15 Zhongshe realm powerhouses prepared by the Xiao imperial clan had arrived. The overall strength of the Situ family's side wasn't bad either. In addition to having a Grand Master like Situ Jing, there were also 10 other powerful people in the Grand Master realm such as Situ Lai and Situ Shang. According to the plan, The 5 extra Zhongshe realm powerhouses on the Shao clan's royal clan side surrounded Situ Jing, while the other Zhongshe realm powerhouses on both sides fought against each other. At first glance, it seems evenly matched. The Situ family did not send out any martial arts experts below the sovereign realm. The innate realm experts on the Shao imperial clan side defiantly joined the battle, helping their own sect masters against the sect masters on the Situ clan side. The great battle had broken out, but Xiao Yuanhou was not seen appearing. Situ Jing knew in his heart that Xiao Yuanhou was dead. That settled him down quite a bit. In the palace, the timid ones as well as those without any martial arts cultivation had found a safe place to hide. Only the bold or those with a certain level of martial arts cultivation dared to stay above that square and continue to watch the battle with their heads up. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't dodge, but there was no rush. It looked like the Shao Imperial clan was still well prepared and might not lose. Let's see again. Maybe the Shao Imperial clan can win without me. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he patiently watched the battle. At this moment, Xiao Anren also made a move. She continuously swung her longsword, slashing out a sword blade towards Situ Sheng in midair. A battle between sect master realm powerhouses and the involvement of innate realm experts would not have much impact. After all, sect master realm powerhouses were extremely fast at flying through the air and were able to easily dodge the attacks of innate realm experts. Ascended realm experts could also fly in the air for a short period of time, but they didn't dare to get too close to the enemies of the sovereign realm, and once they did, they might be hit hard. Princess didn't put up a fight. It wasn't that she didn't dare, but she had to take care of her own son, Xiao Jingyi. Now that the palace was in chaos, she couldn't leave her son in someone else's care. Empress Situ Ivana was also an innate realm expert, and she didn't make a move not only because she had to look after her son, Xiao Jinghuan, but also because she simply didn't know which side to make a move to help. Wei Final Leisure likewise didn't make any moves, only guarding some of the younger children of the Shao clan's royal family. Elder brother Duanmu, it's time to make a move. In midair, Situ Jing, who was being surrounded by 5 Zhongshe realm powerhouses, suddenly shouted out. If he paid a certain price, he could quickly defeat the other 5 sect masters, but he didn't want to do that. As long as Duanmu Ping made a move, the Situ clan side could easily win, nor could they continue to spend so much. After all, everyone did not have elixirs to quickly recover their power. Once their power was too consumed, then the Shao clan's royal family's Jian Rode battalion would be able to play a great role. Chapter 49, The Other 2 Grandmasters, How to Fight. Chapter 49, 2 Grandmasters, How to Fight. Mr. Duanmu, who is it? Many people heard Situ Jing shout, and some of them were confused about it. Only a very few people knew that Situ Jing was calling for help. Bad. Wei Final Leisure couldn't help but let out a low cry. Others didn't know what the last name Duanmu meant. He did. Someone who could make Situ Jing call him an old brother was bound to be an old man and a great master as well. At this moment, Princess Da's expression became even more tense. Coming from the heavenly martial sect, she of course knew of the Duanmu clan, and knew that this family that lived in seclusion in the East Sea possessed a grandmaster. Everyone didn't expect that the Duanmu family, which had been in seclusion for a long time, had actually joined forces with the Situ family. One great master already required the Shao Imperial clan to do their best, and with 2 great masters striking together, the Shao Imperial clan's chances of victory went straight to 0. As long as they could stall and wear out, the balance of victory would gradually tilt to the Shao Imperial clan side. This was because when the powerhouses of both sides had expended too much of their power, the Shao Imperial clan's numerical advantage in the innate realm and Hotian realm would be displayed. Without enough kung fu to support them, the strongest of the strong would have difficulty continuing to fly through the air, needing to return to the ground to fight, and it would be difficult for them to perform very strong martial arts. However, plans can't catch up with changes. The Shao Imperial clan had not invited any external assistance at the Grandmaster tier. The Situ clan had. Coming. Duanmu Ping, who had long fiery red hair, stomped on the void and leaped forward. Seeing the Hotian essence flame bathing his body, a wave of despair arose from everyone on the Shao Imperial clan side. How can this be a fight? I can't fight at all. Phew! Duanmu Ping throws out a jab. In an instant, a huge, firelit fist seal blasted towards the 5 patriarchs who were surrounding Situ Jing. One of the patriarchs failed to dodge in time and was struck by the huge fist print, directly flying backwards for more than 100 feet before falling from midair with a dull body. It seems to be slightly stronger than Situ Jing. This was Lin Chen's assessment of Duanmu Ping. He expected the situation today to be very complicated, but he hadn't expected that there would be a great master among the external help the Duanmu family had invited. It's a good thing I didn't rush out just now. Otherwise, the consequences of being secretly targeted by this red-haired archmage would be unimaginable. Lin Chen was secretly glad. Although a Grandmaster couldn't kill him in seconds, or even seriously injure him, under a sudden sneak attack, he could pose no small threat to him. For example, binding him with a special technique of some kind so that he can't move for a short period of time. It's over. Xiao Anren's heart was covered with a layer of haze. Bad things happened and bad results appeared. Only Situ Jing, a Grandmaster, could still put up a fight. Coupled with the Duanmu clan Grandmaster, the other party's advantage was too great. Although the Xiao Imperial clan had many martial arts experts below the sovereign realm, it was difficult to make up for such a huge disadvantage. Previously, Xiao Anren still thought that Eunuch Lin of the book depository had not yet made a move, and if he did, his side's chances of winning would increase quite a bit. After all, Eunuch Lin was a martial arts powerhouse capable of exterminating a Zhongsher. Eunuch Lin was an extremely powerful Grandmaster, if not a Grandmaster. However, when there was another Grandmaster on the Situ family's side, Xiao Anren felt that whether or not Eunuch Lin made a move no longer changed anything. Even if Eunuch Lin was a great master, the end was doomed. The Xiao royal family, which has stood for thousands of years, is going to fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly fell from mid-air. They all landed beside Consort D and 6th Prince Xiao Jingye. It wasn't hard to guess that they were sect master realm powerhouses from the Sky Martial sect. Your Majesty, the situation is already too difficult to reverse. Please forgive us for not being able to continue this battle. An old man from the Heavenly Martial sect rushed at Xiao Anshuan, who was not far away, and said with an arch, "Tough on the 3 elders." Xiao Anhan nodded with a bitter smile. No complaints, much less anger. He knew very well that it was already benevolent for people to come and help, and there was no obligation or possibility to accompany Zhao's royal family to the grave. The situation at hand was even more unfavorable to the Xiao Imperial clan side. The enemy had 1 more Grandmaster, and their side had 3 fewer Grandmaster realm powerhouses. The strong men of the Situ family did not pursue the 3 elders of the Tianwu sect, as there was no need to rush the Tianwu sect to extinction. The Heavenly Martial sect had too much influence in the folk world of martial arts, and these 3 elders had the good sense to withdraw from the battle, so why force them to fight to the death? The long-established Tianwu sect has a deep heritage, and if they are really pushed, God knows whether these 3 elders will offer some kind of powerful killer mace. One must know that many years ago, there had been a great master who had forced his way into the Heavenly Martial sect, and as a result, he had directly fallen. That incident made everyone realize that even if the Heavenly Martial sect didn't have a Grandmaster today, it wasn't easy to bully. Foolish ruler, give yourself an edict to abdicate and accept the punishment, or you can save the Xiao family. Situ Jing was naturally full of ambition and mid-air. By this time, Xiao Yuanho didn't even show up, so he must have died long ago. There was no doubt that the Situ family would replace the Xiao family as the royal family. The royal family's heroes, fight to the death. As Xiao Anshuan shouted angrily, he also erupted a powerful aura. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that this emperor was actually a Zhongsher realm powerhouse as well, and not at the early stage. Die fighting. The crowd of the Xiao Imperial clan responded loudly at the same time. There was no way back for them. Bowing down and admitting defeat was just a matter of leading their necks to be killed, and there was no way the Situ family would let them off the hook. With the change of dynasties, the new royal family will definitely cut off the roots of the old royal family. Unwilling to leave behind any future problems, we're all going to die. Why don't we die with a bang? If you die in battle, you can at least answer to your ancestors. Ugh, concubine sighed while secretly complaining about her emperor husband. She had advised the emperor long ago that he should take action against the Situ family as soon as possible. Early action. Zhao's royal family still has a great master, plus the Tianwu sect's great help. If we can catch the Situ family by surprise, the big event can be accomplished. Unfortunately, the emperor wouldn't listen. In fact, the emperor could not be blamed for not listening to advice. It was really that the situation did not allow him to do that. At that time, Situ Shang was leading the army, and if he made a move against the Situ family, Situ Shang would definitely rebel, and would bring no small amount of turmoil to the empire. When the barbarians attacked in force, the empire would need the Situ family's contribution again, and it would be even more unlikely to lay hands on them. What's good for Princess De is that at least she and her son will be saved and able to return to the Tianwu sect. Stubborn. Looking at the strong men of the Xiao clan's imperial clan who were still high on battle intent, Situ Jing coldly grunted and released an even stronger aura all over his body. Why bother? Duan Mu Ping shook his head, looking like he had a few compassionate looks on his face, but he showed no mercy when he did it. The Xiao imperial clan side, which was already at a great disadvantage, was missing 3 Tianwu sect elders, and the only thing that greeted them was death. They also all had the idea of dying generously. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly shot from the ground into midair. The golden light shot towards Duan Muping, who waved his hand and struck a fire. The moment the golden light came into contact with the firelight, it exploded, followed by a golden vine emerging out of thin air and wrapping around Duan Muping at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 50, Old Thing. How dare you cheat death? Chapter 50, Old Thing. How can you swindle your way to death? In order to deal with the situation at hand, Lin Chen first used up the golden vine Xian symbol. Then after that, Lin Chen offered up the lucid silver puppet. The Ryukin puppet with a stooped figure, wearing a blue cloth robe and a gray cloak, leapt into midair and pounced straight at Situ Jing. Since he was going to make a move, he had to leave all two of the other party's grandmasters behind. Old Thing, you actually swindled to death? Looking at the lucid silver puppet, Situ Jing couldn't help but blush for a while. No? Duan Muping's heart sank even more, intuiting that something bad would happen. At this moment, he frantically released his power to resist the binding of a single golden vine and burned them with his own Hotian essence flame. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free of his bonds in a short period of time. In mid-air, the lucid silver puppet that had assumed the appearance of Xiao Yuanhou and Situ Jing fiercely threw a punch at each other, and then each side retreated more than 10 feet. The lucid silver golem swung with one arm. The four-pole golden thunder sword flew out from its sleeve and instantly split into four. The four golden thunder swords flew in 4 different directions in the twinkling of an eye, encircling the entire battlefield. Powerful sword formation fluctuations began to rage, constantly growing stronger. The lucid silver puppet, under Lin Chen's control, continued to attack Situ Jing, not seeking to cut him down, but only to restrain and keep him. The 4 directions sword prison formation, which was executed by the 4-pole golden thunder sword, was naturally controlled by Lin Chen's divine sense as well. Situ Jing and the other powerhouses could sense that there was an additional powerful divine sense in the field. However, they believed that the powerful divine sense belonged to Xiao Yuanhou. Situ Jing was sort of familiar with Xiao Yuanhou, and at this time, he found it strange that his opponent seemed to be only outwardly cool like Xiao Yuanhou. He didn't think much about it, thinking that the difference between Xiao Yuanhou and his former self should be brought about by the serious injury he had just suffered. It could also be that Xiao Yuanhou had cast some kind of secret technique that had been passed down from the Xiao clan's royal family. Xiao Anshuan and the other great figures of the Xiao imperial clan were even more puzzled at this time. It's not at all clear what's going on. They knew that Xiao Yuanhou had passed away a few days ago, and the powerful person who was fighting Situ Jing at this moment would never be that great master from their own family. If it wasn't that great master of his own family, who could it be? Only Xiao Anren quietly glanced toward Lin Chen. She was familiar with the fluctuations of the sword formation that had just appeared. She had personally felt it more than once in the large courtyard of the book depository. She thought it was Lin Chen who had made the move, but Lin Chen didn't do anything at all at this point, just silently looking up and watching. Could it be that the powerful person who was fighting Situ Jing has been hiding in the book depository? It was this strong man who twice stepped in to save me, and it was also the strong man who practiced sword formations in the book depository? After all, Xiao Anren had never seen Lin Chen strike with her own eyes, and coupled with the fact that a very powerful and strong person had suddenly appeared at this moment, she was inevitably suspicious. While the crowd was puzzled, the power of the 4 directions sword prison formation continued to grow. The sword light raged in the sky. Dao sword lights began to shoot toward Situ Jing and Duan Muping under the power of the sword formation. Quickly destroy the sword formation. Situ Jing shouted his orders to his side Zhongshi realm powerhouses. A wave of sword light attacked and nearly shattered his protective light shield. Duan Muping was even harder. He was bound by a golden vine and could only take a beating for nothing. Those sword lights, through the gaps in the rattan, directly broke through his power shield under the fierce attack, which in turn caused those rattan to strangle his body even tighter. He had some regrets now. A royal family that had stood for thousands of years, could it not be brought down casually? Damn Xiao Yuanhou, how dare he swindle his way to death? Duan Muping cursed in his mind. He also thought that the strong person who was sparring with Situ Jing was Xiao Yuanhou. Stop them from destroying the sword formation. The sect master realm powerhouses on the Situ family's side wanted to destroy the sword formation, and Xiao Anshuan naturally couldn't let them get what they wanted. Personally leading the sect master realm powerhouses on the Xiao clan's royal family's side to meet and block them. The situation has changed. Please take action from the 3 elders. Concubine De bowed to the 3 heavenly martial sect elders beside her. The 3 elders all shook their heads in succession. The situation had indeed changed, but there was still a great possibility that the Xiao imperial clan would fall. After all, there were 2 great masters on the Situ family's side and only one on the Xiao imperial clan side. Previously, they had chosen to withdraw, and the Situ family had not continued to strike at them. If they joined the fight again at this time and the Shao Imperial clan ended up losing, the Situ clan and the Duanmu clan would definitely not let them go. It's better to look again. That strong person who might be Xiao Yuanhou was only able to gain a slight advantage with the help of the sword formation. The power of those golden vines had continued to weaken, and it was clear that they couldn't trap the Duanmu clan's Grandmaster for too long. Once the Duanmu clan's Grandmaster broke free, under 2 against 1, even if the Shao clan's Imperial clan had a sword formation to assist them, it was hard to guarantee that they would definitely be the winning party. The 3 heavenly martial sects patriarchal realm elders did not join the battle again, and with less of them, the number of patriarchal realm powerhouses on the Shao clan's Imperial clan side was sufficient. Shao Anshuan and the other powerhouses had no reservations and went all out, not seeking to kill the enemy but only to preserve the 4 directions sword prison formation. Situ Lai and the other powerful people from the Situ family's side of the sovereign realm also knew that sword formation was the key to victory or defeat. They likewise had no retreat to speak of, and each of them desperately attacked fiercely. The battle went white hot. The strong men in midair, everyone's aura soared. Their true essence power was madly injected into the blades in their hands, and the martial arts that consumed a great deal of power and physical strength were continuously performed. Lin Chen was worried about making a mess of things, so he finally took matters into his own hands. If Shao Anshuan and the others couldn't hold on, once one of the Golden Thunder swords suffered an attack, it could lead to the collapse of the entire 4-square sword prison formation. Lin Chen couldn't wait until this situation arose before making his move. Thus, carrying the Golden Rainbow Sword, he catalyzed his true energy power and leapt into mid-air. He didn't strike at Situ Lai and the other powerhouses of the sovereign realm, but instead directly rushed towards Duanmu Ping. The true essence containing the Qi of the Emperor's Way was infused into the Golden Rainbow Sword, and this Xian rank upper grade sword artifact was in Lin Chen's hands as he violently stabbed straight through the gaps in those golden vines. Duanmu Ping couldn't move and could only carry the sword. This great patriarch of the Duanmu clan was wearing a Xian rank upper grade treasure clothes, thus blocking this straight thrust from the Golden Rainbow Sword. Lin Chen then swung his sword, stabbing directly at Duanmu Ping's head. Duanmu Ping was able to dodge it before. Nay, although Lin Chen's straight thrust just now was blocked by the precious clothes on his body, it also managed to break down the power shield that he had just released not long ago. If he has a kung fu shield wrapped around his body, he can make his head move and dodge the attack within an extremely short period of time. Under the tight stranglehold of a single rattan, he was simply unable to re-release a sufficiently strong power shield. Therefore, this straight jab from Lin Chen stabbed him in the head. The body of an archmage was tough, but no matter how tough it was still flesh and blood, and it was impossible to block the direct thrust of a Xian rank upper grade sword weapon. The Golden Rainbow Sword managed to pierce into Duanmu Ping's head, and the sword Qi containing the Qi of the Emperor's Way twisted madly inside his head. The whole head exploded, losing his physical body carrier. Duanmu Ping's world within his sea of consciousness then collapsed, and his soul flame and Yuan Shen also lost their place of return. Chapter 51, Want to escape? It's not that easy. Chapter 51, Want to escape? It's not that easy. Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen wasn't strong enough and his soul realm wasn't high enough. The head burst, the soul fire automatically extinguished, and although the Yuan Shen would not follow the collapse, it was detached from the body and exposed. How come? I'm so sorry. I hate it. With intense despair and unwillingness, Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen actually pounced on Lin Chen, who was close at hand. The distance between the two sides was too close for Lin Chen to dodge. Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen swooped down on him and invaded the inner world of his sea of consciousness, charging towards his soul fire. This guy has actually cultivated a Yuan Shen as well. The self-awareness contained in the Yuan Shen allowed Duanmu Ping to see Lin Chen's Yuan Shen. Right at this moment, Lin Chen, with the help of the soul-suppressing pearl, cast a soul deterrent towards Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen. At once, Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen stopped moving and fell into stagnation. It was only that it wasn't easy to control a Grandmaster's Yuan Shen through a deterrent soul. Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen power was quite a bit more powerful than Lin Chen's, and even with the help of the soul-suppressing bead, the deterrent soul could only briefly deter Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen. After only 2 breaths of time had passed, Duanmu Ping's Yuan Shen recovered and then rushed into Lin Chen's soul flame. Duanmu Ping's intentions were obvious: to attack and seek to destroy Lin Chen's Yuan Shen with his own Yuan Shen, trying to die together. Duanmu Ping naturally couldn't get what he wanted. Lin Chen's Yuan Shen was protected by the Xian rank upper grade soul suppressor pearl, and it was simply impossible for a Grandmaster's Yuan Shen to be destroyed. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Chen also took a breaking earth pill. The top grade Xian ranked eldritch pill was capable of lifting all sorts of negative states, and was not only useful for the body, but also for the soul. Even with the help of the medicinal power of the doom-breaking pill, Lin Chen's Yuanshin couldn't exterminate Duan Muping's Yuanshin in a short period of time. The Yuanshin was fighting, and Lin Chen's divine sense was greatly affected. Unable to continue controlling the four directions sword prison formation, the four golden thunder swords were not attacked, but they were shaking in mid-air. The roiling sword light generated by the sword formation was also instantly reduced by a large portion. Originally, the sword array might have begun to overwhelm Situ Jing, and his entire body was like being stuck in a quagmire, when suddenly he felt much more relaxed. Situ Jing's divine sense had been paying attention to Duan Muping's situation. When he found out that Duan Muping had his head blown off by a sword, he immediately realized that the plot to rebel was going to end in failure. I'm afraid your side's greatest advantage no longer exists. The moment backfired into a disadvantage. Even if the three elders of the Tianwu sect are missing, the Shao clan's royal family at this time to participate in the battle of the Zhongshe realm powerhouses are also more than the Situ family side, and there are many other innate realm experts, as well as the primitive Jianrui battalion. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Yuanho was still alive and had a not-so-weak battle power. Withdraw. Situ Jing used his divine sense to send a voice message to inform his family's Zhongshe realm powerhouses to retreat. There is no fear of being left without wood. There's no point in fighting to the death when the odds are against you. The four-direction sword prison formation was unstable, and the power of the sword formation was not strong enough, so Situ Jing quickly rushed out of the area covered by the sword formation. However, the lucid silver puppet was still pestering him with all its might, making it difficult for him to speed up and escape. It wasn't easy for the Sito clan side of sovereign realm powerhouses to escape. After all, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Xiao Anshuan and the other Shao clan royal clan side of the sovereign realm powerhouses were desperately trying to block them, and there were also many innate realm experts who were also sparing no effort. Others might be able to successfully escape, but not Situ Lai and Situ Shang. Father and son were the key targets of the Shao clan's royal family, and they had to be left behind even if it cost them a lot. At this point, Wei Final Idol no longer watched. This old eunuch with a late Zhongshe realm cultivation rose up and joined the battle. His addition increased the advantage of the Shao imperial clan side. Wei Final Leisure. How can you be ungrateful? Sito Lai questioned indignantly. Compared to the favors your family has given me, the royal family has given me even greater favors. Wei Final Leisure revived his voice and returned. I have always been loyal to the royal family and to His Majesty. Our Situ family is not defeated yet. You will regret it. Situ Lai was a bit furious. Seeing Wei Jianshao strike, the three elders of the Tianwu sect also once again flew up and rejoined the battle. In this way, the Situ clan side was at an even greater disadvantage in terms of the number of sovereign realm powerhouses. Hurry up and escape. Situ Jing once again reminded his own sect master realm powerhouse. Being deadlocked by the Ryukin puppet, there was no way for him to provide cover for the retreat of his side's powerhouses. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Lin Chen's Yuanshin was in a state of intense engagement, and it was difficult for his divine sense to be released at full strength, but he still had no weakness in battle. He forced himself to endure the roaring in his head and the strangling pain from the deepest part of his soul, causing the four golden thunder swords to merge into one, transforming back into the Xian rank extreme grade 4-pole golden thunder sword. In order to be able to make the 4-pole golden thunder sword explode with the strongest power, Lin Chen took another dragon yuan pill for himself. The medicinal power of the dragon yuan pill had just exploded within his body when Lin Chen realized that Situ Jing had already fled outside the palace and was flying high into the sky. Archons can fly high. Lin Chen would not let the tiger return to the mountain, so he naturally used his true essence power to catalyze the wind leopard boots and accelerated to catch up. Old thing, off. Situ Jing, who was entangled by the lucid silver puppet, was incomparably irritated and annoyed. He stopped high in the air, and sparingly expended a large amount of his power. He executed a powerful martial art. See you in the air. A silver-colored spear, under the infusion of kung fu and wrapped in Hotian essence flame, flew towards the Ryukin puppet and stabbed it. The power was fused with the Hotian essence flame, and it actually transformed into a long dragon of energy that wrapped around the silver spear. This was the Situ family's family heirloom skill, the Overlord Dragon Gun. That silver-colored spear, on the other hand, was an attack-type magic treasure of the upper Xian rank. The lucid silver puppet carried out Lin Chen's orders and could not allow Situ Jing to escape, so it chased after him closely, and the distance between the two was not too far. The distance was not far, making the Ryukin puppet too late to dodge this bearing dragon lance from Situ Jing. The spear viciously stabbed the lucid silver puppet. The lucid silver golem fell sharply. As it fell, the long dragon of energy crazily impacted its body. Rumble. The tremendous force wrapped in the spear caused the Ryukin golem to slam hard into the ground of the Imperial City. In an instant, smoke and dust rose and rocks flew. This scene was watched by many. Everyone felt that the great master realm powerhouse belonging to the Shao clan's royal family side had been hit by this blow, and even if he didn't die, he had suffered a serious injury. If that strong man was really Xiao Yuanhou, given his age, and given his almost oiled-up state, the odds were that he would die horizontally on the spot. Today's battle was his last contribution to the Shao imperial clan. Only Xiao Anshuan and a very few other great figures of the Shao clan's royal family knew that that person was not Xiao Yuanhou, but they were also unwilling to see that person fall, and were counting on that person to be able to bless the Shao clan's royal family for a longer period of time. Old thing, now you're dead through and through, aren't you? Situ Jing retrieved his own spear, more or less pleased in his heart. If he hadn't been suppressed by the sword formation before and couldn't execute the hegemonic dragon lance, he would have already zoomed in to finish off his opponent. Just as he was hesitating to return to the palace to continue the battle, Situ Jing was suddenly covered in sweat, sensing an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching. Chapter 52, Acting Like Someone Isn't a Grandmaster. Chapter 52, Acting Like Someone Isn't a Grandmaster. A golden sword aura shot towards Situ Jing like a rainbow striking the sun. Situ Jing's attention had been on the Ryukin puppet before, and knocking the Ryukin puppet out of the air with his bastard dragon lance allowed him to relax a little. It was his relaxation, and his hesitation, that prevented him from escaping in time. Of course, even if he was prepared he might not be able to dodge this golden sword blade. That was the sword aura that Lin Shen had struck with the instantaneous mango sword technique, and it was a sword aura that had been released by the 4 extreme golden thunder sword, which was of the Xian rank extreme grade. The speed of the golden sword awnings was strangely fast, and it could be said that they arrived in an instant. If Situ Jingrua didn't stop attacking the lucid silver puppet and was focused on fleeing for his life at full speed, it was very difficult for the sword awnings executed by Lin Shen to hit this Grandmaster. However, Lin Shen had activated his wind leopard boots and had an advantage in speed, so sooner or later, he would be able to catch up with Situ Jing. It wasn't difficult for him to decapitate Situ Jing when he teamed up with the Ryu silver puppet. Lin Shen's true essence power contained the chi of the Emperor's Way, which was already very strong, and when it was boosted by the medicinal power of the Dragon Yuan pill, it had undoubtedly become even stronger. With this level of kung fu, a sword blade struck with an Xian rank extreme sword artifact would not be able to be blocked by an ordinary Grandmaster. Phew! The golden-colored sword awnings attacked. Situ Jing only had time to cry out in shock before his chest was shot through. Also shot through was the Xian rank upper grade treasure clothes he was wearing. The kung fu energy contained in this sword on does not contain a single trace of acquired essence fire, proving that the person releasing the sword on has not reached the Grandmaster realm. How is it possible to unleash such a powerful sword aura before reaching the Grandmaster realm? Situ Jing was doubly incredulous. He knew that he could not afford to think much at the moment, much less hesitate. If he didn't escape, he would fall here just like Duan Muping. Situ Jing didn't have a recluse-type talisman treasure like the recluse arcane talisman, but he did have a recluse-type technique. Transportation-type techniques often require a great deal of effort to perform. At this time, Situ Jing had no other choice, and paying any price was better than losing his life outright. Did not give Lin Shen the opportunity to continue to attack. Situ Jing performed a kind of recluse technique called Yuan Fire Stunning, to consume a large number of the latter-day essence of fire as well as the cost of the Yuan spirit power, flew out of hundreds of feet in the twinkling of an eye, and maintained this speed towards the north of the imperial city to fly. Lin Shen gave up the chase after only a few breaths of time. Can't catch up at all. Marred. It's so hard to kill a Grandmaster. Lin Shen was a little disappointed. He was considered to have played all his cards, but he still let Situ Jing escape. It was fine. At least it had decapitated one of the other party's Grandmasters. There was no wasting a golden vine Xian rune for nothing. As he watched Situ Jing disappear into the northern sky, Lin Shen could only fall from the air, first storing up the lucid silver puppet in a large pit that had just been smashed out of the imperial city, and then returning to the imperial palace. No one noticed that a few strong people hiding in the hidden corners of the imperial city suddenly flew up and headed towards the north of the imperial city. The battle within the confines of the palace continued. The Seto clan side of the sovereign realm powerhouses were under siege, and they fought to break out, but it was difficult for them to charge out. There were quite a number of innate realm experts belonging to the side of the Shao clan's royal family who didn't hesitate to lose their power and flew into midair, making the encirclement even more solid. Situ Lai, Situ Sheng, and the others were forced into a corner. They weren't great masters, they hadn't ignited the essence flame of the Hotian heaven, and they hadn't cultivated the Yuan spirit, so they couldn't execute a recluse technique like the Yuan Flame Shocker. Lin Shan returned to the palace side and killed Situlai with a sword. Without continuing to fight, Lin Shan saw that the situation was settled and then returned to the book depository. He could have decapitated more people, but he would have to use up a lot of his power to do so. Aside from not wanting to waste more true essence power, Lin Shan had returned to the book depository because his soul was in a bad state. He needed to stop in a quiet place, sink his mind, and deal with Duan Muping's Yuan Shen with all his might. With the help of the medicinal power of the doom-breaking pill and the soul-suppressing pearl, Lin Shan's Yuan Shen was able to suppress Duan Muping's Yuan Shen, but it would take some time before he could truly win and crush his opponent. 200 miles north of the Great Qian Imperial City there was a mountain range that wasn't very large in scale. At this moment, Situ Jing had landed in the middle of this mountain range. His chest was shot through by the sword blade, and the powerful sword chi left behind by the sword blade was wreaking havoc in his body. He's hurt pretty bad. Performing the Yuan Fire Shocker had also caused him to lose a large amount of Hotian essence flame, and the Yuan spirit of the world within the Sea of Qi was exceptionally shriveled. He was in singularly bad shape. That guy in the eunuch's uniform, what the hell is he? Obviously not yet a Grandmaster. His sword awnings actually managed to inflict so much damage on me. It's really hard to rebel. A royal family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Its heritage is also really not to be underestimated. Situ Jing thought about it while applying his energy to stabilize his own injuries. Just less than an incense stick of time passed, Situ Jing suddenly stood up. Someone had intruded within the coverage of his divine sense. A total of 3 people came, and the popularity of the crowd was extraordinary. Obviously, they weren't ordinary people, and ordinary people wouldn't come to the middle of nowhere on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival, much less dare to easily approach a great master. Who are you people and what are you doing here? Situ Jing asked warily. My name is Lin Qingshan, from Divine Ruling. An old man whose exact age could not be seen and whose figure was slab-sided took 2 steps forward and returned. You may not recognize me or remember my name, but my father, Lin Dakai. You surely remember. Lin Dakai? Situ Jing frowned and quickly widened his eyes in surprise. You are the son of Lin Dakai, the king of the Sichuan kingdom? Thanks to you, my father and the Sichuan kingdom are long gone. Lin Qingshan, whose beard and hair were black and white and still had a few moments of his youthful handsomeness, shook his head inside. I really didn't expect that Grandmaster Situ, who was able to overthrow a kingdom with his own strength back then, would end up in this kind of a field today. It's really a matter of fate and destiny. When Situ Jing heard this, he also sighed in his heart. He had just escaped with his life, but unexpectedly, in the twinkling of an eye, he was approached by his enemies. I was just following orders back then. Sordrin argued for himself. If he wasn't seriously injured and in a weak state, he wouldn't have said much nonsense at all. But as far as I know, it was you people from the Situ family who falsely accused us of treason, and used your power in the dynasty to force the Shao Imperial clan to have to make a move against our Sichuan royal clan. Lin Qingshan teased. What? A Grandmaster dares to do something he doesn't dare to do? Since you know I'm a Grandmaster, you shouldn't have come over. Situ Jing knew that the visitors were not good, so he simply toughened up. Don't think that you guys have a chance to take advantage of the fact that I'm injured. An injured Grandmaster is also a Grandmaster. Not just anyone can offend. You're a Grandmaster. Make it sound like anyone who isn't a Grandmaster. As Lin Qingshan spoke, his body was flooded with a fiery light. It was the firelight of the Hotian essence fire. In addition to the acquired essence flame, the aura that Lin Qingshan was releasing at the moment had indeed reached the tier of the Grandmaster realm, and his body was overflowing with the special aura of a Yuan spirit. Bad. Situ Jing's heart sank as he secretly cried out in dismay. Chapter 53, Lin Qingshan, handily killing an important enemy. Chapter 53, Lin Qingshan, handily killed an important enemy. Not long ago, the Divine Ruling Organization had joined forces with the Barbarian clan and the powerhouses of the Northern Desert Kingdom to first launch a siege against the Shao clan's Imperial Clan's team, seriously injuring Shao Yuanhou and forcing the Shao clan's Imperial Clan's team to retreat in a sorry state, after which they had entered the treasure trove left behind by that ancient clan. In that treasure trove, the Divine Ruler Organization had snatched quite a few treasures, including some high-grade pills. Situ Jing snatched the longevity fruit and thus became much younger. Among the pills that the Divine Ruler Organization had grabbed were the Essence Fire Pill and the Spirit Transformation Pill. The Essence Flame Pill could help a powerful person of the Patriarchal Realm ignite the Hotian Essence Flame. The Spirit Transformation Pill, on the other hand, could help Zhongshe realm powerhouses condense their Yuan spirit. With the help of these 2 types of pills, Lin Qingshan, who had long ago cultivated to the late stage of the Sovereign Realm, smoothly broke through to the Grand Sovereign Realm. When he advanced to the Grandmaster realm, Lin Qingshan brought many experts from the Divine Ruler Organization to the Great Qian Imperial City. Originally, he was prepared to find a suitable time to sneak into the Imperial Palace to meet that eunuch's eldest son of his and try to behead the Emperor as well as more big names of the Shao clan's royal family. But after arriving at the Imperial City, Lin Qingshan surmised based on the information he had that something big was going to happen on the day of the festival of the god sacrifice, and that the Situ clan might rebel. Therefore, Lin Qingshan didn't rush into action. He wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, and it wouldn't be too late to wait for the Situ family and the Shao royal family to fight to the death before acting. Moreover, he also wanted to see if Shao Yuanhou was dead or not. Lin Qingshan, who was hiding in the Imperial City, had indeed seen a very exciting drama today. The Situ family has rebelled and colluded with the Duanmu family that lives in seclusion in the East Sea. Lin Qingshan had thought that the Situ family and the Duanmu family would win, but he didn't expect the opposite to be true. He was at a high place not far from the palace, and from a distance, he saw Duanmu Ping brutally struck and killed, and saw Situ Jing being shot through his body by a golden sword mane. So, he knew he had a chance to kill his enemy handily, the perfect opportunity of a lifetime. 40 years ago, it's long past time to let go, Situ Jing said with vigor. When will injustice end? It's better to put down the hatred and look forward. Our family's rebellion failed, and I, a great master, have become a felon of the empire, and I know that your divine dictatorship organization is also interested in subverting the imperial power, so I can join you, so that you'll have one more great master. Put down? Ha! Lin Qingshan snorted disdainfully. The hatred of killing my father is not shared. How can I let it go? As for inviting you to join our divine sanction organization, it's unnecessary. You are a 180-year-old grandmaster, and now that you have suffered a serious injury, not only do you not have much use, but we may also have to spend a lot of good elixirs to heal your injuries. It's not cost-effective. It's actually a good deal. One more grandmaster was definitely worth expending some healing elixirs on. But who can guarantee that Situ Jing will be loyal to the god's dictatorship organization? In case this guy suddenly turned against him after his injuries healed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Does it have to be a battle? Situ Jing tightened his grip on the spear's shaft, pointing the spearhead directly at Lin Qingshan, reminding, you should have just broken through to the Grandmaster realm not long ago. Your realm is still unstable, and you may not be stronger than me, an injured Grandmaster. We'll know which is stronger and which is weaker once we try it. Lin Qingshan also had an additional long sword in his hand. Just now, he didn't really want to have a chat with Situ Jing. He just wanted to do some research on Situ Jing's injury through the process of chatting. He wanted to determine how badly Situ Jing was injured and how many % of his strength he could still exert. From the aura released by Situ Jing, as well as Situ Jing's words showing weakness, Lin Qingshan had already confirmed that this old generation grandmaster was definitely at the end of his strength. Fight. Situ Jing surface tough, but secretly cry my life is over. Right now, he was seriously injured and his Yuan spirit was withered. Swish. Lin Qingshan swung his long sword and slashed head-on. Situ Jing crossed his spear to block. The long knife slashed above the spear's shaft, and while the shaft did not bend, Situ Jing's legs bent. Swish swish swish. Lin Qingshan continued to swing his long sword, and after a few swift attacks, Situ Jing's spear fell out of his hand, and his entire body involuntarily fell to his knees. Situ Jing was just about to struggle to get up when Lin Qingshan's long knife slit his throat first. He released his Yuan Shen, wanting to invade Lin Qingshan's sea of consciousness and die with Lin Qingshan's Yuan Shen. Unfortunately, Lin Qingshan was prepared for this and didn't give it a chance at all. As the long knife swept across Situ Jing's neck, Lin Qingshan then dodged and moved dozens of feet horizontally, and when Situ Jing's Yuan Shen lunged, he once again swung his knife to meet the attack. Unusual attacks can't hurt the Yuan Shen. Genjutsu was soul power, and it required an attack formed with soul power in order to kill it effectively. On top of the long sword that Lin Qingshan was wielding at the moment, his soul power was attached to it. This is a soul-type battle technique mastered by the Divine Ruler Organization, called the Soul Slash. Lin Qingshan was also a great master and had long since achieved Yuanshan. His soul power wasn't too much worse than Situ Jing's. The soul-severing blade he executed caused Situ Jing's exposed Yuanshan to split into two with a single strike, then quickly collapsed. Seeing his Yuanshan go up in smoke, Situ Jing sighed bitterly, followed by his body lolling weakly, quickly becoming a corpse. A generation of great masters had fallen. Father, mother, my child has handily slain an important enemy. Lin Qingshan put away his long sword, his expression more or less agitated. There were more enemies than just Situ Jing. There was also the Shao royal family. The emperor who had ordered the destruction of the Sichuan royal family back then had long since abdicated, having died due to the failure of his forced impact on the Grandmaster realm. Lin Qingshan couldn't personally kill this important enemy, but the father's debt was paid by the son. Back then, they had exterminated the Sichuan royal clan, and now Lin Qingshan was going to exterminate the Shao royal clan. Ouch! There was a pack of wild wolves that appeared, and they watched Lin Qingshan and the others warily from afar. Go! Lin Qingshan picked up Situ Jing's spear and caused the precious clothes on Situ Jing to be taken off, then left. As they walked away, the pack of coyotes pounced on Situ Jing's corpse. The three of them quickly returned to the Great Qian Imperial City and stayed in an inn. The owner of this inn was also a member of the God's Dictatorship Organization. Lin Qingshan had just had a cup of tea in his chamber when the innkeeper came to report. Chief, news has come from the barbarian side. They sent word that after the God Sacrifice Festival, they will launch a new round of attack on the northern part of the Deqian Empire, and asked our organization to continue to cooperate. Got it. Lin Qingshan nodded. Is there any news coming out of the palace? Yes. The innkeeper continued. The fight in the palace has ended. The Shao clan's royal family side won a great victory. Situ Lai and Situ Shang were killed in battle, and only the two Situ families' invited Zhongshe realm reinforcements were able to escape. Any more? Lin Qingshan asked again. And here's another not-so-sure piece of news. The innkeeper returned. It is said that the person who killed the great master of the Duanmu family was a middle-aged eunuch named Lin Chen. This person was once just an obedient eunuch beside Consort De, but later made a mistake and was punished by going to the book depository. This innkeeper didn't know about Lin Chen and Lin Qingshan's relationship. Oh, Lin Qingshan immediately frowned, his expression constantly changing as he contemplated. Chapter 54, The Emperor's Gift. Chapter 54, The Emperor's Gift. Noon. Even though they had just gone through a great war, a ceremony for the gods was still held in the palace. The hall dedicated to the ancestral tablets and the all-god spirit tablets had collapsed, and Emperor Shao Anshuan ordered people to find those tablets from the ruins of the hall, and set up a simple altar to lead the 100 officials as well as the royal relatives to pay homage. In this worship, everyone in the Shao royal family was pious and everyone's heart was pounding. They had preserved their imperial identity and imperial rule, killed a large number of powerful people who had plotted against them, and cut out the Situ family, a great danger within the empire. They rejoiced and celebrated with abandon after the completion of the divine ceremony. Originally, the fierce battle in the palace, making the people of the city fearful. When the palace began to celebrate, the people of the city only gradually restore the festivities of the holiday. The whole city was buzzing as if nothing had happened before. The Jianrui battalion did not follow the festivities. They were ordered by the emperor to start a purge in the city. Situ Jing didn't even expect the revolt to fail, so he only moved some of the younger full-blooded children ahead of time, and most of the Situ family clansmen stayed in the mansion courtyard. Those left behind, naturally, none of them could escape. While the rest of the world was bustling with activity, the Sito family's compound was a river of blood. Those powerful people who were usually close to the Situ family were naturally and inevitably liquidated. They had actually been targeted by the secret agents of the Shao clan's royal family long ago, and there was likewise no chance of escape. When a man is angry, he spills blood. When the emperor is angry, the corpses are everywhere. Afternoon, Shao Anren arrived at the book depository. Feng Bao, where is eunuch Lin? Back to your highness. Godfather went into the book depository when he came back. Feng Bao respectfully returned. Godfather has instructed that no one else is allowed to walk into the book depository until he walks out of it. Aha! Shao Anren then took a seat in the gatehouse. Your highness, what happened in the palace in the morning? Feng Bao asked curiously. His official rank was not high, and his martial arts cultivation was too low to qualify him to participate in the palace's god sacrifice ceremony. Godfather went to participate in the god sacrifice ceremony, so he naturally had to stay honestly in the book depository. Not only Feng Bao, even Cheng Ping'an and Yutian had to stay in the Shangu supervisor. They had not reached the innate realm and were too young. The Situ family rebelled, but it has been suppressed. Shao Anren didn't want to answer Feng Bao, but thinking that Feng Bao was Lin Chen's godson, he simply replied back. By this point, Shao Anren already had a heartfelt respect for Lin Chen. Respect, admiration, gratitude. Eunuch Lin was undoubtedly a benefactor of the Shao royal family. As Eunuch Lin's godson, Feng Bao's status in the palace was bound to rise. The Sito family rebelled? Feng Bao's eyes widened, wanting to speak. Empress mother, Situ Ivana has been deposed and is no longer the empress. Shao Anren knew that the palace would also be in for a bloody storm, and anyone involved with the empress would not have a good ending. Situ Ivana was not only abolished the queen's honorary position, but also abolished a martial arts cultivation, completely reduced to an invalid. For the sake of husband and wife, for the sake of the fifth prince Shao Jinghuan, the Emperor Shao Anshuan did not order the execution of Situ Ivana, but only confined her to the cold palace. It's actually worse than just killing her. With her mother's family almost wiped out, herself an invalid, and even her own son hard to see, Situ Aster's future was gray. No need to count on your own son Shao Jinghuan. Ivana Sito knew in her heart that her son would not be doing much better than she was. There would be no one else to teach the child to step into the martial arts path, and even the Shao imperial clan would not allow the child to step into the martial arts path. It's the best thing that could happen to that kid to live out his life peacefully as a normal human being. Your Highness, who will be the new Queen Mother? Seeing that Shao Anren answered questions, Feng Bao couldn't help but continue inquiring. I think it's Princess De, Shao Anren guessed. Although the three elders of the Tianwu sect had a history of retiring early in great battles, they did make a considerable contribution. Moreover, the Shao imperial clan still needed the full support of the heavenly martial sect. I think so. Feng Bao nodded, his heart quite expectant. He knew that his godfather had been a listening eunuch at the side of Princess De. Godfather is on good terms with concubine De, and once concubine De becomes empress, godfather will also be honored by this. Not only did Feng Bao think so, the vast majority of the palace would think so. People didn't realize that in fact, Consort De had long been very dissatisfied with Lin Chen. As the two were chatting, Cheng Ping'an and Yutian came from the Shangwu supervisor to the book depository. They brought holiday gifts intended to honor their godfather, so the chatter in the concierge went from 2 to 4. Compared to Feng Bao, Cheng Ping'an and Yutian knew more about what was happening in the palace. In that battle in the morning, there were quite a few experts from the Shangwu supervisor involved. Everyone was naturally doubly shocked when they witnessed Lin Chen strike for the first time and saw that Lin Chen had killed the Grandmaster of the Duanmu clan. The reason why they were able to thwart the Sito family's rebellion. Everyone felt that the main credit was on Shao Yuanho's head, but eunuch Lin was equally meritorious. By now, most of the people in the palace thought that Shao Yuanho was not dead, just like Situ Jing before him. Even if the experts of the Shangwu supervisor didn't know that Cheng Ping'an and Yutian were Lin Chen's godchildren, they knew that they both went to the Shangwu supervisor from the book depository, and knew that they were very close to Lin Chen. Little cute. All of them could guess that eunuch Lin would definitely be reused and would be on his way to a bright future, so they naturally had to pay extra attention to Cheng Ping'an and Yutian. That was why the masters of the Shangwu supervisor revealed to these two children what happened in the morning. Lin Chen's name had become a hot topic of discussion in the palace. Approaching dusk, Lin Chen finally walked out of the book collection. Walking out at this moment proved that he had already crushed Duanmu Ping's Yuanshan, and his soul state had returned to normal. In the gatehouse of the book depository, Lin Chen met many people, Princess Shao Anren, her 3 godchildren, and the current Emperor Shao Anshuan as well as the Chief Grand Eunuch Wei Terminal Xian and the head eunuch Li Lianqing. Meet. Lin Chen clasped his hands together and was about to salute the Emperor, but the Emperor reached out with both hands first and said, Eunuch Lin doesn't need to salute. Today, it should be me, the Emperor, who should salute Eunuch Lin. With that, Shao and Hun bowed towards Lin Chen. Your Majesty has tormented Lin Chen. Lin Chen made a polite remark. With his contributions today, he was definitely worthy of this worship from the Emperor. Without him, the Shao imperial clan had become a passing cloud. Eunuch Lin, how is that senior's condition now? Is he injured? Shao Anshuan asked in a respectful tone. Of course he knew that the strong man who had struck out in the morning was not his great-grandfather, Shao Yuanho. He also saw that powerful man get hit by Situ Jing's bearing dragon shot and fall into the imperial city. But no one has seen that powerful man since he fell from the sky. People lay down their lives for the Shao clan's royal family. As the Emperor, Shao Anshuan should show his concern as a matter of course. He was seriously injured. He is currently not in the palace and has gone back to heal his wounds. Lin Chen returned fervently. I'll prepare some good healing pills and some holiday gifts, so I'll trouble eunuch Lin to forward them to that senior. Chapter 55 Grand Duke of Loyalty, Dragon's Blood Fruit Core. Chapter 55 The Loyal Grand Duke. Dragon's Blood Fruit Core. At Emperor Shao Anshuan's gesture, Wei Fengxian delivered an exquisite wooden box to Lin Chen. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Chen made a polite remark and then took the wooden box. The wooden box was 2 feet long, 1 foot wide, half a foot thick and heavy. In addition, in light of eunuch Lin's martial arts cultivation as well as his outstanding achievements, eunuch Lin is promoted to the position of Grand Eunuch of Loyalty and Righteousness. Shao Anshuan said aloud. The Grand Duke of Loyalty and Justice was also a first-rank official in the imperial palace of the Great Qian Empire, equal to the Grand Duke of Chief. The difference was that the Grand Duke of Chief Stewardship held real power, while the Grand Duke of Loyalty was considered an imaginary position, or an honorary title. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Chen once again arched his hand in thanks. Congratulations, Eunuch Lin. Xiao Anren and the others offered their congratulations. Previously, Lin Chen was only a 5th-ranked eunuch in charge, but he transformed into a 4th-ranked eunuch, becoming a 1st-ranked Grand Duke of Loyalty. That speed of lift is unparalleled. While other people's promotions were like improving their martial arts cultivation, usually one step at a time, Lin Chen was rocking his way to the top. In the entire palace today, there were only 2 first-grade Grand Eunuchs, Lin Chen and Wei Final Leisure. Although Wei Final Leisure had wavered a bit this morning and had not shown his absolute loyalty to the Shao Imperial clan, he was after all a late-stage powerhouse of the Zhongshu realm. He didn't side with the Situ family at the beginning, and later on, he also struck out at the strongest members of the Situ family. Again, seeing as he had worked diligently for many years and had indeed done a lot, Emperor Shao Anshuan chose to forgive him. Of course, a more important reason was that the Shao Imperial clan needed a late Zhongshu realm powerhouse to continue their service. Moreover, if one chose to severely punish Wei Jianxian, in case he didn't cooperate and fought back, it wasn't easy to take him down without a great master's hand. The conditions on this side of the book depository are not good. If Eunuch Lin wants to change places, just say so, Shao Anshuan said very generously. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Lin Chen shook his head and said, I'm used to living here and want to read more. I don't want to change places. That works too. Shao Anshuan naturally wouldn't force himself. In fact, he could also see that Lin Chen liked to be quiet, so he didn't arrange a real official position for Lin Chen. It could also be that the mysterious strong man likes to stay in the book depository. Everyone took it for granted that Lin Chen was able to be where he was today, and that he must have received great cultivation from that mysterious powerhouse. After a few more brief chats, Shao Anshuan left with Xiao Anren, Wei Zhanxian and the others. Congratulations, Godfather. Greetings to the Grand Duke of Loyalty. Cheng Ping'an, Yutian, and Feng Bao were in the gatehouse, and together they knelt in front of Lin Chen, kowtowing and congratulating him. These 3 children all looked as reverent as possible, and each of them could not hide their inner joy and excitement. They appeared happier than Lin Chen himself when Lin Chen became an official. Get up. There's no need for this between us father and son. Lin Chen reached out, giving a false hand. Shortly afterward, Cheng Ping'an and Yutian returned to the Shanwu supervisor. Li Lianqing once again came to the book depository and sent Lin Chen several sets of the Grand Duke of Zhongyi's inner court official uniforms and seal ribbons, as well as individually expressing his congratulations. Congratulations are also in order for Eunuch Li's promotion to Imperial Eunuch. Lin Chen realized that Li Lianqing's official uniform was also different from before. In the inner court of the Dacian Empire, the Imperial Eunuch was a 2nd-grade official rank, and Li Lianqing was previously a 3rd-grade eunuch in charge. I'll have to rely on Grand Duke loyalty to take care of me more in the future. Li Lianqing was filled with a pleased smile. He would not feel cynical about Lin Chen suddenly becoming his superior. Eunuch Li took good care of me in the past, and I've always remembered that. Lin Chen said back, there are many things to do today, so I won't bother the Grand Duke. I'll treat the Grand Duke to a drink some other time. Li Lianqing then left. Lin Chen returned to the first floor of the library and opened the wooden box. There were quite a few things in the crate. There were good healing pills, as well as 2 Xian rank upper-grade magic treasures, a sword technique and a heavenly material. The healing elixir was called Milk Marrow Pill, a middle grade of the Xian rank, higher grade than the Gonlin Pill, but there was only 1 capsule. The 2 magic treasures were the Gangjin Shield and the Spirit Binding Rope. The Gangjin Shield was a shield that could quickly rise in size and withstand enemy attacks when activated by power, making it a defense-type magic treasure. The Spirit Binding Rope, on the other hand, is a long rope that can be wrapped around to bind strong enemies. The sword technique was called the Floating Sword Technique, which was precisely the sword technique that Xiao Anren mainly practiced, and the grade of the technique had reached the lower grade of the Earth Order. Lin Chen took a rough look at the contents of this sword technique and quickly learned that Xiao Anren had not grasped the true essence of this sword technique, which was why he appeared to have a surplus of dexterity and a shortage of qi. In fact, even a sword Dao powerhouse of the Grandmaster realm would find it difficult to display the true power of the drifting sword technique. With the help of the complete explanation of sword Dao basics, scrutinizing the drifting sword technique could bring Lin Chen's attainments in sword Dao to another level. It's a good sword technique, just right for the current me to scrutinize. Putting down the sword technique books in his hands, Lin Chen picked up a jade box in the wooden box. He opened the jade box and saw a dark golden fruit core. The moment the jade box was opened, there was a violent and domineering demonic aura that came out. which was also mixed with a strong smell of blood. Lin Chen frowned and picked up a sticky note in the jade box. The sticky note states that the kernel is the kernel of the dragon's blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit is an exotic fruit produced by a special fruit tree that grows following the dragon's blood seeping into the earth and melting into the seeds of a strange fruit. Dragon's blood fruit is very rare. The seed of a strange fruit encountering dragon's blood needs to be coincidental, and it also needs to be in a suitable environment for that seed to grow into a fruit tree. It's a pity that it's only the core of the dragon blood fruit, not a real complete dragon blood fruit. Not bad at all. With my current cultivation level, even if I were given a real dragon blood fruit, I wouldn't be able to use it for the time being, and taking it rashly would be tantamount to setting myself on fire. This fruit kernel has also reached the tier of the Xian rank extreme grade, and the special energy it contains is too much for even a Grandmaster to withstand. Lin Chen knew in his heart that if the Grandmaster could gain benefits through this fruit core, the Shao Imperial clan wouldn't have given it away as a piece of gift and wouldn't have been able to keep it for today. Ostensibly it is a gift, but in fact it is a form of repayment. It was quite generous of the Shao Imperial clan to come up with these things nowadays. The Emperor and the entire Shao royal family still know what they're doing. Lin Chen's outburst was rewarded, and the value of these things Shao Anshuan gave far exceeded what Lin Chen had paid in the morning. There's no indication on the note on how to utilize this kernel, so I guess the strongest members of the Shao Imperial clan aren't sure either. Lin Chen carefully observed and repeatedly sensed with his divine sense, trying to figure out how to utilize the core of this dragon blood fruit. Godfather, Lady Dai is here. Lin Chen was in the middle of his research when Feng Bao hurriedly ran to the entrance of the book depository and reported loudly, "Oh, what's she doing here?" Lin Chen recovered the jade box and got up to walk out of the library. At this time, Concubine Di had already walked to the entrance of the book depository with 6th Prince Xiao Jingye. Su Qianer and another servant girl from Shud Palace also followed. Chapter 56, that eunuch Lin might be a martial arts expert. Chapter 56, that eunuch Lin may be a martial arts expert. I heard that you have been promoted by His Majesty to the position of Grand Duke of Loyalty. What a joyous occasion. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Lin Min, who was wearing a brocade robe and a phoenix cape, had already spoken out first. It was said to be congratulatory, but there was a distinctly alien tone to her voice. Feng Bao greets Auntie Day. Lin Chen could refrain from saluting. Feng Bao couldn't. Feng Bao, open your dog's eyes and see clearly before you ask for peace. Su Qianer suddenly opened her mouth in anger. Only then did Feng Bao realize that the original concubine De was wearing the Empress Dowager's attire, and hurriedly changed his words. Feng Bao greets the Empress Dowager. He really didn't expect that Lin Min had ascended to the throne of the Empress so quickly. Normally, a grand ceremony is held to enthrone a new queen. Su Qianer, Feng Bao is the eunuch of the book depository and my godson. Even if he slipped up for a moment, it's not your turn to lecture him. Lin Chen lightly grunted and said unhappily. You. Su Qianer was a bit annoyed. This guy even taught himself a lesson for a little eunuch. Did he really abandon all his previous feelings? Eunuch Lin is so powerful. Lin Min was equally disgruntled. Su Qianer was her consort, just like her eunuchs who listened to her orders, and was perfectly capable of reprimanding the other palace eunuchs in her place. By teaching Su Qianer a lesson, Lin Chen was not giving her face as the newly crowned empress. Today, Lin Min came to the book depository to let Lin Chen know that she had ascended to the throne of the empress, and secondly, to find out whether Lin Chen still recognized himself as his former master or not. Before today, she was determined to stop paying attention to Lin Chen, would not come back to the book depository, and would not look half as good if she encountered Lin Chen. However, what happened in the palace this morning changed her mind. She had thought that Lin Chen had merely climbed up to Xiaoyuanhou, but she had never expected that Lin Chen would also have a very high level of martial arts cultivation. She had witnessed the scene where Lin Chen had decapitated Duan Muping, and she had also seen Lin Chen kill Sita Lai with a single sword strike. This amazed her doubly, and over again she exclaimed in her mind that it was impossible. It was just too shocking to believe. Before Lin Chen came to the book depository, he was an obedient eunuch of the Shud Palace, and Lin Wen was 100% sure that the previous Lin Chen was just an ordinary middle-aged eunuch who had no martial arts cultivation whatsoever. The three elders of the heavenly martial sect were also perplexed, so they instructed Lin Min to make sure to figure out Lin Chen's details. Empress Dowager, if there is no official authority when you are an official, then isn't this official a waste of time? Lin Chen returned in a nonchalant manner. Just like you, Empress Mother, if you don't have the majesty of an empress, how can you command the harem? Nominally, the Grand Duke of Loyalty was also a slave of the royal family, but it was just the highest category of slaves. Whether it is the Grand Eunuch of Zhongyi, or the Grand Eunuch of the Chief Eunuch, or any other palace eunuchs, All of them should be deferential to the bigwigs of the imperial family, and even more so to the emperor and empress. But Lin Chen didn't eat that. He never considered himself inferior, even if the other party was the emperor or empress. With his strength nowadays, not to mention Lin Coco, the empress, even the emperor Shao Anshuan, he wants to give face to the face. If he doesn't want to give face to the face, ignore it. Showing off your official authority in front of the empress. How dare you? Lin Wen was so conceited. Where could she stand this kind of treatment from Lin Chen? And said in annoyance, "You really are not what you used to be. You don't even put this palace in your eyes anymore. This palace hopes that you have a bright future ahead of you, and that you won't regret it in the future." Mother. 6th Imperial Prince Xiao Jingye noticed that the atmosphere was not right and wanted to open his mouth to inquire and persuade. "Let's go." Without waiting for Xiao Jingye to finish his sentence, Lin Wen directly picked him up and turned to walk away with a face of anger. "You're in big trouble," Su Qian'er said hatefully. "Don't worry, it won't involve you." Lin Chen glanced at Su Qian'er and said again seemingly, "You'd better think more about yourself." "What's wrong with me?" Su Qian'er was stunned, her flickering eyes proving that she was a bit weak. Lin Chen didn't reply and turned around to go back into the book collection. Su Qian'er left with doubts and quickly caught up with Lin Min and the others. Walking out of the concierge of the book depository, Lin Wen asked Su Qian'er, "You are on good terms with eunuch Lin. Do you know why he has suddenly changed so much?" "Back to Empress Dowager." The slave girl is not sure. Su Qian'er respectfully returned. The slave girl estimates that his change should stem from having a higher level of martial cultivation. "I think so." Lin Wen gently nodded and coldly grunted again. His martial arts cultivation is also derived from the royal family. Posing in front of the queen of the royal family. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. The group quickly returned to Shid Palace. Lin Min has not yet moved into Fenghe Palace. There were still a lot of things left behind by Situ Aster that needed to be moved out of Fenghe Palace. At this time, the 3 elders of the heavenly martial sect did not leave the palace. They needed to stay for a while to help stabilize the situation for the Shao imperial clan. After all, Situ Jing escaped. The 3 elders live in the Shid Palace. "Well, did you get the question?" Lin Wen had just returned when an elder of the Tianwu sect couldn't wait to inquire out loud. "Is that strong person who suddenly appeared in the morning Xiao Yuanhou?" Lin Chen didn't say. Lin Min shook his head. "He's no longer loyal to me now. He's even a bit defensive and repulsive. He won't tell me the truth." "Oh," the 3 elders frowned at the same time. "I guess it's Xiao Yuanhou. It's unlikely that any other Grandmaster would put his life on the line for the Shao imperial clan." "That's also right. If Xiao Yuanhou dies, the Shao imperial clan will hide it from others. They shouldn't hide it from us." No wonder His Majesty the Emperor didn't show much of a reaction when the 3 of us withdrew from the battle midway through. Hearing this, Lin Wen reminded, regardless of whether that strong person is Xiao Yuanhou or not, he was struck by Situ Jing's family heirloom martial art, the Bearing Dragon shot, and fell from mid-air, ruthlessly smashing into the imperial city. So he doesn't have many more days left if he doesn't die. It's even possible that he has already fallen. The odds are it's gone. One of the elders picked up. Xiao Yuanhou didn't have much lifespan to begin with and was close to running out of gas. Even if he hadn't suffered a heavy blow, he would only be able to fight with a strong person of the same realm. And after the fight, his vitality would inevitably wither away completely. That eunuch Lin is obviously a backhand that Xiao Yuanhou is keeping for the Shao clan's royal family. However, there are quite a few talents within the royal family. Why did Xiao Yuanhou choose that eunuch Lin instead of some talent within the royal family? Perhaps that eunuch Lin is an undiscovered martial arts prodigy. To be able to kill a Zhongshe realm powerhouse in just 4 months is indeed a martial da prodigy. The Shao clan's royal clan doesn't have many cultivation resources, so it's simply impossible for an ordinary martial arts genius to be this strong in such a short period of time. That eunuch Lin doesn't have an acquired essence flame, and there is no special aura of Yuan spirit on his body. He obviously hasn't reached the Grandmaster realm. After Xiao Yuanhou's fall, the Shao clan's royal clan will no longer have any Grandmaster realm powerhouses, and will only rely on our Tianwu sect even more. When the 6th elder emerges from the gate, our heavenly martial sect will have a Grandmaster. When Lin Min heard this, his chin lifted slightly and a sense of pride grew in his heart. Chapter 57, I only accept righteous sons, not disciples. Chapter 57, I only accept righteous sons, not disciples. The 6th elder of the heavenly martial sect was no one else but Lin Min's grandfather. With the treasures he had obtained from the treasure trove left behind by that ancient clan, his grandfather was about to become a Grandmaster. And this was the backbone of Lin Min's courage to tell Lin Chen not to regret it in the future. It was already dark. Emperor Shao Anshuan feasted the civil and military officials as well as the royal relatives, and the 3 elders of the Tianwu sect. Lin Chen was naturally invited. but he politely declined on the grounds that he needed to recuperate. The emperor had his own sister, Xiao Anren, send over a lot of wine and food. Since crossing over, it was the first time Lin Chen had tasted real palace food. It's really good. The so-called delicacies that he had eaten in his previous life couldn't even be compared, and Lin Chen ate them with gusto and praise. With eunuch Lin's current status and the contributions he's made to the royal family, such delicacies can be eaten at any time. Xiao Anren said, what eunuch Lin likes to eat? Write a list and have Feng Bao send it to the Shang cuisine supervisor. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. No one could resist the temptation of food, and Lin Chen was no exception. He himself had helped the building to fall this morning, and in the future, he would have to guard the palace for the Shao imperial clan, so he could completely enjoy the favorable treatment given by the Shao imperial clan with peace of mind. Come, eunuch Lin. I'll toast you. Yes. Lin Chen raised his cup and clinked it with Xiao Anren before sharing a drink. He could naturally tell that this Princess Highness's attitude towards herself had already undergone a huge shift. Occupying eunuch Lin's room earlier was really Anren's disrespect. Xiao Anren looked apologetic. Little things. Lin Chen returned carelessly. If your highness likes it, you can continue to live there. I'm already used to living inside the book depository. As his cultivation continued to rise, he had already reached the sovereign realm, and it was not suitable for him to live in a small room in the gatehouse. Whether it was practicing sword formations or delving into martial arts, it was necessary to have a relatively spacious space. On the second floor of the library, Lin Chen had already set up a room with a desk and a bed. Eunuch Lin, can I worship you as my master? After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Anren suddenly asked. No, Lin Chen returned without thinking. I only accept righteous sons, not disciples. Teaching a disciple and the disciple raising his cultivation. The system didn't give Lin Chen any rewards. Okay, Xiao Anren was a little disappointed. In fact, she thought about recognizing Lin Chen as her godfather, but her special status didn't allow her to do that. She is, after all, the current emperor's own sister. She recognized a eunuch as her godfather. How could her emperor brother live with himself? Even if the emperor didn't mind, the entire Shao royal family couldn't agree. A princess of the royal family recognizing a eunuch as her godfather is really detrimental to the face of the royal family, and it's not nice to hear it spread out. Not to mention that this eunuch was only a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, even if he was a Grandmaster. A eunuch is a eunuch after all. In the eyes of the general public, eunuchs are even worse than the lower class. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Chen returned to the second floor of the book depository and continued to figure out how to gain benefits through that dragon blood fruit core. Feng Bao, His Majesty asked me to ask you if you want to return to the Shangshu room or remain in the book depository? After Lin Chen left, Xiao Anren, who was still staying in the gatehouse, asked Feng Bao. Feng Bao hesitated. What Feng Bao should do is up to your majesty to arrange. He cried out in his mind that it was a close call. If he did make a choice, he would be in big trouble. He himself was just a little eunuch and had no choice at all. Just now, he almost blurted out that he chose to remain in the book depository. Does His Majesty have some arrangement? I don't know. Xiao Anren continued. If you want to know, you can go and have an audience with His Majesty yourself. Feng Bao understands. Feng Bao knew in his heart that Princess Anran was politely reminding himself that His Majesty wanted to talk to him outside of the library. What His Majesty wants to talk about must have something to do with his godfather. Eunuch Lin. Late night, Feng Bao walked into the bookstore and ascended to the second floor. Godfather, I'm going to have an audience with His Majesty. Go on. Lin Chen waved his hand. If your majesty asks about me, just say whatever you know. There's no need to hide it. Aha! Feng Bao then went downstairs. Lin Chen was still satisfied that Feng Bao was able to come and say hello. If Feng Bao did not say a word and secretly went to see the emperor, Lin Chen would not mind too much. After all, as a small eunuch in the palace, Feng Bao had to be loyal to the emperor, and had difficulties that belonged to him. The banquet at the palace is over. Emperor Shao Anshuan, who had experienced a life and death battle in the morning and had been busy all day, was still sleepless at the moment. He sat alone in the Qianming Hall, reviewing the spies and secret reports that had been sent into the palace one after another today. Your Majesty, Feng Bao, the eunuch guarding the book depository, seeks an audience. The sound of Li Lianqing's report came from outside the hall. Let him in. Soon after the emperor's voice fell, Feng Bao bent over and walked in with brisk little steps. None Feng Bao. Greetings to your majesty. Be excused. Xiao Anshuan put down the zhang folds in his hands and pointed to the chair beside him. Sit down. Minion wouldn't dare. You sit when you're told to sit. What? Do you want to disobey the decree? Your servant obeys the decree. Your servant thanks your majesty for the seat. Feng Bao then sat down and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the emperor. I heard from Princess Anren that you have already cultivated to the late stage of the Qi drawing realm under eunuch Lin's guidance. I really didn't expect that you would be so blessed. Feng Bao owes this fortune to his majesty's favor. There's no need for that kind of theatrics. Xiao Anshuan added. I asked you to go to the book depository to punish you. I didn't mean to fulfill you. However, it's good that you can remember my favor. Your majesty's favor. Feng Bao wouldn't dare forget it for a moment. Feng Bao knew that he had to show his loyalty. He himself was first a eunuch in the palace, and then the godson of the Grand Duke of Loyalty. If you can't carry yourself in the palace, you'll die a horrible death. Great. Xiao Anshuan nodded with satisfaction. Feng Bao, you actually have a very ordinary talent in martial arts, and are not suitable to step into martial arts. Don't look at the fact that under eunuch Lin's cultivation, you luckily stepped into martial arts, but in the end, it might just be an empty joy. The road of martial arts cultivation is long. The higher your cultivation level, the harder it is to break through. You still have to think more for the future. Feng Bao understands. Whichever path His Majesty tells Feng Bao to take in the future, Feng Bao will take it. Feng Bao returned without hesitation. You are eunuch Lin's godson, and he also has the right to make arrangements for your future. Xiao Anshuan asked. I wonder if eunuch Lin has made arrangements for your future. Back to your majesty. Eunuch Lin just told the slave to cultivate hard, and when he breaks through to the Yutian realm, he will go to the Shangu supervisor to further his education like Cheng Ping'an and Yutian. Feng Bao answered truthfully. Oh, Xiao Anshuan asked again. So, eunuch Lin is certain that you can break through to the Yutian realm? Feng Bao returned. Eunuch Lin did not explicitly say so. Xiao Anshuan pursued. I heard Princess Anren say that eunuch Lin has a lot of pills that are beneficial to cultivation. Do you know where those pills come from? Chapter 58 Blood with a Golden Flame. Chapter 58 Blood with a Golden Flame. Back to your majesty. Feng Bao doesn't know. Feng Bao shook his head. Is it true that you don't know? Or are you unwilling to speak? Or is it that eunuch Lin won't let you speak? Xiao Anshuan's eyes gleamed at Feng Bao as he asked. The aura of a powerful person of the sovereign realm, the majesty of being an emperor, was completely displayed. Feng Bao truly does not know, and would never dare to deceive your majesty. Feng Bao flung himself to his knees in a cold sweat. Get up and sit down. Xiao Anshuan collected his own breath and said in a harmonious voice, I just want to have a casual conversation with you to satisfy my curiosity. There's no need to be so nervous. Only then did Feng Bao get up with trepidation and sat down again, still with an apprehensive look on his face. Have you seen a mysterious strong man since you arrived at the book depository? Xiao Ansun then asked the question. Minion has never seen any mysterious powerhouse in the book depository. Feng Bao returned with certainty. Oh, Xiao Anshuan pondered for a little while before asking again. Do eunuch Lin know that you have come for an audience? Back to your majesty. Before coming, slave greeted eunuch Lin. Well, it's right to say hello, lest eunuch Lin misunderstand. Xiao Anshuan didn't show dissatisfaction on the surface, but in fact, his heart was more or less upset. He could tell that Feng Bao might not have changed his loyalty to himself as the emperor, or to the entire imperial family, but Feng Bao was also loyal to Lin Chen at the same time. How can one servant serve two masters? Irritated as he was, Xiao Anshuan could understand Feng Bao. Feng Bao had after all gained heavenly benefits from Lin Chen. Furthermore, the imperial family needed Lin Chen, and as the emperor, Xiao Anshuan had to honor Lin Chen and could not act excessively towards Lin Chen's godson. For your future, just listen to eunuch Lin's arrangement. Xiao Anshuan knew in his heart that he could not get any valuable information from Feng Bao's mouth and did not want to continue wasting time, waving his hand and saying, Go back to the book collection. Minion obeys the decree. Minion excuses himself. Feng Bao bowed respectfully before bending over to leave. It was only when he walked out of the Qianming Hall that he wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, his mood relaxing a little. Midnight. The whole palace was quiet as usual. On the second floor of the book depository, Lin Chen stayed in the room he had decorated with his own hands, gathered his courage, and picked up the dragon blood fruit core from the jade box. Before, it was just observing with his eyes and sensing with his divine sense. It wasn't until then that Lin Chen made a move to touch it. The lychee-sized core of the dragon's blood fruit was hot to the touch, and Lin Chen then wrapped his palm with his own true elemental power. What he never expected was that the emperor's Dao Qi contained in the true essence power that wrapped around the palm of his hand surged uncontrollably into that dragon's blood fruit core. What's the big fat deal? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Even he himself was having a hard time stripping away the imperial Dao Qi contained in his true elemental feats. A colonel does it easily. It's weird. This dragon blood fruit core only absorbed the chi of the Emperor's way, and it seemed to have no interest at all in the loss of the true elemental feats of the Emperor's way. The Imperial Dao Qi in the palace is very rich. Why doesn't it absorb the Imperial Dao Qi in the nature of heaven and earth, in favor of absorbing the Imperial Dao Qi contained in its true essence power? Lin Chen was puzzled and frowned as he pondered. Was the Qi of the Imperial Way contained in one's true essence power any different from the Qi of the Imperial Way in the Imperial Palace? After observing carefully with his divine sense, Lin Chen realized that the Qi of the Emperor's Way that had been absorbed by the core of the dragon's blood fruit was tainted with his own body's essence. The Emperor's Dao Qi in the nature of heaven and earth was relatively pure and unrefined, which should be the reason why the dragon's blood fruit cores wouldn't or couldn't absorb them. But why would it actively absorb the Qi of the Imperial Way that is tainted with the essence of the human body? Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Could it be that it's easier to absorb and digest because it's closer in nature? The dragon blood fruit contains dragon blood, while dragon blood likewise contains flesh and blood essence. Gradually, Lin Chen revealed a look of enlightenment. Since it can absorb and digest the Emperor's Dao Qi in my true essence power, am I also able to absorb and digest the special energy it contains? Think it and do it. The palm that Lin Chen stretched out gripped the core of the dragon's blood fruit tightly, following which he attempted to absorb the special energy contained in the core of the dragon's blood fruit with the special breathing method of the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique. This is also the way to absorb the aura in the spirit stone. Only, to this day, the vast majority of spirit stone veins have long been depleted, and the spirit stones that were very common 10,000 years ago have now become rare and hard to find. It works! Lin Chen quickly sensed that there were wisps of golden energy coming through the core of the dragon's blood fruit, slowly sinking into that palm of his. A slight tingle came from that palm. The golden energy surged into the arm, and through the arm, it surged into Lin Chen's entire body, tingling in the arms, tingling all over. Wisps of golden energy were like a fine needle, traveling all over his body. Lin Chen stopped absorbing, not daring to let too much of the golden energy of the dragon blood fruit core enter his body. Before he could apply his energy for refining, Lin Chen realized that the wisps of golden energy had already started to automatically integrate into his blood. Lin Chen looked inward with his divine sense, and his own blood glowed with a faint golden light, raising its temperature quite a bit. Blood contains the most body essence and flows throughout the body. Wherever the blood passed, Lin Chen's flesh gradually heated up as a tingling pain was transmitted. Lin Chen could easily sense that his fleshly body was becoming stronger. The magnitude of getting stronger is very small. Apparently, not enough golden energy had been absorbed before. Thus, Lin Chen once again clutched the dragon's blood fruit core and continued to absorb the special golden energy with his breathing method. More and more golden energy surged into Lin Chen's body, integrating into his blood. Lin Chen was still careful, not daring to absorb too much golden energy at once for fear that his flesh would not be able to withstand it. The special golden energy contained in the core of the dragon's blood fruit was too violent and overbearing, and if it entered the body in large quantities, it could cause devastating harm. The good thing is, Lin Chen's physical body contained the Qi of the Imperial Dao, which not only made his physique strong enough, but also allowed his physical body to better absorb and fuse the special energy of the dragon blood fruit core. No wonder the Shao clan's royal clan didn't use up this dragon blood fruit core. Their powerful people don't have the Qi of the Imperial Way in their bodies. Even if they can withstand this special golden energy, they can't absorb and digest it. Lin Chen intuited that this dragon's blood fruit core would be of great help to him in cultivating the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique. The special energy it contains first enhances my essence and the Qi of the Imperial Way that has already been incorporated into my body, and then with the enhanced essence and Qi of the Imperial Way, it drastically improves my physique. This path is similar to the path of accomplishing the hegemony body of the Imperial Extreme Hegemony technique. Lin Chen was looking forward to it. It took a whole night for Lin Chen to absorb all of the special energy contained in this dragon blood fruit core. Dawn arrives. Lin Chen once again looked within himself with his divine sense, and his blood was permeated with a bright golden flame of light. The golden light flames were sending tingling pains through every part of his body, and it was also getting stronger. Today is the first day of the new year. Lin Chen had an abnormality within his body, so he didn't walk out of the book depository. His divine sense found that a number of people had come to the book depository one after another, and everyone was carrying gifts. Chapter 59, The Old Slave also asks the Empress to rest assured. Chapter 59, The Old Slave also asks the Empress to rest assured. There is no custom or saying of paying New Year's Eve in the Dakian Empire. The festival is the last day of the year. The first day after the Shinto festival is the first day of the new year. This is the day to visit family and friends. Lin Chen didn't have many friends or relatives in the palace, except for his 3 righteous sons. In the old days, Xiao Linzi would go to Li Lianqing on this day to give her gifts and express her feelings. As for the nobles in the palace, it was not the turn of unusual eunuchs like Xiao Linzi to deliver New Year's gifts, and they were not that qualified. Receiving gifts from eunuchs is a taboo matter in this palace. Only eunuchs receive New Year's gifts from eunuchs. But eunuchs aren't the only ones who give gifts to eunuchs. Take Wei Terminal Leisure for example. Since he became the chief grand eunuch, on the first day of every year not only many eunuchs and palace maids would honor him, even some nobles in the palace would send him New Year gifts. On the first day of this year, the number of people who went to Wei Final Leisure's side to send gifts became fewer. There's a new Grand Duke of Loyalty in the palace. Everyone knew that the emperor had extraordinarily high regard for this newly promoted Grand Duke of Loyalty, and even without witnessing it, everyone had heard about this Grand Duke of Loyalty's astonishing performance yesterday morning. So they all want to come and flatter and climb up the ladder. The people who came included deacons and palms from various departments of the inner court, as well as high-ranking officials of the second rank like Li Lianqing, and people from Zhao's royal family. Lin Shen used his divine sense to send a voice message to tell Feng Bao that he was suffering from a physical ailment and was convalescing, so it was inappropriate for him to meet guests, and asked Feng Bao to convey his gratitude. It really wasn't Lin Shen who was posing. His blood still glowed with a bright golden flame of light, causing his entire body to glow with a faint golden light as well. It is really not appropriate to receive visitors under these circumstances. Many people complained in their hearts, but when they saw that the people sent by the imperial clan were similarly not received, they then mentally balanced themselves. The collection's concierge is stacked with gift boxes. Naturally, the newly crowned Empress, Lin Min, would not send anyone to deliver gifts, and all the other concubines in the harem besides her sent gifts. Don't look at in the name of the Grand Eunuch is also the royal family's servants. The status is not as good as the emperor's consort. In fact, the harem concubines usually do not dare to easily offend the Grand Eunuch, especially a Grand Eunuch holding real power like Wei Fengxian. A concubine who offends the Grand Duke and whose mother's family is not strong enough will struggle in the harem. The Grand Duke was bound to be a strong martial arts practitioner with a high cultivation level, able to gain the full respect of the royal family. When Situ Ivana was the empress, she would send Wei Fengxian a New Year's gift every year. Today's empress, Lin Min, used to not send New Year's gifts to Wei Fengxian, but this year is an exception. This year, Lin Coco not only sent someone to send a New Year's gift to Wei Fengxian, but also a big gift. Naturally, Wei Final Leisure did not dare to refuse the empress's gift. Immediately after receiving this great gift, this chief eunuch went to Shid Palace, not to return the gift, but to thank him in person. In fact, he understood why the newly crowned empress, Lin Min, had given herself a great gift. There were also many people who came to Shid Palace today to give gifts, mainly concubines in the harem as well as the direct line of the royal family. Everyone was busy today, and almost all of them left their gifts and left in a hurry after a few words of courtesy. Lin Min did not reluctantly stay. The only one who was invited into an elegantly furnished tea house by Wei Final Leisure after she arrived. Empress Mother, are the three elders still well? The three elders are well. They are used to purity and don't like this lively atmosphere. They are all resting in the guest room. Lin Wen waved away the two palace maids and hand-delivered the teacup that had been filled with tea to Wei Jianxiao. Thank you, Empress. Wei Terminal Xian, who had just sat down, hurriedly got up and bent down to thank him. Eunuch Wei need not be so formal. Lin Wen signaled Wei Fengxian to drink tea and added, in the past, when Situ Aster was still the empress, Eunuch Wei didn't slow down this palace, and now that this palace has replaced Situ Aster, I think that Eunuch Wei will only respect this palace even more. The old slave is loyal to the royal family, to His Majesty, and naturally to Empress Dowager. Wei Terminal Idol's answer could be described as dripping with water. What seemed like a lot of nonsense actually set aside his relationship with Situ Aster and the Situ family. What he meant was that he used to favor Situ Aster simply because Situ Aster was the empress. However, yesterday morning, the Situ family suddenly turned on the royal family, and at first, he didn't make a move to help the royal family. Lin Min knew this point by heart, but he wouldn't reveal it at this point. Loyal people should be praised, so Eunuch Wei doesn't need to come over personally to thank you. That gift is what you deserve. Lin Wen then added rather thoughtfully, unlike some people, who climbed up to the strongest, and received His Majesty's reward after accomplishing their feats, and then immediately stopped recognizing their former masters, and even posed in front of their former masters' faces. Wei Terminal leisurely picked up his teacup and drank tea without answering. He naturally knew who some of the people Lin Coco was referring to. He could also guess that Lin Min must be extremely unhappy with that person. Lin Wen's temperament. Wei finally leisure or better understand. This woman is very conceited. Control is very strong. Cannot be half a bit of aggression. As for that loyal Grand Duke, why offended Lin Min? Wei final leisure is not clear. Also will not be at this time to ask more mouth. Since eunuch Wei is not an outsider, there is a happy event that we can tell eunuch Wei in advance. Oh, what is the joy? Wei terminal idol was very curious. The sixth elder of the heavenly martial sect is also my grandfather, and his old man is about to advance to the Grandmaster realm. Lin Wen understood that if she wanted Wei final leisure to treat herself like she treated Situ Ivana, she had to have a strong enough bottom to do so. A great joy indeed. Wei final leisure once again rose and bowed. The old slave is here to congratulate the heavenly martial sect and the Empress. Eunuch Wei, don't move to curtsy. This looks too raw and distant. Lin Min waved his hand. When Wei Chenxian was seated again, Lin Min asked as if she were talking about family matters. There must be a lot of people who went to your side to send gifts today, right? A lot, but less than in previous years. Wei final leisure was so shrewd that he knew what Lin Min wanted to hear. He didn't care that the number of people honoring him had become less this year. He could already burn a high incense if he could continue to stay in the palace and not be liquidated by His Majesty and the royal family. Yesterday, most of the powerful men who participated in suppressing the Situ family's rebellion were rewarded. Only he himself was not. Wei final leisure knew very well that in His Majesty's heart, in the eyes of all the royal family's bigwigs, he had become an unreliable lackey. He could realize this, and so could many others in the palace. Fearing that he would be liquidated one day, people did not dare to continue to curry favor with him and flatter him, lest they would be implicated in the future. Eunuch Wei, and relax. As long as you are always loyal to the royal family and to His Majesty, this palace guarantees that you will remain an old ancestor of the inner court. Lin Min deliberately didn't mention himself. With these words from Empress Dowager, the old slave is naturally very relieved, and is also a million times more grateful for Empress Dowager's favor. Wei terminal idol know that he should show loyalty. The old slave also asked the Empress mother to rest assured, but where the Empress mother has to use the old slave place, despite the command, no matter on the knife mountain under the fire, the old slave will never excuse. Lin Min needed him to stabilize his position in the harem, and he also needed this Empress to help him restore the trust of the royal family. Dang! Wei final leisure just finished expressing loyalty. A bell suddenly spread into the Shud Palace, but also spread throughout the entire palace. The entire imperial city. Chapter 60, Flesh-Body Metamorphosis. A fairly favorable news. Chapter 60, Flesh-Body Metamorphosis. A fairly favorable news. Upon hearing this bell chime, Lin Min and Wei final leisure frowned at the same time. It was clear to both that something big was going on. Today was not a holiday, or the first day of the new year for visiting friends and relatives, and the palace would not have rung such bells if there had not been a particularly big event concerning the fate of the empire. This bell ringing signifies that the emperor has urgently summoned the important ministers of the empire to the palace to deliberate. It's probably the barbarians in the north making another big move. Wei final leisure stood up. As the chief Grand Duke, he was also considered an important minister of the empire and had to go and share His Majesty's worries. The barbarians are hateful, and the northern desert royal family deserves to die even more. With a look of indignation, Lin Min waved his hand and said, Eunuch Wei should quickly go and deliberate. The old slave retires. Wei final leisure then left Shud Palace. Lin Chen, who was on the second floor of the book depository building, naturally heard that bell chime. He likewise guessed that something big was going on. After he carefully sensed it, he realized that the chi of the imperial Wei in the palace had weakened a bit. The emperor knew that Lin Chen had said that it was inappropriate to meet with guests today, so he didn't send anyone to invite him forward to deliberate. Lin Chen was unaffected and continued to feel at ease while absorbing the chi of the imperial Tao while waiting for the abnormalities in his body to end. As time passed, the golden flame of light glowing from Lin Chen's blood gradually faded. His physique was getting stronger and stronger, and while his body was rolling, he was constantly discharging filthy foreign matter. During this process, the golden light emitted from his body blazed more and more, like a shiny golden man. Under these circumstances, it was even more impossible for Lin Chen to show his face, so he could only stay on the second floor of the book depository and didn't even eat breakfast. Of course, with his cultivation nowadays, not to mention a morning meal, even if he didn't eat or drink for a month, he wouldn't have a problem. It took all night to absorb it, and I'm afraid it will take even more time to digest it. As Lin Chen muttered to himself, he took out and consumed a soul containment pill. For the next 3 days, the borders of the Dacian Empire were stormy, and the atmosphere in the palace was also grave. The book depository, on the other hand, is as clean as ever. The golden light emanating from Lin Chen's blood dimmed. It was still there, but it wasn't really noticeable anymore. His body no longer felt the tingling pain either. much less the golden light. The metamorphosis that the special energy contained in the core of the dragon's blood fruit had brought to Lin Chen's body had finally come to an end. Lin Chen intuited that his physique was several times stronger than before, and his physical strength and physical speed had increased by the same amount. Previously, the body that contained a large amount of the qi of the Imperial Tao was already no weaker than that of an ordinary Grandmaster, and after this metamorphosis, if Lin Chen were to blast out a punch with all his might, a Grandmaster would have to be seriously injured if he received it hard. Strong batch. Early that morning, Lin Chen walked out of his room and simply moved his muscles on the second floor of the book depository. With that, there was a crackling sound like refried beans coming from all over his body. Going downstairs and stepping into the large courtyard of the book depository, Lin Chen continued to adapt to the changes and enhancements in himself. Winter passes and spring descends. The snow and ice are long gone. Young leaves are yellow and green. Grass is budding, and there are already a few hints of spring in the large yard. Feng Bao was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. 2 days ago, the Shang cuisine supervisor sent a lot of delicious ingredients. Xiao Anren had just gotten up, and after hearing the commotion, he also walked into the compound. Good morning, Eunuch Lin. Good morning, Your Highness, Eunuch Lin. The barbarians, in conjunction with the Northern Desert Kingdom, are making another big push in the northern part of the empire. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Anren said, the demonic beasts in the Tsangmeng mountain range have also begun a new round of raids, and even though they are not large in scale, they have made the western part of the empire restless. No wonder the atmosphere in the palace has been a bit depressing these past 2 days. Lin Chen's face did not change. His tone was calm. It's no big deal. The same situation that the court was able to deal with last year. It can this year as well. That's not necessarily true, Xiao Anren said with worry and great concern. Last year, it was only because it was winter and affected by wind and snow that the barbarians and the Northern Desert Kingdom stopped attacking, not because they suffered a heavy blow and didn't dare to fight. Have faith in His Majesty and in the court. Lin Chen gently patted Xiao Anren's shoulder, then walked towards the kitchen. Ugh, Xiao Anren sighed. In the past, if Lin Chen had dared to tap her shoulder like this, she would have been shocked. Today, not only did she have no anger born out of her, but she felt normal instead. She had been in the book depository for a short period of time, and knew that this demeanor of Lin Chen's was not intended to offend her, but was a way of relieving her like an elder. She was only in her early 20s, while Lin Chen was 41. She was at the middle stage of the innate realm cultivation, and Lin Chen was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. She even wanted to worship Lin Chen as her teacher. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with her seeing Lin Chen as an elder. The Dacian Empire had always honored the strongest. While eating breakfast, Xiao Anren revealed to Lin Chen some of the arrangements of the imperial family and the court. The 3 elders of the heavenly martial sect had already left the imperial city, and they were going to lead more heavenly martial sect experts to lead the experts from all sides of the folk martial world to the western part of the empire, as they did last year, to fend off the demonic beasts that had come out of the Tsangmeng mountain range. The military elite of the empire continued to reinforce the north. Even the Jian Roe battalion that was guarding the imperial city was sent over. At the same time, the Shanggu supervisor also sent out a lot of people. The power to defend the imperial city and palace is much weakened. In the last 2 days, there were always experts from the Divine Tailor organization breaking into the palace, repeatedly testing and constantly applying pressure. There was another thing that made it difficult for the Shao royal family to feel at ease, and that was Situ Jing, who had escaped on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival. Situ Jing was a great sect master realm powerhouse, and the Situ family was almost completely wiped out except for him and a few of the firstborn children who had been transferred ahead of time, so he was bound to not let it go. There's only one piece of news that's still favorable, Xiao Anren said. The Empress's grandfather, the 6th elder of the heavenly martial sect, has already advanced to the Grandmaster realm. It is said that that newly promoted Grandmaster of the heavenly martial sect will come to the imperial city after he stabilizes his realm, with the support of an additional Grandmaster. It's no wonder, Lin Chen smoothly answered. Hard to blame for what? Xiao Anren was curious. Nothing. Lin Chen shook his head without explanation. What he wanted to say was that it was no wonder that the aura of the imperial way in the palace had become quite thick in the last 2 days. The heavenly martial sect was different from the Situ family. The Situ family was a martial arts family, while the Tianwu sect was a martial arts sect with a long heritage. The heavenly martial sect is not owned by a particular family. For thousands of years, the heavenly martial sect had supported the imperial rule of the Shao imperial clan, and the Shao imperial clan had recognized and done their best to maintain the heavenly martial sect's position as the leader of the folk martial arts world. The two complement each other and trust each other. The Tianwu sect belonged to the Shao clan's royal family as allies. not vassals, so naturally, they wouldn't plot against them like the Situ family. When the Empress grandfather comes to the imperial city, at least the palace won't have to worry about Situ Jing suddenly killing his way back. Xiao Anren paused slightly and asked, Eunuch Lin, has that senior's injuries healed? I don't know. I haven't seen him in the last 3 days either. Lin Chen knew in his heart that Xiao Anren was asking for Emperor Xiao Anshuan. Xiao Anren didn't say anything more. This day went by in a flash. Night. Lin Chen was meditating on the second floor of the library, absorbing the qi of the imperial Dao. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked out the window. Someone had come, but the visitor seemed to have just happened to pass by the book depository, and quickly swept away to other places. Only, the visitor dropped a metal box next to the storeroom's doorway. Chapter 61, 2 Identical Letters. Chapter 61, 2 Identical Letters. The iron box landed right next to the window of the room where Xiao Anren lived. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Anren walked out of the room and picked up the iron box. Before she had a chance to open the iron box, Li Lianqing dropped into the collection from mid-air and landed beside her. Your Highness, did someone fly over this way just now? Li Lianqing asked as he saluted. It should be. Xiao Anren didn't hide anything and extended his hand, displaying the iron box. This should be what that person dropped. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more fell into the large courtyard of the cache. They were all innate realm experts of the Imperial clan. Not long ago, 2 very strong assassins broke into the palace, supposedly to assassinate His Majesty, but they did not find His Majesty. Li Lianqing said to Xiao Anren. After they were discovered, they split up and fled. One of the people I was chasing fled this way. That person was very fast. I lost sight of that person just as soon as I chased him here. The 2 innate realm experts from the Imperial clan that had just arrived did not speak, and it looked like they had also come to chase the assassin. An assassin who dares to break into the depths of the palace with the intent to assassinate His Majesty is surely not a weakling. Xiao Anren nodded. Is Eunuch Lin out today? Li Lianqing asked. Out of the gate. All is well, Xiao Anren replied. It's good that the assassin didn't disturb Eunuch Lin. Li Lianqing pointed at the iron box in Xiao Anren's hand and said, I'm afraid this box is fraudulent. Your Highness is a body of 10,000 gold. You mustn't get involved in danger. Give it to your old slave. Aha! Xiao Anren indeed did not dare to open this iron box easily, so he handed it over to Li Lianqing. That assassin may return. Your Highness should be careful and on guard. After Li Lianqing finished speaking, he bowed and saluted towards the book depository again before leaving with the iron box and 2 innate realm experts. Lin Chen remained peacefully on the second floor of the book depository. The assassin's flash did not affect him too much, and he quickly resumed his cultivation. Just now, Lin Chen had wanted to walk out of the book depository to see what was contained in that iron box, but the iron box was quickly picked up by Xiao Anren, and Li Lianqing rushed over right after, which made Lin Chen too lazy to go downstairs. Assassins and what they drop are better off letting someone else bother. Late night, Li Lianqing returned to the Shangwu supervisor with the iron box, and in a parlor, he met Wei Terminal Leisure. As the chief grand eunuch and a late-stage powerhouse of the Zhongshe realm, a very powerful assassin broke into the palace tonight. Wei Final Leisure had to personally ask about it. What made Li Lianqing slightly surprised was that there was also an iron box on the small tea table beside Wei Terminal Leisure at this time. The metal box was almost identical to the one he held in his hand. The difference was that the metal box on the small tea table had been opened. Li Lianqing pays homage to old ancestor. Aha! Wei Final Leisure first nodded at Li Lianqing, then beckoned. Come, bring the iron box you're holding over and take a look. Li Lianqing hurriedly took a few steps forward and handed over the iron box he had brought to Wei Terminal Leisure. Did it fall off the assassin too? Back to the old ancestor. Yes, it wasn't opened before you came, was it? No, Li Lianqing shook his head. Without asking any more questions, Wei Final Leisure opened the iron box with his own hands. There was a letter in the metal box. In this small living room, apart from Wei Jianxiao and Li Lianqing, there was also an old sect master realm powerhouse from the Xiao clan's royal family who had been residing in the heart-nurturing palace. This old man's name is Xiao Changshan, a cousin and nephew of Xiao Yuanhou. Wei Final Leisure opened the letter. First asked Xiao Changshan to read. After quickly reading over the contents of the letter, Xiao Changshan frowned and said, it's exactly the same as the contents of the letter he read before. Wei Final Leisure took the epistle and read it. A few moments later, he took out another epistle and handed the two together to Li Lianqing. Take a look at it too. Soon, Li Lianqing also finished reading the contents of the 2 letters, with the same frown of skepticism. Eunuch Lin can't possibly be from the Divine Sanction Organization. After a moment's contemplation, Li Lianqing said with certainty, this is definitely the Divine Sanction Organization's plan to sow discord. You can't talk so much. There are no absolutes. Wei Final Leisure picked up. There is definite intelligence that can prove that Lin Qingshan is a remnant of the Sichuan royal clan, and has now become the leader of the Divine Ruler organization. Before the destruction of the Sichuan royal clan, Lin Qingshan did get married. Only after joining the Divine Ruler organization, he married another wife. Lin Qingshan's last name is Lin, and Lin Shen's last name is also Lin, so the last name and age aspects match up. Xiao Changshan also opened his mouth. There is a possibility that these two letters are stirring up trouble, but the contents may not be false. And, Wei Final Leisure added, before eunuch Lin was punished and went to the book depository, he had been an ordinary eunuch with no martial arts cultivation, and after arriving at the book depository he had a Zhongshe realm cultivation after only 4 months, which is equally suspicious. If eunuch Lin harbors dissent, why did he strike on the day of the god sacrifice festival? Li Lianqing asked this crucial question. Perhaps it was the Sito family's plot to sabotage their plans, and they had to stop it. Wei Terminal idle guessed. Isn't eunuch Lin secretly raised by the royal family? Li Lianqing asked again. Wei Chenxian did not answer, nor could he answer this question, as he and Li Lianqing looked at Xiao Changshan together. To this day, there are still only a handful of bigwigs of the Xiao clan who know that Xiao Yuanhou is dead. Many people still believe that the strong man with a stooped body that suddenly appeared on the morning of the god sacrifice festival was Xiao Yuanhou. Eunuch Lin's ability to be where he is now has little to do with the royal family. Xiao Changshan lightly stroked his white beard and gave a slightly ambiguous answer. Before his death, cousin uncle Xiao Yuanhou had instructed that if Lin Chen of the book depository did not show any dissent, information about him must not be easily disclosed to the public. If eunuch Lin is really Lin Qingshan's son, it not only explains his extremely high martial arts talent, but also why he has a large amount of cultivation resources. Wei Final Leisure knew that the newly promoted Empress, Lin Min, looked at Lin Chen in a bad light and felt that this was an opportunity to bring down Lin Chen. You can't have two grand eunuchs in the palace. As long as Lin Chen was in the palace, then Wei Final Leisure's status would only continue to decrease. The letter also didn't say that eunuch Lin's cultivation resources were provided by the Divine Sanction Organization, so we definitely need to produce solid evidence if we suspect eunuch Lin. Li Lianqing said. I'm afraid His Majesty won't agree to conclude that eunuch Lin has a problem just based on these two letters. Then let's investigate carefully, Xiao Changshan indifferently said. Don't alarm the Grand Duke of Zhongyi until there is conclusive evidence. In the hearts of the imperial powerhouses, what was more important was to figure out what that powerhouse was that had sparred with Situ Jing on the morning of the god sacrifice festival. As for Lin Chen, he was merely a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, in an inconspicuous and ordinary inn in the Great Xian imperial city. Lin Qingshan had just returned from the palace and entered the compartment that belonged to him. Didn't you want to continue working for the Xiao imperial clan? Now let's see how you can continue working for them. Chapter 62, Dog Slave, There's Really Something Wrong. Chapter 62, The Dog Slave, There's Really Something Wrong with Him. Lin Qingshan smiled with the corners of his mouth curled up, looking like he had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Being already in his 60s and having fought for many years in the God's dictatorship organization, he naturally understands human nature. He could expect that even if the Xiao imperial clan guessed that the two letters were a ploy to sow discord, they would still be suspicious of Lin Chen. The contents of the epistle are not all false. Even most of it is true. Lin Qingshan had already made arrangements, and as long as the Xiao imperial clan investigated carefully, they would definitely be able to find out some clues. All of them were clues that were unfavorable to Lin Chen's continued stay in the palace. For example, Lin Chen's real life. Worthy of being my Lin Qingshan's seed, he actually managed to kill the Duanmu clan's Grandmaster. Even if it's a great master who's bound up, it's not easy to kill. That child must have gotten a kind of great chance. He cannot be allowed to remain in the palace, much less serve his enemies. Lin Qingshan's plan was to first use a trick to force Lin Chen to leave the palace, and then do a father-son recognition scene to incorporate Lin Chen into the Divine Sanction Organization. If Lin Chen failed to leave the palace and was decapitated by a strong member of the Xiao clan's royal clan, it wasn't unacceptable for Lin Qingshan to accept it. After all, the Xiao clan's royal clan would suffer a loss of strength as a result. With Gao Yi's strength and ability, he must have delivered the letter to the boy. Regarding the fact that Gao Yi, the strongest person in the Zhongshe realm of his own family, sent a letter into the palace but failed to return, Lin Qingshan of course knew that Gao Yi had met an untimely end in the palace, and that 80% of him had long since died. He was heartbroken and sorry. It was not easy for the God's Tailor organization to cultivate a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. Lin Qingshan didn't know who had beheaded Gao Yi. It could have been Lin Chen, or it could have been a strong person from the Xiao clan's royal family or the Shangu supervisor. I guess the child doesn't believe in the things I wrote at all, or has a grudge against me as his father, so he chooses to continue to sell his life for the Shao Imperial clan. Going over there tonight and not finding Emperor Shao Anshuan is fine, and not seeing that old thing Shao Yuanho either. Could it be that after the battle with Situ Jing and being hit by Situ Jing's bearing dragon gun, that old thing died? Highly likely. Lin Qingshan naturally did not know that the person who sparred with Situ Jing that morning of the God Sacrifice Festival was not Shao Yuanho. Those who were watching the battle from a close distance at that time could not see it, and it was even more unlikely that Lin Qingshan, who was separated by a long distance, could see it, not to mention that he was not familiar with Shao Yuanho at all. Chief, did the operation go well tonight? The innkeeper brought tea. It didn't go well. I came back. Wang Hu who went with me didn't make it back. Lin Qingshan's demeanor returned to normal and personally poured himself some tea. Wang Hu's failure to return was actually completely within his plan. Tonight, he and Wang Hu each carried an iron box containing letters, and he did not tell Wang Hu what the iron box contained. The two entered the palace and split up. Wang Hu is only an innate realm expert. The probability is that he will not be able to escape the palace alive. Lin Qingshan deliberately threw the iron box he was carrying into the large courtyard of the book depository and threw it near Princess Anrun's room, in order to prove that it was the Divine Ruler Organization that had entered the palace to deliver the message. One of the Divine Ruler Organization's experts needed to be left behind, and Lin Qingshan chose Wang Hu. Chief, the East Sea Japanese clan as well as the Duanmu clan have come together, and they have sent representatives who want to see you, the innkeeper reported. Where are the people? People are outside the city. The innkeeper returned. They don't know that this inn is owned by our divine ruler. They just contacted our people through special channels. Invite them into the city to talk. Lin Qingshan waved his hand and the innkeeper led the way. The Duanmu clan's Grandmaster has fallen. It's easier to control them now. However, they have apparently defected to the Japanese. Why did the Japanese tribe suddenly come to the land to cause trouble when they were doing fine in the East Sea? Could it be that they can see that the Dechen Empire is about to fall apart, so they want to get into the game and try to get a piece of the pie? Lin Qingshan pondered silently. He knew very well that the Duanmu clan, which had lost its Grandmaster, was easy to control, but the East Sea Japanese clan was different. The East China Sea Japanese clan might also have Grandmasters, and they are very cunning and greedy, let alone controlling them. Even cooperating with them and forming an alliance of equals had to be done with extreme caution. The palace. Wei Final Leisure came to Fenghe Palace on the pretext of searching for assassins and checking whether there were any casualties in the palaces. Because of the unstable borders of the empire and the constant fighting, the enthronement ceremony for Lin Min had not yet been held, but the imperial decree to seal the Empress had been issued a long time ago, so she was able to move into the Fenghe Palace ahead of schedule. Wei Final Leisure was received individually by Lin Min. He handed over the 2 letters he had just gotten to Lin Wen. It's no use just paying lip service to loyalty. You have to show real action. These 2 letters that shouldn't be shown to Lin Wen, but are being shown to her at this time, is Wei Final Leisure showing his loyalty. Eunuch Lin, after all, was once the eunuch who listened to the eunuchs around the Empress. The old slave is worried that if something goes wrong with him it will implicate the Empress. Wei Fengxian guessed that Lin Wen was quite dissatisfied with Lin Chen, but he wasn't sure, so naturally he wouldn't say anything. Dog slave, there is indeed something wrong. After reading the 2 identical letters, Lin Min cursed indignantly. I said how he suddenly became a Zhongshe realm powerhouse and disowned me, his former master. I always thought that he was favored by a powerful member of the imperial clan, but I never thought that he was actually a member of the Divine Ruler Organization. Li Lianqing said that this must be a diversionary tactic by the Divine Sanctuary Organization. Wei Final Leisure continued. The meaning of the Nurturing Heart Palace's side is that this matter will not be reported to His Majesty first, and that we will wait until we have found conclusive evidence. His Majesty has indeed been under a lot of pressure lately. There's no need to add to His Majesty's worries. Lin Wen nodded and asked again with what seemed to be deep meaning. With eunuch Wei's means, I'm sure it won't be difficult to find out the solid evidence, and it won't take too long, will it? The old slave will do his best. Wei Final Leisure threw back. He understood what Lin Min meant. If he couldn't find out the hard evidence, then he would create it. By this point, he had been able to determine that Lin Min was truly very unhappy with Lin Chen. One night passed. When the morning sunlight sprinkled the large courtyard of the book depository, Lin Chen also temporarily ended his overnight cultivation. After going downstairs, he briefly moved his muscles before walking into the kitchen to make breakfast with Fengbao. It wasn't that he liked to cook, nor was he worried that Fengbao would be too busy to do it alone. But Fengbao's cooking skills were really not that good. He didn't care when the ingredients were scarce and poor, but now that they are plentiful and good, there's no point in settling too much. While eating breakfast, Xiao Anren took the initiative to mention the matter of an assassin passing through the library last night and dropping an iron box. That assassin was able to easily get away from eunuch Li's pursuit. His cultivation is definitely not low. Xiao Anren expressed his skepticism. It's unlikely that an assassin powerhouse like that accidentally dropped something he was carrying. It's highly likely that he intentionally threw that iron box into this courtyard. That's why eunuch Li thought the iron box might be fraudulent and didn't let His Highness risk opening it. Lin Chen picked up. What could be in the metal box? Xiao Anren was very curious. I guess it would be a letter. Chapter 63, It's hard to build trust, but easy to destroy it. Chapter 63, It's hard to build trust, but easy to destroy it. Lin Chen had seen the same iron box that Gaoi, a Zhongshe realm powerhouse from the Divine Ruler organization, had thrown at the entrance of the book depository. Gaoi came to deliver a letter and lost his life. Lin Qingshan as well as the God's Dictatorship organization must have other actions. Last night the person who came dropped that iron box near Xiao Anren's room. At that time Lin Chen didn't feel anything, but later the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. When Gaoi came, he met the recipient of the letter before he threw out the iron box containing the letter. On his second visit, Gaoi obviously knew where Xiao Anren lived long ago. Gaoi knew it, and Lin Qingshan should know it too. So Lin Chen guessed that the man had deliberately left the iron box near the concierge last night, in order to prevent him from getting that iron box in the first place. In other words, what was in that metal box wasn't for him. Obviously the letter contact didn't work before and now they're starting to play dirty. Epistle? Xiao Anren was very puzzled, not understanding why Lin Chen had such a speculation. Blind guess. Lin Chen didn't explain too much. He wasn't afraid of Lin Qingshan and the God's Dictator organization playing plots and tricks. And after using the dragon blood fruit core to allow his body to complete a metamorphosis, his strength had increased a lot more. Even if he didn't utilize the Ryu silver puppet, didn't offer up the 4 directions sword prison formation, and didn't have the golden vine Shen rune to assist him, he was fearless of ordinary great masters. In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming could only be a joke. After having breakfast, Lin Chen returned to the book depository and began to delve into the drifting sword technique. Combined with the complete explanation of Sword Dao basics, studying more of this earth-rank lower-grade sword technique would enhance Lin Chen's attainments in Sword Dao. The power of the 4 directions sword prison formation would also increase when the attainments of the Sword Dao were raised. This morning, Xiao Anren left the book depository. She found Li Lianqing. Eunuch Li, what was in that iron box you took away from the library last night? Was it a letter? Ha! Li Lianqing was greatly surprised. How did your highness know? Last night, both Wei Final Leisure and Xiao Changshan had said that the matter about the 2 iron boxes must not be revealed to anyone. Although Li Lianqing believed in Lin Chen, it wasn't good for him to run to the book depository to ventilate with Lin Chen. What an epistle! Xiao Anren was equally surprised. Eunuch Lin's guess was really accurate. No one told your highness, and your highness guessed on your own? Li Lianqing asked. Aha! I took a wild guess. Xiao Anren felt something was wrong, so he didn't mention Lin Chen. Eunuch Li, can you tell me about the content of the letter? If your highness asks if it's possible, the old slave can only say no. Li Lianqing returned with seeming difficulty. Xiao Anren understood Li Lianqing's implication, so he solemnly said, in the name of the princess, I order Eunuch Li to inform me of the contents of the letter. The old slave obeys. Li Lianqing then whispered the exact contents of the letters in the iron box. 2 iron boxes, 2 identical letters. Xiao Anren's willow brows wrinkled. If Eunuch Lin is from the Divine Ruler organization, could it be that the strong man who struck out against Situ Jing on the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival is also from the Divine Ruler organization? Hearing her say that, Li Lianqing immediately changed his face. Li Lianqing knew very well that Xiao Anren was one of Xiao Yuanho's most beloved offspring. At this moment, Xiao Anren suspected that the strong man who had struck out against Situ Jing in the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival came from the Divine Ruler organization, proving that this Princess Highness knew that the strong man who had suddenly struck out was not Xiao Yuanho. If it was Xiao Yuanho, Xiao Anren would not have had such suspicions at all. That strong man is not Xiao Yuanho. In the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival, Xiao Yuanho never made a move, from which it is not difficult to guess that Xiao Yuanho is no longer alive. At this time, Xiao Anren hadn't realized that he had spoken out of turn. Still frowning, she asked, what does the palace plan to do about this? Naturally, the contents of the epistle are targeted for careful investigation first, Li Lianqing replied. What's there to find out? Xiao Anren grunted. If Eunuch Lin has any dissenting thoughts, he can completely refrain from doing anything on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival. Old Ancestor thinks that it's very suspicious that eunuch Lin has a lot of cultivation resources, and that he became a Zhongshe realm powerhouse from an ordinary person in only 4 months. Li Lianqing explained. The Old Ancestor also said that the reason why eunuch Lin made his move on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival was because he didn't want the Situ family's rebellious actions to ruin eunuch Lin's plot with the Divine Ruler organization. Bull ****** scheming, Xiao Anren said angrily. Wei Fengxian is really senile. If the Divine Sanction organization really had any plans with eunuch Lin, wouldn't they let us easily get the letters between them? One epistle. Fearing that it would not be enough, deliberately made 2. And deliberately threw the epistle sent to the library near my room, with such an obvious and deliberate frame-up. There's no way Wei Final Leisure can't see it. Li Lianqing sighed and said, actually, this is a conspiracy that is almost a Yang plot. The Divine Sanction organization also knows that we probably won't believe what's in the letters, but the royal family is not an ordinary family, and the palace is not an ordinary place, so any doubts must be clarified. It's hard to build trust, but easy to destroy it. Does His Majesty know about this? Xiao Anren asked again. Shouldn't know yet. Li Lianqing shook his head and said, what the Old Ancestor and the Palace of Nurturing Heart mean is that it's not too late to report to His Majesty after the results of the investigation. It's okay not to tell His Majesty yet. Xiao Anren also felt that the matter could be hidden from His Majesty the Emperor until the truth was known. Once His Majesty learns about this, he might get suspicious. Since ancient times, emperors have been the most suspicious. Shack it. Let them investigate. I'd like to see what they can find out. Xiao Anren turned around and walked away, quickly returning to the book depository. As her emotions stabilized, she suddenly remembered the Zhongshe realm assassin who had once intended to assassinate her, and thought about her inconsistent questioning. It was eunuch Lin who stepped in and saved me that night. That assassin was yelling I'm one of us at eunuch Lin. Since that night, the Divine Sanction organization has been framing eunuch Lin? Eunuch Lin must not be from the Divine Ruler organization, or else he wouldn't have decapitated that Zhongshe realm assassin. The body is not afraid of the shadow. Wei Final Leisure and their investigation should be able to clear eunuch Lin's name. Thinking about this, Xiao Anren no longer thought much about it. She also had no intention of ventilating to Lin Chen, as she was worried that Lin Chen would misunderstand, and didn't want Lin Chen to be disgruntled because of the suspicion he had received. On this day, a big event happened in Fenghe Palace. A courtesan, Su Qianer, assassinates the Empress. Lin won, and narrowly misses. Su Qianer got a dagger from somewhere, hid it in her sleeve, and stormed out while serving Empress Lin Min for lunch. The dagger almost hit Lin Min's neck. With that, Su Qianer was taken down, but not killed on the spot. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire palace, and naturally, it also reached the book depository. Su Qianer's pair-feeding relationship with Xiao Linzi was likewise rumored in the palace. During dinner, Xiao Anren mentioned to Lin Chen about Su Qianer's assassination of Lin Wen, and she asked, does eunuch Lin know the motive of that courtesan's sudden assassination of the Empress? Chapter 64, Searching the Book Depository by Order of the Empress. Chapter 64, Searching the Book Depository by Order of the Empress. I don't know. Lin Chen shook his head with an air of unconcern. Su Qianer had the motive to assassinate Lin Min because she was arranged by the Situ family in the palace. The Situ family was almost wiped out, so if Su Qianer still thought of herself as a member of the Situ family, it would naturally make sense for her to assassinate Lin Wen. Moreover, her sister Su Qianer disappeared because of her failed assassination of Lin Min. Su Qianer, who had failed in her assassination, had even received a solid sword from Lin Wen at that time. Lin Chen wasn't surprised that Su Qianer had assassinated Lin Min. He was puzzled as to how Su Qianer, who had no martial arts cultivation whatsoever, could have come close. And Lin Min had long suspected that Su Qianer was a member of Situ's family, and even if she didn't have any solid evidence, even if she no longer suspected it, she would still be on the defensive and wouldn't trust her very much, not trusting enough to give her a chance to assassinate her. It must be known that Lin Min had suffered an assassination attempt and was also badly injured, so he must have taken his own safety very seriously. Earlier, Lin Chen had realized that Su Qianer seemed to have gained Lin Wen's trust, and at that time, he had felt that it was abnormal. No matter how well Su Qianer behaved and how loyal she was, she shouldn't have gained Lin Min's trust. Su Qianer's ability to obtain a dagger and still carry it close to Lin Wen was equally odd. Although Lin Wen had not cultivated divine knowledge, nor had she reached the soul realm of the unity of heaven and man, she was, after all, an expert of the innate realm, and it was impossible for her to fail to perceive an ordinary person who had an abnormal flow of qi in front of her. Lin Chen estimated that it was Lin Coco who had deliberately revealed a breach to lure Su Qianer out. Even that dagger was deliberately arranged by Lin Min to give it to Su Qian'er. Su Qian'er took the bait. The sky is dark. Wei Final Leisure hurriedly came to Fenghe Palace. Did you find out who was behind it? Lin Min asked. Ask out. Wei Final Leisure returned. Su Qian'er is someone that the Situ family has arranged in the palace. In order to prove this matter, I went to see Situ Aster. And Situ Aster only admitted that Su Qian'er was a member of the Situ family, and did not admit that Su Qian'er's assassination of the Empress was related to her. If he hadn't gone to meet Situ Aster, Wei Final Leisure wouldn't have delayed coming over until now. It shouldn't have much to do with Situ Aster. She hasn't had the chance to see Su Qian'er at all lately. Lin Wen asked again. Su Qian'er has an extraordinary relationship with eunuch Lin of the book depository. In response to this, has eunuch Wei interrogated him? Back to Empress Dowager. The old slave has asked. Wei Final Leisure took out a confession and handed it over to Lin Min. Lin Min had carefully read this confession, which had been signed and sealed by Su Qian'er, and his brows gradually wrinkled. Su Qian'er not only admitted that she was a member of the Situ family, she also made it clear that the female assassin who carried out the assassination in Shid Palace that time was her own sister. It was mentioned in the confession that Su Qian'er's sister, Su Qian'er, should have hid in the hideout after her failed assassination attempt. Su Qian'er also said that she was influenced by Lin Chen in this assassination. She said that she had met Lin Chen more than once in private, and that Lin Chen had hinted at her assassinating the current empress although he had not explicitly said so. Hateful dog slave. Lin Min cursed with an incredulous look on his lips, but in his heart, he cried out that it was true. At the time in Shid Palace, the palace treats him well. He does not think of repaying the favor even if it is, but actually also started the evil heart. Wei Final Leisure didn't answer. He naturally knew that Su Qian'er had actually been induced to confess. To his slight surprise, Su Qian'er, who had been induced to confess, was very cooperative. At that time, he could tell that Su Qian'er had lied, but he wouldn't reveal it. He could also see that Su Qian'er obviously had quite a grudge against Lin Chen, and was deliberately trying to pull Lin Chen down. How is Su Qian'er doing now? Lin Min asked, collecting his anger. Alive, Wei Final Leisure replied, because she was quite cooperative and didn't suffer too much. Take someone to search the book depository and take down Lin Chen. Lin Min commanded. Empress Mother, Eunuch Lin is the grand eunuch of loyalty that His Majesty has just enthroned. I'm afraid that the word of a courtesan alone is not enough, Wei Terminal Leisure calmly said. Moreover, if we want to take down Eunuch Lin, we must let His Majesty know first. Otherwise, what has been found out about the two epistles? Lin Min asked, cutting off the conversation. There's been some frowns, Wei Final Leisure returned. So please, Empress Mother, don't startle the snakes for the time being, and once you find the evidence of Eunuch Lin's collusion with the God's dictatorship organization, then it won't be too late to make your move. Aha! Lin Min nodded. Before, she was just upset with Lin Chen, but now it was different. Lin Chen had even hinted at Su Qian'er to assassinate herself. This was something that Lin Coco couldn't tolerate, and it also caused her to have a murderous intent towards Lin Chen. Empress Mother, Su Qian'er mentioned that her younger sister Su Qian'er hid in the book depository after her failed assassination attempt at the Shid Palace, and the old slave asked Situ Aster, and Situ Aster corroborated the matter, and also said that Su Qian'er had never returned to the Situ family. Wei Final Leisure added, Su Qian'er should have really hid in the book depository that night, but 80% died over there. Wei Final Leisure knew in his heart that if he could involve Lin Chen, Situ Aster would not hide it. All of the Situ family, including Situ Aster, definitely hated Lin Chen. In the name of searching for assassins, search the book depository carefully, and don't leave any place untouched, especially places where people can hide. Lin Min understood what Wei Final Leisure meant and commanded, strive to find Su Qian'er's bones, or traces of her existence. The old slave obeys. Wei Final Leisure led the way. After leaving Fenghe Palace, Wei Final Leisure did not rush into action, but first found the eunuch who once stayed in the library and asked carefully. Assassins often break into the palace, and tonight as well. At midnight, Wei Final Leisure brought a group of people to the book depository. Among this group of people, there were not only experts from the Shangu supervisor, but also experts from the Shao imperial clan. Your Highness, an assassin entered the palace just now. The old slave was ordered by the Empress Mother to search carefully in all parts of the palace. Seeing Shao Anren in the concierge, Wei Jianxian explained while respectfully saluting. Search here too? Shao Anren asked unhappily. To search, Wei Final Leisure nodded. At least go through the motions, or else you won't be able to explain to the Empress. Search. Shao Anren knew that Empress Lin Min had just suffered an assassination and was angry, and would hate all assassins with a passion. At this time, it was better not to touch Empress Lin Min's mold. Anyway, the hideout doesn't harbor assassins, so there's no fear of searching. Search! Move quickly! Don't delay Her Highness and Grand Duke Zhengyi too much, Wei Final Leisure shouted to the crowd behind him. The crowd began to search. Some checked the rooms to the left and right of the concierge. Some went to the cache. Some went to the outhouse. One of Wei Final Leisure's cronies walked into the kitchen. He moved a pile of dry wood, followed by a floorboard. Lin Chen was on the second floor of the book depository at the moment, his divine sense covering the entire compound of the book depository. Careless. When Lin Chen's divine sense realized that someone had opened that cellar in the kitchen, he couldn't help but frown. Samuel Huey's ashes are in the cellar. The ashes naturally couldn't prove the identity of the deceased, but Su Shanner's tattered stealth suit, as well as her short knife and the jade pin Xiao Linzi had given Su Shanner, were all in that cellar. Those things can reveal the identity of the deceased. Chapter 65. He's going to regret this. Chapter 65. Humph. He's gonna regret this. The matter of Su Shanner's assassination of Lin Min has long been unmentioned. Lin Chen also gradually threw this matter into the air, and it didn't seem to him that anyone would come running to scrutinize every part of the cache. With him and Xiao Anren on this side, the people who came to search for the assassin would only ask questions. Tonight was clearly unexpected. Not only did a lot of people come to search every part of the cache, but someone else discovered the very hidden cellar. I guess this person knew about the existence of that cellar before he came. It's no big deal. Lin Chen quickly returned to his normal expression. In the past, he was worried that Su Shanner's death in the book depository had been exposed, but there was no need to worry about that now. The people who searched the book depository came to the second floor, and Lin Chen walked out of the room. Greetings to the Grand Duke of Loyalty. The visitor saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. Keep searching. Lin Chen descended the stairs, then walked out of the book collection and towards the gatehouse. Su Shanner's ashes as well as a few relics had already been discovered, and if Lin Chen didn't come to the concierge's side, someone would have invited him over. When Lin Chen walked through the large courtyard into the gatehouse, the man who had gone to the kitchen earlier had already returned to the gatehouse with a few items. Torn cloak of invisibility, short knife that still shines brightly, a burnt jade pin, a few charred bones. Your Highness, this precious garment resembles the one worn by the female assassin who assassinated the Empress in Shid Palace, Wei Chenxian said to Xiao Anren. The location of its breakage also matches what the Empress mother had described at that time. The ashes in the kitchen cellar were left by that female assassin. Before Xiao Anren spoke up, Lin Chen grabbed the opportunity to say, that female assassin is from the Situ family, and is Su Qian'er's own sister, named Su Shanner. Su Shanner failed in her assassination attempt, hid in the book depository, and died of her wounds after explaining her identity to me. Many people knew about my special relationship with Su Qian'er, and I was worried about being implicated, so I hid Su Shanner's body in the cellar and burned it to ashes. Later, Su Qian'er went from the Shangyi eunuch to the Shid Palace, and she had come to the book depository to find out if any assassins had come, and I didn't reveal the truth to her. That's the whole thing. Lin Chen didn't hide anything and told the truth. Su Shanner's ashes and relics had been found, and it was useless for Lin Chen to deny it any longer. One lie often requires many lies to explain. The more lies, the more holes. Of course, Lin Chen didn't tell the whole truth. Su Shanner didn't just die after hiding in the book depository. After listening to Lin Chen's narration, everyone was silent. Wei Chenxian did not expect Lin Chen to confess so painfully. In response to harboring and burning the body of assassin Su Shanner, Lin Chen's explanation made sense. But being reasonable doesn't mean being legally compliant. Whatever the reason or consideration, harboring an assassin in the palace is certainly a felony. At that time, the assassin was already dead, and it was only human for eunuch Lin to worry about being implicated. Xiao Anren opened his mouth to break the silence in the room. Li Lianqing had wanted to say a few words on Lin Chen's behalf as well, but she held her tongue when the words reached her mouth. This thing can be big or small. Harboring an assassin is a felony, no doubt, but what eunuch Lin harbored was only a corpse and it didn't have a bad impact. With eunuch Lin's strength and status today, this matter will 80% be left unsettled. Your Highness, eunuch Lin, this female assassin is not the assassin we are searching for today. Wei Final Leisure smiled and said, I believe that His Majesty will not pursue what has already passed. We have other places to search, so we won't bother you much. Eunuch Wei, I don't think this matter is a big deal, so don't bother His Majesty with it. Xiao Anren picked up the conversation. The old slave obeys. Immediately afterward, Wei Fengxiao left with his men. After Wei Fengxian left with his men, Xiao Anren looked at Lin Chen and said, in this matter, eunuch Lin was a bit too careless. I was just trying to protect myself and didn't think too much about it. Lin Chen shrugged and said carelessly, the Situ family has been destroyed, and anything that involves the Situ family can't be considered a big deal anymore. Xiao Anrun also looked indifferent. Not necessarily. Lin Chen shook his head. Tonight, Eunuch Wei suddenly brought people to carefully search the book depository. Doesn't your highness find it strange? Oh, Xiao Anrun was stunned. Not only did they come and search carefully, they even found such a hidden cellar in the kitchen. So they obviously came prepared. Lin Chen added. It wasn't hard to guess that it must have been Su Chen'er who said something. It's fine, even if His Majesty knew about this, I don't think he'd be angered by it, much less ask Eunuch Lin for a crime for it, Xiao Anrun said in relief. Hopefully, Lin Chen didn't bother to think about it, and at that moment, he turned around and walked out of the gatehouse, returning to the book depository. Things have come to such a pass that we can only take one step at a time. If you can't, then you can sacrifice a Ryukin puppet to impersonate a Grandmaster and shut up the people in the palace. The night passed quickly. Early morning, Wei Final Leisure took a few of Su Shan'er's bones and those relics into Fenghe Palace. What an ungrateful man! Lin Wen became more and more irritated. The assassin who assassinated the palace and injured the palace. He actually hid it and didn't report it, completely forgetting that he used to be the eunuch beside the palace to listen to the orders of the eunuchs. Eunuch Lin had just arrived at the book depository not long ago then, and it is estimated that his martial arts cultivation at that time was far inferior to what it is now, so it's normal for him to be worried about being implicated, Wei Terminal Idol said. He knew at that time that Su Chen'er was a member of the Situ family, but he allowed Su Chen'er to stay in Shud Palace and stay by the side of the palace, so he must not have a good heart. Lin Coco's anger was hard to dispel. This palace had personally asked him to help investigate. He had the answer in his heart, but he chose to hide it. If not for this palace's design to lure Su Chen'er onto the hook, what might have happened in the future? At this moment, this newly promoted Empress's dissatisfaction and hatred towards Lin Chen had reached its peak. After arriving at the book depository, Eunuch Lin is indeed no longer on the same page as the Empress. Wei Final Leisure let out a deliberate sigh. Humph, he's going to regret this. Lin Wen grunted coldly. He's only in the Zhongshu realm. He's not a Grandmaster. Eunuch Wei seized the time to find incriminating evidence of his collusion with the Divine Sanction Organization. Old slave understands. Wei Fengxiao excused himself. The atmosphere in the palace had been heavy due to the tightening of the war on the border. Emperor Shao Anshuan had devoted almost all of his energies to the border war, and even when the palace was assassinated, he only took the time to walk to Fenghe Palace, and when he saw that the Empress was unharmed, he returned to the Qianning Palace, and continued to immerse himself in the heavy affairs of state. In the northern part of the empire, the various imperial armies fought against the barbarian Northern Desert Coalition. Both sides had won and lost, but the overall situation was unfavorable to the Dacian Empire. The barbarians were already brave and good at fighting, and with the help of the Northern Desert Kingdom's wolf cavalry, they were not to be underestimated. The Black Armor Army of the Dacian Empire is also very strong, but this elite division suffered a huge loss last year. If not for the Jian Rui battalion being thrown into the battlefield, the various armies of the Dacian Empire would have long been defeated. In the western part of the empire, the various folk experts led by the Heavenly Martial Sect were barely able to hold back the advance of the Pale Demon Beasts, but they suffered a lot of casualties. Lin Chen clearly felt in the book depository that the Imperial Dao Qi in the palace was slowly starting to weaken again. Chapter 66 Arresting Felon Lin Chen. Chapter 66 Apprehending Felon Lin Chen. What Lin Chen didn't know was that there was another important reason why the Imperial Dao Qi in the palace had weakened, and that was because the Divine Sanction Organization had colluded with the Japanese and the Duanmu clan. Now there were even more forces that wanted to subvert the Dacian Empire. If Lin Chen did not want the Great Qian Empire to be destroyed and was determined to support the Shao Imperial clan, the Qi of the Imperial Wei in the palace would have weakened to the extreme. Simply counting on the help of the Tianwu sect's family would not turn the situation around, even if the Tianwu sect had an additional Grandmaster. Lin Chen didn't worry too much, just trying to improve myself. Ling Hua Dan, Qi Condensation Dan, Yuan Condensation Dan, and Soul Containment Dan were constantly taken. The world within the Sea of Qi continued to rise in size. From the initial fist-like size, it had grown to be able to fill a large water tank. This meant that his power cultivation had reached the level of the middle of the sovereign realm. The soul fire in the world within the Sea of Consciousness likewise continued to expand, and was already close to 10 feet tall. The humanoid light flame like Yuanshan wrapped in soul fire also changed from the previous 3 feet tall to more than 10 feet tall, and its body was more solid and its features were more clear. At the soul realm level, Lin Chen had already reached the peak level of the late Zhongshu realm. After my physical body metamorphosed once, my stronger physique allowed me to absorb and refine the qi of the Imperial Tao as well as various pills at a much faster rate. Otherwise, it will be a while longer before my power cultivation reaches the middle of the sovereign realm. When I cultivate to the Grandmaster realm, no matter what happens I will be able to deal with it calmly. Even if hordes of Grandmasters come, and thousands of armies, they won't be able to do anything to me. With his cultivation rapidly increasing, Lin Chen was confident. 2 days passed in a flash. At dusk that day, Wei Final Leisure hurriedly entered Fengha Palace. Empress, it's found out. Oh, what did you find out? Lin Coco had an expectant look on her face. We found out who sent eunuch Lin to the palace back then. Wei Fengxian was slightly agitated. That man was once the leader of a group of robbers. He was the one who killed eunuch Lin's mother. Then he sent eunuch Lin, who was only 10 years old at the time, to the palace in order to earn money. The man is still alive? Lin Min asked. Dead. 3 years after eunuch Lin entered the palace, Lin Qingshan found and killed him. Wei Final Leisure replied. What we found was his son, who was also part of that group of robbers back then, and knows eunuch Lin's real life. Lin Qingshan is indeed eunuch Lin's father. We also found out that Lin Qingshan is not only an important figure in the God's dictatorship organization, but also the son of Lin Dakai, the ruler of the Sichuan kingdom. In other words, eunuch Lin is a remnant of the Sichuan royal family. Hearing this, Lin Min's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said with a cold smile. Fine, fine. Remnants of the Sichuan royal clan. He's got one more capital offense. It is implied that Su Qian'er's assassination of the current Empress is a capital offense. Harboring an assassin in the palace is a capital offense. Colluding with the dictatorship organization is a capital crime. As a remnant of the Sichuan royal family, he should likewise not live in the world. With so many capital offenses combined, His Majesty can't protect him. Besides, will His Majesty allow the remnants of the Sichuan royal family to hold high positions in the palace? Regarding eunuch Lin's collusion with the God's dictatorship organization, we've also found key evidence. Wei Final Leisure continued to report. Eunuch Lin purchased a set of mansion in the city. That mansion recently often have people in and out at night. We arrested one of them, and the person who was arrested is really an expert of the God's dictatorship organization. How did the captured person confess? Lin Min asked. That person claimed that eunuch Lin has been in contact with the Divine Sanction organization ever since he was punished for living in the book depository. Wei Final Leisure returned. The contents of the letter can be used as physical evidence, while the experts of the captured God's dictatorship organization can be used as human witnesses, both human and physical evidence. Then do it. Lin Wen commanded. Take down Lin Chen. If he is captured alive, he will be placed at His Majesty's disposal. If he cannot be captured alive, the corpse will still give His Majesty an explanation. There might be a Grandmaster behind eunuch Lin, Wei Terminal Idol reminded. That Grandmaster should be that old man from the heart-nurturing palace, and it's 80% that he has already fallen on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival. Lin Wen said blandly. His Majesty as well as the royal powerhouses didn't say so explicitly, and even pretended not to recognize them, just to use that old man's name to continue deterring the curmudgeons from all walks of life. Eunuch Wei doesn't need to worry about this. Just lead the men out. The old slave obeys. Wei Final Leisure then left Fengha Palace and proceeded to Shangwu supervision. In order not to leak the news in advance, Wei Final Leisure only asked those he could trust to act together. He was highly respected in the palace and it wasn't hard to find some help. Not to mention that he was acting on the orders of the Empress. And you don't have to get too much help. Wei Final Leisure himself was a late-stage Zhongshe realm powerhouse. Even without any helpers, he could take down Lin Chen by himself alone. The premise was that Lin Chen didn't have a great master behind him. Late night, Wei Final Leisure brought along a strong Zhongshe realm practitioner from the Shangwu supervisor, as well as 4 innate realm experts from the palace, and directly crossed the courtyard wall and landed in the large courtyard of the book depository. Please show yourself to eunuch Lin. Just as Wei Final Leisure's shouts fell, Lin Chen walked out of the book depository. What does eunuch Wei mean by this? Xiao Anren also quickly stepped out from the gatehouse and questioned out loud. Feng Bao likewise got up, but he didn't dare to walk into the compound. Just stood in the gatehouse with a puzzled look on his face. Back to your highness. We've been ordered by the Empress to come and arrest the felon Lin Chen. Wei Final Leisure returned in a loud voice. A felon? Xiao Anren's willow brows furrowed. Merely having once hidden an assassin's body is not considered a felon, is it? Not just for harboring assassins. Wei Final Leisure shook his head and said, Lin Chen is the remaining member of the Sichuan royal family, and he colluded with the God's dictatorship organization, and also instigated the palace-maid Su Qian'er to assassinate the Empress. Is there any conclusive evidence that His Majesty's decree has been obtained? Xiao Anren asked again. Guilty as charged. Wei Final Leisure's tone was resounding. The Empress Mother is in charge of the harem, and has the right to dispose of any felons outside of the royal family. Even though I am not of the royal family, I am a loyal Grand Duke enshrined by His Majesty, and no one has the right to dispose of me, including the Empress, without His Majesty's decree. Lin Chen spoke up. Eunuch Wei had better go and ask His Majesty for a decree before he uses those trumped-up charges to apprehend me. According to the rules, the Empress really had no right to order a move against a Grand Eunuch. Not only the Grand Eunuch, but any high-ranking official of the first rank. The Empress would need the Emperor's permission to move. It's not too late to take you down first and then ask His Majesty for a decree. Wei Final Idleness said indifferently. If you surrender with your hands, you can still argue for yourself in front of His Majesty, but if you dare to resist, you will be killed on pain of death. Wei Final Leisure. This princess orders you to go ahead and ask for the decree. Xiao Anren bellowed. Your Highness, please forgive the old slave for not being able to comply. Wei Final Leisure did not give Xiao Anren face. Sooner or later the princess will have to marry and leave the palace, while the Empress will always be in the palace. You wait. Xiao Anren was 10,000 times more annoyed, knowing that he could not suppress Wei Fengxian, so he turned around and left, wanting to see His Majesty the Emperor as soon as possible. I won't tie my hands. Lin Chen looked at Wei Fengxian with a calm expression. I'd like to remind you that you'll suffer the consequences if you don't follow the rules. Chapter 67, Completely Abused. Not at all on the same level. Chapter 67, Completely Abused. Not at all on the same level. Arrogant. Since Wei Terminal Leisure dared to come, naturally he would not be afraid of a sentence of consequences. The divine sense he had released long ago locked onto Lin Chen in a deadlock. His surroundings were also wrapped in a thick and majestic layer of true essence, and he carried a long mace in his hand. Do it! As Wei Final Leisure shouted, he took the lead in rushing towards Lin Chen. We couldn't delay any longer. We had to behead Lin Chen before His Majesty the Emperor arrived. At that time, Lin Chen would be dead, and there would be no more possibility of arguing, and those crimes would be locked on his head. Phew! With a powerful aura, Wei Jianshao rushed to Lin Chen's body in the twinkling of an eye. He swung his long mace. The long bronze-colored mace blossomed with eye-catching true elemental radiance as it ruthlessly smashed into Lin Chen's head. Humph! Instead of dodging, Lin Chen met that long mace with a punch. Lin Chen's fist was similarly wrapped in a thick layer of golden true essence. The silver moon ring between his 5 fingers was also activated by his power. And this Xian rank upper grade magic treasure was able to drastically enhance Lin Chen's fist in palm techniques. The golden true essence on Lin Chen's fist quickly condensed into a fist seal. The golden fist seal was flooded with arcs of lightning and electricity. This was Lin Chen executing the Xian rank upper grade martial skill Running Thunder Fist. The Running Thunder Fist was a domineering and fierce martial art that was best suited for shaking force with power and striking out forcefully. Boo! Explosions are shocking. When the various colors of light suddenly splashed, the book collection building as well as this large courtyard shook violently. The next moment, an amazing scene appeared. Wei Qinxian's long mace actually came off, tumbling and flying out of this large courtyard. Wei Qinxian himself retreated 5 or 6 steps backward before he was able to stabilize himself. At this moment, Wei Qinxian was in a state of disbelief. How could the opponent's punching power, the opponent's punching technique, be this powerful? The powerful Zhongshe realm practitioner from the Shangwu supervisor who had come over with Wei Fengxian also rushed to Lin Chen's side at this moment. He was about to make a move when he saw Wei Jianxian being knocked back by a punch. His heart similarly sank and his eyes were horrified. He swung a scimitar and had just chopped at Lin Chen when he realized that Lin Chen had already pounced on Wei Final Idler in a flash. The scimitar struck away a cloud of stubble. Lin Chen, who had executed the illusory body misty shadow steps, left many residual shadows in the compound. With great speed, he circled around behind Wei Final Freedom, followed by a great Vajra palm slap. Wei Terminal Leisure was simply too late to make any reaction. Lin Chen had activated his wind leopard boots, and his physical body metamorphosis had also brought about an increase in speed. Plus the illusory body misty shadow steps were very advanced and very subtle, and Wei Final Idleness, who had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, was unable to respond effectively. His divine sense couldn't even accurately grasp Lin Chen's movement trajectory, much less determine when Lin Chen would strike. He could only use the true essence shield on his body to harden against Lin Chen's great Vajra palm. There was another bang. Then he saw that the true elemental light shield on Wei Fengxiao's body collapsed, and his body involuntarily lunged forward. It flopped straight to the ground and slid forward a few more feet. Extraordinarily woeful. Wei Terminal Idle Heart screamed in agony. What he was facing was not like a sect master realm powerhouse. It was more like a great sect master. Although he was an aging Zhongshe and his strength couldn't catch up to his peak, he was at least in the late Zhongshe realm cultivation, and under normal circumstances, how could an opponent of the same Zhongshe realm make himself seem so unbeatable? There was no essence flame aura on Lin Chen's body, and his true elemental feats did not contain a Yuan spirit aura, proving that he had likewise not reached the Great Master realm. Both are in the sovereign realm, and there can be such a huge difference in strength? Before Wei Chenxian had a chance to get up, Lin Chen had already turned his head and pounced on that patriarch of the Shangwu supervisor. This person was in the middle stage of the sovereign realm. His cultivation wasn't bad, but he had long stepped into old age just like Wei Final Leisure, the relatively young and strong Zhongshe realm powerhouses in the palace, except for Emperor Shao Anshuan, had either gone to the northern front or to the west to deal with demonic beasts. This old patriarch had also eaten one of Lin Chen's great Vajra palms. Again, the true essence shield collapsed in an instant. Unlike Wei Final Leisure, this old patriarch's true elemental shield was not strong enough and only partially resisted the power of the great Vajra palm. The remaining might of the great Vajra palm acted on his body, and even with his precious clothes protecting him, he spat out several large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body then shriveled up, losing the ability to fight again. Aging martial arts powerhouses were most afraid of being seriously injured. Even if the injury healed later, it was not far from death. Besides, with their physical condition, serious injuries often meant death, and it was hard to heal from injuries. This scene made the four innate realm experts look dumbfounded. The four men were dumbfounded, not daring to move a muscle. Not to mention them, even Feng Bao, who was in the gatehouse, was in disbelief at this moment. Feng Bao only knew that his godfather was strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. Everyone in the palace knows that the old ancestor Wei Final Idol is the late Master Realm strong, but it is such a strong person in the face of their own godfather. Just like a child facing a strong man, it's not even on the same level. Wei Final Leisure was even more surprised that the great master that might exist behind Lin Chen had not appeared, but he himself had been cleaned up by Lin Chen. If he could have expected it, he wouldn't have come. Whoosh! Wei Chenxian had just struggled to get up when Lin Chen dodged behind him again like a ghost. He was only slightly injured just now and still had the power to fight. Instead of turning around to face Lin Chen directly, he moved sideways to the left as a way to dodge the attack that Lin Chen launched from behind him. This time, he reacted quickly enough to dodge the golden palm print that Lin Chen slapped out. Earlier, Wei Fengxiao was worried that His Majesty the Emperor would soon arrive. Now, he couldn't wait for His Majesty the Emperor to have arrived at the book depository. Unfortunately, he was not destined to wait for the moment when the Emperor arrived. Lin Chen had no intention of stopping. This old thing had just said shoot on sight. He obviously had a killing intent, so how could Lin Chen let him off lightly? Moreover, Lin Chen didn't want to have two grand eunuchs in the palace. If Wei Final Leisure died, Lin Chen would logically become the old ancestor in people's mouths. I didn't go to kill you. You had to come to the door yourself. Lin Chen continued to step on the illusory body misty shadow steps, chasing after Wei Jianxian, striking without mercy. Wei Chenxian's speed disadvantage was too great. The quality and power of the true essence was also far inferior to Lin Chen's true essence that contained the qi of the Imperial Dao. Even after offering up 2 more Xian rank middle grade magic treasures, it still didn't help, and he could only be chased and attacked by Lin Chen. After only holding on for less than 20 breaths of time, this late-stage Zhongshe realm powerhouse was seriously injured and collapsed on the ground, not even having the energy to get back up. Lin Chen directly stomped over. This kick collapsed Wei Fengxian's chest and crushed his heart. Wei Fengxian's Yuan Shen had just rushed out from the sea of consciousness when it suffered Lin Chen's soul-deterrent attack and floated dully above Wei Fengxian's head. Wei Fengxian's Yuan Shen was far inferior to Duan Muping's Yuan Shen, so as long as Lin Chen was on guard, he wouldn't allow it to invade his sea of consciousness. Godfather, this is too strong, isn't it? Feng Bao, in the gatehouse, marveled at his godfather's strength and rejoiced that he had won the fight. Lin Chen didn't make things difficult for those 4 innate realm experts, while they fell to their knees and begged for forgiveness. Shortly after, Shao Anren arrived at the book depository with Emperor Shao Anshuan. Chapter 68, 4 felonies, each one a capital offense. Chapter 68, 4 felonies, all of which are capital offenses. Seeing that Wei Fengxian was dead, and that the strong Zhongshe realm practitioner from the Shangwu supervisor had also suffered a serious injury, while Lin Chen was unharmed, Shao Anren and Shao Anshuan were both astonished. Finished already? And it's a big win for eunuch Lin? Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Chen clasped his hands together and shook them at Emperor Shao Anshuan. Shao Anshuan nodded to Lin Chen, turned his head to look at the 4 innate realm experts, and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on? Your Majesty, it's old ancestor. It's eunuch Wei who suddenly found us. saying that he's been ordered by the Empress mother to apprehend the felon eunuch Lin. Lin, one man returned with trepidation and trepidation. Other than that, we're not sure. Humph, get lost, Xiao Anshuan angrily rebuked. Go find Li Lianqing, and each of you will receive 300 sand nailsticks. Yes, sir. The four of them were like amnesties and hurriedly ran out of the book depository's large courtyard. 300 sand nailsticks would cause their skin to split open and they would suffer a lot, but as innate realm experts, they could carry it off. Go get the queen, Xiao Anshuan ordered a eunuch who came with him. Yes, sir. That eunuch left in a hurry and went to Fenghua Palace. Eunuch Lin. There should be a misunderstanding in this. Don't get angry. Xiao Anshuan's expression was a little apprehensive. Right now the empire is in constant war. Stormy. The interior of the palace really can't withstand the tossing and turning. The border was a mess. And if the palace was also in chaos, the Xiao royal family was afraid that they would really be heading for the end. Let's hope it's just a misunderstanding. Lin Chen knew in his heart that tonight it was Lin Wen who authorized Wei Final Leisure to act without authorization, and had nothing to do with Emperor Xiao Anshuan. If Xiao Anshuan was involved, he wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. Shortly afterward, the newly promoted Empress, Lin Min, arrived at the book depository from Fenghe Palace. I pay my respects to your majesty. Lin Min bowed to Xiao Anhun. Seeing that Wei Fengxian had become a corpse, Lin Wen then frowned. Before she came, she knew that Wei Jianxian had been decapitated by Lin Chen, and she didn't believe in this until this moment. Although Lin Chen had beheaded Grandmaster Duan Muping on the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival, at that time, Duan Muping was tightly bound by a golden vine. People couldn't help but think that any Zhongshe realm powerhouse would be able to decapitate Duan Muping in that state, so they wouldn't think that Lin Chen possessed the strength to decapitate a great Zhongshe. In the general perception, in a fair fight, it was simply impossible for the sovereign realm to kill a great sovereign, even if it was an aging great sovereign. Empress, Wei Final Leisure said that he had been ordered by you to bring someone to apprehend eunuch Lin. Is this true? As Xiao Anshuan asked the question, Li Lianqing and Xiao Changshan arrived at the news. Yes, Lin Wen nodded and said, Your Majesty, Lin Chen has committed a total of 4 felonies, all of which are capital offenses. Oh, Xiao Anshuan asked unhappily, which 4 felonies did eunuch Lin commit? 1. Suggesting that the courtesan Su Qian'er assassinate me. Lin Wen replied in an organized manner. Su Qian'er and Lin Chen are in a dyadic relationship. Her confession is highly credible. 2nd. Harboring assassins. This felony, Lin Chen himself has already admitted to it in public, when Princess Anren was also present. 3rdly, Lin Chen is a remnant of the Sichuan royal family, which eunuch Wei possesses solid evidence of. 4th, Lin Chen colluded with the God's Dictatorship Organization. His father, Lin Qingshan, is a big shot in the Divine Ruler Organization, and the set of mansions he purchased in the Imperial City often have people from the Divine Ruler Organization coming in and out. Eunuch Wei has captured one of them, and that person's confession evidence that Lin Chen has colluded with the Divine Sanction Organization ever since he was punished for coming to the book depository. People from the Divine Sanction Organization went to the palace shortly to deliver a letter, and the letter was intercepted by Eunuch Wei and Eunuch Li, which is also ironclad evidence. I beg your majesty's judgment. Hearing this accusation from Lin Wen, Xiao Anshuan's frown tightened. I never hinted that Su Qian'er assassinated anyone. Lin Chen's face did not change and his tone was indifferent. As for harboring assassins, I have already explained this to Eunuch Wei and Princess Anren. Before I was born, the Sichuan royal clan was already declared extinct. It's quite inappropriate to say that I'm a remnant of the Sichuan royal clan. I do have a mansion in the imperial city, but that was only bought for retirement. Usually no one lives there at all. No one looks after it, and I have no knowledge of what people come in and out. Not only me, but many people in the palace who are entering middle age and have some savings have bought houses in the city. The Divine Ruler Organization sending a letter to me in the palace is obviously a scheme to sow discord. And that person from the Divine Ruler Organization who was arrested, whose confession was as untrustworthy as the so-called letter, was purely a deliberate planting of evidence to frame me. Please, Your Majesty. After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone looked at Emperor Xiao Anshuan. Don't worry, Eunuch Lin. I won't be easily fooled. Xiao Anshuan's face was serious and deliberate. Eunuch Lin should first return to his room and rest. Yes, sir. Lin Chen then turned around and walked towards the book depository. You all, follow me to the Qianming Hall. Xiao Anshuan's face became gloomy and he whisked his sleeves away. Li Lianqing called for people to come over, collected Wei Final Xianxian's corpse, and assisted the severely injured one of the Zhongshe realm powerhouses to leave. The crowd, including Xiao Anren and Lin Min, followed Emperor Shao Anshuan's footsteps and quickly arrived at the Qianming Hall. Shao Anshuan ordered that Su Qian'er and that God's Tailor organization expert who had been captured alive be brought to the Qianming Hall, and also brought to the Qianming Hall were letters and other physical evidence. Su Qian'er, I ask you, did eunuch Lin of the book depository really ever hint that you assassinated the Empress? When Shao Anshuan asked the question, the majesty of an emperor was displayed along with the aura of a powerful person in the Zhongshe realm. Yes. Although Su Qian'er's mind trembled and she didn't dare to raise her head, she answered very crisply. She knew that she was bound to die, and was annoyed at Lin Chen's thinness of heart, so she wanted to pull Lin Chen's back. How was it implied? Shao Anhan asked again. It was when they met in private that they said the Empress had treated him poorly, that her virtue was unworthy of her position, and that she deserved the assassination. Su Qian'er returned. Your Majesty, listen to this. Courtesy of. Lin Min couldn't wait to interject. Hold your tongue for a moment, Empress. Shao Anshuan glanced at Lin Wen and asked Su Qian'er again. Since it was said during a private meeting, no one other than you should be able to prove that eunuch Lin said those words, right? Yes. Su Qian'er nodded her head. You are a member of the Situ family, or someone who intends to assassinate the Empress, while eunuch Lin is a loyal and righteous grand eunuch of the inner court, who has made outstanding feats for the court and for the royal family. Do you think I will believe your side of the story, or will I believe eunuch Lin? Shao Anshuan grunted coldly. Don't you think that you can just falsely accuse others just because you hold the determination of certain death? I will tell you that you are a bit naive. Without the false accusation, you can get a pain in the ass. With this false accusation, you are bound to suffer for a long time. Your Majesty can't scare her like that. Lin Min couldn't help but open his mouth again. Shut up. Shao Anshuan gave an angry rebuke. As a mid-Zhongshe realm powerhouse, Shao Anshan's insight was strong enough that it was impossible for him to not see that an ordinary courtesan with no cultivation was lying in front of him. Chapter 69, I know your good intentions. Chapter 69, I know your good intentions. Being rebuked by the emperor, Lin Min felt doubly aggrieved and annoyed. Having just become the empress, she was in the midst of a period of springtime, not realizing that the emperor would rebuke himself in public for a eunuch. She knew that the emperor valued and appreciated Lin Chen, so she sensibly kept her mouth shut. Su Qian'er, the imperial clan has a secret soul-searching technique. If you don't tell the truth, under the secret soul-searching technique, your lies will still be punctured. Shao Anshuan threatened. When that time comes, you will live as if you were dead. This is not pure intimidation. The Shao clan's imperial clan did have a secret soul-searching technique that could only be performed by a strong person who had cultivated divine sense. However, once the secret art of soul-searching was performed, the person whose soul was searched would directly extinguish the soul fire, and the powerhouse who performed the secret art would also lose a large amount of soul power. Therefore, the Shao clan's royal family would easily not perform this secret technique on people. I said. Su Qian'er was really scared. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was terrified of being subjected to inhuman torture as a tender woman. She then admitted that Lin Chen had never hinted at her assassinating the Empress, and also explained her reasons for falsely accusing Lin Chen. She also explained that her sister's failed assassination attempt at the Shud Palace and the reason why she hid in the book depository was entirely arranged by her and Situ Aster. For the sake of your truthful confession, I'll give you a pain in the ass. Hearing the emperor say this, Su Qian'er's entire body became quite relaxed, as if she had been relieved. Su Qian'er was then taken out. She's not destined to see the sun tomorrow. Next, Shao Anhan began to interrogate that person from the God's Dictatorship Organization. This person was, after all, an innate realm expert of the Divine Ruler Organization and had received harsh training, so it was difficult to get him to change his confession. He balked at the fact that Lin Chen had long since colluded with the God's Dictatorship Organization. Without waiting for Shao Anshuan to open his mouth to command, Shao Changshan took the initiative to step forward and cast the soul-searching technique on this Divine Sanction Organization's expert. Shao Changshan was also an old man of the royal family of the Heart-Nurturing Palace, with no hope of advancing to Grandmaster. Moreover, on the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival, Shao Changshan fought desperately and was injured. His life is not far from the end. He didn't care if his soul power was damaged. He wanted to do something more for the Shao Imperial clan. He was curious to know if Grand Duke Zhongyi had really colluded with the God's Dictator Organization. This matter was very important to the Shao Imperial clan. Your Majesty, this man has lied. After searching his soul, that expert of the Divine Sanction Organization directly flew away. While the pale-faced Shao Changshan rushed to the emperor and arched his hand to report, he has never seen eunuch Lin, and there is no information related to eunuch Lin's contact with the Divine Sanction Organization in his memories either. Humph. Shao Anren picked up an annoyance. Your Majesty, Since this person is intentionally slandering eunuch Lin, it is conceivable that those two identical letters must also be a scheme by the Divine Ruler organization to sow discord. Your Majesty, even if Lin Chen hadn't colluded with the God's Dictator organization, he's still the son of Lin Qingshan, the grandson of the Sichuan king of that year. Lin Dakai, Lin Min reminded. The point she mentioned is indeed a problem that cannot be ignored. Blood is thicker than water. Blood ties aren't that easy to break. The Shao Imperial clan had an enmity with the former Sichuan royal clan, and normally, Lin Chen should regard the Shao Imperial clan as an enemy. Even if Lin Chen didn't have that kind of mind, who could guarantee that he wouldn't change his mind in the future? If eunuch Lin regarded himself as a member of the Sichuan royal family, would Lin Qingshan of the Divine Ruler organization need to go through all the trouble of falsely accusing him? Xiao Anren said. Also, eunuch Lin had personally killed a powerful sect master realm member of the Divine Ruler organization. At least for the time being, it seems that eunuch Lin still doesn't have a backlash. Xiao Changshan echoed a sentence. If there was any backlash, Lin Chen would not have made a move on the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival. It must be known that it was risky to go and kill a great master, even if that great master was bound. And here's another important point. Lin Chen had a great master behind him. Empress Lin Wen didn't know, but the big names of the royal family like Xiao Anquan and Xiao Changshan knew very well that that great master was not Xiao Yuanhou. Although that great master had been hit by Situ Jing's family martial art, the dragon fighter, and it was possible that he had already fallen. It was also possible that he was really just recuperating from his injuries. Eunuch Lin just said that before he was born, the Sichuan royal clan was destroyed. He cannot be considered a remnant of the Sichuan royal clan. Xiao Anquan's complexion returned to normal, majestic and indifferent. We must have the heart to tolerate others. We cannot put a hat on someone's head for something that didn't happen. Empress, what do you say? Lin Wen hesitated for a moment, knowing that the royal family intended to exonerate Lin Chen, and that there was no use in saying anything on her own, so she replied back. I did that for the sake of His Majesty, for the sake of the royal family, and for the sake of the entire imperial court. Your good intentions, I know. Xiao Anquan couldn't afford to blame Lin Min. After all, Lin Min was considered a teacher, not an unreasonable person. Lin Min's grandfather, the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect, had already successfully advanced to the Grandmaster realm, and would soon come to the imperial city to help the Shao clan's royal family guard the palace. So it was all the more important not to descend on Lin Min at this time. It's good that your majesty understands my concubine. Lin Min's heart also relaxed. I'll retire. I'm a bit tired. Xiao Anquan pinched his brow, looking very tired. Fortunately, his martial arts cultivation was not low. Otherwise, he would not be able to carry this kind of labor. The recent situation on all sides has left him doubly burnt out and exhausted. He sighed in the bottom of his heart. It would be good if a new great master was born from the Shao Imperial clan. Without a great master, he could only look at the faces of others, and this kind of feeling was very unpleasant for him as an emperor. Lin Min and the others left the Qianming Hall together. Regarding the matter of Lin Chen harboring assassins, although Lin Chen himself admitted it, no one mentioned it again in front of the emperor. It's simply an insignificant thing. After all, Lin Chen wasn't in league with that female assassin, hadn't facilitated her assassination, and hadn't helped her escape from the palace. Nothing more happened in the second half of the night. Early morning, it was rumored in the palace that the Chief Grand Duke Wei Final Leisure had died due to a failed attempt at the Grandmaster realm. His Majesty has appointed Li Lianqing as the Chief Eunuch, in charge of all internal affairs. The Chief Eunuch is not a Grand Eunuch, but a second-rank official like the Imperial Eunuch. The Imperial Eunuchs usually served the Emperor in close proximity and had no clear actual authority. The Eunuch-in-Chief is different, with a high position of power and authority, and has the right to ask about all kinds of affairs in the inner court. However, we all know that Wei Fengxian died, and there is still a first-grade Grand Duke in the palace. No one cares about the real cause of Wei Final Leisure's death. Those who know don't go around talking about it. After Su Qian'er was brought back to the prison last night, she coincidentally picked up a long rope in her cell, and then hanged herself. Since early this morning, people have been coming to the book depository. It was said that he was borrowing books, but in reality, he was trying to get close to the Grand Duke of Loyalty to see if he could climb up the ladder. Everyone had heard that since coming to the book depository, Lin Chen had already taken in 3 godchildren, which made everyone naturally assume that Grand Duke Zhongyi liked taking in godchildren. So the bold and thick-skinned ones saw Lin Chen and bowed their heads. Eunuch Chao, are you going to recognize me as your godfather too? Lin Chen looked at a white-haired old man kneeling on the ground and was speechless for a moment. P.S. New book debut. All kinds of data are very important. I implore you to join the bookshelf. Help a little bit of urging. Send a book review to give some 5-star positive feedback. Can send a little gift is even better. I will add more. Chapter 70, Spirit Silkworm Silver Silk Clothes, Igniting the Essence Flame of the Yutian Sky. Chapter 70, Spirit Silkworm Silver Silk Clothes, Igniting the Essence Flame of the Afterlife. Please don't disdain the Grand Duke. Even though I'm old, I can still serve the Grand Duke as a dog and horse. Chow Post, who had age spots growing on his face, said sincerely and earnestly, as the ancients said, there is no order of learning, and those who reach the top are teachers. With the cultivation and virtue of the Grand Duke, even though he is young, he definitely qualifies as a teacher for us and deserves our respect and filial piety. Since eunuch Chow thinks so highly of me, it would be a bit ungrateful of me to refuse. Lin Chen smiled. I'll take you as my godson. Thank you, Grand Eunuch. Oh no. Thank you, Godfather, for making it happen. Chow Post kowtowed gratefully. This old eunuch was already the 6th godson that Lin Chen had accepted this morning. As long as someone came to recognize his godfather, Lin Chen was all for it. After all, the more sons and daughters the better in the rules of the polygamy system. The system does not limit the age of godchildren and godchildren, as long as people are willing to recognize their godfathers, regardless of what happened to these people who recognized their godfathers in the future. At least when they did, Lin Chen would immediately receive a system reward. For younger godchildren with little or no cultivation or simply no martial arts cultivation, Lin Chen would cultivate them. Lin Chen's commands quickly spread throughout the palace. As a result, more people came to the collection. There is no courtesan to recognize the godfather. The courtesan generally cannot move freely, and the palace does not have a courtesan to recognize the godfather of the unspoken rules. There will also be unpleasant gossip about the courtesan recognizing the eunuch as her godfather. The most important thing is that the palace maid is different from the eunuch. The eunuch is almost always until the time of old age and health cannot leave the palace. Most of the palace maid at the age of 25 years old will be able to leave the palace to marry. There are exceptions, but they are few. Seeing that Godfather's righteous sons were growing in number, Feng Bao was naturally not happy. Godfather's cultivation resources are definitely limited. With so many godchildren, everyone can't get too much if they each share a little. Ugh! Feng Bao could only sigh in a depressed and dark manner. It was not good, nor did he dare to stop his godfather from accepting more godchildren. Of course he understood that if his godfather didn't like to accept godchildren, how could he become one of his godfather's godchildren? In a flash, the time came to January 12th. That night, Lin Chen heard a familiar system beep. Congratulations to the host's righteous son Feng Bao for advancing to the early stage of the Yutian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Feng Bao also cultivated true qi. The rewards the system gave this time were great. Not only were there a large number of unusual elixirs like the Spirit Hua Dan, but there were also 10 Essence Flame Dan. The Essence Fire Pill was a Xian rank extreme grade pill that helped a great deal in impacting the Grandmaster realm, and it could help a Grandmaster realm powerhouse ignite the Essence Fire of the Yutian heaven. A few days ago, when he accepted Chow Post and the others as his righteous sons, the system gave a lot of rewards, but there was no Xian rank extreme grade, and the best was just Xian rank upper grade. Some of the magic treasures that were useless to Lin Chen were given to Cheng Ping'an and Yutian. Among them was a Xian rank upper grade breath converting Xian bead, which was quite useful to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's previous breath containing Xian bead was only a middle grade Xian rank, and it couldn't allow him to completely hide his special aura in front of a great master. It would be different if it was replaced with a top grade Xian rank convergence Xian bead. If Xiao Yuanhou hadn't died and had come to the book depository again, this Grandmaster would only treat Lin Chen as an ordinary person. At the stroke of midnight on the same night, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Yutian, for advancing to the late Yutian realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. This time, the system rewards, in addition to ordinary cultivation resources, included 10 spirit transformation pills and a Xian rank extreme magic treasure. The Spirit Transformation Pill was also a Xian rank extreme grade pill that could drastically increase the success rate of late Zhongshe realm powerhouses in condensing out their Yuan spirits. That Xian rank superb magic treasure was a precious garment called Spirit Silkworm Silver Silk Clothes, which was refined from the silver silk spat out by a kind of spirit silkworm. Lin Chen took off his Xian silk clothes and replaced them with Spirit Silkworm Silver Silk Clothes. The safety factor has been increased again. Yutian has also cultivated to the late Yutian realm. Like Cheng Ping'an, he has to cultivate to the peak of the late Yutian realm before he can impact the innate realm. Their cultivation speed in the Qi drawing realm and the Yutian realm is too fast. Their foundation is not solid enough. The older experts of the Shangwu Supervisory Authority will surely remind them to hone themselves more, and won't allow them to rush to impact the innate realm. Can't expect them to bring me system rewards anytime soon. The true essence of my Qihai inner world isn't enough to condense a Yuanling, but can I ignite the Hotian essence flame in advance? Lin Chen mused. Igniting the Hotian essence flame and condensing out the Yuan spirit were both necessary conditions for advancing to the Grandmaster realm. However, igniting the Hotian essence flame must be done before condensing the Yuan spirit. Without the help of an acquired essence flame, it was simply impossible to condense the Yuan spirit. Normally, these two extremely important cultivation nodes for cultivation were so close to each other that even after igniting the Hotian essence flame, one could immediately proceed to condense the Yuan spirit. The key to igniting the latter-day essence fire is to have enough of one's own essence and yang qi. The reason why Yutian was able to possess the innate essence flame was because he was born with an incomparably abundant yang qi, thus automatically igniting the innate essence qi that had overflowed from the inner world of the qi sea. When the overflowing innate essence was ignited, it would follow the trend and draw all the innate essence in the gas sea world, eventually forming a ball of innate essence flame. Lin Chen's own essence was abundant and vigorous enough. As a eunuch, his yang qi was originally far inferior to that of a normal Zhongshe realm powerhouse, but he had utilized a dragon blood fruit core to cause his flesh to undergo a metamorphosis. This metamorphosis made up for his lack of yang energy. The special energy contained in that dragon blood fruit core was overbearing and fiery. Blazing means the yang attribute is heavy. One can give it a try. Failure is nothing more than a waste of an essence flame pill anyway. Lin Chen had 10 essence flame pills. Wasting one would have little effect. Thus, Lin Chen took out and consumed a fine flame pill from the system warehouse. Soon it seemed like a fire was burning in the belly. The medicinal power of the essence flame pill quickly dispersed, and Lin Chen began to follow the Gongfu guidelines of the Emperor's extreme bastardly body technique to enter a state of cultivation. The operation of the Gong method caused the essence and yang qi in Lin Chen's body to gradually become active. The medicinal power of the essence fire pill, on the other hand, drastically increased the activeness of the essence qi and yang qi, and caused them to rapidly merge and clash more and more violently. An hour passed. Lin Chen's divine sense discovered that a trace of essence had been ignited within his body. Immediately following that, Lin Chen's entire body's yang qi and essence qi was like an oil field that had touched a spark, and all of it burned up in just a single breath. Lin Chen's entire body was then bathed in a golden flame of light. That golden light flame was Lin Chen's Hotian essence flame. The innate essence fire was white, and as the cultivation deepened, and due to the different cultivation techniques, the color of the innate essence fire would change. The color of the acquired essence fire also changes. Phew! Lin Chen let out a long breath of turbid air. It's done! Didn't waste a grain of essence flame pill for nothing. My Hotian essence flame seems to differ greatly from others. Chapter 71 Giving him face as a favor. Not giving him face as a favor. Chapter 71 Giving him face as a favor. Not giving him face as a favor. Lin Chen carefully observed his Hotian essence flame. It's normal for the colors to be different. Even if one cultivated the same Gong method, there would be differences in the color of each person's acquired essence fire. This is because everyone's body essence and yang are different. The same gold-colored latter-day essence fire has different degrees of brightness and darkness in its color, and there may be other colors mixed in with the gold. Lin Chen's Hotian essence flame was dazzling with golden light. This was already a clear indication that his Hotian essence flame was of a higher quality and more powerful. However, there was also a dragon shadow coiling and swimming in it, which emphasized its difference in mystery. Full marks for gloss, and super full marks for the dragon shadow effect. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the Hotian essence flame he had just ignited. Not only were the layers far superior to other people's Hotian essence flames, but they also sold extremely well. If this latter-day essence fire was released, would it not mesmerize a bunch of nymphomaniacs and harvest thousands of female fans? Unfortunately, Lin Chen had just gotten the beginnings of a floating thought when he quickly poured a pot of cool water on himself. Mud. A eunuch. What's the use of being handsome? Having already ignited the Hotian essence flame, is it still far away from remodeling the physical body with the Emperor's Dao Yuan spirit? Lin Chen thought while silently feeling. With the Hotian essence flame enveloping his entire body, his physical state and aura skyrocketed at the same time, and his fighting strength was bound to increase a lot. If you then externally release your true essence to condense into a true essence shield, your defense will also be greatly increased. It was no wonder that before those great masters fought, they would release their respective Hotian essence flames. Lin Chen could also sense that the Hotian essence flame would continuously refine his flesh and strengthen his physique. The acquired essence fire can naturally continue to become more and more powerful, but this requires continued absorption of the body's essence and yang qi. Those aging great masters, Due to the increasing scarcity of their body essence, their acquired essence fire was almost fixed. Lin Chen operated his gong method and collected all of the Hotian essence flames into the Qihai inner world. Igniting the Hotian essence flame in advance had another very practical benefit for Lin Chen. The speed at which he could condense his true Qi and then refine it into true essence was much faster. He would move towards the Grandmaster realm at a faster pace. One night passed. At dawn, Lin Chen walked out of the cache and into the kitchen. Feng Bao, you already have the aura of true Qi fluctuation on you. Advance to the Hotian realm? Lin Chen asked knowingly. Back to Godfather. Yes. Feng Bao was visibly much more nervous as he replied. Godfather knows that you don't want to go to the Shangwu prison. Cheng Ping'an and Yutian did in the first place. Lin Chen continued. But you should still go. When you arrive at the Shangwu supervisor, you will be able to learn useful martial skills and replace a cultivation technique that is more advanced than the martial scriptures. To this day, other than the acacia picking technique and the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique, there were no other cultivation techniques in the system rewards that Lin Chen had received. Instead, there are a lot of various techniques. Children all listened to their godfather. Feng Bao knelt down and kowtowed. After breakfast, Lin Chen gave Feng Bao a soul containment pill to boost his soul power a bit. In the morning, the old eunuch Chao Post came to the library. Godfather, today there will be a celebration of the Empress's accession to the throne, and His Majesty sent his son here to invite Godfather to the celebration. Oh? Lin Chen asked curiously, why did you choose today? Back to my godfather. My son heard that the Empress Mother's grandfather, also known as the sixth elder of the heavenly martial sect, came to the palace this morning. Chao Post returned. You go back and tell His Majesty that I'm not available. Lin Chen waved his hand, then lay down on one of the recliners at the entrance of the book depository, picked up a book, and flipped through it. You call that unavailable? Chao Post was stunned, followed by bowing and saluting once again, and hurriedly left. Lin Chen wasn't going to attend the Empress's reign celebration. Lin Coco had previously convicted him of 4 capital offenses, and also sent Wei Jianxian to bring people to arrest him, clearly wanting to break the face with him. He would not give Lin Coco face again? That night, he had already shown restraint by not beheading Lin Wen in front of the Emperor. There were 2 main considerations for not taking a shot at Lin Min at that time. For one thing, Lin Wen is not unreasonable, and her accusation of 4 capital offenses is quite justified. Secondly, if Lin Wen was beheaded in public, it would put the Emperor as well as the entire Shao clan royal family in an extremely passive situation. Lin Wen was, after all, the Emperor's wife, the Empress of the Shao royal family. If Lin Min is beheaded in public, what should the Emperor choose? It was simply impossible to win a fight against Lin Chen. It must be known that when Shao Anshuan came to the book depository, a late-stage Zhongshe realm powerhouse like Wei Jianxian had already died. Choosing to ignore Lin Min's death, how would Shao Anshuan and the entire royal family explain themselves to the heavenly martial sect? The empire was in a time of crisis, and if the heavenly martial sect, which possessed a Grandmaster, turned against it, the possibility of the Shao imperial clan heading for destruction would undoubtedly increase greatly. Even if the Shao imperial clan would not be destroyed in the end with Lin Chen's great support, the empire would be plunged into chaos and division, and the chi of the imperial way in the palace would then plummet or even disappear. This was something Lin Chen did not want to see. As his cultivation increased, Lin Chen needed more and more imperial Dao Qi, and he also needed the imperial Dao Qi in the palace to remain thick. The stabilization of the situation in the Deqian Empire was what was most beneficial to Lin Chen. That way he could stay in this palace peacefully and spend all his time and energy on improving his strength. Lin Chen could not go to the celebration. Xiao Anren, who was the princess, had to go. Noon. Feng Bao returned from the Shangwu supervisor to the book depository. While making lunch, Feng Bao said that he had finished the formalities for transferring to the Shangwu supervisor. After lunch, Feng Bao left the library with his daily necessities. From now on, he was going to further his education in the Shangwu supervision. There wasn't much attachment. After all, he could always come visit his godfather in the stash. After noon, Xiao Anren returned to the book depository. At the entrance of the book depository, she said to Lin Chen, who was basking in the sun, Eunuch Lin didn't go to the celebration, and the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect seems to be a bit upset. What he cares about is not that I didn't attend the Queen's accession celebration, but that I didn't respect him enough as a Grandmaster. Lin Chen picked up the conversation. Aha! Xiao Anren nodded his head in recognition and added, the Empress did go a bit too far that night, but with the Grandmaster of the Tianwu sect personally present, Eunuch Lin should still give some face. So what if it's a Grandmaster? Lin Chen was full of concern. I don't know him. I don't have any friendship with him. Giving him face is a favor. not giving him face as a favor. Eunuch Lin, the sixth elder of the heavenly martial sect, is not a great master like Situ Jing, Xiao Anren kindly reminded. He's only in his 70s. For a Grandmaster, this age is considered relatively young. In his prime, no matter how young you are, you're still a newly promoted Grandmaster, not a mid-stage, much less a late stage. Lin Chen still appeared to be full of energy. A powerhouse at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm would not pose much of a threat to him, even if he was in his prime. If he pissed him off, he could even decapitate the other party. Nowadays, there was no such thing as a strong person at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, because the breakthrough to the early stage of the Grandmaster realm was already an old man. If the sixth elder of the heavenly martial sect hadn't obtained the goodies in that underground treasure trove, he would have had to wait for many more years even if he still managed to advance to the Grandmaster realm. Lin Chen had just gotten up to move his muscles when Emperor Shao Anshuan brought a group of people to the book depository. Chapter 72, Tit for Tat. Chapter 72, A Tit for Tat. Empress Lin Min came, and so did the new chief eunuch, Li Lianqing. There was also a stout, broad-shouldered old man who walked alongside Emperor Shao Anshuan. The old man wore a dark blue tunic, with a steady pace and arrogant demeanor. It was easy to guess that this old man was the sixth elder of the heavenly martial sect, the grandfather of Empress Lin Min. Sixth elder. This is Grand Duke of Loyalty Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen and Xiao Anren opened their mouths, Emperor Shao Anshuan took the initiative to speak up and introduce them. Grand Eunuch. This senior is the sixth elder of the heavenly martial sect, Lin Zhangying. Eunuch Lin didn't have time to go to the festivities, so I had to come over and walk around in person. Although Lin Zhangying was smiling when he spoke, anyone could hear that he was hiding something in his words. A needle in a sheep's clothing. The sixth elder is here for something? Lin Chen asked blandly. He did not address the other party as a senior. Normally, he was much younger than the other party and his cultivation was not as good as the other party, so he should call himself a junior. After all, Shao Anshuan was the emperor and had a special status, so he could address Lin Zhangying as sixth elder, but not the others. Of course, Lin Chen addressing Lin Zhangying as sixth elder wasn't considered an offense. At most it was considered slightly negligent. It's no big deal. Lin Zhangying's chin lifted high. I heard that Eunuch Lin was very valiant on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival, so I came to pay a visit and meet Eunuch Lin. This kind of elevating words were fine coming out of someone else's mouth, but coming out of the mouth of a Grandmaster, it was more intriguing. Shao Anshuan could only sigh in his heart and pray that Lin Chen and Lin Zhangying would never start an argument, much less a conflict. He couldn't hold down either of the two. Already met. If there is nothing else, please return. Lin Chen didn't like to make small talk with this kind of old greaseball who clamped down when he spoke, and directly issued an expulsion order. If Lin Zhangying could talk properly and communicate normally, Lin Chen wouldn't mind chatting with him more. On the contrary, he likes to be shifty and speaks in a condescending, overbearing manner. It's hard to take advantage of a war of words with such people, and it's easy to get wrapped up in their words. Hearing Lin Chen say that, Lin Zhangying frowned, the smile on his face instantly disappearing. He himself was an elder of the heavenly martial sect, the grandfather of the current Empress, and a Grandmaster realm powerhouse, so even the emperor had to respectfully entertain him. He claimed to have come to visit. Who would dare not give him face? Not to mention the lack of facetious banishment. Hospitality would be a million times more terrifying. A fire bubbled up in Lin Zhangying's heart. Seeing that this Grandmaster's face had changed, Shao Anshuan thought that it was over. The situation he didn't want to see had appeared. Shao Anshuan expected that such a situation might occur and didn't want Lin Zhangying to come over. But Lin Zhangying insisted on coming over to take a look, so he couldn't stop him. Eunuch Lin, don't think that just because you've performed great feats for the Imperial clan, you can be so rude in front of a Grandmaster. Empress Lin Coco couldn't help but speak out angrily. Speaking of rude, it's only rude to come uninvited, isn't it? Lin Chen went toe-to-toe without showing any weakness. Eunuch Lin, the book depository doesn't belong to you, much less your home. Not to mention that His Majesty himself brought us here. Even if we came here on our own, we can come here whenever we want. Lin Min argued. Don't forget your status. The first-grade Grand Eunuch is also a eunuch of the palace, a lackey working for the royal family. Empress, be careful what you say. Shao Anshuan let out a low gulp. The atmosphere in the arena was already very uneasy. How could we add fuel to the fire at this time? Shao Anshuan could actually understand Lin Min's state of mind at this time. Lin Wen's biggest backer had come, so of course she couldn't stand the fact that others were neglecting her big backer. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm picking a fight, it's really that Eunuch Lin is too ignorant of etiquette. Lin Coco hated it. There is one thing the Empress must be reminded of. I am not a lackey of anyone or any family. I may have been before, but not since coming to the book depository. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Lin Wen, saying in a loud and nonchalant voice, His Majesty told me to stay in the book depository. The book depository is my turf. Anyone can come here, but if you displease me, you must get the hell out of here, including you, Empress. Lin Chen originally didn't have the intention of saying something difficult in public, but what Lin Min had just said had provoked his anger. Even a clay bodhisattva has a bit of fire in him. You can tolerate it when you don't have enough strength, but if you have to tolerate it when you're clearly strong enough, wouldn't it be a waste of cultivation? Your Majesty, do you hear me? Lin Wen pointed a trembling finger at Lin Chen. Before it was just a guess that he had an insubordinate intent, but now that he said it himself, it's not that my servant has wronged him this time, is it? Empress, eunuch Lin just doesn't want to be regarded as a lackey. He's not dissenting. Xiao Anshuan's head was huge at the moment. He and the entire Xiao clan royal family were now just feeling grateful for Lin Chen's kindness, and even though Lin Chen was still in his eunuch status, all of the royal family, including him, no longer viewed Lin Chen as a lackey. The Xiao clan's royal family greatly respected the strong and also focused on enlisting the hearts of martial artists in the world. That's why they never appear to be superior, and they don't make others do the big kneeling thing. Eunuch Lin, I've heard that you have a good friendship with a great master. Can you introduce me? Lin Zhengying could see the emperor's attitude towards Lin Chen and didn't want the emperor to get into an argument with his granddaughter, so he spoke again to change the subject. As the newly promoted Grandmaster of the Tianwu sect, he came but did not see Xiao Yuanhou. He could be sure without the emperor explicitly saying that Xiao Yuanhou was dead. If Xiao Yuanhou was still alive, it was impossible not to see him. I'm sorry, that great master is not in the palace. I don't know exactly where. Lin Chen shook his head. If the sixth elder isn't in a hurry to leave the imperial city, there might be a chance to meet. Can you reveal what the origin of that great master is? Lin Zhengying asked undeterred. Can't. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said in a mysterious manner, I can only tell the sixth elder that great master doesn't belong to the Dacian Empire and comes from an unknown place. Oh, Lin Zhengying frowned and pondered. Not part of the Dacian Empire. From an unknown place? Did it come from the west of the Tsangmeng Mountains? Not only Lin Zhengying, many people present knew that the Tianyuan continent was huge, and the Dacian Empire was just the tip of the iceberg. 10,000 years ago, the entire Tianyuan continent was very prosperous, with frequent exchanges between different parts of the world. With the passage of time, the aura of heaven and earth becomes thinner and thinner, and the cultivation resources become more and more scarce, resulting in the birth of no strong person above the realm of the great masters, and the great masters level strong person is difficult to explore a wider area during their lifetime, and they can only be isolated in one corner of the world. Gradually, what was in the rest of the Tianyuan continent became unknown. For example, east of the East Sea, west of the Tsangmeng mountain range, and north of the barbarian territory. Since eunuch Lin doesn't welcome me, I won't bother you much. After a moment's silence, Lin Zhengying said, Lastly, I would like to remind eunuch Lin that right now the empire is in a state of turmoil, with forces from all sides, including the Divine Sanction Organization, constantly making moves and eyeing each other, and that eunuch Lin, being in the palace, is also in the middle of the maelstrom, so he should be careful lest he just bloomed and then suddenly wither away. Chapter 73, I'll do it if I get the chance. Chapter 73, I'll make a move if I have the chance. It's words of reminder. Lin Chen thanks the sixth elder for his kindness. Lin Chen clasped his fist and shook it. Then his words changed. But if it's a veiled threat, the same words Lin Chen will give to the sixth elder. No need. The Archon is safe wherever he is. Lin Zhengying turned around and waved his hand. The crowd quickly walked out of the large courtyard of the book depository. Lin Chen didn't send it, while Xiao Anren sent it all the way to the courtyard gate. There's really no need for eunuch Lin to offend a grandmaster like this. Returning to the entrance of the book depository, Xiao Anren said to Lin Chen, who was moving his muscles, I don't like people who speak in a shady manner, even if the other party is a grandmaster. Lin Chen returned. He didn't intend to have a good chat with me even when he came over here this time. He started off by putting up the spectacle of a grandmaster and trying to overpower me. I'm not going to spoil him. Is eunuch Lin really not afraid of being missed by a great master? Xiao Anren could see that Lin Chen was confident, but he wasn't sure why he was so confident. Your Highness, don't forget that I have personally killed a grandmaster. Lin Chen added, that grandmaster is also at his peak, and he's not a newly promoted grandmaster. Eunuch Lin, could you have killed the grandmaster of the Duanmu clan if he hadn't been mortally bound? Xiao Anren was a million times more curious. It might not have been killable at the time. Lin Chen didn't boast. If he could kill, wouldn't he let Situ Jing escape? The premise of not being able to kill was that the Duanmu clan's Grandmaster was also like Situ Jing, who chose to escape regardless of the cost. Steward Jing. Mentioning this great master of the Situ family, Xiao Anren couldn't help but feel worried. I also know where he has fled to. Once he returns from his healing, he will still be a great threat. He was seriously injured when he escaped, and now he's lucky to be alive. Lin Shen was confident in that sword aura that he had struck with the four-pole golden thunder sword. That sword blade shot through Situ Jing's chest, and it was hard to heal from such a serious injury. Where's Feng Bao? Off to the Sanggunian. Will it come back? Come back occasionally. Who does the work in the library? Xiao Anren asked one after another. It can't be that eunuch Lin is working with his own hands, can it? Your Highness can arrange for a little eunuch to come over if you don't want to do the work yourself. Lin Shen's meaning was obvious. It was fine for anyone to work, but he wouldn't do it anyway. Where is there a first-grade grand eunuch who works personally? Okay. Xiao Anren then left. This afternoon, there were still quite a few eunuchs of different ages who came to the book depository and kowtowed to recognize their godfather when they saw Lin Shen. Lin Shen was still coming around. There are more and more prizes in the system warehouse. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. Phoenix Hopper Palace. In a tea house, Empress Lin Min and her grandfather Lin Zhengying sit opposite each other. It's just the grandparents and grandchildren here. Grandpa, I didn't lie to you, did I? Lin Wen said angrily while pouring tea. That dog lackey is truly arrogant to the extreme. He's already like this before he reaches the Grandmaster realm. In case he manages to advance to the Grandmaster realm one day, he'll only become even more unimpressive and arrogant. It's normal for him to be like this. Lin Zhengying took the cup of tea and said, he used to be just an ordinary eunuch, and had been staying in the palace, very shallow in knowledge, not knowing the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, and suddenly a salted fish turned over in one day, and his cultivation skyrocketed in a short period of time, so he can't help but have the gesture of a tycoon. The imperial grandmaster of the nurturing heart palace has long since passed away, and that dog lackey was not secretly supported by the imperial family. It was only today that Lin Wen was certain that Xiao Yuanho had died long ago, and that the great master who had struck out against Situ Jing on the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival was someone else. If that kid isn't lying and that great master behind him comes from an unknown place, then there is a rational explanation for his sudden rise. Lin Zhengying took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and then said, after all, he is the direct lineage of the Sichuan royal family. His martial arts talent won't be too low, or even very high, and then get the vigorous cultivation of an out-of-this-world master, and he will certainly be able to soar to the heavens. We are here with thin aura, lack of cultivation resources, and depleted ancestral heritage. Other places may not be the same. Not necessarily. Lin Wen said unconvincingly. The Grand Master behind him isn't considered powerful at all, or else he wouldn't have let Situ Jing manage to escape, much less let Situ Jing's overlord dragon shot hit him and end up smashing down from the air. Aha! Lin Zhengying nodded. That great master will indeed not be very strong. It's also possible that he didn't come from a so-called unknown place, but rather got hold of a treasure trove left behind by the ancients, and then rose rapidly in a short period of time just like Lin Shen did. Yet it's not convenient for him to reveal his true identity. Most likely. Lin Wen agreed. Since a treasure trove left behind by an ancient clan can be found in the northwest part of the empire, the same great opportunity may exist elsewhere as well. Not every treasure trove left behind by the ancients that suddenly appears in the world will make a big commotion. He first cultivated himself to the Grandmaster realm in one breath with enough cultivation resources of a high enough grade, then came to the imperial city and cultivated Lin Chen as well. Lin Zhengying guessed. You said that since Lin Chen went to the book depository, he likes to accept godchildren and will train them. This shouldn't be his personal will, but what that Grand Master ordered. That great master is obviously playing a big game to cultivate a group of diehards in the palace. Guess that's it. Lin Min's eyes lit up with a look of enlightenment and realization. That great master has been hiding his head and refusing to meet people. Apart from having injuries, the bigger reason should be that he can only maneuver behind the scenes and can't come to the front of the stage. You guessed before that he might have died under Situ Jing's hegemonic dragon gun, but now it seems you guessed wrong. Lin Zhengying analyzed. If he dies, Lin Chen, who is only in the Zhongshe realm, will definitely not dare to be that wildly disobedient and insolent in front of me. A great Zhongshe, Grandpa. He stepped in to help the royal family suppress the Situ family's rebellion, and allowed Lin Chen to cultivate his forces in the palace. He obviously has great intentions, and may have the intention of seizing the royal power. What are we going to do? Are we going to stand by and watch? Lin Min asked eagerly. Imperial power belongs to the Xiao imperial clan. If it were in the past, the Shao Imperial clan would have been afraid that they would have been alerted and made a move to stop it. Lin Zhengying picked up, but in these days, both the overall situation of the Empire and the Shao Imperial clan's own strength do not allow them to rashly take the initiative against a Grandmaster. The royal family is helpless too. Lin Min had managed to ascend to the throne of the Empress with great difficulty and truly did not want the Shao royal family to go into extinction. If I have the chance, I'll make a move to test the waters first, and if that great master behind Lin Shen isn't strong, I'll take him down. Lin Zhengying's determination to strike was not simply to stabilize the Shao clan's royal power. The greater purpose was to seize that great master's cultivation resources to make himself as well as the entire Tianwu clan stronger. Lin Wen immediately flattered. If Grandpa makes a move, he's bound to get it. Chapter 74, so what's your picture? Chapter 74, then what do you want? Near dusk, Xiao Anren returned to the book depository, bringing with him a small eunuch. Little eunuch named Zheng He, 13 years old this year, after entering the palace purification has been working in the Yangxin Palace. Zheng He looks quite rich, perhaps because the food in the nourishing Heart Palace is better, raising him white and fat. Little Zheng Zi, this is the Grand Eunuch of Loyalty. From today onwards, you must serve the Grand Eunuch well. Xiao Anren was introduced first and then admonished. Little Zheng Zi pays his respects to the Grand Eunuch. Zheng He arched his arms and bent his waist, which looked more or less funny and hilarious due to his round belly and inability to bend his waist completely. Just call me Godfather from now on. Lin Chen reached out and gave an imaginary hand. Godfather? Young Ha froze. The nurturing Heart Palace was a special place where ordinary people couldn't go in and out at will, and since going to the nurturing Heart Palace, Zheng He had hardly ever come out. He knew nothing at all about all the recent happenings in the palace. For example, the Grand Duke of Loyalty in the book depository likes to take godchildren. What? You don't want to? Lin Chen asked. Willing. Of course I will. Zheng He hurriedly knelt down. Zheng He kowtows to Godfather. The loyal Grand Duke accepting himself as his godson is like a pie in the sky. Cootie. Neither would refuse. Zheng He just felt that the happiness came too suddenly, like a daydream, and was a bit blinded for a while. Just be willing. Lin Chen directly took out a spiritual flowering pill and a solid pill. These two pills are a meeting gift from your godfather. You must accept them. Ha! Zheng He raised his head, and at this point, he was even more baffled. In the palace, isn't it always the godson who honors the godfather? Where is the godfather who sends gifts to the godson as soon as he comes up? Xiao Anren was also a bit surprised. Is it so straightforward for eunuch Lin to train his godson now? Take the gift and get to work. Lin Chen had already heard the system beep. It was just one more godson, and the rewards the system gave weren't too good. The rewards given by the system when collecting Chao Post and the others before were also very ordinary. The current Lin Chen was too lazy to wait for Zheng He to voluntarily recognize his godfather. Sooner or later anyway, you might as well collect them and train them early. The fact that he had a lot of cultivation resources was no longer considered a secret, and there was no need to hide it. With his strength nowadays, he was perfectly capable of raising his godson with honor. My son thanks his godfather for the reward. Zheng He quickly came back to his senses from his state of confusion, received the two pills, and kowtowed a few more times before standing up again. Little Zheng Zi, we'll take the pills at night. It's almost dark, so go to the kitchen and prepare dinner first. Xiao Anren commanded a sentence. Yes, sir. Zheng He collected the two pills and happily and excitedly ran to the kitchen. Night fell quickly. Late at night, Zheng He first took a spiritual flower pill under Lin Chen's personal guidance. This spirit Huadan could make his body contain aura, and since he hadn't practiced, he couldn't retain the aura in his body. That was why Lin Chen had him follow and take the solid Dan. The Ling Huadan's aura was able to nourish his body, enabling him to better absorb and digest the medicinal power of the solid Dan, and not suffer too much. A bit extravagant. Xiao Anren's tone was acidic. Even she, the princess of the royal family, did not have the treatment of taking a grain of Ling Huadan in advance when she first took the solid Dan. This child hasn't suffered much before. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand the powerful medicinal power of the solid Dan. Lin Chen shrugged. Since we are in a position to suffer less, we can't suffer hard. Cultivation is meant to be a very bumpy, very difficult path that involves a lot of suffering, and the bitterness that should be suffered is still to be suffered. Xiao Anren argued. Eunuch Lin might be doing them a disservice by making them suffer less now and making them think that cultivation is not difficult. It's already a blessing for them to be able to embark on the path of cultivation, and I don't think they care very much about whether or not they can achieve something in the future. Lin Chen said gently. I don't expect them to achieve too much in the future either. And what do you figure? Xiao Anren was a million times more perplexed. No matter how many cultivation resources there are, They can't be wasted like this, right? If he didn't have an unlimited amount of cultivation resources, wasting them like that would be brain dead. It is impossible for anyone to have an infinite number of cultivation resources, but no matter how you look at it, Eunuch Lin doesn't look like he's in over his head, so Xiao Anren couldn't figure it out. Your Highness, eunuchs like us can't wait to have many sons. Even if they're just godchildren, they can make up for the lack in their lives, Lin Chen explained in a serious manner. For one's godchildren, no matter what their roots are, one must do their best to help them out, so that they can live a little better in the future. This is what is known as the heart of a pitiful parent. Your Highness will understand when you have a child in the future. When Xiao Anren heard it at first, he felt that Lin Chen's words were quite reasonable, but when you think about it, something doesn't feel right. As to what was wrong, it was elusive for a while. While Lin Chen and Xiao Anren were chatting, Zheng He was rolling around on the bed in pain, screaming. This child's willpower was indeed rather poor, and his martial arts talent was also very ordinary. In fact, Xiao Anren had deliberately looked for such a small eunuch to come over. She wanted to see if a relatively poor little eunuch, Lin Chen, was able to train him up as well. An hour passed. Young Ha's agonizing ordeal is over. He directly huffed and puffed to sleep, looking at Xiao Anren with anger and wanting to laugh. Let him sleep. Lin Chen turned around and walked out of the room. A fishy odor wafted through the room, and Xiao Anren wouldn't stay long. Following out, Dakian Imperial City, Lai Fu Inn. Lin Xingshan looked at the piece of information he had just received, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. A while ago, the palace was extraordinarily tightly guarded, making it difficult for the undercover agents planted in the palace by the Divine Sanctions Organization to spread the news. It wasn't until today, when the palace celebrated the Empress' accession to the throne, that the undercover agent passed on some information. Chief Grand Duke Wei Fengxian is dead. The imperial clan claimed that he died from a failed attempt to impact the Grandmaster realm, but in fact, he was beheaded by the Grand Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness. Beheading the deathly bound Duan Muping may have been a bit of a fluke, but beheading Wei Final Leisure was definitely true strength. He didn't leave the palace, he still stays in the library, and he likes to take godchildren. Looks like my ploy didn't work. The Xiao imperial clan still trusts him. Xiao Yuanhou didn't show up at today's celebration, so I guess he fell under Situ Jing's overlord dragon gun. But Empress Lin Min's grandfather, the sixth elder of the Sky Martial sect, is here. The Heavenly Martial sect also obtained quite a few good things in the treasure trove left behind by that ancient sect. The sixth elder of the Heavenly Martial sect used to be at the late stage of the patriarchal realm, and now that he's come to the imperial city, I'm afraid he's also advanced to the grand patriarchal realm. This is not good news. Lin Xingshan was thinking about it when the sound of knocking on the door came into his ears. Come in. Lin Xingshan's divine sense could determine who was knocking on the door. The innkeeper, who was over half 100 years old and had a goatee, pushed the door in and reported, Chief, the second prince of the Japanese clan and the patriarch of the Duanmu clan are seeking an audience, saying that they have important matters to discuss. Chapter 75, If they're not of my kind, they'll be different. Chapter 75, If they are not of my kind, they will be of a different mind. Invite them in, Lin Xingshan commanded. Yes, sir. The innkeeper stepped out of the compartment. Shortly after, the two walked into this compartment while Lin Xingshan rose to greet them. Lin Xingshan meets His Royal Highness the Second Prince, and meet Clan Chief Duanmu. Lin Xingshan took the initiative to clasp his fists and salute. Greetings, Elder Lin. The one who spoke was Morijiro, the second prince of the Japanese clan, short, with a big round brain and a punchy braid on the top of his head, looking to be about in his early 30s. Greetings Chief Lin, the contemporary patriarch of the Duanmu clan. Duanmu Rong returned the salute with an arch. Sit, sit, sit. Under Lin Xingshan's greeting, the three of them quickly sat down. The innkeeper brought in a pot of tea and poured a cup of tea for his own chief as well as each of the two honored guests, then walked out of the compartment and closed the door. What is so important for you two to come here late at night? Lin Xingshan directly opened his mouth to inquire. We've been here in Dakian Imperial City for some time now, and we're really tired of hiding every day. Duanmu Rong, who was past his prime and had a slightly chubby figure, spoke up. The second prince and I want to know when we're going to make our move. Before, I was trying to determine whether Xiao Yuanhou was dead or not, so I didn't rush to do it. Lin Xingshan replied back. It's now confirmed that Xiao Yuanhou is dead, but the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect, Lin Zhengying, is here, and it's highly likely that this person has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Oh, Duanmu Rong frowned slightly. Elder Lin is also a great master. What do we have to fear? Jiro Mori still looks confident. The second prince doesn't know. Lin Xingshan gently shook his head and explained. The Tianmu sect is not an unusual martial arts sect. They have been passed down for more than 10,000 years. Their main cultivation techniques are very subtle and highly advanced, and the martial arts skills passed down from their ancestors are exceptionally powerful. At the same early stage of the Grandmaster realm, the odds are that I will not be a match for Lin Zhengying. Duan Murong knew that Lin Qingshan was telling the truth, not being self-effacing. It was because he was not confident enough in his own strength, and without being sure whether Xiao Yuanhou was dead or alive, Lin Qingshan had remained patient, and even though he dared to lead his men to break into the palace, he did not dare to stay for long, much less to be too unscrupulous. How long is this going to take? Jiro Mori looks annoyed. If second prince isn't in a hurry, let's wait until Lin Zhengying leaves this imperial city, or until the barbarian and northern desert kingdom's armies descend on the city. Lin Qingshan replied, if the second prince is in a hurry, he can only ask your Japanese clan's Grandmaster to come over. We have two great masters on our side to have full certainty of having the last laugh. Okay, then this emperor will go back first. Morijiro was not willing to continue waiting. Being alone in a foreign land and not daring to show his face openly was too boring and unbearable. Lin Zhengying obviously won't be leaving anytime soon after this visit. It was also difficult for the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom's armies to descend on the city in a short period of time. Moreover, the Japanese clan had joined forces with the Duanmu clan and colluded with the Divine Ruler Organization in order to take down the Deqian imperial city before the barbarian clan and the northern desert kingdom exterminated the Deqian Empire, thus striving for an advantageous position when dividing up the Deqian Empire. Morijiro was an acute man and hurriedly excused himself without even taking a sip of tea. After Moriji Lang left, Lin Qingshan asked Duanmu Rong with some doubts, Patriarch Duanmu, why is the second prince in such a hurry? Doesn't he understand that in order to accomplish great things, one must be patient enough? The second prince doesn't like to hide in this big, bustling city. Duanmu Rong picked up his teacup and took a sip, carefully explaining, more importantly, the entire Japanese race is in a hurry. According to an ancient book of the Japanese clan, the 10,000-year period has passed, and the corner of the Tianyuan continent to which we belong is about to undergo a great change, and the sudden appearance of a treasure trove in the northwest region of the Dacian Empire is a sign of that. In the future, more treasures left behind by ancient powerhouses or ancient clans will appear one after another. Over in the East Sea, there weren't too many strong people and powerful clans 10,000 years ago. So the Japanese clan and our Duanmu clan needed to come over to the continent and have a vast territory to establish a firm foothold. Moreover, since last year, there have been constant frequent attacks on the islands of the East Sea by sea demons and sea beasts from the depths of the ocean, which has forced the Japanese clan and our Duanmu clan to come to the mainland. Hearing this, Lin Qingshan nodded. The God's Dictatorship Organization is not too concerned about the situation outside of the Dacian Empire. This assassin organization is also not old enough to know much about the many secret things that have happened throughout the ages. The same goes for the Sichuan royal family that was destroyed 40 years ago. A moment later, Lin Qingshan sighed. No wonder the heavenly martial sect would marry their own outstanding female disciple to the emperor, and no wonder they would fight desperately for the Shao imperial clan in the western part of the empire, and that their newly promoted Grandmaster would run to help the Shao imperial clan hold down the imperial palace. Yes, Duanmu Rong concurred. The heavenly martial sect should have known that this piece of heaven and earth would see a huge change. They have always been on good terms with the Shao imperial clan and are more than willing for the Shao imperial clan to keep their imperial power stable. That would allow them to gain the most benefits in the future. Enlighten me. Lin Qingshan humbly asked for advice. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago, thus causing the aura of this heaven and earth to become thinner and thinner? I don't know. Duanmu Rong shook his head and said, our Duanmu clan and the Japanese clan also want to know the answer to this question, but unfortunately there are no ancient records. The Shao imperial clan shouldn't be aware of it either, as the Deqian Empire doesn't have a history of 10,000 years. It's possible that the heavenly martial sect knows the answer, and so does the barbarian clan. The barbarians at least know that a great change is coming. Lin Qingshan narrowed his eyes. This should be the real reason why they provoked the war. The territory ruled by the barbarians is relatively desolate and barren, so it's estimated that there weren't many powerful and strong people or great sects 10,000 years ago. Aha! Duanmu Rong nodded his head first, then added afterward. There are also those demonic beasts in the Tsangmeng mountain range. They obviously know something as well. Driven by the huge benefits, the number of big powers involved is bound to increase, and the situation will only become more and more chaotic. Lin Qingshan laughed coldly. Very well, the Shao imperial clan does not have any grand masters of its own. Even with the full support of the Tianmu sect, it is bound to perish. At this point in time, He finally understood why the Duanmu family had joined forces with the Situ family to rebel. As for the barbarians not telling these secrets to the God's dictatorship organization, Lin Qingshan felt that it was normal for both sides to secretly collude and just use each other. Chief Lin should know the truth of if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Duanmu Rong's face was serious and earnest. Whether it's the Japanese or the barbarians, they are all foreigners to us and can never be trusted. I never believed them. Lin Qingshan spoke bluntly, but right now, if you can utilize them, you naturally have to make use of them as well. Without particularly powerful helpers, it would be difficult for the Divine Sanction organization alone, even with the addition of the Duanmu clan, to exterminate the Shao imperial clan. After all, the Duanmu clan's Grandmaster had been decapitated. We'd better rush to end the Shao imperial clan's imperial power before the barbarian clan and the Northern Desert Kingdom's troops descend on the city, and then find a chance to finish off the Japanese Grandmaster, Duanmu Rong suggested. Difficult, but not absolutely impossible to do. Lin Qingshan pondered. Chapter 76, The Wild Wolf Ridge. The sunlight rushes to the sky. Chapter 76, The Wild Wolf Ridge. The sunlight rushes to the sky. Early morning. Young Hai is still asleep. Lin Chen only had to go to Zheng He's room and wake him up. Godfather, is it dawn? Zheng He rubbed his eyes, still confused and not having slept well. Can't you get up without daylight? Lin Chen grunted. The people who used to live in this room were the same age as you, and they were much more diligent than you. I'm sorry, Godfather. I'll get up now. Zheng He instantly became fully awake and scrambled out of bed. After briefly washing up, Zheng He ran into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Xiao Anren had gotten up a long time ago and was currently practicing his sword in the large courtyard. Everything seems to be back to the way it used to be. Xiao Anren insisted on living in the book depository, wanting to get Lin Chen's guidance and help. But it was a pity that Lin Chen was so refined. Never do anything without benefit. Xiao Anren felt that eunuch Lin would help even those little eunuchs with mediocre talent, and as long as he persisted, he would be able to impress him sooner or later. She naturally did not realize that in Lin Chen's eyes, Zheng He and the other little eunuchs were at least considered toolmen, but she was not even a toolman. Lin Chen realized that this princess's heart and stance had already favored himself, and was still able to act as a bridge of communication between himself and the Shao clan's royal family. Otherwise, he would have driven her back to the nurturing heart palace long ago. In the kitchen, there was the sudden sound of a porcelain bowl breaking. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren entered the kitchen together to see what had happened. Godfather, Your Highness, Looking at the shards of the porcelain bowl on the ground, Zheng He had a horrified look on his face. It's just a porcelain bowl, Xiao Anren said. Xiao Zhengzi, this is not the nurturing heart palace. You don't need to be so formal and scared. You are eunuch Lin's godson. He won't blame you. Is it that you're not used to your suddenly much stronger physical strength? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Aha! Young Han nodded. You should have gotten up earlier. Lin Chen commanded. Pack up, then go to the courtyard to acclimatize. Zheng He hurriedly squatted down and picked up the pieces of the porcelain bowl on the ground. He then walked into the large courtyard and began to adapt to the changes in himself under the joint guidance of Lin Chen and Xiao Anren. Zheng He's martial arts talent was ordinary, but his body wasn't bad. White and chubby, he's not malnourished, at least. For the next 2 days, Zheng He followed the breathing method recorded in the martial scriptures and smoothly entered the qi drawing realm. Lin Chen received a system reward for this. In addition to the many pills that were beneficial to cultivation, Lin Chen had obtained a piece of Xian rank upper grade golden vine Xian symbol. In this regard, Lin Chen felt satisfied. After all, Zheng He had merely stepped over the threshold of martial arts cultivation, and it was already very good to be able to reward a Xian rank upper grade talisman treasure. In a flash, the time came to January 16th. At noon that day, there was suddenly a shocking explosion that traveled from the north into the imperial city. Even in the middle of the palace, I could hear it clearly. Not the sound of spring thunder. Less than a breath past the blast, the ground shook slightly. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren flew up in the air at the same time, looking towards the north of the imperial city. The same goes for the other powerhouses in the palace. At this point everyone was in mid-air, looking out to the north. A lot of people in the imperial city do it too. It could be vaguely seen that a rushing haze appeared in the north. It's Coyote Ridge, about 200 miles from the northern gate of the imperial city. Xiao Anren spoke out. The size of the Wild Wolf Ridge isn't huge. The scenery is average, and other than the nearby hunters who hunt for a living, very few people usually go in. By the looks of it, there should be another treasure left behind by an ancient clan that has appeared, and it's likely to be a treasure trove as well. Lin Chen picked up the conversation. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go see together, Xiao Anren urged. Row, After all, it's not far away, so there's no harm in checking it out. As Lin Chen said that, he urged his power and flew towards the north. Flying in the air was not allowed in the palace, but this rule was obviously not the least bit binding on Lin Chen nowadays. Eunuch Lin, take me with you, Xiao Anren shouted at Lin Chen's back, but unfortunately, it was as if Lin Chen didn't hear him and continued to fly north. Innate realm experts could only fly in the air for a short period of time, and it was not fast, and it consumed a lot of their own true chi power. Never mind, there's no rush to get there now. Xiao Anren landed on the ground, her beautiful eyes glowing with a strong look of anticipation. No one knew what she was expecting, except herself. Just now she thought of a worn-out ancient book she had once seen, but at this moment, she was running towards the bookstore in a hurry to take another look at that ancient book. One by one, the strongest martial artists flew up from the imperial city and flew towards the Coyote Ridge. After only about 100 breaths of time, Lin Chen flew over the Coyote Ridge and quickly landed on top of a hill. This hilltop was only tens of feet away from the place where the rushing sunlight emerged. Lin Chen could clearly see that there was a crack in the ground over there, and a brilliant haze of light shot out from the middle of the crack. That crack was only 2 fingers wide and about 10 feet long at this point, and it was slowly growing longer and wider. More and more martial arts powerhouses flew over from the imperial city. Everyone picked their own spot to land and looked at the crack from a distance. There were also people who released their divine sense to check it out. It was easy to sense that the aura in this area had become extraordinarily dense, and the place where the haze emerged had very powerful chi fluctuations. Everyone's divine sense was unable to cover the area where the haze emerged, much less towards the subterranean depths of that rift. What's down there is anyone's guess. Everyone's eyes were eager. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 people suddenly swept in from the side and landed beside Lin Chen. They were Emperor Shao Anshuan, Chief Eunuch Li Lianqing, and the 6th elder of the Tianwu sect, Lin Zhengying. If Lin Zhengying, a great master, had not accompanied him, Shao Anshuan would not have easily left the city, much less come to such a place in person. After all, this has become a place of right and wrong, with the potential for violent conflict to erupt. It looks like it will be a while before we can see the treasures hidden underground. Shao Anshuan was the first to speak. There's no harm in waiting for a good meal. Lin Zhengying wore a smile on his face and had a bottomless look on his face. Li Lianqing, on the other hand, was silent. It's too boring to just wait around. I'll go back first. Lin Chen estimated that he would have to wait for at least 3 more days, and then he flew off to the south. There were too many martial arts powerhouses gathered in the Coyote Ridge. Lin Chen disliked this kind of occasion and didn't want to give others the chance to sneak up on him. It's safest to go back and wait. After flying for some distance, Lin Chen offered up the lucid silver puppet. He could go back and wait himself, but he also had to keep a close eye on the situation over here, lest there really was a treasure out there and he couldn't get the news. Although they were 200 miles apart and Lin Chen couldn't manipulate the lucid silver puppet with his divine sense, he was able to monitor this side through the lucid silver puppet. Lin Chen flew back to the imperial city, while the lucid silver puppet was on the ground, walking towards the Coyote Ridge step by step without any haste. In Coyote Ridge, Lin Qingshan and Duan Murong were also on top of a hill, and both of them were in disguise. Chief Lin, the person who just flew away from over there should be the palace's newly promoted Grand Duke of Loyalty. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Avoiding and Turning a Blind Eye. Duan Murong had never seen Lin Chen, but there were powerful people from the Duanmu clan's sovereign realm who had. It was seen on the morning of the Festival of the Gods. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly struck out and killed Duanmu Ping, who was bound to death, on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival. In addition to Duanmu Ping, the Duanmu clan had sent out 3 powerful men of the sovereign realm, 2 of whom managed to escape. Well, it's him. Lin Qingshan gently nodded his head, not explaining to Duan Murong that Lin Chen was his son, lest it affect the partnership between the Divine Sanction Organization and the Duanmu family. Looking at the suit, that rather young and powerful person should be the current emperor, Duan Murong added, the blue-shirt old man by his side. Could it be the 6th elder of the Tianwu sect, Lin Zhengying? That's right. Lin Qingshan nodded again. No wonder the emperor dared to personally leave the city, so he was accompanied by a great master. Duan Murong coldly snorted. Sooner or later, let him become the king of the fallen country. The Duanmu clan originally had no grievances with the Shao imperial clan, but the fact that their family's grandmaster as well as a grandmaster realm powerhouse had fallen in the imperial palace had caused their family's overall strength to plummet, and had given them a reason to hate the Shao imperial clan, though they were the ones who rebelled in the first place. Ha! Lin Qingshan was just about to answer when he saw a stooped old man in a cloak. The rickety old man had come alone and stayed alone at the top of a small mountain. too far apart. Coupled with the cap of the cloak covering it, Lin Qingshan couldn't see the face of the hunched old man, and his divine sense couldn't cover that side either. Xiao Yuanhou? Lin Qingshan was doubly surprised. He had seen the hunched old man on the day of the Festival of the Gods, watching the battle from a distance outside the palace. This person resembled Xiao Yuanhou, the Grandmaster of the Xiao Imperial clan. Xiao Yuanhou is still alive? Duan Murong also looked towards the top of that small mountain with the same look of incredulity. No. Lin Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said, if he is Xiao Yuanhou, why isn't he with the emperor? Then it's not Xiao Yuanhou. After a slight pause, Duan Murong asked again, Chief Lin, the old man at the top of the mountain over there, is he the great master who suddenly struck out against Situ Jing on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival? Yes. Lin Qingshan nodded. At that time, I thought that he must be Xiao Yuanhou. He and Xiao Yuanhou's appearance is very similar, and besides Xiao Yuanhou, there's no reason for any other old great masters to put their lives on the line for the Xiao Imperial clan. Didn't he get hit by Situ Jing's hegemonic dragon gun and fall long ago? Duan Murong frowned. At that time, he smashed down from the air into the Imperial City. No one knows the details. Lin Qingshan said glumly, I just thought that if he was Xiao Yuanhou, he wouldn't be able to live for a few days without dying after receiving such a heavy blow. But I didn't realize that he wasn't Xiao Yuanhou. If it's not Xiao Yuanhou, what could it be? Duan Murong was perplexed. Why would he help the Xiao Imperial clan? Lin Qingshan was equally baffled and couldn't figure it out. The god's dictatorship was very good at gathering intelligence, but unfortunately it knew nothing about the rickety old man. He'll be hit by Situ Jing's bearing dragon shot, so I guess his strength isn't too impressive at the Grandmaster level. After pondering for a moment, Duan Murong added, moreover, it is highly likely that he has not yet recovered from his injuries, coupled with the fact that he looks old and unwell. He should pose no threat to us. Aha! Lin Qingshan answered. The Japanese Grandmaster should be arriving soon, and will also bring a group of Japanese Grandmaster realm powerhouses. Our side is not weak. Look, Lin Zhengying is leading the emperor over. Duan Murong gave a reminder. At this moment, Lin Zhengying and Xiao Anquan flew towards the top of the hill where the lucid silver puppet was located. The lucid silver golem spotted them and then dodged away. The duo had just landed on the top of the hill, and the lucid silver puppet had already flown to the top of another hill. That senior obviously doesn't want to see us. Xiao Anquan spoke up. Sixth Elder, since people are not willing to chat with us for a few moments, we shouldn't force ourselves. Okay, this place is harboring danger, so I'll send His Majesty back to the palace first. Thank you, Sixth Elder. Immediately afterward, Xiao Anquan, accompanied by Lin Zhengying, returned to the imperial city and to the palace. As the emperor, he can't risk his life. In order to compete for treasures and great opportunities, those martial arts powerhouses would go crazy, and the emperor would kill them as usual. Shortly afterward, Lin Zhengying came back to Coyote Ridge. Just as he arrived, Li Lianqing left alone. Lin Zhengying looked at where the lucid silver puppet was located, and then at where Lin Qingshan and Duan Murong were located. He laughed disdainfully before sitting down on his knees under a large tree. Seeing that Lin Zhengying had returned to the Wild Wolf Ridge, Duan Murong proposed, Chief Lin, at this time, there are absolutely no great masters in the palace, so if we kill the palace directly, we can decapitate the emperor. Duan Mu family master, what's the point of killing an emperor? Lin Qingshan shook his head and said, unless they kill all of the Xiao royal family, they can change the emperor. There are still quite a few Zhongshe realm powerhouses in the palace. They just need to hold out for a while and wait for Lin Zhengying's support. Flying back to the imperial city from here won't take too much time for a Grandmaster. Also, Duan Murong didn't dare to underestimate the depths of the Xiao imperial clan. Killing the palace at this time might be able to kill Emperor Xiao Anquan, and it would also be able to heavily damage the Xiao clan's royal family. But what about afterward? It was possible that they would have to face the pursuit of two great masters. Strange, just now Lin Zhengying and the emperor obviously wanted to have an interview with that old man, but that old man chose to avoid it. Duan Murong had a puzzled look on his face. Can't figure out what's going on between them. Lin Qingshan said, it doesn't matter. When the Japanese clan's strong team arrives, even if that old man joins forces with Lin Zhengying, we won't be at a disadvantage. Chief Lin, can you invite the barbarian clan's Grandmaster to come here as well? Duan Murong asked. No, Lin Qingshan replied back. The distance is too far. By the time the news is sent to the north, the barbarian clan's great masters won't have arrived yet, and perhaps the treasures here will have already come out. Besides, the involvement of the barbarian clan's strongest person will only complicate the situation, or even completely lose control. It's enough to have the Japanese clan to help. Duan Murong nodded. if not forced to do so. The Duanmu family did not want to collude with the foreigners. Time passes slowly. The crack in the Coyote Ridge slowly widened, and the haze that shot out from it became more and more blazing. This day at dusk, Xiao Anren returned from the Qianming Hall to the book depository. She asked Lin Chen. His Majesty said that he and the sixth elder met that hunchbacked old senior at the Wild Wolf Ridge, but that old senior shunned them. Does eunuch Lin know why this is? I don't know. Lin Chen guessed seemingly seriously. Probably because he doesn't feel the need to be polite and false. It could also be that he is worried that the words won't end well once there is a conflict. Your Highness is also aware that the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect thinks highly of himself and doesn't speak very well. Yes? Xiao Anren smiled, knowing in his heart that eunuch Lin was very unimpressed with that Grandmaster of the heavenly martial sect. Or what? Lin Chen asked a rhetorical question. Chapter 78 Secret Chamber at the Bottom of the Pit. 3 Treasures. Chapter 78 Secret Chamber at the Bottom of the Pit. 3 Treasures. I think so. Xiao Anren casually agreed. In fact, she also disliked that great master of the Tianwu sect, but she couldn't show it very bluntly like Lin Chen. Nowadays, the Xiao clan's royal clan was in great need of the heavenly martial sect's help, and even more so, Lin Zhengying's support. Why isn't eunuch Lin waiting in the Coyote Ridge? Xiao Anren asked curiously. It's a terrible environment there. Lin Chen returned. With that old senior around, there's no need for me to keep guarding that side. Eunuch Lin, if there really is a treasure out there, could you take me with you when you go over there? Xiao Anren made a request. It is possible, but I do not guarantee your highness's safety. Lin Chen was going to say the ugly words up front. If your highness encounters danger after going down there, or even directly loses your life, just don't blame me. Eunuch Lin is already grateful for taking me there. Xiao Anren said, there is no need for eunuch Lin to protect me, and there is no need for eunuch Lin to save me if I am in danger. That works. Lin Chen nodded. Bringing someone there wouldn't slow down his imperial flight. Thank you eunuch Lin in advance. Xiao Anren's face was grateful, her bright eyes full of anticipation. 3 days went by in a flash. The time came to January 20th. There were even more people on the side of the Coyote Ridge. Not only were there a large number of Zhongshe realm powerhouses and a few great Zhongshe, but there were also more than 100 innate realm experts. The God's Cut organization is almost out in force. The Duanmu clan was also full of elites. The experts of the Xiao clan's royal family who hadn't gone to the border to fight, except for a portion that stayed behind in the palace, the rest had come to the Coyote Ridge. On the evening of the 19th day, the strong contingent of the Japanese tribe also arrived. They were led by a Grandmaster, and there were 8 other powerful people of the sovereign realm, a lineup that could be considered luxurious. They didn't rush into the Coyote Ridge, and after meeting with Lin Qingshan and Duanmu Rong, according to the plan, they hid in a small forest roughly 10 miles away from the Coyote Ridge. As soon as they saw the signal from Lin Qingshan, they would kill their way into the Wild Wolf Ridge as fast as they could, giving a surprise to the various forces that had gathered at the Wild Wolf Ridge with the intention of competing for the treasures. Since the Xiao Imperial clan had enough Zhongshe realm powerhouses and innate realm experts on this side, Lin Zhengying didn't call in any other heavenly martial sect powerhouses. Many of the strongest members of the heavenly martial sect had gone to the western part of the empire and were trying to deal with the incursions of the demonic beasts. There was still a portion of experts to be left to guard the home, and the heavenly martial sect was unable to support the side of the Wild Wolf Ridge. Late at night on this day of the 20th, the crack in the Coyote Ridge suddenly accelerated in size. Before only nearly a foot wide, a moment later, is already more than 3 feet wide. A large haze of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire Coyote Ridge. With that, the ground shook. Even when he was in the middle of the Dacian imperial city, there was a noticeable tremor. Majestic and vast chi fluctuations surged out crazily from the depths of the underground, sweeping in all directions. One of the peaks of the Coyote Ridge shook violently while the mountain cracked and rubble rolled. It's even greater than the commotion created by the treasure trove coming out of that ancient sect's ruins in the northwestern part of the empire. Lin Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. When that treasure trove hidden deep underground came out, Lin Qingshan was at the late stage of the Zhongshe realm cultivation, and at that time, he could always remain calm and collected, and didn't feel that those big movements were so earth-shattering. Tonight was different on this side of Coyote Ridge. The powerful aura that was raging at this moment caused him, a Grandmaster, to involuntarily experience a gust of heart palpitations and numbness in his scalp. It was as if what was about to come out of the world was not some treasure or great opportunity, but rather a divine devil or ancient ferocious beast that had been dormant for a long time. For the first time since he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, Lin Qingshan had developed a sense of powerlessness, and for the first time he felt small. The invisible pressure that enveloped the entire Coyote Ridge was suffocating. Under the powerful aura sweeping through the area, the great masters could only barely stand still, and the strongest members of the patriarchal realm were all weak in the knees, intending to prostrate themselves. After a big commotion appeared over here, Lin Chen quickly rushed over with Xiao Anren. Instead of rushing to break into the Coyote Ridge, the duo stopped in midair at the southern edge of the Coyote Ridge. "Your Highness will wait here." Lin Chen let go of one of Xiao Anren's arms. The situation ahead was unclear. He couldn't take Xiao Anren with him and venture over. "Okay, thank you, eunuch Lin." Xiao Anren operated the true chi in his body and maintained his levitation posture. Under the reflection of the haze, she could see the powerful group of the Xiao clan's imperial clan, not far ahead in the outer area of the Coyote Ridge. Looking further into the depths of the Coyote Ridge, she saw Lin Zhengying, the sixth elder of the Sky Martial sect. Apparently, Lin Chen had deliberately sent her to this place for her safety. "It's not enough to raise your hand." Lin Chen waved his hand, then flew away with a long stride. Without flying into the Coyote Ridge, Lin Chen chose to make a detour and flew over to the Lucid Silver Golem. The Lucid Silver Golem was on top of a small mountain deep within the Coyote Ridge, roughly 200 feet away from the haze rushing through the crack. As a puppet, it naturally had no fear. It would charge ahead for Lin Chen, and it would be best if it could shortcut him. If not, Lin Chen himself would charge over to meet him when he was sure it was safe. Lin Chen wouldn't take the risk himself. There was no need for that at all. He had the system on his side, and whether or not he could get any other treasures or chances would have little impact. The reason why he had come over was because Lin Chen wanted to gain a long insight into the methods of ancient powerhouses. At least today's so-called powerhouses posed no threat to him, or else he would have definitely chosen to ignore them and continue to languish in the book depository. Rumble. The mountains of the Coyote Ridge were still shaking violently, and several peaks closer to that crack had even collapsed. Less than a tea time after Lin Chen arrived, the area where that crack was located suddenly collapsed. The crack was gone, and in its place was a huge deep pit. The rushing haze was also gone. The entire Coyote Ridge was again shrouded in a heavy night. A figure rushed towards the deep pit, scrambling to land at the bottom. All of them were Zhongshe realm powerhouses or great masters. They appeared to be extraordinarily cautious, and everyone was wrapped in an extremely thick body shield of light. Under Lin Chen's control, the lucid silver puppet also rushed towards the bottom of the deep pit. Lin Chen did not enter the pit. Although he entered the Coyote Ridge, he stopped at a hidden corner 20 feet away from the deep pit. The giant pit was more than 200 feet deep, and the bottom was spacious and not dim. There is a flat stone wall at the bottom of the pit. The stone wall was engraved with complicated mysterious patterns, and those patterns continuously flowed while emitting a bright glow. No one could read the mysterious patterns on the stone walls. Just as a group of powerful people were gazing and observing, that stone wall suddenly cracked automatically, like a stone door that opened automatically. The stone wall cracked open a zhang wide, and before the eyes of the crowd, an underground chamber appeared. The Chamber of Secrets is not a treasure trove. There was only one long table in it, on which 3 treasures were placed. The crowd burst into excitement and were about to rush in to fight for the treasures, but they realized that the 3 treasures had each been wrapped up in a thick ball of light. Then after that, 3 balls of light each flew out of the secret room with a treasure. The crowd shot out to intercept them, but unfortunately, no one was able to retain any of the light masses, much less break them. One could only watch as the 3 light masses flew from the bottom of the pit to the ground. Chapter 79. How could this person be so powerful? Chapter 79. How could this person be so powerful? After them, the crowd jumped up and gave chase at full speed. Never let those 3 clusters of light get away. Lin Chen, who was guarding the vicinity of the large pit, struck out at this moment. He offered a spirit binding rope and bound a ball of light. At the same time, the other 2 clusters of light flew into midair. A figure flew out of the pit. Lin Chen held the end of the spirit binding rope in his hand and pulled that ball of light to the side as he retreated rapidly. The light mass that was tied up was full of spirituality and struggled violently, wanting to break free. Lin Chen had yet to obtain the treasures in the light cluster, and didn't want to cause trouble. If he were to spar with someone, it would be difficult for him to keep holding the end of the spirit binding rope tightly with one hand all the time, and it would be highly likely that the treasure that came into his hands would fly away. There are only 3 treasures in total. Lin Chen would be satisfied if he could obtain one of these pieces. Moreover, it was possible that the lucid silver puppet could help him grab another treasure. Lin Chen wanted to take away that light mass and didn't want to fight with anyone. He was prepared and extremely fast. The powerhouses that flew out of the big pit were too late to obstruct them. Lin Chen urged his wind leopard boots and rushed out more than 100 feet in the twinkling of an eye. Previously did not get to the bottom of the big pit. ambushed in the vicinity of the various forces of the Zhongshu realm powerhouses, just wanted to intercept, but Lin Chen is the body under several flashes, easily avoided their siege. This man is so fast. A strong sect master realm practitioner from a small sect couldn't help but gasp out in awe as he looked at the string of residual shadows left behind by Lin Chen. The treasures that have already been snatched away, people do not pay attention to them for the time being. There were two other light masses in the air. They had stopped and hovered silently. Immediately afterward, various powerhouses frantically scrambled for them. Some people tried to break through the light mass, but unfortunately, they simply couldn't do it. Each light cluster was the means of an ancient powerhouse, and although it was not offensive, it was extremely strong in defense. For a while, no one could take the treasures in the light cluster for themselves, but people can't just wait in silence. After all, it wasn't a family. We all belonged to different forces, and since we couldn't get the treasure at the moment, we should settle the rivals first. A fierce battle was fought. Surrounding those two balls of light wrapped with treasures, the crowd fought fiercely. In mid-air, various colors of light flashed more than once. Huge palm prints, fist prints, and as Xian-ranked magic treasures bloomed out of the strong light. There are also powerful sword awnings intertwined. Streams of light were splashed. The sound is earth-shattering. The lucid silver golem was also in the middle of the chaos. No one knew where it came from, only that it was a mysterious and aged Grandmaster. In order to conserve the true essence energy in his body, according to Lin Chen's mind, the lucid silver puppet tried its best to avoid fighting with great masters. It just keeps circling the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity. Those two clusters of light would not always exist, and their power would surely continue to diminish. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was traveling at full speed all the way, and if he encountered any obstacles, he would perform the illusory body misty shadow steps, and no one under the great masters could make him stop. Roughly 10 breaths of time passed, and Lin Chen had already rushed out of the Coyote Ridge. He was about to find a place to hide and see how he could break through that light mass bound by the spirit-binding rope when a group of black-clothed men greeted him. "There's a Grandmaster." Lin Chen's divine sense keenly sensed that there were a total of 9 people on the other side. All of them were not weak, and the worst of them had an early-stage cultivation in the Zhongshu realm. The other party had naturally not only discovered Lin Chen, but had also seen the mass of light that was bound by the spirit-binding rope. They blocked Lin Chen's path in a semicircle, approaching quickly while closing the semicircle formation into a circle. They want to form a huddle. What a light in the outhouse. The opponent had already left Lin Chen with no way to retreat, and he could only stop to fight. Whoosh! The 4-pole golden thunder sword flew out, splitting into 4 in the twinkling of an eye, flying to the southeast, northwest, and north at an extremely fast speed, and in turn encircling the 9 people on the other side. Immediately afterward, a powerful sword formation might began to rage and grow stronger. Lin Chen gripped the end of the spirit-binding rope with his left hand, and held the golden rainbow sword with his right hand, and without hesitation, he chopped out a golden sword blade towards the opposing Grandmaster. The golden sword blade bathed in golden flames whistled out. The powerful and domineering golden sword blade carried a blazing aura, like a golden lightning that tore through the dark night. The other party's Grandmaster reacted very quickly, and with a single shake of his body, he moved more than 10 feet across the room, dodging the golden sword on. Immediately following that, he dashed straight forward for tens of feet again, chopping out a dozen fiery red blade lights in the air towards Lin Chen. Those fiery red blade lights intertwined like a net, blocking off all of Lin Chen's dodging directions. The true essence light shield on Lin Chen's body was quickly broken. His true essence was strong enough, but the other party was a great master after all, and the long knife in the other party's hand was also a Xian rank upper grade magic treasure. Moreover, the other party had obviously executed a rather powerful blade martial art, so he was able to strike a dozen powerful blade lights in a flash. However, Lin Chen didn't care at all about those blade lights struck by his opponent. Those blade lights had already weakened a lot after they had crushed his true elemental light shield, and then weakened by the Yutian essence flame that he had released. Only 1/10 of its initial power remained. In fact, Lin Chen was completely capable of carrying those blade lights hard. This was because he was wearing the Xian rank extreme grade spirit silkworm silver silk clothes. Hard against those blade lights struck by his opponent, Lin Chen stopped performing the instantaneous Mang sword technique, which could be easily dodged, and started performing the floating sword technique. At the same time, his divine sense controlled the 4 golden thunder swords and continued to enhance the sword formation's power. Sword light surfaced from the sky, forming a cage of sword light that covered a wide area. Being in this sword light cage, Lin Chen would get stronger and stronger the more he fought, while his enemies would be suppressed by the powerful sword power. Lin Chen was already very fast, and the floating sword technique was known for its lightness and fluttering, so the Grandmaster who was trapped in the sword formation quickly fell into a disadvantage. Lin Chen waved the golden rainbow sword, using the illusory body misty shadow steps with the floating zero sword technique. It was really like a ghost dancing in the night. His attack was erratic and continuous, and he beat the Grandmaster who could only be tired of fighting, and had no power to fight back. How could this person be so powerful? He has Hotian essence flame on his body, but no Yuan spirit aura. He should be a Zongshi who ignited the essence flame in advance, and has not yet reached the great Zongshi realm. His Hotian essence flame is also very special. It actually has dragon shadows floating around. This kind of Hotian essence flame is unheard of. Moreover, this person's true essence is of high quality. He moves extremely fast, and his sword Dao realm is likewise not low. Looking at his dress, he should be a big official of the inner court in the palace of the Dakian Empire. Could it be the eunuch that the Duanmu family has mentioned? The Grandmaster Murakami Ryuta, who came from the Japanese imperial family, was trying his best to fight while secretly speculating. The might of the four-direction sword prison formation was causing him double headaches, and his entire body was becoming heavier and heavier. You, quickly attack those four long swords. Murakami Ryuta gave a command to the Japanese clan sect master realm powerhouse who came with him. The opponent's sword formation must be broken. Once the sword formation reached its strongest power, even he, a great master, was afraid that he would perish here, without the slightest possibility of escape. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't allow the other party's Zongshi realm powerhouse to destroy the sword formation. He took out and activated the top-grade Xian rank Golden Vine Xian Fu, causing it to suddenly explode beside Murakami Ryuta. In the next moment, a golden cane appeared out of thin air, and in the twinkling of an eye, it bound Murakami Ryuta. P.S. Fourth shift. I've added more today. Thank you all for your support and love. In addition, the debut of the new book. The current results are very good, but also need you to continue to support. Help a little bit of hyped up. Send some free small gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 80, Chopping Another Grandmaster. True Dragon's Blood Fruit. Chapter 80, Chopping Another Grandmaster. The real Dragon's Blood Fruit. The Golden Vine Xian rune that Lin Chen had just utilized was one of the rewards given by the system when Zheng Yi entered the Qi drawing realm. A single golden rattan released by the Xian rank upper grade golden rattan Xian symbol was able to bind a great master in his prime like Duanmu Ping, and naturally, it was also able to bind Murakami Ryuta as well. Bad. Feeling the power of one of the golden vines that kept strangling tightly, Murakami Ryuta tried his best to resist while secretly crying out in dismay. The opponent is too strong. At this time, Murakami Ryuta had already begun to regret that all those Japanese patriarchs who had followed him here were afraid to suffer. It's too late to repent. Lin Chen couldn't kill a grandmaster in a very short period of time, but killing these grandmasters was without difficulty. Lin Chen, who was bathed in golden firelight and entangled in dragon shadows, was strangely fast and his battle power was strangely high with the wind leopard boots. In the midst of the roiling sword light, Lin Chen sped through the wind, leaving a string of stumps behind him. Wherever they passed, the patriarchs bled. Almost one sword killed one, and the ones that could make him swing two swords were few and far between. Even if a certain patriarch had treasure clothes and armor or other defensive treasures of a not-so-low grade on his body, he wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Chen's attacks. It must be known that at this moment, even without the help of the four directions sword prison formation, Lin Chen was still a bit more powerful than an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. Only 10 breaths had passed, and all 8 of the opposing party's Zongshi realm powerhouses perished in the air, with none of them being spared. In such a short period of time, Murakami Ryuta was naturally unable to get out of his trap, and was still bound by a single golden cane to death. Through the gap between his body shield and those golden vines, this Japanese Grandmaster's heart was dead and terrified. This time, when he came above the continent, he had a great mission. Whether or not the Japanese tribe could successfully transfer to the land and have a vast territory depended on this action of him and the 8 Japanese patriarchs. In his opinion, even if the operation failed, as a great master himself, he would never fall out. With the Divine Disarmament Organization and the Duanmu clan cooperating, there was little chance of the operation failing. After all, the Shao Imperial clan still had to deal with the threat from the border. How could he not expect that he would have to lose his entire army just a short while after arriving in the hinterland of the Great Qian Empire? The Divine Sanction Organization and the Duanmu family are too unreliable. With such a powerful opponent, the intelligence didn't even get to the bottom of people. The heavens are going to forget me. The Japanese, Ryuta Murakami wailed in his mind. At this moment, he could not use any escape techniques and could only expect someone to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, The nearby powerhouses were all focused on those two light masses, and no one even noticed the situation over here. Even if someone finds out, they may not come to lend a helping hand. The roiling sword light created by the four-direction sword prison formation was so loud and powerful that it was too frightening. After finishing off the 8 Japanese clan patriarchs, Lin Chen allowed the 4 golden thunder swords to merge into one, polymerizing into the 4-pole golden thunder sword. He held this Xian rank extreme sword weapon and stabbed Murakami Ryuta straight with all his might. Murakami Ryuta was deadlocked and couldn't dodge the attack, so he could only take it. A hard carry is definitely not a carry. Lin Chen specifically aimed to stab Murakami Ryuta's head violently, and soon the Japanese Grandmaster followed in the footsteps of Duan Mupeng. He was pierced through the head by the 4 Extremes Golden Thunder Sword, and his head was then crushed and exploded by the powerful and overpowering sword chi. His Yuanshan was exposed and then suffered the deterrent soul cast by Lin Chen, which in turn gradually collapsed. Lin Chen still wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead began to pack up the loot. 9 powerful members of the Japanese clan. Everyone had Xian-ranked magic treasures on them. These magic treasures, Lin Chen couldn't use himself, but he could give them to his godchildren. Coming to a foreign country to carry out a dangerous mission, it was natural that these Japanese powerhouses would also carry some elixirs to heal their wounds and restore their power. These elixirs are likewise quite valuable. The main thing was that he was strong enough, so he dared to stay behind and clean up the battlefield, and he wasn't at all afraid that someone would suddenly kill him. Not bad. Not wasting a piece of golden vine Xian rune for nothing, Lin Chen gripped the end of the spirit binding rope tightly and pulled that ball of light away in satisfaction. It's worth mentioning, before Lin Chen advanced to the sovereign realm, only things rewarded by the system could be stored inside the system warehouse. Nowadays, as long as it's a non-living thing and it's an ownerless thing with no consciousness or spirit, it can be collected into the system warehouse. Of course, treasures that had already recognized Lin Chen as their master were also allowed. The 3 clusters of light that flew out from the underground chamber belonged to a special case in that the treasures they encased were purely unowned, but they were all clusters of special energy light. This kind of energy light mass could not be stowed away in the system warehouse. It was like a true elemental palm seal that some strong person had struck out at Lin Chen, and Lin Chen couldn't put it away in the system warehouse. As Lin Chen moved away from the Coyote Ridge, he occasionally turned around to look at the mid-air of the Coyote Ridge. The place was still filled with light and splendor, and from time to time there were earth-shattering explosions coming out, and it looked like the battle was in full swing. Lin Chen didn't return to the Great Qian Imperial City. Casually finding a remote place, Lin Chen dropped down from mid-air, and then continuously attacked that light mass bound by the spirit binding rope with the 4 extreme golden thunder sword. He quickly realized that his attacks could not have the slightest effect. That light mass was continuously becoming weaker, but it wasn't because of Lin Chen's attack. Regardless of whether it was attacked or not, it was still like that, and Lin Chen's attacks didn't make it weaken faster. That is to say, one must wait for some time to get the treasure wrapped in it. Lin Chen stopped attacking and waited patiently. Deep in Coyote Ridge, suddenly appeared over that huge pit. The various powerhouses who were fighting hard had also realized that their attacks had no effect on the 2 light masses in the air. They simultaneously realized that the might contained in those 2 light clusters was diminishing. So, they began to have reservations and stopped going all out. It would have to wait until those 2 clusters of light had completely dissipated. They didn't stop either, just symbolically testing each other. In this manner, after roughly 1 incense stick of time, the 2 light clusters in the air suddenly exploded at the same time, turning into a rain of light in the sky. The rain of light first dispersed in mid-air, then quickly sprinkled down. By Lin Chen's side, the light mass bound by the spirit binding rope was the same. The difference was that the rain of light that this light mass turned into was not sprinkled in the air, as it was only about 3 feet above the ground when it exploded. The light mass ceased to exist, and Lin Chen saw the treasure it was wrapped in. It was a jade box, and when it was opened, a foreign fruit could be seen, crystallized in golden, like a golden ball. A closer look reveals that its rind is densely covered with golden dragon stripes, and its flesh is in liquid form, with misty dragon shadows swimming in it. It's a real dragon's blood fruit. Great stuff! Lin Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. This dragon's blood fruit and the dragon's blood fruit core gifted by the Shao clan's royal family earlier clearly belonged to the same species. This fully matured dragon's blood fruit was an exotic fruit-type heavenly treasure of the lower tier of the Earth Order. Normally, Lin Chen couldn't directly take an exotic fruit of this tier because his body simply couldn't withstand the powerful energy it contained. However, Lin Chen had absorbed the special energy from the core of a dragon's blood fruit, and not only had his physique undergone a metamorphosis, but he also had an extremely strong adaptability and digestibility to the same type of dragon's blood fruit. Not bad, not bad. not a wasted trip. Lin Chen was very satisfied. However, he couldn't rush to take this dragon blood fruit. Chapter 81 Who is its owner? Chapter 81 Who is its owner? Lin Chen had to take the dragon blood fruit in an absolutely safe place. The powerful energy of the dragon blood fruit would prevent him from striking for a while. Lin Chen covered the lid of the jade box before storing it in the system warehouse, then returned to the Coyote Ridge. Before he even reached the Wild Wolf Ridge, Lin Chen suddenly wrinkled his brows. He sensed that he had lost contact with the lucid silver golem. Originally, no matter how far away it was, although he couldn't control the Ryukin puppet with his divine sense at all times, he could at least sense the existence and general location of the Ryukin puppet. At this moment, he suddenly couldn't sense the presence of the Ryukin puppet, proving that the Ryukin puppet had met an untimely end. It was just a Xian rank upper grade puppet. Lin Chen didn't care. There was more than one great master within the Coyote Ridge, and there were even more powerful people in the master realm. And a puppet that was far away from its master and only had a simple sense of combat could easily suffer a heavy blow. A Xian rank upper grade puppet was only comparable to an early stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse, and if they really had to put their best foot forward, they would actually be unable to defeat an early stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. After all, the lucid silver puppet didn't have too strong a magic treasure and couldn't execute too strong a martial skill. Its advantage is simply just that it has a strong defense by virtue of its own material. If it was very strong, it wouldn't have been struck by Situ Jing's Overlord Dragon Gun that easily, and proceeded to fall into the air. Although the lucid silver puppet isn't particularly powerful, its entire body is comparable to an upper-grade Xian-ranked magic treasure, and it didn't even suffer any serious injuries when it hardened itself against Situ Jing's hegemonic dragon gun. So who can destroy it? Lin Chen was curious in his heart. The person who could destroy that lucid silver puppet was bound to be a great master whose strength was above Situ Jing's. By the time Lin Chen arrived at the Coyote Ridge, the fight over here had already ended. There wasn't a single strong figure in mid-air. The Shao Imperial clan's patriarchs as well as Ascendant Realm experts also began to return to the Great Xian Imperial City. Lin Chen saw Shao Anren in the Shao Imperial clan's group and did not see Lin Zhengying, the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect. At this moment, Shao Anren was all normal except for a slightly tense expression. Lin Chen flew into the Coyote Ridge and searched carefully. Unfortunately, the entire Coyote Ridge had been searched for but not found that lucid silver puppet. I guess it was taken away after it was badly damaged. Lin Chen had no choice but to leave and return to the Great Xian Imperial City. In a wilderness that was 100 miles away from the Coyote Ridge, Lin Qingshan led a group of people from the Divine Sanction organization and waited until the Duanmu clan's team led by Duanmu Rong. The two teams were of different sizes, the same in that they both looked a little worse for wear. Duanmu family master, what's the situation with the Japanese tribe? Lin Qingshan asked in annoyance. Why did they keep pressing on when they were told to suddenly launch an attack? Ugh, they're all dead. Duanmu Rong sighed and pointed behind himself. There were two experts from the Duanmu clan who then took a few steps forward, and each of the two dropped a body. One body was relatively intact, only stabbed through the chest. The other body was missing its head. Isn't that the second prince of the Japanese tribe? Lin Qingshan pointed one arm at the relatively intact body. Aha! Duanmu Rong nodded his head, and without waiting for Lin Qingshan to make another inquiry, he took the initiative to point at the headless corpse and said, "This is the Japanese Grandmaster Murakami Ryuta. How did they die?" Lin Qingshan was 10,000% surprised. How should I know? Duanmu Rong depressedly returned. 9 Japanese powerhouses including Murakami Ryuta and Morijiro are dead. Not a single survivor. God knows what happened to them. How is this possible? Lin Qingshan looked incredulous. A Grandmaster with 8 Grandmasters. Such a powerful lineup. Who can exterminate them all? Duanmu Rong could only shake his head. Damn it! Lin Qingshan doubled his headache. Their plan was well thought out. If the strong team of the Japanese clan didn't meet with an accident, even if they couldn't finish off Lin Zhengying tonight, they would at least be able to snatch a treasure. The treasure was not snatched, not to mention failed to kill Lin Zhengying, and even the strong team of the Japanese clan was somehow wiped out. The destruction of this powerful team of the Japanese clan weakened the overall strength of the Japanese clan greatly. In the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get help from the Japanese. It seems that we can only wait for Lin Zhengying to leave the palace or for the barbarian and northern desert kingdom's armies to descend on the city. Duanmu Rong sighed. What happened tonight had a huge impact on their previous plans. Without the help of the Japanese clan's strong team, the Divine Sanction organization and the Duanmu clan alone wouldn't dare to directly kill their way into the imperial palace. The sixth elder of the Tianwu sect, Lin Zhengying, had just displayed a very powerful strength at the Wild Wolf Ridge. tonight is not without its rewards. Lin Qingshan turned around and revealed an intriguing expression. On a boulder beside Lin Qingshan, Duan Murong also saw a corpse, a rather grotesque body with a badly caved-in chest position. Doesn't look like the body of a normal person. Duanmu family master, this is indeed not a human corpse. It is a puppet. Lin Qingshan smiled. The clothes it wore on its body before were shattered. Otherwise, the Duanmu family master would have been able to recognize it. It is the mysterious Grandmaster that was previously mistaken for Xiao Yuanhou. Duanmu Rong was astonished. It was destroyed by Lin Zhengying. Lin Qingshan added, at that time, I was fighting with Lin Zhengying when it suddenly powered up and rushed towards the treasure and got it in its hands. Then Lin Zhengying forced me back and started chasing after it. I don't have the idea of decapitating Lin Zhengying in single combat, nor do I have the strength to do so, and tonight, again, I only aim to seize the treasure. So naturally, I won't bother pestering Lin Zhengying anymore. Under the full force of Lin Zhengying's pursuit, this puppet couldn't resist nor escape, and eventually suffered a heavy blow and fell from mid-air. That treasure then fell into the hands of Lin Zhengying. Lin Zhengying didn't have the idea that he had to kill me either, and when the treasure arrived, he laughed, presumably because he was worried about a side issue. Hearing this, Duan Murong couldn't help but ask, Chief Lin, there were a total of 3 treasures. One of them was taken away along with the light mass just after it flew out of that deep pit. One of them was taken away by Lin Zhengying, and what about the other one? Duan Murong had encountered a strong contingent of the Shao Imperial clan at that time, and had no time to pay attention to the battle between the great masters, much less to compete for the treasures. I don't know. Lin Qingshan shook his head and said, the other treasure seems to possess a very high level of spiritual intelligence. The light mass wrapped around it just exploded and it flew away at an extremely fast speed. No one could stop it, and I don't know where it flew to. Duan Murong looked again at the lucid silver puppet lying on the boulder and asked curiously, does Chief Lin know who its owner is? It shouldn't be someone from the Shao Imperial clan. Not only because it had shunned the emperor, but also because Lin Zhengying took a shot at it. Lin Qingshan returned. All signs and clues indicate that its owner should be the newly promoted Grand Duke of Zhengyi in the palace. Oh, Duan Murong was a bit perplexed. Even if we don't know who the puppet's owner is, Lin Zhengying shouldn't have laid a deadly hand on it, right? After all, it had helped the Shao Imperial clan on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival, and Lin Zhengying as well as the entire Tianwu clan are also allies of the Shao Imperial clan. Chapter 82, so it's him, the empty mind ring. Chapter 82, so it's him, the ring of emptiness. It's just a fight for the treasure. Lin Qingshan returned. Don't say it's just allies. The benefits are big enough that some powerful people even kill their own family members. That newly promoted Grand Duke of Loyalty. If he knows that his puppet was destroyed by Lin Zhengying, I'm afraid that he won't take it well, Duan Murong said. Upset for sure, but I guess there's not much that can be done about it. Lin Qingshan picked up. That Grand Duke of Zhengyi is very strong, yet he only has the cultivation of the Zhongshe realm, so I don't think he dares to make a fool of himself in front of the Grandmaster. Also, Duan Murong nodded. Lin Zhengying is not an unusual great master, and now he has obtained another treasure. Ugh! Lin Qingshan let out a deep sigh, his expression becoming even more sorrowful. Great Qian Imperial City, Palace, Book Depository. When Lin Chen came back, Xiao Anren also happened to come back. Lin Chen's flying speed was very fast, and if he hadn't been delayed quite a bit in searching for the lucid silver puppet in the Coyote Ridge, he would have returned before Xiao Anren. That senior suffered a serious injury when he grabbed the treasure at the Coyote Ridge. Did your highness see the specifics of the situation at that time? In the gatehouse, Lin Chen asked. Xiao Anren hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I didn't see it. Your highness is a bad liar, and the breaks are too obvious when you lie. Lin Chen seemed to be referring to it. I really don't see it, though. Xiao Anren looked like he wanted to say something and was in a very difficult situation. Having a hard time? Lin Chen frowned. A royal powerhouse saw it. Xiao Anren finally decided to tell the truth. That senior snatched a treasure and was then pursued by the 6th elder, and after receiving a heavy blow, he fell from the sky. So it's him. Lin Chen's face became much more somber. Eunuch Lin. It's true that the 6th elder shouldn't have laid a harsh hand on that senior, but at that time, they were all fighting for the treasure, and the situation was chaotic and complicated, so it's inevitable that they wouldn't be able to grasp the balance when laying their hands on him. Xiao Anren and the entire Shao clan royal family were naturally unwilling to see Lin Chen and Lin Zhengying break out into conflict. It was for this reason that Xiao Anren had just hesitated to tell the truth. The treasure is already in that senior's hands, and Lin Zhengying still has to lay down his dead hand to snatch it. Lin Chen snorted coldly and didn't say any more. Eunuch Lin must not be impulsive, Xiao Anren advised first and followed by asking, how is that senior's injury? If you need healing pills, feel free to ask. Fallen. Lin Chen hadn't found the lucid silver golem, but he was certain that it had been destroyed. Xiao Anren knew in his heart that he was in big trouble. In her opinion, Lin Chen was able to be where he was today thanks to that mysterious powerhouse. That mysterious powerhouse had done Lin Chen a great favor. If that mysterious powerhouse was only injured, there would still be room for the matter to return, and if he directly fell, Lin Chen would never be able to let it go. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Anren had to open his mouth and reminded, Eunuch Lin, the sixth elder is not something that can be compared to an ordinary old generation Grandmaster. He comes from the heavenly martial sect, and no matter if it's his cultivation technique or the sect's martial skills, they are all very powerful. Aha! Lin Chen nodded. Thank you, Your Highness, for telling me the truth. With those words, he walked out of the gatehouse and towards the library. Ugh! Xiao Anren shook his head helplessly inside. She could tell that Lin Chen was angry, and she had also sensed anger and killing intent in Lin Chen just now. However, there were more important things for her to do at the moment. Your Highness, Yunghao woke up and opened the door to his room. Go back to sleep. Without waiting for Zheng He to finish, Xiao Anren walked into his room, closing the door to her room and shutting the window. She sat down on the bed with her knees crossed. She held out her right hand and looked down at a silver ring she wore on her right index finger. The silver ring was very ancient and dull in color, with mysterious runes engraved on it. It was the treasure that had suddenly flown away from the sky above the Coyote Ridge. At that time, Xiao Anren was on the outskirts of the Coyote Ridge, and she wasn't strong enough to go deeper into the Coyote Ridge. To her double surprise, the silver ring fell directly into her hands. Luckily, there was no one around her. No one realized that she had gotten the treasure, so naturally no one came to fight her for it. At first glance, there is nothing surprising about the silver ring, but only a closer look reveals its extraordinary nature. On the way back from the Coyote Ridge, Xiao Anren wore this ring on his hand without intentionally hiding it in his pocket, and even so, none of the royal powerhouses traveling with him noticed it. Xiao Anren removed the silver ring and looked at it carefully. Somewhere on the inner wall of the ring, the word emptiness was engraved in ancient seal script. These two words are obviously the name of this ring. Bite one of the fingers of your left hand and drip blood into the ring of emptiness. Unsurprisingly, the Empyrean ring absorbed her blood and completed its recognition. With just a thought, her own consciousness fell into a mysterious space. So it's a space ring. Xiao Anren's heart was ecstatic because not only had she obtained a space-type magic treasure, it also stored a large amount of cultivation resources. Even without those cultivation resources, a mere space-type magic treasure was extremely valuable. To this day, space-type magic treasures are almost extinct. There wasn't a single one in the entire Shao Imperial clan. 10,000 years ago, there were bound to be quite a few space-type magic treasures in this vast area where the Dacian Empire was situated. But since the cultivation environment had become worse and worse, the vast majority of high-grade magic treasures had disappeared. It wasn't hard to guess that those high-grade magic treasures had either been hidden or taken away. It seems that the account in that wretched book is not empty. It's true. Reading more really helps. Xiao Anren secretly lamented, glad that he had come to the book depository. She found a very worn-out ancient book in a corner of the library, which recorded that when the cultivation environment began to deteriorate, many clans and martial arts families left behind a rich legacy for their descendants. The Shao family is no exception. The author of that ancient book speculated that all ancient legacies deeply hidden in all places would be sealed for 10,000 years and would be automatically exposed when they expired. The reason why it was left until 10,000 years later, rather than being passed down from generation to generation, was that it was feared that it would be accidentally lost or looted in the process of being passed down. There's another important reason. The descendants of those who were taken away by the ancient powers, or those who were born out there, may come back. Their descendants from the outside are more likely to have access to their legacy. Of course, there could be other unknown reasons. While reading that ancient book, Xiao Anren thought of the treasure trove that had suddenly appeared in the northwest region of the empire. She felt that the speculations of the author of the ancient book were 80% true. It is also mentioned in the book that the ancient powerhouses must have arranged accordingly in order to let the rich legacy they left behind fall into the hands of their descendants as much as possible. For example, the gates to the hidden treasure must be opened only by one's own offspring. For example, when a treasure comes out, it falls directly into the hands of one's descendants if they are nearby. The methods of ancient powerhouses were unimaginable to people today. Chapter 83, Elemental Spirit Flying Sword. A Golden Egg. Chapter 83, Elemental Spirit Flying Sword. A Golden Egg. Xiao Anren estimated that the skywide rain of light formed by the 3 light clusters that wrapped the treasure blowing up was searching for the owner for the treasure. When the Coyote Ridge sprouted a sky-high haze, she guessed that there was a possibility that the legacy left behind by the Xiao family's ancestors was about to come out, because 10,000 years ago, the Xiao family resided in the Coyote Ridge, and at that time, that mountain range wasn't called the Coyote Ridge. It turns out she guessed right. After sighing, Xiao Anren began to scrutinize the various things in the Empyrean ring. There are a lot of spirit stones. This was the first time Xiao Anren had seen a spirit stone. In the past, he had only heard the elders describe it or read the relevant books and knew some information about spirit stones. Now it's finally seen in the flesh. There are 4 grades of spirit stones, which are lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. There is no difference in the order of heaven and earth. There were only lower grade spirit stones and middle grade spirit stones in the emptiness ring. Top grade spirit stones and extreme grade spirit stones were also relatively scarce cultivation resources 10,000 years ago, and ancient powerhouses would not leave these 2 grades of spirit stones to their descendants. In addition to spirit stones, there are bottles of pills of different types and grades, a piece of magic treasure, a variety of heavenly materials. Almost all of them were of the yellow and Xian ranks. Ancient powerhouses could naturally guess what would happen 10,000 years later. They couldn't afford to leave behind higher level treasures, and they also knew that treasures that were too high level to be left for their descendants 10,000 years later wouldn't be able to play a role at all in a short period of time. For example, if you leave behind a heavenly ranked magic treasure, not even the power of a true martial realm powerhouse could catalyze it, not to mention the Grandmaster realm. For example, who could withstand the powerful medicinal power contained in leaving behind some heavenly ranked pills? It's more practical to leave a legacy that will help future generations rise quickly. What's this? Xiao Anren's mind moved, and a short sword about a foot long and 2 inches wide appeared in her hand. The short sword was dark green in color and heavy. Not only was it glowing with a metallic luster, but it also flashed with gusts of stern and incomparable sword light. What made Xiao Anren even more surprised was that the sword intent that overflowed from the short sword from time to time caused one's heart to palpitate. After observing carefully for a long time, Xiao Anren, who had practiced the sword for many years, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. This is a Yuanling flying sword. Xiao Anren was excited, even more excited than when the emptiness ring suddenly fell into his hands, because she was considered a sword cultivator. She knew very well what a piece of Yuanling flying sword meant to her and how much benefit it could bring her. Yuanling flying swords naturally did not belong to heavenly treasures, but were a special treasure made by fusing a sword cultivator's Yuanling with a flying sword. A sword cultivator with a Yuan spirit must have reached the Great Master realm. The Grandmaster realm couldn't be called a true powerhouse 10,000 years ago. The Yuan spirit of a sword cultivator of this tier wasn't really very powerful, so it couldn't fuse with a flying sword of too high a grade. At this moment, the Yuanling flying sword in Xiao Anren's hand only reached the Xian rank extreme grade for its flying sword portion. The Yuanling part of the Yuanling flying sword had been specially refined to get rid of the unique attributes of the Yuanling owner, becoming a pure sword Dao Yuanling. Xiao Anren, in accordance with his understanding of the Yuanling flying sword, first dripped blood on this Yuanling flying sword to recognize its owner, and then collected it into his Qi inner world. Next, she needed to continuously infuse her own essence into this Yuanling flying sword. One also has to use one's own true Qigong power to continually refine it. She only had an intermediate cultivation level of the innate realm, so if she wanted to completely refine this Yuanling flying sword, it would take a very long time, and would also require a large amount of her own essence and true Qi power. If she was in the sovereign realm, the refining time would be much shorter. Unfortunately, there is no such if, but it's all worth the effort. Once she refined this Yuanling flying sword, she would break through to the Grandmaster realm at a very fast rate, and her sword Dao realm would also rapidly increase. That was why she looked so excited when she saw this Yuanling flying sword. Midnight, Phoenix Hopper Palace. Empress Lin Wen and her grandfather Lin Zhangying were currently in a tea house, drinking tea while watching a golden egg on the tea table. The golden egg is the treasure that Lin Zhangying snatched at the Coyote Ridge. It was oval in shape overall, and at this point, lying flat on its back, it was about 2 feet long and a foot tall. It is inwardly colored and its eggshell is densely covered with mysterious and peculiar patterns. It could be clearly felt that it was overflowing with a very strong vitality, and also contained a domineering and powerful demonic aura. It's not hard to guess that it's an egg that hasn't hatched yet. After hatching, it would become a demonic beast cub with a high bloodline. Grandpa, can you tell what species it is? Can't see it. Lin Zhangying shook his head. Anyway, it must have come from a big place. It's been 10,000 years. Why hasn't it hatched yet? It can't be a dead egg, can it? Lin Min asked again. It can't be a dead egg, because its breath of life is still strong. Lin Zhengying replied back. It should have been in this state 10,000 years ago, and then it has been sealed, stopping the hatching process, and now that the seal has been lifted, it can continue to hatch, and it's estimated that it won't take too long for it to be born. It seems to be left behind by some ancient powerhouse on purpose. The more Lin Min looked, the more curious he became. Yes, Lin Zhengying picked up, after the birth of this demonic beast cub, once it grows up, it is bound to be very powerful, and the person or clan family that gets it will benefit from it, judging from the powerful aura that is faintly overflowing from it. It may even have the strength of a Grandmaster realm right after it breaks out of its shell. The stronger it is, the better. Lin Min's face was filled with hope. Grandpa will bring it back to the Tianwu sect and make it hatch, and the Tianwu sect will become even stronger. It's at least one step short of hatching, Lin Zhengying said with a bit of a headache. This step requires a lot of cultivation resources to be provided to it in order to move past it, but our Tianwu sect doesn't have many cultivation resources nowadays. Emptying out our family's reserves may not even be able to help it take this step. It's worth it to pay more, Lin Min said. That's right, Lin Zhengying nodded. We have to give it a try no matter what. Moreover, there will surely be other ancient legacies coming out in the future, so if we can monopolize a treasure trove, we will also have the cultivation resources to help it take the final step. Grandpa, did that mysterious Grandmaster behind Lin Chen make a move to seize the treasure tonight? Lin Min asked, changing the subject. It's natural to strike. Lin Zhengying smiled back. Actually, the so-called mysterious Grandmaster is not a person, but a Xian rank puppet. Ha! Lin Min's eyes widened, doubly surprised. A puppet? Yes. No wonder he's been refusing to show his face. He's obviously done great feats for the Imperial clan, and he hasn't accepted the gratitude of the Imperial clan in person. Lin Wen suddenly realized, under close contact, its identity as a puppet must be exposed. Lin Zhengying continued, that puppet, like me, has been squatting over there ever since the haze emerged from the Coyote Ridge, waiting for the treasure to come out. Your Majesty and I have tried to get close to it and talk to it for a few moments, but it chose to avoid it. Before I thought that it was trying to remain mysterious, but I never thought that it was actually a puppet. Have you tried it? Lin Min asked again. P.S. The fourth shift. In order to thank everyone's support and love, continue to add more today. The results continue to rise. Naturally, we still need everyone's full support. As usual, I implore you to help me to point and click, send me some small gifts, and leave a 5-star book review if you have time. If your support is strong enough, we will continue to add more tomorrow. Chapter 84 turned into a golden person again. Chapter 84 turned into a golden boy again. Not only did it try, but it also struck it with a blow that caused it to take a heavy hit and fall through the air once again. Lin Zhengying looked slightly surprised. The strength of that puppet is indeed very average. I guess it's because the grade is not high enough, or the trauma it suffered before has not been repaired, so it seems unbeatable. It could also be that your strength, Grandpa, is too strong, far beyond that of an ordinary Grandmaster. Lin won flattery, followed by asking, after Grandpa knocked that puppet down into the air, didn't he search through it? No. Lin Zhengying shook his head and said, for one thing, at that time, I only wanted to seize the treasure that was close at hand. I didn't have the time to drop down and check it out. After all, there were still other great masters in the vicinity. Secondly, I didn't think that a puppet would be carrying anything particularly valuable on its body. Therefore, after snatching this golden egg, in order to avoid any complications, I decisively left the Coyote Ridge. Oh, Lin Wen thought for a moment, then reminded, Grandpa, we speculated before that the mysterious Grandmaster possessed a lot of cultivation resources, and may have once discovered and obtained a treasure trove, which enabled Lin Chen to constantly and rapidly increase his cultivation. Since the so-called mysterious Grandmaster is only a puppet, doesn't that mean that Lin Chen is the one who discovered and obtained a treasure trove? Yes, Lin Zhengying echoed. Lin Wen then added, if we can take down Lin Chen, won't we have the cultivation resources to make this golden egg take the final step? Makes sense. Lin Zhengying nodded, then turned to look embarrassed. But Lin Chen is the Grand Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness that His Majesty has enthroned. Grandpa, Lin Wen knew what his grandfather was concerned about. I had previously convicted Lin Chen of 4 capital offenses, but unfortunately, you were not in the palace at the time, so there was no one to back me up, and that matter was left unsettled. Now that your old man is in the palace, as a Grand Master of the Heavenly Martial Sect, helping the Imperial clan to guard the palace, who dares to stop what your old man wants to do? Furthermore, Even if we don't mention the 4 capital offenses that I previously set for Lin Chen has violated a great taboo of the imperial clan. He recklessly accepts godchildren in the palace, and tries his best to train those godchildren of his, obviously plotting against him. When Lin Zhangying heard this, he couldn't help but see his eyes light up. As a Grandmaster himself, why should he worry too much? Before tonight, Lin Zhangying was more or less afraid of the mysterious Grandmaster behind Lin Chen. After all, he had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm not long ago, and he didn't want to fight to the death with a strong person of the same level, or else even if he won, he might still pay a small price. Well, things are different now, Grandpa. Even if you don't want to kill him, I'm afraid he hates you very much. Lin when reminded again. Don't forget, that puppet is most likely his. Yes, Lin Zhangying sighed. Having come this far, there's no turning back from the open bow. We have to take a shot at him no matter what. When is Grandpa going to strike? Lin Min asked. There's no rush. Lin Zhangying quickly deliberated. I've just experienced a fierce battle. Although I'm not injured, I'm also quite exhausted. It's not advisable to fight another battle. After all, Lin Chen can easily kill a late-stage Zhongshe realm powerhouse, and he also killed a great Zhongshe on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival. His true strength should be higher than his martial cultivation. A lion fights a rabbit with its full strength. I also need to strike at my full strength so that I can avoid turning the ship over in the gutter. Moreover, since we chose to support the royal family, we can't do as we please too much in the palace. We have to give His Majesty as well as the entire Shao royal family some face, and before we make our move, we have to at least say hello to His Majesty. Lin Nin didn't object. She was already the Empress of the Shao clan's royal family, and it was impossible for her to only think about her mother's family, much less completely ignore her husband and in-laws. Book depository. Inside a humble room on the second floor, Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged on the bed with a jade box in front of him. The lid of the jade box had flipped open, and the dragon blood fruit in the box was fully presented. Should I take this dragon blood fruit now, or should I go and settle the score with Lin Zhangying first? Lin Chen was a bit hesitant. If he took this dragon blood fruit, he would be delayed for quite some time, and during this period, there was a possibility that Lin Zhangying would leave the palace and return to the heavenly martial sect. Lin Chen didn't want to go straight into the heavenly martial sect the hard way, but, after completely digesting the benefits brought about by this dragon blood fruit, Lin Chen's strength would increase quite a bit, and it would be easier to clean up Lin Zhangying that way. With Lin Chen's current strength, he was also certain of defeating Lin Zhangying. He just didn't have the full certainty of killing this heavenly martial sect's Grandmaster. Once they do it, both sides are very likely to fight out the fire and then fight for their lives, so they can't just wait and see. Need to be prepared for anything. There were quite a few people who saw Lin Zhangying take a shot at the lucid silver puppet. He should also be able to guess that I'm the master of the lucid silver puppet, but he certainly doesn't think that I dare to take the initiative to settle the score with him. Put yourself in his shoes and think about it. The odds are that he won't let me go, won't let me continue to grow and continue to get stronger. After all, both sides have already sort of torn their faces apart. There's a good chance he'll go after me, and it won't be long before he does. If I take this dragon's blood fruit soon after, say just early tomorrow morning, and Lin Zhangying suddenly kills me, I'm afraid I can only cope with it by virtue of the 4 directions sword prison formation when my body is under a special state. Having the 4 directions sword prison formation is also enough. Even if I can't beat him, he won't want to leave me behind. After some careful consideration, Lin Chen decided to take the dragon's blood fruit first and wait until he was stronger before going to settle the score with Lin Zhangying. This was because he suddenly thought of a method that could quickly digest the powerful energy contained in the dragon blood fruit. He took out and consumed a dragon yuan pill. This Xian rank upper grade elixir could not only greatly enhance his physical strength, but also improve the quality and power of his true elemental feats, and it had the same effect of improving the power of the Hotian essence flame that he had already ignited. 1 dragon yuan pill might not be enough, but Lin Chen had enough dragon yuan pills. When the medicinal power of the dragon yuan pill exploded within his body, Lin Chen then picked up the dragon blood fruit from the jade box. After a few mouthfuls, all of the flesh of this golden, toddler's fist-sized dragon blood fruit, along with its skin, was swallowed into Lin Chen's stomach. The core of the dragon's blood fruit, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let go of it, holding it in his hands as he began to absorb the golden energy it contained. Soon, Lin Chen turned into a golden man-child again. It was covered in golden light, the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs. Even the blood and bone marrow emitted a bright golden light, tingling all over the body, everywhere like pins and needles. Like fire, the torment he had felt before reappeared. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and insisted, The Yutian essence flame was released from the inner world of the Qi Sea and wrapped around the entire body. There was also true essence power that flowed rapidly through the body, and coupled with the medicinal power of the dragon Yuan Dan, Lin Chen absorbed and digested the powerful energies of the dragon blood fruit and its kernel at a very fast rate. Even though he suffered a great deal of pain, Lin Chen could also clearly feel that his fleshly body was about to metamorphose once more, and was continuously becoming stronger. The last metamorphosis wasn't complete because it was just the core of a dragon blood fruit. The energy wasn't enough or advanced enough. This time was different. Thus, Lin Chen was painfully happy and full of anticipation at the same time. Chapter 85, The Evil One. Chapter 85, The Evildoer Tells on the Evildoer. Last time, it took an entire night for Lin Chen to absorb all of the special energy contained in the core of a dragon's blood fruit, and then it took another 3 days to complete the metamorphosis of his physical body. This time it's different. Lin Chen's physical body had already had the foundation for a metamorphosis. Moreover, compared to the last time, his body contained more qi of the Emperor's way. He had also ignited the Yutian essence flame, and he had taken another dragon yuan pill. These conditions worked together, and just by dawn, Lin Chen had absorbed all the energy contained in that dragon blood fruit and its core. However, at this moment, Lin Chen was still covered in golden light. The metamorphosis of the physical body is still ongoing and has not yet ended. It could be said that utilizing the core energy of the dragon's blood fruit had only allowed Lin Chen's physical body to complete a portion of its metamorphosis. The energy of an entire dragon blood fruit would cause Lin Chen's fleshly body to truly undergo a complete metamorphosis. What level is it after the metamorphosis? Lin Chen still knew the answer to this question. Above the Grandmaster realm was the true martial realm. If one breaks through to the true martial realm, one must shed their mortal body and achieve a spiritual body. According to the normal cultivation path, one would have to cultivate to the late stage of the Grandmaster realm before gradually shedding his bones and completing the metamorphosis of his physical body with the help of the essence flame and Yuan spirit. Of course, there are also unnatural paths to early attainment of the spiritual body. For example, taking the appropriate elixir or heavenly material. Ordinary people couldn't be like Lin Chen. Even if they had reached the Grandmaster realm and had obtained a dragon's blood fruit, they wouldn't dare to take it rashly. The vast majority of pills or celestial treasures that can make the physical body metamorphosis, the energy it contains is very powerful and overbearing. There is no solid foundation of the body. There is no adequate preparation. Often metamorphosis cannot be, in turn, harmed their own lives. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't leave the book depository until the metamorphosis was over. He told Xiao Anren and Zhang He with a divine sense voice transmission that no one should be let into the book depository until he stepped out of the book depository. This morning, Xiao Anren, who had eaten breakfast, met Emperor Xiao Anshuan at the Qianming Hall. She voluntarily revealed the secret that she had obtained the Empyrean ring, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources. Xiao Anshuan was her own brother after all, and now that she was shouldering the entire Xiao royal family and the entire Great Qian Empire, she felt that she couldn't be too selfish. Of course, this was a secret she would only tell her own brother. Great! The heavens have blessed my Xiao imperial clan. Thank you for the favor of our ancestors. After listening to his sister's account, Xiao Anshuan was naturally thrilled. The Xiao imperial clan, which had lost its great patriarch, was now weak to the core. Without the shelter of the Grandmaster of the martial sect, I'm afraid that this palace would have been swept away long ago. With the large amount of cultivation resources left behind by their ancestors, the Xiao clan's royal clan should be able to quickly give birth to at least one Grandmaster, and still have more powerful people in the Master realm. How are the cultivation resources in the ring distributed? Xiao Anren asked. Continue to be in your custody and give whatever you feel is right to whomever you want to give it to. Xiao Anshuan returned. Great-grandpa really didn't misjudge you. You've made a great achievement for our royal family this time. If Xiao Anren hadn't gone to the Wild Wolf Ridge last night, there could have been a certain person from the Imperial clan who had obtained the empty brightness ring, but that person might not have revealed such a heavenly secret. Never underestimate the selfishness of people. It was precisely because of the same selfishness that Xiao Anshuan was unwilling to publicize the secret, to allow his own sister to have complete control over the cultivation resources in the empty Ming ring. If he had needs of his own, his sister would surely give them if he asked. That's enough, Your Majesty. The Empress seeks an audience. Li Lianqing's voice came from outside the door. You go back first, and send the queen in by the way. Aha! Xiao Anren turned around and walked out of the room, walking through a long corridor to meet Empress Lin Min. After exchanging greetings and a few brief words of courtesy, Xiao Anren left the Qianming Hall, while Lin Min quickly walked into the room where Emperor Xiao Anshuan was. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. There is no need to be polite. Sit down, Xiao Anshuan. who was sitting behind one of the desks, raised his hand. The sixth elder came back last night. I felt that his old man needed to rest, so I didn't go to greet him. Is everything well with his old man? It's just a fierce battle that consumed quite a bit of energy. Nothing different. Lin Min sat down. Thank you for your majesty's care. Ifei came over so early. She should have something important to say, right? Xiao Han asked. Back to your majesty. Yes. Lin Wen didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly. I think that the loyal Grand Duke Lin Chen not only has an insubordinate heart, but also has a rebellious and usurping behavior. Oh, Xiao Anshuan couldn't help but frown. Where did the Grand Duke of Loyalty come up with the act of rebellion and usurpation? He has taken in many godchildren in the palace, and has been extremely diligent in nurturing those godchildren, clearly plotting against him. Lin Wen complained. Although many of the eunuchs in the palace who are old enough to accept godchildren also accept godchildren, they don't accept everyone like Lin Chen does, and they don't actively cultivate them in terms of martial arts cultivation like Lin Chen does. Your Majesty, once all the men in the palace other than the royal family become Lin Chen's godchildren, the consequences are unimaginable. Is that what the sixth elder thinks as well? Xiao Han asked again. Yes. Lin Min nodded. I do not feel that the Grand Duke of Loyalty accepted his godson for the purpose of plotting against and usurping the throne. Xiao Anshuan's tone was serious. If he wants to plot against and usurp the throne, after he thwarts the Situ family and the Duanmu family, and before the sixth elder arrives at the imperial palace, he and that great master behind him will have plenty of opportunities. Your Majesty may not be aware that the great master behind him is actually one of his puppets. Lin Wen continued. Last night, when my concubine's grandfather was seizing the treasures at the Wild Wolf Ridge, he had fought with that puppet, and thus recognized its true identity. It was also because he had long considered that Lin Chen had treasonous intentions that my concubine's grandfather had dealt a cruel blow, severely wounding that puppet of Lin Chen's. It's actually a puppet? Xiao Anshuan was very surprised. A royal powerhouse who had been to the Wild Wolf Ridge had come back last night to report that Xiao Anshuan knew that Lin Zhengying had struck out against that mysterious powerhouse, but no one had said to him that the mysterious powerhouse was actually a puppet. In response to this matter, he had wanted to mention it to his sister Xiao Anren just now, wanting to know what eunuch Lin's attitude was, but Lin Min suddenly asked for an audience, so he could only find another opportunity to ask his sister about it. At this time, Lin Wen brought up this matter, and also explained the reason why Lin Zhengying was so painfully cruel. Xiao Anshuan intuited that this was a case of the evil first. Naturally, he quickly realized that the conflict between Lin Zhengying and Lin Chen was already deep, and it was probably hard to resolve it. Lin Min had come to accuse Lin Chen of plotting against him, apparently just to say hello to him as the emperor, after which Lin Zhengying would lay his hands on Lin Chen. Your Majesty, that puppet's strength isn't very strong. It's only comparable to an aging early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse, and it was traumatized when dealing with Situ Jing. It's not strong enough to help Lin Chen succeed in his plot against the government. That's why Lin Chen didn't rush into action. After a slight pause, Lin Wen added, Your Majesty, don't forget that whether Lin Chen admits it or not, the fact that he carries the bloodline of the Sichuan royal family cannot be changed. With his origins, with his sudden and bizarre rise to power, would Your Majesty be able to safely allow him to stay in the palace? Chapter 86, Unsolicited Visits. Chapter 86, Unsolicited Visit. Eunuch Lin's various behaviors are indeed somewhat abnormal. Xiao Anshuan thought for a moment and added, but I still believe that Eunuch Lin does not have the intention of plotting against the usurper. Even if we don't mention that powerful puppet, if he had bad intentions, he could have completely colluded with the Divine Dictatorship Organization. The Divine Sanction Organization is nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Lin Coco scorned. Maybe before, not anymore. Xiao Anshuan added, Consort AI may not know. According to the intelligence that the palace has just received, the leader of the Divine Ruler Organization has been replaced with Lin Qingshan. As Consort AI is also aware, Lin Qingshan is eunuch Lin's biological father, and nowadays, he is already a Grand Master realm powerhouse. Your Majesty, with the special status of Lin Chen's biological father, and his Grand Master realm cultivation, it's all the more important that we don't condone Lin Chen's wanton growth in the palace. Lin Min said eagerly. Look again. Xiao Anshuan waved his hand, signaling that Lin Min didn't need to say any more. I am leaving. Lin Min rose and saluted, then left the Qianming Hall. On this visit, she had only come to say hello, and it didn't matter what His Majesty's attitude was. After Lin Wen left, Xiao Anshuan's pair of thick eyebrows twisted together. Can't there be a few more days of peace in this palace? Ugh. Internally and externally, a sense of powerlessness surged in, and Xiao Anshuan was saddened. However, he quickly thought of the secret his sister had spoken of earlier. and the fire of hope was rekindled, along with a little more ambition. As long as I can maintain it, and wait for some time, my Shao Imperial clan will be able to rise again. When I get to that point, I won't have to look at anyone else's face anymore. This daytime, all is peaceful. There is nothing major happening in the palace. Lin Chen still hadn't walked out of the book depository. Young Hai is responsible for cleaning the yard and other chores. Xiao Anren had also been staying in his room and not practicing his sword in the courtyard. In order to refine the Yuanling flying sword, she had to constantly consume her own essence and true chi power. And naturally, she also had to constantly replenish her own essence and true chi power. Fortunately, there were enough cultivation resources in the emptiness ring. It was getting dark. The second floor of the library. Lin Chen, who had stayed in the room, the golden light on his body had begun to gradually become dim at this point. Why hasn't Lin Zhengying killed them yet? Lin Chen was extremely puzzled. Could it be that he didn't realize that the so-called mysterious Grandmaster was actually a puppet and thought that the mysterious Grandmaster behind me was still alive? Or, he was injured last night and is currently recuperating? It's also possible that, like me, he's reaping the benefits of the treasures he grabbed last night. Whatever, I hope he hasn't left. Lin Zhengying wasn't in a hurry, and Lin Chen was even less in a hurry. Another night passed quickly. Another morning arrives. Lin Chen had finally completed this physical metamorphosis, stripping down and achieving a spiritual body. His spiritual body was different from that of an ordinary true martial realm powerhouse. Because of the cultivation of the Emperor Extreme Hegemony body technique, his body contained a large amount of Emperor Dao Qi, and although he had yet to cultivate a true hegemony body, his spiritual body was far stronger than that of an ordinary true martial realm powerhouse. Who would have thought that a Zhongshe realm martial artist would have actually achieved a martial Dao spiritual body? Lin Chen walked out of the book collection with satisfaction. At this time, Zhang He was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Xiao Anren was still in her room, which made Lin Chen more than a little strange. She doesn't have the habit of sleeping in, and she is very serious and hardworking in her sword practice. Almost every morning she practices in the courtyard. What's going on today? Curious, Lin Chen used his divine sense to peer into that bedroom of the concierge. Xiao Anren was sitting on the bed with his knees crossed and his eyes closed as he cultivated. How come the aura of a Yuan spirit is spilling out of her? Moreover, there is an extremely powerful and overriding sword intent lingering around her. Lin Chen was doubly incredulous. Xiao Anren didn't have a high-grade breath converting Xian bead, and when he was trying to cultivate, his own breath inevitably spilled out. With only a cultivation of the middle stage of the innate realm and a soul realm that wasn't exactly high, she couldn't detect Lin Chen's divine sense. Has this princess gotten some great chance recently? Lin Chen withdrew his divine sense, and the more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. A martial artist in the middle stage of the innate realm's power was true chi, and it was impossible to cultivate a Yuan spirit. The power overflowing from Xiao Anren's body at this moment was indeed true chi, not true essence. No matter how great the chances, it can't allow a martial artist in the middle stage of the innate realm to directly achieve Yuan spirit, right? Her sword Dao attainments were originally average. At most she could only be considered a leader among her peers, but the sword intent lingering around her is very powerful. Lin Chen was puzzled, but he didn't continue to think about it. He had just achieved a spirit body and needed to adapt a bit as soon as possible to grasp the changes and enhancements in himself as soon as possible. While eating breakfast, Xiao Anren walked out of her room. Good morning, Eunuch Lin. Your Highness looks good today. I'm sure your cultivation has improved quite a bit, right? Lin Chen asked with a smile when he saw Xiao Anren's face full of joy. Not bad. Xiao Anren sat down. Eunuch Lin must have made a lot of progress this time in seclusion as well. Average. Lin Chen waved his hand and continued eating. After breakfast, Lin Chen was still moving his muscles in the large courtyard, juggling some simple boxing and martial arts skills. Xiao Anren, on the other hand, went into the library and specialized in picking some inconspicuous ancient books to look through. During lunch, Lin Chen asked Xiao Anren, "Does your highness know if the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect is still in Fenghe Palace?" Why is Eunuch Lin asking this? Xiao Anren immediately tensed up and hurriedly asked back. It wouldn't be that you want to go to the sixth elder to seek revenge, would it? Does your highness think I shouldn't go to him for a statement? Lin Chen similarly asked without answering. It's not a question of should or shouldn't. Xiao Anren hadn't stayed in the book depository for a short period of time, subconsciously treating Lin Chen as one of his own people, and didn't want Lin Chen to act out of his will, which in turn would lead to a loss. I know it in my heart, Lin Chen confidently said. Your highness just tell me if that old thing is still in the palace. He is. Xiao Anren answered first and followed by asking, Eunuch Lin is confident in winning over him? We won't know if we can win until we fight. Lin Chen asked one more time. Does your highness know what kind of treasure he snatched at the Wild Wolf Ridge? Unclear. Xiao Anren shook his head. Afternoon. Lin Chen walked out of the doorway of the book depository and walked towards the Fenghe Palace. With his status as the Grand Duke of Loyalty, the vast majority of the palace, he could walk around at will. Seeing Lin Chen leave the book depository with a resolute demeanor, Xiao Anren could guess what he was going to do. Thus, Xiao Anren hurriedly went to the Qianming Hall. Lin Chen soon arrived outside the main gate of the Fenghe Palace and was naturally stopped. Go and report this. Tell them that I want to meet the 6th elder of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Wait a moment, Grand Duke. A small eunuch hurriedly ran inside Fenghe Palace. Hearing the report, Empress Lin Wen, who was reading with her son Xiao Jingyi, could not help but be surprised for a while. Grandpa didn't go looking for him, and he even came to the door of his own accord. Good, very good. He's the one who came to seek his own death, so it's easier to give His Majesty an explanation. After being surprised, Lin Min gave a cold smile and commanded the little eunuch who came to report. Invite Grand Eunuch Zheng Yi in. Chapter 87, Blowing Away a Grandmaster with a Single Punch. Chapter 87, One Fist Blows Away a Grandmaster. Lin Chen was invited into the Fenghe Palace. Led by a palace maid, he soon walked into a small courtyard. Fenghe Palace was very large and contained many buildings, but there was only one small courtyard with a tranquil environment. And since coming to the palace, Lin Zhengying had lived inside this courtyard. By this time, Lin Wen had also arrived at this small courtyard and was sitting under a large tree with her grandfather. Lin Zhengying. Beneath the large, leafy tree, there was a tea table and 2 chairs. On the tea table, tea mist curls up. The grandparents and grandchildren each held a teacup and leisurely sipped their tea. Bold Lin Chen. How dare you not bow when you see the Empress and the Grandmaster? Seeing Lin Chen come over, Lin Wen put down the teacup and chided out. I'm here to settle a score with the 6th elder, so don't bother with the false courtesy. Lin Chen didn't bother to beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. There's no need for me to repeat what the 6th elder has done in the Wild Wolf Ridge, right? Call you bold. You're really bold. Lin Wen stood up in a huff and said indignantly, this palace is the Empress. The 6th elder is not only the grandfather of this palace, but also the Grand Master of the Tianwu sect. You have already committed an unforgivable sin by disrespecting us, and you actually dare to speak out to provoke us. It's simply the height of arrogance. Queen cut the useless talk. Lin Chen didn't buy it at all. I recognize you. You're the Empress. I don't recognize you. You're just an extremely conceited, eyeless woman. Revolting, revolting. You've really gone against the grain. Lin Min was furious. No one had ever dared to talk about her like that. Even if it was a strong member of her mother's family, at most, she would only be admonished a few times. Even His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't scold her like that. Even when she was still Consort D, the previous Empress Situ Ivana, who was on extremely poor terms with her, did not dare to humiliate her to her face like this. When Eunuch Lin says this about the Empress, do you still have His Majesty and the entire royal family in your eyes? Lin Zhengying also got up. Old thing, you're at least a great master. There's no need to use His Majesty and the royal family to pressure me, right? Lin Chen looked at Lin Zhengying and sneered. If you had His Majesty and the royal family in your eyes, you shouldn't have dealt a painful blow to the royal family's benefactor the night before last. A benefactor of the royal family? It's just a puppet of yours. Lin Zhengying carefully sized up Lin Chen. He really couldn't figure out where this guy got the courage to take the initiative to come to the door. What happened to the puppet? The golem also stepped up in a time of crisis for the imperial clan. Lin Chen contemptuously replied back. And what contribution have you, a grandmaster, made to His Majesty, to the royal family? Don't forget that the 3 powerful men of the sovereign realm that your Tianwu sect sent to the palace had quit the battle midway on the morning of the God Sacrifice Festival. Now how can you have the nerve to say that I don't have His Majesty and the royal family in my eyes? Unbridled. The Grand Master was scolded, and Lin Zhengying's anger was instantly ignited. The Khmer is not good. Besides, Lin Zhengying had long had the intention of laying his hands on Lin Chen. That being the case, there is no point in having a war of words. Just do it straight away. Phew. Angrily, Lin Zhengying unleashed his Hotian essence fire. The Yuan spirit was also firing, and a large amount of power surged out of the Qi inner world, accelerating the flow within his body. His aura continued to climb. The entire small courtyard shivered under the pressure of the Grandmaster's might, and gusts of gusty winds were also blowing. Grandpa, kill him. As Lin Min bellowed, he retreated to a corner of the small courtyard. Thief, suffer. Lin Zhengying had an extra long sword in his hand. He was just about to execute his sword technique when the Lin Chen in front of him suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! A figure flashed by at breakneck speed. followed by a string of residual shadows. Although Lin Zhengying was astonished in his heart, he was not slow to react. In a matter of moments, a thick layer of protective light shield was added to his body. Boo! The explosions shook the sky. The protective light shield that had just been congealed actually exploded, and a golden fist ruthlessly smashed into Lin Zhengying's left shoulder. A huge force impacted on his body, and Lin Zhengying flew directly across to the right. The good thing is, the protective body light shield and the Yutian essence flame that wrapped around his entire body helped him to dislodge most of the force of the punch, and he didn't suffer any serious injuries, and he also quickly restabilized his stance. Even so, Lin Chen's punch had doubly shocked Lin Zhengying. The punch is just too strong. Ridiculously strong. What made Lin Zhengying's heart palpitate even more was that Lin Chen hadn't executed any boxing martial arts. It was just an ordinary punch that wrapped the palm of his hand with true essence. Such a simple and direct punch. And the Grandmaster was smashed away? Not only was Lin Zhengying inwardly surprised, but Lin Wen, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was also dumbfounded, calling out impossibility in his heart. One must know that Lin Zhengying was a Grandmaster of the Heavenly Martial Sect and had not aged. He was in his prime, and was by no means comparable to an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. Could it be that Grandpa had consumed too much before and hadn't yet recovered to his full strength? Lin Nin secretly thought. Or did Grandpa belittle Lin Chen and was ill-prepared? She absolutely did not believe that Lin Chen possessed the strength to easily defeat her grandfather. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Zhengying knew that now was not the time to be surprised, and just as he stabilized his stance, he instantly swung out dozens of sword lights. Those sword lights turned into a rock and pounced on Lin Chen. At the same time, Lin Zhengying transformed his right hand into a palm and struck out a piece of immensely solid and huge palm print. The fiery red palm prints actually carried a mysterious rune, clearly a very advanced palm technique, advanced sword technique, advanced palm technique. Lin Zhengying was indeed far stronger than an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. In the face of such a powerful continuous attack, what Lin Zhengying and Lin Wen never expected was that Lin Chen would not do any defense at all. Without releasing his true essence to form a protective light shield, Lin Chen directly took it on the hard way and executed the illusory body misty shadow steps to rush towards Lin Zhengying once again. The sword light rock was dispersed by Lin Chen. The fiery red palm print was easily dodged by Lin Chen. Unharmed, Lin Chen threw another punch at Lin Zhengying. This punch is different. This punch carried with it a path of lurid lightning arcs. Lin Chen executed the running thunder fist and had activated the silver moon ring to boost the power of his punches. What was also different from earlier was that Lin Zhengying reacted even faster this time as he swung his longsword and slashed at Lin Chen's fist. Lin Chen's speed was too fast. Lin Zhengying couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only choose to fight hard. The long sword, which was of the top grade of the Xian rank, ruthlessly chopped above Lin Chen's fist. The moment the blade cut through the fist light, the entire longsword broke away from Lin Zhengying's control and flew into midair. Lin Chen's fist, however, didn't stop, still traveling at an extremely fast speed and wrapped in tremendous power, easily smashing Lin Zhengying's protective light shield. The fist of radiant golden light, carrying sinuous thunder, passed through the blazing Yutian essence flame and struck directly at Lin Zhengying's chest. Put! As Lin Zhengying flew backwards, a bloody arrow snatched out of his mouth. His Grandmaster aura shriveled to the extreme at this moment. Lin Min looked dumbfounded. The first time he was sent flying by Lin Chen, Lin Min felt that his grandfather might not have been prepared enough and might have belittled Lin Chen. And this time, his own grandfather had not only been sent flying, but he had obviously suffered a heavy blow. P.S. Fourth shift. Continue to add more today. To thank you all for your support and love. Help out with a little bit of hyping and post some 5-star reviews. Chapter 88 Beat Up and Beat Up. Chapter 88 Beat Up and Beat Up. It's true that Lin Zhengying has not returned to his full strength. The higher the cultivation level, the slower the recovery speed after a fierce battle. A Grandmaster's Yuan Ling power was of a higher grade, and without the help of high-grade elixirs, recovering and accumulating it bit by bit, the speed could not be too fast. Of course, although Lin Zhengying was not at his full strength, he still had 90% of his full strength. This time, before Lin Zhengying could restabilize his form, Lin Chen dashed after him. Phew! Seeing that Lin Chen's fist was about to smash into Lin Zhengying again, this heavenly martial sect's Grandmaster suddenly swung one arm. A stream of light flew out from his swung-up palm. The stream of light was actually a long rope, and since both sides were too close, Lin Chen couldn't dodge in time, and was then wrapped around that long rope. It's also a spirit-binding rope. It was similar to the one gifted by the Shao clan's royal family, the same Xian rank upper-grade magic treasure. The difference was the materials used for refining. Lin Chen was bound up by a spirit-binding rope, and naturally, this attack of his could not hit its target. Taking this opportunity, Lin Zhengying was able to stabilize his stance. He spat out another large mouthful of bloody foam and followed it up by wiping the corners of his mouth, still with a palpitating look on his face. At this moment, the long sword that had been smashed away flew back and fell back into his hands. Yes, Lin Min clapped his hands in excitement. In her opinion, Lin Chen was indeed strong, but compared to her grandfather, Lin Chen was too young and inexperienced in fighting. If one had rich experience in fighting and valued the heavenly martial sect's Grandmaster enough, they wouldn't have been bound by a long rope magic treasure so easily. Grandpa, kill him, Lin Min bellowed eagerly. Stop. Right at this moment, the shouts of Emperor Xiao Anshuan came from outside the courtyard. Immediately following, Xiao Anshuan hurriedly walked into the small courtyard with Xiao Anren, Li Lianqing, and the others. Seeing that Lin Chen was tightly bound by a long rope magic treasure, Xiao Anshuan immediately frowned. Xiao Anren, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. She had thought that if Lin Chen dared to come, he must have a strong backbone, and even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too quickly. Unexpectedly, by the time he arrived, Lin Chen had already been captured alive. However, Xiao Anren expected that Lin Chen would most likely not be able to defeat Lin Zhengying. After all, Lin Zhengying was a relatively powerful grandmaster, so seeing Lin Chen bound by a long rope phallus, she was only slightly surprised and didn't find it that unbelievable. Your Majesty, it was Lin Chen who took the initiative to come and seek provocation. Lin Wen first rushed at Xiao Anshuan, followed by urging Lin Zhengying, Grandpa, hurry up and do it. Die. After quickly adjusting his breathing for a while and strongly suppressing the turbulent qi and blood in his body, Lin Zhengying once again swung the long sword in his hand and stabbed at Lin Chen with all his might. Phew! Abruptly, Lin Chen's body bloomed with eye-catching golden light. A golden flame of light enveloped his entire body at the same time. Within the flames of light, dragon shadows floated, and even the sound of a dragon's roar faintly sounded. Lin Chen inspired the might of his spirit body, coupled with the special and powerful Yutian essence flame, and under the violent force, he directly caused that long rope to break into several pieces. Lin Zhengying's long sword stabbed. Lin Chen stretched out his left hand and grabbed the incoming long sword. His right hand, which also shone with golden light and was wrapped in golden flames, slapped a palm forward. The golden palm print bathed in the heavenly essence flame whistled out and quickly grew in size. What was even more shocking was that the golden dragon shadow that had previously coiled around Lin Chen's body also rushed towards Lin Zhengying along with that golden palm print. Before, it was because the distance was too close for Lin Chen to dodge that long rope magic treasure. At this time, both sides were also very close. Lin Zhengying simply did not expect Lin Chen to be able to break free from his bonds, and even more so did not expect Lin Chen to dare to grab his own longsword with one hand, but also could not help but freeze for a moment, and naturally did not have the possibility of dodging this great Vajrapalm. The fire-bathed golden palm print along with that golden dragon shadow impacted Lin Zhengying's body with incomparable ferocity. Lin Zhengying flew backwards once again. As he flew backwards, blood sprayed wildly. Lin Chen once again launched his pursuit. It was then seen that Lin Zhengying was constantly being attacked and was simply unable to restabilize his body. The body of this great master from the heavenly martial sect was like a sandbag as it was whacked around. Blood was spat out like it was for nothing. Lin Chen didn't use the golden rainbow sword or the four-pole golden thunder sword, so he just pounded with his fists. Stop it! Stop it! This time, the one who shouted to stop was not Xiao Anshuan, but Empress Lin Wen. The situation in the field shifted so quickly. First, Lin Chen injured Lin Zhengying, followed by Lin Zhengying binding Lin Chen with a long rope magic treasure, and then Lin Chen breaking free of his bonds and wildly punching Lin Zhengying. Just a moment ago, Lin Coco had been shouting at Lin Chen, but at this moment, she was begging for mercy for her grandfather. Lin Zhengying completely lost his power of resistance and could only be beaten passively. No great master had ever suffered like him. Of course Lin Chen couldn't stop. Not only did he not stop, but on the contrary, his hands became heavier and heavier. No more punches or palm martial arts. Just plain, unadorned, fierce punches, fists like rain constantly falling on Lin Zhengying's body. Lin Zhengying's body was bathed in Yutian essence flame, and he was also wearing Xian rank upper grade treasure clothes, which were quite bearable. It's good to carry a punch. Lin Chen didn't want to burst this grandmaster's body with a few punches. After achieving a spiritual body, he needed such a sandbag for practicing. This, Xiao Anshuan looked dumbfounded. Before he came, he wanted to stop things from getting too big, and even if he couldn't stop Lin Chen and Lin Zhengying from fighting, he wanted to avoid one of them losing their lives. The main reason was that he was worried about Lin Chen losing his life. He didn't even think that it wasn't Lin Chen who was going to lose his life, but Lin Zhangying, too strong. Looking at Lin Zhangying's miserable encounter, Xiao Anren secretly marveled. It wasn't until this moment that she woke up to why Lin Chen had dared to take the initiative to come to Fenghe Palace, and why Lin Chen had always seemed so calm and confident. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Chen's confidence stemmed from the mysterious Grandmaster behind him. After learning that that so-called mysterious Grandmaster was actually just a puppet, everyone had begun to realize that Lin Chen himself might be very strong as well. It was strong, but certainly not as strong as a true Grandmaster. It was even more unlikely that they could outperform a Grandmaster from the heavenly martial sect. As it turned out, everyone had underestimated Lin Chen. Stop it, Lin Min cried out in anxiety. This situation was not at all what she had expected and how she could not accept it. Her grandfather is getting a thrashing, which is doubly humiliating. Her grandfather had always been her biggest support, even her faith. At this point, her faith collapsed. It was worse than just killing her. She had always felt that her grandfather was strong, that the Tianwu sect was strong, and that Lin Chen was nothing more than a clown. Now it seems that the clown is actually herself. Your Majesty, hurry up and make Lin Chen stop. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't listen to himself, Lin Min turned her head to look at Xiao Anshuan. Ugh! Xiao Anhan sighed helplessly and shook his head. He had the self-awareness that although he was an emperor, whether or not Lin Chen listened to him depended on Lin Chen's mood. Lin Zhangying had heavily injured and even destroyed that puppet of Lin Chen's, and the conflict between the two sides was too deep to be reconciled. Chapter 89, Is it good when it's boiled, or when it's fried? Chapter 89, Is it good when boiled or fried? Xiao Anshuan would definitely not open his mouth to plead for Lin Zhangying. It was fine if Lin Chen gave face, but in case he didn't, he would look awkward as an emperor. There's no need to lasso yourself in. Your Majesty. Lin Min looked pleading. She hoped that Xiao Anshuan would help for the sake of husband and wife, but Xiao Anshuan responded to her with only indifference. Lin Min let out a bitter smile, and then with a long sword in his hand, he actually rushed towards Lin Chen. Off. Lin Chen naturally sensed Lin Min's approach and directly blasted over with a punch. Lin Min was only at the innate realm cultivation, so how could she carry a heavy punch from Lin Chen? She had just rushed to Lin Chen's side when she was blown away by a punch. What made one's scalp numb was that her body had just flown backwards less than 2 feet away, and it actually exploded into pieces in mid-air. From this, it could be seen that Lin Chen had no intention of showing any mercy at all. In fact, when Lin Min had instructed Wei Final Leisure to go to the book depository to apprehend Lin Chen had already developed killing intent towards her. She had been making a fool of herself, and today Lin Chen had just fulfilled her. In mid-air, blood rained down. Seeing this scene, Xiao Anren and Li Lianqing both had their hearts trembling, secretly saying that eunuch Lin was too ferocious. Xiao Anshuan, on the other hand, frowned and his face became complicated. No matter what, Lin Coco was the Empress of the Xiao clan's royal family, the wife of him, the emperor, and had given birth to an imperial son for him. Lin Wen died this horrible death in front of him. Even if it was self-inflicted, it still made him feel bad in his heart. It must be known that when the Situ family rebelled on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival, Xiao Anshuan only sent Situ Ivana to the cold palace and did not execute her. Boom boom boom. Lin Zhangying's body floated around, constantly receiving heavy blows. This Grandmaster gradually lost his vitality. Knowing that he would surely die, Lin Zhangying took the initiative to release his Yuan Shen, wanting to die with Lin Chen's soul. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had prepared for this, and the soul suppressor pearl-enhanced soul deterrent was exerted, causing Lin Zhangying's Yuan Shen to fall into stagnation before being crushed alive. The Tianwu sect's newly promoted Grandmaster eclipsed. Empress Lin Wen was dead, and her grandfather Lin Zhangying had also died in the palace, and once the news got back to the heavenly martial sect, there would be big trouble. It was not a trouble that belonged to Lin Chen, but a trouble that belonged to the Xiao clan's royal family and even the entire Great Qian Empire. There was a high probability that the heavenly martial sect's Zhongshe realm powerhouses wouldn't dare to come running to seek revenge, but they certainly wouldn't continue to sell their lives for the Xiao clan's royal family and wouldn't continue to fend off the advances of the pale demon beasts in the western region of the empire, unless the emperor, as well as the entire Xiao imperial clan, broke with Lin Chen. With the strength that Lin Chen had just displayed, the emperor and even the entire Xiao clan royal family had no possibility of breaking with him and would only do their best to enlist him. A rupture would only lead to the immediate destruction of the Xiao royal family. By enlisting and pleasing Lin Chen, the Xiao imperial clan might be able to survive the difficult predicament of the border war. The Grand Duke has struck too hard. It wasn't until Lin Zhangying's Yuanshan collapsed and his entire being became a corpse that Xiao Anshuan opened his mouth with a bitter face. Your Majesty, The sixth elder's hand was pretty hard on the coyote ridge as well. I'm just returning the favor. As Lin Chen replied back, he picked up Lin Zhengying's longsword, and even took off the precious garment he was wearing in public as if no one else was there. Immediately following that, he struck through Lin Zhengying's Qi-Si inner world, wanting to see if this great master was hiding any other treasures. The main thing was to search for the treasure that Lin Zhengying had snatched at the Coyote Ridge. I still have a lot of military and political matters to deal with. And Ran, you stay behind to take care of the aftermath. This place, Xiao Anshuan really couldn't stay any longer, and after putting down these words, he turned around and left with Li Lianqing. Xiao Anshuan had to find a way to hide the news that Lin Min and Lin Zhengying had died in the palace, and to hide it for a very long time, so he needs to get on with it without delay. Is eunuch Lin looking for the treasures that sixth elder snatched from the Wild Wolf Ridge? Xiao Anren came to Lin Chen's side. Aha! Lin Chen nodded. He released his divine sense and carefully searched every part of Fenghe Palace. The divine sense repeatedly swept through the Fenghe Palace. This kind of behavior was undoubtedly a major taboo in the palace, but Lin Chen didn't care at all. He even dared to kill the queen. What else is there to be afraid of? Soon, Lin Chen walked into a hall room of this small courtyard, and then into a bedroom. On one of the nightstands in this bedroom, Lin Chen saw a large wooden box. The large wooden box was opened and a large golden egg was presented. It wasn't hard to see that this golden egg was absolutely extraordinary. It not only contained a rich breath of life, but also overflowed with a powerful demonic aura. If Lin Zhengying hadn't sent someone to send the seized treasure out of the palace, this golden egg would have been the treasure he had snatched at the Wild Wolf Ridge. It's actually a golden egg of a hatching demonic beast. Xiao Anren couldn't help but be surprised out loud. How could it be such a contraption? Lin Chen was obviously a bit disappointed. He had snatched a dragon's blood fruit at the Coyote Ridge, so he guessed that the other two treasures wouldn't be bad either. With the dragon's blood fruit, his physical body had metamorphosed and achieved a spiritual body, and he had thought that seizing the treasure that Lin Zhengying had snatched away would also give him a great deal of benefit, but he hadn't expected that it would be a golden egg of a demonic beast that hadn't yet hatched. What's the use of this golden egg? Lin Chen fell into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked Xiao Anren, Your Highness, do you think that the golden eggs of demonic beasts are delicious when boiled or fried? Ha! Xiao Anren was stunned. She was especially baffled when she saw that Lin Chen had a serious face and didn't look like he was joking. I guess this golden egg is about to hatch, and the demonic beast cubs inside have already been conceived and formed, so it's not good for cooking. Lin Chen frowned and said, I've heard that hairy eggs are delicious. Do you want to try them? Xiao Anren thought to himself, what is a hairy egg? Losing the large wooden box, Lin Chen picked it up and then walked out of this bedroom and out of this small courtyard. Xiao Anren knew what His Majesty meant when he asked himself to take care of the aftermath on this side. She followed Lin Chen's pace closely and said as she walked, Eunuch Lin's beheading of the Empress and the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect this time is a great relief. But if the Tianwu sect receives the news, even if they don't dare to come to the palace to seek vengeance, they won't continue to fully support the imperial court. So what should His Majesty and the imperial court do in response? Your Highness, that's not something I need to think about. Lin Chen blandly replied, even if I don't take the initiative to come to Fenghe Palace today, they will take the initiative to go to the book depository in the coming day. The outcome is all predetermined. As he spoke, Lin Chen sensed the imperial Dao Qi in the palace. It was said that when one of the great masters supporting Zhao's royal family suddenly died, the imperial aura in the palace would diminish quite a bit, but in fact it did not. Not only did it not weaken, it even became a bit more dense compared to the previous days. Lin Chen knew in his heart that this was because he didn't have the intention of letting the Shao clan's royal family be destroyed, and also because he had become stronger. Not to mention one Lin Zhengying, the entire Tianwu sect tied together was not as good as Lin Chen alone. However, the concerns that Xiao Anren had just raised were also justified. If the Tianwu sect turned against them, the western part of the Deqian Empire would be difficult to maintain stability. Lin Chen couldn't just run off to the west to hunt demonic beasts by himself, could he? Doing that would be a waste of time. Let's just ignore it for now and take a step forward. What does eunuch Lin plan to do with the golden eggs in the box? Chapter 90, this girl is getting more and more into it. Chapter 90, this girl is getting more and more into it. Xiao Anren asked one after another. You're not really planning to eat it, are you? It's not impossible to consider it if eating away can dramatically increase your strength. Lin Chen spoke back as he walked. This golden egg should be able to obtain a very powerful demonic beast cub if it hatches. Xiao Anren reminded. I don't know how to hatch eggs. Lin Chen gave Xiao Anren a sideways glance. Does your highness understand? Xiao Anren shook his head repeatedly. I don't understand either. However, You should be able to find relevant books in the library. Well, go back and find out. Soon, Lin Chen and Xiao Anren returned to the book depository. It wasn't until dusk that Lin Chen found a book that recorded the contents of a demonic beast hatching eggs. According to this book, normally, the higher the rank of the demonic beast, the longer it would take to conceive its young. Of course there are exceptions. After reading this book, and then carefully observing and sensing the golden egg in the large wooden box, Lin Chen then confirmed that the demonic beast cub in this golden egg must have a noble bloodline, and was not far from breaking out of its shell. There's still one step to go, a very crucial one. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. This step requires a great deal of cultivation resources. Oh, Xiao Anren was stunned. Isn't eunuch Lin not lacking in cultivation resources? It requires relatively pure cultivation resources, such as spirit stones. Lin Chen shook his head and said, unhatched demonic beast cubs don't understand and have a hard time absorbing the various pills made by our human race, but they can and do know how to absorb the spiritual chi in the spirit stones, or the energy in the heavenly treasures. Lin Chen was in a difficult position because it was almost impossible to find spirit stones or useful heavenly materials nowadays. If it fails to get hatched for a long period of time, the demonic beast cubs in this golden egg will die in the womb. Lin Chen realized at this moment that perhaps the dragon blood fruit he had taken was originally prepared for this golden egg. The dragon's blood fruit no longer existed, so what was there to hatch this golden egg? There were enough cultivation resources in the system's warehouse, but unfortunately they were not suitable for hatching eggs, nor could they be exchanged for spirit stones or useful heavenly materials. Eunuch Lin doesn't have any spirit stones? Xiao Anren asked again. No. Lin Chen shook his head and subconsciously asked back, could it be that your highness has? Xiao Anren hesitated. It seems your highness has. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Anren and added, as I said before, your highness is a person who is not good at lying, and your highness's hesitation at this moment proves that your highness is considering whether or not to tell the truth. Yes, I did. Xiao Anren admitted it. In her opinion, Lin Wen and Lin Zhengying had died in the palace, and even if the Tianwu sect did not rebel, the Shao imperial clan would have to rely on eunuch Lin's support, at least for a short period of time. Without enough time, the cultivation resources in the Empyrean Ring could not allow the Shao imperial clan to give birth to a great master. Even if a grandmaster was born, it would only be an early-stage grandmaster, and it would still be difficult to completely stabilize the Shao clan's imperial power. She herself couldn't completely refine the Yuanling flying swords in the inner world of the Qi Si in a short period of time. Moreover, after refining that Yuanling flying sword, it would still take some time for her to break through to the Grandmaster realm, with the Tsangming demonic beasts and barbarians outside, and the rebellious northern desert kingdom, and the unaccounted for Situ Jing and the Divine Sanction organization inside. How long could the Shao imperial clan hold out without eunuch Lin's support? Since he needed eunuch Lin's support, he had to gain his trust. Of the 3 treasures that came out of the wild wolf ridge, one was obtained by me, one was this golden egg, and the other should have fallen into the hands of your highness, right? Lin Chen asked. According to his understanding, things like spirit stones could only be left behind by the ancients. On top of that, Lin Chen also discovered that Xiao Anren's body had the aura of a Yuan spirit fluctuating on it, which could also corroborate that Xiao Anren had obtained a not-so-small chance. Yeah, where else would I get the spirit stones? Xiao Anren didn't hide it and said again with an arch of his hand, I also have to thank eunuch Lin for bringing me there that night. Your highness, there's no need to be polite. This is your creation. Lin Chen waved his hand and didn't pursue the matter, pulling the topic back. If your highness has enough spirit stones, then you can try to hatch this golden egg. There's a lot of them, but only lower and middle grade ones. No upper and extreme grade spirit stones. Xiao Anren was a little unsure. The lower and middle grade ones are enough. Lin Chen said, it's just an unborn cub. No matter how high the bloodline is, it's still just a cub. And hatching it doesn't even require 2 high-level spirit stones. Aha! Xu Anren acknowledged. Having enough spirit stones will make the cubs break their shells, but the broken shells won't recognize us. Lin Chen continued. This book mentions that demonic beast cubs with a high bloodline simply won't recognize their masters after birth. Forcing them won't help either. This kind of cubs are born proud and would rather die than submit. This kind of cub is born proud and would rather die than submit. It must be fed with blood when the cub has not yet broken out of its shell, so as to make the cub obedient after birth. I'll provide the spirit stones, and eunuch Lin will provide the essence blood. Xiao Anren had been consuming and replenishing his own essence chi in order to refine that Yuanling flying sword, and did not have any extra essence blood to feed the demonic beast cubs. Most of a person's own essence is contained in the essence blood. If there is too much loss of essence and blood, It will lead to a deficiency of one's own essence. And whose will the cub be when it is born? Lin Chen asked first, and without waiting for Xiao Anren to answer, he followed. It definitely counts as mine. After all, it absorbed my essence blood. But if it counts as mine, didn't your highness pay a large amount of spirit stones for nothing? Lin Chen and Xiao Anren were at least acquaintances. He hadn't given Xiao Anren any favors, and he didn't want to take such a big advantage of Xiao Anren. Eunuch Lin has been so kind to my royal family. Some spirit stones are not worth mentioning, Xiao Anren said graciously. If it wasn't for Eunuch Lin taking me to the Coyote Ridge that night, I wouldn't have been able to obtain these spirit stones. Okay then, Lin Chen thought to himself. This girl is getting more and more on board. Since he was being generous, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't be too stingy, so he took out the complete explanation of the Sword Dao Foundation and handed it to Xiao Anren. Your Highness is a sword cultivator. This book should be helpful to your Highness. Thank you, Eunuch Lin. Xiao Anren wanted to refuse, but after reading the few words on the book's cover, she immediately replaced the refusal that was already on her lips with a thank you. Afterward, Xiao Anren took out 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Each spirit stone was small, but there were so many that they piled up like a small mountain. Lin Chen naturally noticed Xiao Anren's Empyrean ring and guessed that it was a spatial ring. He had the system warehouse and didn't need storage magic treasures. Eunuch Lin put away these spirit stones first. If it's not enough, I have more. Then I'm welcome. Lin Chen nodded and temporarily put the spirit stones in front of him into the system storage. Your Highness, the chief eunuch is here, saying that His Majesty invites you to come to the Qianming Hall. Zhang He's voice came in from the entrance of the library. Chapter 91, Hatching Eggs, Bad News. Chapter 91, Hatching the Eggs, Bad News. Deep in the palace, just after nightfall, Xiao Anren followed the chief eunuch Li Lianqing to the Qianming Hall. In one of the study rooms, she met Emperor Xiao Anshuan. It could be clearly seen that Xiao Anshuan was very tired and full of sorrow. I just received news from the north that the county town of Longbei County has fallen. Xiao Anshuan put down the folders in his hands and continued. The allied forces of the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom are resting and will soon continue their journey southward. Xiao Anren also had a few more points of worry on his face. After crossing the Longji mountain range, it will be a flat river with no dangers to defend, and the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom's troops will be pointing directly at the imperial city. Yes, Xiao Anshuan nodded his head inside. Right now the various armies of the empire that have just experienced a rout are gathering at Longmen Pass in the Long Ridge mountain range, defending themselves against the dangers. I don't know how long they can hold out. Longmen Pass is not only a necessary place for the enemy to cross the Longji mountain range, but it is also easy to defend and difficult to attack. So as long as the generals and soldiers in the front are united in their efforts, they may not be unable to hold back the enemy army. Xiao Anren picked up optimistically. It's hard. Xiao Anshuan shook his head. The various armies of the empire have suffered great losses, and now the people are in fear and morale is low, while the enemy army is in high morale and is getting more and more courageous. It is estimated that the empire's army will not be able to hold out for long at Longmen Pass. Even if the northern desert kingdom and the barbarians are united, their troop strength is below our army, so how could our army lose one battle after another? Xiao Anren was a bit puzzled. Isn't it time to change the marshal? Unless a great master goes to the northern front line, it'll be the same for anyone else who goes there. Xiao Anshuan returned. The barbarian's Grandmaster has also joined the battle. No wonder. Xiao Anren also looked like he had a headache. Generally speaking, Grandmasters would easily not participate in large-scale wars because the vast majority of Grandmasters were old men, and every time they struck out, they would accelerate their deaths. It would be a shame if he died in the chaos and was decapitated by the enemy's ordinary soldiers. It's not absolutely impossible. Even great masters had times of exhaustion, and there was also the possibility of being bound for a short period of time by the enemy's master realm powerhouses with special magical treasures. Of course, it would be hard for a Grandmaster to die in a war if he didn't want to fight for his life. There were two other reasons why Grandmasters would not engage in battle easily. For one, if the enemy side also had a great master, both great masters had the possibility of falling once they encountered each other. Secondly, great masters generally disdained bullying the weak. The aura of heaven and earth was thin, cultivation resources were scarce, and a great master's strike would inevitably be consuming, but recovery was slow. The fact that a Grandmaster has stepped in proves that the barbarians don't want to drag the battle out for too long, and want to expand the results as soon as possible, or even achieve the final victory. Xiao Anshuan analyzed. It's also possible that they are trying to force our Grandmasters to go to the front lines, so that they can find the right moment to strike in the imperial city or even the imperial palace. It's a pity that we don't have any Grandmasters left. Xiao Anren narrowed a pair of beautiful eyes. But we have Grand Duke Zhengyi, who is much more powerful than an ordinary Grandmaster. What did eunuch Lin say when he returned to the book depository? Compared to the battle on the front line, Xiao Anquan was more concerned about Lin Chen in the book depository. He knows that the empire is currently in a difficult situation, but he doesn't seem to care. I don't know if he doesn't care about the future of the empire or if he's certain that the empire won't perish. Xiao Anren returned. He hasn't left and doesn't look like he has any intention of leaving, so I think he will still support our royal family. In fact, I've always felt that eunuch Lin has no descent, even though he carries the bloodline of the Sichuan royal family and has become an extremely powerful being. Hearing his sister say this, Xiao Anhun's heart was a little more at ease. Eunuch Lin joined the palace at the age of 10, and to this day, he has been in the palace for more than 30 years, so he must have deep feelings for the palace. Xiao Anren chimed in. She then told the story about the golden egg. For that matter, you did a great job, Xiao Anquan said. Right now we can only trust him unconditionally and try to fulfill all his requests. He should be our only hope to turn the tide against the wind. Eunuch Lin's character is good and trustworthy. Xiao Anren picked up. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that not only would they not give me a secret book that would help me in my sword cultivation, but they would instead take a shot at me and take away my spatial ring. You'll have to work twice as hard, too, Xiao Anquan encouraged. Your cultivation talent is high, and now that you have enough cultivation resources at your disposal, you should strive for an early breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm. No matter how trustworthy eunuch Lin is, he is still an outsider. The only thing that is fundamental is for our royal family to be strong on its own. When Xiao Anren returned to the book depository, Lin Chen and Zhang He had already had dinner. At this moment, Lin Chen was in the room on the second floor of the book depository, following the records of that book and proceeding to hatch that golden egg. It's just one last step away, but it's not something that can be taken in a short time. Lin Chen piled up many spirit stones in the room before taking the golden egg out of the large wooden box and placing it in the middle of those spirit stones. The spirit stones' hidden overflowing aura gathered around the golden egg, and when the aura was thick enough, the mysterious patterns on the eggshell began to flash and flow slowly. The surrounding spirit stones magically and automatically accelerated the speed of overflowing aura under the illumination of the light flowing from those mysterious lines. Soon after, the aura began to seep into the golden egg. For this kind of demonic beast eggs, the process of hatching was actually the process of absorbing energy. It couldn't be too fast or too slow, as this kind of demonic beast cubs usually nurtured and grew according to a specific rhythm. The speed of absorbing pure energy such as aura was completely controlled by the mysterious patterns on the eggshell, and those mysterious patterns were innate. Seeing the aura seeping into the golden egg at an even pace, Lin Chen cut a finger, and his essence blood continuously dripped down on top of the eggshell, along with the aura being absorbed by the golden egg. Lin Chen had just achieved a spiritual body, and his qi and blood were very vigorous. The spirit body essence blood was already of high enough quality, and it also contained the qi of the imperial Tao, which was considered a great tonic for demonic beast cubs, and it was very tempting. More importantly, Lin Chen had achieved his spirit body with a dragon blood fruit, and his spirit body essence contained dragon blood essence. Although the dragon blood essence was not much, or even very weak, it was a life energy that demonic beast cubs were extremely fond of. There was no need to feed too much essence blood at once, and for the sake of the stability of the spirit body that had just been cultivated, Lin Chen couldn't afford to lose too much essence blood at once. After dropping dozens of drops of essence blood, Lin Chen moved his palm away and ran his energy to heal the wounds on his fingers. After observing for a while longer, Lin Chen sat down on the bed with satisfaction and began to take pills to put himself into a state of cultivation. Next, he only needed to feed the demonic beast cub and the golden egg a few dozen drops of essence blood every so often. This golden egg was at the stage where it was about to break out of its shell and be born, and it wouldn't make Lin Chen wait too long. 3 days passed. The cubs in the golden egg had not yet broken out of their shells when bad news came from the northern front. Longmen Pass was lost. The allied forces of the barbarians in the northern desert kingdom crossed the Long Ridge mountain range and drove straight down. Invincible. The various armies of the Dacian Empire were like a scattered sand, only knowing how to hold their heads and scurry away, unable to retwist into a rope, and even more so, unable to fend off the enemy's armies. At the same time, the Japanese had landed on the eastern coast of the Dacian Empire. P.S. 4 more. Continue to add more today. Ask for gifts and 5-star reviews. Help out with a little bit of hyping. Chapter 92, you can make a small profit, but Godfather will never lose money. Chapter 92, you can make a small profit, but Godfather will never lose money. Naturally, it was Xiao Anren who told Lin Chen about these messages. Eunuch Lin, the situation is getting more and more unfavorable for us. Xiao Anren was worried. If there were only the allied armies of the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom, the imperial court could still fight a decisive battle in the imperial city by gathering the defeated soldiers and braves from all directions, and might not be defeated. Now, the Japanese army has suddenly landed in the east and is also coming straight towards the imperial city. What can be done? Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. Lin Chen sensed it and realized that the imperial Dao Qi in the palace was only slightly weakened, so he wasn't panicked in the slightest. I once told your highness that what should come can't be stopped by anyone, but bad things happening don't necessarily have to have a bad outcome. Okay. Xiao Anren nodded and pointed his finger at the golden egg and asked, how long will it take for it to break its shell? I don't know, Lin Chen replied back, but it should be soon. This golden egg occasionally trembles a few times, clearly a sign that it's about to break its shell. Aha! Xiao Anren then left the book depository. She was going to go to the Heart Nurturing Palace to talk to Xiao Changshan and other old and powerful members of the royal family. Throughout the Xiao clan's royal family, she would provide the appropriate cultivation resources to whomever had the potential to raise their cultivation level. The Xiao clan's imperial clan would soon be ushering in an extremely crucial life and death battle. 1 point of overall strength will increase the chances of winning. This is not the time to keep hiding. Before today, there had actually been quite a few strong imperial clan members who had received cultivation resources from her, but very few of them had made significant progress. Xiao Anren had just left a short while ago. Zheng He came to the entrance of the book depository and shouted to report, Godfather, the chief eunuch is asking for an audience. Coming. Lin Chen walked out of the book depository, crossed the large courtyard, and met Li Lianqing in the gatehouse. Greetings, Grand Duke. Li Lianqing clasped his fists and bowed with incomparable respect. Eunuch Li doesn't have to. Lin Chen hurriedly took 2 steps forward and reached out to help Li Lianqing up. Li Lianqing took great care of the former Xiao Linzi, and the man was gentle and truthful, very respected. Eunuch Li has something to do? There's something going on. Li Lianqing looked embarrassed. Eunuch Li has something to say directly. I have received Eunuch Li's promotion and favor. As long as it's something I can do, I won't let Eunuch Li down. Lin Chen knew in his heart that he had to give Li Lianqing a peace of mind. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Li Lianqing flung himself to his knees. Please accept me as your righteous son, Grand Duke. Ha! Lin Chen couldn't help but freeze. When the old eunuch Chao Post recognized his godfather, Lin Chen was a bit baffled, but he reluctantly accepted. Li Lianqing is different from Chao Post. Although both of them were old eunuchs, Chao Post did not have the slightest bit of martial arts cultivation, while Li Lianqing was an early-stage powerhouse of the Zhongshe realm. To this day, no Zhongshe realm powerhouse in the palace had recognized Lin Chen as his righteous father. The other patriarchs were fine. Li Lianqing was not only the chief eunuch with a high position of authority, but he had once been the most respected elder of Xiao Linzi. It wasn't hard for Lin Chen to guess that at this time, Li Lianqing was bound to be in a very complicated and tangled mood. No wonder this chief eunuch looked embarrassed just now. Can I ask why? Lin Chen was curious. With Xiao Linzi and Li Lianqing's extraordinary relationship, Li Lianqing didn't have to recognize his godfather to be taken care of. Right now the empire is in turmoil and a strong enemy is about to descend on the city. I want to do my best to fight for His Majesty. For the court, Li Lianqing replied sincerely. I've been in the early stage of the sovereign realm for many years, and I'm only 1 step away from advancing to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Got it. Lin Chen suddenly realized. Eunuch Li is trying to raise his cultivation with my help. I implore the Grand Duke. Li Lianqing kowtowed and begged. He had witnessed Lin Chen completely abusing Lin Zhengying, the 6th elder of the heavenly martial sect, and thus was certain that Lin Chen could help him advance to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. He had also heard that Lin Chen wouldn't give away favors for nothing and would only help his godson, which was why he came running to recognize his godfather with a thick face. Alright, I promise. Eunuch Li, get up. Li Lianqing thanks godfather for his fulfillment. Li Lianqing kowtowed and thanked again before slowly getting up. Congratulations to the host for receiving another righteous son. The system reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check. Lin Chen didn't need to check to guess that the rewards given by the system this time wouldn't be too advanced. But, once Li Lianqing advanced to the middle stage of the sovereign realm, the rewards given by the system were bound to be a surprise. This was the most important reason why Lin Chen had agreed to take Li Lianqing as his righteous son. These pills, take them and take them. Lin Chen took out many medicine bottles with large heads. The cultivation enhancement of the Zhongshe realm was to enhance the soul realm in addition to the accumulation of true essence power. So the pills Lin Chen gave Li Lianqing not only included spiritual flowering pills, qi condensation pills, and yuan condensation pills, but also quite a number of soul impregnating pills. Thank you Thank you Godfather for the reward. Li Lianqing, who had just stood up, knelt down again. He actually just came here with the attitude of trying it out, and he didn't expect to really get what he wanted. Running to recognize his godfather at his age and status was a big give and take, but it was also a big take. All of these things come together for you, too. Lin Chen took out 3 magic treasures, all of which were Xian rank upper grade magic treasures left behind by those Japanese powerhouses, which were useless to him but could enhance Li Lianqing's strength. Thank you Godfather for the reward. Thank you Godfather for the reward. Li Lianqing kowtowed as he gave thanks. Go ahead and try to advance early. Lin Chen reached out with an imaginary hand and gave an encouraging word. Li Lianqing left thankfully. In his opinion, Lin Chen had suffered a great loss. He had only gained an additional godson, but had paid for a lot of valuable pills and 3 magic treasures. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Chen was righteous and generous. How could he know that he had indeed made a profit? But Lin Chen wouldn't lose at all, and would even make a big profit, just by having an additional godson. The rewards given by the system were enough to wipe out Lin Chen's payment for sending out those pills. It was only because Lin Chen was now at a higher level of cultivation and had a higher vision that he thought the rewards given by the system this time weren't good enough. 2 more days passed in a flash. That golden egg still hadn't broken its shell, only that the demonic beast cub inside was more active. Lin Chen continued to wait patiently. The Great Qian Empire's territory was so vast that even if it was not blocked in any way, whether it was the allied armies of the barbarians in the northern desert kingdom in the north or the Japanese army in the east, all of them would have to cross thousands of mountains and rivers before they could truly approach the Great Qian Imperial City. Strong martial arts practitioners could hurry quickly, but ordinary soldiers couldn't, and there were also food and provisions to consider. It's not a raiding operation, it's a battle to destroy a country with a large army advancing, and it's impossible to march too fast. On the contrary, the various armies of the empire that had discarded their food and provisions and were bent on escaping fled outside the imperial city at a much faster speed. Of course, only a small portion escaped back. Most of the soldiers and braves were either separated, lost, or caught up and killed by the enemy, while others simply fled back to their hometowns or somewhere else. Late that night, Lin Chen was in the middle of absorbing the qi of the imperial Tao when the familiar system beep sounded once again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son, Li Lianqing, for advancing to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. Lin Chen smiled in relief. When he had read the system rewards he got this time, he smiled even more. Chapter 93, Self-Reliance Bell. Dragon Tackle. Cub that breaks the shell. Chapter 93, Self-Reliance Bell. Dragon Tackle. Cub that breaks the shell. Solid Dan 30 capsules. Linghua Dan 2000 pills. 500 pills of qi condensation pills. 500 pills of yuan condensation pills. 100 pills of soul elixir. 20 pills of polyjuice elixir. 10 capsules each of Dragon Yuan Dan, Essence Fire Dan, and Spirit Transformation Dan. All of these pills alone were of incalculable value, not to mention a magic treasure and a martial art. The magic treasure was called Self-Contained Bell, a soul-type magic treasure of the lower grade of the Earth Order, which could not only guard the Sea of Consciousness and protect the soul, but could also be used to attack the enemy's soul. The grade of the Self-Realization Bell was too high, and with Lin Chen's current cultivation level, he could only barely catalyze it, unable to make it display its strongest power. Normally, a Grandmaster could only barely catalyze a Xian rank extreme magic treasure, and could exert the strongest power of a Xian rank upper grade magic treasure, and one's cultivation had to reach the true martial realm in order to be able to catalyze an earth rank lower grade magic treasure. Lin Chen belonged to a special case. His power cultivation was only in the middle stage of the sovereign realm, but the quality of his power was quite a bit higher than that of an unusual grand sovereign. Moreover, Lin Chen, who had taken a large amount of soul containment pills, had actually reached the early stage of the Grandmaster realm in his soul realm. There was another important reason why he was barely able to catalyze the bell of self-realization, and that was because he had achieved a spirit body. However, he was still far from the true martial realm after all, and under his activation, the power of the bell of self-realization was only equivalent to a Xian-ranked extreme magic treasure. It's enough for that, too. A Grandmaster's defensive type magic treasure was usually of the upper Xian rank, and Lin Chen was currently dealing with the enemy Grandmaster. The martial skill that the system rewarded this time was called the Dragon Escape Hand, which was also of the lower grade of the Earth rank. This is a martial art that can tackle strong enemies, the higher the quality of the power of the person performing this martial art, the stronger the power displayed by this martial art. This is true of many techniques. For example, the drifting sword technique. When Lin Chan executed this sword technique, it was far more powerful than Xiaoanren. Any Hotian realm martial artist with true chi in their body could learn and successfully execute the dragon escapement. So naturally Lin Chen could as well. It's midnight on this night. A system beep sounded in Lin Chen's head once again. Congratulations to the host's righteous son Zheng He for advancing to the middle stage of the chi drawing realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. As the number of righteous sons increased, the grades of the various things rewarded by the system also increased. Zheng He had only advanced from the early stage to the middle stage of the chi drawing realm, and the rewards given by the system wouldn't be too advanced, but there were a large number of pills that were beneficial to cultivation, as well as a puppet, a Xian rank extreme grade lucid silver puppet. The Xian rank upper grade lucid silver puppet's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary early stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. The Xian rank extreme grade lucid silver puppet was naturally even stronger. Even if it couldn't defeat a late Grandmaster realm powerhouse, it was still a bit more powerful than an ordinary mid-Grandmaster realm powerhouse. Lin Chen took the puppet out of the system storage and was observing and studying it when he suddenly heard a click. The sound is very slight. If it weren't for Lin Chen's soul realm being high enough and his perception ability being extremely sharp, he wouldn't have even been able to hear the clicking sound. Is it finally starting to break out of its shell? Lin Chen looked at the golden egg and realized that there was an additional thin crack above the eggshell. Pretty fast. It's only been a couple days. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied smile, more or less by accident. Because this golden egg didn't consume too many spirit stones, the spirit stones given by Xiaoanren were only half used. Lin Chen estimated that it should be the essence blood he had paid that had played a key role. If it was the essence blood of an ordinary patriarch, the breaking of this golden egg would have been pushed back by many days and more spirit stones would have been consumed at the same time. After observing for a while and not seeing any new cracks appear, Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the golden egg to the lucid silver golem. Lin Chen had to gain control of this puppet, and he also had to let it move around a bit. Click, click. From time to time, slight and strange sounds resounded from the room on the second floor of the library. The golden egg that was surrounded by many spirit stones had more and more cracks. The speed at which the spirit stones overflowed with aura continued to accelerate. Lin Chen kept an eye on it, promptly replacing the spirit stones that had run out of aura. Occasionally, he had to drop his essence blood into the golden egg. The golden egg shell was very hard, and the pups in it were expected to consume a lot in the process of breaking their shells. Lin Chen was full of anticipation and even a little nervous. It's like those men who waited at the door of the delivery room in a previous life. Lin Chen couldn't see the demonic beast cubs in the eggshell through those cracks because there was a golden film of light present in those cracks. The golden film of light not only blocked the gaze, but also the divine sense. So on and so forth. The night passed. At dawn, the cracked eggshell suddenly split in two. That golden film of light followed suit and parted. Then, he saw that a demonic beast cub covered in golden light was lying on its back between two flaps of eggshell, panting heavily. This cub is a bird. What kind it was exactly? Lin Chen couldn't recognize it for the moment. It has wings. It should be an eagle type, just born out of its shell. It was covered in the fluff of no other bird cub and had mysterious patterns running through its body. This cub is panting. It looks like the process of breaking its shell exhausted it. After observing for a moment, Lin Chen reached out his right hand and gently stroked the cub's head. Being touched on the head, the cub immediately raised its head and glanced at Lin Chen. After sniffing at Lin Chen's right hand again, its head dropped back down to the ground and it continued to pant heavily. Apparently, it didn't resist Lin Chen's touch. Lin Chen took out a small piece of raw beef that had been prepared earlier and placed it beside the cub. The cub sniffed at the small piece of raw beef, then swallowed it in one bite. Lin Chen continued to take the meat and continued to feed. The cub ate with gusto, chirping low every now and then. However, Lin Chen could tell that ordinary beef was able to fill that cub's stomach, but it didn't allow it to recover its strength quickly. Thus, Lin Chen took out a spiritual flowering pill and sent it to the beak of that young pup. That cub trusted Lin Chen and swallowed the spiritual flowering pill in one gulp without hesitation. A moment later, it happily flapped its wings and moved towards Lin Chen's side, tilting its head and chirping repeatedly. The meaning was clear. It wanted to continue eating Linghua Dan. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy, and began to feed spiritual flowering Dan continuously. Anyway, there were enough spiritual flowering Dan in the system warehouse to spend it on whatever he wanted. It was only after a full 30 spiritual flowering pills had been eaten that the cub stopped chirping and asking for food. Broken shell? Xiao Anren heard the chirping and came to the second floor of the library, and seeing that the door to Lin Chen's room was open, he walked in and surveyed the cub with a surprised expression. Aha! Lin Chen nodded. It's so cute. Xiao Anren crouched down and reached out to caress it. The cub, on the other hand, shrunk its neck a bit in vigilance and followed by pecking with its own beak at the hand that Xiao Anren had extended. Ouch! It's quite fierce. Xiao Anren withdrew the hand he had extended and asked, Has eunuch Lin named it? Not yet. Lin Chen shook his head. Just fed it. Does eunuch Lin know what kind of flying demonic beast it is? Xiao Anren asked again. Unclear. Lin Chen continued to shake his head. It's covered in gold. Let's call it gold for now. Chapter 94, The Unknown is the most fearsome of all. Chapter 94, The Unknown is the fearful one. Well, yes, Lin Chen has a naming problem, and when he heard Xiao Anren's suggestion, he also thought that the name Jinzi was okay. Not too good, but not bad either. At least it's apt. Kaneko, don't be afraid. Come here and let this princess hug you. Xiao Anren rushed at Jinzi and opened his arms. Unfortunately, Kaneko didn't care about her at all. Just by glancing at her, Jinzi picked up a flap of eggshells and sent it to Lin Chen, and barked twice. For some reason, even though Lin Chen couldn't understand the gold's cry, he understood what it meant. It should be that a few days before the gold broke its shell, it had absorbed a large amount of Lin Chen's essence blood, so it had resulted in a bloodline connection and a heart-to-heart between the two. What does gold mean? Xiao Anren asked. It seems to be guarding against me, afraid that I'll snatch its eggshells. Aha! That's what it means. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. This eggshell is extraordinary and extremely valuable. What can it be used for? Xiao Anren was doubly curious. At this moment, Jinzi carried his other flap of eggshell to Lin Chen as well. It's still not clear. Lin Chen returned. I don't know any more about it now than your highness. Come downstairs. It's time for breakfast. Xiao Anren stood up straight and walked out of the room. Seeing her leave, Kaneko visibly let her guard down. Gold, who had already eaten his fill, slumped to the ground and quickly closed his eyes. Huffing and puffing, Lin Chen put it on his bed and watched it sleep, then left. While eating breakfast, Lin Chen asked Xiao Anren about the current situation in the Yutian Empire. Things are bad, Xiao Anren said glumly. Although the various armies of the empire that were routed in the north have regrouped outside the imperial city, they are only 3/10 of what they once were. Less than 200,000 men. Together with the soldiers and bravery urgently deployed from the counties, there are only 400,000 soldiers and bravery capable of fighting to guard the imperial city today, not to mention the Japanese army. The allied forces of the barbarians in the northern desert kingdom alone exceeded 600,000 people. The Japanese army isn't quite as large, but there are nearly 200,000 of them. The most crucial thing is that the barbarians have Grandmasters, and the Divine Ruler Organization has long been secretly colluding with the barbarians, and the Divine Ruler Organization also has Grandmasters. Even if the Japanese don't have any Grandmasters, the enemy has at least 2 Grandmasters. Lin Chen thought to himself that the situation was indeed very bad, and could even be described as 10,000 times more dangerous. Normally, it was almost like a dead end was placed in front of the Shao Imperial clan. Their own defenders had only 400,000 men, and were extremely demoralized remnants of the army, while the enemy added up to 800,000 men, a doubling of the troop gap. Although the defenders of the city occupied a geographical advantage, this was not the ancient times of Lin Chen's previous life. This was a metaphysical world. Even if a great master made a move, a large number of powerful people of the sovereign realm would be able to destroy a tall and wide city wall. The numerical disadvantage of ordinary soldiers and braves was huge, and the difference in the number of martial arts masters of each tier was certainly not small. What's more, the enemy can surround but not attack, and after a long siege, the defending side must leave the city for a duel or break out. As a result, the geographical advantage of being based in a city is not obvious. Lin Chen sensed the chi of the imperial Dao in the palace, and then his heart became even more relaxed. The imperial aura in the palace had become a bit thicker compared to a few days ago. Lin Chen knew that this was because he had recently received a system reward. Perhaps the breaking of the shell and the birth of gold played a role. What's going on in the west? Lin Chen asked again. His Majesty has tightly blocked the news of Lin Wen and Lin Zhengying's beheading, and the strongest members of the Tianwu sector still doing their best to hunt the demonic beasts coming out of the Cangmeng mountain range. Xiao Anren sighed. It's really hard to imagine what a terrible situation it would be if the western border was similarly lost. The pale demon beasts killing into the Empire's hinterland won't specifically target our people to kill. The barbarians, the Japanese, and the people of the northern desert kingdom will likewise be attacked. Lin Chen picked up. Actually, in my opinion, the demonic beasts in the Tsangmeng mountain range are a greater threat to us. Oh, Xiao Anren was a bit uncertain. The Tsangmeng mountain range is too vast. It is said that its area is more than twice as large as the entire territory of the Great Qian Empire. Lin Chen explained. Although the Tsangmeng mountain range is similarly thin in spiritual qi and cannot give birth to demonic beast powerhouses with cultivation higher than that of a human Grandmaster, there are far too many demonic beasts in it, and the beasts are even more ferocious and won't think about the benefits gained or lost. Demonic beasts usually don't like to stay away from their nests and from their packs. Xiao Anren didn't seem to quite agree with Lin Chen's statement. They also occasionally come out of the Tsangmeng mountain range to attack various parts of the human race that are closer. And they rarely go out in force and invade the hinterlands of the human race's boundaries. That was before, Lin Chen added. They're obviously different now. Otherwise, the various folk martial arts experts led by the strongest members of the heavenly martial sect would be able to quickly stabilize the western region. We don't know anything about the situation in the Tsangmeng mountain range. The unknown is the most terrifying. Whether it's the Japanese or the barbarians or the rebel desert kingdom, we at least know enough about them. Hearing this, Xiao Anren couldn't help but nod. She began to savor what Lin Chen had just said. The unknown was the most terrifying. The more you taste it, the more it makes sense. The more time they spent together, the more Xiao Anren felt that eunuch Lin was very uncomplicated and could always speak shockingly. And rightly so, Xiao Anren said. Even great masters don't dare to go too deep into the Tsangmeng mountain range, and when they do, they don't dare to stay for a long time. We really don't have the slightest idea of what's going on in the Tsangmeng mountain range, but the immediate priority is still the upcoming war. And the threat of the Tsangmeng demon beasts can't be taken care of in a short period of time. The successive emergence of treasures left behind by the ancients, the Japanese not staying honestly in the East China Sea in favor of coming to the land, and the barbarians trying their best to overthrow the Dacian Empire, coupled with the abnormal behavior of the demonic beasts in the Tsangmeng mountain range, are all indications that there will be a shocking event occurring in the near future. Lin Chen guessed, compared to the great event that will happen soon, the difficulties in front of us may not be worth mentioning at all. Didn't eunuch Lin say that when the car arrives at the mountain, the boat will naturally straighten out, so there's no need to worry too much about things that haven't happened yet? Xiao Anren smiled. Ha ha ha, is right. Lin Chen smiled along with him. After breakfast, Xiao Anren left the library and went to the city wall to look into the distance. Lin Chen, on the other hand, returned to the second floor of the book depository and sat on the bed, checking on the condition of Jin Zi, who was still sleeping. At this time, gold was no longer covered in golden light, and mysterious patterns no longer float on his body. When it sleeps, it looks like a silly bird, and like many chicks it is very attractive. Seeing that everything was fine with it, Lin Chen began to study its two-petaled eggshell. Jin Zi obviously valued and cared about these two eggshells, and as Lin Chen repeatedly probed them with his divine sense, it wasn't hard to realize that the two eggshells contained a very strong life force. Although this eggshell is hard, its hardness is not enough if it is used to refine a magic treasure. One should consider this eggshell as a heavenly treasure. Chapter 95 Golden Winged Rock? Soldiers at the City. Chapter 95 Golden Winged Rock? Soldiers at the City. Lin Chen had read from books that many demonic beast cubs would eat their own eggshells after they broke their shells and were born, in order to replenish the energy needed by their bodies and alleviate the weakness they felt when they were just born. Most of the cubs of flying demonic beasts did not have this habit. Of course, gold might have eaten its own eggshells as well, but it had just been born and fed by Lin Chen. I don't know if it was because the gold's eggshell had been infiltrated with Lin Chen's essence blood, but as Lin Chen carefully observed and sensed it, he always felt that the two petals of the eggshell had an inexplicable affinity. The eggshells are golden, and so are my true essence feats. The eggshell contains a strong life force, and so does that dragon blood fruit. The ancient powerhouse who left behind the golden egg must have known what kind of gold the sun was, and at the same time left behind the dragon's blood fruit to prepare for the master. I've already taken the dragon's blood fruit. Does that mean that these two eggshells are of great use to me? The odds are yes, but how am I supposed to use these two flaps of eggshells to my advantage? Lin Chen pondered as he observed. It's no use just thinking about it. There are still attempts to be made. Thus, Lin Chen externally released his true essence and wrapped the two petals of the eggshell. Unfortunately, there was no response. This way is not possible. Lin Chen glanced at Jin Zi again somewhat sheepishly, then picked up a flap of eggshell and took a bite. Teeth were chipping off and I couldn't bite off a piece of eggshell. It's just too hard. You can't even bite it. And even if you swallow it, you can't digest it. This path is equally unworkable. Lin Chen smiled to himself. There is no need to try the blood drops. Many drops of essence have been made into this eggshell before. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen released his Yutian essence flame, the golden flame of light with the dragon's shadow wrapped around the two flaps of the eggshell. Lin Chen's Yutian essence flame was very strong, far surpassing the Yutian essence flame of an unusual Grandmaster. But it was impossible to melt the eggshell of gold. Lin Chen hadn't thought of melting the two eggshells either. He was just making an attempt to see if they reacted differently. The attempt proved successful. Wrapped in golden light flames, the two petals of the eggshell soon reacted, and the mysterious patterns on the surface began to flow again while emitting an eye-catching golden light. Lin Chen clearly saw that the energy contained in the two petals of the eggshell detached along with the mysterious lines on the surface of the eggshell and merged into the golden light flame. About an incense stick of time passed. The two-petaled eggshell no longer shone with golden light and completely cracked into small, almost transparent pieces. Those little pieces must have been useless. Looking at the Yutian essence flame released by Lin Chen again, the gold color was even more intense and dazzling. And not only was there a dragon shadow swimming around, but there was also a golden rock shadow emerging, much like the golden winged rock. Could it be that little gold is a golden winged rock? If that's true, that's awesome. That ancient powerhouse who left the golden egg behind was also bold enough to steal the golden winged rock's egg. In my past life, the golden winged rock belonged to an extremely powerful existence in the legends. I don't know which tier the golden winged rock belongs to in this world. It may not be an extremely powerful existence as well, but the tier is certainly not low. Lin Chen was happy. In addition to obtaining a golden winged rock cub, his Yutian essence flame had become much stronger. The stronger Yutian essence flame could not only quench Lin Chen's spiritual body, but also speed up the rate of accumulation of true elemental feats, as well as drastically enhance Lin Chen's aura and state when fighting. Lin Chen let the Yutian essence flame bathe his entire body. The golden dragon and rock shadows surrounded his body. Very racy and cool. Not bad, not bad. While Lin Chen was delighted, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive in his heart. When Gold wakes up and realizes his eggshells are gone, will he get angry and freak out? I don't think so. After all, I'm connected to its bloodline. I gave so much essence blood for its birth. It deserves a reward. Lin Chen hadn't guessed wrong. In the late afternoon, Gold woke up. It flapped its wings on the bed, trying to fly. It was still unfamiliar with flight, and while it barely flew, it quickly landed back on the ground. The almost transparent pieces of eggshell on the ground caught its attention. Sniffing at the fragments, Gold raised his head and looked at Lin Chen. It was clearly puzzled. Your eggshells, I used for cultivation, Lin Chen told him truthfully, not caring if Gold could understand. In order to prove it to Jin Zi, Lin Chen released his Yutian essence flame, allowing Jin Zi to take a closer look. Gold saw the rock shadow in the golden light flame and couldn't help but widen his eyes, followed by flapping his wings excitedly and cheerfully. Chirping continuously, it flew up and pounced on Lin Chen. In fact, what it was really going to pounce on was that rock shadow. Lin Chen was worried that his Yutian essence flame would burn the gold and was about to retract it when the gold had already pounced. Luckily, not only did the gold not get burned, when it too was wrapped in golden light flames, it looked to be enjoying itself instead. At this time, gold light rose again on Gold's body, and the mysterious lines that had previously faded away surfaced once again. Hungry? Lin Chen asked. Jin Zi cocked its head and looked at Lin Chen blearily, not knowing if it had understood. Only then did Lin Chen put away the Yutian essence flame and took out a few pills of spiritual huadan and placed them in his palm. Jin Zi jumped onto his arm and started pecking at those ling huadan like a chicken eating rice. It quickly forgot about its eggshell and the rook shadow it had just seen. The most important thing for cubs is to fill their bellies and grow quickly. And Gold is no exception. After eating a few dozen more spiritual flowering pills, the Gold was satisfied and flew away from Lin Chen's left arm, flying to the windowsill and looking out the window. Having just been born, he is new to everything. Dang, dang, dang. 3 sharp but unusually loud bells suddenly rang out in the palace. This means that not only is something big happening, it's something that's 100,000% urgent. Lin Chen stepped out of the book depository and flew up in the large courtyard, soaring into midair. Unsurprisingly, the enemy is coming. There's a big army to the east and a big army to the north. It can be clearly seen that the enemy army to the north is much larger. It wasn't hard to guess that to the north were the allied forces of the barbarians and the northern desert kingdom, and to the east came the Japanese army. The imperial city has long been on standby, with flags on all 4 walls and countless soldiers and braves. Most of the martial arts powerhouses belonging to the courtside were on the city walls. The powerful people who weren't on the city walls were also flying into midair like Lin Chen at this time, looking out from afar, not caring about the rules of the palace as well as his status as emperor. Xiao Anquan flew directly to the sky above the book depository and flew to Lin Chen's vicinity. The empire has reached the brink of extreme danger. I implore Eunuch Lin to be able to step in. Xiao Anshuan cupped his fists and bowed, sincerely begging for help. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll make a move. As Lin Chen replied back, the gold flew up crookedly and very rustily, landing on top of one of his shoulders. Thank you, Eunuch Lin. Xiao Anhan bowed his thanks and gave the gold another look, then flew to the north wall. He knew where the gold came from, so he didn't ask anything, and wasn't in the mood to pry at this point. The enemy could attack at any time, and he needed to be at the front of the line himself to boost morale. Chapter 96, Tatsur, do you still remember father? Chapter 96, Tatsur, do you still remember father? Great Qian Imperial City, North City Wall. Outside the gate of the citadel, Xiao Anren and Xiao Changshan stood side by side. Behind the duo stood Chief Eunuch Li Lianqing. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xiao Anshuan swept in, and when he stood still, the crowd saluted him. Be excused. Xiao Anshuan looked to the north. Hundreds of thousands of troops, naturally, roamed the mountains and could not be seen at a glance. Shall I ask Eunuch Lin to come over? Xiao Anren asked. No need. Xiao Anshuan waved his hand. I've been to the book depository before I came, and Eunuch Lin said that he would make a move. Eunuch Lin is only one person no matter how strong he is. I'm afraid it's hard to change the battle. Xiao Changshan said helplessly. He had obtained some useful pills from Xiao Anren, but he had only recovered to the level of his heyday and had not elevated his realm like Li Lianqing. I don't think so. Xiao Anren shook his head and said, in the past, we always underestimated Eunuch Lin, while he always brought us surprises. Li Lianqing didn't say anything, but he agreed with Xiao Anren's words. Whether or not Eunuch Lin can turn the tide of battle, we must fight with all our might. Xiao Anshuan's tone was resounding and his gaze was firm. The foundation left by our ancestors must not be destroyed in our hands. War. Xiao Changshan had long been prepared to fight to the death. They seem to be setting up camp and don't seem to have any immediate plans to attack the city. Xiao Anren said, Your Highness, they've been marching fast all the way. The physical strength of the common soldiers is greatly depleted. They need to rest and recuperate. Li Lianqing replied back, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they will attack the city, and during that time, it is possible that their martial arts powerhouses will make a test run. They also need to talk to the Japanese in the east, Xiao Anshuan added. In addition to the enemy forces outside the city, we must also guard against the spies in the city. The few people present knew that the spies the emperor was referring to were the people from the Divine Sanction Organization. In the palace, Lin Chen had landed on the ground. Today, the sky was clear and the view was excellent, and Lin Chen could also see that the enemy army was setting up camp, with no signs of rushing to attack the city. It hasn't started yet, so let's just ignore it for now. Lin Chen could take the initiative, but he didn't know the enemy Grandmaster. It wasn't easy to find an enemy Grandmaster in the midst of thousands of troops, and it was even more likely that he would be discovered just as he passed by, and then face a large number of Grandmaster realm powerhouses and an even larger number of innate realm experts. He wasn't afraid. Just don't want to waste your powers on ordinary people. Moreover, once he exposed his strength, the great masters hidden in the enemy army would most likely avoid fighting. He didn't want to let go of the enemy's Grandmaster. The Grandmaster was the existence closest to him, and in case he got a great chance, he might surpass him very quickly. With the current special circumstances of always having the legacy of the ancients out in the world, this eventuality is by no means out of the question, especially Lin Qingshan. Lin Chen wanted to get rid of this person. Xiao Anren had told Lin Chen that according to the information that the court had found out, Lin Qingshan had become the leader of the Divine Ruler Organization and had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Lin Qingshan as well as the entire Divine Sanction Organization had always been committed to overthrowing the Shao Imperial clan, and to that end, they had not hesitated to collude with foreign races. This wasn't the biggest reason Lin Chen wanted to get rid of Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan's previous actions against him were the most important reason why he wanted to finish off the other party. As for the so-called father-son relationship, Lin Chen naturally disowned it. He's not Kobayashi. Besides, Lin Qingshan treated Xiao Linzi poorly, and truly regarded Xiao Linzi as his own son, so would he not deliberately design a trap? As the leader of an assassin organization, Lin Qingshan was of course very good at hiding his tracks, and it was very difficult for Lin Chen to find him, so he could only wait for him to jump out on his own accord. Lin Chen estimated that once the enemy army attacked the city, Lin Qingshan would definitely appear. At dusk that day, Xiao Anren returned to the book depository. There was no need for her to keep guarding the walls when the enemy was pressing on. The emperor wouldn't allow her to do that either. The cultivation resources in her Empyrean ring were too important to the Shao Imperial clan. She was only an innate realm expert, and whether or not she participated in the battle would have almost no effect on the overall situation. While eating dinner, Xiao Anren curiously asked, "How does eunuch Lin plan to strike? Surprise and attack?" Lin Chen said back, "Aha!" Xiao Anren nodded her head, not pursuing the question further. Her pretty and absolutely beautiful cheeks covered with a look of anticipation. She intuited that eunuch Lin could still bring surprises this time. For his part, Zheng He just ate honestly, saying nothing and asking nothing. "Eunuch Lin, doesn't Jinzi eat?" Realizing that Jinzi was not there, Xiao Anren asked. "He's eaten and is sleeping on the second floor of the library." Lin Chen replied back, "It doesn't like all this stuff we're eating, it's very picky." Lin Chen had already discovered that the amount of cultivation resources that would need to be consumed to feed the gold to grow up would definitely be able to cultivate a few great masters. He was heartbroken that he couldn't rake in the system rewards himself for cultivating gold, but if he were to throw away his gold and stop trying to cultivate it, he would certainly not be able to do so. After dinner, Zheng He was in charge of washing the dishes, while Lin Chen and Xiao Anren went to their respective rooms. "This Yuanling flying sword is really hard to refine." Xiao Anren sighed helplessly. If she had already refined the Yuan spirit flying sword hidden in the inner world of the Qi Si, even if she only had the cultivation of the innate realm, she would still have a very strong combat power. Since obtaining the Empyrean ring, she had consumed a lot of cultivation resources, but in order to refine the Yuanling flying sword, her power had not grown too fast. To this day, she was only close to the late stage of the innate realm. Late night, Lin Chen, who was absorbing the qi of the Imperial Dao, detected an unusual movement. Another person quietly dropped into the large courtyard of the book depository. The book depository was not in the important area of the palace, not far from the palace wall. The guard here was relatively lax. Those assassins who intended to enter the palace to make things happen would always pass by the book depository. Lin Chen had thought that the one who came this time was also an ordinary assassin, and that this assassin would soon leave, but the truth was that he had guessed wrong. Although the visitor was dressed as an assassin, not only did he not leave the large courtyard of the book depository, he instead walked into the first floor of the book depository and walked up the stairs. Apparently, the visitor was going up to the second floor. That's a lot of nerve. Many people in the palace knew that the loyal Grand Duke Lin Chen usually lived on the second floor of the book depository, but any assassin who knew something about the palace would never dare to break into the book depository, much less go upstairs. Any assassin who dared to pass by the vicinity of the book depository was considered bold. Lin Chen didn't move, and after looking at the still sleeping Jinzi, he patiently waited for the other party to go upstairs. Lin Chen naturally sensed the fluctuations in the divine sense of the visitor. Through the fluctuations in the divine sense of the visitor, Lin Chen could surmise that the visitor must have cultivated a Yuan Shen, and was at least a late-stage powerhouse of the sovereign realm. The visitor quickly walked to the door of Lin Chen's room. Lin Chen flicked one arm and the door to the room then opened. The visitor was different from ordinary assassins. He was only dressed in black and not masked. His beard and hair were black and white, and there were a few not-so-obvious wrinkles on his face, so he should be an old man, but he didn't look old, and his figure was very upright. "Tatsuer, do you remember father?" Chapter 97, It's not me who should end my life. It's you. Chapter 97, It's not me who should end my life. It's you. The person who came was no one else but little Linzi's father, Lin Qingshan. Lin Chen immediately revealed a look of excitement. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Lin Chen didn't know where to look for this person, but unexpectedly, this person actually took the initiative to come to his door. But Lin Chen's excitement meant something different in Lin Qingshan's eyes. Lin Qingshan thought that Lin Chen was excited about a long goodbye. "The palace grounds, and you dare to trespass like this? How dare you?" Lin Chen said back. "This is just the edge of the palace. There's nothing I dare not break into." Lin Qingshan said carelessly, "The martial arts powerhouses in the palace are all protecting the emperor. There's not much around the book depository. What did you come to see me for?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "I want to work with you for great things. Right now there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lin Qingshan replied, "You and I, father and son, together with the many elites of the God's dictatorship organization in the city, will be able to take down this palace, kill the emperor, and overthrow the Shao clan's royal family." "Oh, what's in it for me?" Lin Chen pursued. "I'm the leader of the God's dictatorship organization, and you're my son, so of course it'll benefit you a lot if we join forces to achieve something." Lin Qingshan explained. "My plan is that after we succeed in our actions in the city, we can ask for peace from the two parties outside the city. The Divine Sanction Organization is involved with both the barbarians and the Japanese. If I go and beg for peace, both of them will agree. And, of course, Give them both some favors, like the land they want. Will at most pay for part of the eastern and northern boundaries of the Deqian Empire in exchange for the Lin family becoming the new imperial family. It was because the benefits were large enough that Lin Qingshan would venture into the palace to have an interview with Lin Chen. Lin Qingshan actually knew that Lin Chen might not agree and might not recognize himself as his own father. I would have recognized it a long time ago. You should be well aware that there is a Grandmaster of the Heavenly Martial Sect in the palace, and that Grandmaster is very powerful. Lin Chen gave a reminder, wanting to see if Lin Qingshan knew that Lin Zhengying was dead. He's only one person. Lin Qingshan picked up. I can be responsible for stalling him. And you, the Divine Sanction Organization, and the elites of the Duanmu clan will be enough to sweep away the Shao Imperial clan. In Lin Qingshan's opinion, Lin Chen was not a Grandmaster, yet he could be called an invincible existence under a Grandmaster. If he knew that Lin Chen's beheading of Duanmu Ping was not a fluke, and knew that Lin Chen had also beheaded Japanese Grandmaster Murakami Ryuta and Heavenly Martial Sect Grandmaster Lin Zhengying, he would never have dared to barge into the book depository tonight. What if you can't stall? Lin Chen asked again. I admit that the Heavenly Martial Sect's Grandmaster is quite a bit stronger than me, but after all, he's not a member of the Shao Imperial clan and won't put his life on the line for the Shao Imperial clan. Lin Qingshan shook his head and said, don't forget that there are still nearly 1 million troops outside of the city, and among them, there are also great masters. The Shao Imperial clan is obviously in dire straits. Under these circumstances, any great master would not fight for the Shao Imperial clan because fighting for their lives would not change the final outcome. How many great masters are there outside the city? Lin Chen has to figure this out. Not many, just one. Lin Qingshan replied truthfully. The barbarian race's Grandmaster is also in his prime, and is not a newly promoted Grandmaster. His strength is by no means weaker than that of the Heavenly Martial Sect's Grandmaster. Lin Chen bristled. In that case, even if we make it, there is a possibility that we will face a siege from both armies outside the city like the Shao Imperial clan, and end up doing the grafting for others, and the basket will be empty. No way. Lin Qingshan said confidently, I am well aware of the true intentions of the Japanese and barbarians. All they want is territory. As long as they are given enough territory, they will stop the war, and so will the Northern Desert Kingdom. It must be known that the army defending the city still has hundreds of thousands of people, which will cost the attacking side many lives. Can the army defending the city listen to us? Lin Chen asked. If you won't listen to us, will you listen to the Fae? Lin Qingshan replied. No matter what, we are of the same clan as the army defending the city, and if we are sure that the Shao Imperial clan is destroyed, the army defending the city will definitely be more willing to rely on us, who are of the same clan. If we can destroy the Shao Imperial clan, we can also be considered to have demonstrated our strength to the defending army. I have to say, you're thinking pretty good thoughts. Lin Chen smiled. Aside from myself and the God's Dictatorship Organization, I'm also thinking of you. Lin Qingshan said fervently. I know that you are quite attached to this palace, the current emperor and even the entire Shao royal family, and are willing to contribute and even sell your life for them, but they are clearly at the end of their tether, and I really can't bear to see you accompanying them to their funeral. You are after all carrying the bloodline of the Sichuan royal family, and the Shao royal family is your enemy. Even if you don't care about this, the Shao royal family will care. You guessed it, I really don't care about that. Lin Chen had a breezy expression on his face, and I don't care if the Shao Imperial clan cares about this. I've said all that needs to be said. Now I'm just asking you if you're willing to follow the plan I just described? Lin Qingshan didn't want to dawdle. No, what a meddler. Lin Qingshan was no longer amicable and angrily rebuked. It seems that I made the right choice in the first place. You really aren't worth cultivating. You don't deserve to follow me and enjoy the cultivation resources left behind by the Sichuan royal clan. What? Is this a case of turning the other cheek if we can't discuss it? Lin Chen asked contemptuously. Sinner's son, you have been unwilling to call a father from the beginning to the end. Is there such a thing as turning the other cheek between us? Lin Qingshan asked indignantly in return. How can you have the face to say such things when you have abandoned your wife and child? Lin Chen tit for tat and sneered back. I will never stand by and watch my son sell his life for his enemies. So, it's time for your lowly life to end. As Lin Qingshan said, the Hotian essence flame had already enveloped his entire body, and there was an additional long sword in his hand. This was not a place of opportunity in the palace, and no one could help Lin Chen. As a Grand Master, Lin Qingshan was confident that he could quickly decapitate Lin Chen, and no one would be able to rescue him in time, including the Tianwu sect's Grand Master Lin Zhengying. He didn't know that Lin Zhengying was dead, let alone that his behavior was purely seeking death. It's not me who should end my life. It's you. When Lin Qingshan swung his long sword to slash, Lin Chen's body was also covered in a blazing fire. Ha! The Yutian essence flame on Lin Chen's body caused Lin Qingshan's heart to flutter. What alarmed him even more was that not only did Lin Chen not dodge his long knife, but he instead reached out his hand and grabbed the tip of that long knife. The last person who wanted to end my life was also a Grandmaster. His name was Lin Zhengying. Lin Chen didn't give Lin Qingshan any chance to react at all, let alone give him a chance to escape. As he spoke, Lin Chen's Yutian essence flame traveled down his outstretched arm, via the long blade, and swooped down onto Lin Qingshan's body in a twinkling. Lin Qingshan's Yutian essence flame was far inferior to Lin Chen's, and was instantly suppressed. Next, Lin Qingshan also became bathed in golden flames of light, surrounded by dragon and rock shadows. Even with the precious clothes protecting his body, he was still covered in searing pain, and the look of panic on his face intensified. Chapter 98, Using the Emperor as Bait. Chapter 98, Using the Emperor as Bait. At this moment, Lin Qingshan was in a million pieces. On Lin Chen's body, he clearly didn't feel a single trace of Yuan spirit aura, which was enough to prove that Lin Chen hadn't reached the Grandmaster realm and was still in the Master realm. However, Lin Chen had ignited the Yutian essence flame in advance. What amazed Lin Qingshan even more was that Lin Chen's Yutian essence flame was very special and very powerful. With just the extremely powerful Yutian essence flame, Lin Chen already had a huge advantage. The fact that Lin Chen was able to catch a Xin rank upper grade longsword with his empty hand meant that his physique was equally very strong. These were completely beyond Lin Qingshan's cognitive scope. He simply couldn't imagine that a Zongshi could be so powerful. You're more unlucky. Lin Zhengying can still go through a few moves with me, but you can't. Lin Chen snatched off Lin Qingshan's long sword and said teasingly. Lin Qingshan was not as strong as Lin Zhengying, and today's Lin Chen had become much stronger than when he had beheaded Lin Zhengying. In this way, an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse like Lin Qingshan was simply unbeatable in front of Lin Chen, and could be destroyed with his hands. Lin Qingshan didn't even have a chance to perform a martial art. The difference is that big. Lin Qingshan fought to activate his Yuan spirit, but his Yuan spirit power could not penetrate his body at all. The power couldn't even be released externally, let alone expecting to perform powerful martial arts. You can only wait to die. You're going to commit patricide? Lin Qingshan shouted. Stop it. Fathers and sons fighting each other will only cause the enemy to be happy and the relatives to be hurt. That's not what you just said. Lin Chen didn't bother to fight with Lin Qingshan, and directly used his long knife to pierce his head. Lin Qingshan's Yuanshan immediately rushed out from the inner world of the sea of consciousness that had just collapsed. In the next moment, that Yuanshan fell into stagnation. Having been hit by Lin Chen's soul deterrent, the gold woke up with a start, chirping and chirping. Eunuch Lin. At this time, Xiao Anren also rushed over. She had long since sensed an unusual movement within the book depository. And this man is? Xiao Anren asked as he stood outside the door, pointing at Lin Qingshan's already weakened body that had fallen to the ground. The leader of the Divine Ruler Organization, Lin Qingshan. As Lin Chen replied, he withdrew his Yutian essence flame. Ha! Xiao Anren was astonished. She hadn't expected Lin Qingshan to come, and she hadn't even expected Lin Chen to actually behead Lin Qingshan with his own hands. Xiao Anren wasn't surprised that Lin Chen was able to decapitate a Grandmaster like Lin Qingshan. He came to me to plot a rebellion, and the plan was to sweep away the royal family before begging for peace from the two armies outside the city. Lin Chen took out a few pills of Ling Huadan and beckoned to Jin Zi on the bed. The gold then lifted its wings and flew up, landing on Lin Chen's shoulder and beginning to peck at the spiritual Huadan. So it is. Xiao Anren didn't need to ask again to guess that eunuch Lin had rejected Lin Qingshan. However, she had to admit that Lin Qingshan's plan was actually feasible, and if eunuch Lin was willing to cooperate, the Shao imperial clan would simply be unable to resist. According to general thinking, it was possible for eunuch Lin to agree to Lin Qingshan. After all, the two were father and son. In the past, the strongest members of the imperial clan, including Emperor Shao Anshuan, were worried that Lin Chen was supporting the imperial clan on the surface, but in reality, he had secretly colluded with the God's Dictatorship Organization a long time ago, and was just waiting for the right time to strike. But now he didn't have to worry about that. Lin Chen had directly beheaded Lin Qingshan, the leader of the God's Dictatorship Organization, and if the Shao clan's royal family still had any suspicions about him, they were truly sick in the head. Lin Chen first crushed Lin Qingshan's Yuanshan, followed by using that long blade to strike through Lin Qingshan's Qi-Si inner world. No treasures of too high a level. However, there was a silver spear that caught Lin Chen and Xiao Anren's attention. The silver spear was a weapon-type magic treasure of the upper grade of the Xian rank. Not advanced, not rare, but it made the two of them look quite familiar. It looks like Situ Jing's spear. Xiao Anren was very surprised. How could it be on Lin Qingshan? On the day of the God Sacrifice Festival, after Situ Jing escaped the imperial city with injuries, he should have encountered Lin Qingshan's interception. Lin Chen guessed. Back then, when the imperial clan overthrew the Sichuan royal clan, Situ Jing made a move, and Lin Qingshan would definitely see him as an important enemy. It's good to be dead. Xiao Anren nodded. This evening amounted to a harvest of two good news stories. Situ Jing was dead, and the Xiao imperial clan had one less powerful enemy in the Grandmaster realm. With Lin Qingshan dead, the Divine Sanction organization would at least be in a leaderless situation for the next period of time, and the threat would be drastically reduced. Only, there were still hundreds of thousands of enemy troops outside the city, so Xiao Anren couldn't relax. She didn't stay long and quickly left the book depository to report the good news she had just gotten to her brother the Emperor. With Lin Chen's permission, Xiao Anren also took away Lin Qingshan's corpse. Qianming Hall. When Emperor Xiao Anshuan saw Lin Qingshan's corpse, he was naturally both shocked and joyful, and at the same time very puzzled. Is it really Lin Qingshan? Definitely, Xiao Anren said with certainty. Eunuch Lin has no need to lie, and I saw this person's Yuan Shen and Yuan spirit with my own eyes, proving that this person must be a great master. I also saw that silver spear of Situ Jing. Yes, great. Xiao Anshuan clapped his hands in excitement. My Xiao royal family has not misjudged Eunuch Lin. Luckily we chose to side with Eunuch Lin. Xiao Anren was also thankful, seeing Eunuch Lin's very calm demeanor. I reckon that the enemy forces outside the city are not enough to fear. Can't be too optimistic. Xiao Anshuan waved his hand and calmly said, the enemy army's morale is in full swing, and there are as many strong men as clouds. Eunuch Lin is very strong, but after all, he has not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, and he is not absolutely invincible. We cannot underestimate the raging two enemy armies just because we have Eunuch Lin's support. Aha! Xiao Anren nodded. Nothing more happened for the rest of this night. It was just slightly light when the trumpet sounded outside the city and the bells rang inside. Apparently, the enemy has begun to attack the city. Lin Chen walked out of the book collection building, shouldering the recently awakened Jin Zi, and flew into mid-air, looking out into the distance. Xiao Anren and Xiao Anshuan also flew to the mid-air of the palace, similarly looking out from afar. The two siblings were very important to the entire Xiao imperial clan and could not afford to lose, so they could not go to the city to join the battle. The other members of the royal family who had the power to fight were led by Xiao Changshan, who was on top of the city wall and was about to fight to kill the enemy. Li Lianqing also led the masters of the Shangwu supervisor to leave the palace long ago and ascend the city wall. Lin Chen thought about it and flew over to Emperor Xiao Anshuan's side. Your Majesty, go to the north wall. Eunuch Lin. It is not that I am greedy and afraid of death. If I have a flashback, Your Majesty need not worry. Lin Chen took out the Xian rank extreme grade lucid silver puppet, causing it to assume the appearance of a small eunuch. With this puppet accompanying you, you can ensure that Your Majesty is safe and sound. Shall I change my clothes? No. Lin Chen shook his head. It's bad to change. Got it. Xiao Anshuan didn't dawdle and then flew towards the northern city with a long stride, while that lucid silver puppet followed closely behind. Xiao Anshuan knew in his heart that Eunuch Lin was trying to use him, the emperor, as bait, since he was a decoy. Of course he couldn't change his clothes, so that the enemy could see him clearly and recognize him. Chapter 99, Killing Sounds Shatter the Sky. Barbarian Grandmaster takes the bait. Chapter 99, The sound of killing shook the sky. The barbarian Grandmaster took the bait. Emperor Xiao Anshuan quickly flew above the northern wall of the imperial city. A legion of the enemy's troops came on foot without delay. After a full dress parade, the siege has begun, but no enemy troops have reached the city so far. Between heaven and earth, killing intent tumbled. The austere and grave atmosphere was suffocating, and even cultivated martial arts powerhouses were moved by it and felt very depressed. Why is His Majesty here in person? When Xiao Changshan saw Xiao Anshuan, he hurriedly ran over. Your Majesty should hurry back to the palace. No harm done. Xiao Anshuan waved his hand. How can I say that I'm also a Zhongshe realm powerhouse? I'll come to fight and increase our side's chances of victory. But with His Majesty here, we can't just focus on killing the enemy without fear. We also have to consider His Majesty's safety. Xiao Changshan said. The situation is so dangerous that I naturally want to live and die with you generals and soldiers. Xiao Anshuan first made a scene, then transmitted his voice to Xiao Changshan. Don't worry, it was Eunuch Lin who told me to come. As a decoy, he certainly couldn't explicitly say that there might be enemy spies nearby. In order to defend the city, the martial arts experts who originally did not belong to the military, nor did they have any official titles, but only resided in the imperial city, were also deployed to the city walls to fight against the enemy together. Not everyone on the wall's garrison is trustworthy. Your Majesty is mighty. Xiao Changshan did not understand why eunuch Lin had allowed His Majesty to take the risk, but he would not question it at this point, and only shouted out, trying to boost his side's morale. The nearby defenders shouted, "Your Majesty is mighty." Xiao Anshuan turned his head to look at the puppet not far away, and peering with his divine sense, he couldn't sense the slightest bit of abnormal aura. When that puppet didn't strike, it looked like an ordinary little eunuch with no martial arts cultivation. However, Xiao Anhan knew that the strength of that puppet was at least comparable to an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouse. At this moment, Lin Shan returned to the sky above the book depository. "Eunuch Lin, it was you who told His Majesty to go to the North City, wasn't it?" Xiao Anren had just seen the Emperor flying towards North City. "Yes," Lin Shan replied. "The other party's Grandmaster may not strike at the beginning. I don't want to wait too long. That would kill many people. With His Majesty at the top of the city, it is indeed easy to draw out the enemy's Grandmaster early." Xiao Anren naturally also immediately understood Lin Shen's intentions. Using the Emperor as bait, I'm afraid that only Lin Shen dared to think and do so. The defenders don't want too many people to die, and the attackers certainly don't want too many people to die. If he killed Emperor Xiao Anshuan at the city's head, it would definitely cause the defenders to be disorganized or even fall apart, and the attacking side would gain victory faster as a result. It's not easy to kill Xiao Anhun. After all, he was a mid-stage powerhouse of the sovereign realm, and there would still be quite a few imperial powerhouses in his vicinity. A great master must make a move in order to be fully certain. It's not that Anren doesn't believe eunuch Lin, he's just afraid of what might happen. Xiao Anren was a little worried. "Rest assured, Your Highness, there are no eventualities. If eunuch Lin says so, Anren is relieved." Xiao Anren knew eunuch Lin relatively well and knew that eunuch Lin would not talk nonsense. "Come on, let's go over there too." Lin Shen then took Xiao Anren and flew towards North City. He said there were no eventualities, but he was actually worried that a situation had arisen that he hadn't expected. For example, the strength of that great master of the barbarian race exceeded his expectations. Let's say the enemy has more than one archon. He couldn't really let Xiao Anshuan die on the city walls. That would most likely lead to a rout of the defenders. And at that time, it would be difficult for Lin Shan to block the hundreds of thousands of troops if he made another move. Only after following Lin Shan to the vicinity of the northern city wall did Xiao Anren really feel at ease. Woo! The trumpets kept sounding. The barbarian army took the lead in launching a simultaneous attack on the northern and western cities of the Great Qian Imperial City. Immediately after that, the northern desert kingdom's army attacked the south city, and the Japanese army attacked the east city. All four walls were heavily attacked. The sound of killing shook the sky, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the war. Gold chirped excitedly on Lin Shen's shoulder. Lin Shen sat on the roof of a 5-story building, silently looking at the northern city wall 100 feet away and at Emperor Xiao Anshuan, who was fighting to kill the enemy. Xiao Anren, on the other hand, was standing beside Lin Shen, and compared to Lin Shen's calmness, she seemed extraordinarily nervous. One by one, the barbarians' innate realm experts and Zhongshu realm powerhouses kept flying to the city walls, engaging in close combat with the martial arts experts among the defenders. The light of magic treasures and splendid martial arts skills flickered more than just on the city walls. The strong bows and crossbows of the defenders kept shooting arrows. Although the bows and crossbows of the Dacian Imperial City are not legal treasures, they are powerful enough to shoot through the true chi shields of innate realm experts. Even the true essence shield of a Zhongshu realm powerhouse would collapse once it was hit multiple times in a row. If a group of Hotian realm martial artists surrounded an innate realm expert, as long as they weren't afraid to attack wildly without fear of death, they could completely hack each other to death. A war of this magnitude is exceptionally cruel and bloody. The power of martial arts experts of all tiers was limited and consumed very quickly, and on the contrary, everyone did not have elixirs to quickly recover their power, and they had to timely withdraw from the battlefield when their power was consumed too much, or else even a Zhongshu realm powerhouse might have the possibility of overturning the ship in the gutter. Above the city walls, both sides were killing each other. Emperor Xiao Anshuan's personal presence on the battlefield naturally served as an extremely strong morale booster. At least on this side of the north wall, the defenders always fought bravely to the death. The barbarian army attacking the city was heavily killed and wounded. Lin Shen estimated that the barbarian race's Grandmaster was going to make a move, and that's exactly what happened. Both sides fought for half an hour. The very wide and tall northern city wall, although there are many places broken, but still standing, the barbarian side had killed at least 2 sovereign realm powerhouses and a dozen innate realm experts in this side of the battle. There were even more deaths and injuries to martial artists in the Qi drawing realm as well as the Yutian realm. The bodies of ordinary soldiers and braves were piled up under the city walls. Finally, an old man bathed in blazing flames of light soared up from the barbarian barracks outside the city, and in an instant, he arrived atop the northern city wall. This old man was the barbarian race's only Grandmaster, Tuoba Zan. Like ordinary barbarians in appearance, Tuoba Zan was also tall and robust, with a double-horned head and a lot of brown hair on his body. The exterior is formidable and intimidating. Aside from being relatively short, the Japanese were similar to the human race of the Dacian Empire, while the barbarians were very distinctly different from the human race. Phew! Tuoba Zan brought with him the heatwave of the Yutian essence flame, as well as the powerful aura of a great master, and pounced directly on Emperor Shao Anshuan. Tackled the thief. This emperor is really bold. He dares to go into battle himself. Tuoba Zan swept in with great speed and slashed Shao Anshuan's head with a broad-bladed sword. Your Majesty, be careful! Shao Changshan, who was not far away, exclaimed a reminder. Right at this moment, the lucid silver puppet wearing an ordinary eunuch's uniform moved 5 or 6 feet across the room in a twinkling of an eye and blocked Shao Anshuan's body. It used that silver spear of Situ Jing to block Tuoba Zan's broad-bladed treasure sword horizontally. The broad-bladed treasure sword was a top-grade Xian rank weapon, and so was the silver-colored spear. The lucid silver puppet wasn't a true Grandmaster and didn't have an acquired essence flame on its body, but it was a Xian rank extreme puppet that was extremely powerful. Chapter 100, Catching 2 Big Fish. Chapter 100, Catching 2 Big Fish. Ha! Tuoba Zan was doubly surprised when he missed with a blow. He thought that even if a great master suddenly came over to rescue Emperor Shao Anshuan, it should be the one from the heavenly martial sect. Under close observation and divine sense sensing, he quickly realized that the guy in the eunuch's uniform was actually a puppet. Before striking out, Tuoba Zan had naturally probed repeatedly with his divine sense. There are no great masters near Emperor Shao Anshuan. Tuoba Zan's divine sense had also swept over the lucid silver puppet once, and no abnormality was detected at that time. There is no strong vitality, no powerful fluctuation of gong power, no aura of the latter-day essence fire in Yuan Ling. At this moment, the Ryukin puppet's arms fired and pushed violently. Tuoba Zan immediately brought his own broad-bladed sword with him, and involuntarily began to fly backwards. Not only can this puppet easily take my full force strike, it can also push me away. What a strong power! Tuoba Zan quickly stabilized his body and hovered in midair outside the city. Whoosh! The lucid silver puppet stomped its feet, and like an arrow off the string, it rushed towards Tuoba Zan, who had just stabilized his form. Tuoba Zan reacted quickly and swung his sword to meet him. With that, the two fiercely sparred in mid-air. The Xian rank extreme grade lucid silver puppets were also puppets without overly powerful martial skills. If it performed a powerful martial art, the true elemental feats stored in its energy slots infused by Lin Chen could not withstand depletion. For it, the best way to fight is to use force to shake force in close combat. It's strong enough. It has a strong enough defense. It was fast enough. And the attack of the silver spear it clutched was strong enough. Its overall combat power was by no means weaker than an ordinary mid-grade master realm powerhouse. Tuoba Zan's strength was equally strong. With his cultivation reaching the peak of the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, he could perform body martial arts as well as subtle sword techniques, and with the acquired essence fire to strengthen himself, even if he couldn't gain an advantage, he wouldn't lose quickly. What gave him more of a headache was that this puppet was too fast and kept deadlocking him, making it difficult for him to get away. Like Lin Qingshan, Tuoba Zan also didn't know that Lin Zhangying was dead, and he was worried that that great master of the Tianwu sect would suddenly kill and join forces with this puppet, in which case he would definitely lose. But the Shao Imperial clan had a backhand like a powerful puppet, and the barbarians dared to march on the city, vowing to overthrow the Dacian Empire, so naturally they also had extraordinary reliance. Tuoba Zan also anticipated the possibility of not being able to kill Emperor Shao Anshuan on the city walls. After all, there was a Grandmaster from the Heavenly Martial sect supporting the Shao Imperial clan. The plan was that if he couldn't win, he would lure away the Heavenly Martial sect's Grandmaster, so that Shao Anshuan would lose the Grandmaster's protection. Without seeing that great master of the Heavenly Martial sect, Tuoba Zan still followed the plan and retreated, to take this powerful puppet away from the northern city wall. At this moment, Lin Chen had already stood up and looked at the Ryukin puppet and the barbarian Grandmaster who were gradually moving away, and he was ready to strike. Since he had successfully lured out the enemy's Grandmaster, he naturally wouldn't let him get away. But just as Lin Chen had just activated his wind leopard boots and had sacrificed his four-pole golden thunder sword, an unexpected situation occurred. Another barbarian powerhouse killed Emperor Shao Anshuan. This barbarian powerhouse looked young, just in his 20s, but the aura he emitted was actually more powerful than Tuoba's on. Phew! With a flash, Lin Chen arrived in front of Xiao Anshuan. His speed was so fast that the gold that was originally on his shoulder stayed on the roof of that 5-story building at that moment. Swish! The strong enemy was already close at hand, and it was too late to set up a sword formation. So Lin Chen waved his 4 extreme golden thunder sword and swept it forward in a horizontal motion. The young barbarian powerhouse didn't use any weapons or magic treasures, and merely smashed his way in with a huge fist wrapped in fiery red light flames. Clank! The 4 extremes golden thunder sword viciously chopped above the opponent's fist. To Lin Chen's surprise, the Xian rank extreme grade 4-pole golden thunder sword had failed to cut through the opponent's palm after cutting through the opponent's fiery red light flames. He soon realized that the other man's palm wore a thin glove. Obviously, that glove was a magical treasure of not bad grade. The opponent's fist was exceptionally rigid and powerful, and under one blow, Lin Chen's 4 extreme golden thunder sword almost came out of his hand. Not only was there a very powerful Hotian essence flame on the other party, Lin Chen's divine sense also sensed the aura of a Yuan spirit. In other words, the other party was likewise a great master. But didn't the barbarians only have one great master? Even if a second great master existed in the barbarian race, it shouldn't look this young. It was well known that the barbarian race's cultivation resources were even more scarce, and it was simply impossible for a young clan member to become a grandmaster. Even if that person was a martial arts genius, both sides were exceptionally powerful. The force of his opponent's punch nearly dislodged Lin Chen's 4 extreme golden thunder sword, and Lin Chen's sweeping sword also forced his opponent back. Lin Chen activated the soul-suppressing bead and cast soul intimidation on this young barbarian powerhouse. Unfortunately, it didn't work at all. Either the other party's soul realm was very high, or the other party's sea of consciousness also had a high-grade soul-type magic treasure. Lin Chen estimated that even if he forcefully activated the bell of self-realization, it would still be difficult to shake the other party's soul. With that, Lin Chen threw up the 4-pole golden thunder sword. In the blink of an eye, the 4-pole golden thunder sword split into 4, transforming into 4 golden thunder swords, each flying to the 4 directions of southeast, west, and north. Against an ordinary great master, Lin Chen could easily finish off. This young barbarian grand master was different. In addition to the Hotian essence flame and Yuan spirit that a great master should have, Lin Chen also detected the aura of a spirit body on his opponent. Most likely, the other party was just like him, having shed his bones and achieved a spiritual body in advance. Therefore, Lin Chen felt that the other party's origins were strange, like a strong person who shouldn't have appeared in this era at all, and that he had to go all out. Such a powerful character. The Xian rank upper grade spirit binding rope was simply useless. Not only could it not bind the other party, but it might also be directly broken by the other party. Sword formation? Kind of funny. I can't imagine that today, 10,000 years later, such a sword Dao genius could still be born, not even at the Grandmaster realm, but actually able to set up such a sword formation on his own. Too bad it met me. Duoba Hongjin narrowed his eyes and looked around, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a thought, 2 copper hammers appeared in front of him, held in each of his 2 hands. Swordlight surfaced in the sky. The 4 directions sword firmament formation began to power up, and the sword momentum grew stronger and stronger. Lin Chen was holding the golden rainbow sword, and with a ray of swordlight, he killed Tuoba Hongjin. Tuoba Hongjin did not show any weakness and swung his 2 copper hammers, hardening himself against the attacks of the swordlight and meeting Lin Chen. On Tuoba Hongjin's body, he was wearing an ancient treasure armor, which had amazing defensive power, and it was difficult for the sword light created by the 4 directions sword prison array to pierce through it. The northern wall of the Great Qian Imperial City, Emperor Xiao Anshuan and Xiao Changshan, the strongest members of the Imperial clan, were all filled with shock as they looked towards the midair not far away. The light of the sword stirred in Nari. The 2 powerhouses were fighting furiously in the middle of the sword formation. Eunuch Lin used me as bait. I guess I didn't expect to actually catch 2 big fish. Xiao Anhun sighed. The barbarians actually have 2 great masters. No wonder they look like they're determined to win. Xiao Changshan was very perplexed. How is it that there is suddenly an additional young-looking great master? Chapter 101, How could such a demon be born? Chapter 101, How could such a demon be born? Having 2 archons is what explains why their archons are fearless to strike. Xiao Anshuan said, if they only have 1 great master and don't know that we don't have any great masters on our side, their great master may not dare to make a move. Yes, Xiao Changshan nodded. Without the certainty of victory, grandmasters usually did not personally go into battle in a war of this magnitude. The 2 sides' great masters sparring with each other would most likely end up in a lose-lose situation. At this time, The great master tier powerhouses from both sides had already started fighting, and the barbarians had temporarily slowed down their attack on the northern city wall. The winners and losers of the top combatants will have a huge impact on this war. The barbarian army would have to wait for their Grandmaster to win before attacking the city with all their might. The enemy's attack on the city weakened, and only then did Xiao Anshuan and Xiao Changshan have the opportunity to watch the battle from afar and chat a bit. Since Eunuch Lin's fishing plan has been successful, Your Majesty need not continue to risk your life and retreat into the city for the time being, Xiao Changshan reminded a word. Good thing too, Xiao Anshuan didn't retreat too far, but just flew to his sister Xiao Anren's side. The gold lifted its wings and hovered above the heads of the two. It chirped continuously, looking at the mid-air outside the city every now and then. Clearly, it was worried about Lin Chen, but he was only a newborn chick and was not bold enough to fly over to help. With Eunuch Lin's own strength, plus that powerful puppet, it would have been a sure thing, but I didn't expect the barbarians to have an additional young Grandmaster. Xiao Anshuan sighed heavily. That young barbarian Grandmaster seems to be very powerful, much stronger than even the sixth elder of the Tianwu sect, and it doesn't look like Eunuch Lin has gained the upper hand when he fought him. Yes, Xiao Anren had a worried look on his face. That young Grandmaster of the barbarians looks like a god of war, able to ignore Eunuch Lin's sword formation. There is a change in heaven and earth, and I'm afraid that more similarly unexpected and special conditions will occur in the future, Xiao Anshuan said with a bitter smile. Even if we utilize those cultivation resources you have at your disposal to increase the overall strength of our royal family by a lot, it may not be able to make the royal power solid. We can only take one step at a time. Xiao Anren picked up. Now I only hope that Eunuch Lin can defeat the enemy Grandmaster and can make the enemy retreat. The two siblings were only concerned with the battle on this side of the northern city wall, and they couldn't care less about what was going on the other three walls. Mid-air outside the northern city wall, under the shroud of the four-direction sword prison formation, Lin Chen activated his wind leopard boots, performed the illusory body misty shadow steps, and collided with Tuoba Hongjin frequently. He felt that this young barbarian Grandmaster had come from a strange background, so he wanted to fight with the other party for a while longer, to get to the bottom of the other party. During this time, the other party also cast a soul attack on him. With the soul-suppressing pearl and the self-realization bell together guarding the sea of consciousness and protecting the soul flame and Yuan Shun, the other party's soul attacks were naturally no threat to Lin Chen. A sword Dao genius after 10,000 years is nothing more than that. The more Tuoba Hongjin fought, the more confident he became. He certainly sensed that the power of the sword formation was gradually increasing. He didn't dare to wait until the enemy's sword formation reached its strongest power. In that case, he who had achieved a spiritual body would also have to withstand a huge pressure and thus be weakened. Not playing with you, a sect master after 10,000 years. How dare he try to cross the level to challenge a great sect master like me? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Tuoba Hongjin didn't put his best foot forward just now either. At this point, he didn't want to continue dawdling and began to strike with all his might. The two copper hammers looked like they had suddenly become lighter, being swung by him at will. Each strike was powerful. And even where the copper hammers passed, a path of sword light was born. Hammer blade martial arts. Rigid, domineering, powerful and heavy at the same time. There are also a few points as if able to tear everything sharp. Phew! Realizing that his opponent's battle power had increased a lot, Lin Chen no longer held back, and the Hotian essence flame was released, enveloping his entire body. In the golden flames of light, the dragon and rock shadows emerged. Seeing the Hotian essence flame on Lin Chen's body, Tuoba Hongjin couldn't help but change his face drastically. With his insight, he naturally knew what the existence of the dragon shadow and rock shadow in the Hotian essence flame meant. Having one such type of shadow was already very rare, and the other party's Hotian essence flame actually had two such types of shadows coexisting. A human genius 10,000 years from now can also have such a creation? Tuoba Hongjin was shocked for a while and was surprised. On the other party, he also sensed a very special aura. The breath was majestic, dominating, divine. Could it be the legendary chi of the Imperial Way? While Tuoba Hongjin was puzzled, Lin Chen swung his sword to kill. Within the sword formation under his own control, the various sword techniques that Lin Chen executed, including the instantaneous Mang sword technique and the floating sword technique, would be extraordinarily powerful. The Dao of sword slashes that he chopped out also began to wrap the golden light flames of the Hotian essence flame. Golden flames of light often carried the shadows of dragons and rooks. The grade of the treasure armor on Tuoba Hongjin's body was too high, and even though the sword awnings that Lin Chen had struck were extremely powerful, they couldn't cause the slightest damage to that treasure armor. Only, when Lin Chen used his full strength, Tuoba Hongjin could only rely on the superb defense of his treasure armor to support himself. Even the fiery red Hotian essence flame on his body began to gradually dim. Tuoba Hongjin's Hotian essence flame was very strong. Although it was not as strong as Lin Chen's, it was much more powerful than the Hotian essence flame of a great master like Lin Qingshan, and it was not so strong that it was instantly suppressed by Lin Chen's Hotian essence flame to the extent that it was difficult to release it. How could such a demon be born today after 10,000 years? Tuoba Hongjin was no longer confident, and under Lin Chen's continuous onslaught, he was unable to lift his head. It was only at this time that he began to attempt to rush out of the sword formation. Too bad it's late. As a matter of fact, no matter when he wanted to break out of the sword formation, it would be an extremely difficult thing to do. Lin Chen wouldn't give him a chance to escape. With Lin Chen's soul realm and sword Dao attainments, he was able to bring the four directions sword prison formation along with him to move quickly. As long as Tuoba Hongjin could not get rid of Lin Chen's entanglement, it would be impossible to break out of the four directions sword prison formation. Having similarly achieved a spirit body, Lin Chen's spirit body was clearly stronger. Coupled with the enhancement of the stronger Hotian essence flame, and the speed boost of the wind leopard boots, without being suppressed by the sword formation might, Tuoba Hongjin's speed was not even as fast as Lin Chen's, not to mention that the more and more powerful sword formation might had already slowed him down quite a bit. It was because of the lack of speed that Tuoba Hongjin's hammerblade martial skill could not hit Lin Chen's body at all, even though it had the same extremely powerful attack. No, it can't go on like this. Tuoba Hongjin realized the seriousness of the problem and then took out and consumed a fiery red pill. When the elixir entered the stomach, the medicinal power quickly dispersed and acted on the whole body. Almost within 2 breaths, Tuoba Hongjin's originally dimmed Hotian essence flame recovered its previous blaze, and its power climbed extremely quickly. Tuoba Hongjin's aura followed suit. Battle power is greatly increased and movement speed is much faster. You have a potion and I don't? Lin Chen took out a dragon yuan pill and threw it into his mouth. Chapter 102, The Chaos is not over. It has only just begun. Chapter 102, The Chaos is not over. It's only just begun. As the dragon yuan pill entered his stomach, Lin Chen's aura and battle prowess skyrocketed dramatically. Tuoba Hongjin naturally discovered this. He screamed in agony. I thought I was almost invincible, but I didn't expect to be pressed. What was even more infuriating was that the other party had yet to achieve Yuan Ling, and his power cultivation was only at the Zhongshe realm, while he himself was at the late stage of the Great Zhongshe realm. He himself had achieved a spiritual body, and so had the other. Favorably, the other party's Hotian essence flame was stronger, as was their spirit body. The opponent's martial arts skills were also very powerful, and they were even assisted by a sword formation. Although the other party had not cultivated a Yuan spirit, the quality and power of the other party's true elemental feats were not bad or even stronger. In front of his opponent, he actually had no advantage to speak of. This was something he hadn't expected in any way before coming to the Great Qian Imperial City. What now? Can't fight, can't run. It is a desperate situation. You're going to get a bad taste in your mouth on your first try? Tuoba Hongjin was naturally unwilling to fall here. Taking advantage of the fact that he was now in his strongest state, Tuoba Hongjin executed the barbarian clan's unique secret technique, burning blood streaming light escape, crazy burning of one's own essence blood with a powerful Hotian essence flame. Subsequently, Tuoba Hongjin transformed into a bloodlight, turning his eyes to vanish out of the blockade area of the four directions sword prison formation, and then sped towards the north at great speed. It's too fast. Lin Chen gave up the chase after just one look. Can't catch up at all. However, Lin Chen knew that there was bound to be a great price to pay for performing this kind of recluse technique. At this time, Tuoba Zan was still struggling to hold on under the entanglement of the lucid silver puppets. The Ryukin puppet's own defense was simply too strong, and Tuoba Zan struck it more than once without being able to form a real kill. The lucid silver golem could almost ignore his attacks, but he couldn't ignore the lucid silver golem's attacks, so he fought exceptionally hard and was very stifled. While struggling to hold on, Tuoba Zan was also paying attention to the battle on Tuoba Hongjin's side. He felt that Tuoba Hongjin was bound to win. When Tuoba Hongjin won, he would come to his aid, and he only needed to hold on for a short period of time. Even though there were some twists and turns in this attack, the final result was already predetermined. The barbarians will win and the Deqian Empire will lose. However, at this moment, Tuoba Zan's heart was in a million pieces of panic as he saw Tuoba Hongjin execute the blood-burning streaming light escape. As a fellow barbarian grandmaster, Tuoba Zan naturally knew very well what it meant to cast the blood-burning streaming light escape. A moment's daze cost him the chance to escape. A fire-bathed golden palm print, carrying the dragon and rock shadows, came at great speed. No good. Tuobazan secretly said that it was bad, and following that, he was grabbed by that huge golden palm print. Not only were the golden palm prints so powerful that they gripped his body tightly, making it impossible for him to break free, the flames of light that carried the shadows of the dragon and the rock also quickly suppressed his Hotian essence flame. Tuobazan didn't achieve a spirit body in advance, and his acquired essence fire was far inferior to Tuoba Hongjian's, so he had no chance of escape. Even if he immediately cast the blood-burning streaming light escape, he couldn't. Lin Chen captured Tuobazan with his dragon tackle, followed by the Ryukin puppet piercing the head of the immobile Tuobazan with a silver spear. Tuobazan's Yuanshan then penetrated his body and was immediately struck by the soul deterrent that Lin Chen had cast, before being heavily damaged and collapsing on its own. This bright barbarian great master eclipsed his death. The strong defenders on the north city wall, seeing this scene, let out a mountainous roar of applause. The barbarian army, on the other hand, was instantly demoralized to the bottom. The barbarian powerhouse in charge of leading the army did not hesitate to give the military order to retreat. Lin Chen collected the various magic treasures left behind by Tuobazan, and then brought the lucid silver puppet to fall into the barbarian's army. The medicinal power of the dragon Yuan Dan could not be wasted. Lin Chen and the lucid silver puppet were like nobody's business, and they had killed 10 barbarian clans Zhongshe realm powerhouses before returning to the imperial city. The barbarian army was routed. Receiving this news, the Northern Desert Kingdom's army and the Japanese army followed suit and retreated. The only Grandmaster of the Japanese clan had long since been decapitated by Lin Chen, while 8 other Grandmaster realm powerhouses had lost their lives together. And nowadays, the Japanese clan was extremely lacking in martial arts powerhouses. If the barbarians weren't so powerful, the Japanese wouldn't even dare to kill this side of the Dacian imperial city. As for the Northern Desert Kingdom, in a previous war north of the Long Ridge mountain range, has suffered great losses. They do not have a great master. There were not many master realm powerhouses died in battle, and now the same is not strong. The strongest barbarian army, the strongest martial arts practitioners died and were heavily injured. And for the Dacian Empire, the predicament of the soldiers had been solved. Xiao Changshan and the other powerful members of the Xiao clan's royal family led some of the defenders in pursuit of the routed and fleeing barbarian army. Li Lianqing and the other strong men of the Shanguo supervisors were leading their armies in pursuit of the Japanese. The Jianrui battalion as well as the Black Armor army were responsible for chasing down the Northern Desert Kingdom's army. The imperial city of Dacian seems to be without guards and empty in defense. But who dares to come and attack? The barbarians, the Japanese, and the armies of the Northern Desert Kingdom, not knowing whether the enemy army that came to pursue them was followed by a great master, did not dare to stop for a battle at all, and only knew to run away with their heads held high, scurrying like lost dogs. When two armies are fighting, if one side is defeated, it will result in a unilateral massacre by the enemy. The big picture is set. In the northern city of the Great Qian Imperial City, Emperor Xiao Anshuan and Xiao Anren were both standing on the city wall at this time. So did Lin Chen. Gold fell from the air and landed back on Lin Chen's shoulder, chirping and chirping. This great victory was all due to eunuch Lin's own efforts. On behalf of myself, the imperial family, and the entire Great Qian Empire, I thank eunuch Lin. Xiao Anhun bowed deeply at Lin Chen. Looking at today's situation, if Lin Chen hadn't stepped in, even if the heavenly martial sect's 6th elder, Lin Zhangying, was still alive and willing to fight to the death, in the end, the city would still be destroyed and the country would be annihilated. The fact that the barbarians had 2 grandmasters was something that no one had expected. Moreover, that barbarian grandmaster who looked very young was so powerful that he could easily crush Lin Zhangying. The number of powerful people is not as good as the enemy. The number and strength of grandmasters was even worse than the other side. Ordinary troops are half the size of the enemy. There is no chance of winning at all. There is another point that should not be overlooked. Last night, Lin Chen had beheaded Lin Qingshan, the leader of the Divine Ruler Organization, who was also a grandmaster. It's just a favor, Your Majesty. There's no need for that. Lin Chen reached out and gave an imaginary hand. It's possible that the chaos isn't over yet. It's only just begun, and it's not yet time to feel at ease and carefree. Eunuch Lin, what's the situation with that barbarian young grandmaster? Xiao Anren understood what Lin Chen meant, so he asked. I'm not sure. Lin Chen shook his head. He's weird. He doesn't feel like a strong person that can be born in this era. Lin Chen was quite perplexed. He was strong because he was enlightened. And what was that young grandmaster of the barbarians based on? It wasn't like that guy had suddenly gotten a great chance to soar and become a grandmaster at a young age. From the exchange of blows, Lin Chen thought that not only was that guy highly talented in martial arts, his cultivation roots were also very solid. Moreover, At the beginning of the exchange between the two sides, Lin Chen had clearly displayed a very strong strength, and that guy was still treating him with a disdainful look of superiority, making Lin Chen feel very strange. Chapter 103, State Master, Mountain of the Barbarian Earth Ancestor God. Chapter 103, State Master, Mountain of the Savage Earth Ancestor God. Could it be a young powerhouse from ancient times? Following Lin Chen's words, Xiao Anren asked in surprise. It can't be. Can't a strong person from ancient times live to this day? Xiao Anhan frowned. Nothing is absolutely impossible. Lin Chen picked up the conversation. What else is impossible when you can cross over and have a system on your side? The sky is the limit. The methods of ancient powerhouses are unimaginable to us. Xiao Anren continued. Even if the lifespan isn't enough, it's possible that through some powerful secret techniques, an ancient powerhouse could suddenly come out today. Just like, she didn't say any more, just looked at the gold on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen also thought of gold before he thought that it was possible for that young barbarian Grandmaster to have come from 10,000 years ago. If that's the case, there is a real possibility that the chaos is only just beginning. Xiao Ansun chimed in. He and Xiao Anren could guess that the gold was most likely a powerful dependency left to the Xiao family's descendants by a certain powerful person from the Xiao family 10,000 years ago. What the Xiao family could do, couldn't the barbarians do? That young great master of the barbarian race was 80% a powerful dependency that the ancient powerhouse of the barbarian race had left for the barbarian race 10,000 years later, combined with the frequent appearance of treasures left behind by ancient powerhouses in one place, and thinking on a deeper and broader scale, one would understand that a huge change had arrived. The barbarians suddenly invaded in force with the intention of taking down the Dacian Empire, obviously wanting to take advantage of the fact that all parties were unable to react to maximize their benefits. I'm going back first. Lin Chen gave a greeting, and then he put away the lucid silver puppet and flew towards the palace with Jin Zi. Having just fought a big battle, he needed to go back and recuperate, recovering to his full strength as soon as possible. Watching from afar as Lin Chen fell into the palace, Xiao Anshuan turned to his younger sister, Xiao Anren, and said, 10,000 years ago, our Xiao family wasn't particularly powerful, and if it wasn't for the huge changes in the heavens and the earth and the worsening of the cultivation environment, it's unlikely that our Xiao family would have even had the chance to build up an empire and become a royal family. The treasures left behind by our ancient powerhouses, as well as that golden egg, may not be enough even if they are all within our own grasp. Those top clans from 10,000 years ago are the masters of this world. Their overall strengths are all far above our Xiao family, and the treasures they leave behind for their respective offspring 10,000 years from now are bound to be even more abundant. Hearing this, Xiao Anren picked up. No matter how powerful the ancients are, it is impossible for them to know the situation after 10,000 years very well, or even be able to tell if their descendants exist after 10,000 years. Under the baptism of the long years, how can present-day people know if their ancestors 10,000 years ago left treasures behind? Unless it's a lineage or clan whose legacy has never been broken. Xiao Anshuan instantly thought of the heavenly martial sect when he uttered those words. So did Anren Shah. The siblings looked at each other, their eyes becoming much more complicated. Sooner or later, the news of Lin Wen and Lin Zhengying's deaths in the palace would spread and would be known to the heavenly martial sect. The heavenly martial sect existed 10,000 years ago and was very strong. One of the top great sects, today's Tianwu sect powerhouses, especially the Tianwu sect master, surely knew that a huge change was about to come, and they also knew that the ancient powerhouses of the sect had left them with rich treasures. Once the treasure came out, the overall strength of the heavenly martial sect would definitely skyrocket. More importantly, in the event that the ancient powerhouses of the Tianwu sect also left behind dependencies similar to those of Jin Zi and the young great masters of the barbarians, the Tianwu sect would instantly become extraordinarily powerful. In the past, the Xiao imperial clan didn't mind that the heavenly martial sect had suddenly become extraordinarily powerful, but times were different today. The stronger the heavenly martial sect was, the more dangerous the Xiao imperial clan would be. Although it is not the strong Zhao's royal family decapitated Lin Koko and Lin Zhengying, the master and grandchildren, after all, died in the palace, and the Zhao's royal family and the murderer's relationship is extremely good, but also rely on the murderer. If the heavenly martial sect had the strength to take revenge and came to the imperial palace to strike at eunuch Lin, they would certainly not lightly spare the Xiao imperial clan. Ugh. Thinking about this, Xiao Anshuan sighed despondently. Blame it on the fact that the Xiao clan is not strong enough. So it is walking on thin ice everywhere and is extremely passive in this mess. Ordinary people, ordinary generals, and the vast majority of court officials and imperial relatives do not realize that chaos has arrived. All they knew was that the Dacian Empire had won a big battle. The barbarians, the Japanese, and the armies of the northern desert kingdom that had besieged the Dacian imperial city suffered a crushing defeat. The news of the shortcut spread quickly through the imperial city. The whole city was in a frenzy. If the imperial city is attacked by the enemy army, everyone will not have a good ending. The light is the family property was looted. The heavy is full of family died horizontally. The barbarians and the Japanese will not be merciful to the people of the city. Along with the news of the victory, there was also the prestige of the loyal and righteous Grand Duke. With the Shao imperial clan's intentional propaganda, Lin Chen's battle record of exterminating a barbarian grandmaster and beating away a barbarian grandmaster quickly spread throughout the city, and would later spread throughout the entire Dacian Empire as well. Why did the Shao imperial clan deliberately publicize Lin Chen's battle achievements? Of course it was Emperor Shao Anshuan who gave the order. It was important to let everyone know about Lin Chen's great achievements so that he could give a reward that broke the rules and surpassed the ancestral system. In order to enlist Lin Chen, the Shao imperial clan had to show their sincerity. The gold was in Lin Chen's hands, and even if all of the cultivation resources in the emptiness ring came into play, it would take a very long time for the Shao clan's royal family to re-emerge, and at least during this period of time, they couldn't be separated from Lin Chen's support. Even when they rose to power, they needed Lin Chen as a backer. The day passed quickly. The day after the big win, Lin Chen returned to his full strength. Before the various troops chasing the enemy had returned, Emperor Shao Anshuan issued a decree naming Lin Chen as the state master. Since the establishment of the Great Qian Empire, Lin Chen was the fifth state master. According to the ancestral system of the Shao clan's royal family, the state master had no rank, but had a transcendent status, and even the emperor had to take the initiative to bow when he saw him. Lin Chen was not the first state master of the Great Qian Empire. He was the first person to be appointed as a state master in the capacity of a eunuch, because Lin Chen's astounding achievements had already spread. The entire empire, from the imperial relatives down to the peddlers, would not have any disagreements, and were even held up as a good story. Lin Chen's reputation was getting louder and louder. Longbei County was a large county in the northernmost part of the Dacian Empire. Dariang City, on the other hand, was the northernmost border town of Longbei County. To the north of Daliang City was the barbarian wasteland ruled by the barbarians. The barbarians lived in tribal form in this vast wilderness, and they did not build cities, much less capital cities. If there was a major event to be discussed in the tribe, the leaders of the tribes would usually gather at the ancestral god mountain. From the name, one could tell how important the ancestral god mountain was in the barbarian race. The ancestral god mountain was more than 3,000 zhang high, towering majestically, looking down on the entire barbaric wasteland like an ancient god that was standing on top of the sky. At this time, the barbarian army had not yet fled back home, but Tuoba Hongzhen had already returned and ascended ancestral god mountain. The summit of the ancestral god mountain was covered in ice and snow all year round, and the cold wind was as cold as a knife. Tuoba Hongzhen flew to the top of the ancestral god mountain against the bitter cold and walked into an icy hall covered in thick snow. Inside the ice palace, mysterious runes were engraved everywhere, and the coldness increased. The pale, very weak-looking Tuoba Hongzhen eventually walked into a pool deep in the ice palace and submerged his entire body in the pool water. Chapter 104, from 10,000 years ago. Chapter 104, from 10,000 years ago. The pool was not large, only 1 foot square. In the middle of such a cold ice palace, ordinary water would inevitably freeze into ice. Therefore, it is possible to determine that the pool water in the pool is by no means ordinary. The ice around the pool also has mysterious runes on it. When Tuoba Hongzhen entered the pool, all the mysterious runes within the entire ice hall flowed together with a strange glow. After only a tea time passed, Tuoba Hongzhen poked his head out of the pool water. Stepping out of the pool, he was shivering like he was freezing. However, it could also be clearly seen that his face was no longer as pale as paper, and his entire body no longer looked extremely weak. He was certainly aware that he had not fully recovered. It will take a few more trips into this pool to really get back to full strength. It's too cold in here. Even a great master like him would find it difficult to resist the bone-chilling coldness of this place for a long time. He quickly walked out of the ice palace before flying up and landing towards the foot of the ancestral god mountain. Ancestral God Mountain is a very special place. The ice hall at the top of the mountain was specially created for Tuoba Hongzhen by a barbarian powerhouse 10,000 years ago. The ice hall and the pool in the hall had frozen Tuoba Hongzhen for 10,000 years. Within these 10,000 years, he would not lose his longevity and remain in a sealed state, and his consciousness would fall into absolute silence. When the 10,000-year period had just arrived, the ice palace would open on its own, and his sealed state would then be lifted. The ice hall was intact, and the special energy in the pool was still residual. and the means of the barbarian ancient powerhouse allowed him to be restored in the pool. Falling to the foot of the ancestral god mountain, the bone-chilling coldness no longer invaded, and Tuoba Hongjian's body gradually warmed up. Two barbarian elders who were in charge of guarding the ancestral god mountain quickly arrived in front of Tuoba Hongjian and bowed respectfully to him, addressing him as old ancestor. By generation, he deserved to be the oldest ancestor of all the current barbarian clans. By cultivation, he was also the #1 powerhouse of the current barbarian race, but in reality, he was only in his 20s, 10,000 years ago. Cultivating to the Grandmaster realm at the age of 20 or so was also called a genius, but was not considered a very powerful genius. Top geniuses wouldn't be sealed for 10,000 years, they wouldn't want to, and the strongest members of the clan wouldn't give up. Sealed for 10,000 years, no one could guarantee that an unexpected situation would absolutely not occur midway, not letting the top geniuses take risks, nor could they just find someone to fool around with. After all, the matter was of great importance. Why wasn't it some older powerhouse with a much higher cultivation level who had been sealed for 10,000 years and chose a young genius instead? This is because the older the age and the higher the cultivation level, the greater the price to be paid for being sealed for 10,000 years. When cultivation reached a certain height, it was simply impossible to seal for 10,000 years without damage, and even if it was possible, the resources that would need to be spent would be unbearable, not to mention that the barbarians 10,000 years ago weren't rich either. Even those top clans of the human race couldn't do anything to seal an old generation powerhouse for 10,000 years without damage. Moreover, 10,000 years ago, the various clans and great clans or forces, there are still more important things that need their own strong people to do. Old ancestor, has our army breached the great Qian imperial city? At the foot of the ancestral god mountain, a barbarian elder asked Tuoba Hongjian. The other old man was also looking at him with an expectant face, waiting for an answer. I don't think so. Tuoba Hongjian gave an uncertain answer. He fled before the end of the siege. What the final result was, he did not know. However, he could guess that there was a high probability that his side would not be able to win, and would even reap a crushing defeat. The one on the other side who was only at the Zhongsha realm was just too powerful, and the other side also had a puppet with great battle power. Tuoba Hongjian estimated that after he escaped, Tuoba Zan would have to flee in desperation just like himself without dying. No way? The two barbarian elders looked at each other. They feel that their side will win, but they don't dare to doubt Tuoba Hongjian. Tuoba Hongjian also had no reason to lie about this matter. There's no need to worry. As long as I'm not dead, there's still hope for my barbarian race to rise. Tuoba Hongjian's sentence sounds quite confident. If you taste it carefully you can taste the lack of confidence. The two barbarian elders were still very worried and left with a hasty farewell. When I've recovered as good as new, I'll go to the great Qian imperial city again. I don't believe that a barbarian genius like me from 10,000 years ago would be unable to defeat a present-day human genius with a lower cultivation level than me. Tuoba Hongjian was secretly determined. If his defeat in the great Qian imperial city was known to his clan 10,000 years ago, he would definitely be reduced to a laughingstock and never be able to raise his head. A few days went by in a flash. The time came to the beginning of February. The chaos is not visible to ordinary people, but the springtime is visible to anyone. Shortcuts continued to be spread into the great Qian imperial city and into the imperial palace. The Japanese army was heavily killed and wounded and fled back to the East China Sea. The barbarian army also fled back to the barbarian wasteland. The northern desert kingdom was even worse, with their most elite wolf cavalry almost completely wiped out. Emperor Shao Anshuan has already rewarded the merits. The original precarious Qian Empire, like this spring, revitalized. All over the empire, everyone rejoiced, forgetting the huge losses suffered before in Daliang City, in Long Bay County that could be called a disaster. The emperor decreed that recruitment efforts be increased, while gathering the previously dispersed soldiers and braves, claiming that he would never pursue the guilt of previous defeats. The empire's military strength began to recover rapidly. Originally, everything was going in the right direction, but today Emperor Shao Anshuan was very troubled by one thing. There's a strong man from the heavenly martial sect coming. It was too strange that the Dacian imperial city was under siege without any news coming out about Empress Lin Wen as well as Grandmaster Lin Zhengying. Lin Zhengying had come here to guard the imperial power. Would he have done nothing in a great battle like that? Now that everyone was extolling the great achievements of the newly promoted State Master Lin Chen, and no one was mentioning the Grandmaster of the Tianwu sect, the strongest members of the Tianwu sect could not help but be suspicious. Moreover, after the great battle, Lin Min, Lin Zhengying, and the Shao clan's royal family did not send a letter to the heavenly martial sect, which was equally unreasonable. The powerhouses of the heavenly martial sect feared that their own Grandmaster had met an untimely end in the great battle to defend the imperial city. They didn't even realize that Lin Zhengying had died long ago, or that he had died in the palace, under the newly promoted State Master. Noon this day, while eating lunch, Xiao Anren asked Lin Chen, State Master, the Tianwu sect has come to see Lin Wen and Lin Zhengying. How should we respond to this matter? The truth will surface sooner or later. It can be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. Lin Chen said blandly, I killed the man. I have no fear of retaliation from the heavenly martial sect. Xiao Anren knew in his heart that Lin Chen was able to easily kill Grandmasters, so naturally, he had no fear of today's Tianwu sect, which didn't even have a single Grandmaster. However, the Shao imperial clan still needed the Tianwu sect to continue to lead the various martial arts experts in the folklore to deal with the demonic beasts that kept running out from the Tsangmeng mountain range, and if the Tianwu sect were to turn against them, the impact would be extremely great. Only the heavenly martial sect, which had accumulated an extremely high level of prestige and reputation over a long period of time, was able to twist the empire's folk martial arts world together. The State Master is unwilling to accept a disciple. If your highness worships you as her rightful father, will the State Master be able to accept it? Regarding the matter of the heavenly martial sect, Xiao Anren could tell that Lin Chen was too lazy to say too much, so he changed the topic. Chapter 105, The First Righteous Daughter, Koan Ling True Fire Pill. Chapter 105, The First Righteous Daughter, Koan Ling True Fire Pill. Your Highness? Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Of course he knew who the noble princess was. Your consort's name was Lu Ruoyu. She was 35 years old and was the emperor's first consort. Lu Ruoyu gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter for the emperor. The emperor had quite a deep affection for Lu Ruoyu, and the two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Lu Ruoyu's mother's family was not as prominent as the Situ family and the heavenly martial sect, but it was not bad either, being a martial arts family with a long heritage. The Situ family was once a hidden family like the Duanmu family. Later, the Situ family chose to enter the world and moved into the Dacian imperial city to serve the imperial family. The Lu family that Lu Ruoyu was a member of had never been hidden from the world, and at the beginning of the establishment of the Dacian Empire, they were the martial arts family of the southern county. It was only in the last few hundred years that they moved into the imperial city. The Lu family was not only a not-so-weak martial arts family, but also a merchant family. The Lu family's restaurants were spread throughout the entire Great Qian Empire. They also ventured into industries such as herbs, cloth, and spices. In terms of money, it's a rich country. In terms of force, the Lu family was slightly inferior, and they hadn't given birth to a Grandmaster for hundreds of years. It was because of the passing of the last Grandmaster of the Lu family that they had moved from that county in the south to the Great Qian Imperial City for the sake of the family's safety. At the foot of the Son of Heaven, as long as you have a good relationship with the royal family, your safety is guaranteed. In order to have a good relationship with the royal family, the Lu family not only spends money, but also actively seeks a marriage with the royal family. They have married royal princesses and have had their own girls marry into the royal family. Over the centuries, the relationship between the Lu family and the Shao imperial clan had grown closer. Lu Ruoyu had been in the palace from time to time since she was a young child, and was even able to read with the imperial princes and princesses in the Shangshu room. When she was young, Lu Ruoyu was Shao Anshuan's classmate and playmate. As they grew up, they grew to love each other, and Lu Ruoyu naturally married Shao Anshuan. Only, in order to enlist the more forceful Situ family, the Shao royal family did not choose to make Lu Ruoyu the empress. After the Situ family's revolt was destroyed, the Shao royal family needed the support of the Tianwu clan even more, and chose to make Lin Min the empress again. Lin Chen had crossed over and hadn't come into contact with Lu Ruoyu. In Shao Lin Zi's memory, Lu Ruoyu was a gentle and virtuous, proficient in qin, chess, calligraphy and painting quiet woman, rarely show her face, and never participate in the palace fight. What does the master of the state think? Xiao Anren asked again. If your highness is willing, I can naturally accept it. Lin Chen knew in his heart that this offer from Xiao Anren represented that the Shao imperial clan had finally completely lowered their stature in front of him. Previously, due to their status, the royal family was afraid of damaging the majesty and reputation of the royal family, and even if someone wanted to worship Lin Chen as their righteous father, it was difficult to say so. Not anymore. After the propaganda spread by the Shao clan's royal family, Lin Chen's fame had spread throughout the entire imperial city and was spreading to every corner of the entire empire. The Dacian Empire had always honored the strong. Lin Chen was strong enough to easily exterminate a Grandmaster. The status has also changed from the Grand Duke of Loyalty to the higher status Master of the State. It would downplay the fact that he's still a eunuch. Noble consort Lu Ruoyu was willing. The emperor as well as the entire royal family didn't mind, and Lin Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. It must be known that accepting a goddaughter can also be rewarded by the system. And Ran first thanked the state master for your highness for making things right. Hearing Lin Chen agree, Xiao Anran looked as if she was afraid that he would change his mind, and directly turned around and ran out of the book depository. Soon after, noble consort Lu Ruoyu followed Xiao Anran into the library and arrived in front of Lin Chen. Ruoyu pays her respects to Godfather. Just after meeting, Lu Ruoyu knelt down and bowed sincerely. She was dressed in plain clothes. In terms of appearance, she was not as good as Lin Wen, and even worse than Xiao Anran, but she had a unique bookish temperament. Congratulations to the host for accepting a righteous daughter. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check. A familiar system beep sounded in Lin Chen's head. Your Highness, please rise. Lin Chen reached out to help. At this moment, one could clearly sense that the imperial Dao Qi in the palace had become much denser. Lin Chen understood why there had been such a change. It was nothing more than the fact that he had become closer to the Shao imperial clan. Consider this talismanic treasure as a gift from your highness for recognizing your righteous father. Lin Chen took out a golden bell Xian symbol and handed it over to Lu Ruoyu's hands. This Xian rank upper grade golden bell Xian rune. Lin Chen had never had the chance to use it before, and there was no need to use it in the future. With his strength, he didn't need the protection of the golden bell Xian Fu. When he needed protection, the top grade Xian rank talisman treasure couldn't be effective. This kind of talismanic treasure was rather useful for martial artists below the Grandmaster realm, and could save one's life at critical moments. Ruoyu thanks Godfather for the reward. Lu Ruoyu cowed out her thanks and accepted the talismanic treasure before slowly getting up. Your Highness is about to advance to the innate realm, isn't she? Lin Chen asked. Back to Godfather. Yes. Lu Ruoyu gently nodded her head with a respectful expression. She was not very interested in martial arts cultivation, not to mention hard work. So in her 30s she was only in the late Hotian realm. Since you're about to break through, Godfather will help you. Lin Chen took out many pill bottles and gifted them to Lu Ruoyu, thinking in his heart, hurry up and break through. When you break through to the innate realm, Godfather will be able to get another generous system reward. This, Lu Ruoyu looked as if she didn't dare to accept it. Hurry up and accept it, since you've recognized your Godfather. Don't be too outgoing. Xiao Anran urged a word. Ruoyu thanks Godfather for the reward. Lu Ruoyu had just gotten up and knelt down again. Your Highness is right. Let's not talk about two families. Lin Chen also had to hold it up just one more time. Lu Ruoyu didn't stay long and quickly followed Xiao Anran to leave the book collection building. Lin Chen, on the other hand, went up to the second floor of the book depository, first feeding the gold with spiritual flowering pills, and then checking the system rewards that he had just received. The rewards are great this time around. The rewards the system gives for an extra righteous son won't be too good. One more righteous daughter makes a difference. This was the first goddaughter Lin Chen had taken in. Lin Chen clearly remembered that the Emperor's extreme overlord body technique that he had cultivated was one of the system rewards that he had obtained when he had taken Cheng Ping'an as his righteous son. The Emperor's extreme body fighter technique was a heaven stage extreme cultivation technique. Of course, Cheng Ping'an was considered Lin Chen's first child, and Lu Ruoyu could only be considered the first righteous daughter. That makes a difference too. In addition to ordinary elixirs such as the spiritual flowering pill and the energy concentration pill, there was also a high-grade special elixir among the elixirs rewarded this time. There are 10 pills of this elixir, named Kuan-Ling True Fire Pill, Earth-grade medium. Most true fire pills could help martial artists metamorphose and sublimate their essence fire into true fire, and the Kuan-Ling True Fire Pill was no exception, and the effect was even stronger. True fire was usually only possessed by true martial realm powerhouses. Lin Chen's Hotian Essence Flames grade was high enough and its power was strong enough to fully satisfy the basic conditions for metamorphosis and sublimation into true fire. His spirit body was similarly strong enough to withstand the power of the true flame as well. One Kuan-Ling True Fire Pill was already worth a lot, let alone as many as 10. But compared to the other system rewarded treasure, the 10 grains of Kuan-Ling True Fire Pills were insignificant. Chapter 106, a days 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 a day. Chapter 106, a days 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 a day. It was a space-type talismanic treasure, a top grade of the heavenly rank. It was called the heavenly symbol of removal, and if it met a strong enemy or was trapped in a dangerous place, it could be activated, and it could take the person who activated it far away in an instant, unless one encountered a true martial god realm powerhouse. Under the martial god realm, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, one would not be able to stay a person who had activated the heavenly talisman of shifting. The same is true of almost any treacherous place or sealing method. After all, It was a heavenly rank upper-grade rune treasure. This type of talismanic treasure was extremely rare even 10,000 years ago. This goddaughter is really the right one to recognize. Lin Chen was happy. What's most important in this metaphysical world? Of course, safety is paramount. Having no matter how many cultivation resources, no matter how powerful the cultivation technique, no matter how bright the future, everything will go to zero when you die. Staying alive is the hard part. Therefore, what can save your life at the critical moment is the most precious. This shifting heavenly talisman was not a one-time consumable. It contained enough spatial energy to be used 3 times. Even if the spatial energy in it is exhausted, it will not be destroyed and scrapped. And if it can be filled with spatial energy, it can continue to be used. The Imperial Palace, Qianming Hall. After Emperor Shao Anshuan learned that noble consort Lu Ruoyu had succeeded in recognizing her rightful father, he summoned the strong men sent by the heavenly martial sect. Xiao Anren and Xiao Changshan were also there. The person who came was the second elder of the Tianwu sect, with a late-stage cultivation in the sect master realm, already more than 120 years old, with a look of old age. It was because he was too old that he didn't go to the western part of the empire to hunt demonic beasts and stayed within the sect. The second elder, the Empress as well as the sixth elder actually passed away long before the imperial city was attacked by the enemy. Emperor Shao Anshuan spoke the truth first. Oh, the second elder frowned. How did he die? Killed by the leader of the God's dictatorship organization as well as the barbarian Grandmaster. Shao Anshuan began to lie. Lin Qingshan, the leader of the Divine Ruler organization, is also a Grandmaster, and when the 2 Grandmasters joined forces, the 6th elder was undefeated, but he also exterminated Lin Qingshan. Where is the body? The 2nd elder asked again. Shao Anshuan, on the other hand, called in Li Lianqing, who was outside the door, and commanded. It didn't take long for Li Lianqing to bring the bodies of Lin Qingshan and Lin Zhengying. The Empress was so worried about the 6th elder's safety that she rushed up as well, and was subsequently attacked by a barbarian Grandmaster, leaving no bones left. Shao Anshuan continued. Fortunately, in the course of defending the city, the State Master beheaded that barbarian Grandmaster, which is considered to be revenge for the 6th elder and the Empress. Lin Qingshan and the barbarian Grandmaster entered the palace to commit an assassination. Did the State Master take action? The 2nd elder asked after them while observing the 2 corpses. He naturally recognized Lin Zhengying's corpse. The other corpse was clearly Lin Qingshan's, and it did have a residual Yuan spirit aura. The State Master didn't make a move. Shao Anshuan shook his head and said, the State Master has been living in the book depository, which is located at the edge of the palace, and Fenghe Palace, where the Empress and the 6th elder reside, is not too close to the book depository. The fight at that time was intense, but it didn't last long. The palace maids and eunuchs of Fenghe Palace as well as the great inner guards. The 2nd elder was about to continue his questioning, but before he finished his words, Shao Anshuan had already intercepted the conversation. 2nd elder, 3 Grandmasters killing each other. Just the aura fluctuations created are enough to exterminate those below the innate realm. After a slight pause, Shao Anshuan added, I can understand that the 2nd elder has doubts, but at that time, the empire was in danger, and there was no reason for the imperial family to harm the Empress as well as the 6th elder. I did not suspect His Majesty or the royal family. The 2nd elder shook his head. It's just that things have already gone wrong. I have to ask for a clear answer. Otherwise I won't be able to explain to the sect leader when I return. Also, Shao Anshuan echoed and continued to explain. As for why I didn't inform the Tianwu sect about this, the main reason is that it's a long way to travel and there are scattered enemy troops everywhere. So I'm worried that the person who sends the letter will meet with an untimely death in the middle of the journey. I wish to bring the bodies of the 6th elder and Lin Qingshan back to the heavenly martial sect, and I hope that your majesty will grant me permission. The 2nd elder requested. Can. Shao Anshuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded his head and agreed. It makes sense to bring back Lin Zhengying's body, so why take Lin Qingshan's body? Obviously, the 2nd elder was still skeptical. Thank you, your majesty. The 2nd elder didn't dawdle, and immediately wrapped the 2 corpses in his external power and left the Qianming Hall. Shao Anshuan and the others naturally escorted each other all the way. Outside the main gate of the palace, there were 2 innate realm experts from the heavenly martial sect waiting, and the duo were driving a carriage. The 2nd elder put the 2 corpses into the carriage and made another polite farewell before boarding the carriage. The carriage drove away, fading away. Shao Anshuan and the others quickly returned to the Qianming Hall. Can His Majesty's words be trusted by the head of the Tianwu sect? Xiao Changshan had a worried look on his face. There's no hard evidence to believe it. Shao Anshuan pinched his brow. The heavenly martial sect should be secretly investigating a bit. As to whether or not they can find out the truth, it's impossible to guess. Anyway, things are already like this. A day is a day if you can lie. When the Empire's military strength is fully restored, heavy reinforcements can be sent to the west in case of an accident, Xia Ansun suggested. As it should be, Xiao Changshan expressed his approval. The Japanese, barbarians, and the northern desert kingdom will surely not dare to come back in force in a short period of time, and the focus of the Empire's defense has become the west. Li Lianqing, Xiao Anhan shouted. When Li Lianqing came in, he commanded, pass on the decree that noble consort Lu Ruoyu is dignified, chaste and gentle, promoted to Empress, and moved to Fenghe Palace. The old slave obeys the order. Li Lianqing led the way. For this decree of the emperor, Xiao Anshuan and Xiao Changshan had long had a clear idea in their hearts. It was also their intention to have Lu Ruoyu recognize Lin Chen as her righteous father. As a direct descendant of the Xiao clan's royal family, they couldn't recognize Lin Chen as their righteous father, and sealing Lin Chen as a state master was already the limit. But they can get the queen to recognize her rightful father. This was to show Lin Chen their attitude and determination, further drawing the two sides closer together. Book Depository. Lin Chen stared at the piece of shifting heavenly talisman for a while before putting it back into the system warehouse and taking out another Koan Spirit True Fire pill. This elixir should certainly be taken with caution. Lin Chen was observing, but unexpectedly, the gold suddenly flew up from the bed and pecked at the elixir in his hand. Lin Chen had no defense against the gold at all, and after freezing for a moment, he cursed, silly bird, you can't eat this stuff indiscriminately. It's already late. The Koanling True Fire pill had already fallen into Jin Zi's abdomen. Lin Chen hugged the gold and observed it carefully, 10,000 times more nervous. There were a total of 10 Koanling True Fire pills, and it was nothing to give one to Jin Zi, as one of these pills was enough for one person. Lin Chen was worried that Jin Zi, who had just been born not long ago, would not be able to withstand the powerful medicinal power of the Koanling True Fire pill. At this time, the gold, rolling all over the body, not only was the whole body golden light eye-catching, another mysterious pattern emerged, but also the body was also flooded with a burst of fire. You could tell by the look on Gold's face that it was in pain right now. Chapter 107, True Fire. Gold speaks. Chapter 107, True Fire. Gold speaks. Now you know it hurts? Lin Chen huffed, grabbing things to eat indiscriminately. You deserve it. Cursing on the lips, worrying in the heart. In order to hatch the gold, Lin Chen had paid a small price, and had also spent a large amount of spirit stones sent by Xiao Anren. The gold hadn't played any role yet, and if it just kaboomed, Lin Chen would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. As it turned out, Lin Chen had underestimated gold. After about an hour of agony, the golden light and fire on Gold's body began to fade at the same time. It no longer looked like it was in agony, just panting like it had just broken its shell, obviously exhausted. It rubbed around in Lin Chen's arms, looking at him blearily with an unusually obvious look of thirst. Just ate and you're hungry again? Lin Chen frowned and took out a dozen or so spiritual flowering pills. Gold didn't peck at these elixirs and shook his little head a few times. Lin Chen quickly sensed its mind. Afterwards, Lin Chen cut his finger and forced out a few drops of essence blood. This time, Gold revealed a joyful expression and drank the drops of essence blood without hesitation, and then after that, it passed out in a daze. Lin Chen put away those spiritual Hua Dan and put the sleeping Jin Zi on the bed again, applying his energy to heal the wounds on his fingers. Lin Chen continued to check on Jin Zi's condition. A long time passed, and everything was as usual for Gold. No more. Only then did Lin Chen put his heart down. Dusk had arrived and it was getting dark outside. Lin Chen walked out of the book depository and ate dinner with Zheng Yi in the gatehouse. The two men were eating when Xiao Anren returned. Congratulations to the state master. What joy! Lin Chen was confused. Your goddaughter is now queen, Xiao Anren replied while sitting down. Zheng Yi, on the other hand, knowingly went to the kitchen and fetched bowls and chopsticks for her highness. Oh, Lin Chen merely nodded his head, not showing a look of astonishment or surprise. Lu Ruoyu becoming the newly crowned empress was completely within his expectations. He didn't care about that. Compared to Lu Ruoyu becoming the empress, he was more concerned about when Lu Ruoyu would break through to the innate realm. Next, Xiao Anren ate while recounting the matter of the emperor summoning the second elder of the Tianwu sect at the Qianming Hall. After speaking, she asked, Master of the state, is it appropriate for His Majesty to handle it this way? Fit. Lin Chen didn't want to object. Emperors have their own considerations and difficulties, and with different positions, there will be differences in the way they view and handle a matter. That's normal. Fit is good. Xiao Anren breathed a sigh of relief. To this day, the entire Shao clan royal family, including the emperor and the princess, had to look at Lin Chen's face. It's normal. Without Lin Chen's support, they would have had their doors filled with disaster on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival. After dinner, Lin Chen returned to the second floor of the book depository. Kaneko was still asleep, and it looked like she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Lin Chen sat on the bed with his knees crossed and meditated for a period of time, and when his mind was empty and in a great state, he took out another Koan Ling True Fire pill. This time, he was careful. Even if the gold suddenly wakes up, there will be no more opportunities to grab food. Lin Chen only observed for a little while before quickly taking this Koan Ling True Flame pill. The elixir entered the stomach and the medicinal power turned into a blazing flame. Lin Chen then released his Hotian essence flame from the Qihai inner world. Immediately following, the medicinal flames of the Koan Ling True Fire pill and Lin Chen's Hotian essence flame began to merge. Lin Chen could clearly feel that his Hotian essence flame was sublimating and becoming stronger. The golden flame of light was unusually blazing. However, Lin Chen quickly realized that the vast majority of the energy contained in the medicinal flames of the Koan Ling True Fire pill had been absorbed by the dragon's shadow in his own Hotian essence flame. The dragon's shadow became quite clear. After patiently waiting and sensing for a while, Lin Chen took out and consumed another Koan Ling True Fire pill. Unsurprisingly, almost all of the energy contained in the medicinal flames of this Koan Ling True Fire pill was absorbed by the Pong shadow in Lin Chen's Hotian essence flame. The Hotian essence flame itself hadn't absorbed much of the medicinal blaze. 2 grains of Koan Ling True Fire Dan also failed to cause the entire mass of Hotian essence fire to complete its metamorphosis and sublimation. Lin Chen was secretly glad that the system had rewarded him with enough Koan Spirit True Fire pills. Soon, another Koan Ling True Fire pill fell into Lin Chen's abdomen. The medicinal flames of the third Koan Ling True Flame pill he had taken were no longer absorbed by the dragon's shadow or Pong shadow, but rather incorporated into the golden light flame itself. Midnight. Lin Chen ended the overall metamorphosis and sublimation of the Hotian essence flame. What bathed the whole body at this time was no longer the acquired essence fire, but the true fire. While an ordinary Hotian essence fire only needed 1 Koan Ling True Fire Dan to metamorphose and sublimate into a true fire, Lin Chen had used 3. Obviously, Lin Chen's Hotian essence flame was much stronger, and the true flame he had just obtained was also a true flame that was far stronger than that of an unusual true martial realm powerhouse. A patriarch who has not only achieved a spiritual body in advance, but also possesses a true flame. Not to say that there's no one before him. It's still considered rare in the ancient times. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied smile. In fact, Lin Chen's rate of increase in his power cultivation wasn't exactly slow. While others needed decades to cultivate to the Sovereign Master realm, Lin Chen had only spent a few months cultivating to the peak of the mid-Sovereign Master realm, just one step away from advancing to the late Sovereign Master realm. If it wasn't for the fact that cultivating the Emperor's extreme overbearing body technique required absorbing the Qi of the Imperial Tao, Lin Chen's power cultivation would have increased at a much faster rate. Luckily, the Imperial aura in the palace was getting stronger and stronger. The Qi of the Imperial Way is dense enough and there are enough cultivation resources. Lin Chen's true fire can dramatically speed up the accumulation of true essence. With these favorable conditions added together, it wouldn't take long for Lin Chen to advance to the late stage of the Sovereign Master realm, and then attempt to cultivate the Emperor Dao Yuan spirit to impact the Grand Sovereign Master realm. In fact, the quality and power of his true elemental feats had far surpassed the Yuan spirit feats of ordinary great masters. Repeatedly tempering the physical body with true flame is also very helpful in the enhancement of the spiritual body. Lin Chen sensed it attentively and soon realized that the true fire he had just possessed could also speed up the absorption and digestion of the Qi of the Imperial Tao, so he smiled even more happily. Early morning, Jiumjia finally woke up. Lin Chen carried it down the stairs on one shoulder before walking out of the book depository and moving his muscles around the large courtyard. Good morning, Master of the State. Xiao Anren, who was practicing his sword in the courtyard, first saluted Lin Chen and then waved at Jin Zi. Gold, come. I don't. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren were astonished at the same time. Gold was actually able to speak, and it was in the human language. Lin Chen quickly reacted that it must have been the snatching of a Koan Ling True Fire pill last night that caused this change in the gold. Gold is not an unusual flying bird demonic beast. It has a noble bloodline and is most likely a golden winged rock, which cannot be figured out by common sense. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren quickly responded, and both of them looked extraordinarily excited as they began to teach Jin Zi to speak more words. Gold, do you know what he is to you? While eating breakfast, Xiao Anren suddenly pointed at Lin Chen and asked Jin Zi. No. Jin Zi looked sideways at Lin Chen. Father. Lin Chen was about to correct Jin Zi that he should address himself as master, but unexpectedly, A system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 108 God Slaying Finger. Extreme Killing Sword Technique. Purple Gung Spirit Beheading Sword. Chapter 108 God Slaying Finger. Extreme Killing Sword Technique. Purple Gung Spirit Beheading Sword. Congratulations to the host for adding a demonic beast son. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check. What? Lin Chen was once again baffled. That's okay? What the hell is a demonic beast son? The system is not talking about a righteous son, but a son. Lin Chen quickly woke up to the fact that he had given a large amount of his essence blood during the final stage of the gold's hatching, and thus he was considered to be connected to the gold by blood. This is one of the reasons why the system determines that gold is his son. The other reason is that gold has come forward to recognize his father. You have to recognize it to do it. You can't if you don't. After all, it's not really flesh and blood. It's blood kinship created in a special way. Congratulations to the State Master. Congratulations, Godfather. After being stunned, Xiao Anren and Zhang He successively expressed their congratulations. Congratulations. Hi. Congratulations. Gold is learning to speak, and his diction is not clear and fluent enough to make him look funny when he speaks. Had breakfast. Lin Chen brought the gold back to the second floor of the book depository. In his room, Lin Chen sat on his bed and began to check the system rewards he had just received. Unsurprisingly, the rewards this time around were also generous with surprises. After all, it was the first demonic beast son. A large number of elixirs that are beneficial to cultivation are essential. There were 10 more Koan Ling True Fire pills. There is also an elixir that has never been rewarded before. This Dan was called the Great Flare Xianyuan Dan, middle grade of the Earth Order, and it could help a true martial realm powerhouse to transform his Yuan spirit into a true spirit. The spirit body was the mark of the early stage of the true martial realm. True fire was the sign of the middle stage of the true martial realm. When a Yuan spirit advanced into a true spirit, the power cultivation would be considered to have reached the late stage of the true martial realm. Lin Chen's power cultivation was still at the Zhongshe realm, and he hadn't even cultivated his Yuan spirit, so he naturally wouldn't be able to use the Great Yao Xian Yuan pill in a short period of time. In addition to pills, the system also rewarded a martial art. The martial skill was called Killing God Finger, a heaven stage extreme grade finger technique type martial skill. As long as one's cultivation reached the Hotian realm and possessed true chi in their body, they could practice the Killing God Finger. The higher the quality of the power and the stronger the physical strength, the more powerful this martial art would be. With Lin Chen's current combined strength, a single strike of the God-slaying finger would be able to directly kill any Grandmaster in seconds. When he cultivated his Yuan spirit, even if his physique wasn't enhanced, he would still be able to kill an ordinary true martial realm powerhouse with his God-killing finger. The Killing God Finger was originally a kind of killer weapon that could kill the enemy across levels. After all, it was a heaven stage extreme grade tier martial skill, and there was no doubt about the strength of its power. The first righteous son allowed me to obtain the heavenly rank extreme grade imperial extreme overbearing body technique, and the first demonic beast son allowed me to obtain the heavenly rank extreme grade Killing God Finger. If I had my first biological son or daughter, what kind of tier of rewards would the system give? It's definitely above the heavenly grade extreme. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he looked forward to it. He then took out a pill bottle. There were a total of 10 spiritual Huadan pills in the bottle, and Lin Chen swallowed them all in one gulp. Nowadays, he no longer took Ling Huadan one by one. Not only Ling Huadan, but Qi Condensation Dan and Yuan Condensation Dan were also taken in large quantities. The Imperial Dao Qi in the palace was even denser, and Lin Chen's rate of power accumulation accelerated quite a bit as a result. The afternoon passed quickly. Night is coming. Late at night, Lin Chen's power cultivation broke through to the late Zhongshe realm. He didn't stop and continued to absorb the qi of the Imperial Dao as fast as he could. Midnight, the familiar system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host's righteous daughter, Lu Ruoyu, for advancing to the early stage of the innate realm. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check and receive. A breakthrough so soon? That's also right. After all, she was at the late Hotian realm cultivation level before. With the help of those pills, it won't be hard for her to take this crucial step. People are happy when they are happy. She has just been promoted to Empress. It is a great joy for her. Moreover, the Shao clan's royal family established the country by martial arts. As the Empress, if she is not even at the innate realm, it would be too much of a disgrace to the Emperor and to the royal family. Lin Chen thought as he checked the system rewards. The rewards given by the system this time weren't bad either. Although there were no special elixirs among the large number of elixirs that were beneficial to cultivation, the system also rewarded a sword weapon and a sword technique. The name of the sword is Purple Gungjianling Sword, a lower-grade treasure of the Earth Order, much more powerful than the 4 Extreme Golden Thunder Sword. Lin Chen had been able to barely catalyze a lower-grade Earth-ranked magic treasure before, and now that the Hotian Essence Flame had metamorphosed and sublimated into a true flame, he was naturally able to make the Purple Gung Chopping Spirit Sword explode with the power it should have. The sword technique was called the Extreme Killing Sword Technique, middle grade of the Earth rank. Just like the Instantaneous Mango Sword Technique, it belonged to the explosive type of sword technique. Don't look at it as only one move, but it was powerful and overwhelming. It could also be said that the Extreme Killing Sword Technique was an advanced version of the Instantaneous Mango Sword Technique. For Lin Chen, who had long since mastered the Instantaneous Mango Sword Technique, it wasn't difficult to quickly master the Extreme Killing Sword Technique. Early morning, the light of the rising sun flooded the barbaric wasteland. The eastern side of the ancestral gods' mountain glows in the sunlight. The snow-capped peaks of the mountains reflected gleams of bright white light. At this moment, the leaders of the barbarian tribes gathered at the foot of Ancestral God Mountain. A few of these leaders had just been elected, the previous leader of their tribe having died in the war against the Great Qian Imperial City. The old ancestor is here. The group of chiefs had been waiting for a long time, and suddenly one of them cried out. The crowd looked up. Only a young powerhouse was seen floating down. This person was naturally Tuoba Hongjian, who had just walked out of the ice hall at the top of the mountain. In the last few days, he had frequently entered the pool within the ice palace and had finally returned to his full strength. What are the losses of our clan in this march into the Great Qian Imperial City? Tuoba Hongjian hovered in midair roughly 10 feet from the ground, towering over the crowd. The loss of ordinary soldiers was not great, counting those who were scattered and lost. Less than 100,000 were lost. A chieftain returned. Of course, more troops were lost in the attack on Dalian City, Longbei County City, and Longmen Pass. The loss of ordinary soldiers is secondary. The main thing is that the loss of high-end combatants is too great. Another chieftain added. Grandmaster Tuoba Zan fell outside of the Dacian Imperial City, and more than a dozen powerful men of the Grandmaster realm were also killed in battle. So now the number of martial arts powerhouses in our clan is at an all-time low, hurting the fundamentals. If the Dacian Empire turns on our clan and raises an army to retaliate, I am afraid that our clan will. Alas! A barbarian old man sighed sadly and bitterly, not finishing what he wanted to say. Don't worry, Tuoba Hongjian said confidently, the Great Qian Empire won't advance on our clan because they don't have that chance. When I attacked the Great Qian Imperial City, I was careless and didn't make enough preparations. I will go to the Great Qian Imperial City again, alone. This time, I will overthrow the Shao clan's royal family and kill all of their martial arts powerhouses. Each of you go back to your tribes, gather the scattered clansmen, and reorganize your armies, so that when I return, you can lead the warriors of your various ministries and accompany me on my southward march once again. A crowd of barbarian leaders listened to this, although the heart is quite skeptical, but also shouted in unison, Old Ancestor Mighty, Old Ancestor Invincible. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tuoba Hongjian flew away to the south alone. Chapter 109, Banana Leaf Island. Level 5 Sea Beasts. Chapter 109, Banana Leaf Island. Grade 5 Sea Beasts. Can Old Ancestor really succeed in one battle if he goes this way? It's not very likely. After all, the Old Ancestor went alone, and before that, he had a large army with him, and there was even a Great Master and many Great Master realm powerhouses, all of which failed to break through the Dacian Imperial City, and suffered heavy losses. Don't underestimate the Old Ancestor. A cultivation genius from 10,000 years ago is not something we can speculate on. Our barbarian clan has such an old ancestor out in the world. The same situation may exist on the human clan side as well. That human clan powerhouse who killed our clan's great patriarch may be it. That person is not. According to the information provided by the God's Dictatorship Organization, that person is a contemporary born 40 years ago. It's incredible that a contemporary can be as strong as this. Hopefully, Old Ancestor will be able to succeed in one battle and give our barbarian race a head start in the great changes. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our barbarian race will never have any hope of rising again. It's not necessarily so. It's possible that our ancestors from 10,000 years ago have prepared other backstops for us. Even if we don't have any other backhanders, we can still wait for the descendants of our ancestors who left 10,000 years ago out there. Those kindred should be very strong. Those who left 10,000 years ago weren't the only strong ones from our barbarian clan. Tuoba Hongjian disappeared into the southern sky, and a group of barbarian leaders had another heated discussion. East China Sea, Banana Leaf Island. Duan Murong had just returned from the interior by leading two of his own family's sovereign realm powerhouses as well as a dozen or so innate realm experts. Ever since the battle at the Wild Wolf Ridge, They had not entered the Great Qian Imperial City again, and had been waiting outside the city for the armies of all parties to descend upon the city. When the Japanese army arrived at the Dacian Imperial City, they joined them. When the Japanese army retreated, they naturally followed. At this time the Japanese army was returning by ship to the Fusan Islands deeper in the East China Sea. Without great masters or reliable logistics, the Japanese army simply didn't dare to stay inland for long, and if they couldn't overthrow the Dacian Empire, they could only return home as soon as possible. Duan Murong had planned to continue working with the God's Dictatorship Organization. Only, Lin Qingshan, the leader of the Divine Ruler Organization, had suddenly and mysteriously disappeared, and couldn't be contacted in any way, so Duan Murong didn't dare to continue to stay in the hinterland of the Great Qian Empire. Based on all the events of the siege, Duan Murong guessed that Lin Qingshan was most likely dead. The backhand of the Shao imperial clan was truly powerful. Even the barbarian's Grandmaster had been decimated in front of the formation. That eunuch who suddenly rose to prominence and has now been made a master of state, beheading eldest uncle on the day of the God Sacrifice Festival was clearly not a fluke. Duan Murong thought of his eldest uncle, Duan Mu Ping, followed by his own family members who had recently died inland. What a mistake to make! What's next? Duan Murong was filled with confusion and worry about his own future as well as the future of his entire clan. Family Master. A group of sea beasts are attacking East Island. A strong man from the Duanmu family ran to report. I'll check it out. Duan Murong returned to his senses and walked out of the room. In recent months, there were always siren sea beasts attacking Banana Leaf Island, to which Duan Murong had long been accustomed. In the past, sea demons and sea beasts with successful cultivation usually stayed in the depths of the ocean and rarely came to attack islands close to the inland. And I don't know what it is, but they've suddenly changed. Duan Murong led the clan's elite and quickly arrived at the eastern shore of Banana Leaf Island. There was a gentle beach next to a steep one, and at that moment a swarm of sea crabs were making their way ashore through the heavy barriers placed by the islanders. This group of sea crabs, all of them were huge, with armor like iron and crab pincers like knives. On the island side of the beach, a large number of sturdy islanders hid behind a stone wall, drawing bows and shooting arrows. The thick stone wall was built 2 months ago to defend against the attacks of the siren sea beasts. On the beach, traps and trenches were dug. Unfortunately, these arrangements could not pose much of a threat to the cultivated siren sea beasts, and could only slow down their attack. The arrows shot by the islanders were exceptionally sharp and were able to kill and injure ordinary siren sea beasts, but they were useless to this group of hard-armored sea crabs. The arrow shot at them with a sharp tinkling sound, followed by bouncing away. It was only the crossbow arrows shot from those large crossbows that could cause the shells of this group of sea crabs to crack or even be shot through. The Duanmu family master is here. Duanmu family master, hurry up and kill all these damnable big crabs. My father was just killed in battle. I beg Lord Duanmu to help our family avenge our death. Release the arrows. The islanders behind the stone wall saw Duan Murong and they looked excited. Duan Murong didn't keep everyone waiting, and after observing for a moment, he rushed into the beach with a group of family elites. The siren sea beasts were just like the demonic beasts in the Tsangmeng mountain range. Their cultivation system was different from the human race. They major in internal alchemy. Demonic beasts that just knew how to absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth were known as level 1 demonic beasts, which corresponded to the human race's chi drawing realm. Level 2 demonic beasts are comparable to the Hotian realm of the human race. Level 3 demonic beasts are comparable to the innate realm of the human race. And level 4 demonic beasts are comparable to the Zongshi realm of the human race. At this moment, the group of sea crabs that were constantly coming ashore were mostly grade 1 demonic beasts, with a small number of grade 2 demonic beasts, and only a few of them had reached grade 3 cultivation. The overall strength is not very strong. Usually there are no level 4 demonic beasts that come ashore to fight. As for a 5th level demonic beast comparable to a Grandmaster, Duan Murong had never seen one. That's why the Duanmu family can still live on Banana Leaf Island. However, it was different for ordinary islanders, who were often unable to escape death even when they encountered a grade 1 demonic beast. Banana Leaf Island was not small. It was over 50 miles in length and width, and there were originally nearly 30,000 islanders living there, but now there were less than 20,000 left. If it weren't for the ravages of the sirens and sea beasts, there would have only been more people leaving. A group of experts from the Duanmu clan quickly killed the group of sea crabs on the beach, but before anyone could relax, another group of sea crabs came ashore like a tidal wave. The scale was much larger, and there were a few level 4 demonic beasts among them. Looking at those sea crab powerhouses that were about 10 feet tall and had crab pincers that were over 2 feet long, Duan Murong's face instantly changed and his heart thumped. In the past, with a great master like Duan Muping, The Duanmu family had no fear of level 4 demonic beasts, or even level 5 demonic beasts, but times were different nowadays. Not only were there no great masters on the island, even the number of powerful people in the sovereign realm was less than before. In the face of hordes and hordes of uncountable sea crab armies, Duanmu Rong cannot help but begin to hesitate whether to directly give up resistance. Duanmu Rong didn't choose to run away. There were too many islanders behind the stone wall for those commoners to outrun the sea crabs that came ashore. Not to mention that there are more ordinary people on the island. There are no cowards in the Duanmu family, no people who are afraid of death. Kill for me. Duanmu Rong raised his arms. He had already made up his mind that after this battle, he would lead his entire clan to leave Banana Leaf Island and go inland. Grueling fights erupted once again on this rather vast beach. The Duanmu clan's elites began to suffer casualties continuously. What Duanmu Rong had never expected was that the 5th level demonic beast that he had never seen in his entire life, he had finally seen today. A sea crab with a body width of more than 2 zhang surfaced on the surface of the sea not far away, like a small mountain that could move, killing towards the shore. Duanmu Rong despaired in his heart while regretting not choosing to escape before. It was also at this critical moment of great urgency that a figure drifted from the island. The visitor landed on top of the cliff next to him and thrust forward with one arm. A huge palm imprint then roared out and slapped at the rank 5 sea crab. Chapter 110, Situ Changjun. Sword Heart. Chapter 110, Situ Changjun. Heart of Sword. That huge palm print was glowing with a turquoise flame of light as it ruthlessly slapped on top of the back shell of that 5th grade sea crab. The wide, hardback shell was in pieces in no time, like ice that had been hammered to pieces. The 5th level sea crab had not really landed yet, and was struck by this heavy blow, and directly died horizontally. One strike and you're dead. In the next moment, another identical palm imprint slapped the surface of the sea close to the beach, exterminating countless sea crabs. This group of sea crabs realized that it was bad and turned around, fleeing back into the sea like an ebbing tide. This scene was a sight to behold for Duanmu Rong. It's impossible for a Grandmaster to be this powerful, right? Duanmu Rong had seen the power of his eldest uncle's full strength, and it was nowhere near as powerful as the one on the cliff. People could instantly kill a rank 5 sea crab with just a casual strike. Duanmu Ping couldn't do it. The one on the cliff was at least a strong person in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. Just less than 100 feet away, Duanmu Ping was able to make out the appearance of that powerful person. The man looked young, under 30. At such a young age, it would be difficult to cultivate to the middle of the Great Master realm, let alone cultivate to the patriarchal realm. You guys go back first. Duanmu Rong gave a command to his own elite, then walked towards that cliff alone. The person made a move to help and didn't leave in a hurry, nor did he fly over, obviously letting him pass. Soon, Duanmu Rong walked to the top of the cliff and respectfully saluted. Duanmu Rong, the contemporary head of the Duanmu clan, has met Senior. Thank you Senior for your help just now. He dared not address the visitor freely. The visitor could also be an old generation powerhouse who was just residing in the face, so he appeared young, even if the person who came was really young. After all, his cultivation level was very high, and he would not be at a disadvantage if he addressed them as a senior. No longer facing the sea, the young powerhouse turned around and said with an indifferent expression, 10,000 years have passed, and the Duanmu clan has actually fallen to the point where a martial Dao master can be the head of the family. Duanmu Rong was a bit embarrassed, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. But he heard a crucial message in the words of the visitor. It is possible that this young powerhouse came from 10,000 years ago. It was also possible that he only knew more about the Duanmu family of 10,000 years ago, and had no knowledge of the Duanmu family of the last few hundred years due to the fact that he had been uninvolved in the world. There's a question for you. The young strongman spoke again. I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. Duanmu Rong hurriedly arched his hand and saluted again. Do you know where the contemporary of the Situ family has gone? The young powerhouse asked. I remember that the Situ family is secluded on the Black Stone Island in the south, but when I went to the Black Stone Island, I didn't find anyone from the Situ family, and the entire island is not inhabited. Why is that? The Situ family left Black Stone Island a long time ago. Duanmu Rong truthfully replied. The Situ family's situation is similar to our Duanmu family, but they didn't want to stay secluded, so they chose to enter the world and move to the Great Qian Imperial City, the Imperial City of Daqian. The young powerhouse frowned. Elder is related to the Situ family? Duanmu Rong asked curiously. My name is Situ Changjun. Situ Changjun, who had a handsome face and a slender figure, wearing a silver-colored tunic, continued. I come from the Situ family, and I joined the Xian Gang sect at a young age. Duanmu Rong tried to recall and quickly remembered that he had read about the Xian Gang sect in an ancient book. the Xiangang sect was a powerful sect 10,000 years ago. Its sect was located in the eastern part of the Deqian Empire, not too far from the East Sea. The Xiangang sect had long since disappeared into the river of history, and its sect had long since become a grassy ruin. From this, Duan Murong concluded that Situ Chengjun came from 10,000 years ago, and was not a contemporary powerhouse who did not ask questions about the world. He marveled in his mind. He had known that a great change would come to this world, but he did not expect the young powerhouse from 10,000 years ago to appear. And I don't know how. Duan Murong only knew that his own ancestors did not have such an arrangement. The Duanmu family 10,000 years ago was far inferior to the Xiangang sect. What is the Situ family's situation in the great Qian imperial city today? Situ Chengjun asked again. Things are bad. At that moment, Duan Murong recounted the matter of the Situ family's rebellion at the God Sacrifice Festival. He certainly wouldn't put in a good word for the Shao royal family, claiming that the Situ family had been forced to rebel. He guessed that Situ Chengjun had just come out of the world not long ago, and also detailed the current situation of all parties as well. Naturally, the eunuch who had just been enthroned as the master of the state was not emphasized. After listening to Duan Murong's account, Situ Chengjun's expression was gloomy. Hurry up and get off this island and back inland. Situ Chengjun reminded. It won't be peaceful in the sea either. The sea demons and sea beasts will only become more rampant for some time to come. Without revealing more, after saying these two words, Situ Chengjun then flew up and headed west, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking at this flying speed, I'm afraid that his cultivation has reached above the Grandmaster realm. Staring blankly at the western sky, Duan Murong muttered. The destruction of the Shao royal family seems to be a foregone conclusion, and that eunuch won't have a good ending either. Great Qian Imperial City. There had just been a huge celebration at the palace. Celebrate the great victory achieved not so long ago, and hold an investiture ceremony for the newly crowned queen. Since the newly crowned Empress, Lu Ruoyu, was Lin Chen's goddaughter, Lin Chen attended the celebration. On top of the ceremony, Lin Chen and Emperor Shao Anshuan sat side by side in the presence of all the people. At noon, the emperor hosted a banquet to entertain the meritorious ministers. Unusual people were enjoying delicacies in a large hall, and Lin Chen, who was a national master, was invited into a luxurious restaurant. The large dining room has only one table. All the people who could dine here were big shots, including Emperor Shao Anshuan, Princess Shao Anren, Imperial clan powerhouse Shao Changshan, and the newly crowned Empress Lu Ruoyu. Lu Ruoyu's two sons and one daughter also came. The three children, taught by their mother, kneeled down to worship Lin Chen, calling out God Grandfather with every mouthful. Lin Chen's mind, on the other hand, was ringing out system beeps one after another. Having two more God grandsons and a God granddaughter similarly allowed Lin Chen to receive a system reward, and the prizes were generous. Lin Chen was delighted and gave each of the three children a gift. After lunch, Lin Chen returned to the book depository. First, he fed Jin Zi with Ling Huadan, then sat on the bed in his room, carefully checking the system rewards he obtained at noon. A large number of extra elixirs, just a general sweep. The key thing to look for are the other prizes. Two of the prizes were very much to Lin Chen's liking. One was named Sword Heart Tong Meng, which, like the Sword Dao Foundation full explanation, belonged to the Sword Dao category of secret techniques. The difference was that the complete explanation of the Sword Dao Foundation was only a Xian rank extreme grade secret method, while the Sword Heart Tong Meng was a heaven rank medium grade secret method. If he ate through this heavenly grade secret method, Lin Chen's attainments in the Dao of the Sword would reach an extremely high level. However, with his current cultivation level as well as the level of the Sword Dao, it would be difficult to completely consume the Sword Heart passage, and he didn't need to completely consume it. Even if he only comprehended some of the contents, it would still be a great improvement. That's the reward you get for having your first extra godchild. Because it's the first one, the prizes are highly tiered. Another prize that Lin Chen really liked was naturally the extra reward that the first god granddaughter got. Chapter 111, One Sword, 1 second. Chapter 111, One Sword, 1 second. It was a stance-type martial skill called the 9 Palace Lingshu Steps, a middle grade of the heavenly rank, not something that could be compared to the illusory body Misty Shadow Steps, a top grade of the Xian rank. Both the Sword Heart Tong Ming and the 9 Palace Lingshu Steps required Lin Chen to work hard on them. Memorize all of them first, then maul and push through them in the depths of your soul. Lin Chen could absorb the chi of the Imperial Dao at the same time, and there would be no delay in his power cultivation. For the next 2 days, no major events occurred in the palace. Everything is peaceful. Late that night, Lin Chen's divine sense discovered that a dark shadow had fallen into the large courtyard of the book depository. It's that young Grandmaster of the barbarians, Although the visitor had tightly collected his breath and was wrapped in a loose black robe from head to toe, Lin Chen's divine sense still sensed a familiar aura from him. How dare you come here after being beaten off outside the city last time? Lin Chen got up and got out of bed, and after glancing at the huffing and puffing Jin Zi, he pushed open the window and flew out. If his divine sense could discover the other party's divine sense could naturally discover him as well. When he flew out of the window on the second floor and had just hovered in midair in the large courtyard, a cold light suddenly attacked him. The cold light flew towards Lin Chen's head, turning into an ice bowl. Ice bowls inverted, gushing cold mist. Lin Chen had already moved more than 20 feet sideways, but the ice bowl followed him like a shadow, still above his head. Obviously, that ice bowl was a high-grade magic treasure. The cold mist it spewed downwards was extremely cold, freezing everything around Lin Chen, including Lin Chen's body. There's no way to avoid it. No wonder he dared to come running after reaping a crushing defeat last time. Lin Chen understood. At this moment, he was encased in a huge block of ice, unable to move, killing my barbarian Grandmaster and many of my patriarchs, causing my barbarian army to fail to break through this imperial city. You are truly damned. Tuoba Hongjin had a scowl on his face. That ice bowl was an earth-grade lower-grade magic treasure, refined from earth spirit ice marrow, extremely powerful. The reason why he was able to be sealed without damage for 10,000 years. That ice bowl played a crucial role. Last time he didn't bring that ice bowl over. One is that he didn't think it was that necessary. His own strength is strong enough. And the second is that once he took that ice bowl, that ice hall at the top of the ancestral god mountain would cease to exist. That ice temple was able to constantly catalyze that ice bowl, making the pool in the ice temple contain magical energy all the time, which would allow him to recover quickly. In short, that ice hall was very important to Tuoba Hongjin. However, comparatively speaking, it was still more important to lead today's barbarian race to take down the Dacian Empire and overthrow the Shao imperial clan. Originally, with Tuoba Hongjin's cultivation, he couldn't catalyze the lower grade of the earth rank magic treasure, but that ice bowl had been with him in the ice palace for 10,000 years, and the two had almost formed a symbiotic relationship, so he was able to barely catalyze it. The cold mist spewing out from the ice bowl of the lower grade of the earth rank was enough to freeze the spirit body. After being frozen for a long time, the spirit will gradually lose its vitality. After all, there was no that ice palace here, and at this time, the cold mist of that ice bowl was not for sealing, but for extermination. Inside the gatehouse of the book depository, both Xiao Anren and Zhang He walked out of the room. The duo arrived in the courtyard and looked up in surprise at the depths of the compound. The huge ice block landed on top of the ground, and Lin Chen was wrapped up in it, with the surrounding plants and trees covered in a layer of cold ice. The whole compound was chilly. Even if they weren't attacked by that ice bowl, Xiao Anren and Zhang He were still frozen to the bone. The duo quickly looked mid-air again. In mid-air, the ice bowl hovered and slowly rotated. A black-robed Tuoba Hongjin gazed indifferently at Lin Chen in the ice. He didn't strike again because there was no need to strike. Just wait for Lin Chen to be frozen alive. He spotted Xiao Anren and Zhang He, but he didn't care to take a shot at two weaklings. The big commotion in the book depository naturally attracted the attention of many powerful people in the palace, and at this moment, people were constantly flying in. Come on, all of you. The more people who come, the better. Tuoba Hongjin deliberately waited for more powerful people to arrive. The master of the state Li Lianqing came and saw Lin Chen in the ice, and couldn't help but stare, her eyes filled with worry. The same was true for Xiao Changshan and other powerful members of the imperial clan. It's that young grandmaster from the barbarian race. Someone recognized Tuoba Hongjin, and his cry of alarm caused the crowd to become even more worried and nervous. The state master is frozen. In the entire imperial palace, who else could deal with this barbarian young grandmaster? No one. All the people in the palace put together were no match for the others. Done. The imperial family is finished. The great Qian Empire is finished. All of them despaired in their hearts. Just as Tuoba Hongjin was about to strike at the gathered Li Lianqing and the others, a shocking explosion rang out from the compound. Along with the ringing sound, the huge ice block suddenly exploded into pieces. Lin Chen got out of the trap. He was bathed in radiant and dazzling golden flames of light. In the blazing golden flames of light, Clear Dragon and Rock Shadow swam. The compound, which had been unusually cold before, instantly became warm. With this means, how dare you run here to spread your wildness? Lin Chen's mind moved, and the purple Gung spirit beheading sword was held in his hand. How could your Hotian essence fire? Tuoba Hongjin was astonished. No, that's not essence fire, it's real fire. He had realized that the other party's true fire was extremely strong, so he was able to withstand the cold mist spewing out from the ice bowl and was able to shatter the ice formed by the cold mist. He's very much in his head. It's only been a few days. The other party's Hotian essence flame actually metamorphosed and sublimated into a true flame. Phew! Tuoba Hongjin controlled the ice bowl and continued to spray cold mist into Lin Chen's head. Unfortunately, the cold mist fell and could not generate ice again. Escape! Tuoba Hongjin was horrified as he put away the ice bowl and turned to flee. In order to be able to escape, he once again executed the blood-burning streaming light escape. But this time is different from last time. Lin Chen waved his purple Gungjin spirit sword, and in a matter of moments, a wide and long piece of golden sword awnings viciously chopped at Tuoba Hongjin at an extremely fast speed. To the immense shock of all the observers, Tuoba Hongjin's protective light shield, which was formed by the combination of the Hotian essence fire and the Yuan spirit's power, was easily torn apart by the golden sword awns like thin paper. Immediately following that, Tuoba Hongjin's precious armor, along with his entire body, was also torn apart, split in two. Blood that had been set on fire, spilled in the air. How can? Tuoba Hongjin was inwardly horrified. How could his Xian rank extreme treasure armor not be able to withstand one of the other party's sword awnings? The sword awn that has been partially weakened by the treasure armor is still able to tear through one's spiritual body. Tuoba Hongjin 10,000 perplexed, also did not pass too long. How can the other party's strength improve so much? Last time, he was undefeated, but he was able to go through the motions with his opponent. This time it was the other party who was killed by a sword. Not only was Tuoba Hongjin shocked beyond belief, Xiao Changshan and the others who were watching the battle had the same expression of disbelief. The extreme killing sword technique executed with the earth rank lower grade purple Gungjinling sword is indeed strong enough. Looking at Tuoba Hongjin, who had split in two, Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Two cut-off bodies, falling in the air. Tuoba Hongjin's Yuan Shen rushed out from his sea of consciousness. Chapter 112, Demonic Beast Inner Pill. Powerful Compulsions. Chapter 112, Demonic Beast Inner Pill. Powerful Compulsions. Jingle bells. A burst of soul sound waves rang out, directly shattering Tuoba Hongjin's Yuan Shen. Without the protection of the soul-type magic treasure within the sea of consciousness, the Yuan Shen that was directly exposed could not block the attacks of the self-realization bell. Tuoba Hongjin is completely dead. Lin Shen used the violet gung spirit beheading sword to pierce through the inner world of this barbarian powerhouse's chi-si, causing his various magic treasures to be exposed. Two Xian rank extreme copper hammers, an ice bowl of the lower grade of the earth order, a pair of Xian rank extreme gloves. Other magic treasures were not worth mentioning, such as the torn treasure armor. What kind of magic treasure is this? When Lin Chen searched carefully, he found a silver bracelet on Tuoba Hongjin's left wrist. Taking off that silver bracelet, Lin Chen dripped blood on it to make it recognize its owner. It's actually a storage magic treasure. Lin Chen sank into the storage space of this storage bracelet with his divine sense and saw a large amount of cultivation resources. There were spirit stones, various kinds of pills, and quite a few heavenly materials and treasures of not too low a grade. Gentlemen, disperse. Lin Chen waved his hand at Xiao Changshan, Li Lianqing and the others before returning to the book depository. He was going to take a closer look at the contents of the storage bracelet he had just gotten. Xiao Changshan fell into the large courtyard of the book depository and took away Tuoba Hongjin's body. Back in his room on the second floor of the book depository, Lin Chen carried the gold off the windowsill. Apparently the big commotion earlier had awakened gold, but instead of flying out, he just looked out the window. Having just woken up with a start, gold won't be going to sleep anytime soon. Lin Chen began to take out the items in that storage bracelet, one by one, and carefully examine them. Spirit stones are only available in lower and middle grades. The magic treasures were mostly of the middle and upper Xian rank. The pills weren't too advanced either, but there were many types. Lin Chen focused on checking out those heavenly materials. What is it? Lin Chen opened a jade box, which contained an orb the size of a fist. It's not a strange fruit or a precious pearl. It was permeated with an extremely strong demonic aura, constantly overflowing with powerful energy fluctuations. There were many jade boxes like this one in the storage bracelet. The inner pills of demonic beasts. Lin Chen carefully sensed with his divine sense and knew what the orb in the box was. It was estimated that it was related to the barbarian's cultivation style, and the inner pills of demonic beasts were able to become a very useful cultivation resource for the barbarians. How many levels of demonic beasts' inner pills is this? While Lin Chen was thinking about this, the gold in his arms was the one with its head sticking out, swallowing the inner elixir in the jade box in one gulp. Silly bird, grabbing food indiscriminately again. Lin Chen cursed, thinking that he had been so focused that he had neglected the gold in his arms. He quickly faded. The earth-rank middle-grade Kuan Ling True Fire Pill. Jin Z ate it and was fine. A demonic beast inner Dan shouldn't be able to do anything to it. And it is true. although gold light was once again rising all over its body, and mysterious lines were emerging. It did not show any abnormal demeanor. That's also right. It's also a demonic beast after all. It's normal for it to be able to swallow the inner pills of demonic beasts. Lin Chen put down his heart. The golden light and mysterious patterns on Jin Zi's body were obviously to be able to digest that demonic beast inner elixir better and faster. Gold had eaten the Kuan-Ling true fire pill, and coupled with its inherently noble bloodline, it naturally had an extremely strong digestive ability. Lin Chen opened another jade box, which similarly contained a demonic beast inner elixir. This one should be the inner elixir of a 4th level demonic beast, and so is the one that Jin Zi ate just now. Lin Chen has read several books about demonic beasts, which detail several common cultivation methods of demonic beasts, and also record the classification of demonic beasts, and also explain how to identify demonic beasts' inner pills. Lin Chen quickly opened all the jade boxes, and in total, there were more than 100 demonic beast inner pills, most of which were grade 4 demonic beast inner pills, and there were about 10 grade 5 demonic beast inner pills. A rank 4 demonic beast is comparable to a human clan's clan master realm powerhouse, and a rank 5 demonic beast is comparable to a grand clan master. These inner elixirs are afraid that they will allow Jin Zi to quickly reach level 5, or even level 6 cultivation. Swallowing the inner pills of demonic beasts is quite a bit faster than knocking out Linghua Dan all the time. With Gold's special bloodline, it's estimated that when it reaches level 5 cultivation, it will be able to call the shots of an unusual level 6 demonic beast. As Lin Chen pondered, he opened another jade box. This jade box was different, much larger than the ones that contained the inner pills of demonic beasts. Just as Lin Chen had guessed, this jade box did not contain demonic beast inner pills. It's a little bug that seems to be long dead. The little bugs were milky white, glowing white every now and then, and looked holy and beautiful and magical. As Lin Chen was observing, the little bug suddenly turned into a white light and shot out of the jade box. Lin Chen reacted quickly and instantly formed a thick body shield of light with his true fire in true essence. What he didn't expect was that the white light easily pierced through the protective light shield and landed on his body. The white light did not penetrate Lin Chen's spirit silkworm's silver silk clothes, but it quickly shifted from his chest to his neck. The neck was not covered by armor, but just glowed with the flames of true fire. Lin Chen's true fire was strong, but it couldn't stop the white light. The white light stained the skin of Lin Chen's neck, and in the next moment, it sank into his body. What's the situation? The sudden turn of events startled Lin Chen. He quickly woke up to the fact that this was a trap that the barbarian powerhouse had deliberately laid in the storage bracelet. That young barbarian great master. If something bad happens to him, the person who beheads him will certainly get this storage bracelet, and will also certainly scrutinize what is in the storage bracelet, and will open this jade box. The white bugs in the jade box looked harmless enough that it was easy to relax one's guard. Even if you are prepared, you will inevitably be hit. It's a very powerful parasite. Lin Chen could clearly sense that the white light dispersed within himself, transforming into countless tiny little bugs. Those little bugs spread out and gnawed frantically. Luckily, Lin Chen had already achieved a spiritual body, and with the true fire and true element flowing in his body, those little bugs couldn't do too much damage to him for a while, but it won't last long. Lin Chen's true fire and true essence were unable to get rid of those tiny insects, much less quickly refine them. Lin Chen hurriedly took a pill of earth-breaking pill. The earth-breaking pill was only a Xian rank upper grade pill. Its medicinal power was unable to erase those small white insects, but it was able to provide a layer of protection for Lin Chen's body. Those little white worms realized that they couldn't gnaw on Lin Chen's flesh, so they began to gobble up all the energy in Lin Chen's body, including his true essence and essence. It could even devour the medicinal power of the earth-breaking Dan. Lin Chen then proceeded to take a large amount of spirit Hua Dan, Qi condensation Dan and Yuan condensation Dan. Those little white bugs then began to devour the medicinal power of the elixir. Gradually, they were fed. Then they stopped nibbling or devouring and all quieted down and didn't move a muscle. Lin Chen had thought that this was only temporary, and that they would wreak havoc again once those little white bugs had digested a bit. The truth is not. Those little white bugs were only quiet for less than 10 breaths before they simultaneously exploded. Their previous gnawing and devouring seemed to be an effort to build up energy for this moment of simultaneous explosions. Chapter 113, Blessed by a Disaster. Old Ancestor Returns? Chapter 113, A Blessing in Disguise. The Return of the Old Ancestor? It's best if you can chew up the host. If you can't chew it up, blow it up that way. This kind of compulsion is really vicious to the extreme. Not to mention ordinary sect masters or great sect masters. Even ordinary true martial realm powerhouses may not be able to withstand. But Lin Chen resisted. Lin Chen's true fire was too strong. weakening the impact caused by those little bugs blowing up together. Moreover, Lin Chen's spiritual body containing the chi of the Emperor's way was also strong enough. The threat posed by the white parasites wasn't over. After the countless small parasites exploded at the same time, they turned into countless tiny white lights. Those white lights melted into every part of Lin Chen's body at an extremely fast speed, including his internal organs and blood. And so the corrosion began. Lin Chen's entire body ached and itched. The pain was in the bones and it was a strange itch. At the same time, Lin Chen's physical potential was completely stimulated. Lin Chen was bathed in golden and white light. The pain and suffering at this point was better than the process of achieving a spiritual body with the dragon blood fruit. It's like leaving no room for error. Why didn't that barbarian young Grandmaster just use this kind of compulsion against me? It is estimated that whoever opens the jade box will be attacked by this parasite, so it can only be designed as a trap and cannot be used actively. Lin Chen operated the technique of the Emperor's extreme overlord body technique to the extreme level that he could achieve nowadays, and the chi of the Emperor's way in the palace rolled out. One healing pill after another was taken by Lin Chen, perhaps sensing Lin Chen's abnormality. The gold that had just digested the inner pills of a grade 4 demonic beast flew in a circle around Lin Chen. In the end, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of golden essence blood. It has a strong essence of blood. The quality and power far exceeded a single dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit was only an exotic fruit nurtured by dragon's blood, but gold's essence blood was the pure bloodline essence of a high-blooded demonic beast. The ball of golden essence blood landed at Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen understood what Jin Zi meant. At this time, the situation was special, so he couldn't afford to think too much. He inhaled the mass of essence blood into his body. Kaneko, for her part, landed on the bed a little shriveled up. It was still young, and although it was strong even at a young age, it didn't have much essence blood in its body. Losing a clump of essence blood at once was considered a small price for it to pay. This mass of gold's essence blood had helped Lin Chen a great deal. Without this mass of essence blood, Lin Chen would be able to withstand it and hold out until the end. But his body would be in this particular condition for a long time. With this mass of essence blood, the situation was immediately reversed. Lin Chen's bloodline was connected to gold's, and he was able to quickly absorb gold's essence blood. Jin Zi's essence blood glowed within Lin Chen's body, and together with Lin Chen's true fire, true energy and essence chi in conjunction with the technique of the Emperor's extreme overpowering body technique, they began to refine the white light that was eroding his flesh. The white light contained a strong life force, and a powerful energy. The refined white light lost its compulsion characteristics, thus truly and completely integrating into Lin Chen's physical body. During this process, the gold's essence blood wasn't consumed, and followed to thoroughly integrate into every part of Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen clearly felt that his physique was becoming stronger, as if it had gained another metamorphosis. That's a blessing in disguise. Lin Chen was secretly glad. At midnight, Lin Chen's body no longer moved in a different way. The white light that was transformed by that parasite was all refined. Jiamjia, you're such a good big boy for daddy. Lin Chen picked up the Jinzi on the bed that had been staring at him, and took out a few more demonic beast inner pills for it to swallow. Jinzi sensed that Lin Chen was already unharmed and happily ate the inner elixir. One bite, crunchy. Lin Chen wouldn't be petty, forcing out some essence blood to quench the gold's thirst. Gold quickly regained his former spirit. After eating and drinking, Gold fell asleep again. Lin Chen, on the other hand, walked out of the book depository and adapted to his own changes and enhancements in the large courtyard. Although his physique was still within the realm of a spirit body and hadn't achieved a leap in tears, it was still more than twice as powerful as before. The already strong spiritual body was even stronger. Early morning, Xiao Anrun also arrived at the compound. As usual, she offered up a long sword and began practicing swordplay. It wasn't hard to see that since obtaining the complete explanation of the fundamentals of Sword Dao, her level of Sword Dao had been rising. After breakfast, the old eunuch Chao Post came to the library, saying that His Majesty the Emperor had asked Princess Anrun to come to the Qianming Hall. Xiao Anrun followed Chao Post to Qianming Hall very quickly. To her surprise, she met a stranger in a study. This person looked quite young, like the same age as himself. This person was exceptionally handsome. His slender body was wearing a silver-colored tunic. He had a kind of dusty temperament, and even though he was in the depths of the palace, he looked exceptionally calm and confident. And this is? Xiao Anrun inquired suspiciously. Although he had already heard the self-introduction of the past, Emperor Xiao Anshuan was more or less skeptical, so he did not answer his sister. My name is Xiao Changjun, and I come from the Xiao family from 10,000 years ago. The visitor spoke. Actually, he is Situ Changjun, not Xiao. He came to the Great Qian Imperial City last night, and wanted to enter the palace directly. But before entering the palace, he discovered a big movement in one corner of the palace. He watched from a distance outside the palace and saw a golden sword on decapitate a powerful man. That golden sword on was so strong that he intuited that he might not even be able to catch it and block it, so he changed his plans. Anyway, he did come from 10,000 years ago, and no one knew his true identity except for himself and the contemporary head of the Duanmu clan, Duanmu Rong. 10,000 years ago, Xiao Anren was surprised when Xiao Changshan was also invited into the study by Li Lianqing. Yes, 10,000 years ago, Situ Cheng Jun explained in a serious manner. 10,000 years ago I left the Xiao family at a young age and joined the Xiangang sect, and when I was in my 20s I was sealed by the sect's powerhouse, and was unsealed after 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, worshipping a certain clan would be considered that clan's person, to dilute the relationship with the family of origin, and it would be normal for the Xiao family's history to have no record of my existence. Moreover, when I was sealed, the Great Qian Empire had not yet been established. Xiao Changshan quickly figured out the situation and asked cautiously, "Dare I ask what cultivation level this old ancestor is?" "Above the Grandmaster, the true martial realm," Situ Cheng Jun replied. "That is, what you modern people often refer to as the martial god realm. In fact, the true martial realm is several great realms away from the true martial god realm." In order to prove his cultivation, Situ Cheng Jun released a powerful aura as he spoke. The pressure created by this powerful aura caused Xiao Anshuan and the others to feel suffocated. They could all tell that Grandmasters didn't have such a powerful aura. "The return of the old ancestor is a great fortune for my Xiao Imperial clan." Xiao Changshan was very excited. In his opinion, this true martial realm powerhouse shouldn't be lying, and there was no need for people to lie. With his cultivation, he could exterminate everyone here with a snap of his fingers. So why would he need to lie and impersonate an old ancestor of the Xiao Imperial clan? Both the oldest ancestor of my clan and the cultivation above the Great Master. This throne. Xiao Anshuan didn't finish his words, but the meaning was already obvious. Chapter 114, let's see what kind of tricks you can play. Chapter 114, let's see what tricks you can play. This throne, you are indeed not fit to continue sitting on it. Situ Cheng Jun was not polite, but also reprimanded in a harsh tone. Your Empress actually recognized a eunuch as her righteous father. No matter what merits that eunuch has had, he is always a eunuch, a slave of my royal family. How can your Empress recognize a slave as her father? Xiao Anshuan, Xiao Anren, and Xiao Changshan were all silent. They had thought that this old ancestor would politely refuse and would not compete with the descendants 10,000 years later for the throne, but the truth was unexpected. Since I've returned, I naturally want to reorganize the imperial clan, and I hope that you and the others will do your best to assist me and not slack off. Situ Cheng Jun looked at Xiao Anshuan and continued, of course, if you perform well, sooner or later, this throne will still be yours. Now, draw up the abdication edict. Xiao Anshuan didn't dare to disobey and had to do as he was told. He soon wrote the abdication edict in his own hand. Regardless of whether or not the person coming was the Xiao family from 10,000 years ago, he had to cooperate obediently. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Besides, it was indeed possible that the visitor was some old ancestor of the Xiao family. If not, the visitor could have done it directly. There was no need to say such nonsense. Who could stop a powerhouse above the Grandmaster realm? I'm afraid the State Master can't either. The State Master could easily kill a Great Master, and it was already considered to have crossed one great realm to kill the enemy, and it was inevitable that he could not cross two great realms to face a true martial realm powerhouse directly. Xiao Anshuan and the others were not at all clear about Lin Chen's true strength nowadays. Even if they had seen Lin Chen's power more than once, they had never seen a true martial realm powerhouse before. How strong the true martial realm was, they understood very little. Dang! The palace rang the bells again. Civil and military officials and royal relatives heard the bell ringing and entered the palace. Xiao Anren had returned to the book depository to tell Lin Chen about the emperor's abdication. A strong Xiao family member from 10,000 years ago? Lin Chen was also stunned. He was a bit skeptical, so he sensed the qi of the imperial way in the palace. The concentration of the qi of the imperial way decreased. It's not a huge reduction, but as long as it's reduced, there's a problem. Normally speaking, the Xiao clan's royal family suddenly has more than one true martial realm old ancestor. The royal power is bound to be more solid. The palace's royal road qi will never weaken. It will only become more dense. The reason why it hadn't weakened drastically was obviously because Lin Chen still had the intention of supporting the Xiao imperial clan. Moreover, the other party had seized the throne in the name of the Xiao family's ancient powerhouse. In the hearts of the people, the Deqian Empire was still the world of the Xiao family. What's the problem, Kokeshi? Xiao Anren could see the change in Lin Chen's expression. He said that he left the Shao family 10,000 years ago when he was a young boy and worshipped the Xiangang sect, and that at that time, the Great Qian Empire had not yet been established. So since he had not contributed to the establishment of the empire, how could he be so kind as to take away the throne 10,000 years later? Lin Chen thought for a moment and added, "Let's look at it again. There's a high probability that he's really a young powerhouse from 10,000 years ago, just like the barbarian Grandmaster who was beheaded last night. As for whether or not he's a member of Zhao's family, it's hard to say. There will be a ceremony at noon. Would the State Master like to attend?" Xiao Anren asked. "No." Lin Chen waved his hand and walked into the book collection with the gold on his shoulder. It was better to waste time watching the new emperor replace the old one, rather than absorbing more of the qi of the emperor's Dao and striving to achieve the emperor's Dao Yuan spirit as soon as possible. Just now, Xiao Anren had clarified that ancient powerhouse that had suddenly appeared was quite dissatisfied with the Empress recognizing herself as her rightful father, and Lin Chen was even less likely to take the initiative to go over and back him up. At this moment, Lin Chen wasn't sure if that person was a member of Zhao's family. So, the man didn't come after him, and he could look again. After all, it was Emperor Shao Anshuan who took the initiative to abdicate, and there seemed to be little objection from the entire Shao clan royal family, and many were even very excited, believing that the Shao clan royal family had risen again. That's normal. The Shao imperial clan had indeed been suffocating lately, narrowly escaping destruction time and time again, and now that they had ushered in a self-made powerhouse above the great masters, they were bound to rejoice. The people of the imperial clan would treat Lin Chen as an outsider even if they felt grateful for his kindness. They were eager for a top-tier powerhouse to appear in their own family. It's human nature. Lin Chen knew that if he jumped out to stop Shao Anshuan from abdicating, the vast majority of the Shao clan's royal family would not agree. There's no need for that. If the imperial aura in the palace weakened drastically, Lin Chen would not stand idly by. If the State Master doesn't go, I won't go either. Xiao Anren turned toward the concierge. An ancient powerhouse of the Shao clan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and if anyone in the Shao clan's royal family wasn't very happy, it had to be her and her soon-to-be abdicated brother. Of course, there was only some suspicion of the man's identity. If that person was really an ancient powerhouse of the Shao family, Xiao Anren and Shao Anshuan would be able to accept it. Noon. In front of many civil and military officials and royal relatives, Shao Anshuan personally read the edict and formally abdicated. Situ Chengjun, on the other hand, followed suit and ascended to the throne. Taking the throne is just the first step. Situ Chengjun not only wants to avenge the Situ family, he also wants to think about the future. The strongest members of the Xiangang sect who left 10,000 years ago might have died outside long ago and couldn't come back, but it was possible for their children and grandchildren as well as their disciples to come back, before those fellow disciples returned. If he could lay a foundation, it would naturally be a great achievement. This was also the task given to him by the Xiangang sect's powerhouses before they sealed him away. Of course, it's also possible that no one will ever come back. This situation, Situ Chengjun can also accept. He is both a top-tier powerhouse and has become an emperor. Although he can't continue to become stronger without the support of a powerful clan, at least he can live a life of glory. Become emperor first, find out the details of that eunuch master of state, and eliminate him. Then, step by step, the Shao royal family will be erased. There's no need to rush when the first step goes well. Directly overthrowing the Shao royal family would undoubtedly lead to the entire empire falling apart in chaos, which was not what Situ Chengjun wanted. More importantly, Situ Chengjun knew that all those great clans from 10,000 years ago had sealed at least one young powerhouse, and that he needed to get hold of more manpower and resources in order to gain the upper hand against those young powerhouses. Today I assume the throne. Such a great event. Why has the State Master not arrived? Sitting on top of the throne, Situ Chengjun asked with a majestic face. No one could answer that question for him. Even if there was a delay, someone should have sent someone over to say hello. Situ Chengjun then said, not saying a word, absent without reason, disregarding his honorable position as a State Master, disregarding the majesty of my royal family, shall be punished. Pass down the decree, deprive Lin Chen of his position as a State Master, and considering his outstanding achievements, he will remain as a Grand Duke of Loyalty. Situ Chengjun had wanted to jerk Lin Chen around to the end, but felt that the step was too big and inappropriate. After all, he had yet to figure out Lin Chen's bottom line. Moreover, Lin Chen's accomplishments were indeed too great, and had already established a high level of prestige in the court as well as among the people. Let's knock it around a bit first and try to see how the guy reacts. Situ Chengjun thought like this. The decree quickly reached the book depository, and Lin Chen didn't care about it. I'll just watch you perform quietly and see what tricks you can pull off. Lin Chen was actually more or less wary of this ancient powerhouse that had suddenly appeared, and wasn't completely sure of taking down the other party. Chapter 115, Someone Wants to Meet You. Chapter 115, Someone Wants to Meet You. Lin Chen was getting closer and closer to achieving the Emperor's Dao Yuan spirit. At this time, he was certainly more patient. Achieving the Emperor Dao Yuan spirit, his power cultivation was promoted to the Grandmaster realm, which might not seem like a big boost. After all, he was already able to kill Grandmasters in seconds, so the boost would actually be huge. The quality and power of his Kung Fu would increase drastically, and the magic treasures catalyzed by stronger Kung Fu would be much more powerful, as would the martial arts techniques performed by stronger Kung Fu. At that time, he had a greater certainty of defeating a true martial realm powerhouse. The news of the old emperor abdicating and the new emperor ascending to the throne first spread throughout the entire imperial city, and then to all parts of the empire. The reaction was similar on all sides. Some surprise, but most felt it made sense. It is just the change of empire within the Shao clan. It is not like the Shao clan and the Great Qian Empire have been overthrown. It is not worth making a fuss. In this world where martial arts were honored, those with greater strength deserved to stand higher. From the afternoon of that day, the entire imperial city seemed like a festival, with lights and colors everywhere. It was the new emperor's will that all the people should come together to celebrate his ascension to the throne. It was also a way for Situ Chengjun to consolidate his throne, to get the people to identify themselves. Situ Chengjun also held a big banquet in the palace to entertain the civil and military officials as well as the imperial relatives. He wanted to familiarize himself with these imperial dignitaries as soon as possible, and also let them get used to himself as the emperor as soon as possible. Lin Chen naturally stayed quietly in the book depository and didn't go to the banquet. Dusk, Cheng Ping'an, Yutian, and Feng Bao came together from the Shangwu prison to the book depository. They heard that the new emperor had deprived their godfather of his honorary position as a state teacher, so they came over to visit him, and if he was unhappy, they would coax him to be happy. Lin Chen wasn't unhappy or very happy. Lin Chen, as usual, accompanied his godchildren for a dinner and gave them some pills before sending them back. Late that night, another uninvited guest had quietly dropped into the large courtyard of the book depository. With Lin Chen's reputation nowadays, even a grandmaster wouldn't dare to offend like this. It was true that the visitor was not a great master, but neither was he a true martial realm powerhouse. Lin Chen had thought that it was the new emperor who had just ascended to the throne who couldn't hold back and personally came to the door, but in fact it wasn't. The visitor was an early Zhongshe realm expert. Lin Chen's divine sense sensed a few familiar auras on the visitor. He was in no hurry to show himself, allowing the visitor to enter the library and make his way up the stairs to the second floor. He also offered to open the door to the room. The visitor quickly walked to the door and removed his mask. The visitor looked to be around his 30s, and upon seeing his face, Lin Chen immediately guessed his identity. "My name is Lin Jie, son of Lin Qingshan." After the visitor declared his identity, Lin Chen secretly exclaimed, "Counting, this Lin Jie was Xiao Linzi's half-brother. Why did you come?" Lin Chen asked. "Our father used to come here, but since then it's been. I killed him." Lin Chen intercepted over. "You guys should be able to guess this. Why did you kill him?" Lin Jie clenched his hands into fists, and his face became much more somber. "He set me up to hurt me, and came running to me that night to discuss things, and I couldn't let him have his way, and he immediately flipped out, and if I didn't kill him, he'd kill me." Lin Chen said blandly, "You have a father-son relationship with him." "I don't with him." "Past aside. He is your real father after all. How can you commit patricide?" Rinch questioned. "Why put the past aside?" Lin Chen snorted lightly. "Let alone him being unkind in the first place. Even if you have no dealings with me, I won't feel any psychological burden if I behead you here. Someone wants to meet you." Rinch knew he had business to attend to, so he changed the subject. "Who?" "An ancient one." After a slight pause, Lin Jie added, "An ancient of our Lin family, from 10,000 years ago, when our Lin family wasn't the Sichuan royal family." "No time. Don't use the word we. I'm not family." Lin Chen refused outright. "Is there anything else?" "That one is not only an ancient of the Lin family, but also the Sichuan Sword Pavilion's sword Dao genius from 10,000 years ago." Rinch gave a word of caution. "Then please do me the favor of delivering a message that if he wants to see me, tell him to come himself. I don't have time to meet him." Lin Chen waved his hand. "I've already admitted to beheading Lin Qingshan, and I have a grudge against you guys, so there's no way I'm going to send you to my door. It's better to stay in the palace to be safe. After all, there's also a 10,000-year-old genius powerhouse in the palace right now." These words, naturally, were intentionally said to Lin Jie. Lin Jie would definitely send word to that ancient powerhouse of the Lin family. You've been dethroned from your position as a state master, and I'm afraid that ancient powerhouse in the palace won't be on your side. Lin Jie continued. If you can repent, that old ancestor may not be unable to forgive you for your patricide. I don't need his forgiveness. Get out before I change my mind. Lin Chen showed no mercy. If he didn't need Lin Jie to take a message back, he would have already struck out. You're going to regret this for sure. Rinch turned and went downstairs. Regret? Lin Chen smiled disdainfully. That so-called ancient powerhouse of the Lin family wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a message at all if he was truly strong enough. He doesn't dare to come here in person. Either he's afraid of me or the new emperor. This proves that he won't be too strong. Perhaps just a Grandmaster. Lin Chen didn't think much about it and continued to absorb the chi of the Imperial Dao. He was wary of the various ancient powerhouses, but not fearful. If they really did it, and they couldn't beat it, the big thing was to use the heavenly talisman of transfer to escape. Can't die anyway. As long as they can't die, they can destroy each other sooner or later. So Lin Chen was emboldened to stay in the book depository just as brightly as he was. The book depository was in a corner of the palace, not far from the palace walls, and Lin Jie quickly exited the palace after leaving the book depository's compound. Not long after, Lin Jie entered the Lai Fu Inn in the imperial city. In one of the compartments, Lin Fei Yan was sipping tea with a look of patient waiting. In addition to him, a 10,000-year-old Lin family member. There were two other people in the compartment, namely Meng Ling, Lin Qingshan's wife and the Divine Dictatorship Organization, and Lin Qingshan's youngest son, Lin Quan. Lin Jie quickly walked into this chamber, first bowing and saluting Lin Fei Yang, then reported, Old Ancestor. Lin Chen said that if you want to see him, you need to take a personal walk. What a big dog's guts. Lin Quan, whose appearance was very similar to Lin Jie's, and who was in his early 30s, angrily shouted out. The family ancestor wanted to see him, and sending someone to invite him had already given him enough face, but he even gave him an inch, and was so wildly paradoxical and insolent. Jia, your father. Meng Ling also spoke up. Father he. Lin Jie's eyes were red. Lin Chen himself admitted that father was killed by him. Lin Chen killed it? Lin Quan became even more indignant. How dare he? He said father started it. Lin Jie added. He also said that he has no father-son relationship with his father. Please also ask the old ancestor to take action and eradicate the family traitors. Meng Ling got up and saluted Lin Fei Yang, pleading. Chapter 116 Meteorite Gold Puppet. Dao Soul Foundation Building Pill. Chapter 116 Meteorite Gold Puppet. Dao Soul Foundation Building Pill. This son must not be kept. Looking at Lin Fei Yang, who was younger than Lin Quan and had sword brows, he opened his mouth and said, however, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. Now there is an additional ancient powerhouse from the Shao family in the palace, and that person's cultivation is not below mine. He has ascended the throne to become the new emperor, and although he has abolished Lin Chen's honorary position as a state master, he has retained Lin Chen's title of Grand Duke of Loyalty. This proves that he and Lin Chen didn't start a conflict. Let's wait and see. One mountain can't accommodate two tigers. The new emperor and Lin Chen are bound to clash sooner or later. At that time I'll wait for the opportunity to make a move, or I may be able to reap the benefits of a successful battle. In the meantime, the Divine Ruler Organization's people inside and outside the palace will have to make a move as well. Meng Ling and her two sons naturally didn't dare to disobey Lin Fei Yang, and they all nodded their heads in succession. You guys go to your rooms and rest. Lin Fei Yang waved his hand. Together, mother and son excused themselves and left. When the door to the room closed, Lin Fei Yang frowned. To be able to easily kill a Grandmaster, Lin Chen's true battle power wouldn't be too much weaker than an early true martial realm powerhouse even if he hadn't reached the true martial realm. Not only does he dare to ignore my invitation, but he also dares to remain in the palace, fearless of the new emperor. Where does the bottom line come from? Forget it, whatever. Next there will be more young powerhouses sealed to the present 10,000 years ago that will keep coming out. The situation will only become more and more chaotic. I'd better wait first. If we can wait for an acquaintance or friend from 10,000 years ago, we'll be more certain. Time is like sand between your fingers. Turning to February 10th, Zheng He had advanced to the late stage of the Qi drawing realm, and the rewards that the system gave Lin Chen as a result were very average. To others, a large number of pills that were beneficial to cultivation were very precious, but in Lin Chen's eyes, they would not be worth mentioning. On the same day, Feng Bao, who had never lacked cultivation resources, also advanced to the middle stage of the Hotian realm. The rewards that the system gave Lin Chen as a result were still very good. In addition to a large amount of pills, there was also a meteoric gold puppet of the lower grade of the Earth rank. This puppet was comparable to an early stage true martial realm powerhouse. It was refined from special meteoric gold, and not only could it accept the master's power infusion, but the master's true fire could also be stored in his body and released during battle. The strength of its body far exceeded the spirit bodies of ordinary true martial realm powerhouses, and it was able to harden itself against the attacks of Earth-rank lower-grade magic treasures. It was worth mentioning that since the new emperor ascended the throne, no one had come to worship Lin Chen as his righteous father anymore. Everyone could see that the new emperor not only could not talk about respecting eunuch Lin, but even rejected him a bit, probably out of meritocracy. Or maybe he didn't want to raise the status of a eunuch too high. It was more likely that the new emperor's cultivation was so high and strong that he could ensure that the court and even the entire empire was very stable without eunuch Lin's support. Inside and outside the palace, there are many different opinions. Lin Chen didn't care about the gossip, still absorbing the qi of the emperor's Tao in a big way, preparing for the cultivation of the emperor's Tao Yuan spirit. Xiao Anren was also cultivating just as hard, striving to refine the Yuan Ling flying sword in the inner world of the Qi Si at an early date. However, even if she had completely refined that Yuan Ling flying sword and had advanced all the way to the Grandmaster realm, she was still far inferior to the new emperor. The new emperor is a powerful person of the true martial realm. Xiao Anren worked hard, but didn't stay in the stash all the time. She occasionally wanders around the palace, often going to the Palace of Raising Hearts. When she returned to the book depository, she would tell Lin Chen what she had inquired about. The new emperor had been very busy lately, and even with the best efforts of Xiao Anshuan, Xiao Changshan, and other great figures of the royal family to assist him, he had not been able to relax for a moment. Mainly, the new emperor is not familiar enough with the whole empire, and the affairs of the court are really complicated. Lin Chen knew in his heart that the new emperor was too busy, so he couldn't care about himself for the time being. Otherwise, there would have been a further trial move long ago. That ancient powerhouse of the Lin family didn't send any more people over, much less come in person. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. The advantage of time was on his side. The longer it dragged on, the better for him. In the past few days, the demonic beast inner pills and the storage bracelet left behind by that barbarian's young grandmaster had all been devoured by Jin Zi. Gold fell into a deep sleep. As it slept, it was covered in gold, and mysterious lines were constantly flowing. Lin Chen could tell that gold was about to make a breakthrough, and that's exactly what happened. It was a full 2 days and 2 nights of sleep before gold woke up. The golden light on it subsided. It's gotten significantly bigger, and Lin Chen heard the familiar system beep. Congratulations to the host's demonic beast son Gold for being promoted to a mid-5 level flying bird. The system rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to checking. First breakthrough, mid-level 5. In other words, Gold was born at the early 5th level of cultivation when he broke his shell. No wonder he ate so many spiritual flower pills, and also took Koan Ling true flame pills, and even swallowed many demonic beast inner pills before making a breakthrough. The cultivation enhancement of a 5th level demonic beast is bound to require quite a bit of energy. Ordinary mid-level 5 demonic beasts are comparable to human race's mid-level Grandmaster realm powerhouses. Gold is different. It's definitely far stronger than ordinary mid-level 5 demonic beasts. As Lin Chen pondered, he had just woken up and lifted his wings and flew up, landing on his shoulder and chirping endlessly. Lin Chen knew it was hungry. I should be hungry after sleeping for so long. Thus, Lin Chen took out some spiritual Hua Dan. The current Jin Zi treats Ling Hua Dan like grains of grain. Fortunately, Lin Chen has many Ling Hua Dan. Gold's cultivation style was different, and elixirs such as Qi condensation pills and Yuan condensation pills, which were helpful to human martial artists, were useless to it. Ling Hua Dan contained pure aura, so it was useful for Gold. So is the soul potion. However, the medicinal power of the soul containment pill needed to be absorbed and digested, and could not be taken frequently all the time. Otherwise, even if it could carry the onslaught of the medicinal power, it would still result in a waste of the medicinal power. After drinking some more of Lin Chen's essence blood, the Gold looked extraordinarily refreshed and flew out on its own. Lin Chen, on the other hand, opened the system warehouse to check the system reward he had just received. There were still tons of pills, one of which was not available before. The name of this pill was Dao Soul Foundation Building Pill, which was a top-grade soul-type pill of the Earth rank. Unlike the soul-impregnating pill, the Dao Soul Building Pill would not directly enhance the soul's power, and taking this pill would build the foundation of the Dao Soul for the soul. Taoist souls are also divided into types. As for what kind of Dao Soul one achieves, it depends on each person's respective comprehension and creation. Lin Chen had recently been studying the sword Hartong Ming, and was quite accomplished in the sword path, so the most suitable thing for him was a sword soul. Once he built a sword soul foundation with the Dao Soul Foundation Building Pill, his sword Dao realm would immediately skyrocket dramatically. The skyrocketing of the sword Dao realm will, in turn, make Lin Chen's comprehension of the sword heart of Tongming smoother and more thorough. Great stuff! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. I've taken many soul containment pills, and my soul power and Yuanshan realm are both high enough that the basic conditions for building into a sword soul are met. After praising it, Lin Chen continued to check the system rewards he had received this time. There are two other pieces that are very good. One is called Fire Wisp Dragon Tattoo Clothes, a middle-grade armor-type magic treasure. Chapter 117, Split Rune Treasure. Sword Soul Roots. Chapter 117, Split Rune Treasure. Sword Soul Roots. Lin Chen took out the Fire Wisp Dragon Tattoo clothes from the system warehouse and caused it to recognize its owner, then wore it on his body and replaced it with the Spirit Silkworm Silver Silk Clothes. The Spirit Silkworm Silver Silk Cloth was only an extreme grade of the Xian rank, while the Fire Wisp Dragon Tattoo Cloth was a middle grade of the Earth rank. The safety factor has gone up again. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to check out another good item. It was a piece of Earth rank middle grade split talisman treasure. By activating this kind of talismanic treasure, it could congeal into an alter ego of the person who activated it. The doppelganger condensed from this kind of talismanic treasure bore a high resemblance to the catalyst. It can even perform the catalyst's unique martial arts. However, if the activator's power, physique, and true fire were more specific, the doppelganger congealed by the doppelganger talisman treasure could not be highly similar to the activator. Taking Lin Chen as an example, every aspect of him belonged to a special category, and the split sigil treasure that was activated by him to condense a split for him could only be 70% similar to him. The looks and body shape can be made almost identical. Temperament can't be done in general. It's worth noting that a doppelganger is different from a golem. Once a puppet was away from its master, it would only act according to the orders given by its master before leaving, fighting on instinct and not knowing how to improvise. A bilocation, on the other hand, is connected to the mind and thoughts of the original body, no matter where it is. The doppelganger congealed by the doppelganger talisman treasure couldn't exist all the time like a puppet, and this kind of doppelganger would gradually become weaker and weaker even if it didn't go to battle and stayed motionless until it died out. It doesn't really count as a real diversion. It can only be considered a stand-in for an energy body. It's not bad. Not only can it be a not-so-weak helper against the enemy, but it can also go on adventures for me at special moments. It's a shame it can only be used once and doesn't exist for very long. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen took out two puppets successively. One was the Xian rank extreme grade Ryu silver puppet, and the other was the Earth rank lower grade meteorite gold puppet. The lucid silver golem stood guard at the entrance to the book depository. The meteoric gold puppet guarded the second floor of the book depository, with the two puppets escorting him, and also gold flying around the large courtyard of the book depository. Lin Chen was relieved to take out and consume a Dao Soul Foundation building pill. The elixir melts in your mouth. The majestic and pure medicinal power surged into the sea of consciousness and pounced on Lin Chen's soul flame. To this day, Lin Chen, who had taken a large amount of soul containment pills, had seen his soul flame expand to over 10 feet tall. The Yuanshan wrapped in soul fire was also 3 feet tall. That Yuanshan held the soul-suppressing bead in one hand and the bell of freedom in the other. Tall and solid, like a god, the medicinal power of the Dao Soul Foundation building pill surged forth, pouring into the soul fire and integrating into the Yuanshan. Just like the first time he took the soul containment pill, Lin Chen once again suffered from the intense pain from the depths of his soul. His soul realm was at the level of the early stage of the true martial realm, and it was difficult for this soul realm to withstand the medicinal power of a soul-type elixir of the upper grade of the Earth rank. But the Dao Soul Foundation building pill didn't contain too much massive soul energy, and compared to other top-grade soul-type pills of the Earth rank, its medicinal power was much milder. If not, Lin Chen wouldn't have dared to take it directly. The severe pain in the soul at this moment was because the medicinal power of the Dao Soul Foundation building pill was building the foundation of the Dao Soul for Lin Chen. This process required Lin Chen's active cooperation. He couldn't fall into a fainting spell like the first time he took the soul containment pill. Not even once. One had to stay awake all the time and slowly condense the root of the sword soul with the help of the medicinal power of the Dao Soul Foundation building pill by virtue of one's own perception of the sword Dao. It can't be done overnight. It takes no time at all. During this period, Lin Chen was in a special state that made it difficult for him to face strong enemies with all his might, so he needed a protector. Inside the sea of consciousness, the more than 10 feet high soul fire did not grow, but the soul fire that was originally in the form of a blazing flame began to gradually turn into the form of a giant sword. No surprises, it took a full day and night for Lin Chen's soul fire to condense into a giant sword of light and flame. The root of the sword soul has been established. It's just that the root has become a foundation, not a true sword soul. If he wanted to achieve a true sword soul, he still needed Lin Chen to continue to work hard on top of his sword Dao cultivation, taking more soul containment pills. One's soul power had to reach the martial king realm, and one's comprehension of the Dao of the sword had to be at a higher level in order to condense a true sword soul. Above the Grandmaster realm was the true martial realm. Above the true martial realm was the martial king realm. If one wanted to break through to the martial king realm, achieving a martial soul was one of the necessary conditions. Lin Chen had plenty of soul containment pills, and the increase in soul power wasn't a problem. Lin Chen had the sword Heart Tong Ming, and his comprehension of the Dao of the sword would continue to improve. Therefore, for him, achieving a true sword soul was just around the corner. Lin Chen sunk his heart into feeling the changes that the sword soul root brought to him. The contents of the memory about the sword Heart Tong Ming surfaced, and some of the questions that he hadn't been able to figure out before were unraveling at this moment. The constant chirping of the gold pulled Lin Chen back from his immersive senses. He opened his eyes and took out a handful of Ling Hua Dan. Only then did the gold stop chirping and start pecking at the spiritual Hua Dan on Lin Chen's palm. Actually, it's not hungry. Lin Chen was in closed-door cultivation, and Zheng He and Xiao Anren wouldn't let Jin Zi go hungry. It's just not very interested in regular food. After eating dozens of spiritual flowering pills in one breath and drinking some of Lin Chen's essence blood, Jin Zi was finally satisfied and huffed and puffed his way to sleep. Lin Chen, on the other hand, put away the two puppets and walked out of the book depository alone. It was early in the morning. Zheng He had already prepared breakfast, while Xiao Anren was practicing his sword in the large courtyard as usual. Eunuch Lin, I've just gotten word that there is an ancient clan's ruins in Huitai County to the south. And suddenly the earth opened up and shot out a sky-high haze of light. Seeing Lin Chen, Xiao Anren immediately greeted him. Huitai County is not too far away. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Anren and asked, "What? Your Highness still wants to go over and try your luck?" "Naturally, I want to." Xiao Anren nodded and smiled bitterly again. "But I'm only in the innate realm, so even if I get the treasure by chance, I may not be able to bring it back smoothly." "Has the new emperor gone?" Lin Chen asked again. "Go." Xiao Anren returned. "He went there at dusk yesterday, and took away many of the palace's strongest men. If your Highness wants to go, I can accompany your Highness for a walk." Lin Chen smiled. "Really?" Xiao Anren had an expectant face. "Really?" Lin Chen couldn't just stand by and watch the treasures left behind by ancient powerhouses be snatched away by others. It would be fine if he didn't have the strength to compete for the treasures, but clearly he had that strength and was certain that he wouldn't meet an untimely end as a result. So of course he couldn't just sit back and watch. The dragon's blood fruit obtained at the Coyote Ridge proved that the treasures left behind by ancient powerhouses might also benefit him greatly. Great! Xiao Anren was happy. After having breakfast, Lin Chen changed into a civilian outfit, held Jinzi who was still asleep, and rode into a carriage that Xiao Anren had gotten. The carriage first drove out of the palace and then drove out of the imperial city via the south city gate. Although Huitai County wasn't too far away from the imperial city, it was still 1,000 miles away, so if he rushed over there through imperial flight, he would consume a lot of power. In this era where cultivation resources were scarce, even great masters wouldn't just fly through the air for long periods of time, unless something very urgent comes up. Chapter 118, There's bound to be a good show to watch. Chapter 118, There's bound to be a good show to see. According to past experience, if a treasure place left behind by an ancient powerhouse was about to come out, it would take a few days from the appearance of the signs before it would be truly exposed. So Lin Chen and Xiao Anren were in no hurry. The roads in the Deqian Empire were quite well built. At least every official road was smooth and wide. After all, it was a metaphysical world with many martial artists and not a bad level of productivity. The royal family's special carriage wasn't bad either. The carriage was wide. The interior was luxuriously arranged. And the two steeds pulling the carriage were also carefully selected fine breeds with strong stamina and fast speed. Counting the time for the two steeds to rest and eat grass, in 2 days at most, Lin Chen and Xiao Anren would be able to reach their destination. During the process of rushing, Lin Chen could continue to comprehend the sword Dao and adapt to all the changes that the achievement of the sword soul root brought to him. If gold wakes up, feed it some spiritual flowering pills and essence blood. Along the way, Xiao Anren was not idle. She sat cross-legged, silently working towards completely refining that Yuanling flying sword. The road was smooth. A day and a half passed, and the carriage that Lin Chen and Xiao Anren were traveling in pulled into Huitai County. After another 2 hours, this royal family's special carriage was already less than 100 miles away from its destination. There's no more big, spacious road ahead. Thus, Lin Chen brought Xiao Anren to fly through the air. As for the gold, As a flying bird-type demonic beast, it naturally didn't need anyone to carry it. If it flew at full speed, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to catch up at all. If a human martial artist did not perform some kind of secret recluse technique, it would be difficult for their flying speed to catch up with a flying bird demonic beast of the same level, not to mention that the gold was still a very powerful flying bird demonic beast. After flying for 100 breaths of time without any speed, Lin Chen and Xiao Anren landed on the ground. Ahead is a large lake. Around the big lake, it's all mountains and forests. There was an isolated island in the middle of the Great Lake, all no less than 20 miles across. That isolated island was the site of an ancient clan. In the middle of the lonely island, a haze of light shot up into the sky. Before arriving on this side of the Great Lake, Lin Chen and Xiao Anren had already seen the haze from afar. In addition to that haze, the duo saw many other people. There were many people on the shores of the various parts of the Great Lake, and quite a few on the lonely island. The people on the shore of the lake were not really strong. They just came to take their chances and watch the fun, not daring to enter the lake and board the island. There should still be some strong people who didn't rush to board the island to expose their existence, but chose to hide in the mountains and forests around the Great Lake. The people on the island, all of them with extraordinary demeanor, were obviously all accomplished cultivators. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren landed on a corner of the lakeshore that was deserted in all directions, and Jin Zi also fell from the air and stood on one of Lin Chen's shoulders. After observing for a while first, Lin Chen then found a boulder not far from the lakeshore and sat on it. Xiao Anren wasn't in a hurry and sat cross-legged under a large tree. The gold was probably feeling too bored, and when it saw that neither Lin Chen nor Xiao Anren took any further action, it lifted its wings alone and flew up. It flew high into the sky and flew around that rushing haze in circle after circle. It was, after all, still a child, and would feel new to any unfamiliar thing, let alone an existence like the sky-charging haze. The people on the island naturally found gold. Others recognized the gold, such as Xiao Anhan and Li Lianqing. Gold occasionally flew out of the large courtyard of the book depository and flew all over the palace, and the bigwigs in the palace all knew that it was co-fed by Lin Chen and Xiao Anren. Seeing the gold, everyone could guess that Lin Chen had come. This flying bird covered in golden feathers is growing quite fast. Situ Changjun raised his head to look at the sky, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Naturally, he could see that the gold was extraordinary and wanted it for himself. Once such an extraordinary bird of prey was cultivated, its battle power should definitely not be underestimated. Situ Changjun thought to himself that since Lin Chen had also come, when the treasures came out, he would inevitably land on the island to fight for them, and he could then look for an opportunity to behead him. Just finish him off and everything he owns will be mine, including this extraordinary bird of prey. Situ Changjun made up his mind. Since he had ascended the throne, Lin Chen had made no moves, and even after he had been deposed of his state master venerable position he had only stayed honestly in the book depository, which made him think that Lin Chen wasn't too strong. If one was really strong enough, wouldn't one hide in a bookstore and endure it? The only thing that made Situ Changjun a little perplexed was that he had already shown his rejection of Lin Chen, yet Lin Chen had not chosen to leave the palace. After some thought, Situ Changjun thought that the reason why Lin Chen didn't leave was probably because he was loyal to the Shao imperial clan. It was also possible that Lin Chen felt that he was so meritorious that as long as he did not make any major mistakes he would be able to stay in the palace and enjoy the honor of being a loyal Grand Duke. It's a pity. A pity. You shouldn't have expected that I'm not the old ancestor of the Shao family, and that I don't care about the merits you've made for the Shao family. As Situ Changjun silently pondered, a cold smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, it should be that Anren wanted to come, and it was only at her begging that the Grand Duke accompanied her. Xiao Anquan saw the subtle change of expression on Situ Changjun's face, and he didn't want the new emperor to misunderstand that Lin Chen had come to snatch the treasure. So he explained, right now, on top of this lonely island, there were only the Shao clan's royal family and the powerful people who were loyal to the Shao clan's royal family. No outsiders. No outsiders have landed on the island, at least for now. Xiao Anquan didn't realize that the new emperor wasn't the genius of the Shao family from 10,000 years ago. He had suspicions in his mind, but didn't dare show them. No harm done. Situ Changjun waved his hand at Xiao Anquan and said in a seemingly amiable manner, the Grand Duke is also considered one of our own, and if he can come, we have a greater chance of successfully capturing the treasure. I have also heard that the Grand Duke is living in deep seclusion. Otherwise, I would have personally invited the Grand Duke over. Your Majesty is wise. Xiao Anquan flattered a sentence. A mountain forest on the east side of the Great Lake. Lin Fei Yang brought many experts from the Divine Sanctuary organization and gathered in a rather secluded mountain pass. They watched from afar the isolated island in the Great Lake. and they could also see the gold that was spreading its wings and flying over the island. The God's Tailor organization had placed undercover agents in the palace and naturally knew about the existence of the gold. Lin Feiyang sometimes observed the palace from a high place in the imperial city, observing the collection of books, and could likewise see the gold. At first glance, it looks like a golden eagle. On closer inspection, it's not. Lin Feiyang looked out over the sky of the Great Lake and said to himself, even the golden eagle is a mutated species. Very rare. Since it let me meet it, it is destined to be with me. Old ancestor. The appearance of that golden feathered bird of prey means that Lin Chen is most likely here as well. Lin Zhe guessed. I hope Lin Chen and the new emperor don't have a good relationship. Then they might fight over the treasures. Lin Quan picked up. One of them is a young genius from 10,000 years ago, and the other is a contemporary proud powerhouse. It would be strange if their relationship could be good. Lin Feiyang smiled and said, Lin Chen may not have had the idea that he had to compete for the top spot, but the new emperor certainly did. I'm from the same generation as the new emperor, and in our time, the better the young genius, the more pretentious they were. Lin Zhu and Lin Quan's mothers had also arrived, and at this time, they chimed in. What old ancestors said is very true. Next, there is bound to be a good show to watch. Chapter 119, is there a problem with the seal? Chapter 119, could it be that there is something wrong with the seal? Lin Chen and Xiao Anren had spent about a day and a half in the mountains and forests along the lakeshore when the sky-rushing haze on the isolated island finally disappeared. Immediately afterward, the isolated island, along with the entire large lake, shook violently. Is your highness going to board the island? Lin Chen asked Xiao Anren. It's okay to go over there and check it out. Xiao Anren knew his brother was on the island. In addition to her brother Xiao Anshuan, there were quite a few strong members of the imperial clan who were also on the island, so there shouldn't be too much danger for her to get to the island. Okay. Lin Chen then released the lucid silver puppet and meteoric gold puppet and had them carry Xiao Anren as they flew and rushed towards the isolated island. He was in no hurry to land on the island himself, since there are absolutely loyal fighters, but there is no need to do anything personally where there is a risk. Let's explore the situation first. At that moment, Lin Feiyang also brought Lin Zhu and the other elite of the God's Dictatorship organization and flew out from that hidden mountain pass. It's not just them. The various powerful people hidden in the mountains and forests around the Great Lake rushed towards that lone island in the lake. What a mess! Watching the streams of light fly towards the center of the lake from all directions, Lin Chen let out a dark sigh. People die for money. Birds die for food. The treasures left behind by the ancient sects were indeed worth fighting over. In case of a fight, you'll be flying high in no time. Previously, Situ Chengjun had led many imperial powerhouses to not allow outsiders to board the island, but now they couldn't care less. It is an isolated island in the middle of the lake, but it is also very large. On the island, in the midst of a ruin made up of overgrown weeds and countless broken walls, there was a huge crack that was 2 feet wide and about 100 feet long. The cracks are deep. Situ Chengjun didn't manage to stop the others from boarding the island, but because he was on the island earlier, he was the first to fall into the bottom of that huge crack. He didn't allow Xiao Anshuan and the other imperial powerhouses to fall with him. He was so confident that he didn't need anyone else to help him scout around a bit first. Compared to the dangers he might encounter, he was more worried that someone else had gotten the chance at the bottom of the rift first. The lucid silver puppet and the meteorite gold puppet were both dressed up as Lin Chen. They wore Lin Chen's clothes and looked like twins. They're all so fast that no one can or will stop them. As puppets, they would only do what their masters commanded them to do, without fear. They, too, quickly fell to the bottom of the crack. As for Xiao Anren, he was naturally left at the side of Xiao Anshuan and the other strong members of the royal family. The bottom of the crack is also spacious, but it was pitch black, the kind of pitch black that you can't see out of your hand. However, those who were able to come down had divine sense, and the pitch blackness had little effect. Situ Chengjun, who was the first to come down, naturally discovered the two puppets. His divine sense also quickly recognized that the ones who came were two puppets, not living people. Using a puppet to grab a treasure? Situ Chengjun sneered, not thinking that these two puppets could pose much of a threat to him. As he was thinking, a heavy iron door slowly opened in front of him. Situ Chengjun had discovered the iron door. He was the first to come down, but he was blocked by the iron door and could not take the lead in seizing the hidden treasures here. Right at that moment, Lin Feiyang also landed at the bottom of the crack. The slowly opening iron door gushed out a rich baleful aura through the doorway, which caused Lin Feiyang, who had just landed, to frown. Situ Chengjun's face likewise changed slightly, secretly sensing something was wrong in his heart. At this moment, Lin Chen had already flown over the lonely island. The gold stopped flying around and landed on one of his shoulders. He didn't fall into the bottom of that huge crack, nor did he place himself on the island, but only observed silently from mid-air. It was for observation and to maintain control of the two puppets. If the distance was too far and his divine sense couldn't cover the area where the two puppets were located, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to control them as he should. How could such a strong Yin Fury aura gush out? Lin Chen was also secretly surprised. Boom! A loud bang sounded from the bottom of the crack. The iron door, which was originally only slowly opening, suddenly flew forward horizontally, as if a strong person with great strength had kicked violently behind the door. Although Situ Cheng-jun, Lin Fei-yang, and the two puppets were on guard, they were too late to dodge, and they were all greatly impacted by a heavy iron door slamming head-on. Luckily, they were all very strong and were only knocked back or sent flying, and did not suffer any serious injuries as a result. Phew! A powerful and incomparable aura swept through that iron door after it flew across the room. This powerful aura quickly flew to the top of the heads of the two men as well as the two puppets, followed by the fall of the brown alien light. The brown alien light contained extremely strong Yin Fury energy, and they were like a rain of swords that covered the sky. Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang both had protective body light shields, but under the fierce attack of the brown alien light, the two's protective body light shields quickly became weak, and it looked like they couldn't support them for long. The two released their respective true flames almost simultaneously. Enhance the power light shield with true fire so that it can be supported for longer. The two were both geniuses of the human race 10,000 years ago, and although they were not the top geniuses at that time, they were also the true leaders of the younger generation. The barbarian Tuoba Hongjin was able to achieve a spirit body at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, and it was naturally normal for Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang of the true martial realm to possess true fire. The meteoric gold puppet did not release the true essence and true fire stored within its body that had been infused into it by Lin Chen. The materials used to refine it were high grade and strong enough to allow it to harden against the brown alien light. The lucid silver puppet couldn't carry it, but unfortunately, it didn't have true fire in its body. Lin Chen's true fire was too strong for the Xian rank extreme grade lucid silver puppet to carry, and at this time, it could only release the true element that Lin Chen had infused into it, using the true element shield to enhance its own defense. Lin Chen, who was in the air above the isolated island, had been using his divine sense to focus on the situation at the bottom of the crack. He could already tell that a brown alien light was actually a wide-range attack unleashed by a kind of catalyzed high-grade talismanic treasure. That talismanic treasure should be of the lower grade of the Earth rank, so an extremely high grade of the Xian rank's Ryukin puppet couldn't carry its attack hard. Lin Chen's divine sense also discovered that behind that iron door was a huge underground cavern. In the middle of the cave, there was a copper coffin with an ancient shape. There are also 6 bronze pillars around the bronze coffin. Each copper pillar has a copper chain connecting it to the copper coffin. The copper coffins, copper pillars and copper chains were all engraved with mysterious runes. At this time, the lid of the copper coffin had been completely removed, and there was a corpse covered in brown baneful aura, sitting up straight in the copper coffin. That earth-grade lower-grade talismanic treasure was catalyzed by the corpse in the bronze coffin. It wasn't hard to guess that the body was no ordinary corpse. Ordinary corpses wouldn't move at all, nor would they continuously emit rolling baneful chi, much less be able to catalyze a high-grade talismanic treasure. Lin Chen's divine sense had discovered the situation in the huge cavern, and naturally, Situ Chengjuan's and Lin Fei-yang's divine sense had discovered it as well. Could it be that the seal set up by the ancient powerhouse of this clan went wrong, causing the sealed young genius to become a zombie? It should be. Situ Cheng-jun thought darkly. He knew very well that sealing someone for 10,000 years without damage was hard and difficult. It's lucky that there are no accidents, and it's not weird that there are. Chapter 120 Evil Cultivator from 10,000 years ago? Chapter 120 Evil Cultivator from 10,000 years ago? 10,000 years ago. Clans as well as martial arts families also had strengths and weaknesses. It was the more powerful clans or lineages that had a greater certainty of sealing a young genius for 10,000 years without damage. It's also only with a greater degree of certainty, not 100% certainty. Many clans or families that were not powerful enough were choosing to set up a treasure trove, seal it, and after 10,000 years, that seal would automatically be lifted, expecting their descendants to be able to obtain the cultivation resources in the treasure trove. For example, the treasure trove that suddenly appeared in the northwestern region of the Dacian Empire was left behind by a not very powerful clan 10,000 years ago. For example, the underground chamber of the Wild Wolf Ridge was set up by the Shao family, which was also not powerful enough 10,000 years ago. That ancient sect in the northwest region as well as the Shao family did not choose to seal a young genius. 10,000 years ago, the Xiangang sect and the Sichuan Sword Pavilion both belonged to very powerful sects. The Situ family and the Lin family weren't actually very strong 10,000 years ago. The two families did not choose a young genius within the family to seal up, but Situ Changjun and Lin Feiyang are both considered young geniuses, and the two of them took the initiative to request a seal from the clan powerhouse for the sake of their respective families. There were very few young geniuses who were willing to accept the seal in the first place. Shoo shoo shoo. The sword rain of brown alien light was still falling. That iron door should have been shaken off by the sealing energy that erupted from inside the cave. The ancient powerhouses of this clan anticipated that after 10,000 years, this place might gather quite a number of people intent on seizing the treasure. So they let the iron gates fly horizontally to create killings. When the iron door flew across the room, the seal in the cave was completely lifted. The most important copper coffin of the entire seal will also immediately remove the lid, allowing the sealed person inside the copper coffin to be set free. Situ Changjun and Lin Feiyang are both young geniuses who have been sealed, and they know that if there were no problems with the seal, the person inside the bronze coffin would have awakened long ago, and would just be waiting silently for the seal to be lifted inside the bronze coffin. The duo could also guess that there must be other menacing arrangements in the huge cavern. Randomly trespassing into a cave is bound to be met with an onslaught of attacks. That was why neither Situ Changjun nor Lin Feiyang were in a hurry to break into the cave. Although the brown alien light's attack was strong, they could withstand it, and as long as they were willing, they could completely rush into the huge cave not far away. Besides, even if there was no sinister arrangement inside the cave, the zombie that had already risen in the bronze coffin alone would not be easy to deal with. Moreover, both Situ Chengjuan's and Lin Feiyang's divine sense had discovered that there was a storage ring on that zombie. Obviously, the treasures and cultivation resources left behind by this ancient clan were all within that storage ring. If you want to take the treasure, you must kill the zombie. What strength that zombie was, no one could say at the moment. 10,000 years ago, it should have been a young genius, possibly at the late Grandmaster realm cultivation, or at the early or mid-true martial realm cultivation. It had by no means just become a zombie. It must have been a zombie for quite some time. Whether it has gotten stronger or weaker since becoming a zombie is yet to be seen, precisely because the situation was unknown. Neither Situ Changjun nor Lin Feiyang dared to act rashly despite their confidence. In the cave, the zombie slowly stood up straight in the bronze coffin. It had a vacant stare and a dull look. As it lifted its leg and walked out of the bronze coffin, it was covered in an evil fire. The evil firelight is also true fire. Possessing true fire, that zombie is very strong. Situ Changjun and Lin Feiyang were both wrinkling their brows at this moment, secretly feeling tricky. The two were even more afraid to easily break into the cave, but it's not going to go away. The two were also true martial realm powerhouses who possess true flame. This brother, you and I will first join hands to finish off this zombie, and the treasures it carries on its body. After decapitating it, we'll each fight for them based on our abilities. How about it? Situ Changjun transmitted his divine sense to Lin Feiyang. Yes, Lin Feiyang agreed. Both of them ignored the two puppets. They hardened against the brown alien light and waited for the zombie to break out of the cave at the bottom of the crack beyond. At this moment, Lin Shan used his divine sense to drive the lucid silver puppet to rush into the huge cavern. The lucid silver puppet was about to be unable to carry on, and instead of destroying it outside, it would be better to rush into the cavern and try to find out if there were any dangerous arrangements in the cavern. Just after rushing into the cavern, the lucid silver puppet was subjected to a flurry of countless foreign lights. Those strange lights originated from the four walls of the cave, and the paths were so powerful that they could shoot through the body of the Ryukyu silver puppet. In an instant, the lucid silver golem was riddled with holes, followed by fragmentation. Seeing this scene, both Situ Changjun and Lin Feiyang were glad that they did not rush into the cave. The zombie that stepped out of the bronze coffin, with its evil true fire, was simply moving its body around the cave. The bottom of the crack outside the cave had just stopped having brown alien light fall. When the zombie urged and struck another high-grade talisman treasure, the talismanic treasure exploded in mid-air outside the cave. Immediately afterward, an evil energy tentacle emerged out of thin air, frantically whipping Situ Changjun, Lin Feiyang and the meteorite gold puppet. The zombie still didn't come out of the cave. It walked to the side of the already shattered lucid silver golem and looked down to check it out with a thoughtful look. Just by looking at its demeanor, one could tell that it was by no means an ordinary zombie, and its intelligence was not low. Situ Changjun dodged the whipping of the evil tentacles while using his divine sense to send a message to Lin Feiyang. It's not that there's something wrong with the seal here. The zombies in the cave went into the evil way 10,000 years ago. I guess so. Lin Feiyang transmitted his voice back. If there was a problem with the seal, it's understandable that it had a strong baleful energy on it, but it's incomprehensible that the talismanic treasures it struck also contained baleful energy like this. These two talismanic treasures must have been refined by an evil powerhouse. Does brother know which sect this island and the lake belonged to 10,000 years ago? Situ Cheng-jun asked. I don't know. Lin Fei-yang didn't mean to hide it. He really didn't know. The Sichuan Sword Pavilion was quite far away from here, and 10,000 years ago, he was just a young man intoxicated with the Tao of the sword and had not traveled much. Situ Cheng-jun's situation 10,000 years ago was actually similar to Lin Fei-yang's. Both of them were young geniuses who didn't have much time to spend traveling around. It's too dangerous in the cave. Keep waiting outside for it to come out. Okay. Although Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang did not know each other, they maintained a tacit understanding. Lin Xin didn't let the meteorite gold puppet act rashly either. It was difficult for a tentacle to hit the meteorite gold golem, and even if it did, it couldn't hurt it. The two evil talismanic treasures were very powerful, causing both Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang to consume a lot. Maybe that's what the zombie in the cave wanted, not to kill the incoming enemy, but only to consume the other side. The zombie finally stepped out of the huge cavern when the bottom of the crack stopped being lashed by the evil tentacles. Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang immediately became nervous. The two were about to make a move, but the zombie sacrificed a rattle-like magic weapon. It catalyzed and gently shook that rattlesnake magic treasure, and the sound of the drum was not exactly loud, but it could go straight into the inner world of people's sea of consciousness, impacting people's souls. Chapter 121, If you have any killing moves, hurry up and show them. Chapter 121, If you have any killing moves, hurry up and show them. Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang were affected by the sound of the drums, and both of their movements stopped for a moment at the same time. It was during this moment of time that the zombie quickly charged forward and smashed Lin Fei-yang's protective light shield with a dark red bone rod. After the protective light shield collapsed, the bone rod smashed on top of Lin Fei-yang's chest. Put! Lin Fei-yang spat out blood and flew back. That rattle drum is very powerful. I obviously have a soul defense type of magic treasure to guard my sea of consciousness, but I was even affected by the sound of the drum. If he hadn't been affected by the sound of the drums, Lin Fei-yang could have dodged the zombie's bone stick attack. Even if you can't dodge it, you can still block with your own longsword. How not to take a solid hit in the knuckles? This stick caused Lin Fei-yang to be injured. Phew! After a brief pause, Situ Cheng-jun swung a long blade and chopped at the zombie. As the long sword was swung, a Tao of blade-ons appeared. It was also wrapped in Situ Cheng-jun's true fire. The zombie then suddenly turned around, completely ignoring the long blade as well as the Tao blade awnings, and attacked Situ Cheng-jun's chest directly with the bone stick. Both sides are too close. It was too late for Situ Cheng-jun to dodge. He simply didn't expect that the other party would choose to carry his blade attack hard, to exchange wounds with himself. One's long blade would chop at the opponent, and the opponent's bone club would likewise hit him. Now that's a real fight to the death type of fight. Swish! The long knife broke through the zombie's evil true fire with its daggers and chopped at one of its shoulders. However, the zombie was wearing a high-grade copper armor that blocked the attack of the long sword and its blade. The tremendous power carried by the long knife caused the zombie's legs to bend into 90 degrees, almost directly kneeling down. The zombie's bone club also crushed Situ Cheng-jun's protective light shield, and due to the bending of his legs and the shortening of his stature, it caused the bone club to hit Situ Cheng-jun's abdomen instead of his chest. Again, it was a powerful blow. Situ Cheng-jun, like Lin Fei-yang just now, directly spat blood and flew backwards. It wasn't hard to see that both of them were not as strong as that zombie. At least in terms of physical strength there was a considerable gap. Even so, the duo did not give up. Lin Chen used his divine sense to manipulate the meteoric gold puppet and attack the zombie. It wasn't to help Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang. It was just to fight to decapitate that zombie and force out all the powerful dependencies of that zombie. It took 3 strikes to make that zombie give its all, not daring to have the slightest reservation. If Situ Cheng-jun and Lin Fei-yang were hit hard too early, or even escaped or died, it would be difficult to decapitate that zombie with just a single meteoric gold puppet. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to personally strike. This was because he still wanted to see what kind of killer application the two 10,000-year-old true martial realm powerhouses at the bottom of the rift had. If those two were to utilize a powerful killer weapon to sneak attack him, it was possible for him to be struck or even suffer a serious injury. Lin Chen didn't want to use up that split rune treasure here either. A mid-earth rank detachment talisman treasure. It would be a bit of a waste if he were to activate it now. The higher his cultivation level and the stronger he was, the more powerful the doppelganger condensed from that doppelganger talisman treasure would be. At the bottom of the rift, the battle was in full swing. The meteoric gold puppet held the four-pole golden thunder sword and chopped at that zombie. That zombie was still carrying it hard with the copper armor on his body, while returning fire with his bone stick. It's a simple fight to defeat enemies with more power. Only, the physical strength of the meteorite gold golem was equally extraordinarily powerful. Both were unharmed under a hard strike. The four-pole golden thunder sword of the Xian rank extreme grade could not break through the copper armor on that zombie's body. The dark red bone rod smashed into the meteor gold puppet, only causing the meteor gold puppet to take a few steps back. Lin Chen could already tell that the zombie's bone rod and copper armor were both lower-grade earth-ranked magic treasures. Since the four-pole golden thunder sword couldn't injure that zombie, Lin Chen had the meteorite gold puppet throw it into mid-air. Under Lin Chen's control, the four-pole golden thunder sword quickly split into four, transforming into four golden thunder swords, followed by the four-direction sword prison formation. The four-pole golden thunder sword was Lin Chen's, as were the four golden thunder swords, and the four-direction sword prison formation was naturally completely under Lin Chen's control. Sword formation? Lin Fei Yang frowned, secretly feeling surprised. As a sword Dao genius from 10,000 years ago, and under the Sichuan sword pavilion, his sword Dao attainments were certainly not bad, and he recognized at a glance that what was shrouding the bottom of the crack at this moment was the four-direction sword prison array. The four-direction sword prison formation belonged to a more ordinary, more common type of sword formation. Whether or not this kind of sword formation was powerful depended on whether or not the grade of the four sword weapons that made up the formation was high enough. Just four Xian rank upper grade sword weapons. The power of this four-direction sword prison formation isn't strong enough. Lin Fei Yang quickly made a judgment. However, although this sword formation is not enough to decapitate that zombie, it can suppress its state. It's not useless. As a sword Dao genius who had reached the true martial realm 10,000 years ago, the four-direction sword prison formation here didn't have much of a negative impact on him. Situ Chengjun was affected by the sword formation, but not by much. Under Lin Chen's control, the countless sword lights generated by the four-direction sword prison formation did not attack Lin Feiyang and Situ Chengjun, and kept surging towards that zombie like waves. The copper armor on that zombie was completely able to easily withstand the sword light attack of the sword array. It only moved slightly slower. Situ Chengjun, Lin Feiyang and the meteorite gold puppet continued to surround that zombie. The zombie seemed to be fearless. The bone stick kept swinging, and its power was still immense. Situ Chengjun and Lin Feiyang approached that zombie again and again, and were repelled by that bone stick. Although the meteoric gold puppet was without its weapon, it was itself comparable to a lower-grade earth-ranked magic treasure, and its battle power could not be underestimated. In order to be able to maintain a longer fighting state, Lin Xin didn't let the meteoric gold puppet release the true energy and true fire stored within its body, and only let it fight with its own strong body. It's been a long fight. Even with the suppression of the four-square sword prison formation, that zombie never fell into a disadvantage. The shadowy aura at the bottom of the crack was getting thicker and thicker. The drums that sounded from time to time gradually made Situ Chengjun and Lin Feiyang feel distracted, and visions even appeared in front of their eyes. Brother, we can't go on like this. Situ Chengjun once again transmitted his divine sense to Lin Feiyang. This zombie's intelligence isn't low. It's fighting in a seemingly reckless and violent manner, but it's actually paralyzing us and deliberately stalling for time. I found it too. Lin Feiyang returned. We have already been greatly depleted by the two evil talismanic treasures before. The sinister aura here will continue to deplete our physical strength and power, and that drumming will also deplete our soul state and willpower. If we continue to be so depleted, we will surely be defeated. The duo also tried to attack the zombie's soul, but unfortunately to no avail. If brother has any killing moves, hurry up and show them. Situ Chengjun urged a word. Both of them did not use their respective killer moves. After all, they were not a family. After all, there was still a puppet here with a not-so-weak strength. Alright, after I make my move, I still hope that your excellency will follow suit, so don't continue to hide your clumsiness. Lin Feiyang agreed, and upon hearing Situ Chengjun's reply, he immediately urged the long sword in his hand with all his might. He was covered in brilliant sword light, and so was the long sword in his hand, and it was as if the two were fused into one. Chapter 122 Human Sword Unity, Evil Beetle. Chapter 122 Human Sword Unity, Evil Beetle. The brightly shining true fire wrapped around Lin Feiyang and the long sword in his hand. Even those who did not have very high attainments in sword Dao could tell that Lin Feiyang was trying to perform a powerful sword move in a state of human sword unity. Lin Chen's divine sense discovered that at this moment, Lin Feiyang was extraordinarily powerful. His aura was overpowering, and there was also a powerful sword momentum that was rapidly being generated. That sword momentum did not belong to the four directions sword prison formation. yet it was able to mobilize the power of the Four Directions Sword Prison formation, worthy of being a true martial realm sword Dao genius from 10,000 years ago. Truly extraordinary, Lin Chen secretly marveled. Situ Chengjun also had an expectant look on his face, wanting to see how strong this sword Dao genius killing move was, in order to buy Lin Fei Yang time to execute his powerful sword moves. Both Situ Chengjun and the meteorite gold puppet fought to attack that zombie so hard that it could not attack Lin Fei Yang. I didn't keep you all waiting. After Lin Fei Yang transformed his spirit body into a sword and entered the state of human sword unity, countless sword lights converged, and his entire body and his own long sword were masked in a gigantic light sword shadow. The huge lightsaber was again under the True Fire's support, releasing an extremely powerful and harsh sword momentum, and then chopped at that zombie head-on. The zombie couldn't dodge the attack of the huge lightsaber. It's deadlocked. As the huge lightsaber chopped down, it could only cross its bone rod and block it above its head. The dark red bone rod was also activated, and the mysterious patterns around it flowed crazily, blossoming into a thick and incomparable defensive light shield. Boo! After an earth-shattering roar, the blood-red evil's defensive light shield collapsed. In the next moment, the bone rod came into contact with Lin Fei Yang's long sword, following which it was chopped off alive. The light and shadow of the giant sword around Lin Fei Yang had obviously weakened a lot, but the long sword in his hand continued to chop downwards after cutting through that bone rod. The zombie raised an arm and blocked its head. Lin Fei Yang had already consumed most of his might with this great attack, and his longsword was blocked by the zombie's raised arm. To be precise, it was blocked by the arm guards of that copper armor. That arm guard was chopped apart, but it also prevented Lin Fei Yang's long sword from injuring the zombie's raised arm. Spare a thought, but one had to admire Lin Fei Yang's killing move. It was indeed very strong. Even an Earth-rank lower-grade bone rod treasure could be chopped off with a single blow, and the remaining force was able to cut through a piece of Earth-rank lower-grade copper armor. It's really strong. Lin Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes even as he watched, secretly thinking, the killing move this sword Dao genius just performed should not be weaker than the extreme killing sword technique I performed. Compared to Lin Chen's still calmness, Situ Chengjun's face changed greatly at this moment, and his body could not help but tremble. In his place, if he were to receive such a sword Dao killing move hard, he would have to be seriously injured without dying. It was fortunate that he hadn't rushed to make a move against this sword Dao genius who also came from 10,000 years ago before, or else the consequences would be hard to predict. Phew! Perhaps stimulated by the broken bone rod, the zombie erupted into a stronger aura and blasted Lin Fei Yang's body with a punch. Lin Fei Yang had a giant sword light and shadow protecting his body around him, and he also had a treasure coat of not bad grade on his body, so although he took a solid punch, he didn't suffer a serious injury because of it. He flew backwards a long way, and the light and shadow of the giant sword around him quickly dissipated. At this moment, it could be clearly seen that his face was pale, and his aura had weakened a lot due to excessive consumption. Even the hand that was tightly gripping the longsword could not stop trembling lightly. Brother still not making a move? Lin Feiyang sent a divine sense transmission to Situ Chengjun with a few hints of dissatisfaction in his tone. Just now, the two had an agreement, one after another to perform killing moves. No delay. Cannot give that zombie a chance to breathe. Coming, Situ Chengjun answered. Then with a wave of one arm, a haze of light suddenly shot out. The haze rose against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a large green net. A large green net came down over his head and bound the zombie. The green net's threads were thick and glowing with turquoise fire, searing the zombie's body while tightening the stranglehold. It was also an Earth-rank lower-grade magic treasure. For young powerhouses at the beginning and middle stages of the true martial realm, an Earth-rank lower-grade magic treasure would be considered their killer weapon. The zombie struggled, becoming stronger and more berserk. It frantically tore at the green net's netting, but it simply couldn't tear it apart. The turquoise flames were also very strong, not weaker than the evil true fire that emerged from it. Brother, keep attacking. Situ Chengjun greeted Lin Feiyang while swinging his own long knife, stabbing viciously at the zombie. Lin Feiyang forced down the churning qi and blood in his body and his disorganized power. He also swung his own long sword and attacked that zombie fiercely. The meteorite gold golem likewise did not stand idly by and followed to join the battle. Just when everyone thought the battle was settled, the zombie fought to wave his arms to ward off the sword attacks and protect his head while opening his mouth and spitting out countless beetles. Those brown-colored beetles flapped their tiny wings and flew up, pouncing on Situ Chengjun, Lin Feiyang and the meteorite gold golem. They frantically tore into Situ Chengjun and Lin Feiyang's protective light shield. The material of the meteorite gold golem was exceptionally hard and strong, but it couldn't withstand their repeated and constant gnawing. More and more brown beetles rushed out of that zombie's mouth. Their teeth are incredibly sharp. and their saliva is extremely corrosive. In the blink of an eye, countless beetles completely wrapped up Situ Chengjun, Lin Feiyang and the meteorite gold puppet. This beetle is obviously that zombie's killer. They were extremely threatening and were completely unafraid of the true fire on Situ Chengjun and Lin Feiyang. Both of them had a tingle in their scalp. They kept performing various techniques, trying to get rid of those beetles attached to the protective light shield. But unfortunately, they simply couldn't do it. One could only keep releasing gong power to maintain the stability of the body shield, but that only makes them last longer. It doesn't get to the root of the problem. The duo's heads were as big as buckets, and they didn't know what to do for a while. At this moment, Lin Chen had the meteoric gold puppet release his true fire. Lin Chen's true fire was far stronger than Situ Chengjun's and Lin Feiyang's, and after a long period of incineration, those beetles couldn't hold on and flew away. Lin Feiyang couldn't help the beetles around him. In desperation, he took out and activated a recluse arcane talisman. The Earth Escape Xian talisman shattered in his hands, releasing a stream of earth yellow light that wrapped around his entire body and carried him underground, disappearing in an instant. It is necessary to escape by this method. Otherwise, those beetles would have been stalking him to death. Once the body shield couldn't support it, it would be too late to escape. Seeing that Lin Feiyang had fled and Situ Chengjun was just struggling to fend off those beetles, Lin Chen then dropped from the air. He fell alone, without the gold. He also released the true fire, and with the dragon and rock shadows surrounding him, those beetles didn't dare to approach him at all. Falling into the bottom of the crack, Lin Chen fully utilized his purple gung spirit beheading sword and directly pierced through the zombie's head. The zombie then stopped all movement. However, its mouth continued to gush out a small, evil beetle. Lin Chen's movements were swift, and through a gap in the netting of the large green net, he grabbed one of the zombie's hands and removed the storage ring worn on one of the fingers. Chapter 123. Chapter 123, the trip was worth it. Lin Chen had to personally strike at this point. Once Situ Chengjun met an untimely end or escaped, the large green net would not be able to continue to bind that zombie. Although the meteorite gold puppet could attack that zombie, it didn't have a high enough grade and powerful enough weapon, so it was difficult to cut that zombie down, much less take away that storage ring. With the storage ring in hand, Lin Chen didn't forget to put away the zombie's rattle-like magic treasure. This was a soul attack type magic treasure, a lower grade of the earth rank, and was worth a lot. Phew! Situ Chengjun couldn't hold out any longer. Like Lin Feiyang, he took out and activated a recluse arcane talisman, using this way to get rid of those evil beetles and escape from this place helplessly and unwillingly. As Lin Chen expected, Situ Chengjun utilized the transportation Xian talisman to escape while taking away the large green net. Although the densely packed evil beetles obscured Situ Chengjun's vision, they could not obscure his divine sense, and he knew what had happened at the bottom of this crack before he was forced to leave. Let the dead eunuch pick up the slack. The earthy yellow light carried Situ Chengjun into the ground as he cursed indignantly in his heart. This time over, he was not only injured and consumed quite a lot, but also paid a piece of the recluse arcane talisman that can protect his life. But in the end, he did not get anything. The two 10,000-year-old true martial realm geniuses all left, and Lin Chen didn't stay long. He put away the meteorite gold golem and flew up to the top of the crack. That zombie was pierced through the head by the purple gung chopping spirit sword, and the powerful sword chi, as well as Lin Chen's true flame, caused that zombie to completely die. It didn't take long for those evil beetles to also explode themselves due to the demise of their masters. Their self-destruction caused the entire rift to then collapse. Eunuch Lin, leave first. Xiao Anren had just opened her mouth when Lin Chen shook his head, signaling that this was not the place for her to talk. The crowd began to withdraw. Xiao Anren was brought by Lin Chen, so she naturally followed him closely. Lin Chen took her and flew to the shore first, then continued flying north. It wasn't long before the duo landed next to the carriage reserved for the royal family, and the gold flew down with them. The carriage traveled quickly. Sitting in the carriage, Xiao Anren curiously inquired about what had happened before, while Lin Chen briefly recounted it. Eunuch Lin is sitting on his hands, and I'm afraid the new emperor won't be willing to do it for nothing. Xiao Anren seemed a little worried. I don't count this as sitting back and reaping the benefits. After all, my two puppets also contributed quite a bit, and one of them was completely destroyed. Lin Chen's tone was confident in its calmness. The new emperor's strength is just like that. It's not considered particularly powerful. There's no need to be afraid of him. Eunuch Lin is certain of defeating him? Xiao Anren asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. That's good. Xiao Anren didn't doubt Lin Chen's words in the slightest. She had suspected it before, more than once, but she had been proven wrong repeatedly. Gradually, she began to trust Lin Chen without reservation. Your Highness, The new emperor is your family's oldest ancestor. Lin Chen gave a word of caution. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Anren skimmed her red cherry mouth. Eunuch Lin said that he could indeed be a young powerhouse from 10,000 years ago, but may not be our Xiao family. There isn't any evidence to prove that what he said is true. We just don't have enough strength to fight against him, so we have to submit to him. What if he's not lying? Lin Chen asked. Even if it's true, he has never contributed to the establishment of the Deqian Empire, much less made any meritorious achievements for my Xiao imperial clan. Xiao Anren returned. He has just come out of the world. He could have obviously stayed hidden behind the scenes, but he took away the throne. It's really hard for people to feel good about him. Lin Chen stopped talking and began to check out the collection in that storage ring. What surprised Lin Chen was that there was only one thing in this storage ring. It's all demonic beast inner pills. It was not contained in a jade box, but in a single, almost transparent, special glazed bottle according to its tier and attributes. Each glazed bottle is labeled with a posted note indicating the tier of the inner elixir in the bottle. The worst ones were all late 5th level demonic beast inner pills, 120 of them, 60 early level 6 inner elixirs, 40 mid-level 6 inner elixirs, and 30 late level 6 inner elixirs. There were actually 5 early 7th level inner elixirs. That zombie should be able to utilize demonic beast inner pills to raise its cultivation level, and its cultivation technique can refine demonic beast inner pills. Lin Chen secretly speculated. Those brown evil beetles should also be able to nibble on demonic beast inner dawn. It was assumed that because they were worried that something might go wrong with the seal, or they didn't have confidence in the sealed person, the powerhouses of the ancient clans on the lonely island were unwilling to leave the really good stuff to the guy who was sealed in the bronze coffin. But Sangmeng Mountain Range 10,000 years ago definitely had many high-level demonic beasts, and a clan that wasn't too strong could easily hunt down level 6 or even level 7 demonic beasts. These demonic beast inner pills in the storage ring were quite valuable to Grandmaster realm and true martial realm powerhouses, and were not worth mentioning to the truly powerful people of 10,000 years ago. It's not much use to myself, but it's useful for gold. Gold strength has increased, and it can help me. And every time Kaneko advances, I get a reward from the system. It's not a bad trip. Lin Chen took out 2 late 5th level inner elixirs and fed them to Jin Zi. Gold fell asleep after eating. Its body was again flooded with golden light and mysterious patterns. Smooth sailing. For 2 days and nights, this royal special carriage drove into the great Qian imperial city, returned to the palace, and finally stopped at the entrance of the book depository. Lin Chen and Xiao Anren had just returned when Xiao Anshuan also arrived at the book collection building. Eunuch Lin. His Majesty has a lot of opinions about you. Unexpected. Lin Chen was unmoved. His Majesty suffered a serious injury over in Huitai County and is in seclusion to heal. Xiao Anshuan added, when His Majesty's injuries heal, I'm afraid he'll come to the book depository for a walk. No matter, I'll wait for him. Lin Chen waved his hand, following which he walked out of the gatehouse with the gold in his arms, and walked into the large courtyard towards the library. Brother, don't worry, Xiao Anren said to Xiao Anshuan. We have to trust Eunuch Lin. Aha! Xiao Anshuan nodded, and after chatting briefly with his sister again, he left the book depository and headed to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Returning to the second floor of the book depository, Lin Chen placed Jin Zi on the bed while he himself sat down on his knees and continued to absorb the qi of the Imperial Dao. His Yuan Shun, on the other hand, was drilling into the sword Heart Tongming, improving his sense of the sword path. Another 2 days went by in a flash. That night, Situ Chengjun quietly went out of the palace. Dressed in civilian clothes, he quickly walked into a restaurant. In a private room on the 3rd floor of this restaurant, Situ Chengjun met the long-awaited Lin Feiyang. Brothers sent a letter to the palace inviting me here for an interview. I wonder what it is about. Situ Chengjun sat down and asked suspiciously. I'm healed, and I'm sure you are too. Lin Feiyang returned. Since we've recovered from our injuries, shouldn't we take back what is rightfully ours? Chapter 124, it's a deal. Then, Chapter 124, it's a deal. Then, brother refers to the matter of Huitai County? Situ Chengjun asked rhetorically. Both of them were true martial realm powerhouses with extremely strong sensing abilities, so they didn't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping on their conversations with their divine sense in the vicinity. So if you have something to say, you can say it. Yes, Lin Feiyang didn't beat around the bush. Over there, you and I both suffered injuries and paid quite a lot, but in the end it was all a basket of water, a dowry for someone else. Can you be happy with that, brother? What's not to like? Situ Chengjun looked like he couldn't care less. After all, the person who finally succeeded in capturing the treasure was in the palace, and is considered to be on my side. Both sides are young geniuses from 10,000 years ago. Situ Cheng did not pose as an emperor, and people would not buy it if he did. Not to mention that the two had joined forces once in Yutian County. I don't know if brother and sister are really Shao family members. Even if you really are, you just ascended to the throne and then abolished that guy's honorary position as a state master. You obviously didn't regard him as one of your own. Lin Fei Yang laughed and added, the fact that you're here proves it. At that time, you obviously escaped in advance. Yet you knew that it was eunuch Lin who had seized that zombie's storage ring. Situ Cheng was about to question him when he suddenly shook his head mockingly and continued. It seems there are quite a few of you in the palace. To tell you the truth, I now control the God's Dictatorship Organization. Lin Fei Yang nodded. This organization does have quite a few undercover agents in the palace, and has also bribed some quite powerful people. As far as I know, the God's Dictatorship Organization has been committed to subverting the imperial power. While I am the current emperor, before I didn't know your identity, so I was willing to join forces with you. Now that I know your identity. Before Situ Cheng finished his words, Lin Fei Yang directly interrupted with his words. I've only taken control of the Divine Sanction Organization. I have no intention of subverting the imperial power and going against you. After a slight pause, Lin Fei Yang continued. 10,000 years ago, I was a disciple of the Sichuan Sword Pavilion, and I heard that you were a disciple of the Xiangang sect, so our two families, one in the west and the other in the east, don't have too many grudges and entanglements. Moreover, the Sichuan Sword Pavilion likewise has no animosity with the Shao family. Rather, Situ Cheng echoed. Lin Fei Yang then struck the iron while it was hot. We, the geniuses of the true martial realm from 10,000 years ago, who managed to survive 10,000 years of sealing, and now that we've broken the seal, how can we suffer a big loss like that in front of our contemporaries? Brother is trying to join forces with me again to take down eunuch Lin of the book depository? Situ Cheng was also too lazy to talk more nonsense with someone he didn't know very well. That's right, Lin Fei Yang replied back. If you have the confidence to beat him in single combat, just pretend I didn't say that. That puppet of his is still not weak. Situ Cheng knew in his heart that even without that puppet, he might not be able to defeat Lin Chen. You know it, you can't say it explicitly. To say so explicitly would appear to be weak-minded and might make the same generation in front of you look down on them. It was also because I was thinking about that puppet that I thought of joining forces with brother. Lin Fei Yang picked up. The chaos has arrived. The future will be very complicated. If we can join forces once, we can join forces many times. Well said. Situ Cheng was really moved. It was because he had seen and recognized Lin Fei Yang's strength. Then it's a deal. May I ask your name? Free of your name. Lin. Brother's name is Lin too? Situ Cheng frowned. Don't worry brother. I have no relationship with that grand eunuch of the book depository. In order not to arouse the suspicion of this new emperor, Lin Fei Yang chose to conceal a few things. Brother Lin, when are we going to make our move? You decide. Lin Fei Yang returned. After all, you're in the palace, and you're the emperor, so it's easier to arrange. Okay, I'll set it up. Situ Cheng said cautiously, can brother Lin make a soul oath? Don't blame me for not trusting brother Lin. We don't know each other well and we're not family. So both make a soul oath to reassure each other. No problem. Lin Fei Yang agreed with alacrity. At that moment, both of them swore by their souls that if they broke the oath, their forms and gods would be destroyed. In addition to agreeing to join forces to kill Lin Chen, they also agreed to share the benefits equally after the deed was done. By making an oath with the soul, the divine consciousness would resonate with the nature of heaven and earth, and once the oath was violated, a powerful force of nature would directly extinguish the soul's fire. The two had similar soul realms, and neither could cheat under the other's supervision. In order to try and avoid leaking secrets, I won't send anyone to contact Brother Lin. After making the oath, Situ Cheng exhorted, Brother Lin only needs to keep watch outside the palace, and once a big commotion erupts in the palace, just fly in directly. Understood. Lin Fei Yang had no objections. The discussion ended and Situ Cheng walked out of the restaurant and quickly returned to the palace. Lin Fei Yang didn't stay in this restaurant for long, and after drinking a cup of tea, he returned to the Lai Fu Inn. Ancestor, has the new emperor agreed? In a compartment, Meng Ling asked with an expectant face. Her two sons, Lin Jia and Lin Quan, were equally full of anticipation. He can only promise. Lin Fei Yang smiled. He already rejected Lin Chen, and after being robbed of his treasures in Yutian County, he is bound to want to get rid of Lin Chen as well, but he doesn't have the confidence to take him down by himself alone, and with an ally such as me coming to his doorstep, he naturally can't wait to get rid of him. Two true martial realm ancestors from 10,000 000 years ago joining forces. That Lin Chen fellow will surely die. Lin Jie was confident. Lin Quan and Meng Ling had the same look. The three of them, mother and son, were trying to avenge Lin Qingshan. Lin Fian was not. If he wanted to avenge Lin Qingshan, Lin Fian would not have sent Lin Jie to the palace to invite Lin Chen over to meet him. Lin Fei Yang had previously wanted to cooperate with Lin Chen and was trying to control him, but now he wanted the treasures that Lin Chen had obtained, especially that golden feathered bird of prey. The night passed quickly. Noon. The sun is shining brightly. Lin Chen, Xiao Anren, and Zhang He were having lunch when Situ Changjun brought Xiao Anhun, Li Lianqing, and the others to the book depository. Eunuch Lin has labored so hard. It's too frugal to eat only these things. Situ Changjun took out a jade bottle and placed it on the concierge's dining table, then said, I have a bottle of fine wine to bestow upon Eunuch Lin. Lin Chen didn't answer, not knowing what drug the new emperor's gourd was selling. Situ Changjun instructed Li Lianqing to go to the kitchen to fetch 2 more porcelain bowls, then re-picked up the jade bottle on the dining table and personally poured 2 bowls of wine. Before the government is busy, have no time to come to visit Eunuch Lin. Today have the time, I first toast Eunuch Lin a cup. Situ Changjun picked up a bowl of wine and drank it in front of everyone. The crowd naturally looked at Lin Chen together. I'm sorry, but I don't like drinking in the middle of the day. Lin Chen, of course, refused without hesitation. Even if the new emperor drank a bowl of wine first, Lin Chen couldn't possibly believe that there was no problem with the drink. The Grand Duke is a bit too licentious. At this moment, Xiao Changshan opened his mouth. By saying this, he was undoubtedly choosing to side with the new emperor, recognizing that the new emperor was the genius of the Xiao family from 10,000 years ago. There were not a few people in the royal family who had the same idea as him.